The first thing I did after being reborn was to crash into the stone pillar in front of Longhu Mountain. Everyone thought I was crazy, but only I knew that a year later, eerie creatures would invade the blue star, and all humans would become their food. The stone I crashed into was the pillar with the strongest heritage of gods and ghosts, but only a soul could make a contract with it. At this moment in Quan City Police Station, Chief Chen Jingsheng looked somewhat puzzled as he read the suicide note in his hand. The paper boldly stated, "Comrades of the police, if you want to know the reason for my suicide, then please move the stone pillar I hit at midnight to Qingfeng Mountain. I will explain everything to you at that time." Chen Jingsheng looked at Wei Nancheng beside him and asked, "Are you sure this isn't a joke?" Wei Nancheng replied with a bitter smile, "This was given to us by Gu Han's woman, Lu Ruyan." Chen Jingsheng was once again surprised. He knew that this Miss Lu Ruyan, despite her young age, had a fortune of several billion. She was known as the dream rich woman by all the men in Quan City. "So, what do you think we should do?" Wei Nancheng asked with a slight cough. It was only then that Chen Jingsheng came back to his senses. Although the letter was unbelievable, it was the only clue. "Go and bring that pillar to Qingfeng Mountain now. We'll meet there tonight." Qingfeng Mountain is located on the outskirts of Quan City. Those who are unfamiliar with it would only think of it as an ordinary mountain, but the local elderly know that it used to be a mass grave. On the muddy path connecting to Qingfeng Mountain, a pickup truck was parked at the foot of the mountain. After getting out of the car, Wei Nancheng and Luan carried stone pillars up the mountain, while Chen Jingsheng held a flashlight to lead the way ahead. Noticing that all three of them had an electric baton strapped to their waists, although they believed in science, they were not afraid of 10,000 things. Just in case, they might not be able to handle the 5 thunder magic, but a few electric batons should be sufficient. For nearly 2 hours, Chen Jingsheng and his group finally reached the mountaintop of Qingfeng Mountain. Wei Nancheng and Luan adjusted the stone pillar and placed it on the ground, leaving everyone a bit puzzled. Could it be that the time hasn't come yet? It's already 3 minutes past 12. Luan scratched his head, his gaze inadvertently falling on the stone pillar. Luan's unusual behavior made Chen Jingsheng and the others somewhat fearful. After exchanging a glance, they raised their electric batons and swiftly turned around. Then, 2 exclamations of "Oh my God" rang out as the somewhat old stone pillar unexpectedly began to glow, as if a high-tech device had been activated. And on that jade pillar stood a phantom figure, standing quietly. 3 people together were over 100 years old, but they had never seen such a bizarre scene. "Are you Gu Han? Why are you doing this?" Chen Jingsheng forced himself to come back to his senses and asked the phantom, but his trembling voice still exposed his current panic. Wei Nancheng and Luan beside him also looked at Gu Han. They had believed in science for half their lives, only to encounter a ghost now. "Of course, I will tell you, but can Director Chen please call your grandfather first?" Chen Jingsheng's face became uncertain and suspicious. His grandfather's level of confidentiality was extremely high, and ordinary people could not possibly know about him. Chen Jingsheng remained silent for a while, then finally dialed his grandfather's number. "Jingsheng, why are you calling so late?" Chen Jingsheng glanced at Gu Han, then walked to the side and whispered, "Turn on the video." A stern voice came from his phone, and then he aimed the camera at Gu Han. Gu Han looked at his phone and waved his hand in the air. "Hello, old master Qin Zhongning." Not only did Chen Jingsheng widen his eyes at this, even the old man on the screen squinted. "Gu, my young friend, you have truly surprised me. You asked Jingsheng to call me. Is there something you want to discuss?" Gu Han nodded, then said with a serious expression, "What I am about to say next may be beyond your understanding, but it is precisely because of this matter that I have made this difficult to understand choice." Gu Han paused for a moment as if organizing his thoughts, before speaking after a while. 1 year from now, the entire blue star will face a great catastrophe. Many terrifying alien creatures will descend upon the blue star. They possess extraordinary power, capable of destroying cities and mountains with a mere gesture. The technological weapons that humanity prides itself on will be useless against those monsters. After they had somewhat accepted what he said, Gu Han continued, "The jade pillar beneath my feet is called the Ghost God Pillar. Through cultivation, it can grant me the power equal to that of a god, but it requires a soul-bound body to contract with this Ghost God Pillar." The whole place fell into a deathly silence. Even Chen Zhongning was stunned by Gu Han's words, taking a while to come back to his senses. "What do you want me to do?" Gu Han remained silent for a moment before speaking. "Although I am just an ordinary person of Dixia, I don't want to see the country destroyed and families ruined. I certainly don't want to see countless Dixia citizens being slaughtered like lambs by those monsters. I understand your thoughts, but you need to know that when it involves the entire country, mere words are not enough. You need to present more compelling evidence." After a long while, Chen Zhongning reluctantly spoke up. Despite his high status, this matter had already exceeded his understanding. "I have some ancient martial arts techniques that have been modified by countless people. With enough medicinal herbs, we can see certain results in a short period of time. Chen Jingshang and the other two descended the mountain with complex emotions. Guhan on the pillar of ghosts and gods let out a soft shout. Merge! In an instant, wisps of deathly aura emerged from the ground, crazily converging towards Guhan. As the deathly aura kept pouring in, the pillar of ghosts and gods actually merged into his spiritual body, and his physical body also solidified, appearing no different from a normal person. It was only after cultivation that he truly understood how terrifying the pillar of ghosts and gods was. The ghost god pillar came with its own inheritance, a Gongfu secret code named Underworld True Gong, which appeared to be an all-encompassing ghost Dao Gongfu, but in reality, the entire Gongfu could be split into 2 Gongfu without any hindrance. A 9-ghost soul canon is a collection of ghost Tao's method, specializing in condensing the soul, containing the complete ghost Tao inheritance and all kinds of ghost Tao divine techniques. It can be said that this 9-ghost soul canon alone can create a world-class ghost Tao powerhouse. The other Taiyin Underworld Corpse Scripture, the Corpse Tao's masterpiece method, specializes in condensing corpses, and contains the complete inheritance of the Corpse Tao as well as all kinds of Corpse Tao's divine abilities and secret techniques. When the 2 parts are united and the ghosts and corpses are blended, the great mixed realm of the most yin and yang, Taiyin and Sun, with corpse as the yin of the yin pole and soul as the yin of the Taiyin, can be accomplished. In just one night's time, Guhan, with his slight comprehension of the 9-specter soul canon as well as a large amount of dead qi, and the addition of the ghost god pillar fusion, had successfully stepped into the second realm of the ghost Tao's swimming souls, and it was straight to the pinnacle, and was just one step short of stepping into the third realm of the ghost Tao's murderous soul realm. Such efficiency is horrifying. After a normal person dies, the soul leaves the body. This stage is called dispersing the spirit. Without the gong method as well as not being hooked away by the yin messenger of the hell, it won't take long for the soul to completely disperse and turn into yin qi to return to the heaven and earth. If there is a gong method and consciously cultivate on, it will gradually evolve into a ghost, into the first realm of the ghost road, the realm of the shadowy soul. This stage, in the stage of condensing the ghost body, itself possesses little soul power. In addition to being able to scare people, there is no other role, and even cannot be exposed to sunlight for a long time. The second realm, wandering soul, ghost body solidification, soul power convergence, the formation of soul power vortex, already has the ability to use the initial ghost road secret art. Not only can be exposed to sunlight for a long time, but also can kill people in the invisible. As for the third realm of fierce souls, the body soul power into a lake, can instantly 10 miles, through the wall to hide. The power to perform the secret arts of the ghost road is rising in a straight line. In the absence of the use of wide-range lethal weapons, the normal human to this level of ghosts and monsters, no power to fight back. Chapter 7 Lost Eyes. If you are a human practicing martial arts and have reached the realm of true strength, with the body of copper skin and iron bones, you will be able to rely on your own strength to maneuver with the fierce soul-level ghosts and monsters, but only to maneuver. Really want to kill the fierce soul-level ghosts and monsters, but also to be above the real strength of the martial artist. It is not that the ghost road is stronger than the martial arts, but the two are not at all on a level. A physical level, a spiritual level. The spirit is not high martial arts, the face of ghosts and monsters, even if their own martial arts cultivation is a little higher, will fall into the next. Although he had already reached the peak of the wandering soul realm, Guhan still hadn't left Qingfeng Mountain. Even though the vast majority of the dead qi in Qingfeng Mountain had been sucked up by the ghost god pillar, there was still a surplus. A mosquito is still meat. Guhan didn't expect to step into the third realm with his remaining dead qi, but he did expect to completely consolidate his peak traveling soul realm, and at the same time take this opportunity to refer to the ghost Dao's secret arts in the 9 spectral soul canon. Daxiao Kyoto, State Security Building. A middle-aged man wearing a black mountain suit with a dignified face was leaning on an office chair, holding a piece of information in his hand and quietly reviewing it. He, none other than NSA Director Zhou Zhang. LOL. At this moment, the door to the office was pushed open, and Elder Qin Zhongning walked in with a serious face. Seeing the visitor, Zhou Zhang put down the information in his hands and laughed lightly. What wind blew Elder Qin here? Elder Qin Zhongning didn't say anything. After he reclosed the office door tightly, he came to sit on the chair in front of Zhou Zhang's desk with big strides, and took out his cell phone from his pocket, while taking out a pair of earphones, signaling Zhou Zhang to put them on. Seeing this, Zhou Zhang was quite surprised and glanced at Chen Zhongning, but he did not say much and took the headphones and put them on, and then he turned his gaze to the cell phone screen. While Zhou Zhang was watching the video recorded from his video call with Guhan, Chen Zhongning took out a document from his bag and placed it on Zhou Zhang's desk. As time passed, Zhou Zhang's face became more and more grave, and his pair of thick eyebrows were even more tightly locked together. After watching the video, Zhou Zhang removed the headphones and did not ask more questions, but took the documents on the side and carefully read them. This document not only describes in detail the beginning and end of Guhan's case, but also records Guhan's detailed information, including his parents and even friends and relatives, and so on. Half an hour later, Zhou Zhang, who had finished reading the paperwork, stretched out his fingers and gently tapped the desktop, and after a moment of contemplation, he fiercely raised his eyes to Chen Zhongning and inquired, "What does Chen Lao think? It's better to believe it than not to believe it. Personally, I do believe that. Granted, people are multifaceted, but no matter how much of a jerk a person is, they don't joke with their country about their life." Speaking of this, Chen Zhongning paused before continuing. "My opinion is to first pick a group of people from the military to try out the ancient martial arts in his mouth, and in the meantime, try to fulfill his requirements as much as possible, and the time frame will be for a period of 1 month. If, after January, the effect is significant and proves that what it says is true, then a general meeting will be held in secret to discuss and even formulate a strategy to deal with the emergency crisis." Zhou Zhang nodded gently and looked at Chen Zhongning, asking seriously, "How many people know about this matter? In addition to me, there's also Chen Jingsheng, the head of the Quan City Police Station, Wei Nanchang, the head of the Hongchang Police Station's Criminal Investigation Detachment, and its police officer Luan. In addition, when Guhan committed suicide, he was filmed by an anchor, leading to the network of Quan City. There are also quite a lot of news about Guhan's case. The heat is not low." Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhang only pondered for a moment before directly commanding, "Let Chen Jingsheng and the others sign a confidentiality agreement, including you and I. In addition, pay attention to the Guhan case on the internet, minimize its impact, and then eliminate it." "Understood. I'm going to see the Grand Elder, so I'll borrow your cell phone." "Yes." Quan City, Donghai Royal Lake Villa Park. A cab stopped in front of the park's main gate. Li Shuya got down from the cab, looked at the luxurious villa park. Her mood stirred, took several deep breaths, took her long white legs, and walked towards the park's gate. Then, unsurprisingly, he was stopped by security. "I'm looking for the owner of Villa 5. You tell her I'm Guhan's friend." Li Shuya didn't spill the beans with the security guard and spoke bluntly. Soon after, Li Shuya came to the door of Villa number 5 and rang the doorbell. Coming soon, Li Shuya met the rich woman who claimed to have mesmerized all the men in Quan City, and even if she didn't put on any makeup, even if she didn't have much spirit, and even if she was full of the smell of alcohol, she was still stunned to the core. Li Shuya asked herself that she was also a beautiful woman in large and small, but in front of this one, for the first time in her life, she felt ashamed of herself. "Are you?" Lu Menglan raised her godless eyes and glanced at Li Shuya, asking in surprise. After Wei Nanchang 2 people left, she locked herself in the room. The company also did not have the heart to take care of. Red wine drank a bottle after a bottle, and Guhan's photo. Look and look. Although the grief was unbearable, she was not out of her mind. In her impression, Guhan did not have this friend in front of her at all. "Hello Mr. Lu, my name is Li Shuya. I'm an anchor. I took the liberty of visiting to interview you about your love story with Mr. Guhan." Li Shuya raised a sweet smile and spoke gently. Perhaps in the eyes of men, this smile of Li Shuya was beautiful, but in the eyes of Lu Menglan, it was incomparably ugly. But in an instant, she had guessed that Li Shuya was trying to use her reputation to expose her relationship with Guhan, thus making a big splash on the internet. Her little man is dead and someone else is trying to use him? Lu Menglan glanced at Li Shuya icily, then prepared to close the door. She would not do it herself. It would dirty her hands. But this woman, she would definitely make her pay. "Wait, Mr. Willow, Mr. Guhan is dead. I saw him commit suicide with my own eyes. Can you bear it that, after his death, no one should know of his relation to you? How sad would he be if he knew that, after his death, you had kept your relationship with him hidden?" Li Shuya was in a hurry and spoke in a hurry, and in her eagerness, she didn't notice Lu Menglan's face that was getting darker and darker. "Get out!" Lu Menglan held back her anger and cursed before ruthlessly flinging the door shut with a dull thud, her chest heaving as she couldn't calm down. An anchor who also wants to take advantage of her little man? Even if she wants to be exposed, it's on her own. That woman, what is she? Who does she think she is? Outside the door, Li Shuya stomped her foot with an exasperated look, just one step away from her becoming a big internet star. She was not willing. A moment later, Li Shuya left with a cloudy face. From the smell of alcohol on Lu Menglan's breath, it was clear that she had deep feelings for Guhan. If it wasn't for her words just now, perhaps Lu Menglan wouldn't have exposed her relationship with Guhan. But with her words, Lu Menglan would have definitely exposed it. She wanted to poke out and compete for some traffic before Lu Menglan was exposed. Maybe not as high as Lu Minglan's personal exposure, but it would fill her up. Chapter 8, The Dream of the Great Netflix. Families, do you remember the brother who committed suicide the day before yesterday? Inside the room, Lei Shuya, wearing a short denim skirt, revealing a pair of long white legs, looked at the camera and opened her mouth in a slightly sad manner. After returning from Lu Minglan's home, Lei Shuya in order to seize the traffic. They cannot wait to open the live broadcast, because it is not yet her lifetime. The number of people who enter the live room is not much, but with Lei Shuya deliberately lead to the suicide of Gu Han. The number of people who enter the live room, but also gradually more and more. Of course I remember. That's a tough one, and I wonder what the truth of the matter is? How could a nice person commit suicide? It's too much to take life seriously, isn't it? Ugh, it's too hard to live. And as Lei Shuya's words fell, many of the viewers in the live broadcast room moved away from Lei Shuya's white legs and discussed them passionately, most of them lamenting the loss of a young life just like this. These 2 days, the anchor is concerned about this matter. After the anchor's investigation, his name is Gu Han, a handsome little brother, without any bad habits. The progress of the case is blocked by the police, and the anchor does not know exactly how the police investigation is going. But, speaking of this, Lei Shuya paused, whetting the appetite of the audience in the live broadcast. Only after the number of people soared to tens of thousands did Lei Shuya say aloud. By chance, the anchor learned that Gu Han is in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship with Lu Minglan, the chairman of the board of directors of Quan Mingtian Technology Company. This news has been confirmed by Mr. Lu himself. The words fell. Lei Shuya wiped the tears hard squeezed down from the corners of her eyes, and said very solemnly, "Here, I would like to ask the police to investigate properly. In the end, what happened that would make a little brother with a bright future choose to lighten his life?" Without a doubt, Lei Shuya's words managed to make the live broadcast room fall into a state of stasis. The original dense pop-ups completely disappeared, and a clean screen that had never existed before was presented. Lei Shuya, while showing sadness on her face, peeked at the rising heat as well as the number of people in the live broadcasting room. Her heart cheered and her body even involuntarily trembled due to the intense excitement. Fire up! She's really on fire. At this point, it was as if Lei Shuya had already seen the big netizen beckoning to her. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Anchor, is this true? Asterisk 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 asterisk. That's Lu Minglan. Damn it, why not me? My goddess. 3 minutes later, the original clean screen flush surfaced a bunch of pop-ups. The entire live broadcast are filled with a wave of envy and jealousy. If not, Gu Han has already committed suicide. Afraid that some people cannot help but open their mouths to curse up. I just came back from Mr. Ryu's villa not too long ago. Although Mr. Ryu is full of alcohol and doesn't have much essence, he still stuns me. I think that Mr. Gu's death must have caused a big blow to General Lu. Looking at the increasingly hot live broadcast, Lei Shuya was straight happy in her heart, but on the surface, she was sad. Hearing this, the viewers in the live broadcast room, even if they were no longer willing, they had to believe it. They wanted to open their mouths and curse, but thinking of Gu Han committing suicide, they had to hold their curses back, which made them unusually stifled. Originally, the goddess was everyone's, but now, the goddess has been abducted, and they can't even scold her? How the hell can they justify this? As time passed, a hot search quietly appeared at the end of the Weibo hot search. Shocked, the female president of Dreamfield Technology actually did such a thing in public? At the same time, a van with a freezer, driving into the compound of the Hongcheng police station. Before and after the van, followed by 2 black cars, Wei Nanchang and Luan, who had long been waiting at the entrance, saw the caravan arrive and hurriedly greeted them. The door of the car opened. A middle-aged soldier wearing a military uniform with a major's shoulder badge got down from the first black sedan, followed by the other 3 sedans, which also came down one by one with heavily armed soldiers. Major Wang, welcome. Wei Nanchang greeted towards the middle-aged major and greeted him politely. Captain Wei, the mission is on the line, so I won't make small talk, and please lead the way. Upon hearing this, Wei Nanchang's face flushed as he hurriedly responded. Understood. Luan, you take the comrades to the morgue. After Luan led several soldiers carrying ice coffins away, Wei Nanchang guided the middle-aged major into the criminal investigation detachment and to the front of the meeting room. Major Wang, Gu Han's parents are inside. Yes. Major Wang nodded gently and pushed open the door of the parlor and walked in, while the few soldiers who followed him in guarded the doorway. Not even Wei Nanchang let him in. Inside the parlor, Gu Han's parents, who heard the sound of the door opening, immediately got up, and just wanted to ask out loud if there was any progress, but they saw Major Wang, who was wearing a military uniform, and the words that came to their mouths were frozen and held back. as they looked suspiciously at Major Wang, who was saluting towards them. Mr. Gu, M.S. Chen, I'm Major Wang Yang of the Southeast War Zone, and I've been ordered to come and ask you both to sign a non-disclosure agreement. After saluting, Wang Yang handed the 2 confidentiality agreements to Gu Han's parents. This scene, so that Gu Han parents are even more puzzled. A moment later, Gu Xiao Dongfang carefully inquired, Officer, this confidentiality agreement is the ordinary half of life. Gu Han parents where to see this kind of battle, said scared not to, but confused certainly will be confused. Your son Gu Han is not dead. He was drafted by the state for special reasons and traveled on a secret mission. I was ordered to come here, firstly, to inform you two of the matter of Gu Han, and at the same time sign a confidentiality agreement not to divulge the matter of Gu Han. Secondly, I would like to invite the two of you to go to the Quan City military compound, and from now on, you can live in the Quan City military compound, where there is a set of houses given to Gu Han by the state. If you guys want to see Gu Han, you'll be there too. As Wang Yang's words fell, Gu Han's parents immediately froze in place. To be honest, if it is not Wang Yang's body of this uniform, they will absolutely Wang Yang beat out. The second old man's head was as confused as mush at this point. They just saw Gu Han's corpse yesterday. Their own son. Could they not know the truth? It was only after a while that Gu Xiaodong came back to his senses and asked in a trembling voice, Military officer, what you said is true? Of course. Specifically, I don't know, and I'm here on orders from the chief. Wang Yang nodded solemnly. After getting the confirmation, Gu Han's parents looked at each other. Both were in tears. They know that their son's body is real, but their hearts are the same expectation that their son is not dead. Plus, they believe that the country will not lie to them. So, even if it is exceptionally unthinkable, they still chose to believe in Wang Yang's words. The two old men didn't say much and signed the confidentiality agreement on the spot, then looked at Wang Yang and said in a deep voice, Officer, we'll go with you. Chapter 9 Military Bases. On the other hand, a military vehicle drove into the East Sea Royal Lake Villa Park in Quan City and stopped in front of the door of Villa No. 5, where a valiant female ensign stepped down from the military vehicle and rang the doorbell. Who? Lu Menglan carried a bottle of red wine and staggered open the door. Seeing the female ensign in military uniform, Lu Menglan froze. You are Ensign Liu of the Southeast War Zone. After Liu solemnly gave a military salute to Lu Menglan, she cast her gaze inside the villa. Seeing this, Lu Menglan then reacted and hurriedly guided Liu into the villa. On the sofa, after the two of them were seated, Liu took out a confidentiality agreement and handed it to Lu Menglan. Ms. Lu, by order of your superiors, please sign a confidentiality agreement. What is this? Lu Menglan picked up the non-disclosure agreement and glanced at it. Before snapping to Liu with a startled gaze, she saw a sentence written on the agreement. No information about Mr. Gu Han shall be disclosed. By order of your superiors, please sign the agreement. Specifically, I don't know. As the words left her mouth, Liu continued. In addition, in order to protect your safety, I will serve as your personal bodyguard from now on until the next order arrives. At those words, Lu Menglan's face changed. She thought of a possibility but didn't dare to be sure, fearing that the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment would be at that time. She signed the non-disclosure agreement in front of her under Liu's watchful eye, and then she arranged Liu's room. During this period, Lu Menglan hesitated for a long time before she suppressed that idea in her heart of letting her family investigate. She was afraid that when she didn't investigate anything out, she touched what she shouldn't have touched instead. That would not only hurt her, it would hurt the family. July 16, 2030 of the Great Summer Calendar, 9 a.m. sharp. 3 military vehicles were parked at the foot of the nearly deserted Green Wind Mountain. Dressed in a green military uniform, wearing the rank of colonel on his shoulder, Zhou Yu stood upright on the flat ground, his eyes looking at the not-so-high Qingfeng Mountain. Behind him, 2 heavily armed soldiers loyally guarded. There were also several soldiers around who had already dispersed and were on guard. A few minutes later, a figure appeared in Zhou Yu's line of sight, and with just a glance, his heart uncontrollably rippled, including the surrounding military personnel, all of whom had their pupils shrinking slightly and their faces changing. The person who came was like a divine immortal. With a single stride, he crossed out a distance of more than 10 meters, with a faint gray mist floating around him. Obviously the sunlight was just right, but as the person approached, Zhou Yu and the others inexplicably felt a chilling aura coming over their faces, causing them all to shiver uncontrollably. Zhou Yu held back his palpitations and greeted him. Mr. Gu Han. Hello. I am Colonel Zhou Yu of the Southeastern Theater of Operations, and I have been ordered to receive you and cooperate with all your subsequent actions. After getting close to Gu Han, Zhou Yu realized that Gu Han was handsome beyond words, But it was such a young man who belonged to the white boy in his eyes in the past that inexplicably made him feel scared. Hard work. Go. Guhan smiled faintly and did his best to keep his own aura in check. Seeing this, Zhou hurriedly guided Guhan to board the military vehicle. It didn't take long for the convoy to drive away from Green Wind Mountain. In the car, Zhou glanced back at Qingfeng Mountain, only to feel that this originally cold and quiet Qingfeng Mountain seems to be not so cold, and even with the sunlight, there is a hidden warmth. Have you made arrangements for my parents and Mona? Hearing Guhan's inquiry, Zhou hurriedly responded. Don't worry, it's already been arranged. At those words, Guhan nodded gently, looking out the window at the flying scenery, gradually falling silent. He knew that in this matter, he had been selfish and ashamed of his parents and Menglan, and even though he was confident that by relying on the ghost god pillar, he would one day be able to turn from death to life, that day was extremely far away. The good thing was, at this point, he was no different from a normal human, and he was also able to do his filial duty by his parents' side. Instead, Dreamland, Guhan glanced at his own body. The corner of his mouth twitched. The scholar switched places with the sinister girl. Since he was reborn in January, Guhan's greatest achievement, besides waiting for the ghost god pillar to manifest, was that in only a week's time, he had raided the female president, Lu Menglan, who was admired by all the men in Quan City. The reason why he was able to do so was not because he was handsome, but because, before he was reborn, he was already a pair with Lu Menglan. Only that, during a wave of demonic chaos, Lu Menglan died in battle. In this life, he had to save not only his family, but also Lu Menglan, and even more so, his country. The prerequisite is that the nation has to believe in him. An hour later, the convoy pulls into a secret military base somewhere in Minland. The convoy parked in a plain, unassuming warehouse, while taking an elevator that took them straight to the interior of the base. During this period, through Zhou's introduction, Guhan also learned that this military base was 100 meters underground, using closed management, and even the network was a military network. Soon, the elevator arrived, and Guhan was led by Zhou to an office in the base. Pushing the door in, at once, three figures were reflected in Guhan's eyes. One, none other than Elder Chen Zhongning, whom he had already met. Seeing Guhan, Elder Chen Zhongning directly got up and came in front of Guhan. The pungent yin qi made Elder Chen Zhongning tremble, forcing himself to endure the discomfort and smiling towards Guhan. Mr. Gu, come, this is Zhou Zhang, Director of the National Security Bureau. This is Major General Lu Zhen of the Southeast War Area. As Elder Chen Zhongning introduced them, Zhou Zhang and Lu Zhen also stood up and politely said, Greetings, Mr. Gu. Meet Director Zhou. Meet Major General Lu. Both sides met and took their seats. Elder Chen Zhongning wanted to pour tea for Guhan, but suddenly thought of Guhan's state, and cautiously inquired, Mr. Gu, can you drink tea in this state? Upon hearing this, Guhan laughed softly. Of course, it's just that it's not the same as the way you guys drink it. Below the fierce soul realm, eating and drinking was through sucking the essence of food, such as Guhan drinking tea. On the surface, the tea in the teacup hadn't been reduced by the slightest bit, but in reality, if someone drank the cup of tea Guhan drank, they wouldn't be able to drink any of the flavor of the tea, and it would be no different from drinking plain water. The only way to eat and drink like a normal human was to go above the fierce soul realm. Of course, there is also the option of just inhaling food essence. Good. Elder Chen Zhongning completely put his heart down and personally poured a cup of tea for Guhan. Guhan was not polite, picked up the teacup, gently took a sip, intoxicatedly exclaimed, Good tea, ha ha, it seems that Mr. Gu is also a tea lover. Zhou Zhang and the others laughed. Is there anyone in the land of Min who doesn't love tea? Also, after a bit of small talk, the relationship between a few people got much closer, and Zhou Zhang and the others gradually adapted to the cold aura emanating from Guhan, and the entire group let go. A few moments later, all three of Zhou Zhang sat up much straighter, and their expressions gradually became serious. Chapter 10. Now, what, Mr. Gu, the state takes what you said very seriously, but it still says that when it comes to all aspects of rectification as well as preparation, the state can't completely listen to the words of one person. After a pause, Zhou Zhang continued, the state has decided to deploy 300 soldiers to teach you for a period of 1 month. In a month's time, if the effect is significant and truly reaches the level of what you have said, the state will secretly convene a meeting to discuss what you have said. During this period, if you have any requests, you can talk to Major General Lu Zhen, and he will represent the country and fulfill your needs. Upon hearing this, Guhan was not disappointed, but instead nodded approvingly. As for the country's concerns, He understood and knew that the country couldn't possibly make a big deal just because of his words, especially since his words were still full of mystery. And his resurrection in the body of a soul gave the country a basis to gain trust. And the effect of the new style of ancient martial arts was the root of complete trust. After pondering for a moment, Guhan spoke in a condensed voice. There is one thing that I need to make clear to you in advance. The martial way relies on aura. And in today's world, which is in the age of the end, only after those existences have descended will the blue star's aura gradually recover. Wild herbs, especially those with long vintages, possess a small amount of spiritual chi, so I need a large amount of wild herbs to use to speed up the martial cultivation of the military. It's not for me, it's for the soldiers. As for me personally, I hope to make a trip abroad. When these words fell, Zhou Zhang and the others looked at each other, and all of their faces stared at each other. The matter of Guhan leaving the country was tricky even for them, and they didn't dare to decide easily. Although the country hadn't completely taken Guhan's words at face value nowadays, it also attached extreme importance to it, and at this critical moment, to be honest, Zhou Zhang and the others didn't think that the country would let Guhan leave the country. First of all, I want to make it clear that I went abroad to practice. I'm in such a state, and I believe you can see that aura is useful to me, but it's far less useful than death aura. And the tombs and such left behind in ancient times have gathered a large amount of death aura. With a large amount of dead chi, I'll be able to rapidly advance my cultivation. Although our country has a large number of ancient tombs, why don't we suck all the dead energy out of the tombs of other countries before they discover them, instead of waiting until later to fulfill the demons and devils that descend upon me? As the words fell, Guhan paused and continued. Of course, I'm not in a hurry, so I can wait until the effects of martial arts are completely rendered before going out. If the country doesn't want it, I won't force it. Hearing this, Zhou Zhang and the others immediately had a touch of eccentricity appear on their faces, and there was also a hidden wisp of intent. If it was really as Guhan said, they naturally wanted the benefits to be obtained by Guhan rather than nourishing their future fearsome enemies. In that case, please ask Mr. Gu to wait for a few days. I'll go back and ask for instructions, and when I have the results, I'll immediately inform Mr. Gu. Although Zhou Zhan was happy for Guhan to go wool gathering in other countries, this was something that was not really up to him. Understood. After Zhou Zhang and Shen Zhongning left, Guhan followed Major General Lu Zhen to a large warehouse, and as far as the eye could see, all kinds of workout instruments were placed in the warehouse, while 300 soldiers, in twos and threes, were working out on the instruments. These soldiers, basically in their 20s and 30s, due to years of exercise, the muscles of the body is unusually obvious. All exudes a rigid breath. Guhan also keenly perceived that these soldiers are permeated with a kind of fury. Obviously all have seen blood. Gather. With Major General Lu Zhen's order, 300 soldiers formed a queue with great speed and stood neatly in front of Guhan and Major General Lu Zhen. In the next month, Mr. Gu will be your instructor. All your training will be arranged by Mr. Gu, and Mr. Gu's instructions are military orders, and anyone who dares to disobey them is equivalent to disobeying military orders. Major General Lu Zhen swept a stern glance at the 300 soldiers and droned in a deep voice. Yes! The crowd shouted in unison, their voices loud and clear. But both Major General Lu Zhen and Guhan could feel the disobedience in the bones of these unruly soldiers. Of course, Guhan could understand, because from the outside, no matter how he looked like a little white boy, and if he was in the position of this group of soldiers without knowing it, he would be equally unconvinced. Understanding, however, does not mean acceptance. You guys aren't convinced? Guhan took 2 steps forward, swept a glance at the 300 soldiers, and inquired out loud. No one said anything, just looked at him in silence. What? As a soldier, you don't even dare to say no? Yes. Being so provoked by Guhan, the 300 soldiers immediately shouted in unison. They in the army, although not the king of soldiers, but also are elite in the elite, originally thought that signed a confidentiality agreement, secretly come here, is to carry out what special tasks. But whoever thought, actually just training? But who would have thought that it was just training? And being trained by such an unattractive little white boy? Joking aside, if it wasn't for Major General Lu Zhen standing there might have already been a prick playing tricks with Guhan. Upon hearing the chants of these soldiers, Major General Lu Zhen's face changed and he was about to go forward to reprimand them. But Guhan reached out and stopped him. After stopping Major General Lu Zhen, Guhan's eyes narrowed slightly, and with a single step, his figure appeared in front of the 300 soldiers, with a speed that was as if it was an instantaneous movement, causing Major General Lu Zhen as well as the 300 soldiers to be stunned. Only, before they could react, Guhan droned in a deep voice. Get down! Boom! In a flash, the sound was like a thunderous tremor, and a deadly aura filled the air. the aura of a peak-traveling soul swept out like a storm, and the cold, deadly aura even covered the entire field in an instant. Puff puff puff. Almost a photo. 300 soldiers will all lie down on the ground. By the cold and deadly aura shrouded them, the whole body cannot stop shivering. Since they think that the will is firm, they, for the first time, surfaced the color of fear. Even Major General Lu Jun, who had not been enveloped by Guhan's aura, was breathing heavily at the moment, shock surfacing on his face with difficulty in restraining it. As the being who selected these 300 soldiers, Major General Lu Jun knew very well how strong these 300 soldiers were. In terms of single combat ability, these 300 soldiers, they were one step stronger than the average special forces. But now, they were actually subdued by Guhan with a single word? From the reaction of those 300 soldiers alone, Major General Lu Jun could tell how much pressure these soldiers were under. In the eyes of ordinary people, you guys are very strong, and under your bare hands, a battle of many is a breeze. But in my eyes, you guys are no different from ants, and even if I don't do anything, I can easily kill you. So, serving? Guhan swept a glance at the military people who were lying on the ground, sweating coldly, and opened his mouth indifferently, his tone without the slightest ripple, as if stating a fact that was no longer unusual. Chapter 11: The Future. Full of hope. Serve. As the soldiers conceded, Guhan also withdrew his aura, once again turning into that harmless little white boy look. As soldiers, you should have all been exposed to ancient martial arts, and perhaps some of you have practiced them, but what I'm about to teach you is a brand new martial art, one that can make you transcendent. After shocking the group of unruly soldiers, Guhan went straight to the point without the slightest delay. Wudo. Using one's own chi and blood as the foundation and the aura of heaven and earth as the nourishment. After a specific run of cultivation, one achieves the transcendent degree of using martial arts to pass through the metaphysical, and power to pass through the heavens. Martial arts. Anyone can practice, but those with good qualifications practice faster and have higher future potential. When one first enters the martial way, the main focus is to sense the chi and blood, and after sensing the chi and blood, it is to mobilize the chi and blood to follow the route of operation of the gong method to cultivate. As the saying goes, the master leads the door. The practice depends on the individual. What you accomplish depends on your own talent and how hard you work. At this point, Guhan stopped, giving these soldiers time to digest. Without a doubt, Guhan's words had directly caused the worldview of these elites among the soldiers to collapse. If it weren't for their strong military literacy, they were afraid that they would have already been unable to hold back their gasps of surprise. But even with forced restraint, a look of shock still inevitably appeared on their faces. After a lifetime of believing in science, a transcendental martial art suddenly appeared. Anyone else would have to be confused. They had once hoped that the ancient myths and legends of the Great Summer would come true, but that was just a thought, and they all knew that legends were just that, legends, and if they came true, how could they be legends? But I didn't realize that it really came true. I have, here, 3 main cultivation techniques that I personally think are the most suitable for you soldiers. One is the dragon elephant technique that focuses on strength and chi and blood. One is the golden bell determination that focuses on defense. And one is the spiritual gorilla, assassin-like phantom shadow ethereal technique. You have 10 minutes to think about it. And in 10 minutes, tell me what you choose. When the words fell, Guhan didn't care about the soldiers in front of him anymore, but instead recalled the details of these 3 feats in his mind, thinking about how he should teach this group of soldiers later on. 10 minutes later, these 300 soldiers, without exception, all chose the dragon elephant technique. In this regard, Guhan was not surprised. Which soldier can refuse the fist to the flesh of the hot blood of the fight? The dragon elephant technique. The main thing is to visualize a dragon elephant, evolving the dragon and elephant with one's own chi and blood, adding divine charm with the aura of heaven and earth, branding the dragon and elephant bloodline, and condensing the dragon and elephant martial charm. It didn't take long for the sound of Guhan's careful explanation to ring out from the vast warehouse. All the soldiers, including Major General Lu Jun, listened very carefully, and even though they couldn't understand all of them, they still tried very hard to memorize what Guhan said in their minds. At the same time, in a conference room in Kyoto, Daxia, a dozen people were sitting around a long table, looking at the surveillance screen on the wall directly in front of them, looking at each other with a look of shock in their eyes that was hard to hide. Among these people were academicians of the Daxia Academy of Sciences, generals of the military, and high-ranking officials of the cabinet. What do you all think? A high-ranking cabinet official, sweeping the crowd, inquired. Unbelievable. It's unbelievable. As soon as his words fell, a member of the Academy of Sciences couldn't help but open his mouth, his words filled with amazement. Having studied science for his entire life, he had extremely high faith in science. But today, The words Guhan said and the images that shocked the soldiers did not let any of these scientists be shocked. Everything will have to wait for the real effects to come out. But I think we can start preparing for that too. A general of the military department sank his face and spoke in a stony voice. If the effect is true, then it will prove that what Mr. Gu said is true, and in Mr. Gu's words, there is only just 1 year until that disaster. So if we don't do anything for this month, it would be the same as if we just wasted an extremely valuable month of time. Even though, this 1 month of preparation may not be much for that disaster, it's always good to have 1 more month of preparation. As this general's words fell, everyone in the conference room fell silent. In that case, let's come up with a constitution and submit it to the Cabinet House of Elders later for the elders to make a decision. It was only after a long time that a high-ranking cabinet official spoke. Immediately afterward, the people in the conference room were in heated discussion. I think we can slowly reduce the amount of exports of each resource and increase the amount of imports of oil, steel and other resources during this month. I think. Inside the base warehouse, after Guhan finished explaining the first layer of the dragon image technique, it was already nearing evening. After looking at the time, Guhan dismissed the many soldiers and told them to go eat before being led by Major General Lu Jin to the room prepared for him. As soon as he stepped inside the room, Guhan saw the ice coffin that was placed in the center of the room. Major General Lu, tomorrow I will guide the warriors to step into the martial way and will need to use medicinal herbs, so please also transport the herbs over as soon as possible. Guhan removed his gaze from the ice coffin and spoke out towards Major General Lu Jin, who was beside him. Don't worry, Mr. Gu, the herbs are already on their way and will be delivered by midnight. Upon hearing this, Guhan nodded gently, and then lifted his foot to step into the room. Seeing that Guhan had no other requests, Major General Lu Jin smiled and spoke out. Then I won't disturb Mr. Gu's rest. To be honest, even though he was already a major general, he was still a bit intimidated to stay with Guhan. Take care, Major General Lu. Lu Jin thoughtfully closed the door to Guhan's room for him before leaving straight away. Inside the room, Guhan came to the ice coffin, reached out and gently stroked the ice coffin, looking at the corpse lying quietly inside, and sighed softly. Although he wanted to refine his corpse into a zombie in order to achieve the conditions to cultivate the Taiyin underworld corpse scripture, it was not that easy to refine a zombie. Not only did it require the aid of a large amount of dead chi, but it also required finding extremely cloudy places in which to place the refined corpse to warm up, and the exact time of warming up could not yet be determined. In a short period of time, it was basically impossible to cultivate the Taiyin underworld corpse scripture. Of course, although the zombie was difficult to refine, once it was successfully refined, and then cultivated the Taiyin underworld corpse scripture successfully, not only did the cultivation increase speed quickly, but also the strength enhancement was also very high. Just thinking about it, Guhan was filled with hope for the future. With his ghost Dao body, he could utilize his dead chi to rapidly grow his cultivation, and even wait until the ghosts had descended to devour them, borrowing his ghostly chi to grow his cultivation even more rapidly. On the other hand, his corpse Dao body was a body that devoured demonic blood chi and utilized demonic blood chi to metamorphose and enhance the corpse Dao grade, thus prompting the strength of the corpse Dao body to soar. As long as he was given a certain amount of time to grow, he was fully confident that he could avenge the blood revenge of being whisked away by that group of demons and monsters in his previous life, and it was not hopeless to even counter-pressure them. Chapter 12, Quenching the Body with Medicinal Liquid. The next day, the sun rises in the east, and the warmth of the sun reflects on everything in the world. For anchor Li Shuya, every day now was full of beauty and hope, and after she exposed Lu Menglan's relationship with Guhan, she practically watched her fan base skyrocket geometrically. In a short period of time, her fans had already exceeded 800,000, and she was just one former self away from the million mark. And just now, she had even answered a game advertisement, $30,000 for base advertising and a commission on clicks. This in the past, absolutely is the number she did not even dare to think about. Once she more than 200,000 fans, the basic advertising fee is only 4 or 5,000 only. The single basic advertising fee has skyrocketed more than 7 times. At this moment, Li Shuya felt so wise, seizing the opportunity to burst into the limelight. Knock knock. At this time, a knock came abruptly from outside the room door, breaking Li Shuya's beautiful fantasy. With a puzzled look on her face, she asked, "Who is it?" "Hello, from the property. What's the matter?" Li Shuya inquired as she opened the door. However, once she opened the door, a group of people swarmed in, causing her to lose her voice and scream, "Police, freeze!" Li Shuya was terrified by the battle. The blackened muzzle of the gun was pointing at her, and she had no doubt that if she dared to resist, she would probably eat a peanut grain of rice right away. "Officer, what's going on? What did I do?" Despite having been scared straight into a cold sweat, Li Shuya didn't lose her mind as she stiffened her courage and questioned out. Her words were full of confidence, because she knew very well that she hadn't committed any crime at all. The police acted in such a way that there was nothing wrong with saying that it was breaking and entering, and she had even thought of exposing this matter to the public, and she might be on fire again. Smart people, even when they are in a desperate situation, can find opportunities to fight back in their favor. I'm a big internet celebrity with 800,000 followers. Officer, you're trespassing like this. If you don't give me an explanation, I'll definitely expose you. Your name is Lee Sukya, right? Chopstick hand number yeah? Right. Li Shuya responded with a straight face. That's right then. You're under arrest. Charge, disclosure of a secret of national importance. Li Shuya didn't even have a chance to retort. She was directly handcuffed. Not only her, even her second uncle, a police officer from Hongcheng police station, was also dismissed and handcuffed on the spot. It wasn't until she was caught in the car that Li Shuya reacted, shouting hysterically, "How did I leak an important national secret? You are committing malfeasance and working a case of injustice. I'm going to sue you." At this moment, Li Shuya was extremely devastated and aggrieved. She's an ordinary citizen who doesn't even have access to important national secrets, so how can she leak them? That's bull asterisk 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 asterisk. What makes her heart ache even more is that by these police officers so messed up, even if she was really wrongly accused in the end, she was really released. Her single advertisement, also yellow At this time, Li Shuya did not know what was waiting for her, what was about to happen. Base training hall. One by one person tall bathtub, neatly placed in the center of the hall. As far as the eye can see, there are 300. At this moment, Guhan was putting one kind of medicinal herbs into the bathtub, and then utilized his own power to make the medicinal herbs quickly fuse with the hot water inside the tub. This was a martial arts foundation building liquid developed by scientists and ancient martial artsers in a previous life. It can help one to quickly sense one's own chi and blood as well as the aura of heaven and earth, so as to achieve martial arts entry. Of course, the martial arts foundation building liquid that Guhan had developed at this time would be very good if its effect could be 3 or 4/10 of that of the martial arts foundation building liquid in his previous life. Now that the world was in the age of the end, although wild herbs possessed aura, they were nowhere near as high as the aura content of herbs that had been revived in the previous world. Moreover, the water used to boil the martial way foundation building liquid in his previous life wasn't just any water. It was also spiritual water that contained spiritual chi. It took 2 whole hours for Guhan to finish boiling the 300 buckets of martial Dao foundation building liquid. And then, he called the 300 soldiers to him, making them take off their clothes and enter the bathtub. After everyone was ready, Guhan's face was slightly condensed, and he droned in a deep voice, "Tranquilize your mind and calm your chi. Silently recite the Gongfu operation mantra. Visualize the shape of the dragon and elephant. Sense your own chi and blood, and try to make your own chi and blood run after the Gongfu operation mantra." Upon hearing this, the 300 soldiers didn't dare to be slow, and hurriedly tried hard as Carecold had said. Wisps of ethereal light penetrated Guhan's eyes as he continuously scanned the 300 soldiers, observing the chi and blood movements within their bodies through their dead chi. These soldiers, all of whom had been refined for many years, had much more vigorous chi and blood in their bodies than the average person. Thus, their introduction to the martial arts would be relatively much easier than the average person, and if their qualifications were good enough, they would even be able to be introduced in a day. In the distance, Major General Lu Zhen was similarly watching nervously. After all, this was the closest moment to transcendence that he had ever been in his life. Meanwhile, the headquarters of Quan Mengtian Technology Company. Inside the chairman's office, Lu Menglan was sitting on the office chair, surveying the documents placed on the table, her eyebrows slightly clustered. Not far behind her, Li Yu was like a benchmark, standing quietly. After signing that non-disclosure agreement, a glimmer of hope vaguely arose in Lu Menglan's heart. Not so much that it would completely restore her to her former glow, but it gave her the motivation to continue working. It's just that she didn't expect that she would encounter such a problem when she first came to the company. What she didn't expect was that she didn't even go looking for Li Shuya's trouble, and the other party even dared to reveal her relationship with Guhan directly? If it wasn't for the fact that she had learned from Li Yu that Li Shuya had been arrested, she, Lu Menglan, would have had to make the other party understand the seriousness of offending the capital. The Dreamfield Technology Limited, that she had created was involved in anime and games, and the reason why the company had grown to such a point as it was now was due in large part to her. In addition to the fact that the anime and even the games that the company had created were indeed good enough, every time a new product is released, if she records a video, it basically sells out. The company has not even hired any spokesperson since its inception, as she herself is the best spokesperson for the company. But with her relationship with Gu Han by Li Shuya burst out, the company's sales of all kinds of products, all of a sudden fell down. Only this period of time, the market value of the evaporation of hundreds of millions of dollars. She herself didn't really care, because even if Li Shuya hadn't exposed it out, she herself would have publicized her relationship with Gu Han on social media platforms. But quite a few of the company's shareholders, however, had strong opinions. Knock knock. Just as Lu Menglan was pondering on how to resolve this matter, the knock on the door sounded and the secretary's voice came into the office. Chairman, Mr. Chen from Tianchen Technology is here. Upon hearing this, Lu Menglan's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and a cold smile unconsciously evoked on her delicate and alluring face. Her company just had a problem and this guy can't wait to get here? Chapter 13, There is only one him in the whole world. Regarding Chen Tian, Lu Menglan was extremely disgusted in his heart. This guy looks like a good-looking guy, but he is a hypocrite. And after repeatedly pursuing her without success, he started attacking her company, which is also considered her old rival. Regarding this guy's mind, Lu Menglan knew very well that on the surface, the other party was mesmerized by her beauty, but in reality, he not only wanted to get her person, but also her company. In the eyes of other women, although Chen Tian was already over 30, he was a proper high-flying handsome, but in the eyes of Lu Menglan, Chen Tian was not even worthy of lifting his own little man's shoes. Invite him in. As Lu Menglan's words fell, the door of the office was pushed open. A young man wearing a flashy suit, striding into the office, holding a bouquet of flowers in his hands, he came straight to the opposite side of Lu Menglan, sitting down nonchalantly, then pushed the flowers in his hands to the front of Lu Menglan, and opened his mouth affectionately. Menglan, for you. Lu Menglan didn't even look at the bouquet of flowers on the table and spoke indifferently. If Mr. Chen has anything to say, just say it. Seeing this, Chen Tian didn't care and smiled before speaking out. I heard that Ms. Lu had a boyfriend, causing the company's stock price to plummet? I'm sure Mr. Ryu should be burnt out at this moment. I do have an idea that can help Mr. Lu and bring back the company's stock price. When the words fell, Chen Tian stared at Lu Menglan with a burning gaze, his face filled with infatuation. Mr. Chen is joking. A mere few $100 million is not enough to make me burnt out. If Mr. Chen has no other business, please return. These unceremonious words caused Chen Tian's face to sink slightly, but in just an instant, he resumed that gentle demeanor. Mr. Lu, because of a dead man, causing your company to lose hundreds of millions of dollars or maybe even more. This deal, how is it more than a blood loss? After so many years, my heart towards you, don't you still understand? How many women outside wanted to be the mistress of my Chen family, but I ignored them all, because in my heart, this position, always only you, are worthy of it. Enough. Chen Tian, who was immersed in deep love and unable to extricate himself from it, was awakened by this sudden outburst from Lu Menglan. He raised his eyes to look, and what he met was Lu Menglan's icy cold and piercing gaze, as if she wanted to kill, which made his whole heart sink. Since he had known Lu Menglan, he had never seen Lu Menglan in this manner. Chen Tian, I'm telling you, my man is not dead. Let me hear one more word of death out of your mouth, and I will make you pay. Also, a few $100 million. I can earn it back anytime. But Gu Han, there's only one in the whole world. Don't compare me with your humble eyes. Lu Menglan coldly looked at Chen Tian and spoke in a single word. That serious look didn't give the slightest doubt that she was joking. But her words, let Chen Tian feel unprecedented anger as well as humiliation. His Hall of Heavenly Star Technology chairman, so lowly pursuit of this woman, never got a good face. This is just the other side even because of a do not know from which lumps of the poor goods. And he turned his face? He, Chen Tian, is still no better than a poor guy? Lu Menglan, I hope you won't regret it. Angrily, Chen Tian directly got up and coldly put down a sentence before turning to leave. In the face of Chen Tian's threat, Lu Menglan's face did not change in the slightest. Li Yu, who had seen all of this from the beginning to the end, a touch of fear appeared on her originally calm face. Are all women who fall in love so terrible? Li Yu, who had never been in love before, suddenly developed the idea of staying away from love in her heart. On the other hand, Chen Tian, who had returned to the car, glanced grimly at the headquarters building of Dreamfield Technology, and after a moment of contemplation, he spoke to the secretary sitting in the passenger seat. Go check on the one called Gu Han. He, Chen Tian, is still no better than a dead man? Chuckle. Give the master a good laugh. A dead man. He can't take revenge. But this dead man's family, isn't it easy to take revenge? Although he didn't know Gu Han, just based on Gu Han's relationship with Lu Menglan, Gu Han deserved to die. In addition, Send some water armies to pick on the faults of the products under the banner of Dreamland Technology, and at the same time, send people to contact the shareholders of Dreamland Technology to see if they can acquire Dreamland Technology shares from them. Yes. On the other side, the base warehouse hall. 2 full hours had passed since the 300 soldiers had been immersed in the medicinal liquid, and still no one had sensed chi and blood. This was something that Gu-han had anticipated. Thus he did not rush. Even in his previous life, there were very few people who could be initiated into martial arts within 2 hours, let alone now. On the contrary, Major General Lu Jun, who was not far away, has already shown some anxiety on his face. After such a long time, there is not even a little bit of movement? It can't be that the person he chose is too useless, right? It shouldn't. With Gu-han's perception at the moment, he could naturally detect Major General Lu Jun's anxiety, and he said softly without turning his head back, Major General Lu, there's no need to rush. Even traditional ancient martial arts need to be practiced diligently before they can achieve something, let alone this transcendent martial Tao. Even with my help, in a short period of time, it will be difficult to see results. It's already a very rare thing to have one person enter today. Obviously, Gu-han was still some distance away from him, but Gu-han's voice, however, was as loud as if it resounded in his ears, and even this voice, with a touch of soothing intent, gradually calmed him down. As the two waited, time passed and night fell. Buzz. At that moment, a strange aura permeated out from a soldier, and Gu-han, who had originally closed his eyes in a false sleep, snapped his eyes open and stared towards that person. Its gaze, as if it could see through, easily saw the chi and blood that were running clumsily in that soldier's body, and sensing that person's strain, Gu-han flexed his fingers, ferrying in a strand of power into his body while speaking, hang in there, no matter what, run for a large circumference. The soldier sniffed and didn't dare to slow down, gritting his teeth and continuing to run, and as if this soldier's entrance was a signal, but after 10 minutes or so, another soldier entered, followed by a third and a fourth, until the second day, when the morning sun rose. Among the 300 soldiers, there were 15 entire soldiers who had initially stepped into the transcendent martial Tao, and although the rest of the soldiers had not stepped into the transcendent martial Tao, their physiques had also been enhanced to a certain extent. Soon, a group of scientists hurried over to take away the 15 soldiers who had stepped into the transcendent martial Tao, to which Gu-han paid no heed, and after seeing them off, he waved his hand to dismiss the remaining soldiers. The path of martial arts needed to be loosened and tightened, and the pursuit of progress would only be counterproductive, especially for these people who had just come into contact with transcendent martial arts. In the end, the most important thing for these soldiers to do now was not to ponder over the gongfu he had taught them, but to understand the true meaning of chi and blood. Otherwise, even if the gongfu was well understood and they could not sense the chi and blood, it would still be for nothing. But this kind of, all depends on individual comprehension. Even he can only help one or two with the help of medicinal liquid, but can't directly bring them to the door. Chapter 14. Entering the Fierce Soul Realm. Inside the room, Gu-han sat cross-legged on the bed, running the 9-specter soul cannon, and instantly, a dense deathly aura spread out from him, and the entire room was instantly shrouded in a shadowy mist, the temperature dropping at an extremely fast rate. These past few days, although he had focused on teaching those 300 soldiers, he had not neglected any of his own cultivation. When he left the Green Wind Mountain on that day, he absorbed all the residual dead chi of the Green Wind Mountain, but did not completely refine it, but accumulated it in his body. After these few days of cultivation, the dead chi accumulated in his body had all been refined by him, and his cultivation had truly reached the extreme of the wandering soul realm, touching the bottleneck of the fierce soul realm. This time, Gu-han intended to try to impact the fierce soul realm. After tranquilizing his mind, Gu-han then fully mobilized the soul power in his body, converging it into densely packed arrows that impacted towards the bottleneck of the fierce soul realm. The scene, like 10,000 troops attacking a city, was spectacular. Although Gu-han practiced martial arts in his previous life, his martial arts cultivation in his previous life had already reached a certain height, and even though the Ghost Dao was different from martial arts, the experience of impacting the barrier of the realm was not very different. Moreover, compared to the martial Dao, the realm barrier of the Ghost Dao was much easier to break through. In just an hour, however, the realm barrier that symbolized the fierce soul realm had already been shattered by the impact of the thousands of soul power arrows that Gu-han had condensed. Ka-ching! At a certain moment, a slight shattering sound resounded within Gu-han's body, and immediately afterward, the torrent of soul power in his body flowed wildly as if it had found a vent. At the same time, the ghost god pillar in his mind trembled slightly and blossomed with a ray of light, and then a stream of memories surfaced out of thin air in Gu-han's mind. Those memories were none other than the 9 Spectre Soul Canon's cultivation methods regarding the Fierce Soul Realm as well as various Fierce Soul ghost arts. Rumble. The dome of the sky outside the base was suddenly cloudy, and the free dead air in the sky and the earth, as if summoned, converged crazily, directly penetrating the ground and reaching Guhan's body in the base room. This commotion naturally alarmed the relevant personnel of the base, only that they couldn't see the dead Chi, so they were puzzled by the change of the heaven and earth outside, except for a few high-ranking officers, such as Major General Lu Jun, who vaguely guessed what was going on. As the endless dead Chi surged into his body, the swirls of soul power in Guhan's body gradually converged into a river, and the eerie and terrifying aura of the Fierce Soul Realm permeated out from his body, causing layers of ice crystals to form on the furnishings in the room. It took a while for Guhan to adapt to the power of the Fierce Soul Realm and completely suppress his own aura. Sure enough, the right choice for the Ghost Road. Feeling the strong power within his body, Guhan's face was delighted as he murmured secretly, if he hadn't decisively committed suicide and recognized the Ghost God Pillar, even if he had relied on Lu Manglan's powerful financial resources, it would have been very heaven-defying for him to reach the second realm of the martial arts path right now, which was like right now, where he easily broke into the third realm of the Ghost Path. Next, it was time to look up to the fourth realm, the Liege Realm, and the fifth realm, the Ghost General Realm. Once stepped into the fifth realm, Ghost Generals will be able to really airborne, idle missiles and even heavy weapons cannot hurt him. If he stepped into the sixth realm, Ghost King Realm, is the nuclear weapon are enough to hurt. After consolidating his cultivation once more, Guhan left the room. Mr. Gu, Commander Lu is asking you to come over. As soon as he stepped out of the room, a soldier came to inform Guhan, who nodded lightly and walked towards the base's office area under the soldier's leadership. It didn't take long for Guhan to arrive at Major General Lu Jun's office. Inside the office, besides Major General Lu Jun, there was also a middle-aged man in a black Zhongshan suit. Mr. Gu is here. This is Wang Zhang, the director of the Quan City branch of the National Security Bureau. As soon as he saw Guhan step into the office, Rear Admiral Lu Jun directly got up and introduced the middle-aged man to Guhan with a smile. Greetings, Mr. Gu. Wang Zhang did not dare to be slow, and hurriedly rose to greet him. As the person responsible for protecting Guhan and even his family and friends' information, he naturally knew of Guhan's existence, only that he wasn't aware of Guhan's specific role, only that he knew that Guhan's level of protection was very high. Director Wang is polite. Guhan didn't hold back and returned the salute with a smile. Director Wang, tell Mr. Gu what you said before. After taking his seat, Major General Lu Jun's face was slightly serious as he spoke directly towards Wang Zhang. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhang did not hesitate and said bluntly, Mr. Gu, previously, I received instructions from my superiors to be responsible for the protection of your and even your family's information. 2 hours ago, we discovered that someone was investigating your family, and the person investigating was the secretary of Chen Tian, the chairman of Quan Tianchen Technology. According to our understanding, this person has been pursuing Lu Menglan for many years, and because of the exposure of your relationship with Lu Menglan, the stock price of Dreamfield Technology Company has fallen. And this person, speaking, Wang Zheng suddenly and inexplicably felt a bone-chilling chill, and his body involuntarily trembled, while Major General Lu Jun could not help but ooze out some cold sweat. Some people are really looking for death, thinking that it's still the same as in the past, and that just because they have money, they can cover the sky with their hands? Although the country has not yet completely characterized Guhan's status, Lu Jun is almost certain that Guhan's status will be extraordinary, and the country will even have to rely on Guhan for a long time to come. In this situation, anyone who touched Guhan or his family was looking for death. Even though those scientists hadn't fully measured the data of those 15 soldiers who were new to martial arts, the physical data had already been preliminarily tested out, and each one's physical qualities had increased by nearly 10 times. Nearly 10 times that. What kind of concept is that? In itself, the physical quality of these soldiers is much stronger than ordinary people, and then 10 times stronger. It is no exaggeration to say that in this technological age, it is already considered to be at the level of Superman, even if no longer in depth training, alone with this physical quality. If it can be extended to the whole army, the entire army fighting strength of Daxia will undergo a sea change, properly the world's first army, hanging the other country's army with the same play. Mr. Gu, don't worry. This matter will be dealt with seriously by the state. After Wang Zhang finished his statement, Major General Lu Jun hurriedly gave Wang Zhang a wink before rushing to assure Guhan. Major General Lu is right. Don't worry, Mr. Gu, no one will be able to dig your or your family's information out of our hands. Accepting Major General Lu Jun's wink, Wang Zhang also spoke in a hurry. I believe in the state. It's just that, for a while now, I haven't been in touch with my family, so I wanted to get away for a few days and meet my family. Guhan collected the coldness in his body and nodded and smiled. If he hadn't contacted the country before, he would have had 100 ways to deal with that Chen Tian. But now, it wasn't that he didn't dare to make a move, but it wasn't suitable. He and the country is in the stage of mutual fumbling trust. Once the delusion, it is easy to touch the sensitive points. After all, no matter how Chen Tian, even if he deserves to die, it should be sanctioned by the law of the country, not him. If he acts recklessly on the strength of his power, what's the difference between that and the triads? If this goes on, how can the country trust him? Chapter 15 Academic Issues. As the saying goes, there are all kinds of birds in a big forest, not to mention a whole country. He can't dismiss the whole country because of a few rat turds either. Of course, this was also in the event that Chen Tian did not involve his bottom line. But if Chen Tian dared to touch Lu Manglan or his family, but once you're gone, that. Major General Lu Xun's face changed slightly, and he was just about to speak out, but he reacted violently and glanced at Wang Zhang, not finishing all his words. There's no harm in it. The main thing now is to rely on themselves, and it's not suitable for a second quenching in a short period of time. Guhan waved his hand and laughed out softly. Director Wang, you go out first. I'll have a word with Mr. Gu. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhang hesitated without even bringing hesitation and directly got up to leave. Are you kidding? He couldn't sit still for a long time. Could he? Though he was curious, he didn't dare to think about it at all, much less listen to it. Only after Wang Zhang had left did Lu Xun speak. Mr. Gu, I'm about 10 years older than you in vain, so I'm going to call you Elder Brother Gu. Elder Brother Lu. Guhan laughed lightly in response, causing Lu Xun's originally serious face to grin. Elder Brother Gu, you're special now. Don't do anything you shouldn't. The country will do everything for you. You have to trust the country. To be honest, Lu Xun was afraid that Guhan would be young and reckless, saying that he was going to see his family, but in reality, he was going to deal with Chen Tian. Once Guhan did that, he couldn't even imagine what would happen. In these few days of contact, although he had not yet fully understood Guhan, he was quite in awe of what he had done. It is hard not to admire the courage and realization of a man who, knowing that there is a crisis in the future of his country, and even knowing that he may not be trusted by his country, resolutely commits suicide and cautions his country through his own means. If he were himself, he wouldn't even be able to make it to Guhan's level. Hearing Major General Lu Xun's bitter words, Guhan smiled helplessly. Elder Brother Lu, you're really overthinking things. I really just miss my family as well as Manglan. As for the rest, I absolutely believe in the country. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come here. It's good that you think that way. At those words, Lu Xun breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Guhan with an increasingly appreciative gaze. Also, if you can, help me find a place like Green Wind Mountain. I've just broken through my cultivation level and I need dead chi to cultivate. Guhan's eyes flickered as he opened his mouth towards Lu Xun. Now that he had just broken into the fierce soul realm, he was in need of a large amount of dead chi to cultivate. Letting him wait for a month dryly, he really couldn't sit still. It wasn't that he couldn't cultivate, but the cultivation speed was too slow. If he could be assisted by a place like Green Wind Mountain again, he wouldn't dare to say that he could step into the Lich Demon realm in how short a time, but it would definitely be 10 or even dozens of times faster than cultivating on his own. Don't worry, leave it to my old brother. Lu Xun patted his chest and assured. Immediately after, he came to the desk, pulled open the drawer, took out a cell phone, and handed it to Guhan. This is our country's own confidential cell phone. I've already deposited my contact information into it, and I'll inform you of the news of that place through the cell phone. And in addition, if there's anything you want to do, you should also feel free to talk to me at any time. Guhan nodded gently and took the mediocre-looking cell phone. Do you want to leave now? Or, now? Okay, I'll arrange it. It didn't take long for Guhan and Lu Xun to appear in the abandoned warehouse on the ground. Traveling with them, besides Director Wang Zhang, there was also a burly youth in civilian clothes. Lu Xun led Guhan and Wang Zhang to board the black sedan placed in the warehouse, and then instructed the lanky young man at the side. Den Yo, you go out and follow Mr. Gu, drive for him, be smart, do more and say less. Understand? Yes, Commander. Promise to complete the mission. Bean Batch. Looking at Dinyo's serious look, Lu Xun couldn't help but laugh and curse, before waving his hand for him to get on the car. Immediately afterward, he came to Guhan's window and laughed nervously. Elder Brother Gu, come back early. All here are waiting for you. Also, if any of the other military districts contact you with an old unseasoned man who wants to pull you over, you must refuse. If you leave my old brother behind, my old brother will have trouble sleeping and eating. Hearing this, director Wang Zhang, who was sitting on the co-pilot, stifled a reddened face, and even Ding Yo, who was already sitting on the driver's seat, grinned and laughed silently. Don't worry, old brother, I understand. Guhan shook his head helplessly and assured Major General Lu Jun with a smile. Good, good, good. Under the unwilling escort of Major General Lu Jun, the sedan gradually drove away from the abandoned warehouse. The atmosphere in the car seemed dull. Director Wang Zhang was eager to strike up a conversation with Guhan, but he didn't know what to say, and he didn't dare to inquire about it hastily. As for Ding Yo, he had a clear position on himself. He was a driver. He only cared about driving, and the rest, it wasn't something that he could manage or know about. Guhan, on the other hand, didn't have the heart to talk. He was thinking about a very serious academic issue. This question had been on his mind since he became a ghost. Ning Kaichen and Nie Xiaoqian in the novel has been a good story, and now the position is switched. Is the way different? Is the feeling different? In the old days, there was a scholar who used a man to control a ghost, but now there is he, Guhan, who uses a ghost to control a man. To be honest, Guhan didn't have a clue in his heart if he could imperialize, but he was the only example of such a case in the world at present, and it was necessary for the sake of science that he should go and stamp it out. In his previous life, he had heard of fierce men who had captured females among ghosts and spirits, corroborating this academic question, but he hadn't seen it with his own eyes and hadn't been able to experiment with it. And now, the more he thought about it, the more Guhan's heart throbbed, which made him wonder, a ghost with a mind like that? Or is it just that he has? No way. What's wrong with ghosts? Ghosts can't have that mind, and he's definitely not the only one who does. Shook his head. Guhan did not dare to think more, and then think more will not be able to. He will cast his eyes out of the car window, looking at the scenery that gradually flew away. The fire in his heart gradually calmed down. About 2 hours later, Director Wang Zhang got off the bus close to downtown Quan City. Mr. Gu, would you like to have a cup of tea at my place? No. I'll be sure to chime in next time I have time. Okay, there is time. Mr. Gu must come. Don't worry, Mr. Gu, when we get back, I'll have someone handle that matter. I'm sorry for the trouble. Director Wang, take your time. After some chilling conversation, Daniel drove the car and traveled straight towards the military compound in Quan City. The military compound is not in the city, but close to the city next to a small mountain, where the scenery is beautiful, the air is fresh. Not far away there is a not too big and not too small lake. The environment is very suitable for retirement. In a 2-story cottage within the compound, Gu Xiaodong, who had just returned from fishing, threw a 5 or 6 pound grass carp in front of Chen Xingyi, who was washing vegetables in the kitchen, and said with bravado, "Cook the fish tonight. Fishing all afternoon and this is the only one you have the nerve to be proud of?" Chapter 16, Warmth. This sentence directly caused Gu Xiaodong's aura to decay. Just this one, or he searched several food markets to get it. It's not enough? Gu smiled sarcastically and was about to turn around and leave the kitchen. Go where? To kill the fish. Chen Turnip glanced at it and voiced out without any goodwill. Gotta go. Ding dong. Just as Gu rolled up his sleeves and prepared to kill the fish, the doorbell rang. Gu Xiaodong's face changed. Bad. It won't be that old Qin guy coming to break me up, right? Old Qin is the neighbor of Gu Xiaodong and his wife, an old man in his 60s who lives alone. Although they have only moved here for a few days, with the same hobby fishing, the two sides have become familiar with each other, and in the past 2 days, old Qin even came over to dine for 2 meals. At this moment, Gu Xiaodong thought that old Qin had come to rub his nose in it again, and fearing that he would reveal his old self, he hurriedly said towards Chen Qi, "Daughter-in-law, I'll go and open the door. It should be old Qin who has come." When the words fell, without waiting for Chen Turnip to respond, he quickly stepped out of the kitchen and walked towards the entrance hall. Coming. When he came to the entrance hall, Gu Xiaodong called out before pulling open the door. 2 figures were reflected in Gu Xiaodong's eyes. Looking at the familiar faces, Gu Xiaodong's entire body shivered slightly, and his eyes gradually reddened, seeming to have crystals flowing. After washing the dishes, Chen Turnip, ready to come out to say hello to the old Qin, but came to the living room but did not see the silhouette. Suddenly face puzzled toward the basement door. Dong, what's going on? As he spoke, Chen Turnip had already arrived at the entrance hall, and when he raised his eyes to look at it, he was stunned. Dad, Mom, how long has it been and you don't recognize me? At the doorway, Guhan laughed softly and opened his mouth, a touch of aggravation appearing on his face in due course. It was this voice that woke up Gu Xiaodong and his wife, and Gu Xiaodong, who was closer to Guhan, without saying a word, stepped forward to embrace Guhan, constantly patting his shoulders and sobbing. It's good to be back. It's good to be back. Only, no one knew how miserable and sad Gu Xiaodong was in his heart at this time. He didn't feel any body heat from his own child. What he did have was the icy cold that made his scalp tingle. Dad, when did you become so maudlin? Guhan gently broke away from Gu Xiaodong's embrace and teased out, begging for a fight. Are we? Gu Xiaodong's eyes glared and made a move to fight. Mom, mind your man. Guhan hastily dodged, while calling out for help towards Chen Qingyi. This once incomparably unusual and familiar scene. But let Chen Turnip cannot stop tears. She trembling walked up, as if looking at what treasure, constantly surveyed Guhan. Outstretched hand never fell. All right. What's it like standing in the doorway? By the way, chill, who is this? Gu Xiaodong gripped Chen Qingyi's hand and gulped out softly before looking at Daniel, who was standing behind Guhan, and inquired, this is my friend Bull. As soon as Guhan said this, Daniel immediately grinned and met the gaze of Mr. and Mrs. Gu Xiaodong. Good day, uncle and mother. Good. Come in and sit down. Mr. and Mrs. Gu Xiaodong did not look deeper into the matter and smiled as they brought Guhan as well as Daniel into the room. Chill, you guys sit down. There's tea on the table. Make it. I'll help your mom cook the rice. When they came to the living room, Gu Xiaodong instructed Guhan before going into the kitchen with Chen Yi to work. Upon hearing this, Guhan nodded gently and pulled Daniel to the living room, skillfully brewing tea. Seeing Guhan personally make tea for himself, Daniel, who has always been big-hearted, was a little fidgety. Mr. Gu, it's okay, no need to be formal. Guhan waved his hand and smiled gently. He didn't feel so noble at the moment. Instead he felt elated to be able to make tea for Daniel, a soldier who defended his country. Seeing this, Daniel smiled nervously and didn't make any more polite remarks. He could also see that Guhan didn't like him to be polite. After chatting with Daniel for a few moments, Guhan looked toward his parents, who were busy in the kitchen, and his heart was settled. In his last life, he hadn't been able to guard the second old man, and he hadn't even had the chance to collect his body. In this life, he definitely wouldn't let something like that happen again. Chill, Daniel, it's ready to eat. As Gu's father's words fell, plates of fragrant dishes were brought to the table. Even Guhan, who had already transformed into a ghost body, felt a little hungry when he smelled these scents. But of course, this was a psychological effect. When they got closer, well, it was so sumptuous that the big bull couldn't help but gulp. Fish head in tofu soup, stir-fried cabbage, salt and pepper fish fillet, braised casserole, white burnt choy sum. Sit down. Gu's father pulled Daniel to sit down, while Gu's mother on the side served Daniel and Guhan their food. Taste. After serving the rice to Guhan and Daniel, Gu father and mother looked at the two of them, their gazes glittering with eagerness, like children waiting for a compliment. Under the gaze of the two, Guhan and Daniel both feasted on the food, sighing in admiration as they ate. It smells so good. Delicious. Eat slowly. There's no rush. Seeing this, Gu's father and mother both laughed. After dinner, several people came to the courtyard, sipping tea and chatting while enjoying the moon. Plain and cozy. Daniel, who had not returned home for a long time due to his service, was infected by this scene and could not stop the envy from spreading on his face. Late night, Gu father and Guhan leaned on the railing of the second-floor balcony. Gu father took out his cigarette case and handed Guhan one. Have one? Okay. As a ghost in the fierce soul realm, it makes sense to smoke a cigarette, right? After swallowing clouds for a moment, Gu's father softly said, there's me and your mom at home. Don't worry. When you have time, come home more often and don't let your mom worry. Upon hearing this, Guhan grinned and met his father's gaze, nodding gently. And then, he threw away the cigarette in his hand, turned around and entered the room, taking out the books he had prepared long ago from his satchel and handing them to Gu's father. This is what I have specially prepared for you and mom, so you guys can practice more when you have time. This was the martial art that Guhan had prepared for his parents, Changmu Tiangong. Although there was currently no aura in Blue Star and his family could not afford to buy a large number of medicinal herbs, as long as he persisted in practicing, even if there was no aura, he could still strengthen his body. And once the aura was revived, the Gu father and mother, who had been practicing for a long time, were able to break through the realm consecutively in a short period of time. Guhan didn't want his parents to go to war, but practicing martial arts would not only eliminate some of their minor ailments, but also increase their life expectancy. Even if his parents were not well qualified, when those existences descended and the aura revived, even if he robbed them, he would still be able to grab a large amount of resources to pile up their cultivation and increase their lifespan. Gu's father took the books and flipped them open to look at them with a strange color in his eyes. Even if he is already more than 50, there is still a dream of martial arts. Other than that, his own son sent, and then how to practice. If your family has enough money, you can buy some wild herbs and soak them in your bath for better results. Okay. Gu's father nodded and held the books in his arms, babying them. Chapter 17, A Long Day Ahead. By the way, I heard you got a girlfriend? When are you going to bring it home for a visit? As if remembering something, Gu father laughed out softly towards Guhan. I'll talk to her when I get a chance. Guhan didn't deny it and responded with a smile. Okay, tell dad ahead of time when you get there. As the words left his mouth, Gu father patted Guhan's shoulder and turned to leave. It's late. Get an early night. You too. In the room, Mr. and Mrs. Gu were lying on the bed. After hesitating for a long time, Chen Turnip still spoke out. Dong, you say that Xiaohan is, no matter what little Chill is, it's right that he's our son. Don't think about it, go to sleep. Late at night, all is silent. Neither of the couple was asleep, but they didn't make a sound to make small talk. Vaguely, Gu's father heard faint sobbing, sighed softly, turned around, and patted Turnip Chen's back. The next day, under the unwilling gaze of the Gu couple, Guhan and Dinyo drove away from the military compound. As a matter of fact, Guhan wanted to spend some time with his own parents, and even though neither of them had spoken up, he could feel their worry about him. But he can't, although he had entered the fierce soul realm. To be honest, this realm, in front of those existences, was nothing at all, and could only be useful in the early stages. The first reason for this trip out was to meet his parents as well as Lu Menglan, so that they would know that he was still around and wouldn't worry too much. And the second reason was to look for a deadland to enhance his cultivation speed. Under the premise of the country's trust, he would do his best to help the country improve its strength as well as guard it. But that didn't mean he would give up his own cultivation to selflessly help the country. He is not a saint, nor does he have the realization of sacrificing the small for the big. He is just an ordinary civilian. What's more, even if he selflessly went to help the end of the world environment, there will not be much results. Even if a country for it, it is the same, whereas he was able to rely on the ghost god pillar to rapidly grow his cultivation. Once he is strong, it is not impossible to feed the country in the future. In the middle of Guhan's pondering, the car had already driven smoothly into the East China Sea Royal Lake Villa Park and stopped steadily in front of Villa No. 5. After getting out of the car, Guhan had a light smile on his face and walked towards the door of Villa 5 in big strides. He didn't press the doorbell and directly entered the password to open the door. The big bull in the car, very sensible, did not get out of the car to follow, but sat in the car and pretended to sleep. Inside the living room, chatting Lu Menglan and Li Yu heard the sound of opening the door. Both face changed. As a second lieutenant of the Southeast Theater of Operations, Li Yu even reacted in an instant, bursting out of a very high professionalism, the whole person as a cheetah. The speed of the fast swept over the sofa. The hand is not sure when there has been a gun. Not long after, a silhouette slowly appeared in Li Yu and Lu Menglan's line of sight. Li Yu, who was ready to shoot, changed her face slightly when she saw the figure's face clearly, silently put away her guard and saluted a soldier towards the visitor, and then without saying anything, she turned around and left the villa. At this moment, whether it was Lu Menglan or Guhan, neither of them paid any attention to Li Yu who had left. Their gazes had only left each other, and there was no room for anything else. Lu Menglan trembled as she got up, crystals flickering in her eyes. Surprise, shock, worry, and so on surfacing on her exquisite and stunningly beautiful face. You're back? Coming in front of Guhan and looking at that familiar face, she uttered a trembling voice. Back. Guhan wrapped his arms around Lu Menglan and spoke in a warm voice in her ear. But at this moment, Lu Menglan was in tears, her delicate body trembling uncontrollably. She did not feel the warm embrace that had once enthralled her, but only felt the endless icy cold that chilled her heart and bones. She wanted to open her mouth to inquire, but when the words came to her lips, she did not know how to speak. I'm a ghost now. Are you scared? Guhan gently pushed Lu Menglan away, looked at her tear-filled eyes, and spoke softly. He didn't want to hide anything from this woman of his past life as well as his present life. Even though he had reached the fierce soul realm and was no different from a true human, he was ultimately a ghost body and could not have the warmth of the human being. The only thing that was left was the endless coldness of death. Even if Lu Menglan as well as his parents did not cultivate and stayed with him all year round in their mortal bodies, they would also age faster. Even if you're a ghost, you're still my man. Lu Menglan's heart trembled before she broke into a smile and gently pounded Guhan's chest. She a normal person under the age of technology, even if her talent is high, but when she sees a living ghost, it is impossible to say that she is not afraid. But for some reason, when this ghost turned into Guhan, she didn't have any fear in her heart. What she had was just endless pity and heartache. She didn't know what had happened to make Guhan become the way he was now, but she knew that if even she was afraid of Guhan, how sad he would have to be. Hearing this, Guhan's entire body trembled lightly, and a ghostly heart couldn't stop throbbing. The fact that he was able to come together with Lu Menglan in his previous life was more a result of coincidence as well as the impulse of both parties to find the warmth of a place called home after seeing so many miserable sights. Returning from rebirth, he took down the current Lu Menglan with great speed by virtue of his familiarity with her in his previous life. When he came, he was unusually apprehensive in his heart, because he couldn't be sure that Lu Menglan, who hadn't experienced that kind of life and death with himself in his previous life, would be able to hold fast to her feelings for herself and accept herself in this state. But now, he was sure. He didn't say anything, merely tenderly rubbing Lu Menglan in his arms. Lu Menglan, who was quietly lying on Guhan's chest, was so cold that she wanted to shiver, but she was happy, and her face was filled with a stunning smile that made all the 100 flowers lose their colors. I've read the story of Ning Saishan and Xiao Tsing, and I never thought that it would happen to me one day. I want to try. You, okay? A moment later, Lu Menglan broke free from Guhan's embrace, her eyes like water staring straight at Guhan as she slowly opened her mouth. She wanted to prove to Guhan with her actions that no matter what Guhan became, he was still her man. Reserve? That's for other people. What's there to reserve for your own man? One more thing. She was afraid that the current Guhan was just her hallucination, afraid that Guhan would disappear from now on. At this moment, Guhan amazingly felt a change in his body, and he wanted to try that academic question he was thinking of right away, but in the end, he held back. There was no other way, for fear of hurting Lu Menglan, he who had already entered the fierce soul realm. Even if he controlled it well, under that kind of thing, it was absolutely unavoidable that he would pass the death aura onto Lu Menglan, and he knew very well what would happen to mortals once they came into contact with the death aura. You can't afford it. I'm not afraid. I'm afraid. When the words fell, Guhan didn't give Lu Menglan a chance to speak, so he said bluntly, there will be a long time to come. Immediately after, he took out the book he had prepared long ago and handed it to Lu Menglan. This is the cultivation technique I prepared for you. You cultivate according to it, and you can purchase the wild medicinal herbs recorded above to assist you. Chapter 18 Kyoto Meeting. Although Guhan likewise didn't want Lu Menglan to be on the front lines of a future disaster, it was still true that one could not go to battle, but one could not be without the strength to fight. What's more, if Lu Menglan didn't cultivate, how could he complete that academic problem? As his cultivation increased, the quality of the ghostly aura on his body would also increase and become thicker. If Lu Menglan's cultivation didn't keep up, not to mention the academic problems, just staying by his side would traumatize Lu Menglan. Even if it was just his current cultivation, during the time he showed up at Lu Menglan's villa, he made the temperature of the villa drop by several degrees, and this was still under his deliberate control. If not, there was no way for Lu Menglan to stand in front of him peacefully now. The words different paths for humans and ghosts are more than just an idiom. Therefore, Guhan sincerely hoped that Lu Menglan would be able to achieve something in the martial arts. The rest, I can't tell you right now. Just know that this is about our future. While handing the gongfu to Lu Menglan, Guhan also spoke solemnly. I see. Looking at Guhan's solemn face, Lu Menglan nodded her head equally solemnly, and then, the two of them will embrace each other on the sofa, describing their respective love, although there is no in-depth exchange. But the upper hand, Guhan naturally will not be polite. What's wrong with ghosts? Can't a ghost have some desire? It wasn't until nightfall that Guhan left. It wasn't that he didn't want to stay, but Lu Jin had found a place where the dead qi was thick, and when it came to practicing and talking about love, the current Guhan definitely chose to practice. In addition to informing Guhan about the place where the dead qi was thick, Lu Jin also brought a message for Guhan. That is, the country had completely recognized what Guhan had said and decided to raise the country's strength to fight against the calamity a year later. After Guhan finished his cultivation, he would head to the Great Xiao's Kyoto to meet with several elders of the Great Xiao's Elders Court to set the Great Xiao's next course. Guhan wasn't too surprised about this. After all, he still had great confidence in his country, and it was normal for the country to make such a decision after he had given enough convincing evidence. Even if the matter was as unbelievable as it was, as long as there was more than 50% truth in it, it was enough to make the country take it seriously. Of course, Guhan didn't know if his help would help the country survive the calamity, but at least it would be much better than his previous life. Under Lu Menglan's reluctant escort, Guhan boarded the car and left the Royal Lake Villa Park, heading for the place Lu Jin had said was rich in dead qi. This place of dense dead gas was not in Quan City, but in Tian City next door, like Qingfeng Mountain, an ordinary mountain peak that didn't even have a name. After an hour's drive, Guhan arrived at the foot of this mountain peak. and he told Dinyo to stay in the car and climbed up the mountain alone. However, within a few breaths, he had already arrived at the top of this mountain, sitting on his knees, operating the 9-specter soul cannon, absorbing the dead chi of this place like a whale. Compared to Qingfeng Mountain, the deathly aura of this mountain was not too dense, and there was no way for Guhan, who had already reached the fierce soul realm, to break through the realm again. But it did allow his cultivation to be a bit more majestic, thoroughly consolidating the foundation of the fierce soul realm. With his current cultivation, it didn't take too long, but in an hour, the entire mountain peak's dead chi had already been completely sucked out by him, and the original slightly eerie mountain peak had changed. After absorbing it, Guhan didn't stay long and went straight down the mountain, together with Dinyo, returning to the military base. Inside the car, Guhan looked out the window at the flying scenery while secretly thinking about how to help Daxia. It was inevitable that the transcendent martial way would be promoted nationwide, but in today's environment, promoting it hastily would definitely cause a major upheaval, not so much domestically, but internationally. Therefore, the promotion of the transcendental martial way has to be gradual and orderly, and cannot be rushed. In fact, before those existences descended, the aura hadn't been revived, and even if the nation had promoted it, it wouldn't have played much of a role, but having it and not having it were two different things. Once the aura is revived, with martial arts techniques, one can immediately cultivate. Not to say that one can immediately have a strong cultivation, but at least in the face of those initial descent of demons and devils, the nationals can have some resistance. This, in particular, is important. Beyond that, it's all about targeted defense. In the preliminary stage of aura revival, the ones that caused the most damage were not those horrible demons, but rather those ghosts and monsters. Imagine a good scientific age. Suddenly a large number of ghosts appeared, even if the ghosts do not cause substantial damage, but scared can be scared to death. In The Brave Man, in the middle of the night, when you get up to pee, suddenly see a hideous ghost, but also certainly will be scared half dead. Therefore, it is also necessary to gradually reveal the ghosts and monsters in the following time and make people conscious of the ways to prevent the appearance of ghosts and monsters and even the ways to cope with the appearance of ghosts and monsters. In addition, after the recovery of the aura, the native flora and fauna of Blue Star would also change accordingly, which, too, required the development of countermeasures. Along the way of thinking, Guhan already had a general idea, but the real comprehensive measures still need to be formulated by the country's think tanks. All he could offer was what he had seen in his previous life and what he knew about those ghosts and monsters. After entering the military base, Major General Lu Jin was already waiting, and after some chilling, he led Guhan to the tarmac in the military base, and then boarded the airplane with Guhan. To be honest, even though he had now transformed into a ghost body and had ascended to the fierce soul realm, Guhan was still a bit nervous about the upcoming meeting. It's unavoidable. Even in his previous life, he hadn't seen the top leaders, and the ones he had come into contact with were basically martial arts powerhouses who had meticulously survived. Guhan still felt admiration from the bottom of his heart for the old man who was dedicated to his country and those senior leaders. When the disaster came in the previous life, that old man was calm in the face of danger and deployed calmly, so that the losses that Daxia suffered in the early stage were far smaller than other countries. It could be said that even at the time of Guhan's death and rebirth, Daxia was still the most well-preserved country in the entire blue planet at that time, as well as having the most surviving nationals. After several hours of flight, the airplane finally descended on the airport outside of Kyoto. Daxia. There was no grand welcoming ceremony. What there was simply a plain black sedan, but the driver at the wheel was the exclusive driver of the Elder Academy. Another hour passes and the vehicle finally stops outside the Red Wall. The one who greeted him at the gate was Li Zhong, the Secretary General of the Grand Elder's Secretariat. As soon as he saw Guhan get out of the car, Li Zhong greeted him. Greetings to Mr. Gu and Major General Lu. Secretary Li is welcome. With Major General Lu Jin's introduction, Guhan also knew the identity of the visitor and responded with a smile. Both of you, please follow me. As soon as the words fell out of his mouth, Li Zhong guided Guhan and Major General Lu Jin into the heavily guarded Red Wall. Chapter 19, Daxia Specialized Bureau. In the ancient room, an old man was sitting in an office chair, looking over a document. This was the scene that Guhan saw when he entered the office of the Grand Elder, and he collected his entire body's ghostly aura and quietly stood aside and waited without disturbing the old man. Long wait? Ha! Come, sit. A moment later, the old man put down the papers in his hands and guided Guhan to the sofa in his office. Guhan, meet the Grand Elder. After taking his seat, Guhan respectfully saluted the Grand Elder. Obviously this old man in front of him was just an ordinary person, but it made him a ghost who had already reached the fierce soul realm. feel nervous, and even had a vague sense of oppression that made him tremble. No need to be formal. The Grand Elder waved his hand and smiled gently. You tell me about those things. Upon hearing this, Guhan straightened his thoughts and informed what he knew one by one. For an entire hour, the office was filled with the sound of Guhan's slight narration. After hearing this, the Grand Elder looked at Guhan with a kind face. Little Gu, I want to thank you. Thank you for being able to tell the state and thank you for trusting the state. Guhan scratched his head and laughed nervously. I'm just afraid that I can't get over it in my heart. For this old man, Guhan didn't want to deceive him in any way from the bottom of his heart. That's enough. The Grand Elder smiled slightly, the kindness on his face growing a few points thicker as he got up and came to his desk, taking 2 documents from the desk and handing them over to Guhan. You trust the country, and the country is willing to trust you. Going forward, it's going to be hard for you to pick up the slack. Guhan picked up the document and was stunned. The text of the formation of the Daxia Specialized Bureau letter of intent on the appointment of Comrade Guhan as the director of the Daxia Specialized Bureau. Guhan knew that once he gained the country's trust, the country would pay attention to what he said, but he never expected that the country was planning to appoint him as the director of the Daxia Extraordinary Bureau. The Daxia Special Bureau, a centralized special agency directly under the Daxia House of Elders, has the right to mobilize all departments to cooperate under special circumstances, and those who refuse to cooperate will be punished for treason. With just this introduction, it was clear how much power this Daxia Special Bureau had. Even the national security, which claimed to be guarding the country's peace and tranquility, couldn't compare to it. Grand Elder. This, Guhan was just about to open his mouth to say something, but was stopped by the Grand Elder waving his hand. In the face of this unprecedented catastrophe, there is no one who understands it better than you, and there is no one who is better suited for the position. I know that your first priority right now is to cultivate, and some trivial matters will be handled by someone else, so you don't need to worry. Upon hearing this, Guhan was silent for a moment before finally nodding his head in response. He really didn't know how to refuse the old man, and he was also worried that if he did, he would let the trust that had been so hard to build crumble, whether the state wanted to tie him down firmly or not. But to get this far, it honestly didn't matter what the purpose was. It didn't take long for Guhan to leave with the 2 documents. Under the guidance of Secretary General Li Zhong, he came to a courtyard just a few streets away from the Red Wall, which had been temporarily transformed into the office of the Daxia Specialized Bureau. When Guhan entered the courtyard, Major General Lu Zhen, who had been waiting for a long time, and another middle-aged man greeted him. Director, this is Comrade Chen Shaoan, who was temporarily transferred from the organization department, and he and I will be assuming the position of Deputy Director of the Daxia Extraordinary Bureau. Hello, Comrade Chen Shaoan. Hello, Chief. Under Lu Zhen's introduction, Guhan and Chen Shaoan shook hands and smiled at each other. At the moment, in the Bureau, there are just the 3 of us, and once you, the Director, have decided on the structure of the Specialized Bureau, you will draw personnel from all departments. Lu Zhen opened his mouth as he guided Guhan towards the hall. As they were talking, the 3 of them had already arrived at the hall, and after taking their seats one by one, Lu Zhen asked bluntly, Director, what are your thoughts on the structure of the Specialized Bureau? Chen Shaoan, who was on the side, took out his notebook directly after Lu Zhen's question and stared closely at Guhan. To be honest, Guhan at this time is still a bit frozen, has not yet entered the state. A while later, he came back to God. Meet the 2 people's gaze, some awkward smile. I first take on this important task. A lot of don't understand. You guys look at it to come to the line. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhen and Chen Shaoan didn't have any disdain, but just laughed softly and said, the general direction. You still need to guide it, and the rest of the details, just leave it to us. There was a moment of silence before Guhan spoke. Then I'll speak roughly. The ultimate goal of the special branch is to fight against the disaster a year from now and to guard Daxia, and any action that is carried out must be centered around that. In terms of structure, I think that we can subdivide the Specialized Bureau into 5 departments: the Coordination Department, the Scientific Research Department, the Martial Warfare Department, the Monitoring Department, and the Logistics Department. Coordination Department, responsible for coordinating all orders and deploying various departments to cooperate. Scientific Research Department, responsible for researching the direction of combining martial arts and technology to create new types of martial arts and technology weapons. Martial War Department, the Martial Arts Combat Department, to fight against the front line of the disaster in 1 year's time, and at the same time, responsible for the task of teaching martial arts in all major military districts. The Monitoring Department, which is responsible for monitoring all instability within the Great Xia, as well as monitoring the landing sites of those bizarre existences after a disaster strikes. The Logistics Department, which is responsible for the collection of wild medicinal herbs and assisting in matters of martial cultivation in the martial warfare department, as well as cultivating personnel related to martial medical care. Will you guys see if there's anything else you need to add? Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaoan as well as Lu Jin looked at each other and both shook their heads. Your idea is perfect enough, and if there are deficiencies, we'll have to wait until it's thoroughly organized to find out, or, for the time being, we'll go with this? Afterward there are deficiencies to fill in the gaps. Chen Xiaoan looked at Gu Han and inquired out loud. In response, Gu Han naturally wouldn't refuse. What are your thoughts on staffing? You guys watch the arrangements. The research department can appropriately have more young people with abilities and ideas. In the research of new weapons, there may be some benefits. In addition, the logistics department can recruit some generations in the medicinal herb business. Their access to medicinal herbs can make us a lot less troublesome. Understood. After answering the question, Chen Xiaoan seemed to have thought of something and said towards Gu Han, Director, it's not suitable for the Extraordinary Bureau to appear before the public's eyes at the moment, so the establishment can only be kept simple, including the recruitment of personnel, who will be made to sign a confidentiality agreement. As it should be. Gu Han nodded, not feeling that there was anything wrong with this. Immediately afterward, Gu Han spoke again. From now on, I'll be in charge of the martial warfare department, and I'll leave the rest to you. Although he had agreed to be this director, Gu Han couldn't really deal with the trivial matters that he knew nothing about, and it was enough to teach the military people martial arts cultivation while practicing. Understood. Chen Xiaoan and Lu Jin nodded gently. They also knew that Gu Han's most important thing at the moment was to cultivate, and it was impossible to really let Gu Han deal with the bureau's trivial matters. Chapter 20, This is Daxia. Once the general direction was set, this short interim meeting ended. Chen Xiaoan and Lu Jin didn't stay long and left in a hurry. Unlike Gu Han, they only needed to control the general direction. Now that the Daxia Specialized Bureau was initially established, everything needed them to keep an eye on it, and mobilizing the personnel alone would take a lot of time. Apparently, they won't even have a home to go back to for the next while. The next day, Gu Han came to the Elder's courtyard and met with the Grand Elder, submitting the proposal for the structure of the Great Xia Specialized Bureau to the Grand Elder. As the director of the Grand Xia Specialized Bureau, he possessed the power to interview the Grand Elder whenever and wherever he wanted. And if there was an emergency, he could even get the Grand Elder to drop everything and summon him. I hear you came up with this program? It seems that we have underestimated your talents. Inside the office, the Grand Elder looked mildly at Gu Han and opened his mouth with a light smile. You're kidding. But it's just a bit of foresight. Gu Han scratched his head, rather embarrassed. He really had nothing to be proud of in front of this old man. It's just the two of us now. So tell me honestly, do you have any other ideas? The Grand Elder raised his head, his gaze calmly looking at Gu Han. If possible, I would like to stop the current state policy, including politics, economy, military, diplomacy, etc. In the near future, close the country, and mobilize the whole country to fight against the disaster. Gu Han took a deep breath and spoke slowly. If the old man hadn't asked, Gu Han definitely wouldn't have said this sentence so quickly, because he knew very well how difficult it would be to accomplish it. At present, the domestic environment is flourishing, has been the world's second largest economy. Once rash changes, triggered by a variety of follow-up, is tantamount to a landslide. Those who are not used to see the countries of Daxia, afraid that they will all clap their hands and call for a good time. At these words, the face of the Grand Elder did not show any change, still calm and unparalleled, only the gravity in his eyes, a few points deeper. If, as you say, the country's efforts to do it, how much certainty there is that it can survive the disaster? Facing the Grand Elder's inquiry, Gu Han was silent for a moment and shook his head. I don't know. I don't even know how strong those existences really are. The strongest I know of, one person against a country, any technological weapon, in front of it, is like a toy, including the big boys. Even if the country is raised to prepare, no one can calculate how long it will last in the end. But I think it's better than not having a nation to prepare for it. After listening to Gu Han's account, the Grand Elder nodded gently and did not say anything more. Seeing this, Gu Han did not ask, and after arching his hand with the Grand Elder, he turned to leave the office. Tsinghua University, School of Physics. Inside a laboratory, Prof. Lu Ziming was leading the students who were taking the doctoral exams, researching the topics. The whole lab looked like a mess, but in reality, everyone was doing their own things seriously without the slightest bit of clutter. LOL. At this time, the door of the laboratory was pushed open. Originally focused on the experiment, Professor Lu's face was furious. What he hated the most was being interrupted by someone to interrupt his experiments. Immediately turned around, and was about to reprimand when he saw two heavily armed soldiers. Seeing the visitor, the scholars who were originally concentrating on their own things could not help but stop and look at each other, not knowing what had happened. "Hello, is this Prof. Lu Ziming? I am. National Mission. Please come with us." At those words, Professor Lu's face changed slightly. "Can you give me some time?" "Sure." Such a scene took place in many places: the Academy of Sciences, Tsinghua University, Beijing University, private companies, etc. Every one of the chosen ones did not know what was going on, but immediately responded to the call without a moment's hesitation. Even in the case of ordinary people, when the country is in need, they will not hesitate to give their share. This is Daxia. After 5,000 years, no matter what disaster, the Great Summer has never been crushed. Ever since that quadrangle had been identified as the temporary office of the Daxia Special Weapons Bureau, it had disappeared from the satellite map, and the signal of the area it was located in had been directly switched to a military special signal. Consequently, the 300 Marshall Way Vanguard Army was also the first to move over from the secret military base. In the courtyard, a one-person tall bathtub was neatly placed with a murky medicinal liquid on it, and the 300 vanguards of the martial arts path shed their clothes and soaked in it. Even those 15 soldiers who had initially stepped into the transcendent martial Tao were no exception. Not far away, Guhan was leaning on a pillar, seemingly faking sleep, but in reality, his senses were all falling on the many soldiers, observing the fluctuations in their chi and blood. Martial arts refining chi and blood, strong body, chi and blood of people, in the martial arts practice, has a unique advantage. In addition to all the war power, its importance can even be compared with their own talent qualifications. And these thousands of selected soldiers, talent and qualifications not to mention, their chi and blood are far more than ordinary people. Coupled with this period of time to do their best to study the Gongfu and the 15 preliminary step into the martial arts of the military guidance, so that they have a deeper understanding of the martial arts. As a result, but after just 1 hour, there was a succession of soldiers whose chi and blood had risen greatly, stepping into the ranks of the transcendent martial Tao. Exactly 6 hours later, in addition to those 15 soldiers who had already stepped into the early stage of martial Tao body tempering, the remaining 285 soldiers had also stepped into the early stage of body tempering, and their single combat strength had already stepped into the transcendent with 1 foot. At the early stage of body hardening, hard bullets could not be done yet, but hitting ordinary people was just like playing, even if they were well-trained soldiers. In front of them, it was just a matter of one hand. The soldiers who came to their senses were all joyful. No one understood the changes in themselves better than them, and that feeling as if they possessed endless power made them obsessed. At this moment, they even had a feeling of being invincible. However, when they saw Guhan, it was as if there was a pot of cool water poured from head to foot, and the feeling of invincibility instantly disappeared without a trace. "Great! None of you have disappointed me." Guhan swept a glance at the many soldiers and nodded in satisfaction before continuing to speak. "But now you guys, you've only just stepped into the martial arts path. So don't be complacent, you still need to climb harder. Body tempering, bone forging, and true strength. Each of these realms is divided into 4 sub-realms of middle and middle school and post-completion. And these 3 realms are merely the foundation of the martial arts path. And the only way for you to be considered to have made your entrance into the martial arts path is by ascending to the 4th realm of the Big Dipper realm." As the words fell, Guhan paused for a moment, his face solemn, and solemnly said, "I'll give you a month's time. During this month of January, the body will be quenched with medicinal liquid every day. If there is something you don't understand, you can ask someone who knows how to do it, and if no one even knows how to do it, then come and ask me. The only condition is that after a month, you must reach the late stage of body hardening, and those who don't reach the standard can quit." Chapter 21, 7-Star Royal. If anyone can achieve body hardening perfection, they will be rewarded with 10,000 battle merits. Battle merit, which can be used to exchange for various types of martial arts or martial cultivation experience as well as other types of feats. The country trusted him, and Guhan would naturally not let the country down. The other trivial matters of the special branch, he does not understand and does not want to care. But the war and martial arts department of this piece, he is still a little bit of knowledge, and then not to help, will be the previous life of the country to apply the copy over it. Raising a soldier, he will do his duty, to the fullest extent, to make the country grow before disaster strikes. And this battle merit was what Guhan used to motivate the soldiers to cultivate hard. Once they stepped into the transcendent martial Tao, no one could stand to see themselves stagnate. But whenever there was a chance to become stronger, they would do everything they could to fight for it. This, then, is the charm of the transcendent martial way. Perhaps it was because of his rebirth. Guhan remembered some of the memories of his previous life exceptionally clearly. and the various martial arts techniques he had learned in his previous life, as well as martial arts techniques and so on, were all clearly remembered in his mind. This was one of the factors that gave him the certainty to introduce the war merit system. He intended to transcribe the various martial arts techniques as well as martial arts techniques that he knew, forming a hidden scripture cabinet for the soldiers to exchange their battle merits for, and even to continue this system down the road after the promotion of martial arts for all. After Gu Han's words fell, many of the military personnel present had their eyes light up, and the fire on their faces could not be concealed at all. Only after truly stepping into the transcendent could one understand the charm of transcendent power. As soldiers, they had longed to become stronger, and now that there was such a chance to become stronger in front of them, and they didn't have to take any risks, they only needed to cultivate hard. So how could they not fight for it? Besides, even if there were no rewards, they would still cultivate hard, and no one would want to be eliminated from the team. Although they didn't know what this team was ultimately for, they understood that the only way they could continue to get stronger was to stay by Gu Han's side. Once they left, they might be able to reign supreme amongst the commoners, but the gap between them and their peers who were on the team would definitely grow wider and wider. Immediately afterward, Gu Han spent another 2 hours imparting some of the cultivation experience he had once had at the body tempering realm, and then left the soldiers to cultivate alone. As the saying goes, the master leads the door. The practice depends on the individual. If he still practiced martial arts today, he might be able to help speed up the soldiers, but the Ghost Dao he practiced today was not at all the same kind of cultivation as martial arts, and it could not help these soldiers at all. All he could do was just to utilize his experience from his previous life to make these military men take fewer detours. Next, Gu Han didn't intend to keep an eye on this group of soldiers. In terms of medicinal fluid, there was the logistics department of the specialized bureau that would go and prepare it. He only needed to test the results of their cultivation in January and that would be enough. After returning to the office, Gu Han found someone to bring a stack of white paper, and after recalling for a moment, he began to write and draw on the white paper. The thing he was going to compose was no other than the monitoring instrument that the country had researched in his previous life. This is the past life of the country's many scientists spent endless efforts to research out, used to monitor the abnormal power fluctuations in the country, but also because of this instrument, so that the past life of Daxia, quite longer than other countries. In his previous life, this instrument was named 7-Star Royal, which could monitor all transcendent forces, maximizing the assurance that, when those bizarre existences were ravaging the country, troops could be deployed in time to defend against them. In addition to this 7-Star Royal, Gu Han also planned to list some of the transcendent weapons developed by the country in his previous life that combined technology and martial arts, so that the research department of the Special Weapons Bureau could delve into them, not to reproduce it exactly, but to give today's scientists some direction. It took 3 whole days for Gu Han to carve down all the design drawings of the 7-Star Royal as well as the design drawings of the various transcendent weapons, in addition to the transcriptions of the various martial arts techniques and even martial arts techniques that he was familiar with. Inside the office, Gu Han looked at the masterpiece that took up almost half of the office and smiled with satisfaction. Specializing in ghosts, he can easily do not sleep, do not eat, do not drink, to be able to complete this work in 3 days, to do unusual people, even if it is copied, no 10 days and half a month, cannot be completed. Knock knock. Just as Gu Han was planning to summon someone to move these valuable materials away, the sound of knocking on the door rang out abruptly. Enter. As Gu Han's words fell, Chen Shouan pushed the door open. At the first glance, Chen Shouan saw the papers that were piled up in half of the office, and his eyes couldn't help but flash through a flash of astonishment. But he didn't ask any more questions, and came straight to Gu Han. Director, the personnel scheduling has been roughly completed, and a plenary meeting will be held in the afternoon, which will require you to be present for a while. Gu Han didn't refuse and nodded gently before speaking towards Chen Shouan. It's just as well that you're here, so tell someone to move these things out. In here, there are design drawings for monitoring transcendent power instruments as well as design drawings for various transcendent weapons, and on top of that, there are also various martial arts techniques, and some martial arts cultivation experience. At those words, Chen Shouan's face changed, and his entire body became grave. The value of these things, there is no doubt. Although the Special Bureau's temporary office has been stationed with special forces, there is also Gu Han, so a transcendent master presence. But Chen Shouan still cannot help but be nervous. Those design drawings, just put them in the Ministry of Scientific Research. Let the scientists, in the next period of time, fully attack these design drawings. Make sure to build it within a year. Transcendent weapons can still be slowed down. That monitoring instrument must be built. In the Battle Martial Department, pick out a separate attic and transform it into a scripture pavilion to store those martial arts techniques and the like. Hearing Gu Han's words, Chen Shouan nodded and responded, "Yes, Director." "Well, what did the leader say about my earlier comment about practicing abroad?" After hesitating for a moment, Guhan still inquired out loud. According to reason, he shouldn't go out at this moment, when the special branch was initially established, but Guhan felt that there was basically nothing for him to do with the size of the special branch at the moment, and he had arranged for the 300 martial vanguard troops. It could be said that there was nothing to keep him busy next even if he stayed within the Bureau of Specialization, and instead of wasting his time away, it would be better to put it to good use in cultivation. Hearing Guhan's inquiry, Chen Shouan deliberated for a moment. What the leader means is that the special bureau has just been created and still needs you to be the gatekeeper. So why don't you make do with what you've been given and cultivate in the country for a while, and wait until the special bureau is on the right track, then you'll go out to cultivate abroad? Don't worry, the place has been found and you can leave anytime. Alright, then, starting tomorrow, have someone take me there, and I'll leave it up to you to make the arrangements for the Department of War and Martial Arts. Guhan nodded, not surprised. It was indeed inconvenient for him, the Director General, to just leave his job and run abroad to cultivate when the Special Weapons Bureau had just been created. Chapter 22, Comparing Gods with Human Bodies. The temporary office of the Special Branch, where several rooms have been temporarily transformed into a spacious conference room. At this moment, inside the conference room, it was already filled with human figures, of which the gray-haired old men occupied a large portion, and the rest were basically middle-aged people in their 40s and 50s. These people almost gathered the elites related to several major structures of the Specialty Bureau. There were academicians of the Academy of Sciences, professors of major universities, folk inheritors, chairmen of medicinal herb companies and so on. These people, even if they were in the same room, were clearly separated, each with their own circles, and low murmurs resounded throughout the conference room. Old Fong, you're a wild card. Do you know what we're being asked to do here? I don't know. Haven't heard a thing. By the looks of it, what is to be done is not simple. I'm afraid. Yes, so many people, from all walks of life, such an array I've never seen before. Groan STH. While the crowd was discussing in disbelief, the door of the conference room was suddenly opened. The original discussion was instantly suspended, and everyone looked towards the door in unison, their gazes filled with searching colors. In full view of the public, Chen Shouan, dressed in a Zhongshan suit, strode into the conference room, followed closely behind him by a dozen of military people holding stacks of documents. Coming to the conference platform in front of him, Chen Shouan swept a glance at the people present and said aloud, "I'm sure all of you are curious as to what you've been asked to come here for? Before the meeting begins, let me make one thing clear. Those who are willing to stay will be cut off from the outside world for some time to come, and even family members will not be contacted without permission. If you agree, sign the non-disclosure agreement. Those who don't can leave now." When the words fell, the 10 or so soldiers behind Chen Shouan stepped forward and distributed the confidentiality agreements. Immediately afterward, all of them did not hesitate to pick up the pens on the table and sign their big names on the confidentiality agreement. Even the chairman of those medicinal herb companies, even those folk inheritors. "Thank you all." Seeing this, Chen Shouan said thanks with a surging heart. He originally thought that many people would leave, but he did not expect. And then, Chen Shouan didn't waste any time and immediately spoke. "With the approval of the Great Xia Elders Court, the Great Xia Extraordinary Bureau organization has been officially created, and all of you are the ones who will soon become part of the Great Xia Extraordinary Bureau. The Daxia Extraordinary Bureau, which is directly under the Daxia Elders Court, has the power to dispatch all departments under special circumstances." As Chen Shouan opened his mouth, the shocked colors on the faces of the crowd grew thicker and thicker. Although this Daxia Specialized Bureau did not know exactly what it was doing, the power was frighteningly high. Even if it was the national security, it was not comparable. They simply did not expect that the state had drawn them here to form such a mysterious department. After the meeting, you will be assigned to your corresponding departments and you will be told what you need to do. I now invite Comrade Guhan, director of the Daxia Specialized Bureau, to speak. When the words fell, Chen Shouan stepped aside, his eyes looking towards the entrance of the conference room. Seeing this, the people present also looked forward to it. It didn't take long for Guhan's upright and young stature to be reflected in everyone's eyes, and with just one glance, it made all the people present change their colors, and even those who were more stable couldn't help but be surprised at this time. Too young. It's too strange. How could they not expect that the director of such an important organization would be such a young man? There were also careful people who noticed that as the young director walked in, the temperature in the entire conference room had inexplicably lowered. "Welcome, gentlemen, to the Daxia Extraordinary Bureau." Coming onto the conference stage, Guhan met the gazes of the crowd and slowly opened his mouth. I know you're all very curious about the Great Summer Specialization Bureau, and due to a number of factors, I can't tell you about it yet, but I can say for sure that as long as you get in touch with it, you definitely won't regret joining the Great Summer Specialization Bureau. In terms of treatment, it is in accordance with the top of the national standard. In addition to the normal treatment, each of you also have a place to receive instruction from the Daxia Specialized Bureau of Combat and Martial Arts Department. This quota, you can use it for yourselves or give it to your family members. But if you give it to your family members, then your family members, again, will have to sign a non-disclosure agreement and will have no freedom for a period of time. As Guhan's words fell, the people in the audience murmured, unusually interested in the Battle Martial Department's teaching quota that Guhan was talking about. To be honest, these people basically have their own pursuits, and they don't particularly value money, as long as they don't starve. It's the same for them as far as how much salary they have. And besides, after so many years of work, not to say that they're rich and famous, but the amount of money that they have is much more than that of an ordinary person. Chief, what exactly is this Battle Arms Ministry teaching slot? It didn't take long for a member of the Academy of Sciences to hold back his curiosity and open his mouth to inquire. Access to the transcendent martial way. Guhan didn't hide anything and spoke bluntly. Apart from the disaster in a year's time, which was not suitable to be proclaimed for the time being, it was impossible to hide the matter of the transcendent martial Tao from these people. After all, there were many of them who would need to come into contact with the transcendent martial Tao for their next job, especially those from the Scientific Research Department, who wanted to research the 7-star royalty, and it would be absolutely impossible to do so without coming into contact with the transcendent martial Tao. Even if we could eventually build it, it would be shapeless. Transcendent martial arts? As Guhan opened his mouth, sounds of astonishment rang out one after another. Compare the gods of myth and legend in a human body. Guhan didn't explain carefully, but simply said a sentence. But it was such a sentence that made the people in the audience open their mouths wide, and each one of them stood frozen on the spot like a statue. If these words hadn't come from Guhan, the director of the Daxia Specialized Bureau, they would have absolutely scoffed. Next, let Deputy Director Qin Shouan assign you to your respective departments. Guhan ignored the vibrations of the crowd, and after speaking once more, he nodded towards Qin Shouan before turning around and leaving the conference room. Currently, the Daxia Extraordinary Bureau is divided into 5 major departments: Coordination Department, Battle Arms Department, Scientific Research Department, Logistics Department, and Monitoring Department. Those whose names are called below head to the Scientific Research Department. Fong Chongming, Lu. While Chen Shouan was assigning personnel, Guhan had already boarded the military aircraft and was preparing to head to a place where the dead qi was thick and absorb it for cultivation. During this period of time, although he was busy with the affairs of the Grand Xia Specialization Bureau, his own cultivation did not fall behind. His cultivation had long been thoroughly consolidated at the early stage of the Fierce Soul Realm, and his use of the power of the Fierce Soul Realm had also been perfectly controlled. The only thing that is still slightly lacking is in the art of ghosting. Although he had not achieved much in martial arts in his previous life, this ghost Dao was a completely new field for him. Even with his previous life's experience in martial arts, it was not that easy to completely master the inherited ghost arts in such a short period of time. In particular, the inherited ghost arts and the 9 spectral soul canon were even more profound than ordinary ghost arts. Chapter 23, The 8 Realms of Ghost Martial Arts. Of course, although Guhan had not yet fully mastered the inherited ghost art, and the speed of his cultivation was extremely fast, but his combat power had not weakened in the slightest, but instead was exceptionally powerful, much stronger than ghost cultivators of the same level, and even more so than when he was at the early stage of his true strength in his previous life. There was no other reason. The 9 spectral soul canon was too powerful. In just a few days, breaking the realm one after another, from nothing to something, straight to the 3rd realm of the ghost Dao, the Fierce Soul Realm. If it were an ordinary ghost cultivator, it would definitely be unstable in its foundation. However, the quality of the soul power condensed by the 9 Spectres Soul Dictionary was much higher than that of ordinary ghost Dao techniques, and even when Guhan utilized the 9 Spectres soul body to absorb the dead qi that entered his body would be automatically refined by the 9 Spectres Soul Dictionary, autonomously helping Guhan condense his ghost body. For ghost cultivators, high-quality soul power and a strong ghost body were almost the standard of high combat power, coupled with the legacy ghost art that far exceeded unusual ghost arts, making Guhan's full combat power enough to be comparable to an ordinary late stage of the Fierce Soul Realm. And if he fully grasped the legacy ghost art, it would not be impossible to decapitate the peak of the Fierce Soul Realm at a certain cost. If not for this, Guhan would not have absorbed the dead qi without a care in the world. He certainly wanted to increase his cultivation quickly, but for his own foundation, he was also incredibly valued. On the other hand, as Guhan traveled to various parts of the Grand Xia to absorb the dead qi, in a conference room of the Kyoto House of Elders, the Grand Elder as well as a few elders were gathered together. Gentlemen, this meeting is to determine the future direction of Great Xia. The Grand Elder, who was seated at the first position, looked at the several elders and slowly opened his mouth. I've talked to Gu, and his advice is to stop the current state policy and go all out in preparation for the war. From his words, I can feel that he's pessimistic about the future of the Grand Xia, which is enough to see that those so-called bizarre existences must be far more powerful than we can imagine. As the Grand Elder's words fell, the several elders immediately looked at each other, all of them quite shaken. Still, stopping the current state policies is easier said than done, but it is very, very difficult to do so. What is more, some state policies have already reached the middle stage, and once they are stopped, the losses will be great. Is there no other suitable option? After a moment of silence, an elder abruptly opened his mouth to inquire. The Grand Elder shook his head. In fact, we pressed for a choice because the initiative is not in our hands. I'm a fish on a chopping block. We are all people who have come this far and know very well what happens when insufficient strength is in the face of a strong enemy. No matter what, Daxia cannot fall. Even if it didn't work out in the end, at least we did our best to try. As the words fell, the Grand Elder swept a glance at the elders and solemnly spoke out. I agree with Xiao Gu's idea of stopping the current state policy and preparing for war with all our might. I agree. But, just stopping it so suddenly, will it cause some chaos? The elder who spoke out followed suit and nodded, before inquiring out. Nature doesn't just stop. My suggestion is to put the signal out. Gather what you need to gather to prevent excessive losses, and wait until the right time to make a complete announcement to the outside world. Listening to the words of the Grand Elder, the many elders nodded their heads in agreement with the Grand Elder's idea. Time, the most high and cold goddess in the world, never stays because of anyone's kneeling. In Guhan's hurried cultivation, 8 months passed by in a flash, and there were only 3 more months left before the demons, devils, ghosts, and other foreign races descended. For the first month, Guhan basically ran around within Daxia, absorbing dead qi, and it was only at the end of the month that he returned to the Daxia Specialized Bureau to test the results of the 300 Martial Way Vanguard Army. It couldn't be said to be much of a satisfaction, but they all reached the goal set by Guhan, with a total of 295 soldiers stepping into the late stage of the body tempering realm, and 5 stepping into the perfect stage of the body tempering realm. Immediately afterward, Guhan spent 5 days explaining the cultivation experience of the bone forging realm to these 300 vanguards of martial arts before sending them to a secret military base outside of Kyoto, where they would be able to teach the Battle Martial Army under the Battle Martial Department of the Grand Xia Special Administrative Bureau. This Battle Martial Army, the elite drawn from the major military regions by the Grand Xia Military Ministry, totaled 100,000 men. They, the martial arts army that the country intends to focus on cultivating, with everything treated at the highest level, simply because in the near future, they will also be the sharp knives in the fight against the foreigners. Of course, the ordinary army country also did not fall behind. Draw dozens of Wudo Vanguard Army, go to the major military regions, teaching military personnel to practice Wudo, provided by the Gongfa as well as the cultivation experiences with the War Army a level. Only, the supply of medicinal fluid is not as rich as the War Army just. After dealing with the matters of the Battle Martial Army, Guhan and Big Tiger then rolled through countries around the globe, sucking up all the dead qi that could be absorbed, and their cultivation was also rising at a steady and rapid state. The places that Guhan picked were basically a few battlefields that had the highest number of deaths from that world war in the 19th century, and such places were the places where the death aura was the most intense. On this day, a dense forest in the Leninger state of the Woolly Bear country, the sky was dim, the cold astral wind whistled recklessly in the dense forest, and thick mists filled the mountains and forests, and on a huge boulder, Guhan sat cross-legged, surrounded by a densine qi, which almost formed a huge cocoon, wrapping Guhan in it. Under the influence of these yin qi, Guhan's land in a few miles radius had formed thick ice crystals, and the temperature had dropped to the extreme, so that no matter whether it was flowers, plants, trees or mosquitoes, insects, snakes or birds, they were all frozen. At the moment, Guhan's body was covered in arcane and strange patterns, but his mind was not on the changes in his ghostly body. Instead, it was all focused on his body. In the equivalent of the human body's dantian, majestic ghost qi continued to surge, and under Guhan's drive, this ghost qi continued to compress towards the center. In the path of Ghost Dao, there are 8 realms of Yin Soul, Wandering Soul, Fierce Soul, Night Ghost, Ghost General, Ghost King, Ghost Monarch, and Ghost Emperor. which correspond to the 8 realms of the martial Tao of body tempering, bone forging, true strength, Yuan Dang, Zone Shi, refining divinity, Tong Xian, and shattering the void. Of course, it wasn't that the Ghost Tao or the martial Tao only had these 7 realms, but the highest realms that Gu Han had known in his previous life were just the Ghost Emperor and the Shattered Sky. At this moment, Gu Han was precisely in the process of breaking into Ghost King from Ghost General perfection. At the level of Ghost General, a body of soul power is transformed into a boundless sea of ghosts, and after constant hammering, it reaches the realm of great perfection, and after evolving the boundless sea of ghosts into a Ghostan, it will be able to ascend to the realm of the Ghost King. Once reached, the Ghost King, on the current world, said that the world is invincible, are not the slightest bit too much, the greatness it has, although not enough to pick the stars and take the moon, but in this mundane world, there is no thing can be blocked. The Ghost King's corresponding realm of martial refining God was the peak that Gu Han had reached in his previous life, and even Gu Han himself had not expected that in his current life, he would have to reach the peak that he had spent decades to reach in his previous life in just a mere 8 months' time. Despite having the experience of breaking through the God refining in his previous life, at this time, Gu Han didn't dare to have the slightest bit of slackness, and his entire essence sank into it completely. Chapter 24, A Qualitative Leap. Buzz. With Gu Han's continuous compression, the vast soul force in his body was suddenly squeezed towards the center of the boundless soul sea, and during this process, a slight carelessness could lead to a riot of soul force, and at that time, the entire ghostly body would be swept away by this riot of soul force. How many Ghost General perfection powerhouses had failed to make a breakthrough at this step, ultimately leading to their deaths? Under Gu Han's careful compression, the soul power within his soul sea gradually decreased, and the light in the center, which was becoming more and more prevalent, vaguely, even had a very obvious sense of distortion. On top of that, Gu Han's entire ghostly body had become incomparably solid under the scrubbing of soul power, as if it were a body of steel. Boom! At a certain moment, a dull rumbling sound suddenly from Gu Han's body sounded out, followed by a strong momentum suddenly from Gu Han body diffusion, directly within a 10-meter radius of all the grass, trees, stones, etc., crushed into powder, and even those condensed ice crystals, but also shattered into dregs. At this moment, on the sea of ghosts within Gu Han's body, a bead glittering with brilliant ghostly light, like the size of a fist, was suspended, and boundless soul power diffused out from the bead, and after flowing through the entire body for a large circumference, it returned to within the bead again. This was the Ghost Dan that symbolized the realm of the Ghost King, the same as the martial Golden Dan of the martial alchemy realm, which was condensed from the essence of one's cultivation. The unprecedented feeling of power made Gu Han indulge in it for a long time, and in a trance, he even felt that he was able to dry out the world with one punch. Luckily, he had once been a powerhouse of the God-refining realm after all, and it didn't take long for him to awaken from the false invincibility of this breakthrough. As Gu Han's eyes opened, a ray of ghostly light shot out from his eyes, directly piercing the void in front of him, and 2 void cracks like tiny black holes presented themselves. With his current strength, if he was willing to spend a certain amount of time doing so, he could sink a large state. And the only way such a situation would change was if the blue star aura recovered after those existences descended. In this kind of final era, the spatial strength of blue star was very weak, and only after the recovery of the aura would the spatial strength gradually increase, and the destructive power that it could withstand would also increase. Thus, those bizarre existences that descended in the beginning were not very strong, and because of this, the blue star humans were able to rely on their own technology to withstand it with difficulty, thus having the opportunity to delve into the martial arts. In this life, he had already reached the Ghost King realm before those existences had even descended, and at this cultivation level, he didn't dare to say that he could fight hard against those existences, but at the beginning, it was still no problem to preserve the entire Disya. After all, most of those existences that descended in the beginning had cultivation levels below that of a Ghost General, and even those at the level of a Lee Ghost were few and far between. Since his rebirth, he had been taught with a nerve, fearing that his cultivation had not been raised, and he had suffered the same miserable situation as in his previous life, and it was not until now, after breaking through the Ghost King's realm, that he had truly breathed a sigh of relief. From the very beginning, Gu Han was not very attached to the Dasha Extraordinary Bureau, not that he didn't attach importance to it, but he knew very well that in this current environment, there was simply not much room for martial arts to rise, even with the aid of wild medicinal herbs. At best it would be very impressive to get to Xinjiang. It was that this realm was not something that anyone could reach, and the number of people who eventually reached it would definitely not be many, and such a strong person would not be able to play much of a role at all. It was only in the early stages of those existences descending that it was able to play some role. far from being able to protect the entire Grand Xia. But he who had broken through to Ghost King was different. Even though he was only one person, he was able to arrive at any place within Daxia's territory in a very short period of time, and together with the information he was familiar with in his previous life, he did not dare to say that he could definitely protect Daxia's well-being, but to give Daxia a certain amount of time to grow. Gu Han was still confident of this. Because of this, he had been so focused on improving his cultivation that he hadn't put too much thought into the Daxia Extraordinary Bureau. And now, arriving at the Ghost King realm, he was finally able to take a breather and properly plan the future direction of the Daxia Extraordinary Bureau. Shaking his head, Gu Han didn't think any more about it and continued to sit in this mountain forest, absorbing the rest of the yin qi and using it to consolidate the realm he had just broken through. This place, in that year, that big battle, but enough to die millions, even if the past a long time, the precipitation of the dead gas, but also can be called the amount of the sea. Even if Gu Han used to break through the Ghost King realm, still left 3 or 4%. It took a week for Gu Han to completely consolidate the cultivation he had just broken through, and to absorb all the remaining 30 to 40% of the yin qi in the area. After converging all of his breath, Gu Han was already no different from a normal person, but even if he completely converged his own breath, he still brought with him a supreme majesty, and ordinary people would inexplicably feel intimidated when they saw him, and would not dare to look directly at Gu Han at all. With a single stride, Gu Han appeared at the foot of the mountain and walked towards the tent pitched not far away. Dun Yo, who happened to be walking out of the tent, saw Gu Han and hurriedly greeted him. "Director, have you finished practicing?" As a close person who had followed Gu Han for several months, Dun Yo had naturally received guidance from Gu Han, and not only had he successfully stepped into the martial arts path, he had also reached body tempering completion during these months of cultivation, and was only one step away from stepping into the bone forging realm. This was still without the help of a large amount of medicinal fluid. Otherwise, the great ox would definitely be able to step into the bone forging realm. At least Gu Han had once been a martial arts refining god-level powerhouse. Instructing a newborn calf like Dinyo could be considered easy. "Well, it's okay to go back home. Any news from the bureau?" Gu Han nodded gently before inquiring towards Dinyo. In these few months, although he had been cultivating around abroad, he also had concerns about the bureau, and every once in a while, Chen Shouan would inform him of some important information about the bureau. The 100,000 Battle Martial Army, under these months of diligent cultivation, had all stepped into the transcendent martial Dao, with the worst of them being mid-stage body tempering powerhouses, and the strongest, having already stepped into the late bone forging stage. On top of that, there were also quite a few soldiers from all the major military regions who had stepped into the transcendent martial Dao, and a preliminary estimation showed that there were currently at least 300,000 soldiers who had stepped into the transcendent martial Dao throughout the entire Grand Xia. Of these, the quenching level accounted for 99%. Gu Han's most valued research and development of the 7 Stars Royal has also had remarkable results, although not yet fully built out, but has been initially manufactured a prototype. To be thoroughly perfected after the technology, it will be able to completely build out this 7 Stars Royal. All kinds of martial arts weapons have also made remarkable progress, and have even built some rougher martial arts weapons. These weapons, perhaps to the Gu Han of his previous life, were as good as garbage, but to the current Daxia, it was already a huge leap forward, and with just the body hardening realm, on the strength of these weapons, it would be absolutely enough to use them as well. Chapter 25 returns. On top of that, Gu Han's parents as well as his girlfriend, Lu Menglan, had also stepped into the transcendent martial Dao with the support of the state, and had currently reached the late stage of body tempering, and were only one step away from body tempering perfection. Vice Bureau Chen came with news that the country intends to release signals to the outside world one after another, and needs you to go back and sit in on it. In the face of Gu Han's inquiry, Denyo hurriedly opened his mouth. At this moment, he was already considered Gu Han's driver and secretary. In this regard, instead of having any unhappiness, he was happy about it, and was even incomparably proud of it, and I don't know how many people in the army were envious of him, even those of the War Warrior Army, who were exceptionally envious. After all, but there was no one who had known Gu Han who didn't want to follow him around. Listening to Dinyo's words, Gu Han's eyes narrowed slightly as he inwardly said, "It's finally going to start. In the past few months, the country, on the surface, is still the same as usual. There are no waves, but has already made sufficient preparations. Some foreign trade are gradually closed. Imports also exceeded many than before, especially steel, oil and other resources. Under absolute secrecy, large quantities of steel have been shipped across the country in preparation for the creation of base cities. Although, Those walls couldn't keep out ghosts and monsters and other biased non-physical existences. They could keep out those demonic beasts and even demons. So the construction of the base city was very necessary. In addition, various pro-foreign forces have also been uprooted one after another in the past few months, including some black forces, which have been vigorously combated. Creating a relatively clean environment before disaster strikes is equally imperative. These strikes were basically mentioned by Guhan directly to the Elder Academy. As a man who has been there, he knows very well that the last thing that can be tested is human nature, and no one can really be indifferent in the face of death. In his previous life, there were quite a number of people who were taken in by those existences and became the lapdogs of those existences. Striking out at their own people was quite ruthless, and a large portion of the losses were almost all caused by those betrayers. Dacia's situation was not so bad. The reason why other countries fell was almost always of their own making. Make arrangements to return. Yes. At Dacia's Kyoto International Airport, Guhan got into a vehicle arranged by the Special Branch and drove towards the Special Branch. The one who came to pick up the plane was no other than Major General Lu Jin. Chief, how was the trip? Lu Jin, who was sitting on the co-pilot, couldn't hold back his inner curiosity and opened his mouth to inquire. As the deputy director of the Specialized Bureau, although he also dealt with some trivial matters, but for the transcendent martial Tao, there was no fall, and even unusually hard cultivation. The current him has already reached the early stage of bone forging, far more than most of the battle martial army. He had thought that he could spy a trace of Guhan's power, but he did not expect that this time he would see Guhan again, and imagined that the powerful oppression was not there, and that Guhan's entire person was as if he was completely and utterly ordinary, without a trace of power or even aura manifested. However, when he looked at Guhan for a few more moments, he felt palpitations, as if he was facing some great terrifying existence. It's not bad. It's currently equivalent to martial refining god. As soon as Guhan said this, Lu Jin's pupils instantly shrank, and his heart was like a shocking wave. The current him was not the ordinary person who once knew nothing. For the transcendent martial Tao, he did not dare to say that he had much understanding, but he was clear about the major realms of the transcendent martial Tao. God refining realm, but the sixth realm among the 8 realms of martial arts. The greatness it possessed was not something he could even imagine. But even if he couldn't imagine it, he knew that the existence of this realm. When looking at the current blue star, there was absolutely no enemy. To say that one man is the enemy of the state would be an understatement. With a strength like yours, those demons and devils won't be able to make any waves even if they descend. After the shock, Lu Jin couldn't help but voice out in delight. The more he learned about the transcendent martial way, the more he realized how great the threat of those demons and devils was, and before that, both he and the state executives who were aware of the news were taught with a string. But now that Guhan had reached the realm of the Ghost King, which was equivalent to the martial Tao refining god, dealing with those little caramels that had just descended wasn't a breeze? At those words, Guhan glanced at the jubilant Lu Jin and nonchalantly struck. You're wrong. Demons and monsters are far more powerful and far more terrifying than you realize. The 8 realms of the martial Tao is just what I know. It doesn't mean that there are only 8 realms of the martial Tao. Those truly powerful demon emperors, demon Zuns, demon gods, and so on, none of them are existences that surpass the 8 realms of the martial Tao. Even more so, they were never serious at all when they invaded Blue Star, merely sending out some slaves, and even their real henchmen were only sent out after the human race's martial arts powerhouses became strong. If Dacia wants to survive, it can't rest on its laurels, much less feel that its current strength is enough. There is no strongest, only stronger. And the only way to deal with all crises is to be constantly strong. Hearing Guhan's serious words, Lu Jin's face flinched and he hurriedly responded. Yes, Director. It was no exaggeration to say that with the current strength of Guhan and even the Dragon Kingdom, to unify the globe, it would be absolutely easy, and even all of them could be united without casualties, and with just Guhan alone, they would be able to suppress all the countries, and they wouldn't even be able to use the big boys. But neither Guhan, nor the top brass of the Dragon Kingdom had this idea. For the current Guhan and even the top management of the Dragon Kingdom, the real enemy was those alien powerhouses that were about to descend. Even if they unified the globe, they would definitely not be able to guard those places. Moreover, once they were unified, at that time, after those alien powerhouses had descended, their gazes were definitely all placed on Dacia. Even if Guhan or the Dragon Kingdom is strong, it can't carry this kind of pressure. And it's not a matter of words to say that the gun is hitting the head. If the status quo was maintained, it would allow those countries to take on some of the pressure, and not allow the Great Xia to stand out too much to the point of being completely targeted by the foreign races. With the beautiful country's urine, the beginning of the absolute arrogance is incomparable, but also will definitely attract most of the firepower, and Dacia to take advantage of this period of time. Smothering the great wealth does not smell good, right? The time of development after the recovery of the aura is the most crucial. If the development time is long enough, the stronger the dragon kingdom can be, the greater the certainty of resisting the foreign races. Moreover, when those countries can't hold out, they will turn to Daxia. And what can they not get? Of course, in the last period of time, in the spirit of humanitarianism, Daxia will still notify the world, and it is none of Daxia's business as to whether or not it is believed. As they spoke, Guhan and his group had also arrived at the new quarters of the Daxia Specialized Bureau. This new compound, which was created by the state in the past few months, was located on the outskirts of Kyoto, by the mountains and by the water, consisting of several mansions, and surrounded by martial arts armies, so it could be said that, apart from the elder's house, it was the most strict and safest place in the world. Chapter 26, The Four Guards of the Warriors. After returning to the Daxia Specialized Bureau, Guhan first returned to his office and carefully read through the documents that had accumulated over this period of time, thoroughly understanding the progress that the Daxia Specialized Bureau had made over this period of time. And then, he went non-stop to the military base not far from the Grand Xia Special Bureau, ready to test the results of the cultivation of the battle martial army. For the warrior military, he had his own cultivation plan, and even if he wasn't within the special branch for the past few months, those warrior military would definitely follow his plan strictly. The entire 100,000 battle martial army, which he had divided into 4 categories. The Dragon Elephant Guards who practiced the Dragon Elephant Kung Fu, which was the main chi and blood strength. The Golden Bell Guards who practiced the Golden Bell Decree, which was the main defense. The Battle Martial Guards who practiced both. And the final assassin-type Phantom Shadow Guards. Apart from the Battle Martial Guards, which only numbered 10,000, the other 3 categories all numbered 30,000 each. And then, in squads of 10, 1 battle martial army, and 3 from each of the other 3 categories. When those existences descended, these squads would be dispersed all over the country, cooperating with the military people who practiced martial arts to protect the country. This time, what he wanted to test was the degree of cooperation of these squads and their utilization of martial arts. The Dragon Elephant technique comes with the supporting martial art Dragon Elephant 18 blades. The Golden Bell Decision comes with the Golden Bell Shield as well as the Seal of Jinshan. And the Ghost Ethereal technique comes with the Ghost Sneak as well as the Ethereal Strike. These, all of which had been researched by countless martial arts experts in previous generations with great effort, were the most suitable for the military to cultivate. It didn't take long for Guhan to arrive in the military base with Lu Jun and Daniil. At this moment, the military base of the vast square has stood densely packed war military, that is, the hot sun, have not been able to let them move the slightest bit. That straight military posture, as if the world's most beautiful scenery line in general. Many of these warriors had never seen Guhan before, but when Guhan walked onto the high platform accompanied by Major General Lu Jun, they still looked serious and meticulously gave a military salute towards Guhan. Guhan, who stood on the high platform, didn't have the slightest bit of timidity as he swept a glance at the many warrior martial armies and spoke aloud. You, all of you, are the elites that have been selected from all the major military districts, and with the months of training, I hope that you won't let me down. Drill on the spot in the form of squad confrontation. Dragging and pulling was not only disliked by the army, but also by Guhan, so he started the maneuver straight away. If it was an ordinary person, with the whole 100,000 people performing martial arts there, not to mention the inspection, he was afraid that he wouldn't even be able to see the people. But for Guhan, under the shroud of his soul thoughts, he could clearly distinguish even 100,000 ants. Knock knock. After Guhan's words fell, the 100,000 battle martial army moved almost immediately, and the entire 10,000 squads were presented in the eyes of Guhan's several people, and then, without hesitation, they began to cut each other up. These people, but they were all elites in the military region. Basically they had all seen blood, even if they had never come into contact with the transcendent martial Tao, but under these months of bonding, they had all found the tactics that belonged to their own squads. Some of them used the Golden Bell Guard to lay down the Golden Bell Shield first to protect their teammates, then the Dragon Elephant Guard erupted the Dragon Elephant 18 blades to attack the other side, the Spectral Shadow Guard hid in the dark and waited for the right moment, and the Battle Martial Guard was in the center of the scheduling. In some cases, the Dragon and Elephant Guards open the way, and the Golden Bell Guards follow in unison. Rumble. In the entire square, the sound of roaring was unceasing, the strong force rolled up gusts of dust and sand, and the awe-inspiring saber aura even split the ground with saber marks. However, under Guhan's formidable strength, the commotion in this plaza hadn't been able to be transmitted to the outside world at all. Otherwise, with this commotion, even in the center of Kyoto, I'm afraid it could be clearly heard. Lu Jin, who stood beside Gu Han, as well as Dinyo, were all bloodied by the splendid battle, their fists clenched tightly, and if it weren't for the fact that Gu Han was here, they would have hated to rush straight down and join the battlefield, sparring with the many warrior armies. After looking at it for a while, Gu Han couldn't help but shake his head as he directly extended his hand and gently grabbed it. Boom! Terrifying power, instantly like a torrent spewed out. Only a split second will be the entire square of the 100,000 war military all shrouded, and in this force shrouded under the war military, have been as in the sunflower pointing hand general. The slightest movement, they burst out of all kinds of martial arts, but also directly dissipated in the invisible. This scene not only made Lu Jin and Dinyo look dumbfounded, but also made the 100,000 warrior army look dumbfounded as well. After entering the battle martial army, they knew of Gu Han, the mysterious boss of the battle martial army, and they also knew that this transcendent martial Dao came from the hands of this mysterious boss. During these months, they had made many speculations about this mysterious boss, the most of which were speculations about his strength, but only until this moment did these warriors realize that they were very wrong. The strength of this mysterious boss, even if it was just the tip of the iceberg, was far more terrifying than the upper limit they had guessed. Such greatness that was comparable to that of an immortal god instantly caused the gazes of many of the warrior army to scorch, and each of them stared intently at Gu Han, their faces filled with reverence. I'm not happy with your performance. Facing these burning gazes, Gu Han's face was indifferent as he spoke in a deep voice. Without waiting for these battle martial army to react, he continued. Your coordination, it's not bad, but your use of martial skills is too rough. It's simply unbearable. There's nothing wrong with pursuing the speed of cultivation enhancement, but it's also vital to delve into the aspect of martial arts, as they are related to your actual combat power. As the words fell, Gu Han directly pointed at the squad that had performed better. Your squad steps out. Wow! That small group of battle martial army didn't dare to be slow, and took several steps forward in unison, standing neatly under the high platform. Among you, the highest one is in the middle bone forging stage. I will suppress my cultivation to the body quenching consummation. Do your best to attack me, and if you can defeat me, you will be rewarded with 10,000 battle credits for your squad. And then, with a sway of his body, Gu Han appeared in front of the 10 people in this small group and opened his mouth blandly towards them. Once these words came out, even if the many warriors, no matter how scrupulous they were, they couldn't help but cross their ears, and in their words, they were filled with astonishment and skepticism. It should be known that in the squad that Gu Han had picked, not only had the strongest person reached the middle stage of bone forging, there were even 3 strong people in the early stage of bone forging. In addition to that, the rest of the people had basically reached the late stage of body hardening or above. So in terms of comprehensive strength, it was definitely able to be ranked first class among the 10,000 battle martial arts squads, not to mention the fact that Gu Han himself was outnumbered. How could his cultivation of body tempering perfection alone defeat this squad? Just those 4 bone forging realm existences. I'm afraid they can keep their hands busy, right? Silence. Looking at those soldiers of the warrior army whose eyes were full of questions, Lu Jin on the high platform's face changed slightly and hurriedly rebuked. Chapter 27 Amazing Battle. If Gu Han was using the strength of the bone forging realm, then Lu Jin wouldn't have had the slightest doubt, but to use the hardened body perfection against 10 well-trained warrior armies, to be honest, even if he trusted Gu Han's strength, he couldn't help but be a little worried. If it were anywhere else, it would be fine even if it failed. After all, Gu Han was at least the director of the Dasha Specialized Bureau, so who would dare to have any gossip? But a place like the army was different. In the army, it has always been revered the strong. As long as you are strong enough, you are nothing even if you are crazy to the sky. But if you are not strong enough and still very pretentious, then the consequences can be serious. Once Gu Han failed, although these soldiers would still respect him, it would only be because of Gu Han's status, not from the bottom of their hearts. In a place like the military, once you lose your majesty, it's not so easy to pick it up again. Gu Han didn't care about the whispers of those soldiers. He just blandly hooked his finger towards those 10 warriors. His words just now were not deliberately said to erect his own majesty, but he truly felt that this group of battle martial army generals comprehended martial arts in a sparse manner. In his previous life, although he was only at the peak of the martial Dao refined god realm, but his battle strength was enough to barely be able to fight with the strongest person in a higher realm, and a big factor was that his mastery of martial arts techniques had already reached the point of perfection. To be precise, it was that every Dixia martial arts powerhouse who managed to survive to the great late stage was at least at the top of their game in terms of their mastery of martial arts techniques. After all, they were all killed from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. and every day they were racking their brains to improve their strength so that they could live better. The strong people created in this environment were not to say that everyone was like a dragon, but they were definitely the elites of the martial arts path. Perhaps in the eyes of these battle martial army, their use of martial skills was already quite good, but in his eyes, it was full of mistakes and omissions. Obviously 1 point of force could be used, but they used 7 points of force, which seemed to be nothing, but in a battle of evenly matched forces, they would definitely suffer a great loss. The war martial army was the trump card that he intended to use against those existences. Therefore, no matter how harsh it was not too much. He did not want these war martial army to let themselves die tragically on the battlefield due to negligence. In the face of Guhan's provocation, those 10 battle martial army members also inexplicably grew angry, and the respect in their hearts for Guhan as their boss was briefly forgotten due to their anger. The Phantom Guard sneaks and waits for an opportunity. The Golden Bell Guard casts the Golden Bell Shield to guard it, and the Dragon Elephant Guard cleaves his sword. With his anger, the Battle Martial Guard in the 10-man squad arranged himself meticulously. Although he was a bit angry at Guhan's provocation, he was still quite cautious when he actually faced him. Boom! As the words of this Battle Martial Guard fell, the crowd also immediately acted according to the Battle Martial Guard's arrangement. 3 golden shaking bell shields were instantly cast out, one on top of the other, enveloping the 3 Dragon Elephant Guards as well as that 1 Battle Martial Guard. The 3 Phantom Guards, on the other hand, were like ghosts, instantly disappearing without a trace. Bang! In the next moment, the 3 Dragon Elephant Guards as well as the Battle Martial Guards all raised their swords and chopped out in unison, and the vaguely visible blade chi swept out, scraping the ground with a blade mark, and smoke and dust filled the air. In the face of the encroaching blade chi, Guhan's face was flat until the blade chi was a foot away from him. When he moved, performing the Phantom Shadow Dive, he was like a ghost, easily dodging those knife chi, and then lifting his foot towards the void not far away to chop. From the beginning to the end, the power he used was only the perfection of body tempering, but the spectral shadow diving that he performed as well as the Dragon Elephant 18 blades that he chopped out with his feet, all of them amazed the many battle martial troops who were watching from a short distance away. Bang! The powerful blade aura directly forced the hidden Phantom Guard in that direction out of shape, and without waiting for the Phantom Guard to react, Guhan had already bullied his way in, directly smashing his fist into the Phantom Guard's abdomen, sending him flying out, violently spitting out a mouthful of blood before collapsing on the ground, unable to get up for a long time. This process, just an instant, so fast that not far away from the teammates, it is too late to give a helping hand, and after blasting away that Phantom Shadow Guard, Guhan didn't give those opposing Battle Martial Guards time to react. His left foot was like a shadowless foot, chopping and slashing one after another at an extremely fast speed, and the first 3 of the Dragon Elephant 18 blades were performed dozens of times by him, with hundreds of knife chi that were visible to the naked eye as if they were draining the mountains and seas, invading towards that 3-layer Golden Bell Shield. Immediately after that, Guhan didn't bother with the confrontational measures of those few people. Instead, like a ghost, he appeared in front of another hidden Phantom Shadow Guard, and his 2 fists blasted out one after another, without utilizing any martial arts techniques. It was an extremely pure power of body tempering perfection, but even so, that Phantom Guard was not able to resist, and directly stepped into the dust of the previous Phantom Guard, and before long, the last Phantom Guard also cooled off, and the 3 of them lay together in a row, looking extremely comical. Only after resolving the threat of the Phantom Shadow Guards did Guhan briefly stop and look towards the 7 warrior martial army members who were still constantly swinging their swords and chopping his blade chi, and when they were well and truly resolved, he again raised his left foot and brushed and chopped hundreds of more blade chi. On the surface, as with the previous blade chi, it seemed to be simply teasing those 7 warrior armies, but in fact, in these hundreds of blade chi, Guhan's true killing moves were hidden. Obviously, those 7 battle martial armies didn't realize it, and they were still struggling to destroy the saber chi as before, but at that moment, a saber chi silently chopped at the weak point of the Golden Bell Shield. Ka-ching! The 3 layers of the Golden Bell Shield immediately shattered in unison like broken glass, while Guhan, who had long ago executed the Phantom Dive, silently arrived near the 7 warrior troopers, and at the moment of the shattering of the Golden Bell Shield, he brazenly struck out, casting his overbearing and incomparable blade chi on the 3 Golden Bell Guards. Bang! Another row of figures fell to the ground in unison. A few minutes later, Guhan stood with his arms slightly out of breath, while in front of him, the 10-man squad lay in unison, with blood flowing out of the corners of their mouths. Quiet, deadly silence. Even Lu Jin and Dinyo, not to mention the warrior army, were so amazed by Guhan's battle that they all stood there like statues. The battle martial army, who had practiced countless times against each other, realized for the first time that the original martial arts, when used well, had such a cool effect as well as a powerful might. How long had it been since Guhan fought that 10-man squad? Just a few minutes. The most frightening thing was that Guhan still ended the battle with the power of a hardened body perfection. Although they were unable to see through Guhan's cultivation, they were still able to sense the strength of the power fluctuations Guhan used during the battle. And from start to finish, Guhan did not use any power that exceeded above body tempering perfection. Chapter 28 The General Assembly. After Guhan revealed this hand, many of the soldiers of the warrior army were completely convinced of Guhan, and each of them was as honest as anything, looking at Guhan with a gaze full of admiration, including the 10 warriors who had already returned to the queue. Although they were all spat out several mouthfuls of blood from Guhan's beating, Guhan was still measured and didn't lay too heavy a hand on them. With their current physiques, this small injury was nothing. The sparring between transcendent martial artists, hurting bones and bones was nothing at all. After all, there was always a time when he couldn't collect his strength, even if he was more confident. In a situation like that just now, he was still going all out. So naturally, he would have a situation where he would have struck out too hard. If a technique is the foundation of the transcendent martial Tao, then a martial skill is an extension of the foundation, no matter how good the foundation is. Without an extension, it's all for naught. This is the same as building a house. The foundation is well laid. If the house above is built ugly, it will only be laughed at. Martial skills are what you really use to overcome your enemies. I hope you can study more martial skills instead of just pursuing cultivation speed. Guhan, who had returned to the high platform, swept a glance at the many battle martial armies and opened his mouth aloud, his voice sounding like a bell, clearly resounding in the ears of every battle martial army. Yes, with the fall of Guhan's words, one of the war military immediately pulled redneck shouts. Waves of sound higher than a wave, shaking the entire military base trembled more than. That is, this military base has long been wrapped by Guhan's power. Otherwise, I am afraid to be able to spread to the Kyoto to go. After exhorting the importance of martial arts, Guhan directly sat on the high platform and explained the cultivation experience of the body tempering realm as well as the bone forging realm to these warrior armies. These past few months, he had been running around all over the globe, and had no time to explain for these battle martial army, and only those 300 Martial Way Vanguard army had listened to his explanation. But in the end, it wasn't as detailed as he was. At this moment, each and every warrior army, including Luzhin as well as Danyo, were listening exceptionally attentively. And the whole group was so mesmerized that they didn't notice the passage of time in the slightest. It was only after 3 hours that Guhan's trio left the military base. They didn't return to the Dacia Special Bureau, but went directly to the Kyoto Assembly Hall to attend the meeting. This meeting was to move the Dacia Specialized Bureau into the open, so that the movements afterward could be better coordinated. What's more, the Dacia Specialized Bureau couldn't always hide, and as that day approached, the Dacia's movements would become more and more violent, and hiding any longer would be pointless. As Guhan and the three of them were heading to the Kyoto Assembly Hall, at this moment, in front of the Kyoto Assembly Hall, it was already filled with human figures, all of them dressed in black Zhongshan suits, looking extremely majestic. The meeting, which included not only the leaders of the official departments of Dacia but also representatives from all walks of life in the country, could be said to be a rather comprehensive as well as serious meeting. This left many of the attendees confused as hell. After all, many of them were suddenly told to come over for the meeting. Even the leaders of various official departments. Some of the people who were familiar with each other had already stood together and murmured in low voices, all speculating on the purpose of this meeting. Soon, the doors of the Kyoto Assembly Hall opened, and the crowd, led by the guards, stepped into the middle of the hall in a well-organized manner, looking for their own seats at a very fast speed, and then taking their seats. Inside the wide and sacred synagogue, it was soon filled with figures, and although the meeting had not yet begun at the moment, the seated crowd did not make too much noise, with only some low whispers coming out. LOL. Not long after, with the synagogue door closed, the original whisper also gradually disappeared, replaced by a solemn, in full view of the crowd. The Grand Elder led several elders from the Elder Academy, and walked up to the high platform, taking a seat on the semicircular table on the high platform without any host. After taking his seat, the Grand Elder then looked at the crowd, and spoke into the microphone. I believe that all of you are curious about the purpose of this meeting. After careful consideration by the House of Elders as well as the leaders of each house, the nation has decided to create the Dacia Specialization Bureau. The Dacia Specialized Bureau is a special organization directly under the Elders Court. Its purpose is to guard Dacia and its people, and under special circumstances, the Dacia Specialized Bureau has the right to enlist all departments, including the military, to cooperate. Those who refuse to cooperate will be punished for treason. As the Grand Elder's words fell, the entire room fell silent, and everyone was stunned by this sudden news. They were both shocked by the country's sudden creation of what was the Daxia Extraordinary Bureau, and even more shocked by the power of this Daxia Extraordinary Bureau. Even some of the leaders of the official departments were shocked by the country's handiwork this time. Next, I'd like to invite Comrade Gu Han, director of the Daxia Specialized Bureau, to speak. As the Grand Elder and even a few elders of the Elder Academy stood up and applauded, the people in the audience also stood up and applauded, while at the same time looking towards the side door next to the high platform. Under their curious gazes, Gu Han's uncharacteristically young figure came into view, undoubtedly causing the people present to stare again. Too young, so young that they were all a little confused. Such a special department, such a department with such great power, and it's given to such a young man? Even in such a sacred place, there is still a part of me that feels like I'm dreaming. At this moment, Gu Han was wearing a tight-fitting black robe with some blood-red dragon tattoos on it, making his entire person look somewhat mysterious and bizarre. This body of clothing is the special battle robe prepared by the Great Xia Special Bureau for the Warrior Army, developed by the Scientific Research Department of the Special Bureau. Not only is it soft and delicate to wear, but the defense is also many times stronger than a bulletproof vest, especially with the defensive power of this battle robe on Gu Han's body is the most. Even if it is a conventional missile, do not see to be able to give it a serious injury. This is also thanks to the design of those martial arts weapons provided by Gu Han. Otherwise, the Ministry of Science and Technology cannot have such a breakthrough. Of course, the blood-colored dragon pattern was exclusive to Gu Han, the director of the Special Bureau and minister of the Battle Martial Department, and the unusual battle robes of the Battle Martial Army were all blood-colored tiger patterns. The Daxia Extraordinary Bureau was created to guard Daxia and the people of Daxia, and everything that is harmful to Daxia and even the people of Daxia will be the target of the Daxia Extraordinary Bureau strikes. Standing in such a sacred place, it would be a lie to say that one wasn't nervous, but Gu Han, with his powerful cultivation, stiffly suppressed the tension in his heart. After fixing his mind, he stood on the podium and scanned the crowd underneath. Not saying any scene, his serious and indifferent voice echoed throughout the synagogue. Let the part of the bottom that was originally still somewhat contemptuous due to Gu Han's youth have their hearts aghast. After saying that, Gu Han saluted the Grand Elder and the others, and then saluted the crowd. So he walked down the high platform and came to the first row to sit on his own seat, while Chen Shouan, the deputy director waiting by the side, took Gu Han's place and began to introduce the crowd in detail about the next deployment of the Daxia Extraordinary Bureau. Chapter 29, Global Shock. As formulated by the Daxia Specialized Bureau and approved by the Elders Council, the guidelines regarding the development of Daxia for the next 3 months are as follows. First, stop the current national policy, build 34 base cities with the nation's efforts, and build connecting linear roads, opening up mountains wherever they are and building bridges wherever they meet water. Dressed in a python-patterned robe of Chen Shouan, stepped on the podium. The beginning of the opening is the stone broke the sky, shocked the crowd in the hall. Scalp numbness, a face-to-face, a long time have not said anything. Stop the current state policy of these 6 words, Chen Shouan said lightly, but fell in their ears. But it was like a thunderbolt. What an astronomical amount of damage to take. But despite this, no one opened their mouths to question it on the spot. Those who could step into the synagogue basically had a certain political sense, and they knew that what was said on such an occasion was basically finalized, and it was simply impossible to change it. Though unchallenged, they just couldn't figure out why the state had made such a decision. After a pause, Chen Shouan continued to speak. Secondly, recall overseas Chinese. The time of return is 1 month. After 1 month Daxia closed its doors and those who have not returned will have their nationality cancelled and will no longer be recognized as Daxia subjects. Something big is going on. Upon hearing this second point, everyone present, except for those who were already informed, all the rest of their minds floated with this thought, and they weren't even shocked anymore. They were all numb. Recalling the overseas Chinese is just a matter of recalling them, but what really frightened them were the words closed country, as the second largest trading nation in the world. Once Daxia closes its doors and locks up its country, the international turmoil it triggers is even more terrifying than an 18-stage typhoon. Thirdly, in the month of January, a draft of 8 million men, with a limit of 18 to 35 years of age. It's 3 whole hours. This is about to shake the world's meeting. Before the curtain fell, the participants finally do not know how they left the hall. The whole person's brain are buzzing. On the other side, in the inner hall of the tabernacle, the Grand Elder and a few elders from the Elder Academy were chatting with Gu Han. Xiao Gu, the storm is coming. Everything else, we have us old guys to carry the load. The practicing of the troops, I'll leave it to you. promised to finish the job. Guhan at this moment has already hit the bottom of his heart to help the country through that catastrophe. 10 minutes after the end of this meeting, the many pieces of information released by the Daxia Central News Network instantly triggered shockwaves throughout the Daxia network. As of today, the Daxia Special Agency, a special organization directly under the House of Elders, is officially established. Starting today, stop all national policies and build with all your might. Starting today, a dozen news in a row shocked many Daxia netizens brain buzzing for a long time. I want to know what the hell is going on. Waking up and the world has changed? Have I traveled across the world? Crossing +1. Crossing +150,614. Less than 10 minutes time. Each of these news clicks has exceeded 10 million. Microblogging and other social platforms on the hot search, all occupied by these news. No other news of a place, some stars to buy the hot search. With the water like, not to mention the waves, not even a drop of water splash up. Awesome country. We were drafted as a construction team, and not only did we get food and shelter, but the pay rate was 10% higher than the market rate. So do we, thanks to the state. It was almost too much to uncover, but I didn't expect such a big surprise to come out of nowhere. Under the news item about the all-out effort to build the 34th base city, countless Daxia workers made remarks, all of them filled with surprise and gratitude in their words. In the current environment, the general small construction team, it is very difficult to contract the project. Even if contracted, the profit is also very little, just barely making ends meet. But now, this amazing joy directly let these small construction team live. But this news, however, is not the hottest. The hottest is the one about the establishment of the Daxia Specialized Bureau and the one about the conscription of 8 million soldiers. The Daxia Specialized Bureau? What kind of department is that? A woodchuck? Is it like the novels, meant to deal with idiosyncratic beings? Little cutie. Right, you read too many novels? This is reality, not fiction. You're the one who's stupid. Reality is sometimes more fantastic than fiction, alright. Excuse me, where do I sign up for the draft? +1 please, +263178880 please. 10 years out of the army, just stuck at 35, requesting to go to war. 6 years out of the army, requesting to go to war. Newbie, requesting battle. This day, the entire Daxia network has exploded. Countless Daxia netizens in the major platforms' crazy discussion, a variety of experts, but also a fuss analysis, sees the flow, and even irrelevant anchors and even stars have to come up to mix a foot. There's no way. This traffic is just too much, but if you can analyze it, it's bound to be too hot to handle. Of course, there are also some rat turds, such as so-and-so expert, come up with a splitting analysis. What the country, this is self-defeating. What? Then, in less than 10 minutes, the expert disappeared without a trace. Not only was the account directly blocked, but even the person was taken away. Daxia doesn't stop its citizens from discussing state policy, but you can't discredit it under the guise of discussing it. That's no longer an iron-headed waif, but a proper tycoon. In less than an hour, the world blew up as well. The president of the pretty country even directly questioned on Twitter. Shetter, what are you trying to do in Daxia? After this one issued his questioning, the prime minister of the Sakura country followed suit. I advise Daxia not to be bent on having its own way, and to stop all unreasonable actions at once. Otherwise, it will be seen as a global hazard and will surely be met with a head-on attack, with his big brother backing him up. This Benji, who had seen better days, was quite arrogant and bold as hell. On top of that, countries such as the Rice character state have also publicly rebuked them, seemingly tough as nails, but in reality, it is an individual who can feel their panic. What a joke. The current Daxia is not the Daxia that let them bully them in the past. Launching a fury, Big Brother has to scratch the ground with his toes. Not to mention, nowadays it is not just a fury, but a big ruthlessness. Not to mention the conscription of 8 million soldiers. That closed door alone is enough to make them unbearable. If they don't hurry to jointly coerce Daxia to stop this action, they're domestic plutocrats. That's really going to make a fuss. In addition to these countries that were already unfriendly with Daxia publicly rebuking them, the rest of the countries that were on good terms with Daxia, such as the Manhwa kingdom, did not make it public, but they all telephoned the Grand Elder to inquire about this matter. For these friendly countries of the electric connection, the Great Elder is also friendly to talk freely with them. Seemingly said, but in fact, it seems not to say. In short, after hanging up the phone, those inquiries, basically confused. It can be said that this sudden heavy hammer of Daxia directly smashed more than 90% of the world's countries, are dumbfounded. The remaining 10% is not yet connected to the network. Chapter 30, I'm from Daxia. Shet, The Lion of the East is angry. It's not even you pretty countries. Nothing to do with hegemony. It's over, isn't it? War, at last. Ha ha ha, hurry up and let the world end. Bunch of scum. It's not good to mess with anyone but that lion in the East. They're just peace-loving. They're not really unable to bite. Ness, let the storm come harder. Don't you think it's strange? Why did the ancient kingdom of the East suddenly make this series of unthinkable moves? Even if they were more disgruntled, they wouldn't be so extreme as to suddenly close down the country? In the major international platforms, the heat about a series of actions of Dacia continued to soar. Countless nationals of the country are on the matter of crazy discussion. There is joy, there is fear, there is fear, there is uneasiness, and so on and so forth. The next day, the countries of the world, and even the Blue Star Federation, formally launched an exhortation to Dacia. Blue Star Federation, closed-door lockdown is wrong and irrational, and is the culprit that hinders the common development of the Blue Star countries. I hope that Dacia can consider it carefully, and do not make wrong decisions that will affect the development of the whole Blue Star. Ministry of Foreign Affairs of a beautiful country, closed country? 8 million soldiers? What are you trying to do? Start a world war? Peace is not easy to come by. Please cherish it. Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Rice Character State. It is recommended that Dacia cancel its wrong decisions or it will end up being self-destructive. Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Sakura Nation. We should realize the leapfrog development of Blue Star under the leadership of the pretty nation instead of enacting some wrong decisions. And we also ask Dacia to consider it carefully. Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Mao Xiongwa. Any country has the right to independence and autonomy. And interfering in the internal affairs of another country is undesirable and wrong. Undoubtedly, the statements issued by these countries have once again triggered a global upheaval. And it is also these notoriety that has plunged the globe into a tense atmosphere, where some terrorist organizations cannot help but stop the actions they were going to execute, and hide in the shadows to watch the development of the situation. An hour later, the Dacia Foreign Ministry issued a formal statement. Dacia's national policies are carefully considered, and there is no need for other countries to intervene, nor can they be allowed to do so. It was this strong statement that made countries like Pretty Country jump in anger. Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Pretty Country, impede the development of Blue Star and you will have your comeuppance. Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Sakura State, that's right. In response to these countries jumping to their feet, Dacia officially did not say anything, but it was also this silent proclamation that made those countries more and more furious. But there was nothing they could do about it. After all, they couldn't directly intervene in Dacia's internal affairs. Could they? That would only make the situation more sensitive. Did they really think that the current Dacia was still the previous Dacia? Even if they were unwilling to admit it, they couldn't get rid of the fact that Dacia was already a first-rate power in the world. While the world was in turmoil due to the successive decisions made by the Grand Xia, within the Grand Xia, the implementation of the national policy had already begun in a frenzy. Starting with the construction of 34 base cities and the opening up of linear roads. The first time the national policy was issued, the National Construction Bureau had already taken the first step to enlist large, medium and small construction companies all over the country, and except for the necessary national facilities, they were told to stop their current construction projects and to fully attack the 34 base cities as well as the construction of roads. As for the steel and cement and other necessary materials, as early as these past few months, the country had already quietly prepared them, and now they had already been transported to the places where the 34 base cities were located. In addition to this, conscription as well as the recall of overseas Chinese was opened at the same time. Within a short period of time, more than 20 million people had signed up on the conscription official website, and it was fortunate that the country had prepared for this and arranged for a large number of clerks to conduct the screening process. Otherwise, it would have taken a long time for this conscript screening alone. This screening, most of all, was to test whether the enlisted personnel's chi and blood were strong or not. After all, these soldiers, in the future, would all become martial arts armies, and the country naturally hoped that the higher their potential was, the better. Pretty Country, Massachusetts Military Industrial College, Student Dormitory. Chen Bin, you're not really going back to your country, are you? 3 Dacia International students were persuading another Dacia International student bitterly. It was only because this Dacia student named Chen Bin decided to return to his home country the first time Dacia sent out the notice, which made the other 3, who were quite brotherly, very worried because they really didn't want their brother to return to the fire pit. Bin, nothing good in the country. The employment environment is bad a batch. The whole damn rely on seniority as well as the background to speak, even if again talented. No one network does not matter, but also cannot get good development. That's right. Now the country has suddenly released this series of mistakes. Not to mention other things. Just the closed country. This is self-defeating. You go back for what? Do you want to go back to being oppressed? Isn't the freedom here good? Although this beautiful country also has such and such shortcomings, but at least there are talented people really dare to use. How much did the four of us brothers go through when we came to study abroad together? Now that we're about to make it big, you want to go back to your country. Are you kidding me? Chen Bin is about 27 or 18 years old. Thin, self-conscious in packing. For the three roommates of the persuasion, can be said to be the left ear into the right ear out. That appearance to see the other three angry. If not really treat Chen Bin as a brother, where would they care if Chen Bin returned to the country or not? Another point is that, among the four of them, Chen Bin's academic performance as well as the ability is the best. Then if they are looking for a job together, more or less can rely on Chen Bin. If Chen Bin returned to the country, their small mind is not in vain? After packing up his luggage, Chen Bin then looked at his three brothers and spoke with a serious expression on his face. Brothers for a time. Other than that, I won't say much. Regardless of what happens at home or what has happened to me before, the fact that I am a Daxian can never change. As a person of Daxia, now that Daxia is in need, how can there be a reason not to return? If you go back, you and I will remain brothers. If you do not go back, then let each of you cherish his own. When the words fell, Chen Bin dragged 2 suitcases and carried a large backpack, and resolutely turned to leave without a trace of attachment. Why is this guy like a bull? He just can't pull back? Who cares? We've persuaded what we should have persuaded. He'll regret it afterward. Brothers in arms. If he regrets it then, give more or less help. Looking at Chen Bin leaving, his 3 housemates were all helplessly shaking their heads, their faces filled with regret. Such a situation occurs in various countries where there are international students from Daxia. Some, like Chen Bin, chose to go back to their home countries at the first time. Some, like Chen Bin, did not care, not only did not go back to their home countries, but also openly and secretly obstructed other international students who wanted to go back to their home countries. And some, like Chen Bin, were still hesitating, and could not make up their minds. But in the near future, these international students who don't want to go back have their guts in their pockets. Chapter 31, Jumping Clowns. While Daxia was busy with the implementation of the new state policy, time flowed like water, and half a month passed in a flash. During this half month, instead of calming down, the international storm clouds have intensified, like a barrel of fire that is about to ignite, and the global atmosphere is tense to the extreme. Crime on a global scale has dropped significantly, and those criminals are afraid to venture out for fear of being targeted by nervous nations. The one who caused such a tense atmosphere was naturally the ancient eastern country of Daxia. In this half-month, pretty country and other countries, almost a questioning every day, can be said to be quite diligent. But what about Daxia? Nonetheless, it didn't have the slightest response, but also implemented the new state policy regardless. The most panicked thing is that the 8 million recruits of Daxia have already been recruited and sent to the major military bases for training. And the spies arranged by various countries in Daxia have also suffered the most painful blow during this period of time, so much so that they can't detect a single bit of news at all. And even if they want to sneak around and cause sabotage, there is no way they can do so. The Daxia that really gets serious is a real heartbreaker. The pretty countries that were originally planning to make things happen on the island all stopped their actions for the time being, and also began to nervously recruit troops, along with the Sakura country, the rice character country, and the stick country, among others. The smell of impending war has made the populations of countries around the globe feel unusually depressed. On this day, the indolent beautiful country issued a notice: Friendship and Mutual Assistance Military Exercises. Today, our country will start a friendship and mutual assistance military exercises with the Cherry Blossom country and the Stick country. The place of the exercise is located in the Pacific Ocean somewhere in the sea, and our country will deploy the 2nd and the 3rd Fleet of the Pacific Fleet. As this announcement went out, the Sakura country and the Stick country followed suit and issued announcements as well, seemingly in the name of maneuvers. But anyone with a discerning eye could see who they were targeting. It was expected that Daxia would issue a fierce response, but to the surprise of countries around the globe, Daxia remained silent without the slightest reaction. That gesture confused the world. Daxia Specialized Bureau, Director's Office. Guhan was paralyzed in his office chair, looking a bit tired. Even with his current Ghost King cultivation, he had been busy during this half-month. He had no time to pay attention to the international storm. As the day of those existences came closer and closer, the entire Daxia Bureau of Specialties became busier and busier. Like Chen Shaoan and Lu Zhen, the 2 deputy directors, hardly had a moment's rest. If not for the fact that they all have martial arts in their bodies nowadays, they would not have been able to carry it at all. Even Gu Han, who was only in charge of the battle martial department, was a bit tired, let alone them. In this half-month, Gu Han hammered the 100,000 warrior army day and night, and the supply of all kinds of medicinal liquids was unprecedented. and under such a high-intensity pressure, the results obtained were naturally extremely remarkable. Nowadays, half of the 100,000 warrior army had already broken through to the bone-forging realm, and the remaining half had also reached body-tempering perfection, and it wouldn't be long before they could also step into the bone-forging realm. Before those existences descended, it was certain that all 100,000 warrior armies would step into the bone-forging realm, and the goal he was pursuing now was to have more than half of the warrior armies step into the true strength when that day came. In addition to hammering these 100,000 warrior military forces, the major military regions of the country, as well as the martial arts training of those 8 million new recruits, was also the responsibility of Gu Han. If not for the fact that he had now reached the Ghost King realm, and was able to arrive at all parts of the country in a very short period of time, for fear of the road, he would have to spend a large portion of his time. Of course, it was impossible to have Gu Han personally instruct those soldiers in their cultivation. Basically, Gu Han had arranged for some of the military people who had already stepped into the martial arts path to teach those who had not yet stepped into the martial arts path. And as for the medicinal liquid, it was supplied in limited quantities, once a week. Although the land of Disxia was vast, it couldn't carry so many soldiers to use it. Not to mention, the medicinal herbs that needed to be consumed to cultivate the battle martial army alone was a massive amount. Look at this. At that moment, Dun Yo, who had transformed into Gu Han's secretary, walked into the office holding up a tablet and placed it on the desk. Gu Han fixed his eyes and was instantly happy. Only a few international news items were floating on the tablet. Pretty country, effective immediately. Our country will raise tariffs on certain companies in Daxia, including but not limited to chips and superconductors. Cherry Blossom Kingdom, effective immediately. Increased tariffs on Daxia. Looking down the string, a whole dozen countries published news at the same time, trying to use such a move to stop Daxia from shutting down the country. How's our resource acquisition going? Laughing lightly for a moment, Gu Han inquired out towards Dun Yo. Although most of the resources were irrelevant after the revival of the aura, some resources were extremely important, such as wild medicinal herbs and other resources that could easily be metamorphosed due to the aura. It's basically an overdose. Dun Yo didn't dare to slack off and responded in a hurry. During this period of time, although we have consumed a large amount of wild medicinal herbs, the wild medicinal herbs we have acquired far exceed what we have consumed. The Ministry of Logistics has built secret military bases and opened up medicinal gardens in places like the Daxinganling and even the Shenangjia. Upon hearing this, Gu Han nodded gently and was not the least bit surprised. Long before he left the country to cultivate, Daxia had already begun to secretly make preparations, and it was nothing to have such a result in a few months' time. We're on a tight mission. Just do well. These clowns don't need to worry about them. Wait until later. There will be a time when they regret it. Gu Han tapped the tablet on the table and opened his mouth with a light smile. Understood. After thinking about it, Gu Han continued. During this time, how was the domestic reaction? There is a lot of talk, but it's generally in a good direction. And there is a lot of enthusiasm, especially about conscription. It's the recall of the overseas Chinese. On the contrary, that's a bit of a bad look. According to the statistics of the Ministry of Coordination, less than 60% of overseas Chinese have returned. Upon hearing this, Gu Han smiled coldly and spoke. Since they gave up on their own, they are no longer Daxia people. There is no need to pay attention to them. Within the last week, notify the embassies abroad to evacuate. Yes. Immediately afterward, Dun Yo began to tell Gu Han about the progress of the Daxia Extraordinary Bureau during this period of time. The research department has initially developed the 7-star Royal, and is currently constructing detection points throughout the country, and it is expected that within January, the layout of the detection network will be completely completed and connected, opening up the 7-star Royal Detection Protection. In terms of weapons, the Ministry of Scientific Research has currently developed armor as well as battle knives suitable for bone-forging realm combat, and the first batch of bone-forging realm battle armor as well as battle knives are expected to be built in 100,000 sets, with priority given to supplying the battle martial army. On the long-range side, with reference to the ancient crossbows, a strong crossbow of martial arts called the battle martial crossbow has been developed, and if there are 3 early bone-forging realm warriors harnessing it, its power is roughly comparable to that of the late bone-forging realm. The progress of the construction of the major base cities, which is also quite bright, has been laid and is now ready to start the construction of the main framework. Chapter 32, Fight If You Want to Fight. Gu Han, who had listened to Dun Yo's introduction, couldn't help but have a smile spread across his face. Although today's Daxia was still weak compared to those descending existences, Daxia, which had stood in this land for 5,000 years, never lacked the spirit of striving, nor did it lack fearless people. Perhaps in these 5,000 years, Daxia had experienced all sorts of trials and tribulations, but without exception, Daxia had survived, and he believed that this time, Daxia could also survive. Compared to his previous life, in this life, Daxia not only had him, a Ghost King level expert, but also made sufficient preparations, and he was confident that he would bring Daxia to become stronger until the end, when everyone would be like a dragon. On this day, the period of 1 month stipulated by the new state policy of Daxia had completely arrived. Daxia Kyoto, pretty country embassy, more than a dozen people gathered together, was holding a small banquet, dressed in revealing looks of women interspersed in the crowd, enchanting posture, causing palpitations. The melodious sound of the piano echoed in the splendid hall. This Daxia, which is just a jumped-up clown, still dares to shut down the country? What an ignorance. Yes, a country like this that has no sense of teamwork and doesn't contribute to the development of Blue Star should perish. They raised their wine glasses and shook the red wine within them, talking freely, and between their words, they did not put the so-called new state policy of Daxia in their eyes at all. Ambassador, it's bad. The Daxia army has surrounded the embassy and ordered us to evacuate Daxia within 24 hours, or we will be expelled by force. At this time, an embassy security officer rushed in a panic, and before the person arrived, the loud voice had already resounded in the living room, causing the people in the living room to be stunned, and the smiles on their faces instantly came to an abrupt end. Fark, what are you talking about? The ambassador of the beautiful country in Daxia suddenly got up, full of incredulity, looked at the guard. Immediately after, he seemed to remember something, and hurriedly picked up his cell phone to check the news. With just one glance, he was baffled. What does Daxia want? Make enemies of the world? His whole body was in shackles, and his eyes murmured listlessly. Sakura country's ambassador received a phone call, also similarly scared, all over the body trembling. Daxia, this time to move really. My cherry blossom country's embassy. The same was also surrounded by the army of Daxia. Mine too. The rest of the crowd also opened their mouths, and then looked at each other. All fell silent, looking at the news on their cell phones for a long time. Daxia Specialized Bureau, effective immediately. The international gate will be closed, and any import and export trade will be completely stopped. Effective immediately, the country's gates will be closed, and anyone who is not a member of Daxia will not be allowed to stay in Daxia, and will be expelled by force if they do not leave within 24 hours. P.S. Those who have obtained Daxia citizenship and have made outstanding contributions to Daxia can reside in Daxia permanently. Effective immediately, overseas Chinese who have not returned to their home countries will have their citizenship revoked, their status as Daxia people expelled, and will not be allowed to set foot on Daxia soil again without permission. This news, when sent out, directly shocked the world. Compared to the many embassies in Daxia's panic, the rest of the people of the countries is to hold the attitude of watching. After all, before this, who did not think that Daxia really, those dissatisfied with the beautiful country hegemony of the country, but also happily watching the development of the situation. They would like to see how the pretty country would deal with the serious Daxia this time? It didn't take long for the countries led by the pretty country to issue a notice on the external platform. We advise Daxia to withdraw its instructions and not to do anything that will affect the development of the Blue Star. As an ancient country in the East, how can it become a sinner that hinders the development of the Blue Star? This is making an enemy of the globe. I advise Daxia to take good care of itself. Almost as soon as the pretty country issued a notice, the Daxia Specialized Bureau followed suit. If you want to fight, then come. If you don't, hold it in. What? When this announcement was made, not only was the pretty country baffled, but almost all the countries around the globe were baffled. Even those countries that were friends with Daxia were incredulous. Daxia's so stiff? Die laughing. He doesn't think that we, Daxia, are peace-loving and won't shoot, does he? First time I've seen an official so rigid. Blow it up. 666. Battle hack. Be afraid. Good job, Daxia. Compared to the cluelessness of foreign countries, the people of Daxia were boiling with fervor, and one by one, they ran under the official website of the Daxia Extraordinary Bureau and praised it crazily. The cohesion of the whole country, at this moment, inexplicably rose a lot. Pretty country. Inside the office. Fark, what does Daxia want? An old man walked around the office. Puzzled, he could not figure out why Daxia dared to be so rigid. At that moment, a middle-aged man walked in and inquired with slight anticipation. Your Excellency, the Great Xia has provoked us so, should we strike back? Oh God, is your head full of mush? Facing this middle-aged man's inquiry, the old man growled and directly turned around and walked away. No longer paying attention to this little cutie. What a joke. Do you really think that Daxia is still the same as before? This month alone, when the Great Xia closed its doors to the world, has caused them to lose a lot of money, and if they fight again, those plutocrats will make a big fuss. In the end, the beautiful country Selective Blindness did not publish any response, even the boss did not respond, such as the Cherry Blossom country and other countries, naturally do not dare to be this headbanger. This move, once again, let the entire population of Dacia are happy, one by one, ran to Twitter, extremely mocking, causing the nationals of those countries, one by one, angry, but there is nothing to be done. After all, the above does not act. They jumped fiercely, but also useless. In the midst of this clamor, another month passed. There was only a short month left before the weirdness descended and the aura revived. In this January, the beautiful country and other countries, still jumping feet, reproached Dacia closed the country and so on. What are you kidding? On the Dacia closed the country this January, to them caused by the loss of astronomical figures. However, no matter how they jumped to their feet, Dacia did not pay any attention to it, and Dacia, who had completely closed its doors and locked up the country, was as if it had disappeared from the blue planet, and did not send out any commotion in this January. Countries such as the Pretty Country, even if they wanted to send personnel to investigate the situation in Dacia, they couldn't do so because the entire Dacia had been closed off, and once any foreign personnel entered, they would be met with a disastrous blow at the first opportunity. These days, they had lost at least several special squads, so much so that later on, they were reluctant to send any more people to their deaths. On this day, the office of the director of the Dacia Specialized Bureau, Gu Han, who had just returned from hammering the battle martial army, was sitting on the sofa, preparing to cultivate a bit, but just as he was about to sink into his state, Daniel walked in with a flat surface in his face. Chapter 33 Bloodthirsty Demon. Head. Look at this. Daniel placed the tablet on Guhan's desk and spoke gruffly. Seeing this, Guhan cast his gaze toward the tablet, only to see that what was displayed on the tablet was, quite literally, 2 news stories. Shocked. A family of 5 killed in their own home without any wounds. Who did this? Terrible. Another inhuman extermination. Guhan clicked to take a look, and found that both news came from a neighborhood in Tianhai City, and the interval between the occurrences were not more than a day. The forensic medical examiner has identified. These people do not appear to have any wounds on their bodies. Their pupils were wide before they died, like they were caused by shock. The most critical thing is that they all showed dry corpse-like the blood in their bodies was sucked dry by something. It wasn't until Guhan finished reading the news that Daniel spoke. Upon hearing this, Guhan immediately furrowed his brows and closed his eyes to recall his memory of his previous life. There is no memory of these 2 news. Now this peaceful era, the death of 2 families at once, or in a very short period of time was extinguished, will definitely cause a national sensation. Unless the previous life of the time, this news was suppressed. Then today, did you guys squash it? Yes. Something of this magnitude could easily cause a panic, so it was blocked by the cyber police. This happened 3 days ago, and the local civilian police couldn't handle it, so they reported it to national security, who then reported it to us. Upon hearing this, Guhan nodded gently before closing his eyes and dispersing his soul thoughts. With his current cultivation level, he didn't dare to say that he could encompass the whole of Dacia with his soul thoughts, but encompassing a few provinces, he could still do it. And of course, this was the first time that Guhan had dispersed his soul thoughts with all his might since he broke into the realm of the Ghost King. He's not so far gone as to spy on people, much less use his powers for evil. Buzz. As Guhan's soul thoughts dispersed, the big bull standing in front of Guhan immediately felt a chill all over his body, and his entire back couldn't stop sweating, as if he was being stared at by some great terrifying existence. He didn't dare to move a muscle, quietly lowering his head and standing in front of Guhan. It was only after a while that Guhan withdrew his soul thoughts, a cold aura flickering in his eyes. It seems that within this last month, there have been those existences descending one after another, only that they are basically some small caramels, and the damage caused is not very big. So in the previous life, it did not cause the state to pay attention to it, but just kept investigating, and then suppressed these things. It is also true that, if it was his own previous life, even if he saw the news, I am afraid that he would not think of those weird existences on. Who would have thought that this bizarre existence, which only existed in mythological stories, would descend on this world a month later? It's a demonic creature from the highlands called the Bloodthirsty Demon, with a strength roughly equivalent to the late Bone Forging realm. You go transfer a team of battle arms squads and let them handle it. After a moment of contemplation, Guhan raised his eyes to Dinyo and commanded in a condensed voice. Upon hearing this, Dinyo's pupils immediately shrank. Although he had guessed that it was those existences that had descended, he still inexplicably felt a sense of panic when he actually received confirmation from Guhan. Returning to his senses, Daniel hesitated for a moment, but still spoke up. Head, after all, this is the first time we've come into contact with this kind of thing. Is it enough to send only a warrior martial squad? Guhan raised his eyes to look at Daniel and spoke indifferently. If they can't even solve a single bloodthirsty demon in the district, what kind of elites are they talking about? Under his refining day and night, today's battle martial army was not something that could be compared to the battle martial army of 2 months, and its overall strength had risen at least several times. There were already more than 90% of the battle martial army breaking through to the bone forging realm, with more than 60% reaching the middle bone forging stage, and even the bone forging perfection. There were close to 1,000 of them. Almost every battle martial arts squad. There are 8 or 9 bone forging realm powerhouses. Bone forging realm intermediate. There are at least 5 or 6. Such a squad. If you can't solve a regional bone forging intermediate bloodthirsty devil, that's not much hope. Looking at Guhan's cold face, Danyo didn't dare to open his mouth again after all, and after saluting, he turned around and left, ready to go to the military base to convey Guhan's orders. Just walked to the door, then heard Guhan said, "Right, let the Ministry of Science and Research as soon as possible to implement the construction of the 7-star Royal. This last month, should run in quite a lot. It is just to borrow them, practiced in advance." Yes, soon enough, there was a team of battle martial squad that boarded a fighter jet and flew to Tianhai City. Perhaps curious, perhaps uneasy, Major General Lu Jun, who had already reached bone forging perfection, also followed. Of course, although Guhan spoke indifferently, he likewise spread out his soul thoughts and placed them on the cell where the bloodthirsty demon was located. Tianhai City, Jiaming neighborhood. It was an old neighborhood, located in the outskirts of Tianhai City, which had been cordoned off by the police after 2 cases of that sort in a row. Wang Ping, a 10-year veteran civilian police officer. Today he was the one who led his own squad to blockade the neighborhood, and after patrolling a circle without finding any abnormality, he led his own squad and gobbled up the clouds at the entrance of the neighborhood. "Chief, what do you think this murderer really is?" A young guy who had just joined the police couldn't help but be curious and inquired out towards Wang Ping. "How do you know it's human?" At this time, another old police officer, who couldn't help but want to tease this young guy who had just joined the police force, opened his mouth in a very serious manner. "What? Hardly." And, hearing this, the young guy looked like he was frightened and looked around nervously. His body couldn't help but move closer towards Wang Ping. "Come on, Cho, don't tease him." Looking at the youngster's nervous appearance, Wang Ping waved his hand to stop the old policeman's flirting, and was about to say something when a car horn sounded abruptly from the distant road, making Wang Ping and others all look tight. It didn't take long for the 4 black sedans to appear in Wang Ping and others' line of sight. When these 4 black sedans stopped at the entrance of the neighborhood, a man wearing a tiger-striped black robe with a straight figure got down from the first sedan and came in front of Wang Ping and the others. "Greetings, comrades. We're from the Daxia Specialized Bureau, and we've been ordered to investigate this place." Zhou Wu took a small black book and handed it to Wang Ping and shook it in front of him, opening his mouth in a pleasant manner. Unbeknownst to him, his words caused Wang Ping and the others to be shocked. In today's Daxia, there was almost no one who didn't know about the Daxia Extraordinary Bureau, an organization that could be called the most mysterious in the entire Daxia, but there were not many people who had actually seen it. How could they not expect that a simple blockade would lead them to meet this mysterious to the core Daxia Special Bureau? "Ugh, hello, can we help you?" Wang Ping hurriedly went forward and shook Zhou Wu's hand, while asking out with a warm face, "Just kidding. This is the most mysterious organization in Daxia at the moment. If he could synergize with an organization like that, he could blow it for a year. Can't you see the young guy who just joined the police force is so excited that he can't speak?" Chapter 34, First Kill of a Demon. "No, you guys just back up 300 meters and keep watch outside. Also, whatever commotion you hear, you are not to break in. That's an order. Understand?" Facing Wang Ping's inquiry, Zhou Wu opened his mouth very seriously. Not to mention that these police officers do not have firearms in their hands. Even if they do, they are not a match for that transcendent being, and once they come across it, it is basically a death. The casualties from before were just that. If they were still injured by that sinister animal when they, the warrior army, were out in force, then they really wouldn't have the face to go back to the special bureau. "Yes, promise to obey orders." Looking at Zhou Wu's serious face, Wang Ping and the others' hearts flinched, not daring to be the slightest bit negligent, and solemnly responded. Afterwards, Wang Ping and the others followed the order and retreated 300 meters, standing 300 meters away, meticulously on guard. Under the reverent gazes of Wang Ping and the others, one after another of the warrior army got off the bus. As for Lu Jun, he did not get off the bus, but sat on the bus, observing the whole situation. Seriously, if a bloodthirsty demon that was only in the middle stage of the bone-forging realm couldn't be solved by this warrior martial squad, then not only would Gu-Han be disappointed, he would also be extremely disappointed. The reason why he had followed was that this was after all the first time he had faced this kind of bizarre existence that had descended from the outer realm, and secondly, because of curiosity. How handsome! Wang Ping and the others in the distance looked at Zhou Wu and the others who were wearing tiger-striped black robes, and a flash of longing and envy flashed through their eyes. Head, what exactly do you think this Daxiao Extraordinary Bureau does? Ugh, I wonder if we have a chance to join this organization? The young guy who had just joined the police couldn't help but open his mouth one after another, causing people like Wang Ping to give him sideways glances. I didn't realize that you kids weren't very old, but you didn't daydream much? Okay, these things are not ours to worry about or discuss. Be on guard. Wang Ping solemnly admonished the youngster after he crossed his eyes. Soon, under Zhou Wu's command, the 10 battle martial army members rushed into the neighborhood, instantly disappearing from the sight of Wang Ping and the others. Zhou Wu and the others who entered the neighborhood were cautious and did not act rashly. He pushed forward in a formation with 3 golden bell guards as the vanguard, 3 dragon elephant guards in the center, and 3 phantom shadow guards in response. The entire neighborhood consists of 5 buildings, each with 7 to 10 floors and no elevator. Zhou Wu and the others didn't rush and searched building by building in a steady manner. As the first battle martial squad sent out to fight against the bizarre existence, Zhou Wu and the others naturally wanted to take credit, but they were more reluctant to fail than to take credit. Although they were more powerful than that bloodthirsty demon in terms of numbers and strength, it was impossible to be more cautious in the face of such an enemy that they had never dealt with before. Moreover, they had no doubt that if they failed despite such an advantage, then their careers in the warrior army would basically be over. And even if the director didn't chastise them, they wouldn't have the face to stay behind. Although Zhou Wu and the others focused on playing it safe, the speed of the search was not slow, but in a quarter of an hour's time, they had already finished searching 4 buildings, leaving only the last one. When they stepped into this last building, in a certain room on the 3rd floor of this building, a dormant figure, as if it had smelled some beloved food, violently awakened. Its scarlet eyes like 2 red lanterns, causing the dim room to glow with a faint red light. Zhou Wu and the others who were moving forward on the stairs also seemed to sense something, looked at each other. Their complexion were serious. The whole body was even more tense. The power in their body were quietly surging up. Clank. The battle knives in their hands were drawn out silently, and if anything, the momentum of the knives permeated out from them. Roar. Suddenly, a roar of evil spirits that seemed to come from hell violently exploded in their ears, shaking them all a little out of focus, and immediately afterward, a tall figure was reflected in their eyes at the corner of the staircase. That is a monster with a height of 2 zhang, and people half-stained, covered with sarcoma, showing blood red, as if from the sea of blood out of the devil. Just looking, Zhou Wu and others are as if they feel the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood came to the face. The golden bell guards are besieging, the dragon elephant guards are attacking, and the ghost guards are waiting for an opportunity. As a leader, Zhou Wu came back to his senses at the first opportunity and hurriedly gave orders. Buzz. In an instant, the 3 golden bell guards stepped out, and the golden bell shield was directly executed, surrounding this bloodthirsty demon in the center with the momentum of the 3 talents. Facing the siege of the 3 golden bell guards, this bloodthirsty demon acted as if it couldn't perceive the danger, roaring ferociously as it raised its twin fists filled with sarcomas and slammed furiously towards the 3 golden bells around it. Bang! The dull roar sounded out. That strong huge force smashed the 3 golden bell guards back one after another. The body's chi and blood is more than surging, but they did not fear. Still dead against. Do not let this bloodthirsty devil to break free. Dragon Elephant 18 blades. Immediately after that, the 3 dragon elephant guards also struck out, and between the slashes of their battle knives, they rolled up gusts of knife wind, scraping the walls of the entire stairwell to be densely covered with knife marks, and a crack emerged from the wall. Roar! Although these 3 dragon elephant guards were only at the early stage of body forging cultivation, chopping on the bloodthirsty demon that was unable to defend itself also caused it to suffer pain, letting out bursts of roars, and its entire body became more and more berserk. Kill! Zhou Wu, who was the leader, also struck out, and when he did, he brought great wounds to the bloodthirsty demon, causing it to roar once again. Bang bang! Along with the battle getting more and more intense, the dull roar also sounded out from the building. Even Wang Ping and the others who were on guard 300 meters away from the district heard it. Such a movement, straight to listen to people such as Wang Ping froze, could not help but look at each other, want to say something, but in the end there are still some scruples, did not open the mouth to discuss, honestly on guard, as if they did not hear. Bang! A quarter of an hour later, as a dull roar sounded out from the building. This bloodthirsty demon in the middle stage of bone forging was finally taken down by Zhou Wu and the others without any injuries. To say that there was excitement, that was definitely there. After all, this could be said to be the world's first descending outer realm spirit, but Zhou Wu and the others weren't too thrilled. Not only did they have the upper hand in terms of numbers, even their strength exceeded that of this bloodthirsty demon by several times, and they didn't even dare to take credit from their leader. With the trials and tribulations they had gone through as well as the resources they had expended on cultivation, what qualifications did they have to claim credit for not having one with less? Not having one with weakness? The only thing that gave them some sense of superiority was that they had a step of priority over the other battle martial squads. Zhou Wu, bring the corpse of that bloodthirsty demon with you. I've called for a truck to come by. You guys wait in the neighborhood. At that moment, Major General Lu Xun's order rang in the ears of Zhou Wu and the others, causing Zhou Wu and the others to subconsciously stand up straight. Yes. Chapter 35. Daxia Specialized Bureau. Director's Office. Guhan withdrew his soul thoughts, tapping his fingers unconsciously on the desktop and closing his eyes in contemplation. Those descending outer realm beings could be categorized into three main groups in total. One category was the ghosts and gods from hell. That is, the ghost cultivators in his state. One category was the demons from the plateau. One being the demonic beasts and the other being the devils and monsters, and the other category was the evil spirits from the strange realm. Whether it is hell ghosts and gods or plateau demons, although horrible, but not invincible, even in the early days of the previous world, the global countries can rely on thermal weapons to slightly resist the only strange realm of evil spirits. Not only evil, but also bizarre to the extreme. Of the three categories, evil spirits are the most difficult to figure out and deal with, and often none of them can be judged by their apparent strength. If this time, that battle martial arts squad was not facing a bloodthirsty demon, but an evil spirit in the Wonderland, even if its strength was only equivalent to the middle stage of bone forging, the possibility of this battle martial arts squad being completely wiped out was almost 99%, and the remaining bit was that the other party was in a good mood to let them go. The only way to completely kill an evil spirit was to find its characteristics or weaknesses. Otherwise, the evil spirit was basically immortal. Unfortunately, in his previous life, Guhan hadn't encountered evil spirits a few times, so he didn't know much about them, let alone popularizing them with the many warriors. Fortunately, in his memories of his previous life, evil spirits would not show any signs until the middle and late stages, and basically never appeared in the early stages, so he should not have to worry too much. For the ghosts and gods of hell as well as the demons of the plateau, Guhan had also basically introduced what he knew to the warrior army during these 2 months of training. That bloodthirsty demon was a kind of demonic monster from the plateau. Accurately speaking, it could not even be called the lowest level demonic monster. It could only be said to be a kind of residual living creature infected by the demonic monster's breath. The real devils or demonic beasts, with the least strength, have a cultivation level of true strength or above, and a large portion of them are above the Yuan gang. So are the ghosts and gods, and the ones below the Yuan gang are basically infected remnants of living beings, and those that appeared in the early stage are basically these remnants of living beings as well. A few hours later, the corpse of that bloodthirsty demon was transported back to the headquarters of the Daxia Extraordinary Bureau, and the group of scientists from the Scientific Research Department were as if they had been given the most precious treasure, and directly pushed it into the laboratory, closed the door, and couldn't wait to study it. In response, Guhan didn't try to stop it, although he couldn't look at a remnant being like the bloodthirsty demon. For the current Daxia, something like the bloodthirsty demon was still very valuable to study, and if he could study something, it would be helpful in enhancing Daxia's strength. For the next week, it was all calm and quiet, with no more instances of bloodthirsty demons, and the Scientific Research Department, which had received Guhan's orders, had also rushed to build the 7-star royal observation points, almost all over the territory of Daxia within the week, and although it was still slightly rough, it was already barely enough for the current Daxia. The opening ceremony of the 7-star Royal Connection Network was still unveiled by Guhan himself. In a vast room at the headquarters of the Grand Xia Special Agency, a precision instrument was placed in the center, and in front of it, there was a huge display screen with a map of the entire Grand Xia territory. At the moment, a dense network of routes surfaced on the map, all appearing green, and once red appeared, it signaled the presence of a supernatural force. This is the observation room of the 7-star Mikado. It was also not until the 7-star royalty was completely constructed that the monitoring department of the Grand Xia Special Weapons Bureau had any use for it. Major General Lu Xun, who is in charge of the monitoring department, is now watching from the observation room, which he has been coming to almost every day since the opening of the 7 Stars Royal Palace and its implementation. Drip, Just when Major General Lu Xun thought that today was another calm day like the past days, a fierce alarm sounded abruptly, and his whole face sank when he gazed at it, only to see that dozens of red dots unexpectedly lit up simultaneously on that huge display screen. Neither Major General Lu Xun nor the staff in the observation room had expected that the second coming of exotic beings since the bloodthirsty demon would be in such numbers. Lu Xun, who was well aware of the seriousness of the matter, directly dialed the military base and dispatched dozens of battle martial arts squads to rush to the place where the exotic beings had descended, and only then did he leave in a hurry to report to Gu Han. Arriving at Gu Han's office, Lu Xun was just about to report when he was stopped by Gu Han with a wave of his hand. I already know. Not very strong. All within the bone-forging territory. One squad in one place is enough. Hearing Gu Han's words, Lu Xunfeng secretly sighed in relief. Once this one is dealt with, disperse the warrior army. More will appear in the days to come. And where is the time to go from here every time? The time is almost up. It's time to start preparing. And then, Gu Han didn't discuss the exotic beings that had appeared this time, but spoke in a deep voice. There were only 20 or so days left before the aura was completely revived, and having those battle martial armies dispersed to the major base cities would also allow them to adapt to their future combat locations in advance, and at the same time, avoid that group of battle martial armies having opinions because of the uneven distribution. Joking aside, there were 10,000 entire battle martial squads, counting the last time. Only dozens of exotic beings had appeared. Where was enough to share? When that battle with the bloodthirsty demon was fought, picking Zhou Wu's team to go there had made all the other battle martial squads so envious that their eyes were purple with envy. Assign them to the major base cities, and whichever base city appeared, the battle weapon squad of that city would take care of it. In this way, even if the other battle weapon squads were envious, they could only blame themselves for their own bad luck, and not them. It was worth mentioning that with the efforts of the nation, the 34 base cities of the Great Summer had been largely constructed, with the exception of some of the infrastructure within the cities, the construction of the city walls as well as the houses within the cities. During this time, the country has been migrating people into those base cities one after another. Of course, said to migrate, in fact, is to migrate those more remote mountainous rural areas. After all, those 34 base cities, basically are built around the key cities of the provinces. In other words, it is equivalent to those key cities circle just. Such a huge project can be completed in just a few months, that is, with the infrastructural demon known as the Great Summer. Change other countries, really cannot do. Yes. Hearing Gu Han's words, Lu Xun didn't have any objections and responded in a condensed voice. In addition, when the battle martial squads are assigned to the major base cities, also have the armies of the major military regions stationed in the major base cities. As for the person in charge of each base city, you should ask the elders when the time comes and let them make the arrangements. Immediately afterward, Gu Han continued to speak. Understood. After waiting for a while until Gu Han had no new instructions, Lu Xun returned to the observation room to preside over the situation. Chapter 36, The Entry of the Army and the Opening of the Martial Way. After several hours, the battle martial squads that had been dispatched to various places to deal with the descending extraterrestrial beings also managed to strangle and kill those extraterrestrial beings, transporting their corpses back to the headquarters of the Daxia Extraordinary Bureau. The next day, Gu Han then brought Lu Xun and Dinyo to the military base where the battle martial army was located. At this moment, on the base square, the 100,000 battle martial army had long been assembled. And as far as the eye could see, the scene was quite spectacular, coupled with the fact that nowadays, this 100,000 battle martial army had already nearly per capita bone-forging realm cultivation, so much so that the cohesive military momentum was enough to make ordinary people directly scared out of their wits. I have summoned you today in preparation for assigning you to one of the 34 base cities. Whichever base city you are assigned to, the extraterrestrial beings descending from that base city will be your responsibility. And you may not leave the base city you are guarding for another base city without orders. In addition, if the strength is low, give it to those incoming armies. Don't rob everything for others to lose. Wait until the extraterrestrial beings descend completely. There will be a war for you to fight. Do you understand? Once on the stage, Lu Xun didn't talk any nonsense and directly opened his mouth in a loud voice. I hear you. In an instant, loud voices exploded throughout the military base, seemingly due to Gu Han's arrival, causing the enthusiasm of this group of battle martial army to rise even higher. There were times when a person, even if he said nothing, just by standing there, could make the army gather the soul of war, such as the ancient figures of Huo Zhaodi, Li Jing, Yu Fei, etc. And now, Gu Han gradually had such cohesive power as well. Next, start assigning teams. Immediately after that, Lu Xun didn't talk any more nonsense and directly started to arrange it. taking 10 people as a team. The 100,000 warrior army has a total of 10,000 warrior squads, which are evenly distributed to 34 base cities, almost 290 teams per base city, which seems to be quite a lot, but in reality, when broken down, it's not much. After all, each base city was based on a province. Considering the fact that Guhan, a great master, was sitting in Kyoto, Luzhin directly divided 300 teams of war weapons into every base city except Kyoto, and the remaining 100 teams were from the Kyoto base. Of course, these remaining 100 teams, among the 10,000 battle martial arts squads, were absolutely top-notch, with each team basically having a bone-forging perfection powerhouse. Tomorrow, travel to your assigned base city, and you will be assigned at that time. Those who have forged bones to perfection stay, and the rest are dismissed. As Luzhin's words fell, the square, which had originally stood impenetrable, emptied out with a brush, leaving behind only 1,000 or so bone-forging perfection experts. These 1,000 or so, all of them had broken through one after another within this January. Each one of their martial qualifications were not weak, and they were the mainstays of the great summer that were definitely worth cultivating. And then, Luzhin handed the stage over to Guhan. When one reaches bone-forging completion, to break through true strength, one needs to convert the chi transformed by one's own chi and blood into strength, flowing all over the body, continuously polishing the body until it forms copper skin and iron bones, and then one is considered to have stepped into true strength. Guhan, who was standing on the high platform, first explained to these more than 1,000 bone-forging successful warrior armies how they should step into true strength, and then spoke again. Now there are still 19 hours until you are assigned to the major base cities. Within these 19 hours, I will constantly beat you up, as long as you can resist until the end. Into the real power is basically 89, cannot carry it, then you can only go forward to your own efforts to cultivate. Boom! As the words fell, Guhan directly released his own aura, not giving these warriors the slightest chance to react, and the warriors who were caught off guard were directly pressed to the ground by Guhan's terrifying aura. That's not all, only to see that Guhan kept waving his hands, and giant hammers corresponding to the number of these warriors were immediately condensed in the void, and then, that one handle of giant hammers was continuously smashed down towards the warriors who were lying on the ground under the maneuvering of Guhan. At first, those warriors were still able to endure that pain with their strong willpower, but later, they couldn't carry it anymore, and one by one, they cried out. For a while, the entire square resounded with ghostly cries and howls, causing those warrior army who had already dispersed to be envious and fearful. Without thinking about it, they all knew that it was feared that the secretary was deserting those who stayed behind. Originally, Luzhin had also planned to ask Guhan to give himself a little pluck, but seeing the miserable state of these warriors, he still didn't have the guts to open his mouth. At least he is also the deputy director of the Daxia Special Bureau. Itself is still a major general rank. If also like these war military this bad, then he this face. It is a disgrace. In fact, what Luzhin didn't know was that Guhan had reached the Ghost King realm, and his use of ghost power had reached the point of perfection, so he dared to do this uprooting thing. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have done it. It's not that you couldn't do it before, but there was no way to do it without side effects like you can now. Don't look at Guhan's illusion of a giant hammer whacking these warriors like this, as if he was torturing them, but in reality, Guhan was whacking their physiques so that they could transform to copper skin and iron bones faster, and at the same time, transforming his own ghost power into aura, which was subconsciously poured into these warriors through the whacking. It was only Guhan. Any other Ghost King wouldn't be able to do such a thankless thing. While Guhan was pulling the plug on these warrior martial armies that had reached bone-forging perfection, 2 news items released on the official website of the Granxia Specialized Bureau instantly triggered a sensation in Granxia and even internationally. Tomorrow at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the army will begin to move into the major base cities one after another. So please don't be alarmed by the people of Daxia. With immediate effect, within the major base cities of Daxia, the martial arts pavilion sponsored by the Daxia Special Bureau will be opened, and all citizens of Daxia, with their ID cards, can go to the martial arts pavilion and receive the lower grade of the Yellow Order of the Martial Arts Cultivation Technique free of charge, such as the need for more superior martial arts cultivation technique, which needs to be exchanged for battle merit. As for the source of war merit and its acquisition, a detailed announcement will be made shortly. For the first news, there were a lot of likes, but not many Daxia's children who paid attention to it, and all of Daxia's children's attention was on the second news. Martial Way Pavilion? Martial cultivation techniques? The state is hiding the secret practice of martial arts from us, and it's just now releasing it? After waiting for so many years, the old man's dream of martial arts is finally here? Really? This martial arts technique, it won't be similar to the 5 birds in Taijiquan kind of health maintenance, right? In just a few minutes, under this news, it is dense with comments. Simply cannot see over. A second can refresh thousands of articles. There are more skin. Cannot help but say, cultivated, can fly over the wall, picking the stars to take the moon, right? At Daxia Special Weapons Bureau. What this pipsqueak didn't expect was that the Daxia Special Bureau replied to him at the bottom. Daxia Special Bureau, you guess? Chapter 37 Mobilizing the Population. Then the pipsqueak's floor was topped. Guess if I'm guessing? Just for the replies. How about some practice? For the first time in my life, I saw the state issue martial arts kung fu. Even if it's fake, I practiced it. At Daxia Specialty Bureau. Can you pass on some experience? For a while, underneath this reply, there was a buzz. And only when one of the netizens replied, did the buzz die down. While you guys are still bleeping around here. With me, I've already claimed my feats? Underneath this sentence there was also a picture attached to it. A book of martial arts techniques put out by the Daxia Specialization Bureau. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Doggy, moving that fast? Go and claim your feats. It didn't take long for there to be few replies under the official account of the Daxia Specialized Bureau, which was still boisterous, and instead, the martial arts pavilions of all the major base cities were filled to overflowing. It was also that the Daxia Extraordinary Bureau had prepared for this early. Otherwise, it really couldn't carry the enthusiasm of Daxia's children. Just kidding, but all the people nowadays, which one doesn't have some martial arts dream? In addition to the old man and child and some women, the rest, basically all crazy, one by one with robbing what treasure like, afraid to go late, will not be able to receive the martial arts skills. And while the people of Daxia were going crazy over the martial arts technique, the countries around the globe were also going crazy. But they weren't because Daxia was distributing the martial arts technique. They were because of Daxia's army being stationed in the base city, looking around the world, except for times of war, basically never heard of. Which country would move its army into the city? When Daxia suddenly did this, it was obvious that it had already prepared for war. How could they not panic? Coupled with the previous series of actions by Daxia, it could be said that Daxia was determined to start a war, and the already tense atmosphere became even more tense as this directive from Daxia's Special Bureau came out. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the beautiful country, at the first opportunity, issued a condemnation. Maintaining the global security environment and jointly creating an era of peace is the responsibility and obligation of every country, and we advise a certain country not to engage in irrational behaviors that will lead to the disappearance of the hard-won peace. And as Pretty Country published, his minions followed suit. Cherry Blossom Kingdom, this world, we need to work together to maintain it. I advise the Great Summer to curb its ambitions, or else it will surely suffer the consequences of its own actions. Nizi Gui, peace is the common will of all nations around the globe, and if Daxia is bent on having its own way, it will be an enemy of the globe. Hairy Bear Nation, bull asterisk 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 peace. Anyone is entitled to say these things, just not you. Originally thought, in so many countries under the condemnation, Daxia will have some scruples, but did not expect Daxia still do what I do, and even explain the lazy explanation of a sentence, straight to let the beautiful country and other countries of the senior management of the anger of the gums, but do not dare to go too much to stimulate the Daxia, for fear that the Daxia cannot help but directly pull out. Regarding the international storm clouds, both the Daxia officials, and the Daxia Specialized Bureau, paid no attention to it, and spent the entire week busy with the matter of distributing martial arts techniques to the people of Daxia. Even, in order to be able to allow the Great Xia subjects to understand thorough martial arts techniques, every base city's martial arts pavilion had specialized martial arts pavilion personnel to explain the course, which was hung on the official website of the Great Xia Special Bureau, and was available to be viewed by the Great Xia subjects. At Daxia Specialized Bureau, been practicing for a week now, not much effect? Me too. It doesn't even depend on qualifications, does it? You can't, can you? Some big guy cultivated the effect? Kidding aside. The golden elixir has been formed, and the effect is overwhelming. Almost the moment they got the martial arts technique, the people of Daxia who had the dream of martial arts, they were sleeplessly holding the martial arts technique to study it, especially the first batch of those who received the technique. They practiced it for almost a week, but they didn't cultivate any effect, so they all ran to the official website of Daxia's Special Bureau to ask for advice. However, the Daxia Extraordinary Bureau did not reply to them, and no matter how much they begged for guidance, they did not come out to explain a word, and just made a fuss for 4 or 5 days. There were just less than 10 days left before the aura recovered and the outer realm beings descended. On this day, the Daxia Extraordinary Bureau released another announcement, And it was also this announcement that not only made the children of Dacia scared silly, but also made all the countries around the globe scared silly. The value of war merits and methods of obtaining them. Battle merit will be one of the most important currencies in the next 100 years of Great Xia. Battle merit. Not only can it be exchanged for higher-level martial arts techniques as well as auxiliary elixirs, but it can also be exchanged for martial arts weapons at the same time. In addition, battle merits can also be exchanged for coins at a ratio of 1 to 1,000. 1 battle merit, 1,000 coins. Not reversible. There are a total of 3 ways to obtain war merit. One is to make enough contribution to the country and award war merit based on that contribution. The second is to research a new martial arts technique or cultivate a martial arts elixir or create a martial arts weapon, etc. And after certification by the Grand Xia Specialization Bureau, the war merit will be awarded based on the value of the thing created. The third way is the most important, and the easiest way for the general public to gain war credit, and that is to kill the enemy. The more enemies you kill, the more battle credits you receive, and the stronger the enemies you kill, the more battle credits you receive. Starting tomorrow, with the ID card to the Wudao Pavilion, to receive the bracelet and personal identity match, but also record the number of kills of the enemy is the most critical items. Have the intention to kill the enemy to obtain the war effort, must be retained, such as damage, etc. Can go to the Wudao Pavilion to re-exchange or repair. This time, the Dacia Extraordinary Bureau explained in considerable detail, but not many people commented underneath, because almost everyone was dumbfounded by this way of obtaining battle credits, or to be precise, the third way. Little cute. All could see that this one way of obtaining war credit from the Dacia Extraordinary Bureau was to mobilize all the people to kill the enemy. Just thinking about it made people scared. You know, the current Dacia is the world's most populous country, so what kind of enemy would have to be big enough for the entire population of Dacia to kill? Martial arts feats and whatnot. Not to mention, after all, the current Dacia people, they still can't realize the true benefits of martial arts feats, but that battle merit exchange for coins alone is enough to make the Dacia people go crazy. As we all know, there is no cure for the disease of poverty, and now that there is a chance to get rid of the disease of poverty, which son of Dacia will not die to do it? Shatter! Shatter! What is Dacia trying to do? Damn Dacia! Inside the high-level office of the pretty country, the sound of that old man's roar could be clearly heard even outside the office, and even the fear carried in the roar could be felt. Even pretty country is so flustered, not to mention the many minions, that the boss of Benji, who is having a good little time, is already thinking about whether or not to run away. He had no doubt that if Dacia really wanted a war, they would be the first to take them, and it would be too late to run. Chapter 38 Declaration. Looking at countries around the globe. Other than the Ganges country, which could barely match Dacia in terms of numbers, which other country could have as many people as Dacia? Some countries didn't even have a fraction of the number of people in Grand Xia. Therefore, this time, not only the pretty country and other countries panicked, but even the Manhwa country and other countries that were on good terms with Dacia were a bit flustered and called the Dacia cabinet to ask why. If it is just to encourage all the people to kill the enemy, perhaps these countries will not be so panicked. But look at this situation of Dacia. It seems that they also intend to open up the weapons. That damn can be scary. No weapons, that is just people. Deterrence is not big. After all, now is not ancient times. Rely on the number of people to fight the world. But there are weapons of people. That can be soldiers. The concept is completely different. It's not like Dacia doesn't have Dacia weapons, even though they have large weapons and are outnumbered. Without the use of super weapons, a short fight was inevitable. And in this case, those who were outnumbered would naturally have the advantage. The key, of course, is how it's played. But no matter what, a move like this by Dacia has actually been able to make countries around the globe feel threatened. Research conducted by the Scientific Research Department of the Grand Xia Specialized Bureau has shown that in 9 days' time, the Blue Planet will open up to an aura revival and enter a brand new era of martial arts. And along with the aura revival will come the bizarre beings from the outer regions. He is bloody and brutal, treating the human race like food, and is the #1 enemy of my human race. The various actions made by Dacia this time are all for the purpose of confronting the great enemy that is coming. Please, there is no need for the nations of the world to panic. The enemies of the Great Summer have never been you. In addition, please also ask the people of Dacia not to panic. The country is ready to deal with all disasters. Believe in the country. Will be able to guard Dacia. Guard the people of Dacia. 3 hours later, the Dacia Extraordinary Bureau released a new piece of news. And it was this piece of news that once again triggered a global buzz. Aura revival? Extraterrestrial beings? Really? How is it that when you wake up from a nap, it feels like the world has changed? It's over. It can't be fiction coming true. Can it? Blind student. You found Wa point. What are you worried about when you have the state on your shoulders? Worried? No. This is happiness. Aura recovery, yeah. Does this mean that the martial arts techniques distributed by the state are real? When the aura is revived and cultivated, is it true that one can fly over the walls and pick the stars and take the moon? Maybe even immortality? As soon as this news appeared, the netizens who had been squatting in the official website of the Daxia Extraordinary Bureau directly exploded, one by one, excitedly discussing. But just a minute's time, underneath this piece of news, thousands of comments had already appeared, and even geometrically rising. Of course, there were quite a few of these comments that were harboring worries. After all, right now everyone had no idea what the situation of that extraterrestrial being was, and the unknown was the source of the fear. But more of Daxia's people were excited than worried. After all, compared to the boring life of daily commuting to and from work and returning home, people still tend to prefer the colorful life of the martial arts Jianghu, not to mention the possibility of immortality. Instead of working like a dog for your boss every day, you should be killing the enemy. Although with the passage of time, there were also forces that gradually emerged and once again reverted to the status quo of the technological era's laborers. But at least, at the initial stage of the aura recovery, everyone was on the same starting line. What if you have top-notch martial arts qualifications and are a fast runner? You might be able to create a mansion out of yourself? Doesn't that make you all excited? Internationally, however, it's a different story. This news released by the Daxia Specialized Bureau was forwarded to Twitter, triggering heated debates among netizens from various countries, the vast majority of which did not believe this news from the Daxia Specialized Bureau, believing that it was just a pretext for Daxia to start a war. Shat. This is definitely a conspiracy by Daxia. What aura revival and what extraterrestrial beings are all fake, just to cover up the fact that the Great Xia is going to start a war. That's right. Pretty Country's technology level is the highest in the world. Even Pretty Country hasn't discovered this so-called extraterrestrial spirit. What makes Daxia discover it? It's simply hilarious. You don't know how to make up a better reason. What if it's true? As an ancient oriental country with 5,000 years of inheritance, Daxia shouldn't be able to joke around about such things, right? It can't possibly be true. No one understands Daxia better than I, the Sakura Kingdom. And this is definitely a lie from Daxia. A lie to cover up Daxia's true purpose. I hope that Daxia can give a reasonable reason and not use some subterfuge to put everyone off. Compared to the remarks of the netizens of various countries, the officials of various countries did not directly launch a condemnation, but rather, they were skeptical of this news. Even the officials of the Pretty Country, the Sakura Country and other countries, it was the same, the first time to make, not to condemn, but to verify the authenticity of this news. Still, countries such as the Pretty Country and the Sakura Country might look down on Daxia, but they definitely would not have any contempt for Daxia, or even value Daxia as a rival to the bone. As the saying goes, the more you know about yourself, the more often you are your enemy. Pretty Country studied Daxia for many years, very sure that Daxia this country absolutely will not appear irrational situation, and from the previous Daxia all kinds of actions, obviously is not rational. So Pretty Country will be so panicked, because they feel that they studied Daxia for many years have studied alonely. But now it seems that I'm afraid it's that so-called extraterritorial enemy that's making Daxia make all these actions, rather than Daxia wanting to start a war against other countries. Of course, although it was based on the feeling that what the Daxia Extraordinary Bureau said was true, the officials of various countries would also be skeptical, only that they wouldn't jump out of the woodwork again until they had actually confirmed the facts. Pretty Country summoned the top scientists in the country overnight, and its boss first scolded these scientists for a while, and then asked them to investigate the authenticity of this news from the Daxia Extraordinary Bureau. At the same time, the top management of the Pretty Country also began to make preparations for the descent of the extraterrestrial beings. What with the base cities, it was definitely too late, but the manufacturing of weapons as well as the recruitment of the army could still be done. It's only 9 days in total, and we'll see what happens after that. Whether it's true or not, it's never wrong to make some preparations. It is with this mentality that not only Pretty Countries but also other countries are quietly making preparations. Countries such as the Furry Bear Country, which is friendly with Daxia, is even led by its leader, who personally called the cabinet, wanting to seek some martial arts techniques, and after the Grand Elder convened a meeting to discuss the matter, he also decided to take out some low-level martial arts techniques, and exchanged medicinal resources with these countries which are friendly with Daxia to enrich the country's future elixir gardens. Still, other countries are stronger and attract more firepower, and Daxia will have relatively less pressure and more time to develop. Chapter 39, with this strong army, what enemy can stop it? Rumble. At the break of dawn, many of the children of Daxia were still asleep, but suddenly felt the earth trembling, like a thunderous roar resounded more than. People living in the upper floors, and even could feel the whole building shaking. When they first woke up, they thought it was an earthquake and tried to run out naked. And then, as if remembering something, they jerked toward the windowsill and looked down. Immediately afterward, the world saw a shocking scene, only to see a steel dragon in the road slowly forward, the army square followed by the left and right. In addition to the parade ceremony, the ordinary people are the first time so close to see the army formation. The shocking impact, all of a sudden let them all awake, have picked up the cell phone to take pictures. The whole person's blood boiled. Some fans couldn't help but scream, especially when they saw the large weapons. The major base cities, although built around the center cities of the provinces, have made some changes, such as housing the military, together with the 8 million recruits recruited earlier, currently putting aside some special types of soldiers. Dacia's regular army was probably around 10 million, and evenly distributed to each base city. It was about 300,000 troops, and that 300,000 or so troops, to be subdivided among the base cities, is not much at all. One could even say it's very little. However, the current army, compared to before, the combat power has increased more than double. Not daring to say that every soldier has martial arts in their body, but more or less all of them have increased their strength and physique. Weapons aside, this more than 300,000 troops, placed in ancient times, is equivalent to per capita military general level combat power, sweeping the world. That is more than enough. Not to mention, there were all sorts of large-scale technological weapons as well as newly developed martial arts weapons to assist, so as long as it wasn't too much of an exaggeration, there wasn't much of a problem in holding onto the base city. Moreover, once the aura is revived, these soldiers who have long been familiar with martial arts and have been specializing in martial arts techniques for many days will all be able to increase their strength by leaps and bounds in a short period of time, and at that time, Dacia will only become stronger. The premise is that there is enough time for Dacia to digest it. Worthy of my Dacia army. It's really spectacular. Great summer soldiers. Good job. One can trust nothing else, but one can always trust the Dacia army. With such a strong army, what enemy can stop it? For a while, the Dacia network was once again boiling. Countless Dacia citizens were venting their excitement on the internet, and pictures about the army being stationed in the base city were flying all over the place. Even the nations were silent when they saw the scene. Weapons aside, just this military capacity alone. Looking around the world, there are not many countries that can match it. These armies, after being stationed in the base city, basically didn't affect people's normal life, except for the slightly greater commotion, because there were army garrisons within the base city. It's just that today, compared to the past, people are able to see an army patrolling the streets from time to time. In this regard, the people also did not have the slightest fear, but instead were filled with respect, and whenever a military patrol passed by, the vehicles would stop and let the soldiers go first, while the pedestrians also stopped and gave way, looking at them with reverence in the distance. Everyone knew that these troops were there to protect them, and it was because of their protection that they could feel so secure. Some people even spontaneously went to buy water and snacks for the soldiers, only to be rejected by them. Dacia Specialized Bureau. Inside the director's office, Guhan was similarly swiping his cell phone, and when he saw the pictures on the internet and the endless praise, he couldn't help but have a smile on his face. But he hadn't experienced such a scene in his previous life. That catastrophe, which caught the world almost by surprise, caused so many deaths and injuries that if it weren't for a surge of will, it wouldn't have been possible to pull through. Now that Dacia had him, the warrior army, millions of Dacia soldiers, and more than 1.4 billion Dacia citizens, even if they faced that disaster once again, Guhan believed that Dacia would be able to do better than it had in its previous life. Moreover, after his plucking, more than 70% of the more than 1,000 bone-forging perfection warrior army experts had stepped into the true strength, and the rest of them, even if they didn't step into it, had also seen their strength rise greatly, and were just a hair's breadth away from stepping into the true strength. There were over 700 more true strength powerhouses in the entirety, and in the early stages of the aura recovery, it was definitely a force powerful enough to change the battlefield. Among them, Guhan selected 20 of the best qualified true strength powerhouses and intercepted them by his side, while the others were divided equally among the 34 base cities. These 20 true strength powerhouses were the first batch of Guhan's planners to create cutting-edge powerhouses. With his serious teaching, the recovery of the aura would definitely allow their strength to skyrocket for a short period of time, and only then would the Great Xia be considered to truly have its own underpinnings. He has not been seen since the plucking of the seedling, but he has not been idle. He took the time to find a place of extreme ease to place his fleshly body and let his fleshly body shed its stiffness. while sweeping the territory of the Great Xia and absorbing the dead Qi in the Great Xia. Although he had swept through before, they were all small places, whereas this time, it was a big place. And although it didn't allow him to break through the realm, it did allow him to be even more majestic at the early stage of the Ghost King, and his strength had risen by more than a thread. At the same time, a large amount of dead Qi had accumulated in his body, paving a wide path for his cultivation afterward. With the Daxia army stationed in the base city, both Daxia and the globe had fallen into an eerie calm, but everyone knew that it was just the quiet before the storm. The environment of the entire world, in the next few days, was unprecedentedly calm, not to mention the unsuspecting generation to make trouble. Even the crime incidents within the scope of each country have dropped dramatically. The only thing that has rippled somewhat is the mad rush for food and the spike in weapon sales in countries that don't ban weapons. Everyone was waiting for that time Daxia had said. Once the truth is not as Daxia said, the world will definitely make waves again. And then, a series of movements of Daxia will become the target point of various countries. But similarly, if the truth is really as Daxia said, then it will also make waves, or even bigger. Some people hope that what Daxia said is true, because that represents a new opportunity to come, especially the plutocrats of various countries. That is looking forward to it. After all, that represents the hope of eternal life. Rich people who are not afraid of death. Although the official Daxia did not sell a large number of martial arts techniques, but the plutocrats of various countries have long gotten some martial arts techniques through various ways. Although only the lowest level, but that also represents hope, is not it? But there were also people who hoped that what Daxia said was false. After all, no one wanted peace to be broken except for some ambitious people who longed for war. Not to mention, it was broken by a group of foreigners with ominous strength. Of course, there are some cerebral palsy who feel that this is the descent of the gods and have formed a number of sects in preparation for the coming of the gods as well as desiring to be able to receive the gifts of the gods. Chapter 40, Daxia is beautiful because of you. Time passes day by day. As the time approached, the atmosphere of the entire Daxia and even the globe followed the tension, as if there was an invisible oppression permeating the heaven and earth, making people want to gasp for breath. And as the time of aura recovery approaches, there are more and more extraterrestrial beings descending in advance. Only that when these extraterrestrial beings descended in Daxia, they were monitored by the 7-star royal at the first time, and then were strangled by the warrior martial army that guarded all over the place, basically not causing too much of a commotion. Oftentimes, before the Daxia subjects in the base city even realized it, they had already been taken care of by the warrior army. Of course, this was also because these extraterrestrial beings that came down early were generally not strong. They were all between body hardening and bone forging, and in the face of the warrior army that was eager to earn military honors, these extraterrestrial beings that came down early were simply as fat as meat, and were not enough for them to share. However, although Daxia was quiet, places other than Daxia were blowing up. Those extraterrestrial beings that descended in advance. Although most of them descended on the Grand Xia, some appeared in other countries as well. On the penultimate day of the aura recovery, the pretty country of Los Angeles, as usual, people were drinking coffee and working. And while there was tension, it wasn't as bad as in other countries. After all, as the subjects of the world's #1 technological powerhouse, the people of the pretty country still had enough faith in their country to believe that no matter what dangers they faced, their country would be able to nip them in the bud with strong force. Jack, an ordinary citizen of L.A., runs a convenience store, which, with a few tricks, does pretty well for him. At this point, Jack was napping at the register, and there were half a dozen other customers in the store besides him picking out merchandise. LOL. At that moment, a strange sound came from a warehouse not far away, causing the snoozing Jack to wake up, but he didn't care and continued to snooze. Bang. However, in the next moment, the entire warehouse door was directly blown away and blasted towards Jack, knocking the snoozing Jack out of the way, and a tall, bloody shadow was reflected in the eyes of several customers. Shit, what's this? Ah, God, no. Soon, there were mournful screams from the convenience store as well as a strong smell of blood, causing the passing pedestrians to turn pale, and those who were bold, rushed straight in to check it out, but soon stepped into the shoes of the people inside the store. In the end, this bloodthirsty demon was blown to death by the pretty country's army with missiles, but it also caused a large number of casualties, and according to the pretty country's official statistics, the number of people who died in this incident was close to 100. It was a timely official response from the pretty country, or this casualty count would have been much higher. Most notably, this weird creature had appeared not only in Luo Suzhou, but also in other states of the pretty country, and the casualties caused today alone amounted to thousands. Such shocking casualties made all the nationals of the pretty country start to panic, and also made the officials of the pretty country really pay attention to the information that Daxia had said, and started to get anxious and busy. Although pretty country had also gotten Daxia's low-ranked martial arts techniques from other sources, how could it possibly form an effective fighting force in such a short period of time? They were able to strangle those exotic beings that had descended early, all by relying on weapons of mass destruction. So in addition to the human casualties, their economic losses were also great. In addition to the pretty country, the Sakura country, the hairy bear country, the Miko country, the Ganges country, and other countries had also encountered the foreign spirits that had descended in advance, and although they had all disposed of them, their losses were great, and they were nowhere near as easy as the Great Summer. At this moment, almost all the countries around the globe believed the information given by Daxia, and except for Daxia, the people of the rest of the countries almost panicked. After all, from the information revealed, they were able to guess the terrifying nature of those otherworldly beings, and unusual weapons were useless against those otherworldly beings, and the only way to cut them down was with weapons of mass destruction. According to Daxia, this was still the lowest ranked exotic living beings. What if they were of a higher rank? Who could be a match for these foreign spirits? Even if they could be strangled by using weapons of mass destruction, before they were strangled, it would be enough for these foreign spirits to kill ordinary people like them. Who wants to die if they can live? It was not certain where the otherworldly beings would descend, but what if they descended on their own city? Wouldn't that be cool? In this environment of freedom of speech, the officials of all countries were cursed, and those overseas Chinese who had previously been called upon by Daxia to return were even more remorseful, and one by one they began to look for a doorway in the hope of returning to Daxia. Only, no one paid any attention to them at all, not even their loved ones, not to mention the fact that Daxia is now a closed country, and there is no way for anyone to bring back the people outside. But let's just say that they themselves have voluntarily given up their own beliefs, their own nationality, so what's the need to save them? We are all adults and should take responsibility for the choices we make. Someone posted the demands of these overseas Chinese on the internet, and they were directly scolded by Daxia netizens. Serves you right. You didn't come back when you needed to, and now you want to come back? It's too late. What are these foreigners up to? They still have the face to mention it? This one incident, a mere farce, a minor hiccup, saw numerous netizens quickly catching the eye of the various pictures of exotic beings posted on the extranet. This is an exotic being? It's so ugly. Why are they so miserable? How come nothing happened to us in Daxia? Good lord. You don't think the previous preparations were fake, do you? It's still our Daxia that's good. I have no regrets about joining Daxia in this life, and I will be a Daxian in the next. Blowout. At Daxia Specialty Bureau, can you show the exotic beings? Some people who really cannot help but be curious. Directly to the official website of the Daxia Bureau of Extraordinary, looking at a series of things happening abroad. Daxia is too quiet, so quiet that everyone has little feeling, simply cannot appreciate the panic of the people abroad. It was thought that the Daxia Extraordinary Bureau would not pay any attention to it, but to the surprise of Daxia's netizens, but just a few minutes later, the Daxia Extraordinary Bureau released a news item. Daxia, beautiful because of you, and peaceful because of you. Underneath this one sentence with several levels of words was an hour-long video, and this hour-long video was basically an editing of the highly combustible footage of the warrior armies fight against the alien beings over this period of time. This news was released in just a few minutes, and it directly rushed to the hot search, directly exploding on all platforms across the net, and a large number of netizens flocked to the official website of the Daxia Special Bureau to watch this hour-long highly combustible video, whose playback volume had already reached tens of millions in just 1 hour. Chapter 41 Daxing Martial Arts. Asterisk. Is this the power of the state-issued martial arts after having accomplished it? It's also too handsome. Geez. I said, why is our Daxia so quiet? So it's because someone is walking with a heavy load and blowing up. I have no regrets about joining Daxia in this life, and I will be a Daxian in the next. What kind of army is this? Why haven't I seen it before? Che, you haven't seen much. In an instant, with the release of this video, the entire Daxia network completely blew up. All Daxia netizens were frantically discussing this video, being stimulated by the valor of the warrior army in it, the entire blood boiling, itching to charge along with this mysterious army as well. In addition to the excitement for this video, the enthusiasm of the Daxia nationals for martial arts was also unprecedentedly high. Originally the people practiced the martial arts techniques issued by the Martial Arts Pavilion, and after not seeing any results for several days, they still felt a little disbelief, and there were even quite a number of people who had already given up. But now, even the old, young, women and children started practicing martial arts, and even if it didn't work, they would still stick to it because they saw how powerful that group of battle martial army was. although there is no TV series in that kind of metaphysical, but destroys the stone crack wall, is a breeze. So the martial arts posture, which one does not aspire to? What's more, if a war did occur in the future, with martial arts in their bodies, they would at least be able to protect their family members. So it could be said that after the appearance of this video, Daxia's heart for martial arts was unprecedented. And that, in turn, is the real reason why the state released this video. How could the state not be concerned about the entire population practicing martial arts? Naturally, it also knows that the nationals are gradually losing confidence because of the lack of results. And this video is the confidence that the state has erected for the nationals. Whether it was Guhan and the other senior members of the Daxia Extraordinary Bureau, or the senior members of the country, it was clear that the future Daxia, if it wanted to truly be preserved amongst the other worldly beings, would have to make the entire country completely strong. The invasion of the foreign beings was destined to end in a short period of time. It could be a long period of resistance, and in order to support the resistance, it was necessary to grow the national heritage. And this underpinning, naturally, came from the martial arts. Both Guhan and the country were clear that the future direction of Daxia must be based on martial arts, supplemented by science and technology. After all, in the face of the kind of transcendent existence of exotic beings, without the support of martial arts, it was impossible to withstand it, and based on technology alone, not to mention whether or not it could block those powerful exotic beings, and even if it could, how much would it cost? Those who can deal a blow to those powerful exotic beings must be the kind of weapons of mass destruction with high firepower, and this kind of weapon, if released in the territory, even if it is far away from the base city, will cause irreversible environmental damage, and at that time, even if it is barely blocked, what kind of damage will be done to the whole territory? Daxia simply can't afford this kind of loss. Therefore, Daxia just want to let the national practice martial arts, and even, Daxia Education Bureau has been planning to establish a martial arts academy, only due to the recovery of the aura is no longer a few days, only to put this plan temporarily on hold. At the same time, countries around the world were also shocked by the video released by Daxia, and there were countless hot debates on Twitter, with people from all over the world expressing their views on it. Oh, my God, is this true? Sure enough, the ancient Oriental kingdom really does have a miraculous martial way. Oh my God, is this the Eastern martial way? It's terrifying. I strongly suggest that the country cooperate with Great Xia, otherwise, who can resist the arrival of the foreign beings? So far, the entire world is the safest in Daxia, just because Daxia possesses martial arts. Why doesn't our country? What the hell is the country doing? Shit, this must not be true. How can Daxia be so strong? Oh God, I'm going to practice martial arts too. That's the kind of power a true powerhouse should have. In these remarks, there were envy, excitement, questioning and so on and so forth, but without exception, all of them recognized that Daxia was currently the safest country in the world, and even if the foreign spirits, in the hands of Daxia, were only being slaughtered, and did not have any resistance at all, for a while, there were already quite a few plutocrats from various countries who surreptitiously began to inquire about the method of obtaining Daxia's citizenship, intending to flee Daxia with their families. It couldn't be helped. Ever since the matter of the descent of the foreign spirits had been recognized by various countries, apart from Daxia, the rest of the world was in a state of panic, especially those plutocrats who were the most serious. But now that the whole world is experiencing this kind of danger, they have no direction to escape, but this video released by Daxia is giving them direction. Only, nowadays, it was even more difficult than before to obtain Daxia's nationality. Almost impossible. Even those plutocrats who were willing to contribute half of their wealth to Daxia did not get Daxia's consent. Just kidding. Previously, when Daxia made a series of preparatory moves, these plutocrats were jumping up and down, thinking of making profits from this opportunity, and now that they realize the danger, they want to lean on Daxia? What do you take Daxia for? You can come and go as you please? What's more, for the current Daxia, what wealth and resources are not lacking at all? What's really lacking is martial arts experts. But this is something that those plutocrats simply can't give. Of course, if you say that there is a shortage, the Great Summer is also a shortage of medicinal herbs and other resources, but because of these resources to absorb a group of white-eyed wolves, it was simply impossible. Regarding the video released by Daxia, the reactions of the countries around the world were different. For example, countries such as the Pretty Country were accusing Daxia of concealing the martial arts technique, and should have contributed the martial arts technique to contribute to the world. Only that this accusation was directly ignored by Daxia. Despite the fact that the top brass of the Pretty Country were furious, they didn't dare to do anything other than shoot their mouths off at such a critical moment. On the contrary, It was the furry bear country and other countries that were on good terms with Daxia that once again requested Daxia to trade martial arts techniques. And after considering it, Daxia's senior management also once again traded some low-ranked martial arts techniques. Of course, it was also limited to low-level martial arts techniques, higher level or martial arts techniques or the like. It was impossible for Daxia to take them out for trade. In addition to all this clamor, all the countries were frantically making preparations, and none of them dared to slack off. After all, no one wanted their country to be destroyed by the foreign beings, much less would they put their country's safety and security on the mercy of the foreign beings. Time. In the Daxia netizens' excitement quietly passed. In the blink of an eye, from the aura recovery has entered the countdown. Tomorrow, as the Daxia Special Bureau said, that the exotic living beings descend. Tonight will be a sleepless night, both for Daxia and for the countries of the world. Even many ordinary people are tossing and turning, both excited, and worried and scared. Chapter 42, Aura Recovery. In the darkness of the night, everything was silent, and the silver moonlight sprinkled down from above the sky, wrapping the earth in a layer of silver. On the outskirts of Daxia's Kyoto, the headquarters of the Daxia Specialized Bureau was still brightly lit. On the rooftop of the building, Guhan stood with his arms folded, looking up at the bright moon in the sky and thinking. During these last few days, with the dead chi that he had accumulated earlier, he allowed his cultivation to break through a small realm once again, reaching the middle stage of Ghost King, and his strength went up a level. The breakthrough in cultivation was certainly pleasing to Guhan, but what he was more concerned about was tomorrow's aura recovery. For him, tomorrow was the nightmare of his previous life, but he didn't want that to be the nightmare of this life as well. He had come alone on top of this rooftop in an effort to recall the details of his previous life, in an effort to enable Daxia to pass through the initial stage of aura recovery peacefully. In his memories, what really caused Great Xia to suffer a heavy blow in his previous life was the demonic beast army that descended from the Highland demon race during the initial stage of the aura recovery. Although these demonic beast armies were but all at the stage of quenching the body and forging the bones, and the strongest leader was only a true strength, but the number was extremely large. A whole 200,000. Of course, not all of these 200,000 demonic beasts had cultivation. At least 80% of them were beasts without cultivation, but they had made the former Great Xia pay a terrible price. The reason for this is that the 200,000 demonic beasts army appeared too suddenly, so that Daxia did not react at all. Coupled with the city, hell ghosts and monsters attacked and triggered panic, which led to Daxia's exhaustion to cope with, and ultimately to pay a painful price. In this life, Guhan would never let the misery of his previous life happen again. He remembered that this demonic beast turmoil was on the second day of the aura recovery, the day after tomorrow, and the place where it happened was none other than the city of Heavenly Capital. In order to prevent this turmoil, Guhan had already mobilized 100,000 elite troops from Kyoto and headed to the city of Heavenly Capital to defend it along with the 200,000 troops stationed in the city of Heavenly Capital. At the same time, Guhan also planned to wait until the war occurred and personally travel to the city of Heavenly Capital to sit in on it. Although today's Daxia has already had a trend of a great rise in martial arts, but if we talk about the real combat power, there are only those 100,000 battle martial arts army. The ordinary army cannot yet form a real martial arts army, so when dealing with the demonic beasts army, Guhan cannot help but be a little worried. In addition to this demonic beast turmoil, the attack of the hellish ghosts and monsters was also the main reason for the casualties of the previous Great Summer. Although the number of ghosts and monsters that descended was not large, only thousands, they were spread all over the major cities within Daxia. And how could the Daxia of the previous life, which had no martial arts and was basically ordinary people, possibly withstand these ghosts and monsters' assaults? It was also the attack of these ghosts and monsters that caused Daxia to be in a state of panic and collapse from within. And if the army in his previous life hadn't been strong enough to guard most of the city at a large cost, I'm afraid there would be no Guhan's current rebirth. Guhan wasn't too worried about these ghosts and monsters. After all, nowadays, every base city was guarded by the warrior martial army, and with the assistance of the ordinary army as well as the monitoring of the 7-star royalty, it wasn't difficult to defend against those ghosts and monsters. After stopping for a few more moments, Guhan's figure flickered and disappeared above the rooftop, and when he appeared again, he had already arrived at the combat command room of the Daxia Extraordinary Bureau. At this moment, the vast combat command room was brightly lit, with hundreds of staff members paying constant attention to the real-time images coming from the monitoring department, and once any anomalies appeared, they would immediately notify the warrior army stationed in the base city. It could be said that Guhan's greatest achievement since he was reborn was his current cultivation, and another one was contributing to the 7-star royalty. Without the 7-star royalty as a monitoring instrument, the challenges that the Great Xia would have to suffer would have been even greater, and the casualties would have been even greater. The 7-star Royal as well as the 100,000 warrior army were the true weapons of the Grand Xia to fend off the beings of the otherworldly realm. Lu Jin, who had been in the combat command room for a long time, immediately greeted Gu Han when he saw him appear. Director, all deployments have been arranged, just waiting for those foreign spirits to appear. At this moment, Lu Jin was both nervous and excited. Nervous because this was, after all, the first time they had faced foreign beings on a large scale, and everything before that had been nothing more than a small fight, and excited because he firmly believed that under Gu Han's leadership, even if those foreign beings were stronger, the ultimate victor would definitely be Daxia. Well, what about the populace? How are the arrangements coming along? It has already been notified, so that the people within the major base cities will stay in their rooms tomorrow and try not to go out. In addition, the army has also been made to patrol along the streets, so that once any abnormality is detected, they will be rushed to their aid immediately. Upon hearing this, Gu Han gently nodded his head, glanced at the nervous and excited Lu Jin, and lightly laughed. Don't worry, a mere hellish ghost is nothing. I'm sure the warrior military won't let us down. In fact, although Gu Han had worries in his heart, what he was worried about was not the inability of the warrior army to resist the ghosts and monsters, nor was he worried about the demonic beast's unrest in the day after tomorrow. What he was worried about was that the warrior army, and even the Great Xia army, would panic when faced with a large-scale descent of exotic living beings for the first time, which would lead to casualties that shouldn't have occurred in the first place. As for resisting, to be honest, with his current strength, he would be able to take care of all the descending otherworldly beings by himself, only that it would take a certain amount of time. However, Gu Han did not intend to do it, and he would not make a move if he did not have to. Only by letting the warrior martial army and even the Great Xia army face the foreign living beings directly, can they truly be fearless and grow up quickly? If everything relies on him, then is there any hope for the Great Xia? It's not that I'm afraid that the warrior army won't be able to resist. I'm afraid that there will be innocent casualties. Lu Jin shook his head and spoke rather heavily. Casualties are inevitable. What we have to do is minimize them. Don't worry, once you survive the initial phase, you'll be much better off. Upon hearing this, Gu Han gently patted Lu Jin's shoulder and spoke in a condensed voice. The time that the people of Daxia had been exposed to martial arts techniques was too short, coupled with the fact that the aura had not yet been revived. It was impossible for them to achieve anything, but once the aura was revived, they would be able to step into the transcended martial arts path, and at that time, even if they faced the invading hellish ghosts and monsters, they would have the power of self-preservation. On this night, not only was Daxia brightly lit, but other countries were equally brightly lit. It's the same whether it's official or popular. The officials are all making preparations, while the people are looking forward to the revival of the aura and the opening of this brand new era. Who wouldn't be honored to witness the opening of a new era of transcendence? Time, in the anticipation of the crowd, slipped by, and for the first time, people felt that the night was so long. Boom! When the darkness of the night receded and the sun rose, all over the world, everyone heard a strange sound that seemed to resonate above the soul, like thunder in the daytime, making people palpitate. Immediately afterward, under everyone's shocked gazes, the sky began to change drastically. Chapter 43, The 9 Spirit Points. Buzz. The original beautiful sunrise instantly disappeared without a trace, replaced by a dull sky, as if the precursor of the coming storm. Not only that, the clouds in the sky is unusually thick, at first glance, as if the entire dome of the sky have fallen several levels out of thin air. At this moment, people all over the world couldn't help but lift their hearts up, nervously looking at the sky dome. Even those existences that were expecting the transcendent era to come before were not immune to trembling at this moment. The recovery of the aura was a great event for the entire world, and the opening of a new era, meaning the arrival of brand new opportunities. But what kind of impact the arrival of exotic beings would have on the entire world? No one had a bottom in their heart, and they would be equally scared. After all, even the most stupid people know that the hearts of those who are not of my kind will be different, and the arrival of foreign spirits is destined to cause disaster. So if they can't survive this disaster, then what opportunities are there to talk about? Rumble. While people were tense and worried, the strange changes in the heaven and earth were still continuing, and as the roars resounded, a vast vortex suddenly appeared in the entire dome of the sky, and these vortexes didn't appear randomly, but rather in the form of national locations. For example, in the sky above Daxia, 9 vortexes appeared. Each vortex is immense, and other more powerful countries, such as the Beautiful Country, the Hairy Bear Country and other countries, also appeared in several vortexes, but the largest vortexes and the largest number of vortexes, looking at the whole world, is only Daxia. No one knows exactly what these swirls represent. There was only one person, and that was Guhan, who was sitting in Kyoto. Daxia. At this moment, inside the Daxia Specialized Bureau, Lucian looked at the vast vortexes on the dome of the sky and couldn't help but inquire towards Guhan beside him. Director, what do these vortices represent? Are they beneficial or harmful to my Grand Xia? Lucian's face was grave, afraid of getting bad news from Guhan. These vortexes, which are the source of the revitalization of aura, are known as spirit caves. It was caused after the three origin worlds of Hell, Highland, and Wonderland collided with the Blue Planet's border, and under the threat of these three origin worlds, the Blue Planet's heaven and earth laws would automatically operate and turn on a defensive revitalization mode, thus causing the spirit caves present. The larger and more numerous the spirit caves are, the more dense their heaven and earth aura is, and the more heavenly sanctuaries can be born in that region. But likewise, it will be more susceptible to the coveting of exotic beings. Guhan explained out loud towards Lucian while squinting his eyes and surveying the swirls in the dome of the sky, his mind racing with thoughts. He clearly remembered that in his previous life, there were only 7 spirit points owned by Daxia, and the range was not this large. Could it be that it was because of his rebirth that the spirit points had changed? Guhan wondered in disbelief. Could it be because of his cultivation as well as the early appearance of the transcendent martial way in Daxia? Shaking his head, Guhan no longer thought much about it. The increase in the size and number of spirit points was of great benefit to Daxia, although it would make the foreign spirits covet Daxia even more, but it would also make Daxia stronger quickly. It can't be helped that there are gains and losses, but in Guhan's opinion, the foreign beings would covet Daxia no matter what, and in that case, why not choose to make Daxia stronger? Rumble. As the vortex took complete shape, a spectacle that made the world shudder in amazement violently emerged, only to see, from above that vortex, a monstrous torrent of spiritual chi poured down violently, as if the heavenly river had collapsed, and the impact of that scene even caused the people under the vortex to panic and frantically flee. However, very soon, the crowd realized that the pouring of that aura torrent did not cause any blow. Apart from the wild winds whistling in the air, there was no damage at all, and it directly dissipated into the sky and the earth. Guhan, who was located in the middle of the Daxia Special Bureau, clearly felt that the concentration of aura in the Daxia region was rapidly increasing, and even though his ghost Dao was different from the martial Dao and didn't need to draw an aura, after the increase of aura in the heavens and earth, he likewise felt that his entire body and mind were soothed, as if he was in some kind of wonderful place. Although Daxia martial arts powerhouses such as Lucian could not exactly feel the increase in aura concentration due to their low cultivation level, they also shared the same feeling as Guhan, and even felt it more deeply. At this moment, the martial arts powerhouses of Grand Xia could all feel the aura in their bodies begin to run quickly, and between breaths, there was a large amount of aura pouring into their bodies, helping them to raise their cultivation. Most of all, these auras were so pure that they could be transformed into their own power with little refining, and in just a moment, there were several warrior military forces that were at the perfection of body tempering that had broken through to the bone forging realm due to the increase in the concentration of heaven and earth's auras. In addition to this, the Daxia people who constantly studied martial arts techniques could also clearly feel the changes in their bodies. The whole person became unusually relaxed, as if they had completely transformed. That kind of lightness of being like a swallow, which made many of the Daxia people obsessed with it. The organic wise men directly took out their martial arts techniques and began to cultivate with reference to them, and afterward, they felt a very obvious change. Before today, their participation in the martial arts gongfu was obscure and difficult to understand, and even if they followed the gongfu to run the spell, there was almost no effect. But now, there was an extremely obvious effect, as more and more Daxia's children reacted. With the exception of children who were not yet fully developed, almost all of Daxia's people were caught up in the cultivation of martial arts techniques, and every Daxia's child wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to allow themselves to step into transcendent martial arts, and thus grasp the opportunities of a whole new era. For a while, the entire Daxia was silent. Even those who had no choice but to go out practice directly on the spot, or on the street, or in the car, or at the mall. Compared to Daxia, the subjects of other countries were not able to grasp this initial opportunity of aura recovery, and one by one, they were still looking at the wonders on the sky dome, but it was the existences that had purchased martial arts techniques from Daxia that had reacted, and had begun to cultivate their martial arts with the help of the aura. Of these, the armies of the nations are the most important. The aura poured in and lasted for 6 whole hours before ending, and within those 6 hours, the most obvious change was that forests all over the globe had seen a surge. Countless flowers, plants and trees grew at an unimaginable speed. Some trees that were originally only a few meters, all skyrocketed to more than 10 meters, and those that were originally tens of meters, skyrocketed to hundreds of meters or even 200 or 300 meters. Not only flowers, plants and trees, mountains and rivers also showed obvious changes. The territories of the 7 continents around the globe even saw a smooth and rapid expansion. And in just a short period of time, the territories of various countries skyrocketed by nearly 10%. And this rate of expansion is still going on. On top of that, all kinds of natural resources, too, changed with the appearance of aura. And land beasts and even sea creatures, too, were involuntarily absorbing the aura and moving towards the direction of evolution. Chapter 44, The Ghosts Descend. Countries are looking at the changes in the world with a mixture of surprise and joy. What is alarming is the consequences of this change. No one can predict. The future is full of uncertainty, so that the top management of many countries are a little worried. And happy, naturally, is the expansion of the territory, equivalent to the vast territory for nothing without spending a single soldier. Who can not be happy? In addition to the officials of various countries, people around the globe are also talking about the changes in the world. And the internet is already making waves. There is melancholy, there is joy, but more than that, there is worry about the unknown of the future. This unprecedented change in the world would worry anyone. I'm afraid. In comparison, Dacia was exceptionally tranquil, as everyone was practicing martial arts wholeheartedly, and even if they noticed the changes in the world, they didn't have the time to pay attention to them, all scrambling to step into the transcendent martial way and adapt to the brand new era. Even though the Dacia officials had paid attention to the changes in the Dacia territory, they were not as nervous as the other countries, but responded calmly, because long before the recovery of the aura, Guhan had already communicated with the Dacia officials that the recovery of the aura would lead to changes in the world. Not only that, but the Dacia officials had also long ago made corresponding arrangements for the changes in heaven and earth caused by the revival of the spiritual qi. Most notably, there are 2 major strategies. One of them is to establish a military defense line as well as a chain of islands along the coastline of Dacia, with the chain of islands as the first defense barrier and the coastline as the second defense barrier. These 2 defense barriers were established to deal with the possible invasion of marine life or invasion compelled by the plateau demonic beasts due to their metamorphosis into demons as a result of the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. The second is the defense line against the ancient mountains and forests within the Dacia territory, with the Yanqing defense line to defend against the invasion of wild beasts in the Daxing'an mountains and the Shinong defense line to defend against the invasion of wild beasts in the Shenangjia. In addition to which, the more extensive mountain ranges around the world are stationed by aggravated armies to prevent invasions caused by wild beasts that have metamorphosed. Of course, there was a way to completely eliminate the invasion of these beasts, and that was to clear these places of living beings in advance. Only, after comprehensive consideration, Dacia gave up on this clearing program. It wasn't for fear of destroying the ecological environment, but to provide a suitable place for the people within Dacia to hone their skills. These rare ancient mountains and forests, although due to the recovery of aura and the birth of demonic beasts, but this process is definitely not fast, and in the transformation of these beasts to demonic beasts, it is very suitable to let the people of Dacia to go to grind, with the help of them to improve their own combat experience as well as cultivation. It wouldn't be impossible to let the children of Great Xia deal with the descending foreign beings from the start, but it would result in great casualties. Secondly, the appearance of these grinding places would also give the energetic Great Summer subjects who had stepped into the transcendent martial Tao something to do, and even added income from hunting, so it could be said that it was 100 benefits without any harm. Rumble. 6 hours rushed by. The spirit caves on the dome of the sky gradually disappeared, and the concentration of aura in the heaven and earth had already reached a stable level. But with the passage of time, the concentration of aura in the entire world would rise again when this aura settled into the ground and formed underground spirit veins or even cavernous blessed lands. This was the autonomous promotion of the world plane, equivalent to the natural evolution of all living things. But of course, the time required for this could take decades or even hundreds of years. Bang! Just when everyone thought that the changes in the heavens and earth had completely passed, a shocking roar suddenly exploded out, and immediately afterward, a scene that made everyone terrified appeared. Tear, only to see that a pitch-black crack that seemed to split the sky dome in half suddenly surfaced, and the impact that the gully-like crack in the void brought to the people of the whole world was unparalleled. Oh by God! What is this? Oh my God! The end is near? Hiss! The sky cracked? What the hell happened? The entire international network exploded as a result of this rift. Everyone panicked. Some wanted to flee but didn't know where to go. Ow! At the time of everyone's panic, as if ghosts cry and wolves howl like sound, suddenly from the pitch-black cracks sounded out. This ear-piercing sound does not seem to be big, but it has clearly resounded in the ears of all human beings in the whole world, so that all people cannot help but be chilled. Buzz. Not long, a black shadow will squeeze out from the pitch-black crack, but just a few minutes of time, The entire pitch-black crack around has been spread all over the thousands of black shadows. These black shadows are big and small. The body of the aura are also strong and weak. The only thing that has not changed is that they are permeated with a thick deathly aura as well as the cold atmosphere. These are the demons from hell. And that crack in the dome of the sky was also a world rift caused by the collision between the hell world and the blue star. And this kind of world rift, although not considered as a passageway between the two worlds, would lead to the accidental descent of some otherworldly beings. In Guhan's previous life, as his martial arts cultivation improved, people gradually figured out the origin of this disaster. If it was just a collision of worlds, then while there would also be an invasion of foreign domains, it wouldn't happen so quickly, but would wait until the blue planet had fully emerged with transcendent martial arts and possessed a certain degree of self-preservation. The reason why exotic beings appeared at the initial stage of aura recovery was precisely because of the appearance of this world crack, thus causing some ghosts and monsters from hell to accidentally land, which in turn allowed some forces in hell to detect this world crack, triggering their ambitions and causing them to invade the blue planet in a big way, treating the blue planet as a harvesting ground for their interests. Roar! As those hellish ghosts and monsters appeared in the world, an ear-piercing roar rang out, their eyes glowing red as they excitedly surveyed this brand new world before scrambling towards the place where the aura was thick, fearing that if they lagged behind by one step, they would be snatched up by someone else. Among them, it was Dacia that descended the most hellish ghosts and monsters, with nearly 3,000 hellish ghosts and monsters, followed by the pretty country, which also had more than 1,000 hellish ghosts and monsters, and then the Manhwa country, which had nearly 1,000 hellish ghosts and monsters. The number of these hellish ghosts and monsters basically depended on the concentration of aura in that area. After all, places with a high enough concentration of aura would only be able to attract these hellish ghosts and monsters more as well. When the countries saw those hellish ghosts and monsters coming towards their own countries, the official faces of the countries changed drastically, and they started to defend themselves with their hands and feet. But what they didn't expect was that their scientific and technological weapons didn't have a great effect on these ghosts and monsters, and after bombarding them for most of the day, they only eliminated 2 or 3 of the ghosts and monsters. Until this time, the officials of various countries really realized the importance of transcendental martial arts. But even with the favorable conditions of the recovery of spiritual chi, the countries currently stepped into the transcendental martial arts. Only a few dozen people want to deal with these ghosts and monsters. Cannot be done at all. Chapter 45. Besides, the officials of each country couldn't afford to send these martial arts seeds to their deaths, but they knew that those who could step into the transcendent martial Tao from nothing in just 6 hours of aura recovery had extraordinary martial arts qualifications, with a high probability of growing into a top powerhouse in the future. It would undoubtedly be a loss to the countries if these seeds of martial arts died tragically because of these ghosts and monsters, so that they failed to grow into top powerhouses. Moreover, with the presence of these powerhouses who had already stepped into the transcendent martial arts, they would also be able to teach more peoples to step into the powerhouses of martial arts. Therefore, the officials of each country treated these seeds that had stepped into the transcendent martial way as treasures, merely utilizing them to search for ghosts and monsters that had stepped into their own territories, and then utilizing weapons of mass destruction to destroy those ghosts and monsters. Admittedly, there will be some economic losses as well as casualties, but compared to the future of the country, such losses can be afforded by the countries. For a while, with the descent of these ghosts and monsters, the whole world was plunged into war, with screams rising and falling one after another. Cherry Blossom Country. Even though the Sakura country's land area was not large before, under the influence of the change of heaven and earth, it had also skyrocketed to double its territory, and its spirit cave, which also possessed a full 3, had descended on the Sakura country with as many as 500 or more ghosts and monsters. Among them, 100 Oni descended on the capital city of Sakura no Kuni. When the people of the Sakura Kingdom's capital city saw those ghosts and monsters descending, each and every one of them panicked and fled in all directions screaming in fear. But how could they possibly escape the ghosts and monsters? But in just a few minutes, the deaths and injuries in the Sakura Kingdom's capital city amounted to thousands. Although the official Sakura country sent troops in time to come and strangle these ghosts and monsters, it had little effect. Not only did it fail to decapitate the ghosts and monsters, but instead those ghosts and monsters wiped out a lot of troops. Even because of the death of these people, those ghosts and monsters sucked a lot of young energy, so that these ghosts and monsters become more and more excited and more courageous. Ah! Bang! Miserable screams mixed with the roar of artillery fire resounded throughout the Sakura Kingdom's capital city, fueled by blood, causing the people of the Sakura Kingdom's capital city to flee in even greater terror. According to statistics, the Sakura country had suffered as many as 3 million deaths and countless economic losses in this first day of ghostly descent, and the cities and towns that the ghosts had descended upon were almost reduced to rubble. Jingle bells! Dasha's Special Weapons Bureau Operations Command Room. The moment the many ghosts and monsters descended upon Dasha, the entire operations command room resounded with the sound of a sharp alarm bell, and it was also this alarm bell that woke up the many personnel who were caught up in martial arts cultivation. Quickly, based on where the ghosts and monsters have descended, contact the warrior army defending the area and order them to move out and strangle the ghosts and monsters that have descended. Lu Jin, who had awakened with a start, was anxious but meticulous in his arrangements, and the many staff members of the combat command room, not daring to be slow, began to contact the warrior armies all over the world. At this moment, Guhan stood with his arms folded, looking at the red dot on the large display in the center, his face ancient and unperturbed. In fact, if he was willing to let go of his Ghost King aura, those ghosts and monsters would definitely not dare to take half a step into Dasha, but he didn't want to expose his cultivation too early. That would only attract stronger ghosts and monsters. Moreover, the confrontation with these otherworldly beings was a necessary path for the Great Xia to grow, or as the saying goes, how could the Great Xia grow if it relied on him for everything? Of course, don't look at him like he's old-fashioned, but in reality, he's already moved. The thousands of ghosts and monsters that descended on the Great Summer Kyoto were silently eliminated by Guhan, and most of those eliminated ghosts and monsters became his sustenance, transformed into pure soul power and inhaled into his body by utilizing the Nine-Spectre Soul Cannon. After all, Kyoto was the card face of Dasha. Guhan couldn't possibly let the Dasha Kyoto suffer too much damage, and the reason why he didn't destroy all of those thousands of ghosts and monsters was just a practice for the warrior army stationed in the Dasha Kyoto. On top of that, some of the ghosts and monsters that had reached the late stage of true strength or above were also silently disposed of by Guhan, who was going to use them to practice, not to send the warrior army to their deaths. Nowadays, although there are quite a few true power experts in Dasha, but they are all at the early stage of true power. Not to mention that Dasha's true power experts do not have enough combat experience at the moment, but just the difference of two small realms is a huge gap. The higher the cultivation level, the greater the gap between the minor realms. In the early stages, there might be Martial Dao Heavenly Pride who could cross the realm to kill the enemy, but above the King realm, there were very few who could cross the realm to kill the enemy. Tianming District, located in the outskirts of Tianhai City, although it was already an old district, it also still housed hundreds of families. Lin Fengnian was a cab driver. Originally he was supposed to be out picking up and dropping off customers, but due to today being a special day, he didn't go out. Instead he stayed at home, taking advantage of the revival of aura to cultivate martial arts with his wife and son. During the 6 hours of cultivation, Lin Fengnian was pleasantly surprised to find that he had successfully stepped into the transcendent martial Dao, becoming a strong martial artist at the early stage of the body tempering realm, which caused Lin Fengnian's entire family to be extremely excited. But soon, something that terrified Lin Fengnian's entire family appeared. A body-hardened perfect ghost monster appeared in his home. Originally, because he had stepped into the transcendent martial Dao, his wife had cooked a large table to celebrate. But who would have thought that the danger would come so quickly? Lin Fengnian will protect his wife and children behind him. Nervously looking at the head of the ghost appeared in the balcony. That is a similar leopard, but the size of the leopard is even bigger than the ghost. Filled with cold ghost chi, the beginning of the appearance of Lin Fengnian's home will make the temperature drop very much. Later, I will stop this. You guys run away. Don't be afraid. Don't panic. The country will come to our rescue. Lin Fengnian mobilized the meager chi and blood that had managed to appear in his body, and whispered towards his wife as he nervously defended himself. Old Lin. His wife clutched Lin Fengnian's arm tightly, both fear and worry on her face. Don't worry. I'm already a martial arts expert, so I'll show you your husband's prowess today. Bang. Just after saying these words, the ghost had already smashed the balcony portal and attacked Lin Fengnian like a fast wind, and that fierce appearance scared Lin Fengnian's wife as well as his son to fall to the ground. Move! Lin Fengnian had no time to help his wife and children, and after roaring, he gathered the strength of his whole body, grabbed the dining table and threw it out, and then slid under the bottom of that ghost monster on his knees, and his fists bombarded its abdomen one after another. But to Lin Fengnian's despair, his bombardment failed to cause damage to this ghost monster, merely causing its figure to deviate. But it was he himself, whose fists were a bloody mess. Come on. Lin Fengnian was afraid that the demonic monster would go against his wife and son, and he growled out at the demonic monster with red eyes. Bang! With a roaring sound, the low-strength Lin Fengnian was directly knocked away, smashing the entire wall out of a human-shaped crater. After crashing through 2 walls in succession, Lin Fengnian was only set on the 3rd wall, with blood spewing wildly out of his mouth. He was already seriously injured. Chapter 46, Dasha Warriors. Such a big commotion naturally attracted the attention of the surrounding neighbors. Except that not many people dared to come to poke around, let alone save the lives of the people. Everyone is not a little cute. The first thing I can tell from the commotion is that the ghosts and monsters must have appeared. Otherwise, it would be impossible to cause such a big commotion. And even though they are neighbors, they are not to the extent of putting their lives on the line to help them. It's also human nature. Most of the ordinary civilians, where can they care so much? Can take care of their own little family? It is already very good. But it wasn't as if no one came to help. Two neighbors who had also broken through to the transcendent martial Dao reacted immediately, darting to the floor where Lin Fengnian was, skimming over Lin Fengnian's wife and children, who had already fled to the door and were hiding in the corner, crying, and rushing directly into the battlefield. Bang bang. But soon, these two neighbors followed in Lin Fengnian's footsteps and ended up with serious injuries. Not to mention the fact that this ghost monster has reached body tempering perfection. Lin Fengnian and the three of them have only just stepped into the early stage of body tempering, and all their strength has not yet been familiarized with it. So they simply can't exert 10% of their strength. Even if it's an early stage of body tempering, they don't think that they can fight against it, let alone a body tempering perfection. Brush. Just as Lin Fengnian and the three of them were despairing, a black shadow appeared in front of them with a brush, and without waiting for them to see it clearly, the ghost monster that was unrivaled to them was directly blown away, smashing two walls before directly bursting into a thick fog in the air, completely dissipating between this heaven and earth. This scene saw Lin Fengnian three people dumbfounded as if they were wooden chickens. They stared blankly at the upright figure not far in front of them, their entire minds going blank. This upright figure, wearing a pitch-black battle robe, tattooed with blood-colored tiger stripes on the battle robe, appeared to be mighty and overbearing, and on the shirt on its back, it was engraved with a set of diagrams and records, which could be vaguely seen as a graphic transformation of the word battle martial, and there was also a sharp blade that passed through the middle of the word battle martial. The war warrior army. Returning to their senses, Lin Fengnian and the three of them were all excited. Even if the pain on their bodies was unbearable, they still looked at that upright figure with excitement. Apart from the warrior martial army, they really couldn't think of anyone else in Disya who could possess such a strong martial arts strength. What's more, everyone knew that the only people who wore such special battle robes were the battle martial army. Congratulations on stepping into the transcendent martial way. As Lin Fengnian and the three of them were excited, Yuan Chang, a member of the Battle Martial Army squad stationed in Tianhai City, turned around and smiled as he spoke out in congratulations towards Lin Fengnian and the three of them. Immediately afterward, he took out a jade bottle from his pocket, poured out 3 pills, and stuffed them into the mouths of Lin Fengnian's trio. Boom! As the elixir entered their mouths, Lin Fengnian and the three of them froze. They only felt a majestic vitality surging through their bodies, but in just a short period of time, most of the injuries on their bodies had been recovered. And even the cultivation that they had just broken through was consolidated because of the powerful medicinal power. This was the restoration pill refined by the Scientific Research Department of the Grand Xia Specialization Bureau, with the production method provided by Gu Han, those demons that had descended in advance as well as numerous medicinal herbs as the raw materials. And although it wasn't considered to be any superb pills, it was a good medicine for treating injuries for the body hardening, bone forging, and other low-ranking martial arts powerhouses. Thanks for saving my life. Having recovered most of their injuries, Lin Fengnian and the others hurriedly stood up and made a deep bow towards Yuan Chang, their faces filled with gratitude. Seeing this, Yuan Chang hastily reached out to hold the three of them in place, preventing them from worshipping. This is my due diligence, and I'm ashamed to say that I ran into a ghost on the road, causing a delay for a period of time, and I was not able to come to the rescue in time. You mustn't say that. You have worked hard to guard Dasha. Upon hearing this, Lin Fengnian's trio shook their heads in succession. Now that you have broken through the transcendent martial Dao, the state will have a martial arts subsidy, so you can head to the martial arts pavilion to learn the details at that time. In addition, if you want to improve your strength, you can form a small team of a few people and head to the Daxinganling or Shenangjia or the ocean to hunt mutated native beasts. Not only will you be able to hone your combat experience, but at the same time, some of the mutated beast parts can be taken and sold. If one is lucky enough to find an elixir that is in the process of metamorphosis, the wealth that can be gained is even more astonishing. Of course, if you can tackle the ghosts and goblins that appear in the city on your own, you'll get battle credit for that as well. But I wouldn't recommend taking on ghosts and goblins until you've familiarized yourselves with their strengths. I still need to travel to other places to deal with the ghosts, so I will leave first. After the words fell, Yuan Chang did not wait for Lin Fengnian's three people's reaction. He was ready to leave. When he walked to the balcony, he seemed to have remembered something, turned around to look at Lin Fengnian, and voiced out, The property damage caused by the destruction by the ghosts and monsters can be compensated by the state. You can take the time to go to the martial arts pavilion and submit an application. And then, he took a leap and completely disappeared from Lin Fengnian's three people's sight. The reason why Yuan Chang had said so much was also because the Daxia Extraordinary Bureau had given an order that if, in the course of solving the ghosts and monsters, any of the Daxia's subjects who had stepped into the transcendent martial way were encountered, they could be advised to go to places such as the Daxing'an Mountains to hunt and hone their strength and other things. The reason for such an order was also to allow the children of Daxia who had stepped into the transcendent martial way to quickly adapt to their surging power and truly transform their cultivation into battle power. At which time, even if there were any more ghosts or monsters intruding into the metropolis, they would be able to have the power to defend themselves. It was only after Yuan Chang left that Lin Fengnian reacted. He gratefully glanced at the two neighbors beside him who weren't very familiar with him. Old Li, Old Zhang, thank you for coming to my aid. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to wait for that warrior army warrior to arrive. In our neighborhood, there are only 3 of us who have stepped into the transcendent martial Dao. It's only right that we help each other. Yes, old Lin, you don't have to be polite. Just buy us a drink later. Ha ha, don't worry, that's for sure. It just so happens that I was going to celebrate stepping into the transcendent martial Dao. Who knew it would be so unlucky? Tonight at the Tianhai restaurant. My treat. Lin Fengnian laughed and hurriedly said. Immediately after that, Lin Fengnian seemed to have remembered something, fiercely looked at his 2 neighbors, and solemnly spoke. Old Li, Old Zhang, what does that one say? What do you think? The 3 of us have been friends for a long time, so why don't we form a squad and go hunting? It looks okay to me. Great. We stepped into the transcendent martial Dao one step ahead of the others, so we can be said to have a head start. And it's the right time to seize the opportunity to improve ourselves and realize a great leap forward. What happened to Lin Fengnian's family is not a special case. In all parts of the Daxia territory, there are many families have encountered ghosts and monsters. Luckily, the battle martial army had all arrived in time, making the casualties of Great Xia only single digits, making it the only country in the world that had hardly suffered any losses after the aura recovery. God knows how shocked the world was when the number of casualties in Daxia exploded. Chapter 47, Persecution. Not only the officials of various countries are shaken, but also the people of various countries are equally shaken. As the saying goes, no comparison, no harm. Even a once number 1 technological powerhouse like Pretty Country had suffered heavy losses in the first day of the aura revival, whereas Daxia was virtually unscathed and unharmed. And on top of that, the ghosts and monsters descending on Daxia were still the number 1 in the world. Such a staggering gap directly caused the people of various countries to explode, especially those who had family members who died in this disaster. They were even more furious and constantly cursed on online platforms. In addition to anger, there are also many people envious of the power of Daxia. More and more people are eager to get the nationality of Daxia. Step into the world's safest country. Among them, especially those rich people. Please open up green card applications in Daxia. Daxia is so strong. Can you help us? If Daxia is willing to grant a green card, I would like to donate all my wealth to Daxia. With the emergence of this amazing gap, the Daxia green card was once again eagerly sought after by people all over the world, and countless tycoons were thirsting for the Daxia green card. But no matter how amazing their wealth was, they couldn't find a way in. In addition to the clamor on the international network, the Daxia network also similarly set off waves. Only, more than 99%, are in praise of the Daxia warrior army. When I was at my most desperate, the warrior military appeared, and he was like a beam of light that dispersed all the darkness that had enveloped me, pulling me out of the abyss. Thank you to that warrior army warrior who saved my life. And thank you to the guardianship of the Daxia Extraordinary Bureau. The Daxia is invincible. I was also saved by the warrior army, which is super cool. I'm so envious that you guys can get up close and personal with the warrior army. Envy a deuce. You'd like to be approached by ghosts and monsters, you go. Ahem. Almost forgot. The warrior army is invincible and does not accept rebuttals. Almost all of the rescued Daxia's subjects lamented their escape from death in their circles of friends, and at the same time heartily praised the emergence of the warrior army. And it was these circles of friends that made Daxia's network boil over because of the warrior army. Looking at that one message, every Daxia citizen felt a sense of pride, celebrating the fact that they could become Daxians, especially after seeing the scene abroad. Of course, in addition to talking about the battle martial army, people were also talking about the transcendent martial Dao, especially those existences that had already stepped into the transcendent martial Dao, and they couldn't stop showing off in the major social platforms, drawing a wave of envy. It wasn't all showing off. There were also some existences that had stepped into the transcendent martial Dao that were posting information about forming a squad in the same city. It could be said that in the entire world, it was Dacia that was currently the most peaceful and relaxed, while other countries, even though they had already resolved the invading ghosts and monsters, were still busy with things such as pacifying the people in the affected areas as well as compensating them, and so on. But even in the midst of their busy schedules, countries such as the Pretty Country still didn't forget to ask Dacia for martial arts techniques. Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Pretty Country, Great Xia shouldn't be stuck in its ways. And even more so, it shouldn't block the development of martial arts all over the world. It should share its martial arts techniques, so that people all over the world, who are able to practice transcendent martial arts, can all have the power to fight against ghosts and monsters. Cherry Blossom Country's Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Great Xia shouldn't be selfish. It should open up its martial arts techniques, so that people all over the world can step into the transcendent martial arts, and resist the exotic beings by themselves. That's what a great nation is like. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Rice Character State, for the common development of the people of the world. We request that Dacia open up martial arts techniques. The unified release of these countries was utilizing righteousness to force Dacia to hand over the martial arts technique, triggering heated debates among people all over the world, especially those in persecuted regions, who responded to the call of these countries to force Dacia to hand over the martial arts technique on their social media platforms. Ridiculous. Why should my Grand Xia's martial arts techniques be open to you? If you want martial arts techniques, you can. First, share your scientific and technological achievements. After all, it's for the common development of the whole world. Isn't the Pretty Country a self-proclaimed world hegemon? It still demands our Grand Xia's martial arts techniques? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. What common development of the world? Have the guts to share your scientific and technological achievements first. What's the point of hiding them? In terms of alignment, when the people of Dacia say first, no one dares to say second. After countries had issued calls to force Dacia to hand over its martial arts techniques, Dacia's many sons and daughters, who had climbed to the extranet, took on the netizens of various countries, disliking them to the point where they had nothing to say but impotent rage. What a joke! On what grounds should the martial arts techniques of Dacia be contributed for free? Looking around the world, there was no such reasoning. At the time when many Dacia's citizens were filled with righteous indignation, Dacia's officials didn't have any response, turning a blind eye to this kind of persecution, really thinking that Dacia is a charitable organization? If the countries talked nicely and paid a certain price, perhaps Dacia would still open up the lower-ranked martial arts. But trying to force Dacia to hand over the martial arts without compensation? No way. With Dacia's current strength, it was fearless of all persecution. And in all honesty, nowadays, Dacia's gaze was not placed on the blue star at all, but rather on those exotic beings. And only those powerful exotic beings could make Dacia treat them with caution. Of course, in order to enable the countries to attract the attention of those exotic beings, to reduce the pressure on Dacia, and to enable Dacia to have the time to develop, the Dacia officialdom would also utilize various channels to funnel out some low-ranked martial arts techniques. Not to the country's official, but the plutocrats of the countries, but want to tight. Can use the plutocrats of the countries will be low-level martial arts techniques released, but also can make a profit. Why not? Of course, for the current Dacia, the so-called money meant nothing at all, and those plutocrats who wanted martial arts techniques would have to trade resources for them. On the first day of the aura recovery, a lot of things happened and caused a lot of ripples, and even more casualties. This day is known by the nations as the beginning of a new era and is also regarded as the first day of the resurrection calendar. Into the night, the clamor on the internet remained, but none of the country's officials were paying attention to the clamor on the internet. After all, the Pretty Country and other countries were also clear that it was impossible for Dacia to hand over the martial arts technique, and the reason why they pressed for it was only with the mindset of trying it out. At this time, the Pretty Country and other countries were all busy preparing for the next battle as well as researching those exotic ghosts and monsters, and at the same time, researching the transcendent martial way, and with the exception of the Great Xia, the academies of sciences of the various countries were busier than ever before, in order to be able to make the whole country strong, and also to be able to fight against the foreign beings. The officials of each country opened up the martial arts techniques obtained from the Grand Xia, and even though a part of the country's top management was reluctant, they couldn't stop the general trend. Everyone knew that martial arts was the mainstream of the future era, and hiding it would only sink their country, and only if the nation's subjects were strong together could they truly resist the foreign beings and be truly strong. Chapter 48, Tide of Demonic Beasts in the Heavenly Palace. The next day, the people of the City of Heaven's mansion obviously found that the atmosphere of the entire city was tense, filled with troops everywhere, numerous technological weapons, but also a steady stream of driving from the army station. Such a groundbreaking move caused many of the citizens of the City of Heavenly Capital to become nervous, and one by one, They asked the Daxia Extraordinary Bureau on the internet. At Daxia Specialty Bureau, what's happening? What's so strange about the streets today? It can't be that an exotic being is about to descend on our city, can it? Numerous people in the city of Heavenly Capital have posted pictures of military mobilization online, and their words are full of worry. And the appearance of these pictures has triggered a hot debate among Daxia netizens, and more netizens have begun to pay attention to the information of the city of Heavenly Capital. After all, the aura had only just been revived, and all the children of the Great Summer were still in the tension of the transition between the new era and the old era. The entire population was tense, and it was hard not to draw the attention of the crowd with such a strange change. Previously, although Daxia also stationed troops in the major base cities, these troops would not be mobilized on a large scale except for normal patrols, and would not affect the daily lives of the people in the slightest. However, now that there was such a large-scale mobilization of troops and weapons in the city of Heavenly Capital, it would naturally cause people to become nervous and worried. Please believe in the country. Any foreign enemy that dares to explicitly violate Daxia will be executed. It didn't take long for the Daxia's specialized bureau to issue a news release, declaring the Daxia's determination to guard its people with a strong stance. This domineering declaration naturally drew the blood of many of Daxia's subjects to boil, and the original worries and tensions gradually dispersed amidst such a forceful proclamation from the Daxia Extraordinary Bureau. Anyone who offends Daxia will be executed. Superb! Families of the city of Heavenly Capital, don't be afraid. With the strong army of Daxia, who can compete? Numerous Daxia netizens had praised this domineering declaration of the Daxia Extraordinary Bureau, and at the same time, they were also comforting the people of the city of Heavenly Capital, even though the Daxia Extraordinary Bureau didn't explicitly say so. Anyone with a bit of wisdom was able to discern the hidden meanings in the Daxia's words. The city of Heaven's mansion. I'm afraid that there will be foreign beings descending. Even though the many people of the city of Heavenly Mansions were worried about the descent of the foreign beings, under the strong guardianship of the great Xia officials, they gradually suppressed their worries and did not cause any chaos. At the same time, on the outer walls of the Heavenly Mansion city, the entire 300,000 troops, fully armed, stood on top of the city walls, and the ferocious and grandiose military momentum swept out, causing the entire sky to darken. Of these 300,000 troops, there were 200,000 ordinary troops and 100,000 elite troops, of which, at least half of the 100,000 elite troops had stepped into the transcendent martial Dao. And although most of them were only at the early stage of body tempering cultivation, when integrated together, they were still a not insignificant force. In addition to that, there were also 30 teams of battle martial squads assembled in the city of Heavenly Mansions, of which, 20 teams of battle martial squads were defending the city walls along with those 300,000 troops, while the other 10 teams of battle martial squads were patrolling the entire city of Heavenly Mansions, preventing any leaky fishes from scurrying into the city of Heavenly Mansions and harming the Daxia civilians in the city of Heavenly Mansions. In addition to the army, all sorts of strong technological weapons had been driven to the bottom of the city wall and were ready to be fired. There were ordinary technological weapons, and there were also the latest research and development of the Scientific Research Department of the Daxia Extraordinary Bureau, which was a combination of transcendent martial arts and technology, martial arts technological weapons. In order to deal with this wave of demonic beasts, Great Xia had done everything it could. At the same time, Gu Han, who was originally sitting in Kyoto, had also arrived in the city of Heavenly Capital, only that he didn't appear in front of the world's eyes, but instead, he stood high in the sky, looking down on the entire city of Heavenly Capital. If it was not necessary, he would not make a move. The reason why he came here to sit down was just to prevent accidents from happening. Of course, a more important point was that he wanted to absorb the dead energy of this war and enhance his cultivation. At this moment, on the city wall, Lu Jin, deputy director of the Daxia Special Bureau, personally rushed to command the battle. He stood on top of the city wall, looking at the distant mountains and forests. His face is incredibly serious. Beside him, stood 20 teams of combat martial arts squad. That one of them is like a benchmark figure, attracting the surrounding military people frequently sideways glances. The eyes are permeated with respect as well as longing. Nowadays, in the Daxia army, everyone knows the Battle Martial Army under the jurisdiction of the Daxia Specialized Bureau, and is also clear that the Battle Martial Army is the true number one strongest army in Daxia, and even though it was established less than a year ago, its strength is strong enough to stand proudly against all the armies in Daxia. As soldiers, they naturally all wanted to enter the Battle Martial Army, to have this honor of being a member of the number one strongest army in Daxia, and more importantly, the commander of the Battle Martial Army was rumored to be the director of the Daxia Special Bureau. the true number one strongest person in the entire Dixia. And even though there were not many soldiers that had ever seen it, there was a legend of Guhan that had been circulating in the armies of Dixia. After all, now the aura has been recovered. The arrival of exotic beings is not a secret. Many war military naturally do not need to keep secret, and even the war military will inevitably be envious, although they do not dare to say the relevant information about Guhan. But some praise as well as veneration will be circulated from their mouths, one after another. Naturally, it will allow Guhan to become the existence of the whole of the summer many armies of the army of all the military people who are venerated and aspire to. Soon, the time will come to noon. Even if the scorching sun hangs high, many Daxia soldiers did not have the slightest slackness, still like a benchmark, standing on top of the city wall, the hands of the weapon held tightly, at any time can launch a battle charge. Coming. At that moment, Guhan, who was high up in the sky, raised his eyebrows and gazed at the distant mountains, his eyes seeing through the heavy obstruction to the ominous tide of demonic beasts. Roar! Seemingly in response to Guhan, an ear-splitting roar suddenly came from the mountains and forests, as if it were a burst of thunder, causing the many soldiers on the city walls to have their eardrums shaken to the point of raw pain. And even those strong squads of the battle martial army couldn't help but have their hearts pounding. Although they hadn't seen the wave of demonic beasts yet, the terrifying aura that was crushing the sky and earth made them want to gasp for breath, as if the entire heaven and earth were pressing down towards them. Even Lu Jin, the commander, could not avoid being shocked at this moment, and his whole mind was blank for a short while. Boom! Not long, the entire earth began to tremble. The city wall shook, as if it would probe at any time. Not only that, all the people of the entire city of Heavenly Capital can feel the earth trembling, especially in the high buildings, feel more strongly. That vibration are enough to be comparable to a 7 or 8 level earthquake. Fortunately, when establishing the base city, the Great Xia officials had considered such things, so the houses that were built were unprecedentedly earthquake-proof, and thus, although the tremor was extremely strong, it didn't cause much damage. Rumble, rolling smoke and dust like a storm, swept in from the distant mountains and forests, huge figures, looming in the smoke and dust, attracting the many Dixia soldiers stationed on the city walls, could not help but tense up. The palms of the hands that gripped their weapons, all began to sweat. Chapter 49, A Gruesome War. These Daxia soldiers are not afraid, but the shock of this grand scene that has never been seen before. Looking around, the whole densely packed huge demonic beasts rushing across, the kind of momentum that is like a mountain is crushing. Whoever sees it, will be lost in thought for it. Even a transcendent martial Dao level powerhouse would tremble under the crush of such a magnificent aura. Roar! As those demonic beasts got closer and closer, an ear-shattering roar came along with it. A horrifying wave of sound swept through, shaking the hearts and minds of the crowd. Those ordinary soldiers, their 5 senses were shaken out of blood by this wave of sound, and the windows of the buildings that were nearer to the city wall were directly cracked, and the walls even appeared to have cracks. Fortunately, when they learned of the impending wave of demonic beasts in the city of heavenly mansions, the officials had already relocated all the residents who were closer to the city walls elsewhere. Otherwise, this wave of sound alone would have caused a lot of deaths and injuries to many ordinary people. Weapons ready. Lu Jin, who was standing on the city wall, reacted from the loss of concentration, stared at the approaching wave of demonic beasts with a grave expression on his face, and violently bellowed aloud, shouting out with all his strength, just like a flood bell, ringing throughout the entire vicinity of the city wall, and the many military personnel who had received the order responded to the order. Various large weapons, such as the new tanks, turned their guns to face the tide of demonic beasts that kept coming. Fire! Boom! With Lu Jin's order, many large weapons erupted, and densely packed cannonballs were shot out, cutting a parabola above the sky, falling towards the wave of demonic beasts like a downpour. Bang! Between the collision, a shocking roar resounded throughout the battlefield. The rolling impact centered on the battlefield and swept away in all directions. Even from a long distance away, one could hear the terrifying sound of explosions as well as the shocking vibrations, and the entire city of heavenly mansions, at this moment, trembled due to this battle. The children of Daxia who were in the middle of it all became worried and hid in their rooms, praying constantly. Bang! Ever since Lu Jin gave the order, the artillery fire had not stopped, and the densely packed artillery shells continued to leak out, including the old-era technological weapons as well as the new-era martial arts technological weapons. As far as the eye could see, the whole battlefield was covered by smoke and dust, and the monstrous firelight reflected half of the sky red. At this moment, even Lu Jin and other true strength powerhouses couldn't see the scene in the center of the battlefield, and only Guhan, who was at the top of the sky, could see the scene inside the battlefield clearly. Even Guhan, have to lament. Technological weapons still have merit. If you can research technology to the depths, can also play an unimaginable power, and even do not have to transcendental martial arts weak, only, want to specialize in science and technology to the depths of its difficulty, no less than the development of transcendental martial arts to the pinnacle of the state. At the very least, with Dxia's current level of technology, in a short period of time, it would simply be difficult to gain a large increase. Demonic beasts, after all, not those ghosts and monsters, can ignore physical attacks. Perhaps a shell cannot kill the body-hardening realm of the demonic beasts, but thousands of shells concentrated outbreaks, not to mention the body-hardening realm of the demonic beasts, that is, forging the bones of the realm of the demonic beasts, but also have to kneel. Under this weapon bombardment, tens of thousands of demonic beasts died tragically, of which, the vast majority of them were body-tempering realm demonic beasts, and bone-forging realm demonic beasts were only killed or injured by a few heads. After all, although these demonic beasts did not have a high level of spiritual intelligence, they were not little cuties either. They wouldn't just watch the shells fall without any defense. Those shells were able to cause such a powerful killing force, or because these demonic beasts were in a moment of confusion and didn't form an effective defense. As those demonic beasts reacted, the lethality of the numerous cannonballs gradually diminished, and it often took several rounds of bombardment to kill hundreds of demonic beasts by virtue of those successive explosions. A full hour of rounds of bombardment had wiped out more than 50,000 demonic beasts, and although at least half of them were beasts that hadn't stepped into the transcendent martial Tao, the fact that they could inflict such a huge amount of killings had already made Guhan very satisfied. Even a Yuan Gang realm powerhouse might not necessarily be able to inflict such a number of kills and injuries in a wave of such a number of demonic beasts. After all, Yuan Gang realm powerhouses could not yet do endless power, and might be able to act like a god of war in the beginning, but with the passage of time, they would gradually run out of strength, and thus would be surrounded by demonic beasts and die. After utilizing the cannon fire to stop the onslaught of the demonic beast tide, Lucian took a deep breath, violently pulled out the dragon elephant blade in his hand, and chopped forward horizontally. Kill! The Great Summer is invincible. In an instant, 100,000 elite troops as well as 100,000 ordinary troops rushed out horizontally. Majestic military momentum swept out, shaking the entire heaven and earth. Every soldier held a Gatling in his hand, gulping out fire dragons, roaring towards the wave of demonic beasts in the distance. At the same time, many battle martial squads also leapt down from the city walls, mixing in with the 200,000 troops. On the one hand, in order to protect those ordinary soldiers and minimize casualties, and on the other hand, in order to surprise and hang those demonic beasts that had stepped into the transcendent martial Tao. Bang! Under the nervous eyes of Lucian and the remaining soldiers stationed on the city wall, the two great torrents finally collided together, and in just a moment, a great golden bell emerged on the entire battle line, followed by a sword aura mixed with sharp edges cutting out horizontally, and then the shadow guards hidden in the darkness killed recklessly. However, in just a short moment, the battle martial squad, which was obviously an auxiliary attack, became the most dazzling presence on the entire battlefield, while the real main force of 100,000 elite troops as well as the 100,000 ordinary troops were reduced to a companion, only able to rely on the Gatling in their hands to provide fire support for the many battle martial squads. Of course, it might be difficult for these armies to deal with demonic beasts that had stepped into the transcendent martial Tao, but it was more than enough to deal with beasts that had yet to step into the transcendent martial Tao. Rumble. However, in just a few minutes, the entire battlefield seemed to have been turned into a millstone of flesh and blood, with countless limbs and broken flesh floating on the battlefield. The bloody and incomparable scene, which even these trained soldiers could barely withstand. The soldiers on the battlefield were fine, because they didn't have the heart to pay attention to anything else. The whole person's whole spirit was on the battle, but those soldiers stationed on the city wall were looking at their faces. Their bodies were trembling slightly. Even Lucian, the commanding officer, was also like this. In times of peace, who has ever seen such a horrific scene? To say that it was a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood would not be an exaggeration. Of course, the vast majority of them were from demonic beasts. Dxia's army, naturally, also had damage. After all, those battle martial arts squads were only dozens of squads. It was impossible to take care of all the soldiers. Only, compared to the loss of the demonic beasts, the loss of Dxia's army was almost negligible. Chapter 50, The End. Rumble. Rumbling sounds like thunder resounded out on the battlefield one after another, and powerful storms mixed with smoke and dust swept out in all directions with the battlefield as the center. The originally clean and tidy heavenly mansion city was stained with a thick layer of dust, and cracks appeared on various streets and even other places. and there were even buildings that collapsed one after another. Fortunately, the city's inspectors were prepared and arrived in time to rescue them, so that they did not cause too many casualties. Bang! On the battlefield. As the true strength and bone forging level demonic beasts joined the battle, the pressure on the many battle martial arts squads gradually increased, so much so that they weren't able to completely protect the soldiers, and they began to constantly have soldiers die in the hands of the demonic beasts. Looking at the past comrades died in front of them, the military people are grief, but at this time they simply cannot care about grief. Will all the grief into strength, more and more ferocious and demonic beasts fighting up. The hands of the Gatling constantly spit out a channel of fire dragon. If not for the fact that all of these weapons had already been transformed by the Scientific Research Department of the Dacia Special Weapons Bureau, I'm afraid that they would have already been scrapped in such a high-intensity battle. But even after the transformation, these weapons were gradually emitting a reddish light with the prolongation of the battle time. Lu Xun on the city wall, seeing that the situation was unfavorable, couldn't stand any longer and led the last two battle marshal squads guarding beside him as well as 50,000 ordinary troops to join the battlefield, leaving only 50,000 ordinary troops stationed on the city wall, with Lu Xun joining the army. Although the Dacia army failed to regain the upper hand, they gradually stabilized the situation and didn't let the situation continue to be bad. Rumble. The sound of explosions rang out one after another, and the entire battlefield was divided into several war zones. One was a true strength level battle, another was a transcendent martial Dao level battle, and the rest were battles between the ordinary Dacia army as well as ordinary beasts. Of course, the number of transcendent martial paths in the wave of demonic beasts far exceeded the squad of battle martial army stationed in the Heavenly Mansion city, so there were still numerous hardened level demonic beasts in the ordinary battlefield. However, with the addition of new style technological weapons as well as the assistance of many large-scale weapons, coupled with the numerical superiority, those ordinary armies, too, were able to withstand the pressure, and did not allow those body-tempering realm demonic beasts to cause too much damage. Meanwhile, high above, Guhan sat in the clouds, his eyes closed tightly, and there was constantly a wisp of dead air that was invisible to the naked eye, diffusing out from all directions, drilling into Guhan's body, and being absorbed by him to transform into his own power. It wasn't that he was desperate and only cared about his own cultivation, ignoring the war underneath, but Guhan knew very well that if Dacia wanted to truly grow, it had to be honed from blood and fire. This war, in the eyes of Lu Xun and the others, might be a war on a grand scale, but in the eyes of Guhan, it was just a small fight, a mere skirmish in the initial stage of aura recovery. If even such a war could not be resolved, and he was still needed to help, then what possibility was there for the great Xia to grow? The present-day Dacia, compared to his previous life, was too much better. In his previous life, in order to eliminate this wave of demonic beasts, Dacia did not know how many casualties he had paid before this wave of demonic beasts was completely resolved. Compared to the casualties of his previous life, now such a small amount of casualties, it could almost be ignored. What's more, he did so with prior discussions with the senior management of Dacia. The reason why he had come to sit on this place was also because Guhan was afraid that the influence of his rebirth would lead to the emergence of high-level martial arts demonic beasts, and with Dacia's current strength, it would be almost defenseless in the face of high-level martial arts demonic beasts. It was for this reason that Guhan had come to sit in the city of heavenly mansions, and as for cultivation, it was merely incidental. Although this war will lead to a lot of casualties, those soldiers who are involved in the war can also benefit greatly if they can survive from this war. Other than that, as far as those ordinary soldiers who participated in the battle were concerned, as long as they sunk their minds into cultivation after the battle, at least 70 to 80% of them would be able to step into the ranks of the Transcendent Martial Dao, and those battle martial squads of the Transcendent Martial Dao would also see a huge increase. Of course, the biggest harvest was still the corpses of those demonic beasts of the Transcendent Martial Dao. For Dacia, the corpses of these demonic beasts of Transcendent Martial Arts, it can almost be said that the whole body is a treasure. Its scales and armor, as well as bones, can be used to build weapons, hair and so on can be used to make war clothes, and its blood and flesh can be used to enhance the martial arts cultivation of the military people. In terms of chi and blood, ordinary human beings simply cannot be compared to demonic beasts, even if the demonic beasts will spill out a part of their chi and blood after death, but the rest of those chi and blood, for human beings, is no less than a supreme treasure. It was because of the various benefits that could be obtained from the foreign living beings that the great Xia of the previous era was able to continue to grow up, constantly sprouting strong martial arts practitioners to fight against the foreign living beings and guard the last homeland. Buzz. At this moment, Guhan's entire body had been wrapped in thick dead air, like a giant gray cocoon. His mind, completely sunk into the cultivation within his body, The 9 Spectre Soul Cannon was run to the extreme by him. Originally, Guhan thought that with his current cultivation level of mid-phase Ghost King, the dead chi born from this war shouldn't be enough to give him much of a boost. But he didn't expect that this fresh dead chi contained far more power than the dead chi he had absorbed before. Not only was it more pure than the dead chi absorbed before, but it was almost more than several times stronger than before. Under such pure dead chi, Guhan's cultivation realm, which hadn't moved for a long time, was gradually raised, only compared to before. This was raised extremely slowly, but even so, it made Guhan ecstatic. The higher the cultivation level, the harder it would be to raise it, and for him who had already reached Ghost King, to be able to lose his cultivation just by absorbing dead gas was beyond common sense. If he hadn't transformed into a ghost body and hadn't contracted the Ghost God Pillar and obtained the inherited techniques therein, at this moment, Chen Xian would already be very accomplished if he could step into the Yuan gang in the martial arts. Rumble. As Guhan fell into cultivation, the battle underneath became more and more intense. The roar of various artillery fire resounded, and the entire battlefield was stained with the color of blood, as if it had been transformed into a piece of hell, which was frightening to watch. Bang! In the true strength battlefield, Lu Xun was fighting against 2 major true strength demonic beasts by himself, and with his strong martial arts skills, he ruthlessly suppressed those 2 early stage true strength demonic beasts, but it wasn't that easy to finish them off. Fortunately, although the war was stuck in a stalemate, the casualties of the Dixia army were not very large, which allowed Lu Xun to fight against the 2 real strength demonic beasts with peace of mind. For a whole day, the Daxia subjects in the city of Heavenly Mansions were on edge, and the roaring sounds from outside the city resounded and shook the city of Heavenly Mansions for a whole day. It wasn't until the evening that the vibration, as well as the roaring sound, gradually dissipated. Chapter 51, The Great Summer Ghost Army. How's it going? Is the war over? At Daxia Specialty Bureau. What's the situation? Can you still go out? It's been a day of lifting. After the sound of shaking stopped, the citizens of the city of Heavenly Capital still didn't dare to go out, and one by one, they were on the internet 8 Daxia Extraordinary Bureau, hoping to learn about the situation of this war from the Daxia Extraordinary Bureau. Those who hadn't really experienced it simply couldn't understand the feelings of the people of the city of Heavenly Capital. This whole day of roaring sounds and vibrations had tormented them to the point that they would rather go straight to the battlefield than wait around like this not knowing anything. Waiting, most of all. It was obviously just a short day, but it gave them the feeling that they had experienced long years. They had obeyed the country's arrangement and stayed in their rooms. Even though they were worried, they had not caused any trouble for the country. No matter how young or old they were all praying for Daxia's victory. But now, they just couldn't help themselves. With the citizens of Tianfu City speaking, the entire Daxia's network suddenly boiled up. The battle situation in Tianfu City has been the focus of national attention. And now that the citizens of Tianfu City have spoken, naturally, the netizens in other areas can't help themselves, and they all follow the IT Daxia Bureau of Extraordinary, eager to learn about the battle situation. While the Daxia Online was clamoring, numerous Daxia soldiers were cleaning up the battlefield outside the city of Heavenly Capital. As far as the eye could see, blood was spread all over the earth, dyeing the ragged ground red, and the potholes in the ground were even overflowing with scarlet blood, and the huge corpses of demonic beasts were piled up like mountains. That skyrocketing smell of blood, even the people of Daxia in the city of Heaven's mansion could clearly smell it, and an unknown number of people, at the same time, couldn't help but vomit. If they were allowed to come and see such a picture of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, they would be afraid of being stunned on the spot. Even those who participated in the war and well-trained military people, when cleaning up the battlefield, they were all full of ugliness. Only, what saddened them more than the physical discomfort was the death of their comrades. In this war, although Daxia managed to annihilate hundreds of thousands of demonic beasts and even wild beasts, the deaths and injuries of Daxia's military people were quite a lot, with tens of thousands of dead and wounded in the ordinary army, thousands of dead and wounded in the elite army, and even in the battle martial army. There were dozens of people who died in the siege of the demonic beasts. Even for those who survived, almost everyone was wounded. Although Great Xia had stepped into the transcendent martial Dao ahead of schedule with Guhan's help, it simply couldn't do so without a loss of victory unless it lifted up its entire nation to fight this war. And in fact, winning this war at the cost of such a small number of casualties was already a great victory like no other. After all, there were tens of thousands of demonic beasts that had stepped into the transcendent martial path. And even if 90% of them were only at the body tempering realm, they were under great pressure against the lineup that had been sent out by the Great Xia. At this moment, Lu Xun was commanding the soldiers to collect the bones of the fallen generals. The ground under the city wall was covered with the bones of the fallen generals, and the bones that were gnawed and torn by the demonic beasts made Lu Xun's heart ache. It took 2 whole hours for the battlefield to be cleaned up, and then all the troops assembled, led by Lu Xun, and came to the bones of the many fallen generals. Salute! A voice like muffled thunder came out from Lu Xun's mouth, and everyone present raised their hands in salute, their faces unprecedentedly serious. At the same time, Gu Han, who was high above the sky, had also awakened from his cultivation state, and he stood above the clouds with his hands on his head, looking down at the picture below, his face ancient and unperturbed. If anyone could have seen this scene high up in the sky, they would have been horrified to the bone, because, at this moment, behind Gu Han, there were thousands of silhouettes standing, all of which were enveloped by a vast power that kept them from being blown apart by the astral winds high in the sky. Originally, they couldn't see the scene below with their eyesight, but Gu Han used his power to conjure up a picture of what was below, allowing all of these shadows to clearly see the scene below the city walls. If you look closely, you can see that the faces of these shadows are filled with complex expressions, and they, too, are no one else but the fallen generals underneath. This was Gu Han's way of utilizing his own Ghost King level power to preserve the ghosts of these recently deceased soldiers from festering without knowing the Ghost Dao technique. A little bit of the reason for keeping these soldiers was out of Gu Han's guilt for not putting up a fight, but more than that, it was Gu Han's desire to set up the Great Summer Ghost Army, an army that traveled between the underworld and specialized in fighting ghosts and monsters. This was what Gu Han had decided after conferring with the elders of the Great Summer Elder Academy. Of course, if this war faced an army of ghosts and monsters, then even Gu Han might not be able to completely preserve the ghosts of these dead soldiers, because ghosts and monsters were able to directly absorb the overflowing souls of the recently dead. In Gu Han's opinion, of the 3 major exotic beings, the Highland demons, the Hell ghosts, and the strange realm of evil, the Highland demons were undoubtedly the easiest to deal with, as those powerful technological weapons of the Great Xia were able to deal an effective blow to the demons, and ghosts, as well as evil, are nowhere near as effective as technological weapons can be against demons. Even strong martial artists had some innate deficiencies when facing ghosts and monsters as well as evils. Thus, the establishment of the Ghost Army would allow the Great Summer to have a more comprehensive defense and be more certain of surviving the storms to come. The Daxia Ghost Army was the third purpose of Gu Han sitting in the City of Heavenly Mansions. You've all understood the situation, so I'll ask one last time. If you don't want to join the Great Summer Ghost Army, it's not too late to quit. Don't worry. Whether you guys add to the Great Xia Ghost Army or not, I will give you the Ghost Dao technique. There is one thing I have to make clear to you. Nowadays you are already a dead person, and not a human race, but a ghost through and through. There is a difference between yin and yang. Even if you cultivate the Ghost Dao technique, which is no different from that of a normal human being, you must not arbitrarily interfere with the world of a normal human being, or else, you will surely be subjected to the sanction of the Great Summer's underworld laws. All of you are martyrs of the Grand Xia. All of you are meritorious ministers of the Grand Xia, and I don't wish to have you executed by my own hand one day because you couldn't control your own desires. A moment later, Gu Han turned around, swept a glance at the ghosts, and said in a very serious and deep voice. Gu Han didn't doubt the loyalty of these soldiers in life, but turning into ghosts after death was going to change their temperament drastically, especially when they were in constant contact with the dead air as well as the yin air. Being infested by the evil in the dead air and even the yin air could easily cause them to go astray. Of course, if they were to join the Great Summer Ghost Army, with Gu Han, a Ghost King powerhouse, personally teaching and guiding them, they would not be able to go astray. Those words behind Gu Han's were aimed at those existences that might not want to join the Great Summer Ghost Army. As the words fell, Gu Han did not speak again and waited quietly. A whole quarter of an hour had passed, and still not a single ghost had withdrawn. They remained as loyal to Daxia as they had been in life. And even if they had been transformed into ghosts, they were still willing to use their ghostly bodies to make a modest contribution to guarding Daxia. Chapter 52, Greetings for Daxia. Seeing this, Gu Han nodded his head in satisfaction, and with a wave of his hand, took the thousands of ghosts away from this place. He did not show himself in front of Lu Xun and the others. He came and went quietly. It didn't take long for Gu Han to arrive at a mountain forest filled with dead air, a place that Gu Han had purposely reserved after he was born with the idea of creating the Great Xia Ghost Army. Originally the burial ground of an ancient prince, due to the burial of a large number of people, and the birth of extremely dense death qi, this tomb has been quietly transformed into a base by Gu Han, and from now on, this place will be used as the residence of the Daxia Ghost Army. After arriving at the base of this tomb, the ghosts transformed by those fallen Daxia soldiers clearly felt physically and mentally pleasurable, with a feeling of being like a fish out of water. From now on, this will be your quarters. The Great Summer Ghost Army, which is directly under the central government, is temporarily under my command, and no one has the right to mobilize you except me and by order of the Elders' Court. From now on, you don't need to pay any attention to what's going on outside. The only thing you should do is to cultivate again and again. And as long as you can't die from cultivation, cultivate to death. In the large chamber space, Guhan looked at the densely packed ghosts in front of him and opened his mouth in a condensed voice. A dull and serious voice that echoed throughout the chamber space. As the words fell, Guhan raised his hands, pointing them one after another. And immediately, dense streams of light erupted from his fingertips, shooting toward the many ghosts. And in an instant, they surged into the brow centers of the many ghosts, squeezing into their memories in a hard way. This is your Gongfu soul-devouring ghost decree. And the other 3 ghost arts are to be used as your basic benefits for joining the Great Xia Ghost Army. After that, if you want to get a higher grade ghost art or other types of ghost arts, you'll need to make battle achievements and redeem them with them. This technique, as well as the 3 ghost techniques, were all created by Guhan using his own 9-specter soul cannon. And although they weren't any very brilliant techniques, they were sufficient for this group of Daxia's ghost army. After all, this was a branch Gong method that had been taken off from the Ghost God Pillar's inheritance Gong method. And when it came to the true meaning of the Gong method, it was much more subtle than other high-grade Ghost Dao Gong methods. After handing over the Ghost Dao technique as well as the Ghost Art to these ghost armies, Guhan instructed them to cultivate hard again before returning to the Daxia Specialization Bureau. Now, these ghosts have just been formed. A body of consciousness is still a bit ignorant, far from the same as in life as the dynamic. Only in the cultivation of the Ghost Road technique and into the first realm of the Ghost Road, they will gradually restore the wisdom of the pre-birth. Before that, they were of no use at all, couldn't even walk in the hot sun, and were simply more fragile than babies. This was also the reason why Guhan didn't form a formation as well as set up a squad leader. In their current state, even if they formed a formation, they wouldn't be able to form an order. It would be better to wait for them to perfect it after they had accomplished their cultivation, and at that time, it would be a bit less stressful. Meanwhile, amidst the anxious waiting of Daxia's netizens, the Daxia Specialized Bureau finally released the news. This time, there was an invasion of 200,000 demonic beasts in the city of Heavenly Mansions. And after the desperate resistance of the Grand Xia army as well as the warrior martial army, they managed to completely annihilate the 200,000 demonic beasts. This battle, a great victory. Congratulations for Daxia. Congratulations for the millions of Daxia's people. Congratulations for the loyal soldiers who fought on the battlefield. This news, not how flashy, nor any related video, only 2 lines of text, but it is these 2 lines of text. But let all the people of Daxia for the boiling. Asterisk 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 asterisk. 200,000 demonic beasts invaded and were completely annihilated? Oh my god. I'm not dreaming, am I? Hiss. The great summer is invincible. Congratulations for Daxia. Congratulations for Daxia's soldiers. Awesome. One by one, the children of Daxia were so excited that they couldn't help themselves, frantically venting their excitement under the news. And the unspeakable pride as well as the sense of honor filled the hearts of all the children of Daxia. Wiping out 200,000 demonic beasts. What kind of horrifying achievement is this? Although I don't know how many dead and wounded Daxia was, but to be able to achieve total annihilation was definitely an unimaginable victory, which meant that the strength of Daxia's army nowadays had far exceeded that 200,000 demonic beasts, and the significance of what it represented was something that everyone could understand. Although today was only the 2nd day of the Aura revival, there were quite a few people in the entire Grand Xia who had managed to step into the Transcendent Martial Dao with the help of the Aura, and it was only after they had truly stepped into the Transcendent Martial Dao that they realized just how terrifying the power of this Transcendent Martial Dao was. Those that could be called demonic beasts were thought to have stepped into the Transcendent Martial Arts path, and the destructive power that such a number of martial arts demonic beasts could cause was not at all something that they, ordinary civilians, could imagine. But it was such a horrifying force that was enough to sweep the globe that had been completely wiped out by the Daxia army. How could they not be excited and rejoice? It was just that they didn't even know that of these 200,000 demonic beasts, less than half of them had truly stepped into the Transcendent Martial Dao. And of course, the Grand Xia Special Bureau wouldn't purposely try to explain it. At first, there were quite a few sensible sons of Daxia who doubted its authenticity. Of course, they were not skeptical about winning or losing the battle, but rather about total annihilation. That's a whole 200,000 demonic beasts. How much power must be exerted to wipe out these 200,000 demonic beasts? Do you really think that these beasts are all little cute? No. Nowadays, does the Grand Xia have such a terrifying power? However, with the many demonic beast corpses being transported to the major base cities, all these doubts disappeared, and the people of the major base cities, after seeing those vehicles transporting the demonic beast corpses, ran out from their houses and stood on both sides of the road to watch. Even the strong smell of blood could not drive them back, but instead caused them to rise up in infinite reverence for those Dixia soldiers who had participated in this battle. Even though these demonic beasts had already died, the existence that had stepped into the transcendent martial way could still clearly feel the aura fluctuations that made their hearts palpitate from the corpses of those demonic beasts, and there was no doubt that if they were the ones to face these demonic beasts, they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to last even a single move. Of course, during the transportation process, it was also discovered that not all of the demonic beasts had stepped into the transcendent martial Tao, but at this point, no one would bother to mention this matter either, and everyone was immersed in excitement. The victory in this war was definitely a battle of far-reaching significance for the current Dixia. It didn't just represent that Dixia resisted the invasion of these 200,000 demonic beasts, it also represented that Dixia had the absolute strength to guard the entire Dixia, which was of great significance to the many Dixia subjects. With the advent of the new era, every Dixia citizen was uncertain about the future, but the great victory in this battle had erected an unprecedented confidence in them, and made them stop worrying about the future and fearing it. In the end, all those demonic beast corpses were distributed to the armies of the major base cities, with the intention of using the demonic beast corpses to boost the strength of the Grand Xia army, while most of the real demonic beast corpses were transported to the warrior army. Chapter 53 10 states, Shet, Dixia is a real blowhard. 200,000 demonic beasts invaded, and wiped them all out? Simply ridiculous. Even 200,000 pigs, impacting together, wouldn't be that easy to wipe them all out, let alone 200,000 demonic beasts? God, hasn't Dixia been like this since ancient times? It likes to blow up in a big way, but in reality it's nothing. 200,000 demonic beasts wiped out? How big of a heart does one have to dream like that? Is it so hard to recognize that others are strong? Let's not talk about anything else. If we look around the world, how many countries today can compare to the security of Dixia? How much has Great Xia lost since the new era came to pass? How much have other countries lost? Shet, what country are you from? With the news of this war being released by the Grand Xia Special Bureau, the entire international network, naturally, also set off shock waves, of which, a large portion of them were questioning, not believing at all that Grand Xia was able to completely annihilate 200,000 demonic beasts. Although it was only the second day of the aura recovery, everyone already knew the horror of the transcendent martial way, and was also clear about what kind of strength one had after stepping into the transcendent martial way, which was a powerful existence that even unusual weapons couldn't get close to. With the current strength of the countries around the globe, not to mention 200,000 demonic beasts, even just 10,000 demonic beasts that had stepped into the transcendent martial Tao would be able to deal a fierce blow to more than 99% of the countries. There were even quite a few small countries that would be directly impacted into ruins. Even a major country would have to pay a huge price to wipe it out. And for Great Xia to wipe out all 200,000 demonic beasts in just one day, without losing much, such a thing that could be called a dream. How could those foreigners, who had always been prejudiced against Great Xia, possibly want to believe it? Of course, there are quite a few sensible foreigners who are clear about the strength of Dixia nowadays, although they also have some disbelief, but they are not as paranoid as those people. Only that the words of these people are drowned out in the words of those paranoid people, compared to the skepticism of the netizens of various countries. The officials of various countries, undoubtedly, are very cautious. Countries such as Pretty Country, Rice Character Country, Cherry Blossom Country, etc., held a high-level meeting in the night to discuss the relevant things about this war of Dixia. Although the officials of these countries are also biased against Dixia, but they know more that Dixia is by no means to be underestimated. In particular, Dixia had stepped into the transcendent martial Tao much earlier than them and had control over numerous martial arts techniques, and the martial arts techniques they practiced today were all still stolen from Dixia. To this day, they still didn't know why Great Xia could possess so many transcendent martial arts, and even more so, how many transcendent martial arts experts Great Xia possessed, and what realm the top ones among them had reached. It is also this uncertainty that makes the Pretty Country and other countries official more nervous about Dixia. Even if it is just a state policy of Dixia, it will make them cautious, not to mention a war. Inside a luxurious conference room in the beautiful country, many high-ranking officials gathered together. Sitting at the first place, naturally, is the beautiful country's cabinet grand pavilion chief, followed by a few cabinet ministers as well as a few generals in the military. How many transcendent martial artists does my country possess today? The Grand Pavilion elder narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked towards the newly established Minister of Martial Arts and Tao and inquired. At these words, the rest of the people also looked at that minister. This Minister of Martial Arts, who was originally one of the youngest members of the Congress, had coincidentally stepped into the transcendent martial way after the recovery of the aura, and had utilized his power to collect medicinal herbs, and in just one day, he had reached the late stage of body hardening, and had become the strongest martial arts expert of the pretty country at the moment, which was why the Minister of Martial Arts had fallen on his head. Otherwise, for such an important position, how could these senior officials not fight for it? There are currently 865 martial arts experts, all from the military, and 9,800 on the verge of breaking through, but it will take some time. As the words of this Minister of Martial Arts fell, the faces of the high-ranking members of the pretty country present, including the Cabinet Grand Pavilion Chief, all turned ugly. In fact, they also knew that it was already very good for pretty country to have more than 800 experts who had stepped into the transcendent martial Tao on the second day of the aura recovery advent. After all, they didn't have many martial arts techniques in their hands, only 3 or 4, and they didn't open them up to the entire population, merely circulating them amongst the military. Of course, some of the plutocrats in the country might have them in their hands as well, but those people weren't counted as part of the equation. Even if you counted the martial arts experts born from those plutocrats, there were no more than 1,000 martial arts experts in the pretty country, and they were still at the lowest level of the early stage of body tempering. As the saying goes, no comparison hurts. People can wipe out 200,000 demonic beasts, even if half of them are not real transcendent martial arts experts. There are at least tens of thousands of transcendent martial arts demonic beasts, and if they can wipe out tens of thousands of transcendent martial arts demonic beasts, how horrible is the martial arts strength of the Great Summer? The mere thought of it terrified the top brass of these pretty countries. What's more, who knows whether or not the Great Xia used its full strength when it wiped out those 200,000 demonic beasts? The pretty country, which prided itself on being the hegemon, was now thoroughly compared to Daxia, and couldn't even reach one of their little thumbs. So how could they stand it? Roger, I hope that you can get my country's martial arts to develop as soon as possible. The future must be martial arts oriented, and I, the pretty country, must not lag behind. The Grand Courtier's words won the approval of all the pretty country's top brass. They can fight for power and profit, but they prefer the pretty country to remain the hegemon, and they can't tolerate the pretty country being surpassed by other countries, and even more so, they can't tolerate the pretty country falling from the hegemony. Even though the hegemony of the pretty country now exists in name only, they are still unwilling to recognize it. I think it's best to popularize the entire population like Daxia, the only way to make our country truly strong. Otherwise, we'll never be able to compare to Daxia. Roger responded with an unchanged face. As a matter of fact, he knew very well that even if the entire population was popularized, pretty country would not be able to catch up with Daxia. Even the martial arts techniques were stolen from others. So what was there to catch up with? It's already very good to be able to surpass other countries, but you still want to surpass Daxia? Of course, these were all thoughts in Roger's mind, and even if he knew it, he wouldn't open his mouth to say it and break these people's dreams. As soon as Roger said this, everyone's faces changed, and the entire conference room calmed down at once. Of course they knew that more martial arts experts would be born from universal popularization, but the pretty country was after all different from Daxia, and if it was really popularized, there might be some kind of chaos. Looking at the silent crowd, Roger couldn't help but speak up. What I want to tell you all is that our current enemy is not actually Daxia, but rather the ferocious beings from the other world. That is our true archenemy. On the second day alone, there was an invasion of 200,000 demonic beasts. Even if this invasion didn't happen in our country, what about down the road? Chapter 54, Mercenary House and Linglong Pavilion. The scattered foreign spirits alone are costing us a great deal right now. If there is an organized and disciplined invasion, can we still withstand it? There's a saying in Daxia, no egg is left intact when the nest is overturned. If that invasion of 200,000 demonic beasts were to happen in our country, what would we do to resist? Is it really possible that we will have to drop big boys into our own country one after another? Although Roger's voice wasn't loud, it was like thunder in the ears of the many pretty country executives, causing them to tremble. Then promote it. I'll leave this matter to you, and make sure it's quick. The meeting, in the end, was characterized by these words from the Grand Cabinet Secretary. The rest of the countries, with the exception of the pretty country, have almost all made the same decision as the pretty country. Before, they were unwilling to open up because they knew the danger of practicing martial arts for all people. The desire in everyone's heart is endless. Without that strength, most people will restrain the desire in their heart, but once they have that strength, then many times the desire will pop up involuntarily. Therefore, they still chose to suppress Wudao even though they knew that promoting Wudao would make the country's strength increase dramatically. But it was different now. After the stimulation of the Battle of Tianfu in Daxia as well as clarifying the danger of the exotic beings, the officials of all the countries had truly begun to pay attention to Wudao. No one wants to lag behind other countries. No one wants to let other countries occupy the first opportunity. No one wants to get a bigger harvest in the new era. And now, the first opportunity has been occupied by Daxia. They can't compete with Daxia. Is it not possible that they can't compete for a second? The so-called technological hegemony was already obsolete, and the next was the brand new era of transcendent martial arts. And whoever's martial arts were able to reign supreme could almost become the martial arts hegemony of the new era. Faced with such a temptation, but anyone with some ambition will not miss it. Pretty country, in the future, the martial arts techniques will be opened up to face the entire population. And all the subjects of Pretty Country can go to the martial arts academies in each district to receive the martial arts techniques. Sakura Nation. It didn't take long for the news published by one country after another to instantly make the global public's blood boil. During this period of time, although everyone despised Daxia, honestly speaking, there was no one who didn't envy Daxia's subjects for being able to cultivate transcendent martial arts. If Daxia is willing to open up, it can be said that at least half of the world's population will flow into Daxia. Even in how much one despises or resents Daxia, one cannot deny the fact that today's Daxia has become the center of martial arts in the world. In terms of the number of martial arts techniques, in terms of the number of martial artists, when looking around the world, there was no country that could compare to Great Xia. In response to the movements of these countries, Xia still did not make any moves, nor did it respond in any way. It was quiet. Still, Xia's gaze nowadays was no longer on the blue planet, but on exotic beings, and all the nationals were riveted on practicing martial arts. As an ancient country inherited for 5,000 years, the cultural heritage is incomparably profound, and the so-called martial arts is even more deeply rooted in people's hearts, only that it has been made completely unrecognizable by some modern-day cowboys and snakes, so much so that people have lost their confidence in the so-called martial arts. But why don't they feel a sense of hatred and resentment in their hearts, now that there are truly transcendent feats? Even if the state doesn't force them, many people will dive into cultivation. In this era, who doesn't have a dream of martial arts in their heart? Who doesn't aspire to ride the wind with a sword? To be free in the world? When I was a child, a branch in the hand, 100 meters in a radius of rapeseed flowers have to become a piece of rubble. Time gradually passes. A week has passed since the recovery of the aura. In this week, one after another, there are many exotic beings descending. There are highland demons. There are also ghosts and monsters from hell, causing great trauma to all countries in the world. Even in Daxia, it had been slightly damaged. After all, the demons of the highlands were good to defend against, but the ghosts of hell were just too much to defend against. However, with the increase in the number of Xia's subjects who had stepped into the transcendent martial way, even the ghosts and monsters from hell could only cause some economic damage, with few human casualties, as they would be rounded up and killed by the arriving battle martial squad before they could kill anyone. And with the large number of battle martial arts squads appearing in the public's line of sight, it also made the children of Daxia have more and more admiration for the battle martial arts squads, and those who aspire to do so are proud to be able to join the battle martial arts army. It could be said that during this period of time, although there were some minor ups and downs, the whole of Daxia was showing a steady rise. Of course, the advent of the new era had dealt a blow to some industries in Daxia and even countries around the world, but it had likewise produced new industries as well as companies, just like Daxia. For example, there was the emergence of the Mercenary House, a brand new company, or to be precise, department, as this department was formed by the Daxia Extraordinary Bureau. The purpose of this is to give the civilians of Daxia a platform to earn war merit. The major base cities of Daxia, there is a mercenary building. As long as the mercenary building is registered as a mercenary, you can freely receive the mission issued by the mercenary building. Complete the mission can get a certain amount of war merit rewards. If it is a very difficult mission, there will also be a reward for the high-level martial arts techniques or martial arts skills. The appearance of the mercenary building directly caused the entire population of Daxia to boil up, but anyone with so much as a little bit of motivation, no matter male or female, almost all of them ran to the mercenary building to register as mercenaries. And there are two forms of mercenary building. One is an individual-based independent mercenary, and another is a team-based mercenary team. But this kind of mercenary team, there is a grade division, divided into a total of 9 stars. 1 star is the lowest, and 9 stars is the highest. Mercenary teams of different grades had different numbers of team members they could accommodate. 1 star could only have a maximum of 7 people, and every time they went up a star, they could add another 7 people, and so on. The highest 9-star mercenary group could have 63 people, except for those who were aloof. Almost everyone chose a mercenary team, because although this kind of team was slow to gain battle credits, it was safer. After all, a large number of people was always better than going out to fight alone. In addition to the mercenary building, the Great Xia Special Exotic Bureau also set up a department called Linglong Pavilion. And this Linglong Pavilion, specializing in trading, such as hunting to demonic beasts and other exotic creatures, can be taken to Linglong Pavilion in exchange for the things they want. Those traded at Linglong Pavilion were also based on battle merit, greatly increasing the motivation of the people of Daxia to fight against the foreign races. Nonsense! Who wouldn't be motivated to kill exotic beings to exchange them for money at Linglong Pavilion? Of course, as far as the current Daxia is concerned, it is generally still at the stage where it will enter the uninitiated, leaving aside the officialdom. The entire Daxia has successfully broken through to the transcendent martial Tao of Daxia's subjects within this week's time, which is only in the hundreds of thousands. This was still due to the extremely high concentration of aura within the Great Summer. Otherwise, it really wouldn't have reached this amount of time. After all, it was too short. Inside the office of the Daxia Extraordinary Bureau, Gu Han was sitting cross-legged on the sofa, his soul power surrounding him, making him look extremely dreamy and ethereal. In the Battle of Heaven's Mansion, he had absorbed a large amount of dead chi, and although he hadn't allowed his own cultivation to break into the late stage of Ghost King, it had made his cultivation even more majestic, and he was just a step away from the late stage of Ghost King. But nowadays, Gu Han was not too enthusiastic about raising his cultivation level, and the vast majority of his energy was spent on hammering his own foundation as well as comprehending the subtleties of the Ghost King realm, which also included various ghost arts in the Nine Spectre Soul Canon. Chapter 55, A Year of Development. Nowadays, Daxia, and even the Daxia Special Bureau was already on track, and basically didn't need him to worry much. Thus, Gu Han completely decentralized and spent his mind on cultivation, despite the fact that with his current cultivation level, he was already number one in the world, and even in the pre-aura recovery period, there were basically no rivals. Gu Han didn't dare to let his guard down in the slightest. Who knows what kind of butterfly effect his rebirth will bring? The situation in the foreign domain, he did not know in the slightest. There are any unforeseen circumstances, it is also extremely likely to happen. The middle stage of the Ghost King's cultivation, in the blue planet looked very powerful, but in the foreign domain, it cannot even be called a truly strong person. Even in his previous life, it seemed like a fierce fight, but Gu Han knew that the foreign domains had never really moved at all, and none of the top powerhouses, none of them, had appeared on the blue star. There was only one time, and that was when the Ghost God Pillar came out. That was also the first time Gu Han had seen the true powerhouses of the exotic realm, and that time, there were more than a dozen exotic realm powerhouses out there. And even the evil of the Chi realm made a rare move, and they didn't fight each other on the blue star, but in outer space. But the ripples from that battle had nearly destroyed the entire blue star, and having seen such a terrifying powerhouse with his own eyes, how could Gu Han possibly take it easy? Nowadays, the entire Daxia was full of hope for the future, but he was the only one who was the most insecure. Only, the crisis in his heart. He did not say anything to anyone, because he knew very well that saying it out loud was just adding to his troubles. And it was not useful in the slightest. The only thing he could do was to practice hard and utilize the power of the Nine Spectre Soul Canon to continue to rapidly increase his cultivation. Only, Gu Han was also clear that after reaching the Ghost King realm, it would be very, very difficult to rapidly increase, because at this realm, it wasn't just dead chi that could raise it anymore. It also required sufficient sense of the Ghost Tao, and the point was that, with Gu Han alone working behind closed doors, even if he had a high level of enlightenment, his progress would definitely not be fast. In his previous life, although his martial arts cultivation had reached the point where it rivaled that of a Ghost King, the Ghost Tao was, after all, a completely new cultivation path, and even he had not been able to penetrate it so easily. Most of all, there were no opponents strong enough for him to fight. If one could have evenly matched opponents to constantly fight with, then during this fighting process, Gu Han would be able to constantly learn about his own flaws, and thus make up for them, allowing himself to reach the point of perfection. But without an opponent, one simply cannot perceive one's own flaws. Why did the former Daxia last until the end? It wasn't that each and every one of the children of Daxia had lived to the death, almost taking their lives and hardening themselves in countless battles. Between life and death, there are great horrors but also great opportunities. If you master it, you can go to the next level. If you can't, you're dead. Buzz. At this moment, Gu Han was surrounded by a deadly aura. An extreme icy cold permeated out from his body, making the entire office, all of which had formed layers of ice crystals, as if it had been turned into an ice cave. That is, Gu Han has some convergence. Otherwise, this cold air threw out, the entire Daxia Special Weapons Bureau headquarters. No one can escape. A touch is death. Do you really think the greatness of the Ghost King is a joke? This time, Gu Han went into complete and utter seclusion. But of course, he had instructed that if something big happened, he could wake him up. Gu Han also knew that although there were some ripples in the next period of time, there would not be a large-scale war in the offing, which was why he could rest assured that he was in seclusion. The three exotic domains descended, and although the collision with the blue star resulted in the appearance of space-time passages, it would take time for those forces in the exotic domains to discover these space-time passages. Time rushes by, and in the blink of an eye, a year has passed. Within this year, the entire blue star's martial arts completely exploded, perhaps because of the country's strong support, so that many martial arts masters emerged. For example, in the pretty country, within this year, 18 martial arts heavenly prides emerged, and in just 1 year, they had already raised their martial arts cultivation to the realm of Yuan Gang, and were called the 18 heavenly gods by the people of the entire pretty country. Nowadays, these 18 heavenly deities, in the entire beautiful country's status, incomparably lofty, is also the existence of these people, so that the beautiful country in the ravages of foreign spirits, the loss of gradually reduced. The Sakura Kingdom created the Martial Society, which has 36 true strength perfection martial cane. The Hairy Bear Kingdom created the Hegemony Martial Building, which has 15 Yuan Gang Realm War Gods, and the Rice Character Kingdom has. It could be said that within this year, the martial arts power of various countries had erupted at an extremely terrifying rate. And of course, the losses that the countries had endured within this year were not small. Almost all of them lost more than 30% of their population, and more than 40% of their cities were reduced to rubble, a large portion of which was still destroyed by their own mass killings. In addition to this, there are also many small countries that have completely died out, and now the only remaining countries are less than 50, and all of these countries are basically the ones that secretly got the martial arts techniques from Daxia. Of course, apart from those big countries, the rest of the countries, basically several of them had formed an offensive and defensive alliance to help each other, in order to be able to barely keep under the onslaught of the foreign beings. Although, nowadays, the martial arts strength of each country is far from the early stage of aura recovery can be compared, but still no country dares to provoke Daxia, even if it is gradually expanding. The beautiful country did not dare to go to pull Daxia's tiger's whiskers, but abetting some netizens from time to time to discredit on the internet, or there are still. At present, no country has thoroughly understood the strength of the Great Xia, and because of the unknown, they are more in awe. In their view, even they can develop to such a situation now, let alone the Great Xia. One must know that not only did Great Xia control many martial arts techniques, even the concentration of aura was the first in the world, and the population was likewise the first in the world. In which case, what were they going to compare with Great Xia? For this reason, countries such as the pretty country have already signaled their domestic martial arts experts to fully specialize in martial arts, preferably by researching brand new martial arts techniques. This one thing, since the new era, has been a top priority for countries such as pretty country. After all, no one wanted to be hamstrung by Daxia, especially the pretty country, which prided itself on being the hegemon, and none of them wanted to restore the former glory of the pretty country. And if you want to do that, you have to catch up with Daxia in terms of martial arts techniques. And as for the concentration of aura, that's innate and can't be compared. The many top brass of the pretty country, including the subjects of the pretty country, agreed that the reason why they were not as good as Daxia was entirely on the martial arts techniques, and that as long as they were able to research more martial arts techniques, catching up with Daxia would only be a matter of time. Not only pretty country, but Sakura country, Yanaga country, and other countries also riveted their efforts to specialize in martial arts techniques. And compared to these countries that made a big deal about their domestic martial arts powerhouses, Great Xia had been unusually low-key during the year. So low-key that it hadn't even published any international news. Chapter 56 Amazing Improvement. But although Daxia was low-profile, only the top brass of Daxia knew how rapidly Daxia had developed in this year. And even they themselves hadn't thought that Daxia could use just 1 year's time to appear so strong. The 100,000 Battle Martial Army, which had been cultivated by the official focus of the Grand Xia, had expanded to 200,000, of which, at least 70% of the initial 100,000 Battle Martial Army had stepped into the Yuan Dang realm, with more than 2 tiers reaching the Yuan Dang realm of perfection, and there were close to 100 who had broken through the Yuan Dang, arriving at the realm of the patriarchs. This included the 20 people with the best talent who had been screened out by Gu Han. The newly expanded 100,000 Battle Martial Army not only had all of them stepped into the transcendent martial path, but their cultivation levels had all arrived at the bone forging realm or above. with more than 30% of them reaching true strength cultivation. Of course, the warrior army can have such a rapid improvement, cannot be separated from the strong support of the official. It can be said that the entire Disya more than 70% of the resources are prioritized to supply the warrior army, which caused the warrior army to have such a rapid improvement. Most of all, it was thanks to the harvest from that heavenly mansion battle a year ago. It was because of the corpses of those demonic beasts that had stepped into the transcendent martial path that the warrior army was able to make such a huge improvement. In addition to the battle martial army, Disya's current garrison of the major base cities, that is, the ordinary army, also stepped into the transcendent martial Dao in its entirety, basically at a cultivation level between body hardening and bone forging, with the occasional few gifted ones able to reach true strength. Putting aside the battle martial army as well as the garrisons of the major base cities, the martial arts of the civilians of Great Xia also showed a booming development. The entire Great Xia had a population of more than 1.4 billion people, and within this period of time, there were more than 300 million or more civilians who had successfully stepped into the transcendent martial Dao, but those who had reached the bone forging realm were less than 10%. The remaining 1 billion people, more than half, is the old and young and so on. The older, because of chi and blood decay, want to step into the martial arts naturally not so easy, and the young children's mind is incomplete. For the martial arts techniques not enough enlightenment. In a short period of time, it is not possible to step into the transcendent martial arts. Outside of those, the rest, either have no resources or are poorly qualified. But no matter what, Great Xia's development in this year was definitely beyond the imagination of ordinary people. If other countries knew about it, it would definitely make them tremble. After all, with the number of martial arts powerhouses that Great Xia possess nowadays, all the countries around the globe combined were not enough to be a fraction of what others had. It was because of the rapid development of Disya's martial arts. So during this year, even if there were foreign spirits descending upon it, Disya had not suffered any losses, but instead, it had continuously used the foreign spirits to enhance its strength. Guhan couldn't say he was much satisfied with the increase in Dasha's strength, nor could he speak of disappointment. Joking. With him the Ghost King realm's strong control as well as the country's strong support, coupled with the 9 spirit points lead to the abundance of spiritual chi, can be said to occupy the right place, right time, right person. And if you can't have this kind of rapid development, then it is also in vain his more than a year's hard work. In addition to the development of the personnel's martial arts cultivation, the scientific research department of the Grand Xia Special Bureau had also developed quite a few new types of weapons in this year. After all, with the bones of 200,000 demonic beasts as materials, coupled with Guhan's ideas and the wisdom of the many scientists of Grand Xia working in unison, the development of a new type of weapon was not an unexpected thing. Among them, the dragon elephant sword, Vajra armor, and ghost boots equipped by the battle martial army were the most cutting edge, which were basically made from the bones of demonic beasts that had stepped into the transcendent martial path. In addition to that, there were also the ultra-martial cannons, city-destroying bombs, and so on, which were catalyzed by aura. And these weapons, in terms of lethality, were far inferior to the scientific and technological weapons, but in terms of power, they were far superior to the conventional scientific and technological weapons. The power that could be erupted by a true strength perfection martial artist in control of a super martial cannon was close enough to that of a Yuan Gang realm powerhouse. And if unknowingly, even a Yuan Gang realm powerhouse would have to be seriously injured. Even with Disya's heritage, it was only able to build hundreds of super martial cannons, of which more than 60 were divided and arranged in the major base cities, 2 super martial cannons per base city, and the rest were in Kyoto. In the office of the director of the Dasha Bureau of Extraordinary Affairs, Guhan lightly exhaled and turned awake from his cultivation state. At this time, his body's breath was restrained internally, and from the outside, it was impossible to see just how powerful he was. He was just like an ordinary person, without the slightest fluctuation of power leaking out. During this year, Guhan, who was in deep seclusion, managed to raise his cultivation to Ghost King perfection, truly reaching the peak cultivation of the martial arts in his previous life, and was only one step away from stepping into the realm of the Ghost Monarch. Only, for this step, Guhan easily dared not take it, because ascending to the realm of the Ghost Monarch was to cross the heavenly landmine robbery. And it wasn't just any heavenly landmine robbery. The intensity of it was far beyond what the Ghost King robbery could compare to. Ghost Monarch, the monarch of the Ghost Road, to reach this realm, has really taken a big step in the Ghost Road. In the Ghost Road, can be called a strong man, raise their hands and throw their feet, all have great power. Because of this realm would be targeted by heaven and earth by sending down super powerful thunder tribulation, and the only way to get through it would be to be transformed. In itself, The thunder tribulation of the most vigorous had a strong target on the ghost Tao, and if heaven and earth were to target it again, even if Guhan had more confidence in his own strength, he wouldn't dare to act rashly. Of course, the breakthrough in cultivation certainly made Guhan happy, but what really made him rejoice was that he had a deeper comprehension of the subtleties of the ghost Tao during this year. Nowadays, he was already able to fully control all the ghost power and bring his own combat power to the point of perfection, coupled with the arcane ghost arts under his control. Even if he was only a ghost king perfection, an idle ghost ruler or martial Dao Tongxian would never be able to do anything to him. Of course, within this year, Guhan hadn't been in seclusion for the entire year. He had gone out twice, once to check on the cultivation progress of the Great Xia Ghost Army. Those Daxia Ghost Army did not let Guhan disappointed. In a year, have stepped into the realm of the Wandering Soul, originally belonged to the War Military Ghost Army, but also stepped into the realm of the Ferocious Soul, compared to the beginning. Nowadays, the Daxia Ghost Army, to be truly called a ghost army. The other time he went to check on his own corpse. Before the recovery of the aura, Guhan placed his body in the extreming place and utilized the Taiyin underworld corpse power in the ghost god pillar to sacrifice and refine it. But the extreming place at that time was not considered to be a real extreming place. And after the recovery of the aura, the heaven and the earth changed, and that extreming place could be truly called an extreming place, although the time is still short. But in Guhan's sacrifices and under the geographical advantage of the place of extreme, Guhan's body is also slowly transformed towards the stiff, and the speed is fast. That time out of the gate, Guhan had felt its strength, and has been comparable to the ordinary martial arts' true strength. It was enough to imagine that once it was truly sacrificed successfully, it was feared that it would be able to directly ascend to heaven in a single step. Chapter 57, Black Water Basilisk. For the other Taiyin underworld corpse Tao that he practiced, Guhan was still full of anticipation. After all, this was an extremely powerful Tao that was not weaker than the Nine Spectres Ghost Tao in the slightest, and once the two were fused, it would be even more counterintuitive to the extreme. Today's himself is a pure ghost cultivator, but once the two paths are united, he can even be from death to life, across the endless cycle of reincarnation, to prove eternal, even if the gap is still far. But it does not prevent Guhan reverie. If we can really make it that far, the whole of Daxia will be safe again. On this day, inside the conference room of the Daxia Specialized Bureau, Guhan sat on top of the first seat. Lu Jin and the other two deputy directors sat on the left and right first seats, and further back, there were all the grand commanders of the warrior military. Within this year, the war warrior army became more and more perfect, and the positions were thoroughly divided. The entire battle martial army is divided into ordinary members, captains of 10-man teams, grand captains in charge of 10 teams of battle martial squads, captains in charge of 100 teams of squads, grand captains in charge of 1,000 teams of squads, and division chiefs in charge of the entire army. On top of that, there are extremely special warlords. In the battle martial army, the top 10 people with the strongest battle power in each realm were the battle generals. Those who are war generals have a monthly honorary salary of 20,000 battle merits. In addition to that, they also have priority in exchanging feats and martial arts, etc. Of course, war generals accept any challenge, and once they lose, the winner will take their place. The appearance of the special honor of war general caused the entire war martial army to begin to implode. Inside the conference room, not only were there 20 grand metropolitans, but there were also 10 true strength level war generals. And as for the Yuan gang realm, the war generals were among those 20 grand metropolitans. This was the first meeting of the warrior army that Guhan had presided over in a year. At this moment, the many great capitals of the warrior army as well as the war generals within the meeting looked at the heroic Guhan on the first position. Their faces filled with awe, and their entire moods were agitated. Despite the fact that Guhan had rarely shown his face this year, the crowd of the battle armed forces, not only had their awe of Guhan not diminished in the slightest, but instead, it had grown stronger. Because as their cultivation had increased, they had only come to understand more about Guhan's power. You have not failed me in this year of development, but it is not enough if you want to guard Daxia and its people. Guhan swept a glance at the crowd and spoke in a condensed voice. As a born-again person, he had a good idea of what would happen in the next few decades, provided that there was no mutation due to the butterfly effect. The first year of the aura recovery was known as the first year of the resurrection of the spirit, and it was also a crucial year for the development of the countries of the Blue Star in the previous life, because in the previous life, in this year, apart from the 200,000 waves of demonic beasts that appeared in the heavenly mansion of the Great Xia, there were no more large-scale alien beings descending, and basically they all appeared in a sporadic manner. Although it also caused a certain amount of damage to the Blue Star countries in the previous life, But in reality, the big countries did not really hurt themselves. But as the three worlds gradually close with the blue star, the spacetime channel is also inevitably detected by the foreign races. Those foreign strong races are not those scattered descending foreign spirits can be compared. Once descending, are large-scale collision, and the strength of the extremely strong. In the first year of the previous life, although the blue star was greatly damaged, but the population still has more than 4 billion, but by the end of the second year, the population plummeted, the world only less than 1 billion people left, of which, Dacia occupies nearly half. Can you imagine the horrors of the catastrophe that the whole of Blue Star has endured in this second year? In his previous life, Guhan was only active in his own province, thus he was not clear about the details of the other provinces, but he remembered some big events clearly. In the previous life of the Great Xia, in the second year, there were a total of 3 large-scale wars, and these 3 wars were far from being comparable to the wave of heavenly mansion demon beasts in the first year. The most recent one was 10 days later, in the Qinling Mountains. Hearing Guhan's words, those present had their hearts fluttering. 10 days from now, in the land of the Qinling, an invasion will break out, and the invaders? The Blackwater Xian snake clan of the plateau. The conservative number of invasions is 100,000, all of which are demonic beasts that have stepped into the transcendent martial Dao, and there are even Yuan gang-level demonic beasts. As Guhan's words fell, everyone's pupils shrank and their faces became serious, and the originally light-hearted conference room seemed to have become much more grave. It's not like the Battle of Heaven's Mansion a year ago. The entire 100,000 real demonic beast army, the destructive power it can cause, is absolutely unimaginable, not to mention, this is still the same race of 100,000 demonic army and 100,000 mixed demonic army can cause the destructive power, can be said to be a world of difference. What's more, there was also a Yuan Gang realm level great demon in command. Even with Dacia's current strength, it wouldn't dare to be careless in the face of such a lineup. Yuan Gang realm big demon already has not low wisdom, although not to use what military law, but there is Yuan Gang big demon command of the demon army with no as also has the difference between heaven and earth. It's not just me, Dacia. There's also a Highland demon race descending from the Manhwa kingdom. Immediately afterward, Guhan continued to speak. In his previous life, in order to deal with the demon army of that Blackwater Xian snake clan, Dacia paid a painful price. But what really hurt Dacia was that the Malwashan kingdom collapsed on all fronts in the face of the demon army of that Highland demon clan. So much so that after ravaging the Malwashan kingdom's southern borders, the demon army came across and invaded Dacia. Hearing this, the people present didn't change much. The only pity was that this demon army wasn't descending on the Sakura country. In response to the invasion of the Blackwater Basilisk clan in the Qinling Mountains, the following deployment is made. Mobilize a half-dozen martial arts squads from the nearby base cities and rush to the Qinling while mobilizing 300,000 troops to set up defenses along the Qinling. Warlords of the Yuan Gang realm, go to 5, and decide on the candidates yourselves. This is a preliminary plan, and a full plan will be issued when the think tank is perfected. As the words fell, Guhan didn't stop and continued. With Mao Xiong country's current strength, it's not enough to fight against the invading demon army. So after further discussion with the elders of the House of Elders, the country has decided to support Mao Xiong country. Guhan's words immediately caused the people present to look at each other in disbelief. Even the Lucian duo were filled with incomprehension. Although nowadays the Great Xia is strong, but there are still demon armies invading the Great Xia territory, and there are scattered exotic spirits infesting other places, and they are going to help other countries when their own families have not fully taken care of them? Those great commanders as well as war generals did not dare to inquire. But Lucian did not have so many worries and directly inquired. Isn't it too presumptuous? The invasion of the Blackwater Xian snake clan. Exactly what scale? We do not even know yet. One support the Mao Xiong country, in case the Qinling has changed. Lucian didn't dare to say the rest of the words, but everyone understood. It's not that they are afraid. It's not that they don't want to support the Mao Xiong country. After all, the relationship between the Mao Xiong country and Dacia is still good. It's just that, in the face of a large-scale invasion of foreigners, how to be cautious cannot be too much, even if they want to help other countries, but also wait for Dacia to have no threat to the time. Chapter 58, a single act that achieves several things. Listening to Lucian's words, Guhan's face was ancient and unperturbed. In fact, if he wasn't strong enough on his own, he wouldn't have made such a risky move. He swept a glance at everyone present and said in a deep voice, "The sweetness of demonic beast corpses. I think you've already tasted it. And you can understand how important it would be to my Great Xia if you could obtain a large number of demonic beast corpses?" Upon hearing this, Lucian and the others first bowed their heads in deep thought, and then as if they had thought of something, They jerked their heads up to look at Guhan. You mean, resources are vital if you want to rapidly increase your strength. Currently, the aura has just been revived for only a year, and none of the heavenly treasures on the blue planet have been completely born yet. Thus, the resources can only come from extraterrestrial beings. Helping the woolly bear country to defend against extraterrestrial beings is naturally not helping for nothing. And I, Great Xia, will definitely take the lion's share of the demonic beast corpses after the great battle. Who can be satisfied with just that Blackwater Xian snake clan? Guhan gently nodded and explained in a deep voice. Currently, the foreign spirits had not yet invaded in force, and there was still a certain amount of development time. So how to make Daxia grow as much as possible during this limited development time was what Guhan had to consider. Although the current Daxia was very strong, far surpassing the other countries on the blue planet, by the time the foreign beings invaded in a big way, it would not be able to stop them with just its current strength. How many resources could there be from the exotic beings that descended on the Grand Xia sporadically, even if they were killed? Even the Blackwater Xian snake clan that was about to invade, even if the entire clan came out, it would not satisfy the Grand Xia. After all, the population of the entire Grand Xia was more than 1.4 billion, and even if only half of them were allowed to cultivate to true strength cultivation, it would require a massive amount of resources to supply. In the previous generation of Daxia, after decades of hard development, those who reached above the true strength were only tens of millions. Of course, after decades, those who didn't reach above the true strength were almost all cooled off. Using the invasion of demonic beasts from other countries to feed the Grand Xia and supply the Grand Xia's people with cultivation was undoubtedly a win-win situation. Guhan wasn't afraid that other countries wouldn't agree. With the current strength of Daxia, any country that dared to renege on its debt, he wouldn't mind letting the war warrior army go over there and take a stroll. Lu Jin and the others, who had received the explanation, immediately showed their eyes and couldn't stop admiring Guhan in their hearts. They were still worried about the invasion of the Blackwater Xian snake clan, and Guhan was already considering utilizing the invasion of foreign races from other countries to strengthen the Great Xia. Such a pattern, it really wasn't something they could compare to. It was not until then that they suddenly remembered that there was still Guhan, an unfathomable powerhouse in Daxia. With Guhan, the Blackwater Xian snake clan, even if it was stronger, would be able to create any waves? Soon after, the many warrior army executives present unanimously approved the plan to aid the Manhwa kingdom. The next meeting was to perfect the defense along the Qinling Mountains and how many troops should be sent to aid the Manhwa kingdom. Time rushes by. On this day, the residents of the base city in the vicinity of the Qinling Mountains clearly felt a change in the atmosphere of the entire city, and the most notable feature was that a large number of troops as well as large-scale weapons were out in force. It's simply not possible to hide it, and the state doesn't intend to. For a while, the residents of the base cities near the Qinling Mountains all began to inquire, especially those who were bold enough to jump at the chance. Having had the experience of the city of heavenly capital, everyone knew that such a large-scale mobilization of the army must be a foreign invasion to be possible, and in the eyes of the current children of Daxia, foreigners were no longer hideous and horrifying, but rather fragrant with the glory of war. The battle merit obtained from killing foreign race beings could be much more than the battle merit obtained from completing the mercenary buildings missions. Not to mention, besides obtaining battle merit, one could also obtain resources from killing foreign race beings. Other than that, just a single body tempering realm demonic beast. In the current Great Xia, its value was incalculable. As long as one could behead one would basically become rich. Of course, unless it was useless, basically no one would take it out and sell it, using it for their own cultivation and enhancing their cultivation. It was more fragrant than anything else. In today's Daxia, money was really just a piece of paper. Or rather, money had already been converted into another situation. That is, cultivation resources. But all resources involving martial arts cultivation were basically priced out of the market. Even matchmaking do not look at the deposit, nor look at the car to see the house, but to look at the martial arts cultivation or cultivation talent. Some Puxin women, obviously they are only the early stage of the body hardening cultivation, and must be people have real strength cultivation. During this year, the marriage rate of the entire Daxia dropped to the lowest point in history, and even those who were in love with each other didn't plan to get married for the time being, basically focusing their minds on martial arts cultivation. Since the country didn't deliberately hide it, the residents of the base cities near the Qinling Mountains had all inquired about the news and started urgently summoning their own mercenary squads, preparing to go to the battlefield to get a piece of the action as well. If it was before, Qinling's news would already be flying all over the internet, but right now, the entire Daxia network didn't have a single bit of news about Qinling. Although it was only a short period of 1 year, the involuted characteristics of the people of Daxia had once again been stimulated. and the residents of the Qinling neighborhood, fearing that the news would spread out and attract mercenary squads from other base cities, had kept the news under wraps. For these mercenary squads in the nearby cities, the Grand Xia military did not stop them. As long as they do not hinder the military from laying down their defense, the military will not bother them. After all, those mercenary squads are also a party to the military. Although they will share out some of the resources, it's better than dying or being injured. However, in order for those mercenary squads to be cautious, Lu Jin, who was stationed in the area of Qinling to set up defense, still had people reveal a little bit of information about this invasion battle. But what the military didn't expect was that those mercenary squads became even more excited when they learned that the invading exotic beings were actually a real demonic beast colony, and they couldn't wait to make a big kill right away. Whether it was the official de Xia or the civilian mercenary teams, the most favored exotic beings were the demon race, because the demon beast's entire body was a treasure, and the others, such as the hell ghosts or the highland demons, although they could also get some resources, they were nowhere near as good as the demon beasts. Therefore, if a hellish ghost monster descended on a major base city, Guhan would usually have the Daxia ghost army mobilize, because to the Daxia ghost army, a hellish ghost monster was like a demonic beast to a normal human being, and once they were hunted down and killed, the benefits they would receive were quite large. After all, the ghost Dao technique practiced by the Great Xia ghost army was able to directly absorb the overflowing soul power of the hellish ghosts and monsters after they were killed to strengthen themselves. If there could be a large number of low-ranked hellish ghosts for the Great Summer Ghost Army to kill and absorb, the growth rate of the Great Summer Ghost Army would be much more terrifying than even the Battle Martial Army. That's the advantage of the Ghost Road. Of course, the Ghost Dao also had a disadvantage. That is, the ghost body that was condensed was far from being as strong as the martial arts body, and was rather brittle, not as offensive and defensive as the martial arts. Chapter 59, The Battle of Qinling. Buzz. On this day, in the southern part of the Maoshong country, a plane suddenly tore open a pitch-black mouth, followed by a head of huge-sized demonic beasts, from which they stepped out, and as soon as they stepped on the plane, they stepped out a hole in the plane, and the earth couldn't stop trembling. The Maoshong country was already vast and sparsely populated, and after a year or so after the recovery of the spiritual qi, the Maoshong country's land had skyrocketed by at least double, which led to a large portion of the Maoshong country being sparsely populated. This was compounded by the alien invasion and the gathering of population and construction of base cities in the woolly bear country. Without the 7-star Mikado, the furry bear nation can only rely on satellites to detect the invasion of exotic beings. After those demonic beasts invaded the Maoshong country, the base city closest to that plane instantly sounded a piercing alarm, and the Maoshong country's Yuan Gang realm powerhouse, Staff Jeff, who was guarding this city, didn't dare to slow down, and instantly summoned his troops and stationed them on the city walls. Kasha Sturgeef did not take the initiative. Not only that, he immediately asked for assistance like the military department of the woolly bear country. Bang! About half an hour later, the army of the Manhwa country, which was waiting on the city wall, felt that the whole earth was trembling, and from afar, as if a tornado-like wave of earth swept over, and it was vaguely visible that, in the middle of the wave of earth, there was a dense and huge shadow. Weapons ready! Fire! With Stejev's order, uncountable artillery fire, like meteors, crossed the sky and smashed straight towards the demonic beasts in the earth waves. But in a moment, explosions, which were like thunderous explosions, rang out one after another. Although the Maohu kingdom was not as powerful as the Great Summer, after a year of development, the Ministry of Science and Technology of the Maohu kingdom had likewise developed brand new martial technology weapons, and although the power was not as fierce as the Great Summer's, it was still much stronger than the previous weapons. 3 full rounds of flak, and instead of relaxing, Stejev's face grew more and more grave. With his cultivation level of the Big Dipper realm, he was able to see through the obstacles and see the situation of those demonic beasts. 3 rounds of flurry fire. Although it caused some damage to that demonic beast group, it didn't stop the onslaught of those demonic beasts. Instead, it made that demonic beast group even more frenzied. What truly alarmed Stejev was that he had sensed the aura of dozens of Yuan Gang realm great demons in that group of demonic beasts. Shatter! Steph couldn't help but curse. The whole person was shocked and angry. His heart was even more filled with anxiety. If the support didn't come again, he alone wouldn't be able to hold out for long. Roar! Not long. Bursts of roars sounded. The demonic beast group completely revealed in the sight of the Maoshong country army. Looking around, densely packed demonic beasts will occupy the entire plains. That large body, as if a small mountain. Just looking, let many Maoshong country soldiers' legs and feet soft. This was the first time in a year that the woolly bear country had faced such a large-scale invasion of foreigners, and the shock it brought was absolutely unimaginable. Sturgev, What are you waiting for? Kill. At this moment, a roar came. Stegerov raised his eyes and looked. His entire body sighed in relief. The support from the military department had finally arrived. The arrival of the entire 10 Yuan gang powerhouses gave Stegerov some more confidence. Rumble. Soon, the tragic battle began. And even though the Yuan gang realm powerhouses had already moved to fight high up in the sky, the impact that swept down still affected the battlefield underneath. Bang! The Mao Xiong Kingdom's army also collided with the wave of demonic beasts, and in just an instant, the entire battlefield became a millstone of flesh and blood, and the thick smell of blood swept across the entire battlefield. But in just a few minutes, the center of the collision was littered with broken limbs and flesh. At the time when the tragic war broke out in the Manhwa Kingdom, the Qinling Mountains of Daxia, similarly, also broke out in a grand war. On the defense line, the entire 300,000 Daxia soldiers stood like benchmarks, holding mighty-shaped Shenwu spears in their hands, while behind the army, there were densely packed large weapons. To the left and right of the army, there were mercenary squads that intended to come and earn battle credits, and these mercenary squads, which came from several base cities near the Qinling Mountains, were also quite numerous, adding up to tens of thousands of people, and the destructive power that they could cause was definitely not small. Rumble. It didn't take long for a dull rumble to come from the Qinling, causing everyone to stare, only to see, like waves of smoke and dust swept from the Qinling, the entire earth trembled, countless ancient trees were smashed into powder, and all the surrounding mountains collapsed away. The huge body hidden in the smoke and dust made the crowd couldn't help but tense up, especially those mercenary squads. Their palms couldn't stop sweating. Facing scattered exotic beings and facing an endless tide of demonic beasts were definitely two very different experiences. Even the mercenaries, who had always been bold, couldn't help their legs from trembling at this moment. Hiss! A burst of hissing sounds came from far and near, and soon, a huge black water basilisk snake appeared in the crowd's line of sight. Even the smallest black water basilisk snake was tens of meters in size, and the biggest ones, even had 200 to 300 meters, hovering up, just like a giant mountain. The pair of snake pupils that were bigger than a lantern were filled with cold indifference, and with their bloody mouths open, a fishy stench swept over, causing people to stifle their nausea. Fire, like thunderous roars rang out, located in the rear, has long been poised for large-scale weapons, instantly launched, countless artillery fire from the dome of the sky and down, in the black water basilisk snake group, set off a stunning explosion. However, the killing power caused by these artillery fires fell far short of the prediction Lucian had in mind. It was only because, at the instant those cannon fires descended, a head of black water basilisks of the Yuan gang realm suddenly circled up, spewing out water columns from their mouths, intercepting those cannonballs in mid-air. And even if there was a leakage, it didn't manage to cause any effective damage to the group of black water basilisks. There was no way around it. Although the Special Weapons Bureau had made a sudden improvement in the research of martial arts weapons, it was still much worse if they wanted to inflict lethality on the existences of the Yuan gang realm. Although it didn't cause too many casualties to the Blackwater Xian snake group, Lucian still ordered to open fire, and only after 5 rounds of bombardment had passed did he raise his hand and wave it down violently. All troops attack. In an instant, the 300,000 troops on the city wall leapt down and impacted towards the group of black water basilisks, and thousands of teams of battle martial squads, assembled together, formed a sharp knife and ruthlessly plunged into the group of black water basilisks. Buzz, the Golden Bell Guard, who rushed at the front, directly performed the Golden Bell Shield. One after another Golden Bell shadow surfaced on the battlefield, followed by the Dragon Elephant Guard who drew their swords and chopped out daggers, and in an instant, the densely packed daggers fell like a raging wind and rain. The Spectral Shadow Guard was like a ghost, hidden in the darkness, taking away a Blackwater Xian snake as soon as it struck. Hiss! So strong! This is our country's #1 army. The Battle Martial Army? How terrifying! In the distance, many mercenary squads saw the warrior army fighting for the first time, and they were all shocked by the courageous warrior army. Chapter 60, The Demon Sect Descends. Whether it was the people of Daxia or the people of other countries, they all knew that the strongest in the entire Daxia was the extremely mysterious Battle Martial Army. But there were not many people who had actually seen the Battle Martial Army fight as a team. Many people had seen the Battle Martial Army, but what they had seen was all alone. And although they were also surprisingly strong, they didn't have the same impact as a team fight. The division of labor was clear, orderly, and seamless, coupled with the magnificent martial arts skills. It was simply a martial arts powerhouse in the minds of the crowd. And at this moment, I don't know how many mercenaries, all of them had the idea of joining the Battle Martial Army. Although the War Wujun struggle in the front line, often through the crisis, but strong is really strong. Handsome is also really handsome. Rumble. At the time when many mercenaries were longing for envy, the two sides on the battlefield had already collided together, and in just a split second, a roar like a flood bell instantly resounded across the entire battlefield, and even the mercenary squads that were in the distance were shaken to the point that their eardrums ached by the sound of the explosion, like a sharp knife of the war martial army, hard inserted into the tide of demonic beasts. Will that endless tide of demonic beasts tore a crack? Countless shadows of the golden bell burst in the battlefield, the blade across the sky, the stern sharpness even from a long distance, can be clearly felt. After the warrior army, there was the 300,000 Dasha troops. Although they did not have the same powerful might as the warrior army, they were equally brave, and the divine martial guns in their hands spewed out fire dragons, bursting into gusts of sparks after they touched the demonic beasts. Bang! Soon the casualties appeared. With such a vast battlefield, even the Yuan gang realm couldn't take care of the whole scene. There were countless demonic beasts that were hunted down and killed on the spot, and there were also quite a few Dasha soldiers who died at the hands of demonic beasts. Life, at this moment, seemed to have become worthless. Almost every moment, there were Dasha soldiers killed in action, and there were also demonic beasts that fell. Kill. The stimulation of blood made the eyes of the many mercenary squads in the distance red. Looking at that one by one Dasha soldiers regardless of life and death rushed up. The fear in their hearts all dissipated, and replaced by infinite anger as well as astounding battle intent. I don't know who violently roared out, and this roaring sound seemed to have become the horn of the charge, as a pair of mercenary squads, one after another, brandished the weapons in their hands and rushed into the battlefield. The addition of tens of thousands of mercenaries as a whole had reduced the pressure on the Grand Xia army by a lot. After all, although these mercenaries didn't have the same effective mobility as the regular army, their individual combat power was definitely not weak. Basically all of them had the cultivation of the bone-forging realm, and some of the stronger mercenary squads even possessed Jinjin-level powerhouses. Rumble. The earth in a radius of tens of thousands of miles was completely reduced to a battlefield, and the impact that seemed to be destroying both heaven and earth swept across the entire battlefield, lifting the earth away from a thick layer, and deafening roars resounded one after another. Even the base city, which was hundreds of miles away, was affected, and the many skyscrapers could not stop trembling, and on the streets, there were even cracks in the ground. Although the sound of the entire battlefield was terrifying, what was even more terrifying was the Yuan gang realm battlefield in the void. The Dasha Yuan gang realm powerhouses led by Lu Jin were battling the Yuan gang realm demon of the Blackwater Xian Snake clan, and every collision could erupt into a shocking commotion, and on that battlefield, even the emptiness couldn't stop trembling, as if it might be torn apart at any moment by that ferocious impact. The Yuan gang realm powerhouses of the Blackwater Xian Snake clan seemed to be huge in size, but their speed was not slow at all, and coupled with that strong strength as well as defense, even Lu Jin and the others, for a while, could not take them, while the entire battlefield was caught in a stalemate. High above the sky, densely packed figures sat in the clouds. These figures were none other than the Great Summer Ghost Army. Tasting the sweetness of the battlefield's dead qi, Guhan naturally wouldn't give up such a good cultivation resource. Not only this Qinling, even the battlefield of the Manhwa kingdom, he had sent half of the Dasha Ghost Army to absorb the dead qi. Those ghost armies had his power to guard them, and would not be discovered by the demon race on the battlefield of the Manhwa kingdom as well as the Manhwa kingdom strongmen, and could absorb the battlefield's dead qi in peace. With his current cultivation level of Ghost King perfection, even if he absorbed these battlefield dead qi, he would not be able to improve. It would be better to let these Dasha Ghost Army absorb as much as they want, and use this to improve their cultivation level. Above the clouds, Guhan was tending to the cultivation of these Dasha Ghost troops while also picking up those Dasha soldiers who had fallen on the battlefield. As a matter of fact, these Dasha Ghost troops, including Guhan, were already completely and utterly dead, no matter how high their cultivation level was, no matter how much they resembled normal people. Ghosts were always ghosts. Therefore, what Guhan did was not to bring those Dasha soldiers back to life. Even if he had already reached the Ghost King perfection, he did not have this means, but only to make these Dasha soldiers, whose souls were about to dissipate, turn into ghosts, with the ability to cultivate in the path of the Ghost Road. In the past life of Dasha, the reason why there is no Ghost Army, one is the lack of Ghost Taoism skills, and the other is that in the past life of Dasha soldiers, after being killed in battle, the soul simply cannot be gathered in time, will be directly absorbed by those ghosts and monsters, and completely disappeared between heaven and earth. It was also in this life that Guhan had achieved Ghost King perfection with his ghost body and possessed such a mysterious inheritance as the Ghost God Pillar, which was why he was able to create the Great Summer Ghost Army. If he hadn't made a breakthrough in choosing the Ghost God Pillar in the first place, but had honestly practiced martial arts, then the current Daxia wouldn't have had the present scene at all. Not to mention the existence of the Daxia Ghost Army. Rumble. As time passed, the battle on the battlefield, too, fell into a white-hot stage, with even more deaths and injuries. Although in this year, the Great Summer has developed rapidly, and its strength is simply incomparable compared to a year ago. This Blackwater Xian Snake Clan, however, should not be underestimated, and its strength is equally strong. The Blackwater Xian Snake army that invaded this time was as many as 150,000, all of which were existences that had stepped into the transcendent martial Tao, with nearly half of them reaching the bone-forging realm, and thousands of existences at the true strength level, even the Yuan Gang realm great demons. There were hundreds of them. If it wasn't for the strong strength of Lu Jin and the others, plus the tens of thousands of mercenaries joining in, even if the battle line didn't collapse, the casualties of Daxia would have been much higher. Of course, if the Great Xia were to raise its nation to fight against it, it would be enough to easily obliterate this Blackwater Xian Snake army. But the rest of the Great Xia's armies as well as the strongest people had to defend their respective urban areas, so it was simply impossible to raise the nation to fight. In the event that other city districts also had exotic beings descending on them, the loss would be even greater. Even though the casualties of Daxia were not small, the overall situation was still tilting in Daxia's favor, and victory was only a matter of time. As far as the eye could see, the entire battlefield had become the color of blood, and a thick blood mist filled the air as if even the sky dome was dyed red. And if someone who was timid was to see such a scene, it would be enough to be paralyzed with fear. Boom! But right at this moment, a terrifying aura suddenly swept in from the depths of the Qinling Mountains, that vast, as if mountainous might, causing the entire battlefield to stand still for a moment. Chapter 61 One Finger to Kill. Boom! The strength of this aura was so strong that even Lu Jin and other powerful people of the Daxia Yuan Gang realm felt their hearts jumping, as if their entire body was being suppressed by a terrifyingly huge mountain, making it difficult for them to move, and even if they put their best foot forward, they were unable to break free from the suppression of this aura. At the same time, Gu Han, who was high above the sky, suddenly stood up and gazed towards the depths of the Qinling Mountains, his eyes peering through the heavy obstacles to see the giant shadow that came barreling towards the battlefield. Demon Clan? Gu Han murmured, his face ugly. Demon Zone, a Zongshi realm expert that rivaled the transcendent martial Tao, was definitely a terrifying existence that would be difficult to deal with for the current Daxia, but as far as he was concerned, wanting to subdue it was nothing more than a flip of the hand. What was really hard for him was that in the Qinling battle in his previous life, there hadn't been any demon zone level powerhouses at all, and there hadn't even been as many great demons of the Yuan Gang realm as there were now. The appearance of this demon sect's appearance would mean that his rebirth had truly led to a butterfly effect, causing the future to undergo unfathomable changes. The memories of decades in his previous life could not allow him to know everything that would happen in the next few decades, but it would allow him to deal with it more calmly and allow Daxia to have more thorough preparations. But once these decades of memories were useless, it meant that the future of Daxia was full of uncertainty, and even he, himself, was no longer guaranteed. This feeling of being out of control naturally made it difficult for Gu Han. Boom! Although he was a bit worried about the future, Gu Han didn't freeze, and he had already struck before that demon clan of the Blackwater Xian Snake had rushed onto the battlefield, only to see that he lifted his finger and pointed it out towards the demon sect. Buzz! In an instant, endless soul power erupted, and the aura in the entire heaven and earth was all stirred up by this finger of Gu Han's, and a giant shadow of a finger that was like a pillar of the heavens suddenly appeared above the sky dome. With the emergence of this terrifying finger shadow, Lu Jin and the others on the battlefield instantly felt the original terrifying aura that was suppressing their bodies dissipate. But at this moment, Lu Jin and the others, or many of the Blackwater Xian Snake's Big Dipper demons, were gazing at the giant shadow of the finger on the sky dome, their entire bodies shivering, their faces filled with fear. Even if that giant shadow of a finger wasn't aimed at them, the terrifying might that overflowed out, but it also gave them the chills. That finger was like a finger of the god of death. Just by looking at it, it made their souls seem like they were going to freeze. Roar! Ghost King? No way! The appearance of this finger instantly caused the face of that Blackwater Xian Snake's demon sect to change drastically. It raised its head to the sky, letting out a roar of disbelief, and without saying a word, it directly twisted its body and fled as if it were leaving this place. Just kidding. It was only a demon sect, and it had just broken through not long ago, so how could it be a match for a Ghost King? Just a single finger from that demon king made it lose its will to fight, and it didn't even have the thought of resisting. However, how could it possibly escape Gu Han's attack? Bang! However, in an instant, that demon zone had already been caught up by Gu Han's finger, and the terrifyingly huge force directly impacted on that demon zone's huge body, dragging its huge body out thousands of meters and shattering several mountain peaks before it was nailed to death on top of the void. That demon sect's 7-inch position was blasted out of a bloody hole by this finger, and scarlet blood poured down like a waterfall, instantly dyeing the entire ground red and turning it into a sea of blood. With just this one finger, a demon sect member fell on the spot. Immediately afterward, Guhan raised his hand and grabbed it, directly ingesting the corpse of that demon sect into the space of the demon god pillar. Don't look at him dealing with this demon zone easily, but to Lu Jin and the others, this demon zone was definitely an unrivaled existence. Even if he had already fallen, the terrifying aura that had not yet dispersed was enough to make Lu Jin and the others lose 70% of their strength. It was because of this that Guhan had taken that demon sect's corpse directly away. On the battlefield, Lu Jin and the others were shocked to see that the terrifying demonic beast was so easily solved by Guhan. But compared to Lu Jin and the others who knew about Guhan's existence, the mercenary squads were even more horrified. Where's the big demon sect? Just like that? My Grand Xia, there are still such terrifyingly strong people? Oh my god, the Great Summer is invincible. In an instant, the mercenary squad, after being dumbfounded, their wariness was sky high, and the whole person, like playing chicken blood, became more and more ferocious. Not only them, but also many Xia soldiers as well as the warrior army, which were likewise in the same state. On the contrary, the Blackwater Xian Snake Clan's demonic beast army had a huge drop in momentum, and even those Yuan Gang realm great demons had little desire to fight. Even their clan leader, who had reached the supreme existence of the demon sect, was so easily resolved. Once that mysterious powerhouse made his move, how would they have a chance to live? At this moment, those Yuan Gang realm great demons even had the thought of running away. However, Lu Jin and the others didn't give them a chance to escape, and they exploded with all their might. Even if they couldn't kill them, they still had to hold these Yuan Gang realm great demons back. These were Yuan Gang realm level demonic beasts. Just one of them was enough to compare to tens of thousands of body-tempering realm demonic beasts. In the eyes of Lu Jin and the others nowadays, these Yuan Gang realm demons were not enemies at all, but treasures that could cause them to raise their cultivation. And because of this, they fought even harder. Rumble, ear-splitting roars resounded throughout the entire battlefield, and the violent energy swept through the 8 directions like a storm, churning the entire ground into smithereens, and the sky was filled with smoke and blood mist, permeating the entire battlefield. Buzz. As the war entered the white-hot stage, the more deaths and injuries there were on the battlefield, and the dense deathly aura seemed as if it was about to condense into substance, drifting over the entire battlefield. The many Xia ghost armies brought over by Guhan absorbed the dead chi from the battlefield to their heart's content. Such a pure and large amount of dead chi was nothing less than a great chance against the heavens for these ghost armies of theirs. The army of black water basilisks that had lost the will to fight gradually fell into the wind, and there were constantly black water basilisks that were killed on the spot. And there were even several Yuan Gang realm demons that were killed by Lu Jin and the others in one fell swoop when they found the opportunity. With just one look at the situation on the battlefield, Guhan knew that the balance of this war was already tilting in favor of Xia, and victory was just a matter of time. In the meantime, compared to the gradual victory on the battlefield of Daxia, the battlefield of the Manhwa kingdom was a total collapse. As far as the eye could see, the entire battlefield was transformed into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. There were huge corpses of demonic beasts, but more than that, it was the corpses of the army of the Manhwa kingdom. There is no way, compared to the Great Xia, the strength of the Maohu kingdom can be far worse. To be able to support for so long before collapsing has already been very difficult. The invasion of the Mao Xiong country is the plateau of the wild bear demon race. This kind of demonic beasts, the strength is infinite, the skin is thick and fleshy, so much so that the scientific and technological weapons of the Mao Xiong country have not been able to cause any effective killing power. 62. Assistance to woolly bears. For the current Blue Star countries, the most afraid of is the wild bear demon race and other thick skin and flesh and endless strength of the demonic beasts, because this kind of demonic beast strength is generally stronger than the same realm, extremely difficult to deal with. Although, this time, the invasion of the wild bear demon clan only had 100,000 demonic troops, but the worst of these 100,000 demonic troops were all body-tempering realm demonic beasts. With half of the bone-forging realm-level demonic beasts, hundreds of true-strength demonic beasts, and dozens of Big Dipper demons, such a terrifying power is simply not something that the current woolly bear nation can handle. But the unconquerable Mao Xiong country, at first, did not want to ask for help, but wanted to rely on their own strength to deal with this mad bear demon army. But nay, they also overestimated their own strength, and no matter how strong the will is, it's useless without strength. However, in just 1 hour, the defense line of the Manhwa kingdom collapsed, 90% of the soldiers stationed there paid for it with their lives, and even the Manhwa Kingdom's Yuan Gang realm powerhouses, 2 of them fell. Below the Yuan Gang realm, it was even beyond what the Furry Bear country could afford. It could be said that the martial artists who died in this war alone were enough to set back the martial Tao of the Woolly Bear country to half a year ago. Such a heavy blow made the Manhwa Kingdom completely put down its high spirits and asked for international assistance from Daxia. The great Emperor Pu personally called the great elder of Daxia, with a lowered posture and a sincere tone. And when he heard that Daxia was willing to send troops to assist, the great Emperor Pu was even more thankful continuously. The 1,000 teams of battle martial squads that had long been prepared as well as the 100,000 elite troops, upon receiving the order from the Elders' Court, immediately set off towards the Mao Shun country, not alerting anyone along the way, and acting stealthily and quickly. Rumble. After the collapse of the first line of defense of the Manhwa Kingdom, the remaining army retreated and formed a second line of defense in the base city closest to the first battlefield, and at the same time, the Manhwa Kingdom's military sent an additional 500,000 troops to the second line of defense to support it. On top of that, all of the Yuan Gang realm powerhouses of the Manhwa Kingdom had basically rushed to the second line of defense and stood by, except for a few necessary town guards. Rumble. It didn't take long for the barbarian bear army, which rushed like a wave, to appear 1,000 miles away from the second line of defense, and from afar, it covered the sky as if the entire dome of the sky was pressed over, and just looking at it, it was frightening, and this fear became even more intense under the demonic might that swept over him like a mountain. Roar! When the savage bear army saw the numerous Mao Shun Kingdom troops on the second line of defense, they instantly became excited, roaring out furiously while constantly raising their thick arms and pounding their chests, emitting booming sounds like muffled thunder. Bang! Immediately after that, the excited savage bear army couldn't help themselves, and madly rushed towards the second defense line of the Mao Shun country. The whole earth was stepped out of a hole, the ground shook, and rolling dust and sand, like a storm swept through the 8 directions, and smeared the whole heaven and earth. Rumble. With the onslaught of the barbarian bear army, countless artillery fire burst out from the back of the defense line, just like the stars falling, bombarding towards the vast army of barbarian bears. In an instant, a burst of roaring sound resounded, strong impact to the center of the battlefield, swept away in all directions. But let the many soldiers of the Manhwa country chills is that this artillery bombardment seems to be powerful, but in fact, did not give the savage bears army caused too many casualties, just died hundreds of savage bears only. Such a number was nothing in the huge army of savage bears. Boom! Even if the artillery roar was monumental, the many savage bears were still excited and bloodthirsty, and they kept charging towards the defense line against the artillery fire, and the situation was frightening to watch. Kill! Seeing that a hard-on could not be avoided, the Yuan Gang realm powerhouse of the Mao Shun Kingdom immediately roared angrily, and immediately after that, more than 10 of the Mao Shun Kingdom's Yuan Gang realm powerhouses immediately rose up in the air, and their powerful auras swept out, fiercely killing towards the savage bear army. Roar! However, before they could kill the savage bear army, they were directly stopped by the savage bear demon clan's Yuan Gang realm demons, and a ferocious battle erupted above the void. Compared to Daxia's Yuan Gang realm powerhouses, the Mao Shun country's Yuan Gang realm powerhouses were undoubtedly much weaker. And not only the Mao Shun country, but also other countries' powerhouses of the same realm were no match for Daxia's powerhouses. How could they possibly compare to the strongest people of Great Xia when they even obtained their techniques from Great Xia? Even if the countries had continuously researched martial arts techniques and even martial arts skills over the past year or so, it was impossible to match the Great Xia. After all, the feats and even martial arts under the control of Daxia were researched by the Daxia of Guhan's previous life after decades of time and the efforts of an unknown number of people. Bang! As the two armies collided, the entire battlefield was suddenly turned into a bloody millstone, and a thick smell of blood filled the air. Even though the Manhwa Kingdom had deployed an additional 500,000 troops, it still fell into a disadvantage when facing the barbarian bear demon army. There were constantly Mao Shun country soldiers being torn apart by the savage bears, limbs and broken flesh spilling out all over the place. The bloody scene made the Mao Shun country soldiers on the battlefield tremble with fear, and they couldn't stop bubbling up with fear. Despair, spreading among the army of the woolly bear country, if it were not for the fact that behind them were their families, their country. I am afraid, they could not help but flee from the battlefield already. There was no way. It wasn't even on the same level. This kind of war, it wasn't even a war. It could only be described as a one-sided crushing. Boom! But just when the Mao Shun Kingdom army was in despair, a heavy sound of footsteps came from far and near. The whole earth trembled with these footsteps, and the originally violent battlefield was given a lurch. Whether it was the Mao Xiong Kingdom's soldiers or the barbarian bear demon army, all of them were looking towards the direction where the sound came from. Gradually, a flag appeared in the sight of the Mao Xiong country's army, and the 5-star flag flying in midair made many of the Mao Xiong country's army shed tears for it, and the whole people were excited. Great Xia's reinforcements have arrived. We are saved. Kill. At this moment, the originally despairing army of the Manhwa kingdom all erupted with infinite fighting spirit, and the hope of life made them boiling with wariness, as if they were stoned. Dang. At the same time, rushed in the forefront of the 1,000 war martial arts squad, directly like a sharp knife into the back of the barbarian bear demon army. Countless golden bell shadow immediately surfaced in the battlefield, followed by a road of domineering to the extreme blade-ons, breaking through the air, like destroying the sky and the earth, constantly strangling the barbarian bear demon army. In the eyes of the Mao Xiong Kingdom's army, the savage bears, which were like devils, were like ants in front of Xia's war warrior army, being easily strangled without the power to resist at all. Of course, the reason why the battle martial army was able to strangle so easily was because they were fighting against a savage bear in a small team, so they killed it extremely fast. One of the golden bell guards, one of the dragon elephant guards, and one of the spectral shadow guards, cooperating with and helping each other. And in this way, how could it be that a mere barbarian bear could resist? In the time it took for the warrior army to charge into the battlefield, the barbarian bear army was already close to 2,000 dead and wounded. Chapter 63, The Might of Daxia. Rumble. At this moment, the great summer warrior army seemed to have transformed into a battlefield butcher. Every moment, there were savage bears dying in their hands. The magnificent martial arts skills, the strong strength, none of which did not make the hearts of the many strong men of the Manhwa kingdom yearn for it. They even forgot to fight, staring blankly at the group of great killers of the war martial army. They had thought that today's Mao Xiong country, even if it is worse than Daxia, it will not be as bad as where. But after really seeing the strength of Daxia's war martial army, they realized that what they thought was just an illusion. Even at the same realm, they were no match for the Daxia martial artist, and that powerful martial skill even gave them a feeling that they couldn't even receive a single move. What was even more frightening was that the Yuan Gang realm powerhouses that Great Xia had supported the Mao Xiong country this time alone were as many as dozens of them, more than the entire Mao Xiong country combined. If so many Yuan Gang realm powerhouses could be deployed just for support, how many Yuan Gang realm powerhouses should there be in Great Xia? Fine thoughts. At this time, the many strong people and even military people of the Manhwa kingdom truly understood the gold content of the 6 words Blue Star martial arts Holy Land. Envy is real envy, and adoration is real adoration. He, the furry bear country, was originally a country that revered the strong. Not to mention, this strong man was still here to save them. The reverence earned was even deeper. Compared to Qin Ling's Blackwater Basilisk Demon Army, although the barbarian bear demon army was also powerful, it was still quite a bit worse. Not only was it incomparable in terms of numbers, but it couldn't even compare in terms of strength. After 10,000 warrior armies as well as 100,000 elite Daxia armies joined the battlefield in a strong manner, the end of this war was basically doomed. In today's Daxia, the elite army represents the entire force stepping into the transcendent martial Dao. The worst of them are also strong people above the early stage of body tempering. Among them, the head of the army and so on, have already reached the bone-forging realm, and with the addition of those dozens of Yuan Gang realm powerhouses, it can be said that there is not a single country in the whole of the blue planet that can withstand such a lineup. Bang! 1 hour later, with a dull sound of explosion sounded out, the entire battlefield battle completely stopped. Looking around, densely packed savage bear corpses piled up as high as a mountain. Scarlet blood like a river of blood flowed down from the mountain of corpses, dyed the entire broken earth red. As the battle ended, the Grand Xia army was not polite and started cleaning up the battlefield, but all the demonic beasts they killed would basically be collected by them and transported to Grand Xia. It could be said that at least 70,000 of the 100,000 demon armies invaded by the barbarian bear demon clan this time were killed by the Great Xia army, and with these 70,000 barbarian bear corpses, it was enough to bring the Great Xia army to the next level. Those flesh and blood alone were extremely valuable cultivation resources, not to mention the fur and bones that could be forged into weapons. In this regard, the Mao Xiong countryside did not have any complaints, but rather thank you 1,000 times. Those Mao Xiong country Yuan Gang realm strongman, but also one after another pulling the Daxia Yuan Gang realm strongman to talk to, that enthusiastic appearance, so that the Daxia Yuan Gang realm strongman straight call can't be stopped. Meanwhile, the Battle of Qinling came to a close. After Guhan killed the Blackwater Xian Snake Clan's demon sect powerhouse, the Qinling battle had already entered the countdown. and the Blackwater Xian Snake Demon Army, which had lost its will to fight, was simply no match for the Great Xia powerhouses. Of course, under the final counterattack of the Blackwater Xian Snake's demonic army, de Xia also suffered a lot of deaths and injuries, and even a Yuan Gang realm powerhouse was spelled to death by the Blackwater Xian Snake's Yuan Gang demon. When cleaning up the battlefield, many of the battle martial army and even the de Xia soldiers, looking at the corpses of those former comrades, one by one, their moods were unusually heavy. If possible, they would rather that the world remained the way it was before, instead of being in danger at all times, as it is nowadays. They didn't know that all of these comrades who had died in battle would once again appear in this world in the form of the Ghost Dao. In the whole of Daxia, apart from Guhan as well as the elders of the House of Elders, no one knew about the existence of Daxia's ghost army at all. Not even Lu Zhen and other deputy heads of Daxia's Special Affairs Bureau. It was precisely because the Great Xia Ghost Army was now in the secrecy stage that the Great Xia Ghost Army, which Guhan had sent to the battlefields of the Mao Xiong Kingdom to absorb the dead Qi, did not directly strike to help the Mao Xiong Kingdom, but of course, even if they wanted to, they could not break the barrier of Guhan's power without his consent. Soon after, the appearance of a news item published by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Woolly Bear Nation sparked the entire international network. Recently, the 100,000 barbarian bear demon army that appeared in the south of our country invaded, and even the Yuan Gang realm great demons, there were a dozen of them, causing our country to suffer heavy losses. Luckily, de Xia sent troops to assist in time, and with the full cooperation of the two countries, they were able to completely annihilate the 100,000 barbarian bear demon army. Thank you, Daxia warrior army and the many Daxia soldiers who came to help. May the friendship between the two countries last forever. Although nowadays all the countries have been anxious by the descending exotic spirits, but for other countries, there is also a continuous concern, especially the Daxia, which is known as the Holy Land of the Blue Star martial arts, is even more focused by all the countries. But all the news about Daxia, even if it is just a catch, will be taken seriously by all the countries. The news of the Woolly Bear country was naturally noticed by various countries at the first time, and after that, they began to organize experts to study the information contained therein. Although the news did not present extremely detailed data or a detailed introduction, anyone with a bit of eyesight could see that the reason why this war could be won was, to a large extent, because of the appearance of the Daxia army. Based on this, one could roughly and vaguely deduce the strength of the army sent by de Xia to support the Maohu kingdom this time. Our country is sending troops to aid the Malhuat kingdom? Didn't we say that Qinling is also in a big war? Cough. The strength of the war martial army is not something we can imagine. Daxia is mighty. Shoo. Within Daxia, many netizens were dismayed. After all, they had heard that Qinling was also at war, but they hadn't realized that the officials had quietly sent troops to aid the Malhuat kingdom. At this moment, the children of Daxia suddenly realized that the power controlled by the state was, I'm afraid, even greater than they had imagined. Fark, how come Daxia is so strong? It's not a surprise that Daxia started making preparations many days ahead of all the countries and has such a strong strength. What is our country doing? Can't you see that other people's Daxia has spare capacity to help other countries? We love Daxia too. Why doesn't Daxia send troops to aid our country? On international online platforms, all sorts of comments popped up one after another. From the unsuspecting to the awestruck to the help-seeking. But only no one questioned Daxia's strength. After all, the title of the Blue Star Martial Arts Holy Land was recognized by people all over the world, without any water. And this time, the strength that had erupted from the Great Summer after more than a year of silence had unsurprisingly shaken the peoples of various countries. Chapter 64, Sudden Changes. Especially with the outbreak of the Great Summer's Qinling battle, the storm reached its peak, shaking the entire blue planet and causing the country's fear of the Great Summer to reach its peak. Fighting on both sides, and face are more than 100,000 demonic beast tide, Yuan Gang realm level demon add up, and even nearly 100, but even so, still was destroyed by the Great Summer. Such a horrible strength. How do not let the countries fear? If it wasn't for the fact that the arrival of the foreign beings nowadays had left all the countries exhausted and without the heart to fight internally, I'm afraid that, today, the strength of the Great Xia would make a host of unsuspecting countries have sleepless nights. Of course, scruples were scruples, but the strength of de Xia also made the countries feel at ease. After all, the stronger Daxia was, the more hope it represented for the entire blue planet human race to not be occupied by foreign beings occupying the entire blue planet, leaving the human race as slaves to the foreign beings. However, countries such as the pretty country still hoped that the one leading the entire blue star human race to resist the exotic beings would be themselves, not de Xia. This storm had raised the cohesion of the entire population of Daxia once again, and people were as hopeful about the future as they had been in that previous era. no longer worried and afraid of the descent of foreign beings. The country's strength makes every daxia citizen proud. So these days on the daxia network, everywhere is praising the daxia warrior army. Various short video platforms, the warrior army's combat videos, but also like a spring in the spring. And while the entire population was reveling in the might of the great Xiao warrior army, the warrior army was once again in the midst of intense cultivation. This time, including the corpses of demonic beasts obtained from the battlefields of the Manhwa kingdom. There were more than 200,000 of them, among which there were 70 to 80 great demons at the Yuan Gang realm level. And these demonic beast corpses could be very precious cultivation resources, enough to bring unimaginable enhancement to Dixia. These demonic beast corpses were first transported to the outskirts of Dixia's Kyoto for sorting, but all demonic beasts above the level of the bone forging realm were selected and used for the cultivation of the generals of the warrior armies, while the corpses of demonic beasts below the level of the bone forging realm were used for 30% to give to the elite armies for their cultivation, and the other 50% were distributed to the ordinary armies of the entire Dixia. The remaining 20% goes to the people and strengthens them. When the people are strong, the country is strong, and Daxia has always adhered to this principle. As time passed, the storm caused by the Battle of Qinling and the battle to support the Woolly Bear country gradually calmed down, but the whole world began to roll inward. Perhaps stimulated by Daxia, all countries began to really pay attention to martial arts, frantically organizing martial arts tournaments to screen out the martial arts prides in their countries so that they could focus on cultivating them. The descent of exotic living beings was no longer viewed as a disaster by the people of various countries, but as treasures that could help them raise their martial cultivation, especially those scattered exotic living beings, which were looted by the people of various countries every time they descended, and some people even fought because of looting the exotic living beings. On top of that, the native animals of Blue Star, after being stimulated by the aura, also gradually changed into demonic beasts, but whenever an animal changed, it would immediately be sought out by the people of various countries and hunted them down. As a result, nowadays, the native animals of the Blue Star have not been able to form a threat to the various countries, but have instead become a sharpening ground for the people of various countries, and the mutation speed of those animals has not been able to catch up with the speed of the people of various countries in hunting and killing. Within a short period of 3 months, the strength of the Blue Star's countries had once again changed by leaps and bounds, with large countries such as the Pretty Country seeing their strength rise by at least 2 to 3% compared to 3 months ago. Only previously suffered a heavy blow to the Mao Xiong country, still in place, and even have not yet recovered to the peak of 3 months ago, but after seeing the strong strength of Daxia, the Mao Xiong country began to frantically establish diplomatic relations with Daxia. Pu Da Di in just 3 months, the number of times to visit the Daxia reached more than 20 times. The behavior of the Mao Xiong kingdom caused countries such as the Pretty Country to sarcastically ridicule it, but in reality, they were envious in their hearts because with the Mao Xiong kingdom being so diligent in establishing diplomatic relations, the Mao Xiong kingdom had obtained dozens of more low-ranked techniques from the Great Xia side, and even 3 low-ranked martial arts techniques. This is such a great benefit that even countries such as the Pretty Country are eyeing for it. After all, even though they desperately researched, but until now, they had not been able to research a real martial art, and had only researched some extremely rudimentary martial arts moves, and in the case of these martial arts moves, they were all still inspired by the traditional martial arts techniques from the Great Xia. But unfortunately, although the beautiful country and other countries are red in the face, but let them pull down the face to beg the Great Summer, they can only mock while secretly send people into the Woolly Bear country, waiting for the opportunity to steal the Woolly Bear country from the Great Summer of the martial arts techniques as well as martial arts skills. On this day, Gu Han was sensing the subtleties of the Ghost Dao in the Daxia Special Bureau. He hadn't been idle during the 3 months. The vast majority of the time was used to teach the warrior army, while the remaining portion of the time was used to teach the Great Summer Ghost Army. After experiencing 2 battlefields, the number of Dixia's Ghost Army nowadays was close to 200,000, and in addition to the tens of thousands of new ghost armies that had newly joined in the 2 previous wars, the rest of the ghost armies, their cultivation had basically reached the realm of the fierce soul, which was the true strength cultivation that was comparable to that of the transcendent martial Dao. There's no way around it. The ghost path is just so unreasonable. As long as there was enough dead chi as well as sufficient sense of the ghost Dao, there was simply no bottleneck to speak of in terms of cultivation. And with the presence of Gu Han, the Ghost King Perfection, personally explaining the subtleties of the Ghost Dao, those great summer ghost troopers, how could they not have sufficient sense of the Ghost Dao? Of course, to be able to reach such a cultivation level, in addition to the large amount of pure death chi triggered by those 2 wars, there were also some scattered hellish ghosts and monsters that descended and were killed and devoured by the Great Summer Ghost Army. On top of that, There was also the Ghost Dao holy ground that Guhan had poured himself into using a large amount of dead chi. It was all of these reasons that had created the formidable strength of the Great Summer Ghost Army today. Boom! Just as Guhan was comprehending the subtleties of the Ghost Road, a strong and ferocious aura suddenly swept vastly from the distant sky, and when he felt this might, Guhan's eyes snapped open, his face changed dramatically, and the whole thing suddenly stood up. He came to the window and gazed in the direction from which the aura came. The strength of this aura had already reached the realm of refined god of the transcendent martial Dao, which was the Ghost King level of the Ghost Dao. How could such a powerful demonic beast appear at this stage? Guhan sensed the aura in detail, and his face was so ugly that he couldn't help but curse. Knock knock. At that moment, the sound of knocking on the door rang out, and immediately afterward, Lu Xun walked into Guhan's office in a hurry with a tablet in his hand and came to Guhan's side. Chief, something's wrong. At the center of the Pacific Ocean, a bottomless whirlpool suddenly appeared, and immediately after, demonic beasts emerged from it. As he spoke, Lu Xun also handed over the satellite image recorded on the tablet for Guhan to check. Chapter 65 Ancient Savage Demon King. Guhan took the tablet and looked at it, and immediately looked serious, only to see that, in the satellite image displayed on the flat panel, in the central region of the Pacific Ocean, a large underwater whirlpool with a diameter of more than 3 kilometers appeared, and storms swept across the entire surface of the sea, and a huge-sized demonic beast, crawling out of the whirlpool, stirred up amazing waves. Ancient Savage Demon King? When he saw the form and features of the demonic beast, Guhan's eyes went cold and he murmured out in a gloomy voice. At this moment, even Lu Xun, who was on the side, could feel the cold killing chance surging from Guhan's body, and even though this killing chance was not directed at him, it still made him feel like falling into an ice cave. Guhan's gaze was fixed on the image on the tablet, his heart in shock. The ancient savage demon king was considered an old acquaintance of his, being his great enemy in his previous life. Once when he was weak, he had tried to kill him many times, but all of them were rescued by the great Xia powerhouse at that time. Later, it was only after he broke into the martial Dao refining god that he completely decapitated this ancient savage demon king and turned it into his own sustenance. But he vaguely remembered that the ancient savage demon king from his previous life, the first time it appeared on the blue star, should be 10 years later. What is happening that these uncontrollable beings are popping up, one after the other? First, a demon sect of the Blackwater Basilisk clan appeared, and then an ancient savage demon king? If it was only this ancient savage demon king, then Guhan was not so scrupulous, because with his current strength, it was easy to deal with this ancient savage demon king. What he was really scrupulous about was whether the ancient savage demon king had accidentally entered the blue planet, or whether he had a premeditated plan. Ancient savage demon king is not just a demon king. Behind it, there is an extremely powerful demon clan, that is, the Tiger Jiao Barbarian clan, ranked among the first-class demon clans in the plateau. The strength of the depth is unfathomable. If the ancient savage demon king was only a vanguard sent by the Tiger Jiao Barbarian clan to investigate Blue Star, then the situation of Blue Star in the next few moments could be incomparably dangerous, and even if he was there, he would definitely have to suffer heavy losses, and he might even be the first one to be targeted. What now? Lu Xun, who was on the side, couldn't help but open his mouth to inquire, even though he hadn't been there. With the might displayed by this demonic beast, I'm afraid that in the entire Grand Xia and even the entire Blue Star, the only one who could withstand it was the one in front of him. Nowadays, all countries are paying attention to the dynamics of the Pacific Ocean, constantly praying that the demonic beast will not come towards their own countries, even if they know that other countries can't deal with it either. But it's better than having their own bad luck first. What comes after that? Comes after that, as long as this demonic beast isn't the first to find them. Just as Guhan was about to respond to Lu Xun, he suddenly stared at the satellite image displayed on the tablet, and Lu Xun, who was beside him, hurriedly cast his gaze, and his pupils suddenly shrank. It's coming toward our country? Lu Xun opened his mouth in a bit of a panic, only to see that head of the ancient savage demon king is straight towards Daxia striding. The power of its walk rolled up a shocking amount of sea. The entire sea fluctuates endlessly with its speed. I'm afraid that it won't take long to arrive at the territory of Daxia. If it wasn't for the revival of the spiritual qi, which caused the Blue Star as a whole to skyrocket dozens of times, I'm afraid that in less than a dozen breaths of time, that ancient savage demon king would have been able to arrive in the territory of the Grand Xia. Oh yeah, it's time for a glass of champagne. At the time when Lu Xun was panicking, the officials of various countries also saw the movement of the ancient savage demon king, such as the Pretty Country and other countries, but also erupted into a voice of cheering, and in the room of its combat command, Everyone unfolded a smiling face, celebrating and at the same time, with a look of watching the situation. With the power of this demonic beast, it was enough for the Grand Xia to eat a pot. Even if it couldn't destroy the Grand Xia, it could still cause the Grand Xia to lose a lot of money. And at that time, it would be the time for them to catch up and regain their position as the world's hegemon. It was naturally impossible to conceal such a great commotion. And thus, the entire international network platform and even the Great Xia network erupted in shocking discussions due to the appearance of this ancient savage demon king. In that ancient savage demon king did not move when the entire international network platform is full of panic. The netizens of all countries are afraid of that powerful and unparalleled demonic beast to their own countries, and after its movement, in addition to a small number of countries with daxia's friendship with the children of the country for the daxia worried about, the rest of the almost everyone is happy. Oh, God! This demonic beast has such great eyesight. That's not true. As soon as you come, you get the strongest country. With the might of Great Xia, I think it shouldn't be a problem to deal with this demonic beast, right? Ha ha ha, what are you all so happy about? Shouldn't you be praying that the Grand Xia will be able to stop it? If the Grand Xia can't stop it, who will be able to stop it when it's our turn? Shet, how could such a strong demonic beast appear? Where is the future of Blue Star humanity? Really? In addition to celebrating, there were many people who felt worried. After all, it was the first time that everyone had seen such a terrifying demonic beast. Every move could induce changes in the heavens, and just based on the waves that were churned up between those walks, one could tell how terrifying this demonic beast was. On the other hand, a wave of panic gradually permeated the network within daxia with the appearance of various pictures. Damn it, what kind of eyes does this demonic beast have? Why doesn't it go to other countries? Why haven't the officials sent a large army to resist? How can we resist? With the might of this demonic beast, how many armies can stop it? Is it hard to just let it wreak havoc on my Great Xia territory? There's still time for your inland ones. Our urban areas on the coast, they're taking the brunt of it. Guys, don't worry, trust the country. Not bad. With the state around, this demonic beast can't turn any waves. Although most of the daxia netizens were worried about the arrival of this demonic beast, more of them, however, were still able to remain rational, or at least would not add to the chaos of the country at such a critical moment. But instead, they all chose to believe in the country. Do you guys still have the leisure to chatter here endlessly? Go to the official website of the Daxia Bureau of Specialization. The Daxia Bureau of Specialization is on the air. Just as many daxia netizens were talking about it, a comment appeared, instantly making these comments dissipate. And then the number of visits to the official website of the Daxia Special Bureau began to explode in a straight line. At this moment, on the main interface of Daxia's official website, there was a live streaming room hanging high up, and the title of the live streaming room was clearly Daxia's Director of the Bureau of Extraordinary Affairs versus Ancient Savage Demon King. That's right, this time around, the official Daxia chose to broadcast the battle live to the public. The purpose, naturally, is to enhance the cohesion as well as the self-confidence of the country's population. As the most important department of the entire Daxia nowadays, the Daxia Extraordinary Bureau was not only fighting against the exotic beings, but was also responsible for some of the changes within the territory. And the sentiments on the internet were naturally noticed by the Daxia Extraordinary Bureau's supervisory department. It was also precisely because they noticed that the mood on the network was slightly low, and there were even some outsiders hiding in it to spread the word. That was why the higher-ups were planning to broadcast this battle against the Demon King live to the public. Chapter 66, Straight Broadcast Battle with the Demon King. Obviously, the staff of the Daxia Extraordinary Bureau knew how to attract people, and the two major existences on this title, no matter which one of them, were enough to attract the attention of people around the globe. Ancient Savage Demon King, since needless to say, now almost by the world country's attention, and Daxia Special Bureau Chief, is today's most mysterious figure. Dragons see the head and not see the tail. Only heard his name but do not know his person. All the children of Daxia and even foreigners knew that the Daxia Extraordinary Bureau was created by that mysterious director. But this mysterious director, exactly who he was, no one knew. Pretty Country and other countries have been trying to dig out the identity of the director of the Daxia Extraordinary Bureau, and then compel him to their own countries, but have been unsuccessful, and have not even inquired about the name of the director of the Daxia Extraordinary Bureau, not to mention other information. Now that this director of the Grand Xia Specialized Bureau was about to appear and battle the most powerful exotic beings that had descended to date, how could anyone not be attracted to such powerful news? If it wasn't for the Daxia Specialized Bureau's early preparations, the entire server of the Daxia Specialized Bureau's official website would have been directly burst. Although other countries were unable to access the live broadcast on the official website of the Grand Xia Special Bureau to watch, They likewise mobilized their own country's satellites to aim at the place where the ancient savage demon king was located, and then also broadcasted live to the entire nation. Countries such as the pretty country naturally hoped that director of the Daxia Specialized Bureau wasn't a match for the ancient savage demon king, at which time they would be able to use that director's death to bring confidence to the people of their own country, making people believe that their country was stronger than Daxia. Only a very few countries, such as the Manhwa kingdom and other countries that were on good terms with Daxia, would be worried about Daxia. With a host of live broadcasts, people from all over the world, too, were talking in the live broadcasts. Whoa! Finally get to meet that mysterious and incomparable director of the Daxia Specialized Bureau? How strong is this big shot who single-handedly created the Daxia Specialized Bureau? Demon King. This is an existence that is comparable to a martial refined god. It is said that the current strongest person in Blue Star is only a Yuan gang perfection. Can he beat it? Do you think? If you can't beat it, the officials will broadcast it live? Also right. Daxia is invincible. In the pop-ups within the live stream of the Daxia Special Bureau's official website, there were quite a few people who expressed their worries, but more, still chose to believe in Daxia, and without exception, all of them were full of anticipation for this battle. After all, this battle will not only see the most mysterious director of the Daxia Bureau of Extraordinary Affairs, but also the strongest battle in the world today. In today's era of martial arts dominance, people's longing for a strong man is unparalleled. Even if they haven't reached that level yet, they may be honored to witness such a battle of top strong men, especially if this strong man is still from their own country. Snicker. This director of the Daxia Specialized Bureau is more or less out of his depth. That's right, this is a demon king, an existence comparable to a martial Dao refining god. Nowadays, in the entire world, there isn't even a single martial grandmaster. So what is he going to fight that demon king with? Since ancient times, Daxia likes to exaggerate. In fact, just wait and see. This director of the Daxia Specialized Bureau will definitely be torn apart by that demon king. As the old saying goes in Daxia, you die before you leave the battlefield. Foreign live broadcast room, almost 80% or more of the pop-up screen on this battle are full of not optimistic, some people even constantly out of the mouth mockery, which, naturally, a lot of this country's official let a person in the rhythm rumble. While people were constantly discussing this upcoming amazing battle, in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, the waves rolled over, and the ancient savage demon king's huge body was like a gigantic mountain, speeding through the sea, and wherever it passed, all the creatures in the sea became blood food in its mouth. It was as hungry as if it was starving. Any sea creatures came and went, no matter the size. They were all swallowed in one gulp. It glanced at the direction where Daxia was, stuck out its scarlet tongue and licked its lips, murmuring, "There are so many delicacies in this world. So many of them. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that I, ancient barbarian, would have such luck." Like a muffled thunder, like maniacal laughter that resounded throughout the entire heaven and earth. This was the first time it had opened its mouth to speak since it had descended to the blue planet, and the words it spoke were naturally heard by the countries that were using their satellites to watch, and each and every one of them changed their colors. They were both enraged at the words of this ancient savage demon king's mouth that treated them as food, and even more trembling at the fact that this demonic beast was not only able to speak human language, but also clearly had a certain level of intelligence, strong strength. There is a certain degree of intelligence. Such extraterrestrial beings really can fight it? For a time, many people's minds have surfaced this idea. The whole person cannot stop showing worry. Some small guts is already shivering. In the next moment, the crowd saw that the ancient savage demon king violently squatted down, directly depressing the surrounding sea level hard. And then, as it leapt up, the entire sea level exploded, and monstrous waves rolled away in all directions, even revealing the bottom of the sea. Its speed was so fast that even the satellites couldn't keep up with it, and by the time the satellites observed it again, it had already stepped into Daxia's waters, and with its speed, it was only a few steps away from landing in Daxia's territory. At this moment, everyone's spirit is concentrated, the eyes are staring at the live broadcast, and the team of experts formed by various countries are also rubbing their fists. These experts, through this war, we're trying to analyze the specific strength of this demon king as well as the specific strength of the director of the Daxia's Special Affairs Bureau, where the demon king, in order to be able to make appropriate preparations against the strength of the Daxia after its defeat, and the director of the Daxia's Special Affairs Bureau, naturally, in order to peek into the true strength of the Daxia. Look, what's that? At this moment, a voice of alarm rang out violently, issued by the host of the live broadcast, and this voice instantly caught the attention of all the live broadcast viewers. As they gazed, they saw that not long after that ancient savage demon king had stepped into the waters of Daxia, A flash of extreme ghostly light suddenly emerged from the territory of Dacia. A flash of extreme ghostly light that wasn't so fast that it could be observed clearly by all satellites. Officials from various countries hastily mobilized satellites, zoomed in to see, when its picture was revealed. The officials of various countries and even in the live broadcast room, suddenly silent, only to see, that pressure is not a ghostly light, but a figure, is in the void above the idol. No, understand that she is going to fight with the Demon King. Do not know, thought he was going to travel it. The figure, dressed in a dark red battle robe embroidered with a dragon pattern, with a long sword at his waist, had a straight posture and looked like Panin. Asterisk. This is the director of the Dacia Specialized Bureau? So young and handsome? Damn. This isn't any kind of Dacia Special Bureau chief. It's clearly my husband. Bah! Shameless demonic. Don't even think about seducing my husband. In an instant, the live broadcasting room on the official website of the Dacia Extraordinary Bureau instantly exploded, with one after another starry-eyed women popping up like bamboo shoots, and on the pop-up screen, it was full of all sorts of undisguised displays of love. Shit, this young man is the director of the Dacia Specialized Bureau? Are you kidding me? Just this kid. What kind of strength can he have? The director of the Dacia Specialized Bureau wouldn't be afraid to come out and purposely let this kid send himself to his death. Would he? Idiot, didn't you see him traveling in the air? Just this means, his strength is definitely not ordinary. You know, even a Yuan Gang realm powerhouse can only briefly fly through the air. It's simply not possible to do it with such ease, let alone span such a long distance. Oh my god, this Dacia Special Bureau chief is simply my man god. With Gu Han's appearance, both the children of Dacia and the children of various countries were shocked. Chapter 67, Tiger Tendons and Bones. Although many people felt fond of Gu Han's looks as well as his temperament, they likewise questioned Gu Han's strength. After all, Gu Han looked far too young, so young that people didn't even think he was that strong. Apart from a small number of sensible people, the rest of the people were mostly mocking. Firstly, they were jealous of Gu Han's looks and temperament, and secondly, they were jealous that Gu Han had such a high status at such a young age. Even amongst the great Xia, there was a part of the people who had developed such jealousy. It was only due to the fact that Gu Han was fighting on behalf of the Grand Xia at the moment that no one dared to say anything. But if Gu Han were to lose this battle, then it was almost predictable that Gu Han would surely be attacked by some of the Grand Xia's subjects. There's no way around it. That's human nature. Even a saint couldn't be liked by everyone, let alone Gu Han. Meanwhile, while the world was talking about Gu Han had already stepped into the air and descended 100 miles away from the ancient savage Demon King, who had also stopped in his tracks due to Gu Han's descent. The originally rampant ancient savage Demon King. From the first moment he saw Gu Han, his face froze and his entire body involuntarily tightened up as he opened his mouth in disbelief. Are you a being of this world? In fact, the ancient savage Demon King couldn't detect Gu Han's exact cultivation, but he could feel a huge crisis from Gu Han, a crisis that made his soul tremble, and because of that, he became cautious. He couldn't imagine that this district's small world could give birth to a strong person who made him feel threatened. How could this be possible? In mid-air, Gu Han looked straight into the ancient savage Demon King's eyes, which were even larger than lanterns, and said in a deep voice, when questioning others, shouldn't you introduce yourself first? A Demon King, and you have no temperament like this? Even though Gu Han knew this ancient savage Demon King like the back of his hand, he still inquired so because he wanted to find out from the ancient savage Demon King's mouth whether the ancient savage Demon King had descended by accident or with premeditation. At the same time, the conversation between Gu Han and the ancient savage Demon King reverberated into the live broadcasts of various countries, and everyone who saw how nonchalant Gu Han was couldn't help but sweat for him. It's too bold. How dare you be so nonchalant in the face of a Demon King? Not to mention how strong Gu Han was, just such a boldness alone had many people convinced. Upon hearing this, the ancient savage Demon King's face flushed with anger, and he was about to roar out. But thinking of Gu Han's unfathomable strength, he held back hard, and spoke in an unning voice. This king comes from the Highland Tiger Jiao barbarian clan, and you may address this king as ancient savage. Gu Han didn't go back on his word, and after the ancient savage Demon King introduced himself, he also said bluntly, this seat comes from the Blue Planet, the world where you are located, and my name is Gu Han. Immediately afterward, Gu Han immediately pressed, what is the Demon King's so-called business when he descended upon the Blue Star? Don't you know that trespassing into his realm at will is an extremely impolite behavior? In the way of Gu Han's strength, the ancient savage Demon King spoke out even though anger rose in his heart. This king stepped into this realm by accident. Your Excellency needn't worry. This king has no malicious intent. Not to mention Gu Han. Even the ancient savage Demon King himself didn't believe this. That is, he is still unable to feel the strength of Guhan. Otherwise he would have already made a move. Such as Guhan, such a strong person. For him, but full of temptation. Once Guhan devoured, his own cultivation, at least can rise a small level, which is in the plateau to find cannot find the opportunity. Hearing the words of the ancient savage demon king, the huge boulder that had been building up in Guhan's heart completely fell, and the entire person let out a sigh of relief. It's just an accident, isn't it? That's good. This seat has heard that the Tiger Jiao barbarian clan possesses tiger tendons and Jiao bones. I wonder if Your Excellency, the demon king, could let this seat see them? Immediately afterward, Guhan looked towards the ancient savage demon king and spoke with a seemingly smile, his seemingly flat tone filled with mockery. Boo! You seek death. When Guhan's words fell, the ancient savage demon king first stared blankly, as if he couldn't believe that Guhan dared to speak to him in such a manner, and then, he couldn't hold back any longer, and the anger that had accumulated in his heart erupted all at once like a volcano erupting, and a terrifying aura rose up from his body, sweeping across the 8 directions, causing the entire heaven and earth to change color. His Tiger Jiao barbarian clan did have tiger tendon and Jiao bone, but this tiger tendon and Jiao bone, but their clan's most original thing, Guhan's words, is no less than the intention to pull out his tendon and skin. Such an insult to the ancient barbarian demon king's pride. How could he endure it? Even though he was no more scornful of Guhan, he didn't hesitate to explode. At this moment, the sea where one person and one demon are located, are due to the ancient savage demon king outbreak out of the momentum and surging up, monstrous sea waves as if to destroy everything, in all directions swinging away. Space, are filled with a thick and oppressive atmosphere, as if there is a huge mountain suppression in this place. That horrible might, even through the screen, all let the body of the people of various countries cannot stop trembling. Eyes are showing panic, especially the official countries, also have no mood to taunt Daxia. The whole face is extremely heavy. It was only at this point that they truly realized the terror of this ancient savage demon king, and also understood what kind of horrendous destruction a demon king could cause when it appeared in today's blue star, simply from the fact that the outbreak of his aura was able to induce such a celestial phenomenon, and even the void was distorted for it. It could be seen how terrifying the strength of a demon king level really was. It was also Daxia. If it was any other country, I'm afraid that they wouldn't even have the courage to fight against it. As the people of all nations shook at the outbreak of the ancient savage demon king, the ancient savage demon king moved, only to see him raise that hand filled with scaly armor, violently probing out, directly clawing the void to explode, claws that flashed with a cold aura, clawing straight towards Guhan, as if he wanted to crush him. This strike was only a trial attack by the ancient savage demon king, but the might that erupted from this trial attack caused the martial arts powerhouses of various countries to turn pale with horror. Even a Yuan Gang realm-level powerhouse would not have any room to resist under this grasp, and in an instant, he would be crushed to smithereens. But immediately afterward, a scene appeared that made everyone move. Bang! Only to see, in the face of this horrifying grasp of Guhan, just gently raised his hand and slapped it out horizontally. But it was this light-hearted slap, but it was hard to block the attack of the ancient savage demon king, so that it could not advance a single inch. An impact visible to the naked eye, palm-claw collision as the center, rippling in all directions. This impact wherever the void are collapsed. But in a moment, a person, a demon in a radius of 10,000 miles, has appeared as a gully like cracks in the void. Hiss! The power displayed by Guhan not only made the pupils of the ancient barbarian demon king shrink, but likewise made the people of all the countries unable to help but suck in a breath of cool air. Even the children of the great summer looked stunned and unbelieving. Chapter 68, 2 Bullying Demons. Who would have thought that Guhan's strength would be so terrifying? What kind of concept was it to block the demon king's strike with a light blow? This meant that Guhan's martial cultivation had at least reached the realm of martial god refining. This is a martial arts refining god, with the strongest in the world only being at the peak of Yuan Gang. This director of the Great Xia Special Bureau had already reached the realm of the martial Tao of God refining? How terrifying is this? At this moment, not only did the live broadcasts of various countries fall into silence, even the top management of various countries also fell into silence. Even the pretty country and other countries that were unfriendly to Daxia didn't dare to bring up the tempo at this time. Even, they were already preparing for the matter of sending gifts to Daxia after this battle. This, then, was the deterrent power of the martial Tao refining god. Although none of them knew what kind of power the martial Tao refining god would have after it truly erupted. Not to mention, how big the gap between each realm of the martial Tao refining god was. What they could be sure of was that even though Guhan's strength was no longer bad, his martial Tao refining god cultivation was a real one. Based on this alone, this demon king could not kill Guhan. If Guhan doesn't die, Dasha's future will be as bright as ever. So if you don't go to flatter Dasha at this time, when will you go? Waiting for others to come to us? Originally, they had planned to take advantage of this Demon King's rampage to divide up Disya's martial arts techniques, but now, the only thing that everyone had was a deep fear of Disya, and they didn't dare to have any more petty thoughts. After all, they could all tell that Guhan's strength not only wasn't bad, it was also incredibly strong. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to block the ancient savage Demon King's strike so lightly. This king didn't expect that this small world would be able to give birth to a strong person like you. But if that's all you do, it's not enough. After the vibration, the ancient savage Demon King looked straight at Guhan and spoke out coldly. At this moment, he forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart and turned to start treating Guhan with caution. He was not a little cutie. Even if his spiritual wisdom wasn't high enough to be sophisticated, it was still better than the average person. After this tentative strike, he knew that Guhan's strength, even if it was worse than his own, it was not that much worse, and in the face of such an opponent, if he was still negligent and careless, then he, the ancient savage Demon King, wouldn't be able to live today. Boom! When the words fell, the ancient savage Demon King completely exploded. This time, he exploded with his full strength. A horrifying aura filled out without reservation, shaking the entire heaven and earth, the ocean below, as if there was a giant beast stirring in it, stirring up skyward wave rolls. Ancient savage Demon King's cultivation, enough to reach the middle stage of the Demon King, its full outburst of power, since it is strong and unparalleled, has not yet struck. It has already been separated from the screen of people feel fear. Body cannot stop trembling. If they were to be replaced with the position that Guhan was in, I'm afraid that they wouldn't even be able to withstand this aura of the ancient savage Demon King, and in an instant, they would be crushed to the point that there wouldn't even be any bone dregs left. Bang! The next moment, the ancient savage Demon King raised his hand and clenched his fist. His figure appeared in front of Guhan in an instant, and his huge fist smashed down blatantly, and the terrifying fist force blew Guhan's robes hunting and ringing, and the space behind him was distorted in a manner visible to the naked eye. This thrilling scene, watching the crowd in the live broadcast room, all subconsciously pinched a sweat for Guhan, their fists clenched in death, their eyes staring at the screen without blinking. Especially the people of Dasha couldn't help but be worried, and even secretly anxious for Guhan. Make a move. As the crowd was anxious, Guhan raised his hand with a bland expression, and with one hand probing out, he directly grabbed the ancient savage Demon King's punch, which seemed to be strong enough to blow up the stars, firmly in his hand. The fist energy that swirled from its fist couldn't even make Guhan take a step back, nearly blowing his robes away. This incomparably dreamy scene once again left the entire audience shocked and dumbfounded. Even the ancient savage Demon King himself was frozen in place all of a sudden, and his eyes, which were bigger than lanterns, were about to bulge out. He looked stupidly at Guhan, and for a moment, he forgot to counterattack or pull his fist out of Guhan's hand. Asterisk 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 asterisk. At this moment, these two words were the only words that could explain the mood of the viewers in the major live broadcast rooms. Director Gu is invincible. Asterisk 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 bull. Oh my god. Just how strong is Director Gu? The full force of a Demon King's strike can be taken so lightly? Asterisk 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 asterisk. What Demon King? It's just Chief Gu's pet in his palm. Blow out. Damn. That's too strong, isn't it? With Director Gu around, why should I worry about my Dasha? For a time, a dense number of pop-ups instantly surfaced in the live broadcasting room of the official website of the Dasha Extraordinary Bureau, and if one didn't turn off the pop-ups, one couldn't see the screen clearly at all. All the people of Dasha were venting their excitement through the pop-up screen. Even Lu Jin and the other officers of the Specialized Bureau were so excited that they were flushed with excitement, and the entire building where the Imperial Capital's Specialized Bureau was located erupted into a sky-high cheer. Inside the red walls of Kyoto, in an ancient conference room, several elders of the Great Xia were also following the battle, and when they saw this scene, a touch of relief appeared on their slightly vicissitudes faces. Great Xia is fortunate to have this son. The Grand Elder couldn't help but voice out his sentiments, and his sentiments were echoed by all the elders. Perhaps, other people only saw Guhan's powerful strength that looked out of the corner of the eye and had no rivals, but they saw Guhan's sorrows as well as sufferings behind him. To know, Guhan is only a young man in his 20s, so young, but bear the burden of a country's security, the responsibility as well as the pressure. Only these elders know. To their relief, Guhan did not let them down, and even did better than they imagined, and because of this, they were incredibly assured of Guhan, and did everything they could to support him. Bang! While the crowd was stunned by Guhan's strength, Guhan didn't freeze, and the hand that grabbed the fist of the ancient savage Demon King was gently twisted, and a terrifyingly huge force instantly erupted. the ancient savage demon king's arm, which was as thick as a heavenly pillar, instantly exploded into densely packed fragments, and blood gushed out like a spring. What was even more heartbreaking was that at the moment when the ancient savage demon king's arm exploded, Guhan even raised his other hand and swung out a force that wrapped the blood and even the bone residue of the ancient savage demon king's arm that had exploded. This scene caused the ancient savage demon king to forget the pain of his blown arm for a moment as he looked at Guhan with disbelief. The many people in the broadcast room were also dumbfounded. Isn't it too much to bully a demon? Kill the demon and kill the heart. Director Gu is so handsome. Oh god, this Director Gu is actually so heroic? Oh my god. I'm already enamored with this Director Gu of Daxia. Oh by god. That's too cool, isn't it? Chapter 69, The Strongest Man in the World. At this moment, almost all of the people who saw that scene through the live broadcast were overwhelmed by Guhan's power and even valor. And even among the subjects of countries such as the Pretty Country, there were more than 70 to 80% of the people who felt heartfelt admiration for Guhan's strength. Of course, even though others were envious and jealous in their hearts, they didn't dare to show it, and even the officials, at the moment, were frantically praising Guhan on social media platforms. Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Pretty Country, Mr. Gu is worthy of being the great summer's pin of the sea. His strength is so strong that it's hard to find an opponent in the world. Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Mao Xiongui, Mr. Gu is the #1 strongest man today. The land of rice characters. The many officials at this moment, as if they were in a race, praised Guhan extremely, and only they themselves knew that underneath this extreme praise, there was a deep fear of Guhan hidden. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that demon king was simply no match for Guhan, and even being able to escape from Guhan alive would be its skill. From start to finish, Guhan had dealt with this demon king lightly, not really taking it seriously, but even so, he had already pinched and exploded one of the demon king's arms. How could that demon king be a match for Guhan? Ah, damn you, this king will break you into pieces. As the crowd worshipped Guhan's strength, the ancient savage demon king of the battlefield let out a terrifying roar, the pain of his broken arm causing him to completely lose his mind. Of course, more importantly, the natives of this small world were able to kill his noble ancient savage demon king? This was something that the ancient savage demon king absolutely could not endure. Boom! Tiger Jiao demon blood. Condense! The ancient savage demon king completely exploded, directly burning his own bloodline in exchange for a powerful force, and in an instant, a might that was 10 times more terrifying than at his peak erupted from his body, a might that was infinitely close to the existence of a peak level of demon king. Densely packed tiger scaly demon blood, condensed into blood patterns, suspended around him as if it was a single blood-colored elf, setting him off even more terrifyingly. In response, Guhan looked as if he had anticipated this, standing in place with a calm face. Jokingly, in his previous life, he had dealt with this ancient savage demon king so many times. How could he not know the bottom card of this ancient savage demon king, or the Tiger Jiao barbarian clan? In fact, Guhan had deliberately allowed the ancient savage demon king to burn his own bloodline, because, if he could kill the ancient savage demon king in the state of burning bloodline, he would get the Real Tiger Jiao savage blood, even if it was only a few drops. Its value was far beyond the ancient savage demon king's ordinary blood. It was no exaggeration to say that several drops of genuine Tiger Jiao barbarian blood would be enough for him to double the strength of the 200,000 warrior army. And most importantly, their physiques would become stronger than the same realm. If he hadn't switched to the Ghost Dao, Guhan would have been attracted to the Tiger Jiao barbarian blood. Of course, although his ghost body couldn't use the Tiger Jiao barbarian blood, he was able to take out a drop or two and use it to cultivate his zombie body, so that his zombie body could metamorphose faster. Otherwise, based on that extreme inland alone, even with a supreme corpse Dao technique such as the Taiyin underworld corpse, his zombie body, if he wanted to complete his metamorphosis, he would have to take hundreds or thousands of years. If he really waited that long, even if that zombie body metamorphosed, how could it help him? After such a long time, he would have already grown to a point where he didn't know what to do. After all, it had only taken him more than a year to reach Ghost King perfection from nothing. Not to mention 100 years and 1,000 years. Even 10 years is too long for him. Looking at the ancient savage demon king, who had already finished burning his bloodline, Guhan's eyes narrowed, intending to get real. It's time for this farce to end. Underworld burial. In the next moment, only Guhan lifted his hands and slapped them violently, and terrifying soul power instantly spewed out, instantly condensing into 2 large hands that slapped towards the ancient savage demon king. Don't look at this ghost art as if it was very simple, but in reality, this one ghost art could be ranked in the forefront of the many ghost arts that Guhan had mastered. It seemed to be just a simple merging of 2 illusory ghost hands, but in reality, It contained the subtleties of the ghost Tao, and while merging, the ancient savage demon king, who was in the middle of it, was unable to move at all. This ghost technique is not only simple and brutal, it is also a powerful means of control. Ghost, feeling that majestic soul power as well as the terrifying pressure that directly pressed him to the point where he was unable to move, the ancient savage demon king's fury instantly dissipated, and in its place, there was infinite horror as well as panic. How could he not expect Guhan to be a ghost king perfection ghost cultivator? In the previous battles, Guhan had downplayed the situation and had never used his true power. So much so that the ancient savage demon king hadn't realized Guhan's true identity until this moment. If he had known that Guhan was a ghost cultivator at the ghost king level, even if he was angry at Guhan, he would never have made a move, but would have turned around and fled at the first opportunity. There was no other reason. Ghost cultivators were really heavenly grams to demonic beasts like them. In itself, the souls of their demonic beasts were extremely fragile, even if they reached the level of demon king. In the eyes of ordinary cultivators, their souls could not be shaken, but in the eyes of ghost cultivators of the same level, the souls of them, the demon kings, were simply fat food. Unless it was a demonic beast that was born with a soul-related demonic beast, or one that had been given the opportunity to refine its soul. Otherwise, a normal demonic beast of the same realm would not be a match for a ghost cultivator at all. Ghost arts that directly attack the soul could not be defended against, and even if their physical strength was as strong as they were, they could not be a match for a ghost cultivator. But obviously, the ancient savage demon king knew too late. At this moment, it was simply impossible for him to escape the underworld spirit burial that Guhan had unleashed, and even before his words were even shouted out, he had already been enveloped by the two gigantic ghostly hands that had gathered. In an instant, the soul of the ancient savage demon king was like a bubble, easily crushed by the two ghostly hands, and the overflowing soul power was absorbed by the two ghostly hands without any reservation, and then fed back to Guhan, becoming Guhan's nourishment. It had to be said that the ancient barbarian was worthy of being a demon king level powerhouse, even if its soul strength was extremely trashy for demon cultivators of the same realm like them. Compared to devouring the dead chi, there was no doubt that the benefits of devouring the ancient barbarian demon king's soul power was even greater. Guhan, who was originally on the verge of a breakthrough, almost couldn't suppress his cultivation when he received this huge soul power, but fortunately, he was prepared and managed to suppress it. It was only after a while that Guhan managed to accumulate that majestic soul power, all within his body, ready to be used as a base for his own impact on the realm. And then, Guhan looked towards the huge demonic body that had collapsed straight down, and with a wave of his hand, the majestic power instantly transformed into a large hand that lifted up this huge demonic body. And then, in full view of everyone, Guhan held the demon's body in one hand, and with one hand behind his back, he idly traveled in the direction of Daxia. Chapter 70, Compromise. This scene was captured by the satellites of various countries with unparalleled clarity, and even the crowd in the live broadcast room, all of them were frantically taking screenshots. And even the battle just now, where Guhan easily crushed the ancient savage demon king, didn't have the shock that this scene brought to the crowd. That heroic posture, which was like a god, was deeply imprinted in the minds of people all over the world, and in this lifetime, they were afraid that they would never be able to forget it. It could be said that Guhan, who had resolved the ancient savage demon king, was no less than a savior hero to the entire Blue Star, because they all felt the might of the ancient savage demon king with their own eyes. Looking at the entire world, no one could fight against it except Guhan. Even if all the countries including the Great Xia were united, they would not be able to kill the ancient savage demon king. There was no way. A demon king level existence, for today's Blue Star, was equivalent to the might of a big boy in the ancient cold weapon era. That was a supreme powerhouse strong enough to easily crush the entire world. Now that Guhan had so easily resolved the ancient savage demon king, he had not only interpreted the untouchable status of the Great Xia martial Dao Holy Land like the world, but he had also saved the world. At this moment, I don't know how many of his country's people are showing infinite reverence for Guhan, even if it is a person with a dark mentality. They absolutely do not dare to go and say Guhan's not at this time. In the open, once they dare to do so, they don't even need to make a move by Daxia, and the people around them will tear them to pieces. Although some conflicts were unavoidable because of the country and even the race, the vast majority of Blue Star humans, before the real great right and wrong, still understood. As Guhan returned to Daxia with the body of the ancient savage demon king in his hand, the combat command rooms of countries such as Pretty Country could be said to have fallen into a deathly silence, with only the faint sound of breathing echoing in the command room. This time, they were truly frightened by Guhan's strength, and all their petty thoughts were all gone in an instant. Their dreams had been destroyed by Guhan before they had even begun. Not only that, they had also lifted a stone to stone their own feet, and now their country's people had all witnessed Guhan's power as well as his valor. And even if they were still in the combat command room, it was clear that their country's people didn't know how many of them would go to worship Guhan, the well-deserved one strongest man of the blue planet. Even if they wanted to make some small moves against Disya, I'm afraid that the people of their country would not agree. What now? The Grand Pavilion leader of the pretty country swept a glance at the many executives in the battle command room and inquired in a deep voice. He, who had always prided himself on his wisdom, didn't know what to do. Guhan's strength was too terrifying, so terrifying that any of their minds were of no use in front of it. At this time, they even had to go after Guhan in obscurity to prevent the other party from looking at them unfavorably and coming to settle accounts with them. Even the Grand Pavilion Master felt deeply powerless at this moment. He really couldn't figure out what made that director of the Grand Xia Special Bureau able to cultivate to the terrifying realm of martial Dao alchemy god in just over a year's time. This was as unbelievable as a fantasy, even after seeing it with his own eyes. At this time, the Grand Pavilion Master still felt dreamy and incomparable. Even if Disya was a holy land of martial arts, even if Disya raised its nation to help Guhan, it was impossible to do so. The Grand Pavilion Elder who had stepped into the transcendent martial Dao for the sake of longevity was well aware of how difficult martial cultivation was, and even with his wisdom, coupled with the provision of the entire pretty kingdom, his cultivation nowadays had only just reached the bone-forging realm, or he had just broken through not long ago. Compromise like the Great Xia, unite with the Great Xia, integrate the power of the entire Blue Star, and fight against the foreign beings together. After a long moment of silence, a high-ranking member of the pretty country spoke abruptly. His voice was very soft, but it resounded incomparably in the ears of all the pretty country's top executives, and there were grumpy top executives who were just about to open their mouths in a rage, but they were interrupted by that top executive. I know you all don't want to, and to be honest, I don't want to either, but what choice do we have now? Not to mention the strength of the Grand Xia, the strength of that Mr. Gu alone can easily crush us, even if the Grand Xia won't make a move against us. What about the foreign beings? Speaking of this, that senior swept a glance at the gradually silent crowd, and continued aloud. This time, it's because that ancient savage demon dynasty went to Dacia, so Mr. Gu made a move. If it's coming towards our country, that Mr. Gu will make a move? I think we all know the answer to that already. And with our current power, can we hold back that demon king? Indeed, now that ancient savage demon king died in the hands of that Mr. Gu, but what about the next time? What about the next time? There's always going to be a time when that exotic being will find us, right? At that time, what will we hold back? Even if the next time it appears is a long time away, even if we've already cultivated a strong person at the level of martial Dao refining God by then, what if what descends is an existence even more powerful than a strong person at the level of martial Dao refining God? The situation in the otherworldly realm, let alone us, even Disya doesn't know much about it yet. Who knows how many terrifying beings there are in those three otherworldly realms? Once the foreign domain invades in a big way, looking at the Blue Star, aside from the Great Xia, which country can block it? When the words fell, the entire combat command room was silent, and some of the top brass wanted to open their mouths to retort, but when the words reached their mouths, they didn't know what to say, because all of this, which is true, is pressingly irrefutable. Next, let me analyze the pros and cons of compromising Dacia. After today's battle, there is no longer any country in the entire blue planet that can match the prestige of the Great Xia, and while we will certainly lose some of our reputation after we compromise, in reality, we don't have much of a reputation right now, as we can't even guard our own people. After compromising with Disya, with Disya's character, it will definitely not be stingy, and at that time, we might have the possibility of obtaining more martial arts techniques from Disya to cultivate our people, our army, and make our country stronger. Admittedly, this will give Dacia the power to dominate us, but we have no choice if Dacia's current strength really wants to dominate us. Aside from the possibility of obtaining martial arts techniques, having Disya as the leader will also allow Disya to be at the front of the line, allowing Disya to attract the attention of exotic beings in order to give us the time to train our own armies and even our own people. Of course, that doesn't mean we can betray Dacia. Without Dacia, we're nothing more than lambs to the slaughter in front of the foreign beings. We can strive for more benefits from Disya. But after compromising with Disya, then we have to be all in, or at least, absolutely not to engage in any small maneuvers outside of our strength being stronger than Disya. As the words fell, this senior swept a glance at the crowd and slowly said, "This is my idea. If you all have other ideas, you can also say them. Let's vote by a show of hands." Chapter 71. Originally, the great summer officials were prepared to do a grand welcoming ceremony, only to be rejected by Guhan. but it was just killing a demon king. It really wasn't worth such a fanfare. So when the time came to repel the Three Realms alien race, or even after the counterattack against the Three Realms alien race was victorious, it wouldn't be too late to celebrate properly. Besides, with Guhan's position today, there was already no need for any ceremony to set the stage. Based on the position of the director of the Grand Xia Specialized Bureau alone, it made him significant in Grand Xia. Not to mention, he was also the commander of the Battle Martial Army and the Grand Xia Ghost Army. And on top of that, there was also the title of the first strongman of the Blue Star. These gathered all together. In the whole of Daxia, there were no more than a few that could outshine him in status. When Guhan returned to Daxia Kyoto from the sea with the corpse of the ancient savage demon king in his hand, the entire coastline to Kyoto was surrounded by dense silhouettes of people. And as far as the eye could see, the mountains were almost filled with people. These Daxia subjects were all residents of the base cities along the way, and even residents of more remote base cities had many who had rushed to watch. It was not officially organized by Daxia, but rather these Daxia subjects came spontaneously. If someone were to go to the coastline or even the base cities near Daxia's Kyoto right now, they would realize that these base cities were almost all empty, and there were hardly any Daxia subjects except for the garrison that was still there. The residents of the base cities that were closer to the coastline were almost all waiting on the coastline, and under everyone's expectant gazes, the figure that covered the sky emerged from the distant sky, and then came closer and closer. Coming. The people all cheered with excitement. One by one, their gazes fixed on the approaching behemoth, their gazes filled with reverence. Originally, that behemoth was a powerful exotic being that made them fearful, but now, it was just a trophy of his Daxia, a kind of pride that arose from the oil, making every Daxia citizen standing on the coastline blush with excitement. The Great Summer War God is invincible. The Great Summer is invincible. I don't know who can't restrain the excitement in his heart, coldly pulling his neck to cry out. Immediately after, a burst of shouts like a mountainous sound instantly resounded through the entire coastline, the entire ocean waves, as if they were all scared by this momentum. Guhan, who was treading in the air, naturally heard the sound, and as he looked at the densely packed crowd below, he couldn't help but have a touch of emotion appear on his face. In the previous life of Daxia, endured an unknown number of disasters, even if the people who survived, every one of them is also numb, if not thinking of a counterattack, if not wanting to let Daxia completely die out. I do not know how many demoralized existences would have chosen to die, rather than living on a lingering basis. Now, being able to see so many of Daxia's people cheering from the bottom of their hearts, Guhan felt gratified from the bottom of his heart that his efforts since his rebirth had not been wasted, and that his own efforts had not caused Daxia to repeat the mistakes of his previous life. Although there were still countless crises in Daxia, and it was impossible to predict whether the future would be peaceful or not, but at least, he had allowed more people to live through the disaster at the beginning, and saved an unknown number of families, and even more so, allowed an unknown number of people to see a brand new era. For a moment, pride rose in Guhan's heart. It is not pride in being strong or in giving, but pride in being born in a country where the country trusts its people and the people trust the country. With this kind of unity of purpose, Daxia has become what it is today. The future, gentlemen, is your time. Cultivate well, and I hope, in the future, to see you fighting alongside me. Looking down at the densely packed crowd below, Guhan spoke softly. What seems to be a very light word that falls on people's ears is a direct hit to the soul. At this moment, the sound suddenly stopped, and the people who were originally flushed with excitement fell silent. They thought of Guhan fighting alone, without any comrades. When Daxia faced a crisis, they thought of them lying in the back of the couch drinking coke and watching Guhan fighting. They thought of, Bureau Gu, I will definitely fight alongside you in the future. At that moment, a shout exploded violently in the middle of the heaven and earth, followed by one response after another. And me too, side by side. Great Summer, guarded by us all. These vocalizations gradually formed a unity, and then like a shocking wave, shook the 9 heavens, and even the heaven and earth seemed to be deterred by this sound. Yes, Guhan responded with a smile, and then, he raised his hand that was behind his back and pointed out with a single finger. Majestic soul power instantly surged into the corpse of the ancient savage demon king, and a drop of golden Tiger Jiao savage blood was extracted out by him. In the next moment, the golden drop of Tiger Jiao savage blood appeared in his palm, and then, like a vast ocean of soul power, it was continuously surged into the Tiger Jiao savage blood by Guhan. Immediately after that, he reached out and waved his hand. Buzz. In an instant, the diluted Tiger Jiao savage blood fell towards the crowd below like a downpour. When the light red raindrops fell on people instantly felt the chi and blood in their bodies ripple, their strength involuntarily surged, and the surrounding heaven and earth aura Moreover, as if summoned, madly surged towards people. In just a moment, people realized that this was the chance Guhan had given them. It was already too late for them to be thankful, and they sat down on the ground, running their gong methods and refining the light red raindrops that fell from the sky. Seeing this, Guhan waved his hand and sprinkled down a layer of defense shield, enveloping the people in it, preventing any other worldly beings from accidentally descending or any other ill-intentioned ones from destroying their chances. And then, he continued forward, but it wasn't long before there were bursts of cheers, so Guhan began to give his speech as before, followed by continuing to splash the diluted Tiger Jiao barbarian blood, turning it into raindrops to help these children of Daxia raise their cultivation levels. All the way through, the sound was constant, and the rain of tiger scaly savage blood was also waving continuously. But in reality, these rains of Tiger Jiao barbarian blood were just a single drop of Tiger Jiao barbarian blood diluted. Not that Guhan couldn't give it, but the cultivation level of these Daxia's children was generally below true strength. Even the Tiger Jiao barbarian blood after being diluted countless times had already exceeded the outline for them. If you add one more drop, it's not an opportunity, it's a crisis. Kidding aside, this was the most essential essence blood of a mid-stage demon king, and the grade of the Tiger Jiao barbarian bloodline wasn't low. Even if it was a martial Dao god refining powerhouse, it wouldn't be easy to refine a single drop of Tiger Jiao barbarian blood. If Guhan hadn't used a large amount of soul power to dilute it, it would have been impossible for these great summer subjects to refine it. After arriving in Kyoto, Guhan reaped another burst of cheers, and after he spilled the last of the rain of Tiger Jiao barbarian blood, he held the body of the ancient barbarian demon king and stepped into the headquarters of the Daxia Extraordinary Bureau. Chapter 72 10,000 Demons Refining Rigid. Even though the Daxia Special Bureau had already prepared in advance, after that ancient savage demon king was put down, it was still like a huge mountain. Even in Kyoto, it could be clearly seen, if not for the fact that at this moment all the people of Kyoto were enjoying the chance wielded down by Guhan. I'm afraid, at least, more than half of Kyoto's children would come to this place to spectate. After placing the ancient savage demon king, the scientific research department as well as the logistics department of the Grand Xia Specialization Bureau, which had long been unable to hold back, swarmed up, intending to start processing the huge Demon King corpse, but embarrassingly, they were unable to divide the Demon King corpse at all. After working for a long time, they weren't even able to cut down a single scale of the ancient savage Demon King, whether it was a new type of martial arts weapon or lasers, etc. They couldn't help this ancient savage Demon King. In the end, it was Guhan who couldn't watch and split the Demon King's corpse for them. Of course, this was only after Guhan had already refined the Tiger Jiao savage blood and split it. Beyond Guhan's expectations, he had refined 10 drops of Tiger Jiao savage blood from this ancient savage corpse, and that was even after he had already squandered one drop, which meant that the Tiger Jiao bloodline contained in this ancient savage demon king was definitely not low, at least above medium. Even though the true essence of this ancient barbarian corpse had already been refined by Chen Xian, to Xia, the corpse of this mountain-like demon king still had an unimaginable value. Even if it was just the flesh and blood that was devoid of essence, it could still be of no small use to martial arts cultivators below true strength. And with the size of this demon king's corpse, its flesh and blood was enough to supply 200,000 warrior armies with food for many days. And then, it was its bones, scales, armor and even sinews, all of which were excellent materials for forging martial arts weapons. And on top of that, a portion of the flesh and blood would be taken by the Ministry of Science and Research to study and research the bloodlines of these demon races. It could be said that this demon king corpse was simply a great opportunity for the entire Grand Xia, the greatest opportunity that Grand Xia had encountered since the recovery of Aura. Of course, if Guhan hadn't killed him, that would have been another matter. Part of the demon king's corpse, which had been split up by Guhan, was transported to the Ministry of Scientific Research to study martial arts weaponry, while part of it was then transported to the factory at the back of the Daxia Specialization Bureau for storage. Before a martial weapon was researched, these demon king corpses, which were considered to be supreme treasures, were destined to be sealed for a period of time. After dividing the demon king's corpse, Guhan didn't stop and directly left the Daxia Specialization Bureau. By the time Guhan appeared again, he had already appeared underground somewhere in Daxia. Here, was artificially opened up a large cave. The entire cave is extremely simple, empty piece. Only a high platform above, placed a set of ice coffin. However, the temperature of the entire cave was extremely low, and an ordinary person who stepped into it would be instantly frozen. And even if a true strength or even a Yuan deity entered it, they would not be able to carry the low temperature. This was the place Guhan had prepared for himself to raise his corpse. Coming before the ice coffin and looking at the pale youth lying quietly inside, Guhan was overwhelmed with emotion. Stopping for a moment, He raised his hand and waved it. 5 drops of blood beads flickering with a faint glow were immediately presented above the ice coffin. When these 5 drops of blood beads appeared, the entire cave seemed to echo with the sound of a tiger whistling and scow roaring, and the originally chilly temperature all seemed to rise quite a bit. Immediately afterward, under Guhan's manipulation, the 5 drops of blood beads immediately passed through the ice coffin and into the pale youth's body. Buzz! In an instant, the pale youth's body couldn't stop trembling, and a streak of light shone out from the surface of his skin. Guhan didn't dare to be slow, and immediately operated the Taiyin underworld corpse method, and a strand of gray inscriptions surfaced and disappeared into the ice coffin, helping to suppress this vast essence of qi and blood. These 5 drops of Tiger Jiao barbarian blood were enough for his own body to absorb for a long time, and were also able to increase the progress of his body's transformation into a stiff. While refining the Tiger Jiao savage blood, an idea suddenly sprang to Guhan's mind. He intended to use all sorts of demon bloodline essences to condense his zombie body, using the blood of 10,000 demons to create an overwhelmingly powerful zombie body. This was why Guhan had only used 5 drops of Tiger Jiao savage blood, and then in conjunction with the Taiyin underworld corpse method, the potential of this zombie body was definitely no less than his own ghost body. After this zombie body was completely finished, Guhan would split his consciousness to take control of this body, and at that time, the entire Great Xiao would be equivalent to having 2 overwhelmingly powerful people. Under the influence of the Taiyin underworld corpse law, this zombie body would not give birth to a new consciousness, and Guhan would never allow his zombie body to give birth to a new consciousness. After doing so, Guhan's body flickered and left this place of corpse raising. At the same time, the entire Daxia network, and even the international network, was once again sensationalized. Those Great Xia subjects who had received the gift from Guhan had already awakened from their cultivation state, and then, they realized that their cultivation had soared in this short period of less than a day. Almost all of these Great Xia subjects who had received the gift had skyrocketed by 1 to 2 minor realms, and some existences that had reached perfection and were not weak in talent had even directly broken through to another major realm. From the coastline to Kyoto, there were tens of millions of those gathered Great Xia subjects, which meant that Guhan had directly increased the strength of tens of millions of Great Xia subjects by more than 10 times with a single drop of Tiger Jiao barbarian blood. Of course, this was also due to the fact that Guhan was using his own soul power to dilute that drop of Tiger Jiao savage blood. Such an astonishing improvement naturally caused those Great Xia subjects to be thrilled, and their admiration and even gratitude towards Guhan reached an unparalleled level. After all, Guhan's move directly allowed them to save several years of hard cultivation, especially for some poorly qualified martial arts cultivators. This time was simply a heaven-defying opportunity. And then, these excited children of Daxia began to fool around on the internet. Thank you, Bureau Gu, for allowing the mediocre me to rise 2 small realms in just a few hours. Thanks to Bureau Gu, I was able to break into true strength from forged bone perfection. Thanks. In just less than an hour. Daxia's major online platform's hot search first is to thank the Gu Bureau of these 4 words, hot search top 10, but also almost all related to Guhan. ******, what's happening? I heard that it was these guys who went to watch and greet Gugu who were bestowed with a chance, and almost all of them improved by 1 to 2 minor realms, and some even broke through to the major realms. *****, regrets. Nuts. If I had known there was such a great chance, I would have gone even if I said so. The dejectedness of those Daxia subjects who had gotten the chance immediately made the many Daxia subjects who hadn't been there repent to their guts, and one by one, they wailed in agony somewhere. There was no way. This was a chance to raise 1 to 2 small realms in just a few hours. Who wouldn't be jealous? Who wouldn't be envious? For them, commoners with mediocre talent, every small realm they raised would require a great deal of hard work, and now that there was such a shortcut, but they missed it due to their negligence, how could they not regret it? Chapter 73, Martial Arts Master. If these children of Daxia who didn't get the chance were red with envy, then the netizens abroad were truly jealous. Shit, why don't we have Guhan in our country? So envious of the Daxia people. You can raise your cultivation level so easily? No wonder Great Xia is so strong. Oh God, can a chance be gracious? God is not available. Due to the fact that those Great Xia subjects who had gotten the chance to fool around, so much so that on the international platform, the heat, which hadn't subsided, skyrocketed once again, and this time, it was because of the chance that Guhan had casually waved down. With the popularization of martial arts, a large number of medicinal herbs were purchased by those rich and powerful and even by the state, so much so that if the general public wanted to get medicinal herbs, they would have to look for them themselves or spend a large amount of their wealth to buy them. This wealth, naturally, was not ordinary coins, but needed to be exchanged for things from demonic beasts or other exotic beings. This also led to the fact that it was hardly very possible for the general public to utilize medicinal herbs to rapidly improve their martial arts cultivation, and they could only do so with their personal talent and even hard work. Aside from the fact that the body tempering realm at the beginning didn't have that big of a bottleneck, upwards of the bone forging realm, it wasn't that easy to break through a small realm. That was why the many people of Daxia who had just gone along to watch Guhan's return and were able to raise 1 to 2 small realms per capita had caused the crowd to be that envious and even jealous. If they had known that this would happen, the people of the whole of the Great Summer would have been afraid of the wind, and not only that, but even the people of all the countries in the world might have run to the waters to try their luck. Unfortunately, Guhan's actions were nothing more than spontaneous and there was no way to know about it, so that he missed such a great opportunity. As the internet clamored for more, Guhan, who had rejoined the Grand Xia Special Bureau, summoned all of the Peak Yuan Gang realm powerhouses in Grand Xia. Soon, these Peak Yuan Gang realm powerhouses arrived in a conference room in the underground base of the Great Xia Specialized Bureau. Without too much nonsense, Guhan directly told these Peak Yuan Gang realm powerhouses to sit on their knees on the spot and adjust their essence. That's right, Guhan intended to use a drop of Tiger Jiao barbarian blood to enhance the martial arts cultivation of these Peak Yuan Gang realm powerhouses, helping them to ascend to the realm of martial grandmaster. Zongshi, the clan of martial arts, reaching this cultivation level, in the martial arts, can already be considered to be on the level, even in the later stages of the previous life in the Great Summer, can barely be considered a strong person, and in the early stage, not to say invincible, but also absolutely have the ability to protect themselves. The premise was that without the butterfly effect of Guhan's rebirth, if another moth like the ancient savage demon king appeared, then the martial arts patriarch would be of little use. However, if these dozens of Peak Yuan Gang realm powerhouses could successfully break into the realm of martial grandmasters, it would be of extraordinary significance to Great Xia. This signified that Daxia already possessed a certain amount of strength, and even if they didn't count Guhan, those dozens of martial arts masters alone would be enough to hold up the entire Daxia in the early stages. As Guhan pondered, those Peak Yuan Gang realm powerhouses who had received the order were equally excited. After all, they knew very well what this order from Guhan represented. They were all from the battle martial army now, and truly speaking, they could all be said to be disciples under Guhan's command. So how could they not understand that this was Guhan's intention to help them raise their cultivation? It was only after a while that the crowd suppressed the excitement in their hearts, held their breaths, tranquilized their minds, and slowly operated their own gong methods, adjusting their state to the best. A full hour passed before Guhan Fang began to make his move. Buzz! A drop of Tiger Jiao's savage blood hung in the void, like candlelight, flickering with a faint glow. Guhan raised his hand and swung out a majestic soul force, surging into the drop of Tiger Jiao barbarian blood, and in an instant, under the dilution of Guhan's soul force, the drop of Tiger Jiao barbarian blood instantly rose in size, and in no time at all, it was like a small sun, hanging in the sky above the conference room. Fortunately, this conference room was large enough. Otherwise, it really wouldn't have been able to accommodate this diluted drop of Tiger Jiao barbarian blood. Tick, and then, under Guhan's maneuvering, this drop of diluted Tiger Jiao savage blood immediately began to drip down densely packed beads of blood, just like a rain of blood. After absorbing these diluted Tiger Jiao barbarian blood, many Peak Yuan Gang powerhouses shuddered in unison. After those blood beads entered their bodies, they felt a majestic chi and blood flowing within them like a torrent. Even with their cultivation, they were nearly unable to carry it, and many of their meridians were even ruptured by that majestic chi and blood. The people didn't dare to be slow, and they hurriedly operated their gong methods, mobilizing all of their strength, pulling that majestic chi and blood, and starting to run along the running route of the gong method, to be able to reach the peak of Yuan Gang in just over a year's time. There was certainly the full support of the Great Xia, but the martial arts talent of these people was definitely not weak, and when looking at the entire Great Xia, they were at the top level. Thus, other than being caught off guard at the beginning, the crowd quickly calmed down, all of them absorbing the majestic chi and blood with all their might. Gradually, the entire conference room was filled with a blood-colored mist, and even just the chi and blood that spilled out was enough to make a cultivator who had just entered the martial arts path reach the bone-forging realm in a short period of time. This rain of blood in the conference room rained down for 3 full days and nights. Nowadays, the conference room has been filled with thick chi and blood, and it is impossible to reach out, and as far as the eye can see, it is all a blood mist. If Guhan hadn't deliberately suppressed it, this horrifying chi and blood would have even broken through the underground base and spread throughout the entire imperial capital. As the ancient savage demon king's essence coalesced out of the Tiger Jiao blood, is it not that simple? Not only does it contain the ancient savage demon king's blood, it also contains some of the ancient savage demon king's cultivation insights, even though the demonic path was different from the martial path. it was still a good way to get in touch with the world. This was why Gu Han had helped these dozens of peak Yuan gang powerhouses raise their cultivation without the slightest concern, with the ancient savage demon king's cultivation epiphanies as a reference. In addition to his explanations, even if these people broke into the martial Dao sovereign, they would not be in a situation where their foundations were unstable. In the conference room, Gu Han stood with his arms folded, surveying the many powerhouses sitting in the blood mist. After completing the dilution, he no longer had to maneuver, but he didn't leave either, and instead, he stayed at this place, guarding these dozens of peak Yuan gang powerhouses. These, however, were the seeds of the Great Summer, and any one of them having an accident would be a loss for the Great Summer. Under Gu Han's perception, the qi and blood accumulated in these people's bodies had already reached the limit of the Big Dipper realm, and they were just a hair's breadth away from stepping into the martial arts master. Of course, Gu Han wasn't worried about accidents, because all of these people's martial arts talent was extremely good. Even in the previous life's Daxia, they could be ranked at the top, and even if they couldn't break through to the martial arts grandmasters, there wouldn't be any injuries. What he was concerned about was how many of this group would succeed in stepping into the martial arts master. Chapter 74. The Federation is established. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. This month, the martial arts practice atmosphere of the entire Blue Star seemed to have been stimulated by Gu Han and Sword once again. Even the internet was a lot calmer. Not many people were chatting and farting around, either going to the mountains to practice, or staying at home and practicing hard. And in this month, the number of times and quantity of otherworldly beings descended on the city was much higher than before, with the 36 districts of the Great Xia alone experiencing thousands of attacks by otherworldly beings, and all the other countries, thousands of times as well. Such changes made all the countries stare, and there was an increasing thirst for strong martial arts practitioners. Everyone knew that the increasing number of times and numbers of alien beings descending meant that the full-scale invasion of the otherworld was getting closer and closer. And even though the martial arts paths of the various countries nowadays were showing signs of prosperity, they still didn't have much confidence in being able to fend off the full-scale invasion of the otherworld. Thus, on this day, a piece of news released by the Grand Xia Ministry of Foreign Affairs awakened people who were originally in the midst of austerity, and then set off a heated debate. Daxia's Ministry of Foreign Affairs, after consultations, it has been decided to form the Blue Star Federation, with our country serving as the first speaker of the Blue Star Federation. The Pretty Country, the Woolly Bear Country, and other countries, serving as the Federation's patriarchal countries, and the rest of the countries as the Federation's member countries. The Blue Star Federation, which aims to guard the entire Blue Star, as well as the Blue Star barrier against the alien races, is mainly divided into several major departments: the Administrative Department, the Logistics Department, the Scientific Research Department, and the War Department, which are jointly organized by the major countries. Among them, the War Ministry is subdivided into the Martial Ministry as well as the Military Ministry. The Martial Ministry consists of the strongest martial artists from each country. Each country sends 3 to 5 strongest martial artists above the Yuan gang realm to be stationed in the Martial Ministry. The Military Ministry is a combination of the armies from each country. Each country sends between 100,000 and 500,000 armies to be stationed in the Military Ministry according to its own situation. The Federation War Department will act as a support force, and whichever country is facing a large-scale alien invasion at the time can request the War Department's support from the Blue Star Federation, but will need to pay the War Department for the support. The fee can be paid by materials such as demonic beast parts, and in addition, if there are battle losses, a pension is required. There was a lot of information released this time, but whether it was the people of Daxia or the people of other countries, they all read it carefully, and except for the people of Daxia who showed nothing, the people of the rest of the countries were all excited. For the children of Daxia, the establishment of the Blue Star Federation actually had little impact on Daxia. After all, Daxia was very strong, and if even Daxia couldn't cope with it, let alone the Blue Star Federation, the only thing that would be somewhat beneficial would be to completely make Daxia's position as the Blue Star's overlord a real one. But that wouldn't really mean much to Daxia. After all, with Daxia's current strength, even without joining the Federation, which country would dare to override Daxia? But for the sons and daughters of the nations, the founding of the Blue Star Federation was simply great news. Who doesn't know? Nowadays, in the whole Blue Star, it is Daxia's strength that is the strongest. In the eyes of the public, the Blue Star Federation with Daxia as a member is the real Blue Star Federation. At that time, in the event of a large-scale invasion of foreign races, with the support of the Federation, the risk and even the crisis of each country will be reduced by a lot. Looking at the Blue Planet, aside from the Great Xia, which country was certain that it could face the alien race's massive invasion on its own? Sweet, praise the Union. Oh God, I really want to see how strong the Daxia army is. With the support of the Daxia army, we don't have to be afraid of RA anymore. Oh bugger. Such good news. Gotta crack open a bottle of champagne. One bottle is not enough. It must be two. On the international platform of the network, the subjects of various countries were talking excitedly, their words filled with joy and excitement. Especially the pretty country and other countries' subjects who had previously had some conflicts with Daxia were thrilled beyond words. After all, before, although the Grand Xia would also step in to help other countries, they were basically those that were on good terms with the Grand Xia, and it was almost impossible for other countries to seek the Grand Xia's help. But now that the Blue Star Federation had been established, they would be able to receive assistance in the event that they were in danger. The strength of the army and even the strong martial arts practitioners combined by the entire Blue Star countries was needless to say, and with such strong assistance, their safety would be even more secure. While the entire online platform was clamoring over this matter, the underground base of the headquarters of the Daxia Specialized Bureau, the thick blood mist that had originally shrouded the entire conference room had completely dissipated. To be precise, it had been completely absorbed by the many great Xia powerhouses. It took a whole month's time for dozens of peaked Xia Yuan gang powerhouses to completely absorb the diluted drop of Tiger Jiao barbarian blood. So you can imagine how huge the power contained in this Tiger Jiao barbarian blood is? What satisfied Gu Han was that within this month, one after another, there were Xia powerhouses who had successfully broken through to the realm of Martial Grandmaster with the help of this opportunity. And by today, there were already 25 Xia powerhouses who had successfully broken through to the realm of Martial Grandmaster. The rest of them, although they had not yet broken through, they had also reached the extreme of the Big Dipper. Their chi and blood were majestic, and they were only one opportunity away from reaching the realm of the martial arts masters. Of course, within this month, although Gu Han was always keeping an eye on the changes in the crowd, he had also done another thing. Gu Han, in the name of the director of the Daxia Specialized Bureau, once again summoned 100,000 soldiers from all the major military departments and rushed into the warrior armies, bringing the number of warrior armies up to 300,000. And then, he gathered these 300,000 warrior martial army in batches, utilizing the diluted Tiger Jiao barbarian blood to enhance the strength of these 300,000 warrior martial army. Using 2 drops of Tiger Jiao barbarian blood, he managed to make these 300,000 warrior martial army strength rise greatly. Nowadays, the worst cultivation of these 300,000 battle martial army had reached the peak of true strength, and the strongest had even reached the peak of Yuan Gang. Of course, originally, the strength of the battle martial army wasn't weak, plus those who could be chosen by Gu Han to join the battle martial army didn't have bad martial talent, and with the help of a Demon King essence like Tiger Jiao's savage blood afterwards, having such an improvement wasn't something unfathomable. On top of that, the soldiers of the major military regions who had consumed the blood and flesh of the ancient savage Demon King had also increased their martial cultivation, but it wasn't as exaggerated as that of the battle martial army. A Demon King directly caused the overall strength of the entire Grand Xia to increase dozens of times. Gu Han even hoped that more fallen Demon Kings like the ancient savage Demon King would come, and then, Daxia would be able to become stronger. Although when one reaches the level of Martial Grandmaster or above, one would not be able to simply utilize Qi and blood to raise their cultivation, and would need to rely more on their perception of the martial Dao. But below Martial Grandmaster, one would be able to utilize the materials of demonic beasts and other exotic beings to quickly raise their cultivation. Even if a top powerhouse like him didn't appear, if all the soldiers of Great Xia could reach the Yuan Gang level, that would still be a very terrifying force. At the very least, in the early stages of aura recovery, there was absolutely no problem in coping with the descending exotic beings. Chapter 75 Invasion. Of course, Gu Han's idea didn't materialize after all, and for the next period of time, the exotic beings that descended upon them were no higher than the Yuan Gang realm, and were basically all below the level of Martial Grandmaster. Without even needing Gu Han to make a move, the many strong men of the warrior army had captured and killed those otherworldly beings, and it wasn't even enough to split them up. Soon, another half year passed. Aura recovery so far has been close to 2 years of time. People are also more and more able to accept the current environment. Even if the foreign beings descend, will not be like the beginning of the panic, but instead excitedly rushed up to surround and kill. There's no way around it. Exotic beings are money to people these days. Slow down and it's gone. And with the precipitation of the aura, the native plants and animals on the Blue Star also gradually began to give birth to mutations. The emergence of demonic beasts and even demonic creatures. Only that these demonic beasts and demonic creatures are some of the low level, but all those who have reached the bone forging realm or above basically do not see. So, Now the humans of the blue planet are, well, conflicted. They both wanted enough otherworldly beings to descend for them to hunt and kill, yet they didn't want too many or too strong ones to descend to the point of causing irreparable disaster. Jingle bells. On this day, the originally calm office of the monitoring department of the Daxia Extraordinary Bureau suddenly sounded a fierce alarm, and the staff inside the office, looking at the red dots surfacing on the screen, changed their faces slightly and hurriedly notified the top management of the Daxia Extraordinary Bureau. Since the establishment of the Blue Star Federation, Daxia's 7-star royalty was no longer confined to Daxia's territory, but rather covered the entire Blue Star, and even deserted places had established base stations of the 7-star royalty to facilitate the monitoring of large-scale alien descents throughout the entire range of the Blue Star. And today, the 7-star Imperial Monitor had monitored a mutation that not only covered the entirety of the Great Xia territory, but even the entirety of the Blue Planet. In Daxia alone, there are 7 strong reaction points. The Pretty Country and the Woolly Bear Country have 5 each, and other countries have 3 to 5. Even in the uninhabited Antarctica and even the North Pole, there are also strong reaction points. This pretty much means that Blue Star has suffered a major invasion of foreign beings. Soon, Gu Han, Lu Jin, and the other high-ranking officers of the Daxia Extraordinary Bureau appeared in the office of the monitoring department, and looking at the red light on the screen, Lu Jin's face was unusually grave. With such a high energy response, I'm afraid that there are quite a few otherworldly beings descending, and it's likely to be a large-scale invasion. Lu Jin spoke in a deep voice while looking at Gu Han, waiting for his instructions. Gu Han's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared intently at the red light on the screen. The 7 strong reaction points that appeared in Daxia, 2 of which were on the coastline. The other 4 were basically in the ancient forests of the Daxing'an Mountains, Qinling Mountains and Shenangjia, and the only one, which appeared in the south, was on a base city. It's too late to deploy a large army now. Have more than half of the martial arts powerhouses from the other urban areas deploy to these places for support. In addition, have the experts at the Zhongshu level split into 6 batches to rush to support them, and for the 32nd city, I'll go there myself. It didn't take long for Gu Han to give a direct order. This sudden change was something he hadn't expected. It hadn't happened in his previous life at all, and it was clear that it was yet another unexpected current event that was out of his control. Elsewhere, Gu Han wasn't very worried, because in today's Daxia, all the major urban areas were garrisoned by the battle martial army and even ordinary armies, so as long as there wasn't a demon king or something like that, resisting the arrival of reinforcements was still doable. The only one that descended directly into the city was the one that made Gu Han and even Lu Jin and the other top brass quite worried. This is because in urban areas, combat is extremely inconvenient, especially in large-scale invasions, and it is easy to accidentally injure the residents of the city. Not to mention that the economic losses caused by a major battle are far more than those outside the city. After giving his orders, Gu Han did not delay, and with a flash of his body, he headed towards the 32nd city, with Lu Jin taking over the command. At the same time, many martial arts masters at the headquarters of the Daxia Special Weapons Bureau, after receiving the order, did not have the slightest delay and rushed to the other 6 attack points to support them. With them accompanying, there are also some martial arts masters in Kyoto, whose cultivation is basically in the realm of the Big Dipper and above. On the other hand, the 32nd city of Great Xia. This city, located in the southernmost part of Daxia, is the former Dian province. The entire urban area, collected all the population of the previous Dian province, covers an incomparably large area, from a distance, as if a coiled beast. Boom! On this day, the people of the 32 cities, still as usual, should go out to hunting, the bitter cultivation of the bitter cultivation. Seemingly the same life, but let the people enjoy it. However, a boom like thunder broke the tranquility of the 32 cities. A spatial crack that was thousands of meters wide suddenly surfaced over the southern city of the 32nd city, and strong winds swept out from the spatial crack, shattering the windows of the skyscrapers underneath. Zhang Yuan, the Grand Captain of the Battle Martial Army, who was responsible for guarding this place, led many battle martial armies to rise up in the air, staring at the huge spatial crack with a grave expression on their faces. And some strong men from the military ministry, likewise, appeared as well. Not only that, but the people of the 32 cities all raised their eyes and looked away, their faces filled with worry. There was no way around it. Such a huge spatial channel was the first time they had seen it, and they didn't need to think about it to know that this invasion was definitely not simple. Captain Zhong, I'm afraid that such a huge spatial passage. A military strongman's face was grave as he spoke towards Zhong Yuan, who was at the side. I've notified Kyoto that support is on the way. Only when they heard Zhong Yuan's words did the people present secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Fresh blood and flesh. Smells so good. At that moment, a cold and disdainful voice suddenly sounded out from the spatial crack. The sound waves were like thunder, carrying a terrifying penetrating force that shook the entire 32-city sky dome as the clouds rolled, and the glass of many buildings shattered. Just this sound alone caused Zhong Yuan and the other powerhouses as well as the people of the 32 cities to tremble, and their faces were all gloomy. Even Zhong Yuan, who had already reached the peak of the Yuan gang realm, could not help but feel a chill down his back after sensing the power contained in this voice. Buzz. The next moment, a head long golden horns, carrying a golden feathered wings of the handsome figure, silently appeared above the void, covered with a layer of golden divine radiance, as if a god looking down on the world. A powerful sense of oppression, so that the air is frozen. Zhong Yuan and others in this heavy pressure are trembling. The bones of the whole body issued a crackling sound. Just the aura that naturally emanated from them caused their bones to almost shatter. Such a powerful enemy caused Zhong Yuan and the others to break out in a cold sweat. So strong. This sense of oppression. Is it possible that it's a demon king? Damn it, how could a demon king descend into the urban area? If it's really the demon king, aside from Gugu, who among us can stop it? In the 32 cities, the people gazed at the disdainful figure on the dome of the sky, their hearts and minds trembling, unable to stop their panic. Chapter 76, Golden Feathered Demon Race. Buzz. If the figure that was covered in a golden divine radiance had brought great fear to Zhong Yuan and the others and even the people of the 32 cities, then what appeared next was true despair, only to see, one after another figure from the spatial cracks step out. These figures, all dressed in golden armor and back wings. Its aura, although not as horrifying as the first appeared, but it is also strong and incomparable. In a short span of 10 or so breaths of time, on the dome of the sky, there were already thousands of figures standing, and among these figures, Zhong Yuan sensed countless levels of the Yuan gang realm. There were hundreds of them that made him unable to give birth to even a hint of battle spirit. In other words, this group of descending foreign races had at least hundreds of people who had reached the level of martial grandmaster. What kind of terrifying power is this? Today's Daxia, although it was developing rapidly, as far as Zhong Yuan knew, there were only dozens of powerful people at the level of martial grandmaster. Gentlemen, in this battle, we will die, but we can't retreat, even without a shred of resistance. We must fight until we die. Gazing at the vast figure in the sky above, Zhong Yuan took a deep breath and spoke in a deep voice. War. As his words fell, the rest of the battle martial army and even the strongest members of the military department, and even the military people and residents of the city underneath, followed suit and roared out, with a vast momentum that stirred the entire heaven and earth. Griffin, the figure at the head, condescendingly looked down at Zhong Yuan and the others, his disdainful and indifferent words resounding throughout the entire heaven and earth. Kill! As he reached out and waved his hand, from the army behind him, dozens of figures instantly rushed out. These dozens of figures were strangely fast and incomparable, just like golden flashes of light. In the twinkling of an eye, they arrived in front of Zhong Yuan and the others, and the aura of the peak of the Yuan gang swept over as if it was a mountain and a sea, forcing Zhong Yuan and the others to stop retreating backward. Kill! Zhong Yuan roared angrily. His aura exploded, directly charging towards one of the peak Yuan gang realm foreigners, and the rest of the crowd, too, looked for their opponents, either joining hands to fight against each other, or fighting alone. Bang! As the two sides exchanged blows, ear-splitting roars instantly exploded, accompanied by a wave of terrifying impacts, powerful storms, and even rolled into the urban area underneath, collapsing quite a number of skyscrapers. Luckily, people today basically have martial arts cultivation in their bodies, so they were not hit by those collapsing skyscrapers. Whether it was Zhong Yuan, or the other strongest members of the battle martial army or even the military ministry, they all understood that the other party was merely teasing them. If not, they would only need to send out an expert of the martial Dao sovereigns to crush them in a matter of moments. But even if they knew they were going to be teased, they had no choice. At least, the longer they fought, the longer they could hold out until reinforcements arrived. And if not, the more people in the city could escape. Bang! In the sky, Zhong Yuan and the others had high morale, but they were being beaten back. There was no way. The other party had sent out. All of them were at the peak level of the Yuan gang realm, while on their side, the only ones who had reached the peak of the Yuan gang realm were Zhong Yuan and the other two warrior army commanders, plus the two from the military department, which was only 5. The others were only at the Yuan gang realm. The difference in strength was too great, and even if they put their lives on the line, they couldn't salvage the situation a bit. Bang! However, in just a quarter of an hour, Zhong Yuan and the others smashed into the city one after another like dumplings, smashing the entire ground out of a pit. Put! In the smoke and dust, Zhong Yuan and the others staggered up and couldn't hold it in any longer, violently spewing out a mouthful of blood. Their faces bristled and turned pale. and their bodies couldn't stop trembling. A mere golden-feathered demon race, bullying my great Sia to have no one? At this moment of despair, a dull roar suddenly exploded throughout the heavens and earth, and immediately afterward, sky-covering dark clouds swept in from afar, overshadowing the golden light of those figures on the dome of the sky. And then, a figure shrouded in ethereal light appeared before the many foreigners. Bang! As this figure appeared, without seeing any movement on his part, the dozens of alien powerhouses who originally wanted to completely crush Zhong Yuan and the others exploded like fireworks, without even a speck of bone dregs remaining. Such was the change that neither side present reacted. When Zhong Yuan and the others and even the people in the city saw that figure, their entire body and mind relaxed, no longer in the despair they felt before, but instead filled with excitement. Bureau Goo, you're finally here. Ha ha ha, we're saved. Goo goo, kill through the damn foreigners. Although all of these foreigners are stronger than Lousy, and Lousy can't even carry a single move. But if I can fight alongside Goo Goo, I will have no regrets even if I die. Excited words echoed through the 32 cities as the people looked reverently at the figure confronting the foreigners in the dome of the sky, full of confidence in it. On the void, Guhan's eyes erupted with cold, staring at the thousands of foreigners on the other side. Instead of having the slightest fear, his killing machine erupted. If he hadn't come in time, I'm afraid that no one in the 32 cities would be able to live. Rao Guhan did not expect that this invasion of foreign races would be so ferocious and powerful. This group of foreigners is a plateau and a strong named golden-feathered demon race? On the basis of the golden-feathered demon race in the plateau, not ranked at all, compared to the Tiger Jiao barbarians much worse, but for the current Daxia, the entire golden-feathered demon race, but it is difficult to resist the enemy. At a distance, Guhan could feel the strong aura of a demon king of the golden-feathered demon race powerhouse in the lead, and it was still the same demon king perfection as him, far from the ancient savage demon king from before. According to the strength of the golden-feathered demon clan, this demon king perfection powerhouse must have a very high status in the golden-feathered demon clan, at least at the level of an elder. In addition to this demon king perfection at the head, there were 3 other demon king powerhouses, hundreds of demon zones, and the rest, all of them, were also Yuan gang level existences. I didn't realize that there is still a strong person like you in this small world. Guhan's appearance also surprised Jin Xinglai, the 6th elder of the golden-feathered demon clan. But soon, he regained his composure as he tilted his head and spoke in a very condescending manner. You're not weak in terms of talent if you're able to reach such a cultivation level. This king is giving you a chance to submit to my clan. If you're willing to submit, your disrespectful offense just now will be pardoned by this king. Otherwise, you will die a miserable death. It seems to be in order to support the words of Jin Xinglai, behind the golden-feathered demon race powerhouses, have released their own momentum. Thousands of Yuan gang realm above the powerful condensation of the mighty, vast and majestic, so that the entire heaven and earth instantly discolored, and even the void, are vaguely distorted, as if it could not withstand this terrible might. The people of the entire 32 cities felt this terrifying might, as if a 10,000-foot mountain was suppressing them, making them want to gasp for air. Chapter 77, One Man to Defend a City. This might, likewise, enveloped Guhan, but Guhan didn't react in any way, staring expressionlessly at the leader, Jin Xinglai, unable to stop the sneer in his heart. In his previous life, he had similarly dealt with the golden-feathered demon race, and knew the character of this group exceptionally well. The golden-feathered demon clan is obviously not strong, but it looks down on this and that all day long, and if it wasn't for the fact that it has defected to an extremely powerful demon clan, it would have been destroyed by the other demon clans. Guhan looked at the thousands of golden-feathered demon race powerhouses on the opposite side of the room, his heart on fire and his eyes filled with desire. Although the strength of this golden-feathered demon clan is not strong, but the speed is strangely fast. The reason for this is the pair of golden-feathered wings behind their backs. The strength and even the essence of their whole body is almost concentrated in that pair of feathered wings. The darker the color, the higher it represents its pedigree, and the value of the feathers is also greater. The most crucial thing was that the feathers of these golden-feathered demons were removable, and after melting them with some peculiar ores, they could be formed into spiritual weapons that could be driven by cultivators. In the previous life of Daxia, he had killed a lot of golden-feathered demon race powerhouses, and then utilized their feathers to form a powerful feather forest army. And the Guhan of that year had heard of the feather forest army's prestige, which could be called the overlord of the air. At that time, he unusually aspired that he could also come across a strong person of the golden-feathered demon race, remove its feathers, and put a pair of wings on himself as well. But unfortunately, until he died, he did not come across a suitable strong person of the golden-feathered demon race. And basically it was some very weak people of the golden-feathered demon race, and that kind of feather. which was of no use to him at all, was merely a decoration, and might as well be exchanged for money. I didn't realize that, in this life, the other party had taken the initiative to come to my door, or dragged my family along. As soon as he thought of being able to recreate the feathered forest army of the former great Xia, Guhan could not stop his excitement. Immediately afterward, he no longer hesitated. His whole body's aura violently erupted out, and the vastness of the Ghost King's consummate pressure swept across the entire heaven and earth like a shocking wave. Buzz! The entire heaven and earth seemed to be affected by Guhan's pressure, and it directly darkened. The sky dome was covered with dark clouds, and around Guhan, it was filled with layers of gray mist. 10,000 ghosts pour into the sky. A low roar exploded in the heavens and earth, and as Guhan pulled his hands together, soul power like a vast ocean instantly erupted, causing the surrounding space to distort in a manner visible to the naked eye. Under Guhan's manipulation, the majestic soul power immediately condensed into a long needle that flashed with a cold light, but in a few breaths of time, the entire dome of the sky was already densely dotted with soul needles, and a chilly and sharp aura swept across the entire sky and the earth, causing the distant Jin Xinglai and other strong members of the golden feathered demon race to stop shivering. How dare you! The proud Jin Xinglai, seeing that Guhan dared to take the initiative to launch an attack on them, immediately became furious, like a volcano erupting like rage, sweeping through the 8 directions. His body's aura completely blossomed out, and the feathered wings behind his back were constantly trembling. But as angry as he was, as arrogant as he wasn't a cutie pie. From the aura that Guhan had erupted, he could tell that Guhan was not simple. Therefore, he had no intention of fighting Guhan alone, and he directly waved his hand, allowing everyone to launch an attack on Guhan. Boom! In an instant, all of the strongest members of the golden feathered demon race erupted. The feathers behind their backs flapped continuously, and a feather transformed into golden needles instantly surfaced, spreading throughout the entire dome of the sky, illuminating the dome of the sky with a golden light. Attack! With a fall, thousands of feathered long needles erupted with a roar, as if they were 10,000 arrows, sweeping towards Guhan, and the terrifying might as well as the sharpness of it caused the great summer subjects underneath to tremble in fear. Bang! In the next moment, these feathered long needles collided with the long needles of soul power that Guhan had condensed, and the sounds of gold and iron clashing exploded in the air one after another, and the storm-like impact collapsed the space, revealing dark and void spatial cracks, and cold astral winds swept out from the cracks. Despite the fact that the Golden Feathered Demon Clan was outnumbered, except for Jin Xingliate, a Demon King perfection powerhouse who could bring Guhan a bit of trouble, the rest of the Golden Feathered Demon Clan people were no different from mole crickets to Guhan, and how could the attacks they erupted out of be able to block Guhan's soul power long needle? However, in a moment's time, the densely packed feathered long needles then burst open. After shattering these feathered long needles, those soul power long needles didn't stop, like meteors, crossing the dome of the sky, straight towards the many golden feathered demon race people falling. Miku! Jin Xinglai's eyes flashed as he growled in a cold voice. In an instant, a vast golden light shield emerged, enveloping all the people of the golden feathered demon race in it, and the long needles of soul power landed on the light shield, emitting an ear-splitting roar. Those long needles of soul power, after all, failed to break through the defense of the many golden feathered demon race powerhouses. In response, Guhan wasn't the slightest bit surprised. After all, the other party still had Jin Xinglai, a demon king perfection, leading the charge, and it wouldn't be that simple to attack so many powerhouses at once. Underworld Ghost Seal. Guhan, who stood in the air, his eyes flickered, his hands quickly pinched the seal, and densely packed gray inscriptions immediately filled out from his hands, as if they were like elves, fluttering and circling around him. A strange rhythm surged through these inscriptions, and as Guhan's mind moved, the densely packed inscriptions instantly converged to form a seal that covered the sky. This was the ghost art avatar that Guhan had learned from the Nine Spectres Ghost Codex, a first-class Ghost King level avatar that was extremely effective against enemies with large numbers, and was definitely powerful among the many ghost art avatars that Guhan had mastered. Buzz! As the seal gradually solidified, a terrifying pressure that resembled the might of the heavens instantly enveloped the entire heaven and earth, and the entire space trembled continuously, as if even the heavens and earth could not withstand this terrifying pressure. Drop! When Guhan's roar fell, the seal that covered the sky, as if the entire canopy fell towards the many golden feathered demon race crushed. The seal has not yet arrived. Many golden feathered demon race above the space has already been unable to withstand that pressure. With the naked eye visible posture of distortion cracking, boundless coldness enveloped all of the golden feathered demon race's powerhouses, and even Jin Xinglai, a demon king perfection powerhouse, couldn't help but be flooded with chills at this moment, and his limbs were all cold. He couldn't figure out why Guhan was so strong when he was clearly at the same king realm perfection. Full power. In an instant, all the golden feathered demon race powerhouses erupted once more, and densely packed golden light shone out, forming a huge golden shield that blocked before the seal that was about to fall. Bang! As the seal collided with the shield, a sound of collision like a bell instantly exploded, with the collision as the center, setting off a shocking impact that shattered the void within a radius of tens of thousands of meters, and horrifying astral winds swept out. Chapter 78 Boundless Ghost Prison. Fortunately, when Guhan had struck, he had already separated a portion of his power to envelop the 32nd city. Otherwise, this collision alone would have been enough to cause the people of the 32nd city to suffer heavy losses, and at least 90% of them would have died tragically under the onslaught. It wasn't anyone that could carry the aftermath of a King Realm powerhouse's battle. Even an expert of the martial Dao Patriarch would definitely be a goner under such a powerful onslaught. But, in an instant, I don't know how many people of the golden feathered demon race spewed out a mouthful of blood in unison, their faces as white as paper. And the people of the golden feathered demon race who were below the Yuan gang realm were directly shocked to death by the terrifying shocking force, and their bodies fell straight down, smashing the ground out of pits and holes. Even for the Yuan gang realm powerhouses or even the martial grandmaster level, there were quite a few who were shaken to death by that terrifying collision force, and the entire sky dome was cleared out all of a sudden. Boom! On the other side, Guhan, who had erupted with the Ghost King seal, didn't stop and once again erupted with a powerful ghost art avatar. Boundless Ghost Prison. This ghost art aptitude was one of the inherited aptitudes of the Nine Ghosts canon. Its power was incomparably powerful. It was to use one's own soul power to manifest a ghost prison, which was enough to obliterate any enemy. With Guhan's current strength, an ordinary person of the same realm would not be able to receive this move from him. Phew! In an instant, ear-piercing sounds like the roaring of the underworld and the rushing of the yellow springs violently exploded in the heavens and earth, as vast soul power swept out, and boundless ghostly mists shrouded the entire void. Bang! As the boundless ghost prison gradually took shape, the entire earth roared, hills crumbled, and gusts of smoke swept up into the sky. Originally was resisting the Ghost King seal of the Jin Xinglai and other gold-feathered demon tribe of the strong. After feeling that cold and icy breath, cannot stop trembling up. Spare Jin Xinglai, this demon king perfect strong. At this time cannot help but rise up a wave of despair. This kind of ghostly prison was simply not something he could resist. And even more frighteningly, he couldn't even escape. Blade Prison. Now, as Guhan let out a soft cry, the sound of a burst of knife chants immediately resounded in the boundless ghost prison, and then the knife wands glowing with a blood-colored light chopped out from the depths of the boundless ghost prison, revealing a sky-blanketing knife shadow at the top of the celestial dome. The terrifying blade power swept through the 8 directions, and the domineering sharpness seemed to tear everything apart. Immediately afterward, under Guhan's maneuvering, the densely packed shadows of the sky-covering swords instantly transformed into ghostly shadows holding long swords, impacting towards the many golden feathered demon race powerhouses. This ghostly shadow that resembled an army of thousands of horses was actually between Guhan's raised hands, and the power of the boundless ghost prison shook the heavens and deterred the earth. At this moment, the entire dome of the sky was covered by Een and underworld, as if it was like the Milky Way, and the ghostly chi spread across the sky, making the temperature between the heavens and the earth drop to the extreme, and layers of ice crystals surged above the void. Boom! On the battlefield, numerous ghostly shadows crossed the sky like meteors, the scythes in their hands, emotionlessly harvesting the lives of one after another of the golden feathered demon race. The sounds of screams, one after another, echoed above the battlefield. Jin Xinglai, a demon king perfection level powerhouse, was honored to be personally taken care of by Guhan, only to see Guhan condensed a ghost knife, and with a flash of his body, he appeared before Jin Xinglai, and between the waving of the ghost knife, dense knife chi swept out, as if he wanted to shatter Jin Xinglai into pieces. That ghastly sharpness, looking at Jin Xinglai's pupils shrank, immediately like flapping his wings to avoid. But in the boundless ghost prison, if he wanted to escape, it also depended on whether Guhan was willing or not. A terrifying pressure, like a heavenly river pouring down on him, made it impossible for him to leave, so he could only grit his teeth and tough it out. Bang! Successive roars rang out. Jin Xinglai simply could not block the layers of blade chi. His entire body was forced to constantly fall back, and his hands were even shocked by the blade chi and drenched in blood. If it was in the outside world, even though Jin Xinglai's strength was not as good as Guhan's, with his extreme speed, he was still able to maneuver around Guhan. But unfortunately, now that he was in the infinite ghost prison that Guhan had erupted out of, and his entire strength had been suppressed by the infinite ghost prison, and no matter if there was no heaven, earth, or man, how could he possibly beat Guhan? However, In the time of tens of breaths, he was already showing defeat. His body was densely covered with stab wounds, golden blood spilled all over his body, and even his originally brilliant and splendid feathered wings were stained with a layer of blood. Guhan stood in the air, a ghostly aura surrounding his body, his eyes staring mercilessly at Jin Xinglai, as if he were a supreme ghost god about to take someone's life. Buzz! With Guhan's footsteps, the Moro vanguard erupted. The ghostly aura filled the sky and pressed horizontally. The entire space burst into pieces, and the phantom shadows clustered between the blade aura. Just looking at it from afar, it made Jin Xinglai's body hairs stand up and sweat, but did not wait for him to make a move. Guhan had already forced his body in front of him, and the ghost knife in his hand chopped horizontally, directly cutting off his body at the waist, and the cold ghost chi intermingled with the sharpness of the blade, invaded Jin Xinglai's body, constantly eroding his vitality. Bang! The lower half of Jin Xinglai's body was spewing blood while falling down, while its upper half, under the flapping of its feathered wings, did not fall. At this time, Jin Xinglai was not dead. The existence of the Demon King Perfection, a body of vitality unimaginably vigorous, cannot be so easy to die. But if he did not recover from his injuries in time, wait until a body of vitality extinguished, there is no possibility of survival. And Guhan, how could he let him recover from his injuries with ease? Swish! The ghost knife in his hand swung one after another. The knife chi swept, and in just an instant, it enveloped Jin Xinglai in it. The knife chi that was mixed with sharp edges invaded from all directions. Put! Knives entered his body and demonic blood sprayed out. Jin Xinglai, who could not contain his injuries, was already on the verge of death. The disparity of power. Wanru Gully difference. Jin Xinglai pressure simply cannot imagine. Born in a small world of Guhan, why can be so strong? He was a perfect demon king of the Golden Feathered Demon Clan, but he didn't have the slightest power to resist? With the crisis of death looming over him, Jin Xinglai was completely scared. He looked towards Guhan and pleaded out, "Don't kill me. I'm willing to be your demon pet. Spare my life." However, what responded to him was another cold blade. "Damn it, if you dare to kill me, the Golden Feathered Demon Clan will definitely not let you go, and the clan chiefs and even the old ancestors will surely break you into pieces." Jin Xinglai did not expect that after he had lowered his voice so lowly, even giving up his pride and willingly acting as a demon's pet, Guhan would still not let himself go. Bang! As a roaring sound resounded, Jin Xinglai, the Demon King Perfection, was completely ended, his body falling straight down, smashing the ground out of a huge crater. At the same time, the boundless ghost prison also gradually dissipated. Looking at the entire mid-air, there was no longer the figure of a golden-feathered demon race powerhouse, only Guhan's body, standing straight above the void. Chapter 79, The Demon Sea Jiao Human Race. At this moment, the black clouds that had been pressing down on the roof all collapsed away due to the end of the battle, and the sunlight spilled down, reflecting on top of Guhan's upright body, watching the many people of the 32 cities become infatuated. At this time, Guhan was really like the exiled immortal man on the sky, heroic and magnificent, with his breath covering the 8 directions. I knew it, Gugu is invincible. To use one's own strength to resist thousands of demon race powerhouses, among which there are even Demon King Perfection existences. What kind of terrifying strength is this? Oh my god, Gugu is too strong, isn't he? With Gugu in place, my Daxia is free from worry. The people of the 32 cities were talking, their words filled with excitement and admiration. This battle, they saw it from the beginning to the end, and even experienced that horrifying battle fluctuation themselves, and they could be said to admire Guhan to the point of no return. After all, this kind of in-person experience was far different from the feeling of watching it from across the screen. It was only at this point that they truly understood the gold content of Guhan, the #1 powerhouse of the Blue Star. And when he raised his hand, he was destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. And that kind of invincible and disdainful stance, they were mesmerized by the sight of it. Even regardless of the strength of Guhan's power, the fact that Guhan had saved them with his own strength alone was enough to make all the people of the 32 cities grateful. Gather all the demonic beast carcasses. High above the sky, Guhan barked a command at the warrior army captain below and disappeared without a trace. Today's Daxia, but there are still 6 places in the crisis encountered. If every place is as terrible as this 32 cities, other places of Daxia powerhouses, I am afraid that they cannot block for a long time. Even though Guhan had already left, the people of the 32nd city were still talking about it with great interest, and the many warrior armies as well as armies stationed in the 32nd city had begun to clean up the battlefield. In the meantime, Qinling battlefield, rumble, dull roars exploded in the entire heaven and earth. Rolling dust and sand swept through the heaven and earth like a storm, and countless cannonballs crossed the sky like meteors. landing in the densely packed group of demonic beasts. The entire earth could not stop trembling, and cracks, like gullies, spread out along the battlefield's perimeter. Compared to the golden-feathered demon race encountered by the 32 cities, the demon race of the Qinling battlefield, their strength was far from being that strong, but their numbers were extremely high. As far as the eye could see, the mountains were filled with demon beasts, which were simply uncountable, and the initial estimation was that there were at least close to 1 million of demon beasts as well. Such a number of demonic beasts, even if their cultivation level wasn't high, was enough to cause a great impact on the several base cities near the Qinling Mountains. Not to mention, this nearly 1 million demonic beasts group, there were also several demon sect leaders. On top of that, the Yuan Gang Great Demon was even as many as hundreds of heads. The gathering of the terrifying demonic momentum made the entire heaven and earth change color. The entire Qinling battlefield, as if it had been transformed into a millstone of flesh and blood. The bright red blood dyed the earth red. The thick smell of blood was pungent and incomparable, and if one was timid, just by looking at it alone, one would be scared to lie down. Bang! The battle martial army stationed in several base cities had already gathered together, leading the many station troops to battle with this mountainous group of demonic beasts. And not only that, even the hunting squads in the cities had also followed the battle. With their homes at stake, no one could stay out of it. And what's more, with a large army leading the way, people were much bolder. Boom! High up in the sky, the 5 newly promoted Grand Xia Patriarchs who had rushed to the Qinling battlefield for support were facing off against 5 demon zone-level demonic beasts, their majestic auras colliding in the void, vaguely causing the void to distort. These groups of demonic beasts, belonging to different demonic clans, were united by several small demonic clans, and these 5-headed demonic sects were the high-status generation among these small demonic clans. Bang! Finally, a demon sect couldn't hold back the pressure of that confrontation and took the lead. Majestic demonic power swept out like a vast ocean, manifesting a huge claw that blasted towards the 5 great sect masters on the opposite side. As this demon sect struck out, the other several demon sect members did not hesitate and violently erupted. A battle at the level of a patriarch completely erupted. Roads like flood bell-like roars exploded, and the aftermath of the collision, as if a heavenly river was pouring down, landed on the battlefield, causing the many demonic beasts as well as the great Xia powerhouses that were fighting on the battlefield to be terrified. Patriarchal masters might not be able to compare to the existence of the King Realm, but their moves and styles were absolutely destructive to existences below the patriarchal level as well. Not only the Qinling Mountains, but places such as the Daxing'an Mountains and the Shenangjia were also engaged in grueling battles, and as far as the eye could see, it looked as if the whole of Daxia was caught in the midst of a war. Like the roar of muffled thunder, even thousands of kilometers away, it could be clearly heard, and the terrifying battle fluctuations were affecting several surrounding base cities. Support the Qinling front line. Any brothers who are going, sign up and join together. Support the forward march to the Great Hingan Ridge, and sign up the brothers who go. Support. On the internet, a support fever was all set off, with people from some base cities that hadn't been affected spontaneously organizing teams to rush to the front lines to support them. Of course, they who hadn't yet realized that the battle was gruesome were more interested in hunting demonic beasts as a way to raise their cultivation level. But regardless of their purpose, the sense of being able to support the front line is also worthy of recognition. Rumble. Of the 6 remaining battlefields, the most tragic was undoubtedly the East China Sea coastline, the Tianhai base city area, the first to bear the brunt. Looking around, the entire coastline was already occupied by demonic beasts. Huge demonic beasts like a small mountain, their thick aura crushing down, causing one's heart to tremble. Those demonic beasts are ahead of hideous and horrible shrimp soldiers and crab generals, as well as large squid that spit poisonous gas, land sharks that are like giant mountains, etc. And the one who drives these demonic beasts is the hundreds of figures that stand above the void. Their bodies were covered with blue scale armor, their heads had double horns, and a tail like a dragon's tail swayed behind their backs, their strong demonic might sweeping across the sky. These hundreds of figures belonged to the Joran clan, which was one of the top 10 demon clans in the Highland Demon Sea, and its strength, second only to the 5 great king clans. On the ocean, it possesses the power to order the group of demons, and its strength is unfathomable. These hundreds of augurs that appeared on the coastline of the East Sea, the cultivation of the worst of them had reached the peak of the Yuan Gang, and there were hundreds at the Zhongshu level, and even the Demon King had one. Even if it was only an early-stage Demon King, the pressure it brought to the Heavenly Sea City District warriors was unimaginable. More importantly, in addition to the hundreds of thousands of demonic sea shrimp soldiers and crab generals driven by these Jiao people, even the native sea beasts of the entire East Sea were driven by them. Even if a lot of parts of these sea beasts had not yet metamorphosed into demons, the trouble they caused was also great. Chapter 80, The Underworld Furnace. Bang! The 30,000 warrior army led the 500,000 troops, and were colliding madly with those hundreds of thousands of shrimp soldiers and crab generals, and every moment, there were living beings falling, and scarlet blood spilled all over the entire beach, coloring the entire beach red, and outside of the battlefield, a large weapon was spitting out cannon fire, smashing into the group of native sea beasts, and on top of that, there were tens of thousands of soldiers with the latest type of technological weapons, shooting those native sea beasts, high up in the sky. 10 newly promoted Grand Xia patriarchs as well as 200 Yuan gang realm powerhouses were battling with those hundreds of augurs, and terrifying fluctuations centered on the battlefield, sweeping through the 8 directions and twisting the entire void into pieces. That demon king of the Joran race stood above the void, looking down on the entire battlefield, his expression indifferent, his posture as if he was a supreme lord. Boom! As the battle became white-hot, more and more Xia powerhouses died on the battlefield, even the patriarchs, who had fallen by 2. And the military people underneath, who were even more numerous. This was still with the support of the hunting squads from the major bases and that the Demon King hadn't made a move. Otherwise, the entire battle line would have collapsed long ago. But even if the casualties are heavy, all the Xia soldiers are still fighting to the death. There is no fear and no sadness in their eyes. Only the enemy. The only belief in their hearts is to kill all the enemies in front of them. Boundless Ghost Prison. Just at this moment, a majestic voice that sounded like the sound of heaven suddenly resounded over the entire coastline. Immediately after that, the sky dome instantly darkened, and the gray mist that drifted from nowhere instantly covered the entire battlefield, with a cold and chilling aura that made all of the Xia powerhouses and even demon race powerhouses all shiver. Buzz. Immediately afterward, the many Xia powerhouses heard the sound of a blade contending, and unimaginable sharpness mixed with killing opportunities swept across the battlefield, causing the unknown Xia powerhouses to tense up. Equally nervous were the many shrimp soldiers and crab generals as well as those hundreds of Joran race powerhouses. The originally bland demon king of the Jiao human race, Jiao Ming, changed his face, shivering his lips and murmuring softly, This is the ghost domain? The power of the ghost domain level was something that could only be utilized by a ghost monarch realm powerhouse. Could it be that there was a ghost monarch from hell that had also descended to this realm? For a moment, Jiao Ming were all a bit terrified, and hurriedly shouted, Senior Ghost Sovereign, I am Jiao Ming of the Highland Demon Sea Jiao human clan. Please raise your hand. Nervous as he was, he didn't even realize that this wasn't a ghost domain power at all, but a divine ability. Or rather, even if he went to explore, he wouldn't be able to detect any difference, because with Gu Han's power, the outbreak of the boundless ghost prison was no match for the ghost domain power of a ghost sovereign expert. Gu Han, who was extremely far away, naturally heard Jiao Ming's cries, but he paid no attention to them, maneuvering the boundless ghost prison on his own, hunting down the Jiao human race's powerhouses and even the group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals. If it was usual, he might still be in the mood to ravage this demon king, but right now, he was not in the mood at all, because he was not only supporting this one battlefield, but another shoreline battlefield as well. At this moment, Gu Han was in the center of 2 battlefields, and the battle situation in these 2 battlefields was equally not optimistic. Whether it was the Heavenly Sea battlefield facing the Jiren clan or the Demon Sea City battlefield facing the Hell White Bone Ghost clan, both suffered heavy losses, and there was simply no way for him to support one place before the other. Of course, Gu Han's focus was basically on the Demon Sea battlefield, and the Heavenly Sea battlefield was able to be resolved by merely casting a boundless ghost prison, because compared to the Heavenly Sea battlefield, the Demon Sea battlefield had suffered even greater losses, and even though the forces utilized by the White Bone Ghost race were not as strong as the Jiren race, and there weren't even any Ghost King level powerhouses, the characteristics of the Ghost Dao had caused the numerous Xia martial arts powerhouses to be at a great disadvantage when facing the White Bone Ghost race's army. More importantly, Gu Han saw in this White Bone Ghost clan the opportunity to break through to the Ghost ruler. This time, the White Bone Ghost clan had sent out a total of 500,000 ghost troops, of which there were nearly 100 ghost generals at the Zhongshu level, and hundreds at the Yuan gang level. Such a quantity, if all of them were devoured by him, would be enough to make the ghost power in his body reach the extreme completely. At that time, even if it was a strong ghost monarch tribulation, Gu Han would still have a great deal of certainty. Rumble. Jiao Ming on the Heavenly Sea battlefield was still waiting for that ghost sovereign lord's response with hope, but what he waited for was the densely packed blades, the blades that were like 10,000 arrows pouring down, enveloping his entire body in them, and the sharp edges were constantly cutting his body, making Jiao Ming tremble in shock and horror. He was only at the early stage of Demon King. How could he possibly block the Demon Sovereign's attack? even if it was just some blades that were illusory of ghost power. It exhausted him, but in just a few moments, his body was already covered in wounds, and his entire aura, all of it, shriveled. On top of that, numerous shrimp soldiers and crab generals as well as hundreds of Jaren race powerhouses also fell one after another under the attack of those ghost soldiers. Bang! In the thick gray fog, the roaring sound was endless. Many Dixia powerhouses looked at each other, both nervous and a little confused. They didn't know what was happening at all, and they hadn't been attacked. They just heard bursts of roaring sound as well as miserable screams. Gentlemen, word has come from command that it's the Gu Bureau that has struck. In this battle, Great Xia will win. At this moment, a loud voice suddenly rang in the ears of many of the Great Xia powerhouses, causing them to tremble before their entire body relaxed. Is this the power of the Gu Bureau? When will I reach such a level? Gu Bureau is invincible. The warriors, who had relaxed, couldn't help but murmur. And even though the occasional screams that came from time to time spoiled their discussion, the piercing screams seemed to them to be like a beautiful piece of music. How it was soothing to listen to. Meanwhile, on the Demon Sea battlefield, a heavenly, earthly, furnace-like object hung upside down over the entire battlefield, enveloping all of the white bone ghost race's armies. And this, in turn, was precisely the divine ability of the underworld furnace that Guhan had unleashed. This was likewise one of the inherited aptitudes of the Nine-Spectre Ghost Cannon, which could melt the ghost chi of all ghostly Dao beings within its range, sucking up all of their ghostly chi and transforming it into its own nutrients. Of course, if the ghost Dao beings within range far exceeded one's own strength, then not only would this underworld melting furnace not be able to melt, it would instead cause the caster to suffer a backlash. As for Guhan, these armies of white bone ghost race were undoubtedly perfect for utilizing the divine ability of the underworld furnace, and they were just like lambs to the slaughter, waiting for him to slaughter them, utilizing two major inherited divine abilities at the same time, or casting them across the air. Even with Guhan's strength, he was somewhat unable to withstand it, and the soul power in his body was draining away at a terrifying speed. If his foundation wasn't strong enough, he would have been unable to hold on a long time ago. Chapter 81, Winning All 7 Battles. Boom! Within the underworld melting furnace, one white bone ghost race powerhouse after another was melted down and transformed into majestic and pure soul power, which was then absorbed into Guhan's body. Because of the constant supply of pure soul power, Guhan was able to perform the two major inheritance aptitudes for a long period of time, and the soul power in his body became more solid and pure under the refinement of such depletion and restoration, and instead of lowering his aura became thicker and heavier. Guhan could clearly feel that as time passed, the Ghost Monarch barrier was getting fainter and fainter for him. Almost only a thin layer remained, as if it could be broken at the touch of a button. Ah! Miserable screams constantly echoed in the two battlefields, but for the many Dixia powerhouses in the two battlefields, these screams were incomparably moving, simply because the ones who were making the screams were their enemies, the demons that were invading their homes. Boom! I don't know how long it took, but as two thunderous booms exploded in the sky above the two battlefields, which were originally covered by dark clouds, suddenly became clear, and the ferocious aura dissipated. Looking around, the entire Heavenly Sea battlefield, only densely packed demonic beast carcasses remained, and there was no more standing demonic beasts. The mountain of corpses piled up on the mountain, looking at the many Dixia soldiers shocked. Even though they knew that Guhan was strong, they never expected that Guhan would be able to lay claim to a battle by himself. Compared to the Heavenly Sea battlefield, the Demon Sea battlefield was devoid of any bodies, as all of those white bone ghost race powerhouses had already been transformed into Guhan's sustenance, and there was nothing else but the broken and unbearable battlefield. But it was precisely because of this that the crowd was even more shocked. What kind of power must it be to make the enemy fail to leave even a tiny bit of bone dregs? We won! Ha ha ha! We won! Daxia is invincible! Gugu is invincible! Ha ha ha! After a short period of consternation, excited cheers immediately resounded above the two battlefields. The sound shook the entire heaven and earth, and even hundreds of kilometers away, one could clearly hear the sound of those cheers. After cheering, many Dixia soldiers began to clean up the battlefield as well as collect the corpses of their comrades, and their original excitement had all faded a lot after seeing those dead comrades. The entire battlefield seemed to be filled with a strong sadness. These two battlefields will be resolved Guhan, and non-stop to the other several battlefields, by virtue of the strong strength, hard to reverse the decline of the Great Summer, will be invaded by many enemies, all killed on the spot. Nightfall. The whole of Daxia completely restored calm. There was no longer any trace of a roaring sound, and it was only at this time that the officials began to declare the details of this war. The 7 battlefields of Daxia, all victorious, beheading the foreigners' powerhouses, millions of them, among them, there are 4 King Realm powerhouses, 682 Zongshire level, and 5,800 Yuan Gang Realm powerhouses. Also, thank you to those who volunteered to go to the battlefield and support. They are just as much heroes as the soldiers on guard. Simply the data revealed on the news. All the people of Dacia and even people abroad. All for the thrill. One by one to see jaw-dropping. For a long time cannot return to God. Asterisk. Is this true? Joking aside, this was announced by the Dacia Specialized Bureau. How could it be faked? Heavens, the foreign race that invaded our country this time is so strong? Yes, and our country won? It seems that our country is stronger than we thought. Isn't that nice? Ha ha ha, such a great thing. You must drink 3 glasses at night. It's low. Drink 3 bottles. The whole network instantly clamor up. People around the world is so excited that they have set off fireworks. Firecrackers, those selling fireworks and firecrackers and other stores, are swept away. To those bosses happy. This whole night, the whole of Dacia was in a state of revelry. It was not only because of the Great Xia's victory over the invading foreign races, but also because of the strength of the Great Xia's power, which gave the people an unrivaled sense of security. Before this data was released, everyone knew that Great Xia had been invaded by foreigners, but they didn't know exactly how many foreigners had invaded, let alone how strong these foreigners were. Now that they have seen these figures, the people of Dacia, naturally, can't help but be excited. 4 King Realms and over 600 sect masters? Oh God, with a lineup like that, other than Great Xia, is there any country in the entire Blue Star that can withstand it? God, Dacia is invincible. Oh by karma. Same in Blue Star. Why is the difference so big? The holy land of martial arts. Well deserved. I wish I could survive in Dacia. This strong sense of security is so enviable. On the international platforms, the same amazing debate was set off, and even the invasion wars of other countries were suppressed, and the Battle of Dacia burst into flames on top of all the online platforms. Countless foreign subjects were shocked and equally envious by the strength shown by Dacia. In the midst of all this clamor, many of the top echelons of the Grand Xia were silent, because only they, as well as the generals on the battlefield, knew the real reason why the Grand Xia was able to win this invasion battle. The entire invasion battle of Dacia was almost entirely reversed by Guhan alone. Without Guhan, there would have been no revelry tonight, much less the peace and stability of Dacia today. However, when they thought that the safety and security of the entire country was being pressed on Guhan alone, many of the top echelons of Dacia couldn't help but feel heartbroken. Dacia, after all, is still too weak. If not, why would Guhan be so exhausted? Everyone was shaken by the Great Xia's power, but the only people who were worried about the future of the Great Xia were those at the top of the hierarchy. After all, in case there was a foreign powerhouse that even Guhan couldn't deal with, what would happen to the Great Xia? More importantly, Guhan had done everything he could to guard Dacia, and when he faced a strong enemy, Dacia was unable to provide a single bit of help, and just thinking about it alone made it difficult for many Dacia executives. In order to change the status quo of the lack of top combatants, this time, the top management of Great Xia intended to take the elite route. It was to concentrate the many resources harvested this time around, focusing on cultivating the warrior army as well as those powerhouses that had already risen to the realm of the sovereign masters, and to completely raise their strengths up. The only way to relieve Guhan's pressure was to do so. Otherwise, even if there were more martial arts powerhouses at the bottom, they would be of little use when facing those high-level powerhouses. The tactic of the Sea of Men, after exceeding a certain realm, was no different from giving away food. Take Guhan for example. With Guhan's strength, what use would any more body-tempering realm, bone-forging realm, or even true strength powerhouses be to him? Any random ghost art aptitude would be able to exterminate a large swath of people. Even Ghost King Perfection could do it, let alone above Ghost King. Chapter 82, Soul-Destroying Thunder Dragon Heist. Without enough power to resist those top alien powerhouses, the Great Xia would be nothing more than a flower in a mirror. And even how peaceful it seemed now, it would eventually collapse one day. While the top management of the Grand Xia was planning for the future of the Grand Xia, above the East Sea, Guhan sat suspended in the air, his clothes hunting under the sea breeze. On the coastline, the top brass of the Dacia Special Weapons Bureau, such as Lu Jin, were standing on top of a mountain, holding up binoculars and looking out, their faces all flickering with worry. Even though they didn't know just how terrifying the so-called Ghost Monarch's tribulation was, they were able to understand it just by thinking about it. After all, it was the might of heaven and earth. Even though Guhan was strong, Lu Jin and the others still couldn't help but worry. That's right, after today's battle, Guhan's cultivation, finally suppressed. Rumble. Suddenly, a thunderbolt exploded in the entire heaven and earth. Above the dome of the sky, the winds and clouds changed. The heavy robbery clouds, directly the stars and the curved moon hanging above the dome of the sky, the already dim sea, completely plunged into the darkness. As far as the eye could see, the calamity clouds almost covered hundreds of thousands of miles of sea, and the terrifying might of heaven and earth was so thick and oppressive that even Lucian and the others, who were standing on the coastline, could clearly feel it. Even though they were so far away, the might of heaven and earth still made Lucian and the others palpitate, and their entire bodies trembled uncontrollably. Boom! At the next moment, the dense sound of thunder was heard, and the purple golden light violently bloomed above the calamity cloud, reflecting the dark calamity cloud as if it were a dream. And with the appearance of the robbing thunder, the might of heaven and earth became more and more terrifying. Even Lucian and the others were pressurized to the point that they could barely breathe. On the sea, Guhan stood up blandly, raising his eyes to look at the thunderbolt that was converging on the dome of the sky, his face ancient and unperturbed. Roar! The sound that seemed like the heaven and earth's angry trumpet was heard, and one purple and gold thunder dragon after another poked out from the clouds, and in the blink of an eye, the entire cloud layer was already covered with purple and gold thunder dragons, and this scene made Lucian and the others along the coastline watch with trepidation, and a cold sweat flowed down from their foreheads. Soul-destroying thunder dragon robbery? Guhan narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at the purple gold thunder dragon in the dome of the sky, and for the first time, a look of surprise appeared on his face. In his previous life, although he had not reached the realm of martial Dao Tongxian, he had heard of this realm. The martial Dao Tongxian could be called a watershed of the martial Dao. Once one stepped into it, one was transcendent and comparable to Xian. And for the ghost Dao, the difference between a ghost king and a ghost sovereign was the same. The subtleties of the two could not be compared at all. In his previous life, Guhan had heard some of the great Xiao's martial arts Tongxian powerhouses share their experiences with transition robberies, and they had divided the Tongxian robberies, ghost monarch robberies, into several levels, to 5 elements, and so on. The beginning of the thunderbolt is considered to be more ordinary, the chances of crossing the very large, such as the Gengjin Unj, Fire Spirit True Jin J, etc., to yin and yang and so on. The beginning of the special law of the thunderbolt is more powerful. The chances of crossing is considered to be half-half, such as the Tai-yin True Fire Jin J, the Sun Cold Ice Jin J, and so on. The most terrifying thunderbolt is the thunderbolt that begins with the word extinction. This thunderbolt, almost 10 deaths, but in previous generations, no one has ever triggered this thunderbolt, so this thunderbolt is only in the legend. Guhan didn't expect that he would trigger this kind of thunderbolt that was in the midst of legends in his previous life. However, with his majestic foundation, it was reasonable to trigger such a lightning tribulation. He had turned to the Ghost Dao with great perseverance and melted the Ghost God Pillar, and his Ghost Dao qualifications had long since reached the top level under the Ghost God Pillar's refinement, and coupled with the powerful techniques contained in the Ghost God Pillar as well as the many inherited magical abilities, he would definitely not be any weaker than any so-called supreme demon. Even the pride of the powerful clans in those 3 great otherworldly realms could not necessarily be compared to him. Of course, although Guhan was confident in his own qualifications, he was not so arrogant as to not have anyone else in his sight. He was well aware of the power of those 3 great alien realms, and under the accumulation of those long years, the emergence of some heavenly prides that were stronger than him was nothing. After all, it wasn't like he was the only one who could get the chance to go against the heavens. Rumble. At the time when Guhan was pondering, the sound of thunder like a dragon's roar started, and one purple gold thunder dragon after another poked out from the clouds and swooped down towards Guhan, and when he raised his eyes to look at it, the first wave of the thunder tribulation had 9 purple gold thunder dragons, and the power of each of them was enough to be comparable to a Ghost King consummate powerhouse. The purple heavenly divine thunder carried by these 9 purple gold thunder dragons directly obscured the sky, as if turning the void into a sea of thunder, and the terrifying thunder might shook the entire sea as it rolled over and over, with waves constantly curling up. If it was an ordinary demon king perfection, facing these 9 purple gold thunder dragons, it would be absolutely perilous, and even the so-called demons would be exhausted under this wave of attacks. However, with Guhan's current strength, dealing with this first wave of thunderbolts could be considered easy. Boom! In an instant, Guhan completely let go of his own aura, his extreme Ghost King perfection aura shaking the entire heaven and earth in a gesture that was visible to the naked eye, and he waved his hands around, swinging out a strand of soul power that surrounded him. The power that resembled a vast ocean caused the emptiness around Guhan to emit an unbearable sound of shattering buzz. Under Guhan's maneuvering, the majestic soul power instantly coalesced into 9 vast ghost dragons, and the lifelike posture was as if these 9 ghost dragons were truly running out of the underworld. Bang! It didn't take long for the 9 ghost dragons to collide with the purple gold thunder dragon that swooped down. An ear-splitting roar instantly reverberated. and the entire space seemed to have been ruthlessly smashed down by a giant hammer, and it shattered, revealing a place of nothingness that was like a black hole. Lu Xun and the others at the coastline were directly lifted out by the terrifying impact. Their eardrums were shaken by the sound of the collision, which caused them to feel raw pain. After jointly laying down a layer of defense, Lu Xun and the others continued to keep a close eye on Gu Han, who was in the midst of transiting the tribulation, fearing that if they didn't pay attention, Gu Han would be destroyed as if by that lightning tribulation. Rumble. Before the first wave of thunder tribulation had completely dispersed, the second wave of thunder tribulation once again descended. This time, the entire 18 heads of violet gold thunder dragons, terrifying thunder, enveloping the land for tens of thousands of miles in a radius, and the entire surface of the sea. There were densely packed thunder lights appearing. If it was in the urban area, that thunderous might alone would be enough to crush an unknown number of living beings. Boom! In just an instant, Gu Han's entire body was enveloped in dense thunder, and when they looked from afar, they could no longer see Gu Han's figure, only dense thunder, which caused the worry on the faces of Lu Xun and the others to intensify. Luckily, the booming sounds that came out from time to time signaled to them that Gu Han was still fighting against the thunderbolt, which kept them from rushing over. Chapter 83, True Immortals on Earth. Rumble. Like the sound of a flood bell, successive explosions on the sea, dense thunder spread throughout the entire sea. That terrible power. As if this piece of sea air evaporated a large portion of the entire sea sea level hard dropped several levels. Tens of thousands of miles in the vicinity of the sea creatures all died a tragic death in the horror of the thunder under the power of the thunder. This powerful thunderbolt, without any surprise, attracted the attention of all countries. Almost all countries' satellites are aimed at this piece of sea, and the officials of all countries even rushed to convene a meeting to discuss the countermeasures, and all kinds of warships are gathered. It wasn't that they were nervous, it was really because this thunder tribulation was too terrifying. Just looking at the image alone made their souls tremble. They were truly afraid that it was some powerful exotic living being that had descended, an exotic being that could cause such a change in the heavens. Was it really something they could deal with? I'm afraid that even the Great Xia, which is known as the Holy Land of Martial Arts, couldn't deal with such an existence, right? It wasn't until an official news release from Daxia that the countries relaxed, but what immediately followed was unmitigated shock. Daxia Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the thunderbolt above the East China Sea is the thunderbolt that Gu Han, the director of our Daxia Specialized Bureau, crossed when his realm broke through, so there's no need to worry. A realm breakthrough? Originally, Gu Han was already so strong that it was chilling, and now that he had made another breakthrough, how strong would he have to be? Oh, exempt. People are more angry than people. I'm still hovering at the bone forging realm, and Gugu has already made another breakthrough. Worthy of being Gu Bureau? This kind of cultivation speed is truly unprecedented. Gugu was a martial refining god before. What realm would he have to be in for another breakthrough? It is said that after the martial Dao refining god is the martial Dao Tongxian realm, which is known as the true immortal on earth, corresponding to the demon monarch of the demon clan, the ghost monarch of the ghost clan, the demon monarch of the demon clan, the evil monarch of the evil clan, and so on. Whoa, big brother, what about above Wu Dao Tongxian? I've heard that it's the shattered void realm, shattering the void, martial arts through and through, corresponding to demon emperors, ghost emperors, and so on. 666. That's a real bigot. This piece of news made the network, which had gradually fallen silent, boil up once again, and most of the netizens gathered here, discussing excitedly. In their opinion, the stronger Gu Han was, the stronger Daxia would be. But soon, with the appearance of the picture of Gu Han's robbery, the original excitement of the people have been silent. That horrible thunder power, just looking at it alone, all let them chills. It is difficult to imagine, directly to the face of Gu Han, what kind of pressure should be faced with. Is this the heavenly mind tribulation? It's terrifying. Gugu is so strong, he'll definitely be able to make it through. That's for sure. Bureau Gu is the god of war of our Grand Xia. Nothing can defeat him. For a while, the people of the entire Daxia began to pray, but as more and more images were shown, the more worried they became in their hearts, because but anyone who was a Daxia person understood the importance of Gu Han to the entire Daxia. Once something happened to Gu Han, it would definitely be a loss for the entire Grand Xia, and even, it was likely that everything the Grand Xia currently possessed would quickly collapse. After all, if it wasn't for Gu Han, it wasn't certain whether or not the Grand Xia would still exist now, and once Gu Han wasn't there, any random king realm level exotic being would be able to destroy the current Grand Xia. It could be said that nowadays, not only is the entire Daxia inseparable from Gu Han, but even the entire Blue Star is inseparable from Gu Han. This time, the 7 large-scale invasions that Daxia had encountered, if it wasn't for Gu Han, I'm afraid that Dacia had already been destroyed, and the other countries, if it wasn't for the assistance of the Federation, would have suffered heavy losses as well. Pretty country and even the country of the woolly bear and other countries. This time the foreign invasion encountered, although not as strong as the Great Summer, but also stronger than their strength on a level. According to statistics, even with the assistance of the federal government, pretty country and other countries lost more than half of the strong martial arts. Economic losses are countless. Some small countries that were already struggling to survive were even completely wiped out on this occasion. This loss alone was so huge, and if it came again and Guhan was still absent, the results could be imagined. Therefore, not only were many of the people of Dacia praying that nothing would happen to Guhan, but even the people of other countries were spontaneously praying for Guhan, and the number of times God was called out reached hundreds of millions. Rumble. In the Thunder domain, Guhan, whom the crowd prayed for, had an upright stance, with a layer of soul power armor shrouding his body, setting him off as if he were a god of war descending from the heavens, with an unparalleled aura sweeping across the entire sea area. In the sky above him, dozens of purple and gold thunder dragons roared down, and the terrifying pressure directly caused the void above Guhan's head to shatter, and the terrifying thunder might even shook the entire surface of the sea and whistled. This was already the 16th thunderbolt that Guhan had survived, and its power was almost no less than the full force of a Ghost Monarch realm powerhouse, and even Guhan felt a slight pressure. If it was an ordinary Ghost King perfection, under this strike, there was almost no possibility of survival. Even if it was a so-called heavenly pride, it would be 10 deaths without a chance of survival. Whereas Guhan, in the face of this wave of horrifying thunderbolts, didn't panic at all, and directly drove the spectral furnace, and with the power of a powerful avatar, it was able to refine this wave of thunderbolts in a raw manner. Under the tempering of the thunder, Guhan's ghostly body all became more solid, and a dull heaviness, centered on him, swept away, shaking the space in all directions as it gently trembled. Not only was it the ghost body, even Guhan's ghost power was changing, gradually moving from Ghost King level power to Ghost Monarch level power. The Ghost Monarch is comparable to the realm of Wudao Tongxian of the martial way. The realm of Wudao Tongxian is also known as the true immortal on earth, and the power of the Ghost Monarch level is the monarch of 10,000 ghosts amongst the Ghost way, and its power, which has likewise undergone a sea change, is far from being able to be compared to the existence of the Ghost King realm. Once he reached the Ghost Monarch realm, Guhan would have a very strong suppressive power over the hellish ghosts and monsters, even enough to forcibly drive some of the weaker ghosts and monsters and turn them into his own. And unless they were at the same level as Guhan, they wouldn't be able to carry Guhan's terrifying Ghost Monarch pressure at all. And if Guhan was able to reach the legendary realm of the Ghost God, then he would even be able to dominate in hell, collecting countless hellish ghosts and turning them into ghost soldiers under his command. So in Guhan's view, the ghosts and monsters of hell weren't enemies at all, but rather, they were his future henchmen. If it was a normal person, they would definitely not dare to hope for the realm of the Ghost God. But Guhan, however, had this confidence that he could reach the realm of the Ghost God. After all, he was an existence that had melted the Ghost God pillar. The Ghost God pillar is the symbol of the Ghost God, but not every Ghost God can possess the Ghost God pillar, and only the existence that possesses the Ghost God pillar can truly be called a Ghost God. The others, even if they reach the realm of the Ghost God, will not be recognized by the hellish ghosts as a Ghost God. Chapter 84, The Realm of the Ghost Monarch. It's just like the ancient dynasties. Those who have the seal of transmission or are recognized by heaven are considered true emperors, and those who aren't recognized are, at best, pseudo-emperors. Rumble. Soon, the last Thunder Tribulation, which was also the 18th Thunder Tribulation, took shape. Looking around, the entire dome of the sky was completely covered by the purple gold divine thunder. The densely packed thunder seemed like it was going to erode both heaven and earth, as if it was going to crush all the heavenly might like the heavenly river pouring down. The entire sea area rumbled and shook. The seawater within a 10,000 mile radius was hardened by the pressure of evaporation, and in the distance, endless seawater poured in, forming a fabulous wondrous scene. This wave of thunderbolt power has reached the mid-level of Ghost Monarch, even close to the late Ghost Monarch. In the thunderbolt under the Guhan, feel as if there is 100 million feet of mountains towards their own suppression of the general. The entire body of the ghosts cannot stop trembling, even for Guhan. This wave of thunderbolts had a great threat. He took a deep breath. His eyes flickered with a deep light. His hands pinched out seals one after the other, and majestic soul power surged out, forming densely packed arcane patterns between his hands. These lines, as if they were elves, fluttered and circled around Guhan's body, and a metaphysical and mysterious aura violently permeated out from him. When this aura surfaced, the entire heavens and earth shook with a loud bang. The 9 specters of Yellow Spring. A whisper that seemed to come from ancient space and time sounded out from Guhan's mouth, and in an instant, the space around him trembled crazily, and immediately afterward, under Guhan's maneuvering, the lines around him began to flutter with a certain specific pattern, and a peculiar rhythm surfaced violently. In the next instant, countless arcane inscriptions formed a star map that hovered above Guhan's head, and immediately afterward, a long grey river surged violently out of the star map. When this long river appeared, the entire heaven and earth instantly stood still, and an unspeakably cold aura swept across the entire field, causing the entire space to form countless ice crystals, and even the sea water underneath also formed a thick layer of ice crystals. The Nine Secrets Yellow Spring, one of the inherited divine abilities of the Nine Secrets Ghost Canon. Among the many inherited divine abilities, the power of the Nine Secrets Yellow Spring was definitely one of the top ones, and even today's Guhan had not yet been able to fully master this divine ability. It was able to summon a Yellow Spring shadow, using the Yellow Spring against the enemy. Under the Yellow Spring water pouring, any enemy would be completely obliterated. If Guhan would completely comprehend this Nine Sepulchre Yellow Spring avatar to the extreme, it wouldn't be summoning a shadow, it would be summoning the real Nine Sepulchre Yellow Spring, and the power at that time would be even more terrifying. After all, the Nine Ghosts of the Yellow Springs is rumored to be one of the Nine Springs of Hell, and its power is not something that mortals can resist, even if it is a real ghost or god. In the face of the Yellow Springs, they will feel awe and trembling. Bang! It didn't take long for the Yellow Spring shadow driven by Guhan to collide with the roiling purple gold divine thunder that was swooping down, and the ear-splitting roar resounded throughout the entire heaven and earth, and even from hundreds of thousands of miles away, the terrifying power of the collision could be clearly felt, like ripples of impact, with the collision as the center, swept away in all directions. All the surrounding everything is destroyed. As far as the eye can see, the entire 10,000 miles of the sky seems to have been turned into a black hole, turning into a dark nothingness. Endless nothingness of the astral wind swept out from it. The berserk force impacted on the entire sea surface, making the entire sea surface tumble, and Lu Xun and the others standing on the coastline. Even if they resisted with all their might, they were still lifted out by the terrifying impact and flew backward for tens of thousands of miles before they were able to stop down. Fresh blood spurted out violently from Lu Xun and the others. Their faces turned pale with a brush. The whole of them were in a sorry state, having suffered extremely serious internal injuries, but they only swallowed some healing potions before heading towards the coastline once again. Every single one of their faces filled with anxiety and worry. With such a terrifying collision, they were truly worried that by the time they arrived, they would never see Guhan again. Rumble! Lu Xun and the others who rushed to the coastline raised their eyes and looked, but they only saw a violent power sweeping over the sea. They could not see the scene in the center of the ferry. That terrible power. Even they did not dare to step into it easily, or else, they would surely be torn to shreds in an instant. If it wasn't for the fact that the blue star had already skyrocketed hundreds of times in terms of aura alteration and the spatial strength was far tougher than before, this collision alone would have been enough to destroy the blue star of the past. Buzz. Fortunately, Lu Xun and the others didn't have to worry for a long time. And then they saw the sky's robber clouds slowly dispersing, and the sunlight reappearing through the clouds, spilling down on the sea surface, making the tumbling sea surface flooded with layers of light. Wisps of golden light fell down from the sky, and when Lu Xun and the others fixed their eyes on it, they saw a straight figure standing above the void, and compared to the beginning, this figure had no other abnormalities except for its robes being a bit broken. Buzz. Immediately after that, the strands of golden light that sprinkled down from the dome of the sky completely wrapped Guhan up. This was the gift of the heaven and earth after crossing the thunder tribulation, belonging to the power of the heaven and earth. And these majestic powers of the heaven and earth were transforming Guhan's ghostly body, making Guhan's foundation and even his ghostly body become more and more majestic and strong. The more terrifying the thunder tribulation, the more heaven and earth gifts one receives after crossing it, and the more heaven and earth gifts one receives, the potential and even the strength of the person who crosses the tribulation will be transformed into something even more terrifying. Therefore, the heavenly pride would only get stronger and stronger, while the mediocre would get more and more mediocre. Of course, if they couldn't survive the thunderbolt, it would be a different scene. Boom! I don't know how long it had passed, but the golden light that shrouded Guhan's body slowly dispersed, and immediately after, an incomparably powerful breath violently swept out from Guhan's body, so vast that it shook the entire heaven and earth. The sea, which was gradually calming down, once again surged under the influence of this aura. Mid-Ghost Ruler. Feeling the majestic power within his body, Guhan couldn't even help but reveal a satisfied expression. At this moment, he felt incomparably powerful, and even had the feeling of being invincible, far from the previous Ghost King perfection self. with his current strength, even if he hadn't fully grasped the subtleties of the mid-Ghost Sovereign stage yet, just a casual wave of his hand was not something that his previous Ghost King consummate self could withstand. Most of all, Guhan's foundation was incomparably consolidated, and even though his cultivation was only in the middle stage of Ghost Monarch, his true strength was comparable to that of an ordinary peak Ghost Monarch powerhouse. After all, other Ghost Ruler powerhouses didn't have his terrifying inherited divine abilities, and with the power of the inherited divine abilities that he had mastered, any one of them was enough to become an unusual Ghost Ruler powerhouse's base card. Chapter 85, The Sea of Life. Dasha Extraordinary Bureau official website. Congratulations to Bureau Gu for successfully breaking through the realm. Dasha Central's official website. Congratulations to Director Guhan for successfully breaking the boundary. At this moment, the entire Dasha network platform was screened by this one news. Countless Dasha citizens ran around and cheered. The entire Dasha network was overflowing with joy, and the dome of the sky in Dasha territory was almost all covered with fireworks. The sound of fireworks and firecrackers resounded throughout the entire Dasha territory, stretching on for hours. At the same time, officials from various countries have issued news celebrating the occasion. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Mao Xiong Kingdom. Congratulations to Mr. Gu for successfully breaking the boundary. This is a great step forward in the history of human martial arts, and in the decades and even centuries to come, people will follow in Mr. Gu's footsteps and explore the wonders of martial arts. Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Pretty Country. Congratulations to Mr. Gu for successfully breaking the boundary. Mr. Gu's feat can be called the god of Eastern martial arts. However, almost all of the countries that still survived had sent congratulatory messages. Not to say all of them, but at least more than half of the Blue Star human race were elated by Guhan's breakthrough. If it was before, perhaps the countries would still be a little mindful, but after seeing the strength of Disya's martial arts as well as the benefits gained after the establishment of the Blue Star Federation, the originally scattered Blue Star countries had already twisted into a rope and worked together to deal with the exotic beings. Thus, they naturally hoped that Guhan and even Dasha would become stronger and stronger, because only then would they become more and more secure. While celebrating, the crowd's thirst for martial arts strength was also getting stronger. Countries such as the Pretty Country were incredibly eager to catch up with the Grand Xia, even if they failed to produce a supreme powerhouse such as Guhan. At least on average, they wanted to be close to the Grand Xia. The people of Disya, likewise, wanted to catch up with Guhan, but what they were doing was not wanting Guhan to be under so much pressure, especially the strongest members of the military, who, after celebrating for a few days, had fallen into seclusion, utilizing the huge resources they had seized this time to frantically enhance their martial arts cultivation. The phrase "as long as you can't die from practicing, practice to the death" had a super high level of heat on the internet, almost second only to the news of Guhan breaking the boundary. Meanwhile, Guhan, who had returned to the Dasha Specialized Bureau, was checking out the changes in his body. Breaking through the Ghost Ruler could not just be a change in strength. It was almost a metamorphosis of his entire body. His ghost body was completely solidified under the tempering of the Thunderbolt, transforming into the body of a Ghost Ruler, and it would be difficult for an idle divine ability to destroy his ghost body again. On top of that, his ghost power had also become more pure and majestic. If the ghost power of his Ghost King realm was compared to 1, then, at this moment, the ghost power of his mid-range Ghost Ruler was 100, both in terms of quality and quantity, far more than before. Most notably, Guhan's sense of the Ghost Dao had not fallen behind, and even far exceeded that of an unusual mid-range Ghost Ruler, and on top of that, the inheritance in the Ghost God Pillar had once again been unlocked. This time, he had gotten the entire 5 major inherited divine abilities from the Ghost God Pillar, and what surprised Guhan the most was that this Ghost God Pillar had given him a talent. No, to be precise, it was this talent that was inscribed on the Ghost God Pillar, and since he was a fusion of the Ghost God Pillar, he was able to utilize this talent. This gift is called the Chakra of the Past Life. Once this talent was used, it could drive the souls of the beings it killed and send them into the sea of past lives, and then extract the cultivation insights of their lives based on their memories of their past lives, and its soul, as a result, will be completely obliterated. In other words, with this talent, Guhan would not even need to perceive the mysteries of the realm on his own from now on. As long as he beheaded a Ghost Dao powerhouse, he would be able to utilize the power of the Sea of Past Lives chakra to turn his lifelong cultivation perceptions to his own use. One is not as good as one's own personal enlightenment, but if the lifetime cultivation enlightenment of 10 or 100 strong people of the same realm were fused together, the effect would be incomparably amazing. For example, if Guhan's current cultivation in the middle stage of Ghost Monarch, if he were to kill 10 strong people in the middle stage of Ghost Monarch, and then utilize the Sea of Past Lives will to draw on their lifelong cultivation senses, Guhan's mastery of this realm of the middle stage of Ghost Monarch would be far greater than that of any other strong people of the same realm, and when looking at the entire hell, there would be no ghosts or monsters that could be on par with them. If he could luckily kill a Ghost Emperor powerhouse above the Ghost Monarch, then Guhan would no longer have any bottlenecks until he broke through to the Ghost Emperor. This talent, which didn't seem to add any substantial battle power, brought Guhan far more help than directly allowing him to ascend a realm. It was no exaggeration to say that this talent alone was enough to create an incomparably demonic Ghost Dao powerhouse. Guhan knew that this Ghost God pillar was mysterious and powerful, but he didn't expect that there was such a terrifying talent. Even with Guhan's heart, he was thrilled. Originally, after reaching the Ghost Monarch realm, it was as difficult as hell for him to raise his cultivation. After all, at this point, it wasn't mere Ghost Chi that could raise his cultivation, but rather, he needed to have enough sense of the Ghost Dao in order to break through the bottleneck. However, with this talent, as long as he killed enough enemies and his cultivation realm was strong enough, he could continue to rapidly increase his cultivation. The only somewhat flawed aspect of this talent was that he had to kill an existence of the same cultivation path, which meant that Guhan had to kill a strong person of the Ghost Dao level in order to allow him to gain some enlightenment on the path of the Ghost Dao. If one were to behead other beings that cultivated the way, at most, one could only learn from one or two of them, rather than being able to directly use them to comprehend and use them. But all in all, the talent was absolutely unbelievable. Originally, Guhan was still worried because this otherworldly being was gradually exceeding his control, but now that he had this gift, he only hoped that more Ghost Monarch realm powerhouses would descend on him, allowing him to rapidly raise his cultivation. As long as his cultivation level rose fast enough, he would not be afraid in the slightest even if there was a massive invasion of exotic beings. After suppressing his excitement, Guhan sat down on his knees, quietly sensing the subtleties of the Ghost Monarch realm. His foundation was majestic and unrivaled, but stepping into the Ghost Monarch realm for the first time, Guhan was still unable to control the power of the Ghost Monarch realm to the point of perfection. Thus, at this time, Guhan's battle power had not yet reached its peak, and when he had thoroughly comprehended the subtleties of the Ghost Ruler and was able to fully utilize the power of the Ghost Ruler realm, then his battle power would truly reach its peak state. Buzz. Wisps of soul power surrounded Guhan's body, just like an elf. And even though Guhan deliberately suppressed it, it still made the void around Guhan distort in a manner visible to the naked eye. Reaching the realm of Ghost Monarch, one has been able to transcend beyond heaven and earth and travel among the stars, and his lifespan has theoretically reached eternity, which is why the realm of Wudao Tongxian is called the true immortal on earth. The so-called picking the stars and taking the moon was the embodiment of the power of this realm. With such a powerful force, it was naturally not that easy to master it. Chapter 86, The Darkest Hour arrives. In an instant, 3 months had passed. Within these 3 months, the entire Blue Star was unusually calm. Most people were immersed in martial arts cultivation. Even the movement on the internet was much smaller. Those bloggers didn't even update their videos anymore. And there were no fans to urge for more updates. Everyone was busy improving their martial arts cultivation. As for the Daxiao warrior army, these 3 months were 3 months of transformation. The large-scale invasion war 3 months ago had allowed Daxia to seize a huge amount of demonic materials. Even the demonic king level demonic materials had 4 of them. Of these 4 demonic king demonic materials, 2 of them were used by Guhan to temper his own zombie body, and the remaining 2, as well as the other demonic materials above the Yuan Gang realm, were used to supply the warrior army with cultivation. Even if there were an entire 300,000 battle martial troops, the power contained in these demonic materials was still incomparably huge for those battle martial troops, and it was even far beyond what they could absorb. In order to be able to absorb the power contained in these demonic materials, within these 3 months, every single battle martial army had received extremely harsh training. Even those who were strong in the sovereign realm were no exception. Even so, these battle martial army were cultivating under the pressure of Guhan's might, and Guhan's powerful pressure was like a giant hammer, constantly pounding their bodies so that they could adapt to that majestic power and absorb it more quickly. It was grueling as hell, but the results were extremely impressive. Within these 3 months, the number of Zongshi level experts alone had increased by nearly 100, and those dozens of Zongshi level experts who were the first to be promoted had already reached the late stage of Zongshi, and were just 1 step away from the peak of Zongshi. On top of that, the Yuan Gang realm level powerhouses had also added thousands, plus the original. Now the Yuan Gang realm powerhouses possessed by the warrior military army had reached as many as tens of thousands, and most of the rest of the warrior military army had arrived at the true strength, with more than half of the warrior military army having reached the peak of the true strength. Compared to 3 months ago, the strength of the entire battle martial army had more than doubled dozens of times. Of course, without Guhan, a mid-range ghost monarch powerhouse, personally sitting in on the situation. It would have been impossible for them to absorb that massive power, and even if they were forced to do so, they wouldn't have been able to fully utilize it, and they would have lost at least 70% of their power. In addition to the battle martial army, all the other armies of the Grand Xia had also been enhanced, including the Grand Xia Ghost Army formed by Guhan, which had also been strengthened a lot, and had been completely molded, and could already be truly pulled out to collide with the hellish ghosts and monsters of a strong army. After all, in those 7 invasion battles 3 months ago, these great Xia ghost armies, however, had absorbed a massive amount of dead qi, and with this majestic dead qi, the cultivation of every great Xia ghost army had risen by at least 2 to 3 small realms. Among them, the most crucial was naturally the Ghost Dao technique given to them by Guhan. Without this technique, even with a large amount of dead qi, they wouldn't be able to break through their cultivation so quickly. For a while, all the warrior martial army and even the Dixia military people were immersed in the joy of their cultivation breakthroughs, including the Dixia folk. This was because Dixia did not supply all of the seized resources to the military, but instead flowed out a portion of them so that Dixia's subjects could also use them to enhance their cultivation. Of course, not much of the portion that flowed out was basically to be exchanged by battle merit, and those hunting squads that had been on the battlefield and helped fight the alien beings were undoubtedly the ones that had the most battle merit, so it was these people that benefited from this time as well. Aside from Daxia, the other countries had similarly improved significantly during these 3 months, and although they had paid a portion of their harvest due to the Federation's support, what was left was enough to upgrade a portion of their military personnel. Rumble. On this day, a dull roar abruptly exploded above the sky dome, and immediately afterward, vortex after vortex appeared, just like the spirit cave that appeared before. But it was clear that these vortexes were not spirit caves, even if the concentration of aura in the entire blue planet had risen due to the appearance of these vortexes. On the roof of the Daxia Specialized Bureau, Guhan stood with Lu Jin and several other Daxia Specialized Bureau executives with their arms folded, looking up at the vortex in the sky, their faces heavy. Guhan's face was even harder to see. Among those present, perhaps he was the only one who knew the true meaning of what these vortices represented. Is this another big invasion of foreigners? Lu Jin, who was on the side, couldn't help but murmur. No, this is a spatial passage opened up after the worlds collided completely, and a symbol of the true descent of the foreign races. Guhan explained, his gaze deadpan on the vortex above him. These spatial passages, compared to the previous life, were a full 30 years earlier. The opening of these spatial passages meant that the 3 major worlds, Highland, Hell, and Wonderland, had completely bordered the Blue Star, and he all wanted to devour the Blue Star for the purpose of upgrading their own world's realms. Thus, this was no longer a war between races, but a war between worlds, and the world will of those 3 worlds would drive the races in his worlds to invade Blue Star in a big way, and the entire Blue Star human race was completely ushered into a dark moment. Although there had been foreign beings descending before, they were all unorganized and undisciplined, basically accidentally breaking into the space passage and descending on Blue Star, including the large-scale invasion war 3 months ago. It's just that it's gone from being an individual that came down by accident to a whole colony. But now, it was all the races within the 3 major worlds that would strike at Blue Star. Those were 3 cultivation worlds that had been thoroughly mature and even developed for an unknown amount of time. What powerful races and even strong people lurked within them, even Guhan didn't know. In the previous life of the Blue Star, after decades of development, the martial arts had been quite brilliant, and there were even quite a number of martial arts supremacies at the level of the Shattered Void Realm. But after the descent of this spatial passageway, but only for a few years, the achievements that the Blue Star human race had spent decades to achieve had been directly collapsed. I don't know how many top martial arts masters of the Shattered Hollow Realm died tragically in the hands of the powers of the foreign domains, while the power unleashed by those 3 worlds was just less than 10%, and even those top races didn't put up a fight at all. Just some racial powerhouses with strengths at the middle and lower levels struck out, causing the Blue Star human race, which had developed martial arts for decades in its previous life, to completely collapse. Even Guhan, who had already reached the middle stage of Ghost Monarch, was unusually heavy-hearted at the moment, and was even spared pessimism. He didn't even know if a Ghost Sovereign Realm existence could be called strong in those 3 worlds or not. Even in his previous life, the Blue Star human race still didn't know much about those 3 great worlds. What they had learned was only from the mouths of some of the foreign domain beings that they had decapitated, and those foreign domain beings, it was impossible for them to have knowledge of those top existences. Chapter 87, The Ice Throne. Lu Jin and other senior officers of the Daxia Bureau of Specialization beside Guhan heard Guhan's words and their hearts became even heavier. They could all feel the gravity in Guhan's words. With Guhan's strength nowadays, they all felt the pressure on this. not to mention them. What's going on? Is it hard to believe that there's another big invasion of foreign races? At Dasha's special agency, the internet, likewise, was abuzz with the change in the dome of the sky, and everyone was asking questions, wanting to know the truth behind the change. Not only Dasha, the netizens of other countries were also inquiring curiously, but they were only inquiring. Not many of them showed their worries, because from all the past events, even when the foreigners invaded in a big way, the countries were able to solve the problem perfectly, and even though they had a lot of losses, they hadn't affected the whole country in the end. Even more, people felt that the descent of the foreign races was beneficial because every time the foreign races invaded in a big way, their martial arts cultivation could be raised as a result. As a matter of fact, apart from Dasha, the officials of the rest of the countries, who did not understand the truth behind that vortex, had called Dasha to ask for clarification. In this regard, Dasha also did not hide, very directly told these countries, the meaning behind these vortexes appeared on the dome of the sky, and the officials of the countries who learned the news, also have tensed up. The whole mood is unusually heavy. Boom! The next moment, a sound like a muffled thunderous explosion, violently exploded in the sky and the earth. Immediately after, the vortex on the dome of the sky completely disappeared without a trace, as if it had never appeared, and the original change of the wind and clouds, but also returned to the calm. If it wasn't for the sudden surge in aura concentration, people would have even thought that what had just happened was merely an illusion on their part. You guys arrange for each defense line to be on alert. I'm going to go scout around. After leaving these words, Guhan disappeared without a trace. He knows very well, those vortex disappears, does not mean that this matter is understood, but means that the three worlds of the alien race has already descended to the blue star above. Only do not know for what reason. These foreigners did not descend in the blue star human territories, but descended in the deserted continent, or has been extinct on the territory of the country. The Arctic lands. The cold wind whistled, and as far as the eye could see, it was like a pure white world, with a magnificent iceberg rising straight up into the sky, and compared to the previous blue star Arctic, the land of the North Pole was undoubtedly even more grandiose and icy cold at this moment. It is the unusual martial arts cultivator. Stepping into this Arctic land, it is difficult to survive. That unbearable ice cold, blood chi insufficient people. I am afraid that it does not take long, will be frozen into an ice sculpture. But today, this land where very few people set foot in the North Pole had descended a dense number of living beings, and in the valley surrounded by several icebergs, a figure appeared out of thin air. Their height was as tall as 3 zhang. Their bodies were covered with snow-white hair, blending in with the surrounding scenery, and that pair of deep eyes, presenting an azure blue color, with a wisp of ice lines in the center of their brows, 10,000 miles above the sky. Guhan stood in the air, looking down at the densely packed figures below, his brows knitting lightly. This race he knew. It was a demon race of the plateau named Cold Ice Sacred Bear. This demon race was extremely strong. In the middle of the plateau, it was also able to rank. The Cold Ice Sacred Bear clansmen with a high enough pedigree were even able to give birth to a kind of talent called Cold Ice Seat. This demon race can be said to be born to defend the ice. It then have the gift of Cold Ice Seat. Its strength is very horrible. Idle the same realm. It is difficult to fight. Rumor has it that this race was once born with the talent Cold Ice Throne. And the existence of this talent is the natural king of the Cold Ice Sacred Bear clan, whose ability to defend the ice is so powerful that it is difficult for anyone in the world to compete with it. The reason why Guhan knew about this race was because in the blue star of his previous life, there had been a demon of the Ice Sacred Bear clan who possessed the gift of the Ice Throne, but with a single wave of his hand, he had directly frozen a country, and had been referred to as a cold ice calamity by the humans of the blue star of his previous life. Luckily, among the current powerhouses of the Cold Ice Sacred Bear clan that had descended, there was not that demon that had once appeared in his previous life, because those strongest of the Cold Ice Sacred Bear clan underneath were only peak demon monarchs, whereas that Cold Ice calamity of that year was already a terrifying expert at the demon emperor level when he appeared. Of course, this didn't mean that those from the Cold Ice Sacred Bear clan that descended were weak. On the contrary, these Cold Ice Sacred Bear clan existences that descended to the blue star were all very, very strong. Demon monarch level powerhouses alone. Under Guhan's perception, there were 5 of them, and there were even dozens at the demon king level, and even the weakest ones in terms of cultivation were all great demons above the level of true strength. Although the overall number was small, but with this quality, it was enough to sweep away any country on the blue planet other than Great Xia, and even Great Xia could just barely defend itself. Although Guhan asked himself about his strong battle power, a peak demon monarch was barely able to hold him back, and the rest of those people, even the current Daxia, couldn't deal with them. Out of caution, Guhan didn't stay much longer, and after probing the strength of the Cold Ice Sacred Bear Clan, he left straight away, and when he reappeared, he was already at the other end of the Arctic lands. Here, a vast plain of ice and snow had likewise descended upon a group of foreigners, the Snowy Night Demon Wolf Clan. Looking at the foreigners below, the heaviness on Guhan's face deepened a bit. The Snowy Night Demon Wolf Clan was likewise a demon race of the plateau, and like the Cold Ice Sacred Bear Clan, it was born close to ice, but compared to the Cold Ice Sacred Bear Clan, the Snowy Night Demon Wolf Clan wasn't as powerful. Its strongest person was just the late stage of the Demon Monarch, and there were only 3 experts at the Demon Monarch level, but the Demon Kings and even Demon Zones and the like were much more than the Cold Ice Sacred Bear Clan. Most of all, the Snowy Night Demon Wolf Clan was murderous and aggressive. Compared to the Cold Ice Sacred Bear Clan, the harm that this Snowy Night Demon Wolf Clan could bring to Blue Star was definitely greater. Guhan couldn't even help but want to directly strike out and completely strangle this Snowy Night Demon Wolf Clan in the cradle. But after thinking about it, Guhan gave up again, because he wasn't sure that he could quickly kill those 3 demon ruler powerhouses of the Snowy Night Demon Wolf Clan. And once the battle stalemate continued, it would definitely cause other demon rulers from other demon clans to come, and at that time, even Guhan didn't have the confidence that he would be able to escape in one piece. Although the world will of those 3 worlds drove these races to descend to Blue Star, but between the living beings of these 3 worlds, there was likewise no peace, and there were also contradictions. So if he made a big deal out of it, he would only provoke the strong people descending from the 3 worlds to make a concerted effort to cut him down first. At that time, even if Guhan was as strong as he was, it would be impossible for him to block the siege of many demon monarch powerhouses. After suppressing his thoughts of dealing with the Snowy Night Demon Wolf race, Guhan observed for a while longer before leaving directly to continue on to the next place to explore. Chapter 88, The 5 Spirits of the Gods. The whole week, Guhan stepped all over the Blue Star. Will descend on the Blue Star of the strength of all the foreigners to probe clearly. Seemingly simple, but in fact, it is also thrilling and dangerous. Guhan has a number of times, have almost been found. If not, the ghost of the divine column of the art of concealment is excellent. He is afraid that he will not be able to come back. It was thrilling, but it was all worth it. Guhan, who had returned to the Grand Xia Special Exotic Bureau, then immediately listed out the exotic races he had scouted. The Arctic land, there are a total of 3 major demonic clans, divided into the Cold Ice Sacred Bear Clan, the Snowy Night Demon Wolf Clan, and the Xian Ice Snake Clan, of which the Cold Ice Sacred Bear Clan's overall strength is the strongest, with the strongest individual cultivation reaching the peak of the Demon Monarch. The South Pole land, there are 2 major demonic clans, the Ice Phenomenon Luan Clan and the Barbarian Spirit Ice Demon Clan, of which the Ice Phenomenon Luan Clan is the strongest. For the rest of the continents, a total of 13 demon races, 14 hell ghost races, and 3 evil races descended, all with similar strength. Their locations are at this document, which was communicated to the Blue Star Federation by the Daxia Specialized Bureau, was then communicated by the Blue Star Federation to the officials of various countries, and after receiving this information, the countries began to make intense preparations. Among them, the most alarmed ones were the several countries closer to the land where the foreigners descended. Almost all of them requested for assistance like the Blue Star Federation. As a matter of fact, Guhan didn't fully understand the foreign races that had descended, and the reason why he was able to make this list was because whenever he encountered a foreign race that he didn't understand when he was scouting, he would surreptitiously capture a strong person from that race, and then learn about it clearly through his mouth. Those demons and ghosts, Guhan is not very worried, because they themselves have conflicts. As long as the operation is done properly, it is possible to drive away the wolves and swallow the tigers. After all, in the eyes of these foreign races, the Blue Star human race was almost like fish and meat on a board that could be taken at will, and those powerful otherworldly foreign races were their only competitors. What really made Guhan feel grave was those 3 major evil races. He had almost been discovered when he captured those 3 major evil race powerhouses, and after capturing them, it had taken a lot of effort to get those evil race powerhouses to open their mouths and introduce information about their races. Those 3 major evil clans were the Chi Meditation Demon, the Chaotic Spirit Legend, and the Evil Withered Bone. On the surface, these were the 3 great evil clans, with a complete hierarchy as well as a division of strength levels and so on. But these 3 great evil clans were actually created by 3 strange realm evil spirits, and their purpose of creating these 3 great evil races was to kill boredom and use these 3 great evil races to attack each other for fun. Not only that, the evil races in the Wonderland are basically made by powerful evil spirits. In the Wonderland, the powerful evil spirits will not have a race at all, because they are extremely powerful and special beings. They simply can't give birth to offspring. Even if they are fortunate enough to be born, they will be directly devoured and refined by them to enhance their own strength. In the Qi realm, the offspring were not used to pass on the family name at all, but were used to devour and refine. And for those evil spirits, the offspring that was born was a rare and precious treasure. So the evil spirits tried desperately to give birth. But those who could give birth were few and far between. And those who gave birth and survived were even more rare. Such bizarre and evil beings. Just listening to them, Guhan couldn't help but get chills. And he was even more worried that if he moved these three evil clans, would it draw out the three evil spirits behind these three evil clans? An existence that could casually create an evil race to have fun with was so strong that it wasn't something Guhan could even imagine. Even with Guhan's current strength, he couldn't help but feel worried about Blue Star's situation. He vaguely remembered that in his previous life's Blue Star, even when the worlds collided, not so many foreign races had appeared, and even at the beginning, there were no evil races from the strange realm. Could it be that it was because the Blue Star of this world, as a whole, had become stronger, and that was why more foreign races had descended from the three worlds? Knock knock. While Guhan was worried, a knock sounded on the door, and immediately after, Luzhin pushed his way in and said with an excited look on his face, "Director, news has come from the research department that the thing you ordered to be manufactured earlier has been completed. Oh, check it out." At those words, Guhan's complexion shook as he hurriedly got up, striding towards the research department. As early as a year ago, Guhan had instructed the Ministry of Scientific Research to do all it could to research and manufacture something, and that something was the formation flags for arranging formations. Originally, even with the information provided by Guhan, the Scientific Research Department did not make any progress because there was simply no material that could create a formation flag. And it wasn't until after he had killed the ancient savage Demon King that the Scientific Research Department had some clue. And with the Demon King's bone, they started to research and even create a formation flag. Guhan had thought that he would have to wait for a long time, but he didn't expect that the research department would be so forceful that it would be manufactured so soon. Formations together, seemingly parochial, but for a power, it was extremely important. And as far as Guhan knew, the clanlands of the powerful races in the plateau as well as in the region were all guarded by powerful formations. In the previous generation of the Great Xia, there had been a desperate study of formations, wanting to use the power of formations to guard the entire Great Xia realm and alleviate the pressure on the Great Xia powerhouses. Through some ancient legendary texts as well as a growing understanding of the two worlds of the Highlands and even Hell, the last Great Summer managed to research a formation that was named the Five-Spirit Royal God Formation. The so-called Five-Spirit Divine Defense Formation was a powerful formation formed with the five sacred beasts of the Central Kirin, the Eastern Blue Dragon, the Western White Tiger, the Southern Vermilion Bird, and the Northern Xuanwu, in conjunction with the power of the five elements. However, although the Xia of the previous life had researched this formation, it had not been able to set it up successfully because it had been destroyed by the foreigners. And the reason why Guhan knew about it was because at that time, he, who had already attained the martial refining god, had been dragged into the Guardian Squad that was guarding the construction of the East Qinglong formation bit. Since his rebirth, Guhan had not wanted to study this five-spirit Imperial God formation at all times. But unfortunately, he knew nothing about formations, so he could only inform the scientists in the Scientific Research Department of the Daxia Extraordinary Bureau of everything he knew, so that they could study this formation and try to build it. Soon, Guhan arrived in the underground base of the Ministry of Scientific Research, and at that moment, the Minister of Scientific Research, who was also the former president of the Grand Xia Academy of Sciences, Chen Xishuan, introduced Guhan while leading him to the place where the array flags were stored. "Director, this is the formation flag that we created in accordance with the information you provided, and its materials, all of which are made from Demon King skeletons, and even the inscribed formation patterns are inscribed with Demon King blood." The sound coming from his ears no longer attracted Guhan. At this time, his entire mind was attracted by those array flags in the warehouse, and a sourness inexplicably emerged in his heart. Looking at those formation flags that were nearly the same as those in his previous life, he remembered his compatriots who had fought to the death to guard them in his previous life. Chapter 89, Formation Power. The place where Guhan and the others were located was the warehouse of the research department of the Daxia Extraordinary Bureau, and what was placed here were basically brand new technological products developed by the research department. And there were all kinds of technological products. And this warehouse, even in the Daxia Special Exception Bureau, belonged to the top secret. And no one was qualified to set foot in here except for the Minister of Scientific Research as well as Guhan and a few other high-ranking members of the Daxia Special Exception Bureau. At this moment, standing in the depths of this warehouse, Guhan turned a blind eye to the technological products around him, his gaze fixed on that one majestic formation flag. These formation flags, each of which was more than 10 meters tall, had flags as large as a piece of canopy. "Director, The flagpoles of these formation flags are made from Demon King bones ground into powder while being poured. And as for the flags, they are made from Demon King skin sanded and polished and then refined. Chen Shixuan, the head of the scientific research department at the side, introduced Gu Han rather proudly. Refining these formation flags was not only a great progress for his scientific research department, but also a great progress for the entire Dixia martial arts, which represented that the Dixia martial arts would be diversified and Dixia's weapons would be diversified as well. They had even begun researching, inscribing formations onto the Gatling in an attempt to create an infinite Gatling that would never be damaged and never go out. And once they succeeded, they would be able to increase the safety of the military personnel, even if they were lacking in power. Even if the power of the formation could be unleashed with a Gatling, the lethality that could be inflicted would be absolutely terrifying. And just thinking about it would make the scientists in the research department so excited that they couldn't sleep. Listening to Chen Shixuan's introduction, Gu Han nodded gently as he looked at the dark red array flags covered in dense patterns and asked in a condensed voice, "Has it been tested? How is the power?" Although he did not know anything about formations, he had also learned about them in detail back then, and naturally knew about the arrangement of the 5-Spirit Royal Divine Formation afterward. And after handing over the research project of the 5-Spirit Royal Divine Formation to the Ministry of Scientific Research, he naturally informed the method of laying down the formations along with it. These flags, although they looked powerful, but if they could not be successfully arranged, or had very little power, it would not be of much use. Moreover, Gu Han had once seen the 5-Spirit Royal God Formation flags in his previous life, which were much more grandiose than these flags in front of him. In the previous life, the 5-Spirit Imperial God Formation flags could all be built from Demon Emperor level materials, and even added quite a few Emperor level rare ores, and once successfully set up, it could even block a Demon Emperor level powerhouse from attacking with full force for several days. If there was a hollow shattering realm powerhouse in the main formation, they could even easily hunt and kill Demon Emperor level powerhouses, and below Demon Emperor, they could kill as many as they came. It's already been tested. A strong person at the Zhongshi level who steps into the formation will surely die. King Realm level, it can't be determined since there's no reference, but judging from the data, even if a King Realm powerhouse enters the formation, he definitely won't be able to do well. Chen Shixuan carefully opened his mouth. He knew that the time had come for the real test of this 5-Spirit Royal Divine Formation. Whether this research project was successful or not depended on whether the director was satisfied. Set it up right here and I'll feel it for myself. Gu Han nodded gently, and after a slight pause, he spoke. Without personally experiencing the power of this formation, Gu Han was really uneasy, because this formation was something he intended to put in place in all the base cities of Dixia, so that this terrifying formation developed by Dixia in the previous life would become the guarding formation of Dixia in the present life, and protect the people of Dixia in the present life. Upon hearing this, Chen Shixuan didn't dare to be slow, and even more so, he didn't dare to stop it, so he hurriedly stepped forward to take the formation flag and began to set it up. Kidding aside, with how powerful Gu Bureau is, how could this formation possibly hurt Gu Bureau? I'm afraid that Gu could easily crush this formation, right? While Chen Shixuan was setting up the formation with a few of the higher-ups of the research department, Gu Han looked at Lu Jun, who was at the side, and said in a deep voice, "You go and find out, and you'll be the one to lead the formation." Don't look at Lu Jun, who was busy with the affairs of the Daxia Special Bureau all day long, but his martial arts cultivation didn't fall behind at all. After all, with his status, it was impossible for him to be short of cultivation resources, and he could even get guidance from Gu Han, the one powerhouse of the Blue Star, from time to time. Because of this, Lu Jun's cultivation has also reached the late stage of the Sect Master, and is only one step away from the peak of the martial arts Sect Master. With such a strong person in the town, if this 5-Spirit Royal God Formation really has the power that Chen Shixuan said, I'm afraid that it is difficult for even the Demon King level powerhouses to break through the formation. Yes, Lu Jun nodded and responded, and then walked towards Chen Shixuan and the others, watching the formation of Chen Shixuan and the others while learning about the method of casting the formation from their mouths. Soon, Chen Shixuan and the others set up the formation, thanks to the fact that this warehouse was big enough. Otherwise, it really couldn't accommodate this formation. As Lu Jun took a deep breath, his hands quickly pinched the seal, and the majestic chi and blood violently erupted from his body, encircling between his hands. Buzz! In an instant, under Lu Jun's manipulation, the majestic blood chi immediately condensed into strands of arcane inscriptions, but in a short time, the blood-colored inscriptions were already densely packed, and with the appearance of these blood-colored inscriptions, the 5 major formation flags also began to tremble continuously, and the moment the blood-colored inscriptions were integrated into the 5 major formation flags, 5 pillars of light immediately shot out from above the formation flags, just like a vast 5-pointed star. Immediately afterward, these 5 pillars of light spread outward, and then formed a vast array space, completely enveloping that part of the world. Boom! With the appearance of this formation space, a strong aura immediately burst out from within the formation space, shaking the entire warehouse space, and even the void distorted with a gesture visible to the naked eye. But with Guhan's wave of his hand, the commotion stopped. From the aura alone, this formation was already not weak to an ordinary King Realm powerhouse, but in order to truly know its power, one needed to enter the formation in person. So Guhan no longer hesitated, and with a single step, he stepped into the formation. Do your best and launch yourself at me. After speaking towards Lu Jin in the formation, Guhan waited quietly. Boom! At the same time, Lu Jin, who had received the order, did not have any hesitation, and frantically exploded his own power, almost pouring his whole body into the formation. And the might emitted by the formation that had been supplemented by Lu Jin's power became more and more terrifying, as if there was some great terrifying existence that was about to coalesce. Roar! Suddenly, 5 ear-splitting roars resounded violently in the formation space, as if they were thunderbolts, and immediately afterward, 5 huge figures emerged in the formation space, their powerful might transmitting unbridled. Chapter 90, Making an Example of Someone. These 5 figures, it is the great summer myths and legends of the 5 great sacred beasts. Of course, only by this formation cohesion out, only has its shape but not its power. Pressure cannot be compared to the real sacred beasts, but look at the power is quite intimidating. Roar! Immediately after that, under Lu Jin's manipulation, the shadows of the 5 great holy beasts roared as they charged towards Guhan in the center of the formation, a horrifying tide of power crushing down like a terrifying wave. Even with Guhan's stature, surrounded by these 5 holy beasts' shadows, he was like a mole cricket in a storm. But in the next moment, as Guhan reached out and caressed his hand, a terrifying soul force instantly diffused out from his palm. The 5 great sacred beasts' shadows that came running at them crumbled apart inch by inch before they even touched Guhan, turning into bits of light that dissipated into the space of the formation, and the entire formation completely collapsed as a result. But Lu Jin, who was the main arrayer, was injured by the backlash of the array's collapse, and violently sprayed out a mouthful of blood. His face slightly whitened, but fortunately, Guhan had collected his force, and this backlash, which was not very serious, could be carried off completely with Lu Jin's strength. After lifting his hand and swinging out a wave of soul power to heal the injuries Lu Jin had sustained, Guhan nodded and spoke with satisfaction. Not bad. The main formation by the martial arts patriarch is already able to exert the might of the King Realm, and it will be difficult for anyone below the middle stage of the King Realm to break free after stepping into it. Upon hearing Guhan's words, Chen Shixuan, the Minister of Scientific Research, as well as a few of the higher-ups of the Scientific Research Department, all let out a sigh of relief, and joy crept up on all their faces. Being able to receive Guhan's approval meant that this research project was a complete success, and their hard work over these past few days had not been in vain. The next moment, Guhan looked at Chen Shixuan and asked in a deep voice, "Can you do the overlap?" What Guhan was really interested in was the 5-spirit royal divine formation after overlapping, not a single 5-spirit royal divine formation. This formation, which was a horrible formation that the scientists and even martial arts powerhouses of the previous Great Xia had spent endless efforts to research, could not be so simple. The entire formation, in total, had 2 modes. One was a single 5-spirit royal god formation laid down with 5 formation flags. This mode was suitable for small-scale battles, and was even suitable for martial arts cultivators to carry and use. The other type was the overlapping 5-spirit royal god formation laid down by 45 formation flags, a pattern that was used to cope with large-scale battles as well as for guarding large cities. In addition to these 2 modes, there was another ultimate mode, which was the 5 elements and 5 spirits divine defense formation. Only that with Xia's current ability, it was unable to accomplish this ultimate mode, and it would already be very good if it could reach the second overlapping mode. The ultimate mode 5 elements 5 spirits royal divine formation had an extremely strict manufacturing method, with the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth corresponding to the 5 sacred beasts, and each line had 981 formation flags, and these 981 formation flags had to be made from the corresponding materials. For example, if you have a gold line, you need to make it with metallic materials. If you have a fire line, you need to make it with materials with fire attributes. The 5 elemental materials alone were not something that the current Xia could collect. Not to mention, the inscription of the formation pattern of the 5 elements 5-spirit royal god formation was much more complicated than a single 5-spirit royal god formation. And with the degree that the Ministry of Science and Research had grasped at the present time, it would not be able to inscribe it at all. In the previous life of the Great Xia, it successfully created the 5 elements of the 5 spirits to defend the god array, and then wanted to use the 5 elements of the 5 spirits to defend the god array to cover the entire territory of the Great Xia, so as to protect the people of the Great Xia, but due to the leakage of information, resulting in a number of foreign tribes to commit crimes, so that this array ultimately could not be completed. What Guhan wished for the most was to be able to reproduce the 5 elements 5 spirits royal divine formation of his previous life, and then use the 5 elements 5 spirits royal divine formation to guard the entire Grand Xia, so that even if many foreign races came to commit crimes, they would be able to be blocked by virtue of this powerful formation. It can be set up, but its power is unknown. The minimum cultivation standard for the main arrayer who overlaps the 5-spirit imperial god formation requires the king realm level. Hearing Guhan's inquiry, Chen Qixuan nodded and spoke. Regarding this, Chen Qixuan was not the least bit flustered, as this was not a problem for their research department. As long as the 5-spirit imperial god formation was determined to meet the standard, then they were the ones who had the credit. Guhan nodded gently and asked again, how many formation flags can be overlapped at most? Currently it can reach 35. Any more and the array flag will collapse. Upon hearing this, Guhan didn't say much and directly commanded, take 35 formation flags and set them up in Kyoto, and for the rest, send them to each base city in a single 5-spirit imperial god formation, and by the way, send a few fellows who know how to set up formations over there to teach the martial arts sect masters within the cities to set up formations. Understood. And then, after encouraging Chen Qixuan and the others with a few words, Guhan, along with Lu Jin and the others, left the warehouse. With this 5-spirit royal divine formation guarding the major base cities, at least when those foreign races came to attack, they would not be destroyed all at once, even though the major foreign races descended in a very powerful formation this time, a formation that rivaled the king realm. Not to say that it would be able to completely guard the base cities, but at least it would be able to hold out until he rushed to support them. After returning to the office, not long after sitting down, Lu Jin, who had just parted ways with Guhan, hurriedly walked in with a tablet computer, his face heavy. Director, those foreigners struck, and in just a few hours, multiple small countries were destroyed. Upon hearing this, Guhan's eyes narrowed and snapped to the video on the tablet, only to see, in the video, a huge-sized demonic beast descended on a small country, destroying wantonly, in just tens of minutes. This small country that had been supported from the beginning of the aura recovery until now, was directly destroyed. As far as the eye could see, there was a bloodbath, as if it was hell. The demonic beast that had overthrown this small country was none other than a demonic race called the Xuanxiang demon race from the plateau. Guhan continued to look down, and found that the ones who made a move were almost all from the demon race of the plateau. The Hell Ghost race didn't move a single one, and the 3 evil races were even more directly silent, as if they didn't care in the slightest. However, it was clear to Guhan that they were merely trying to use the demon race to probe the path and thoroughly explore the strength of this world, and once they had done so, they would sweep through the entire world with a thunderous force and completely incorporate this world into their pockets. Guhan knew that he couldn't let these demon races go on rampaging, or else the entire Blue Star would be finished sooner or later. And not only would the communities of the other 2 worlds be stirred up, but even the people of the Blue Star would be panicked by this, and there would even be people who would take the initiative to contact those foreign races in order to stay alive. The human heart, never able to withstand temptation. Recalling the strength of the Xuanxiang demon race, Guhan's face turned hard. He had to make an example of them. He fiercely instructed Lu Jin, you continue to preside over the affairs of the Bureau, and let all major base cities be on alert 24 hours a day. I'm going out to exterminate a demon race. When the words fell, Guhan disappeared without a trace, leaving Lu Jin speechless and unable to stop the corners of his mouth from twitching. Listen, go out and exterminate a demon tribe? This is what Guhan said in order to be convincing. If it were someone else, I'm afraid that they would be instantly drowned in spittle. Chapter 91, The 10,000 Elements. The Xianxiang demon race, possessing a trace of the bloodline of the ancient Fey heavenly heavy divine elephant. Although the overall strength is not conspicuous above the plateau, it doesn't mean that this demon race is weak, at least for the current Xia. The Xianxiang demon race is definitely an irresistible and strong enemy. The Xianxiang demon clan's experts that descended this time, there were a total of 3 demon monarchs, more than 60 demon kings, and other strong people of all realms. And what made Guhan confident in destroying this Xianxiang demon clan was that those 3 demon monarchs, there was no peak demon monarchs of the top of the strongest, and the strongest was only just barely able to reach the late stage of the demon monarchs, or just broke through not long ago. The remaining 2 were both in the middle stage of demon monarch strength. As long as they succeeded in attacking and killing these 3 demon monarchs of the Xuanxiang demon race, the remaining Xuanxiang demon race powerhouses were nothing more than ants that could be destroyed with their hands to Guhan. Once the Xuanxiang demon race was destroyed, it would definitely sound the alarm for the other foreign races, and they would definitely not dare to act rashly before they had explored the true strength of Blue Star. The only way to provoke them was if they didn't move. Otherwise, everyone was attacking the Blue Star human race, so how could they have the heart to deal with the strong races of other worlds? Even if they wanted to deal with them, they would have to wait until their own interests were involved. If he wanted to create enough of a deterrent, then this attack by Guhan had to be fast, so fast that all the foreign races would not be able to react. And even, Guhan wanted to frame hell for the destruction of the Xinxiang demon race. After all, he is a pure ghost cultivator. The main thing is that the current Blue Star press simply has not begun to birth the ghost gas, only a few dead gas, and with these dead gas, how can be born out of a strong man who can overthrow the Xuanxiang demon clan? Therefore, those demon races of the plateau would definitely cast their suspicions on the ghost races of hell, and by the time he was maneuvering a bit, the powerful races of these 2 great worlds might just straight up do it. In this way, the Blue Star people will have the opportunity to develop. It didn't take long for Guhan to arrive at the place where the Xinxiang demon race had descended, which was the southern border of the former Blue Star Stellar River Kingdom. High above the sky, Guhan looked down at the Xinxiang demon clan powerhouses below who were busy. A figure with a strong body, as tall as 6 or 7 feet, was building a simple shelter in the mountains and forests, and just by looking at this scene, it was impossible to imagine that they would be tyrannical invaders. But the next scene made the killing machine in Guhan's heart spurred wildly, and he couldn't stop it, only to see several Xinxiang demon clan strongmen from a simple wooden house out, their hands above, holding the blood-dripping flesh. Each Xinxiang demon clan strongman, looking at those flesh, can't stop licking their lips, a pair of huge eyes, flashing bright light, swallowing sound as more one after another resounded. Even the Xinxiang demon race powerhouse with the weakest cultivation level had an enormous amount of food. The small body of the human race was simply not enough for them. Even if they had already overthrown a small country, this food was still not enough to share. If they didn't know that the food was meant for the several demon lords, the strongest members of the Xinxiang demon clan present would have been unable to resist rushing up to grab it. Watching this scene, Guhan's face was icy cold as he unfolded his soul thoughts and quickly found the location of those 3 demon monarchs. Only that, at this moment, these 3 demon monarchs were gathering together, and it wasn't suitable for them to make a move at all. Even if Guhan was as confident as he was in his own strength, he didn't think that he could instantly kill 3 demon monarchs, and once the battle stalemated, his plan would be completely shattered. Therefore, even though the killing opportunity in Guhan's heart was already thick to the core, he still held back and quietly waited for the right moment. It was a wait of 2 days and 2 nights, and it was not until the night of the 3rd day that the opportunity came. A demon ruler powerhouse of the Xinxiang demon clan left the compound, and Guhan, who had been waiting for a long time, followed without hesitation. 9 specters sealing formation. In the Xinxiang demon race, a strong man left the resident about tens of thousands of miles away. Press the helpless Guhan, directly out of the first show, is from the ghost god pillar's inheritance of the divine ability. This was what he had obtained after he had broken through the ghost ruler, using the formation as the foundation, the power of the 9 sepulchres as the source, and the Jedi heaven and earth passage to isolate the entire battlefield and transform it into an environment conducive to himself. It was because of this inherited aptitude that Guhan dared to attack and kill. Otherwise, a battle between demon monarch level powerhouses would be enough to stir up the entire Blue Star, and it would be impossible to conceal it. As soon as the scent was leaked, there would immediately be numerous strong June realm practitioners from the foreign races coming to investigate. Boom! In an instant, 4 pitch-black pillars rose from the 4 directions, and on each of them, there were terrifying ghost patterns inscribed, and a sinister and cold aura filled the entire scene. And immediately afterward, densely packed ghost patterns filled out from the 4 pillars, converging to form a shroud of light, sealing that Xuanxiang demon clan's demon ruler within it. At the same time, endless ghost chi suddenly surfaced in the sealed space, causing all of the demonic aura of that demon monarch to be suppressed, and in such an environment, the strength of this demon monarch was, at least, suppressed by several points. The sudden change made the barbarian elephant frown. He raised his eyes and glanced around, forcing himself to endure the discomfort of the ghostly aura, arched his hand, and said in a deep voice, "Where is the Taoist friend who was playing such a joke on this monarch? Is it possible to show yourself?" Even if the barbarian elephant was stupid, he knew that the other party must have followed him for a very long time, and to be able to follow him for such a long time without being discovered by him, the other party's strength must not be weak. At worst, it would be at the same level as his own. Such an expert. In the case of unknown details, Barbarian Elephant is really unwilling to fight with him. After all, he knows very well, at this moment in this new world, just how many strong people have descended? Some of the strongest people seem to have the same cultivation level as him, but their backgrounds were incredibly large. Ghost technique Moro Mundo. However, what responded to him was the sound of an incomparably chilling cold snort. In just an instant, an arcane and mysterious aura filled the entire space. As strong as the Barbarian Elephant, he was caught in the middle of the illusion in an instant. He simply didn't expect that the other party would strike at the drop of a hat, and the move that struck him was still his weakest illusion. As a matter of fact, many strong Demon Clan members had extremely weak resistance to illusions because the souls of Demon Clan members were not strong, unless they were Demon Clan members related to the soul. And if the soul is not strong enough, the spiritual power is naturally unable to resist the illusion. Ghost method, Soul Destruction Spear. In the moment when the Barbarian Elephant fell into the illusion, a cold and stern voice sounded once again, and with this voice, the ghostly chi in the entire space instantly boiled up, as if it was being pulled by something, and madly converged to form a pitch-black spear that flashed with a cold light. And then, this pitch-black spear was like a rainbow, slicing through the sky, arriving in an instant, and in an instant, it pierced through the center of the Barbarian Elephant's brow, and the horrifying ghostly aura mixed with an unspeakable erosive power directly twisted the Barbarian Elephant's soul, which was caught in a phantasmagoria, into smithereens. Chapter 92, Overthrowing the Xianxiang. Bang! In the next moment, the stout body of the Barbarian Elephant, which was as high as 7 feet, fell straight to the ground, smashing the ground into pieces and setting off gusts of smoke and dust. It was only then that Guhan revealed himself, gasping for air and gazing at the Barbarian Elephant's massive body, and instead of removing the ceiling space, he sat down on his knees on the spot and began to restore his own strength, using the 3 superb inheritance divine abilities one after another. Even with Guhan's majestic foundation, he was somewhat unable to support himself. Breaking through the Ghost Ruler, Guhan had obtained a total of 5 major inherited divine abilities, of which the 3 major inherited divine abilities, Ghost Technique Morphing Images, Ghost Technique Soul Destroying Spear, and Ghost Technique Heavenly Ghost Royalty, were a set of them, which represented Extreme Illusion, Extreme Attack, as well as Extreme Defense, respectively. The other 2 major inherited divine abilities, the 9 Secret Sealing Formation and the Underworld Desolate Forbidden God, represented Extreme Sealing as well as Extreme Confinement, respectively. It could be said that these 5 great inherited divine abilities alone were enough to raise Guhan's battle power by a large margin, and if it wasn't for these 5 inherited divine abilities, Guhan wouldn't have been able to instantly kill this demon monarch powerhouse. Of course, this was also due to the Barbarian Elephant's negligence as well as being restrained by Guhan. It was only after a full hour that Guhan completely restored his lost strength to its peak, and he glanced at the Barbarian Elephant's massive body as he began to scavenge for loot. When he saw the silver ring carried on the Barbarian Elephant's finger, Guhan's eyes instantly lit up, and he hurriedly stepped forward to peel off this silver ring before condensing his consciousness to probe into it. As he thought, this silver ring is the storage ring. In the previous life of the Great Xia, this storage ring was speculated to sky-high prices. The more space the storage ring, the higher the price. Back then, Guhan, even though he had already reached the realm of the martial Tao refining god, he only just had a storage ring of about 100 cubic meters, whereas this storage ring in his hand had a surprisingly large amount of space of 1,000 cubic meters. If it was placed in the Great Xia of the previous generation, even a strong person at the peak of the martial Tao refining god who had dumped all his family's money could not afford this one storage ring. Originally, Guhan was still worried about what to do with the savage elephant's carcass, but now with this storage ring, he didn't need to worry, and directly put the savage elephant's carcass into the storage ring. The only thing that was more unfortunate was that this storage ring was too big to be carried on the finger. It could only barely be carried on the wrist. In addition to that, in the storage ring, there were also quite a few treasures accumulated by the Barbarian Elephant, basically some medicinal herbs and ores type of heavenly treasures. In addition to that, there was also a huge axe of the monarch grade. The value of this giant axe alone was incalculable. After a slight exploration, Guhan cleaned up the battlefield, and then hid his body and disappeared towards the Xianxiang demon clan once again. He knew very well that once the Barbarian Elephant was dead, there would not be much time left for him, and he had to destroy the Xianxiang demon clan as soon as possible. As soon as he returned to the Xuanxiang demon clan, Guhan felt that the atmosphere of the Xuanxiang demon clan had changed, and seemed to be even more eager than before, with a look of eagerness surfacing on the face of every strong Xuanxiang demon clan member. After a little probing, a chill appeared on Guhan's face. The Xianxiang demon race was actually planning to start another war? and it's still targeting the Baton Kingdom, which is on good terms with the Grand Xia. To Guhan's relief, the two remaining Xianxiang demon race powerhouses did not gather together, and this time, Guhan did not intend to wait. He intended to strike directly. Although it was a bit risky, Guhan trusted his own strength more than the risk. Thus, Guhan once again did as he had done, directly operating his entire body's power to execute the Nine Spectres sealing formation, enveloping the entire Xianxiang demon clan's compound. Boom! In an instant, a terrifying aura rose up from the Xian elephant demon clan's compound, and the four pitch-black pillars were positioned in all directions, coalescing into a vast shroud of light. Roar! The sudden change directly made many Xianxiang demon clan strong men roar up, and two strong demon ruler auras even erupted directly. But before they could make a move, a cold and chilling voice resounded through the entire Xianxiang demon clan's compound. Ghost technique Moro Mundo. In an instant, all of the Xianxiang demon clan's powerhouses were enveloped by the terrifying illusionary aptitude of the Sunluo 10,000 elephants, and even those two demon ruler powerhouses were caught in a momentary loss of concentration. Ghost method Soul Destruction Spear. Underworld Forbidden God. Boom! Two terrifying auras filled the air in succession, and the ghostly aura of the entire space instantly rioted. And the moment those two demon monarchs broke free of their bonds, Guhan utilized the Underworld Desolate Forbidden Spirit to briefly imprison that late-stage demon monarch powerhouse before driving the Soul Destruction Spear and shooting straight at the remaining mid-stage demon monarch. Roar! Feeling that fatal crisis, that demon ruler powerhouse roared violently, and then exploded his body's strength, surging like a vast ocean of power, converging around him in an attempt to block the Soul Destruction Spear's bombardment. But with just the strength of this demon monarch, how could he stop the Soul Destruction Spear that represented the ultimate killing? Ka-ching! However, the moment it touched, the defense it had erupted from burst into pieces, and immediately after, the Soul Extinguishing Spear, which was flashing with a cold and chilling aura, pierced through the center of his brow under the terrified gaze of that demon monarch. Terrifying ghost power exploded out in his mind, churning his entire head to pieces, and along with his entire vitality, it was all obliterated by that ghost power. Seek death. The late-stage demon monarch who had broken free, seeing this scene, immediately roared in anger. His huge body rose up in the air, charging towards Guhan. The terrifyingly huge force, shattering the void one after another, and cracks in the void spread out. Facing this demon ruler's attack, Guhan wasn't the least bit afraid, directly casting the ghost technique Heavenly Ghost Defense to enhance his defense before charging up with his bare hands, intending to meet this Xianxiang demon race powerhouse head-on. Bang! In an instant, a ghost and a demon collided together. Ear-splitting roars resounded one after another, and the berserk power centered on a ghost and a demon, invading in all directions. This terrifying impact even obliterated quite a few of the Xianxiang demon race powerhouses underneath. Even if they joined forces to lay down defenses, they were all impacted to the point where they kept spitting out blood, and the faces of a bunch of demon king powerhouses were all as white as paper. Boom! Within a few breaths, Guhan had thrown hundreds of punches against this demon monarch, and this kind of fist-to-flesh combat allowed Guhan to enjoy himself. Of course, he didn't do this on purpose, but rather to take this opportunity to recover his demonic power so that he could give this last demon ruler of the Xianxiang demon clan another set of consecutive moves. Bang bang! One ghost and one demon had fought for more than an hour. The more they fought, the more the demon ruler powerhouse of the Xianxiang demon clan was alarmed. He already knew that this mysterious powerhouse who attacked and killed him was a hellish ghost, but this ghost cultivator's ghostly body, how could it be so powerful? All of them were able to clash with the fleshly and strong demon clan? Underworld Forbidden God. Ghost method Soul Destruction Spear. When these two low voices sounded, they had already doomed this demon monarch's downfall. Chapter 93, The Beginning of a Conflict. Bang! With a dull roar, the last demon monarch of the Xianxiang demon clan immediately fell straight to the ground, smashing the entire ground into pieces, with a fist-sized bloody hole in the center of its eyebrow. Like a spring-like gush of blood, quickly dyed the entire ground red. Run away! The death of this demon ruler also directly caused the fear in the hearts of the surrounding Xianxiang demon race powerhouses to magnify infinitely, instantly scattering in all directions, wanting to escape from this place, but under Guhan's seal, how could they possibly escape? Boom! Guhan forced himself to endure his weakness and raised his hand to burst out the last of his strength. The terrifying fluctuation of ghost power converged in the sky dome, and then formed a blade that shimmered with a ghostly light. And with the fall of Guhan's palm, the densely packed blade suddenly fell down as if it were a downpour of rain. Ah! In an instant, a miserable scream resounded, and even though these strong members of the Xianxiang demon race did everything they could to resist, they still failed to block Guhan's attack, and watched as the blade of that weapon ended itself. However, in 10 minutes or so, The entire Xianxiang demon clan's compound had already turned into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, and the dense corpses of the Xianxiang demon clan were piled up all over the entire mountain forest. Gu Han walked blandly through this sea of corpses and blood, collecting his loot. From those two demon monarch powerhouses, Gu Han once again searched out 2 storage rings, which also hid the savings of the 2 demon monarchs, with the late demon monarch's savings being the most abundant. Not only were there 2 monarch quality blades, but there were also a large number of heavenly materials and rare ores. The savings of the 3 demon monarchs of this Xianxiang demon clan alone were enough to raise the entire Great Xiao's reserves by a large margin, not to mention the savings of other levels of powerhouses. Putting aside these savings, the strong bodies of these Xuanxiang demons alone were enough to give Great Xia a huge benefit, and Gu Han could already foresee that by bringing these Xuanxiang demon bodies back, Great Xia's overall strength would be able to rise by a large margin. Fortunately, the storage rings of the 3 demon monarchs were large enough to allow Gu Han to fit all of these Xianxiang demon race's carcasses into them, and after sorting out the loot, Gu Han cleaned up the battlefield for a bit before removing the 9 phantom ceiling formation, and the entire person instantly disappeared without a trace, leaving behind only a messy and bloody place. Gu Han, who had returned to the Grand Xia Special Bureau, didn't relax, still converging his whole body's breath and hiding his entire person. He knew very well that the destruction of the Xianxiang demon race would definitely make those foreign races' demon ruler powerhouses make a big fuss, but as long as they didn't look for ruler powerhouses on the blue planet, then they'd set their eyes on the Hell Ghost race. After all, he had left extremely pure ghost chi on the Xianxiang demon clan's compound. This level of ghost chi, apart from the Hell Ghost clan, there simply wouldn't be anyone else who could possess it, and they would never have imagined that this blue star would give birth to such an alien like him. Of course, although Gu Han had laid low, it didn't mean that he didn't have things to do. He was organizing the loot he had harvested and transforming it into the strength of Daxia. Only, he didn't take out the bodies of those Xianxiang demons for fear of being detected by those alien June realm powerhouses. He only took out the savings of those powerhouses of the Xianxiang demons and threw all those heavenly treasures to the warrior army. After 3 days of peace and quiet like this, the destruction of the Xianxiang demon race was finally known by the major foreign races. Boom! At this moment, on the original Xianxiang demon clan's compound, powerful people appeared one after another, and their majestic June realm aura shook the entire void, even distorting it in a manner visible to the naked eye. In a short period of time, no less than 30 June realm powerhouses had already gathered here, and almost all of these June realm powerhouses were from the demon race. Looking at the bloody mess underneath, the faces of all these demon monarch powerhouses were unusually ugly, especially after feeling the pure ghost chi. The eyes of some demon monarch powerhouses narrowed. This world is just a new world that has just given birth to aura. It is simply impossible for a strong person who can overthrow the Xianxiang demon race to appear. According to this sovereign, this matter is done by those Hell Ghost race. When the Xuanxiang demon clan overthrew that small country before, I heard that they clashed with the Black Mountain Ghost clan, so it's possible that the Black Mountain Ghost clan did this. The person who spoke out was a strong demon monarch of the Heavenly Green Demon Bull clan, named Niu Mang. We and the Hell Ghost race don't interfere with each other. Why would they suddenly do this? Another demon ruler spoke out in confusion. Not only him, many of the demon monarchs present were puzzled by the destruction of the Xianxiang demon clan. After all, the strength of the Xianxiang demon clan wasn't weak. There were 3 entire demon monarchs, and there were even strong people in the late demon monarch stage. Wanting to silently overthrow the Xianxiang demon clan would be very difficult to do unless the gap in strength was too great. However, there were very few demon race members present who were able to do this. Although they hadn't probed the power of the Hell Ghost race, they knew that the Hell Ghost race descended with a strength similar to theirs, and most of all, nowadays, they had no interests entangled with the Hell Ghost race, so why would the Hell Ghost race make a move against the Xianxiang demon race? If this monarch wants to see it, instead of guessing here, it would be better to go directly to the quarters of those ghost clans and ask. If it's really the Hell Ghost race that makes the move, then we can't be indifferent. If he destroys one of our demon race, we'll destroy 2 of his ghost race. A slightly short-tempered demon monarch spoke violently. There's something fishy about this matter. Let's first properly probe this world for any hidden powerhouses, and then we'll discuss it after we're done probing. In the end, a peak demon ruler powerhouse set the tone, and after that, a group of demon ruler powerhouses dispersed, but instead of returning to their clan lands, they searched the entire blue star in a big way. Of course, when passing by the ghost race's territory, these demon monarchs weren't too arrogant, and only slightly probed before leaving in a hurry. And what they focused on probing was still the various countries on the blue star. Aside from Gu Han, no one had felt these demon monarchs' probes at all, and thus, these demon monarchs' probes hadn't caused any ripples on the network. This was a relief to Gu Han. What he was most afraid of was that people would panic because of the appearance of these demon monarchs, and by then, it would likely attract the attention of the demon monarchs, thus exposing his existence. At the same time, the major ghost clans were also tense because of the destruction of the Xianxiang demon clan. After all, although their hell ghost race was strong, the demon race of the plateau wasn't weak either, and if they really had to fight, both sides definitely wouldn't be able to do well. At this moment, many hell ghost monarchs, all gathered within the territory of the most powerful Xianin ghost clan, discussing this matter that could trigger a war between the two worlds. Black Mountain, does the destruction of the Xian elephant demon clan have anything to do with you? In the humble stone house, the Xianin ghost clan's grand protector Inchi fiercely looked at the Black Mountain ghost clan's grand protector and inquired in a deep voice. Chapter 94 Demon Lord Oppression. When Inchi said this, the many ghost monarchs present immediately looked at the Black Mountain ghost clan's grand protector. They had all inquired that the Black Mountain ghost clan had once clashed with the Xuanxiang demon clan, and this time when the Xuanxiang demon clan was annihilated, the Black Mountain ghost clan was indeed very likely to be the murderer. The most crucial thing was that with the strength of the Black Mountain ghost clan, it was completely capable of overthrowing the Xianxiang demon clan. The lineup of the Black Mountain ghost clan that descended on Blue Star this time was 5 ghost monarchs, hundreds of ghost kings, and thousands of clansmen of all realms. Among the 5 ghost monarchs, the worst cultivation was in the middle stage of the ghost monarchs, and there was even a ghost monarch at the peak. With this kind of strength, if all 5 ghost monarchs were to go out, and then supplemented with the assistance of the ghost formation, it would be possible to quietly destroy the Xuanxiang demon clan. No! For that kind of skirmish, how could this monarch just go and overthrow the Xian elephant demon clan? At those words, Montenegro straight shook his head. He was really feeling wronged. Although his Montenegro ghost clan had a conflict with the Xianxiang demon clan, but this conflict was not a big deal. Not to mention what fundamental interests on the conflict. How could he spend so much effort to overthrow the Xianxiang demon clan? You better tell the truth. With the destruction of the Xianxiang demon clan, that group of demon clans will definitely not stop. If you don't tell the truth, we won't mind our own business. Jisun's deep eyes narrowed slightly, still staring at Montenegro, and he coldly drank. Absolutely not. From the beginning to the end, this monarch as well as the other clansmen stayed within the clanland and never went out at all. What's more, with the strength of the Xian elephant demon clan, if this monarch were to overthrow it, this monarch and even the other clansmen would be at least a little bit injured. And this monarch can call the others for you to check. But if there is the slightest bit of falsehood, when the demon clan strikes, you can all just ignore it. Black Mountain spoke in a hurry, a touch of anxiety surfacing on his face. It didn't need to be thought about to know that the group of demon race would definitely not let go. If the ghost race abandoned them again, when the demon race made their move, they would definitely die without a burial place. Therefore, Black Mountain had to do everything in his power to dispel the suspicions of the many ghost monarchs. And hearing Montenegro swearing so faithfully, the skepticism on the faces of the many ghost monarchs did subside a lot. After all, Montenegro had said his words to this point, and it was impossible to deceive them. In fact, if the Xianxiang demon clan's compound hadn't been filled with pure ghost chi, they wouldn't have suspected the Black Mountain ghost clan at all. As far as this monarch knows, those demonic powerhouses are already probing this new world to see if there are any hidden powerhouses, and once there aren't any, those demonic monarchs will surely come to question us, and may even make us hand over Black Mountain. Sweeping a glance at the crowd, Jisun opened his mouth with a grave expression on his face. Elder Chi, we are from the same hell. You can't abandon my Black Mountain ghost clan. At those words, Montenegro immediately panicked and hurriedly opened his mouth. Why are you panicking? Did I say I was going to hand you over? Seeing Montenegro in this state, Jisun snorted out coldly without any good reason. Elder Chi, if you haven't done it, you haven't done it. If they dare to provoke in front of us, the big deal is that we'll have a battle, and we definitely can't hand over the Black Mountain. Not bad. If we hand over the Black Mountain, where is the face of my Hell Ghost clan? Yeah. At that moment, the group of ghost monarchs in the hall spoke up. It wasn't that their relationship with the Black Mountain ghost clan was so good, but this kind of example couldn't be opened. The face of the Hell Ghost clan not to mention. If something like this happened again in the future, would it be hard to hand them over as well? Who can guarantee that in the competition for benefits in the future, there will not be conflicts with the demon race? Once you retreat this time, you are bound to retreat every time in the future. Gizon naturally knew what the crowd was worried about, and he didn't say anything. Although he was pushed as the leader by the many ghost clans because of the powerful clan behind him, it was impossible for him to sing against the many ghost clans in this kind of matter. Whether he wanted to or not, he had to stand for the interests of the entire Hell Ghost clan. Soon, the group of demon monarchs had explored the entire blue star inside and out, and had not found any hidden powerhouses. On this day, the entire 35 demon monarchs all advanced towards the compound where the Xianin ghost clan was located. Among them, the peak-level demon monarch powerhouses. There were all 8 of them. They didn't disguise their aura. The demon monarch's aura was vast, and wherever they passed by, the heaven and earth would change in wind and clouds. Such a big commotion naturally drew many hellish ghost races to be on the alert, including the countries of the blue planet, which were also nervous. Except that with Guhan's advanced ventilation, the countries didn't make any moves. Of course, even if they wanted to make any moves, they couldn't because they couldn't observe the movements of the demon rulers at all, and were only nervous because of that changing sky. Boom! The strong demon monarch aura was like a mountain, crushing towards the entire Xianin ghost clan's compound, and the many ghost monarchs who had already gathered had risen up in the air, exploding their own aura to confront the many demon monarchs. Gentlemen, what is the purpose of coming to my Xianin ghost clan? Grand Protector Jisun, narrowing his eyes slightly, gazed at the opposite demon rulers and asked in a deep voice, Gizhan, you should understand what we are here for. Hand over the Black Mountain Ghost Clan. A peak demon monarch powerhouse fiercely stepped forward and said in a cold voice towards Chishan. The many demon clans did not launch a leader like the Ghost Clan, because among the demon clans that descended this time, there was not the kind of demon powerhouse that was strong enough to crush all the major demon clans. Therefore, these peak demon monarch existences did not obey anyone, and when there was something, it was almost always all the peak demon monarch level existences that were discussing it together. Ridiculous. This matter has yet to be finalized, and you and the others want to force us? Do you really think that my Hell Ghost race is weak and can be bullied? A peak ghost ruler powerhouse stepped forward and opened his mouth to dislike him. Not bad. If you want to force our Hell Ghost clan, it also depends on whether you have that strength. One after another ghost ruler powerhouse stood out, their powerful auras sweeping out, shaking the entire sky dome. In the entire world, besides you Hell Ghost race having that kind of pure ghost chi, who else has it? Even if it's not the Black Mountain Ghost race, it must be your Hell Ghost monsters who did it. No matter what, you and the others have to give us an explanation, or else, we will go to war. In the face of the many demon rulers' aura crushing them, the demon rulers were not the least bit panicked, and a peak demon ruler powerhouse stood out and droned in a deep voice, his aura sweeping out in a vast manner. Upon hearing this, the group of ghost monarchs fell silent because they really couldn't refute it. After all, the destruction of that Xinxiang demon clan was indeed related to the ghosts and monsters, and that pure ghost chi could definitely not be faked. Could it be that another ghost race has descended to this realm? It shouldn't be. For a while, the many ghost monarchs began to ponder over it, even Jisun, the leader of the group. After all, these ghost clans of theirs were only a part of the many ghost clans of hell. Even the Xianin ghost clan, in the whole of hell, could not be called much of a strong ghost clan, only in the layer of hell where they were stronger. Looking at the whole of hell, it really did not count for much. In this case, it was possible that a powerful ghost race or strong person they didn't know about had descended. Chapter 95 Evil Extreme Heaven. What do you want to account for? Jisun, who was the leader, looked at the many demon monarchs and inquired in a cold voice. To be honest, at this moment, the numerous ghost clan powerhouses were quite stifled, because this matter was simply none of their business, but it had somehow landed on them, and they didn't even know if it was the other ghost clans in hell that had done it or not. With the pure ghost chi left on the Xian Elephant Demon clan's compound, this possibility was very high, because apart from other ghost clans, they really couldn't think of any other place where a strong person could have such pure ghost chi. It was also because of the doubts in their hearts that the many ghost race powerhouses couldn't help but have a weaker aura when facing the many demon monarchs questioning. After all, they didn't even know how to retort. Either hand over the Black Mountain Ghost Clan, find the murderer, or let go of half of your interests in this new world. As Jisun's words fell, a peak demon ruler powerhouse immediately stepped forward and slowly stated their demands. The 3 great worlds descended on the blue star, all of them choosing by default to share the benefits of the blue star equally. That is, more than 1/3 of each world. But in reality, the strongest people of each world wished to fight the blue star alone, because the only way to do so was for their communities to obtain greater benefits. After all, there were countless strong clans within their world, and if they couldn't take up enough benefits, it wouldn't be enough to divide them up at all, even to the extent that even their own benefits would have to be sent to those strong clans within the world. Therefore, the many demon ruler powerhouses had long deliberated to take advantage of this opportunity to make the ghost race spit out some of their benefits. As for the crowd of demon monarchs, after hearing the demon race's conditions, their entire faces were gloomy. No matter which of these 3 conditions, they could not fulfill them. If they were willing to hand over the Black Mountain Ghost race, they would have done so long ago. And if they could find the murderer, they would have done so long ago. The entire hell is incomparably huge, with countless strong races in it. Even they have not been able to fully understand the ghost races of the hell. So how are they going to find the murderer? Even if they found it, what would happen? Could they not capture the other party and send it to the demon clan? As for giving away half the benefits, that's even more unlikely. Not negotiable? A cold aura flickered in the depths of Jisen's eyes, and he shared a glance with the many demon monarchs before looking at that peak demon monarch and asking in a deep voice. Not negotiable. That peak demon monarch powerhouse, who hadn't even noticed the change in the atmosphere of the ghost race, opened his mouth in a very decisive manner. The rest of the demon monarchs were equally firm in their faces. Jokingly, it was so hard for them to find such an opportunity to extort the ghost race. How could they let it go so easily? Then fight. A bunch of brainless guys. Do you really think that my ghost clan is afraid of you? In the next moment, a roar mixed with anger violently exploded from heaven and earth, and accompanying this roar was a terrifying aura. At this moment, a ghost monarch all exploded their own aura. Eerie and cold ghost chi erupted out, turning this piece of the heaven and earth into a chilling ghost domain. The pairs of eyes that flashed with ghostly light stared angrily at the many demon monarchs, and overriding killing chances surged out continuously. It's just too much of a lie. Do you really think they are afraid of the ghost race? But whenever the demon race came up with some acceptable conditions, they would agree. After all, they were at a disadvantage, but the demon race's eating was too ugly, and they wanted to extort them when they caught the opportunity. How could this be possible? Fine, then fight. The many demon monarchs weren't afraid either, instantly exploding their own auras out, confronting the many demon monarchs, and an aura of saber rattling permeated the field. Under the might of so many monarch-level powerhouses, the surrounding heaven and earth were overwhelmed, twisting and cracking in a manner visible to the naked eye, and a pitch-black crack that resembled a gully, centered on the Xianin Ghost Clan's compound, spreading out in all directions. Thanks to the fact that the Xianin Ghost Clan's residence was no longer around the Blue Star human country. Otherwise, this vast and terrifying aura of a monarch-level powerhouse alone would be enough to crush an unknown number of innocent humans. Gentlemen, can you give this seat face and stop there? However, just as both sides were preparing for a great battle, a gentle voice violently resounded in the heavens and earth, causing the many ghost rulers as well as the demon rulers to stagnate in their auras. Gazing at them, they realized that a figure had already appeared on the void not far away at some point, and the traces of its appearance had not been detected even by the many peak demon monarchs or peak ghost monarchs. It was a handsome middle-aged man with an unusually fair face, wearing a plain robe, with a refined and easygoing air, but the evil pattern on his brow added a strand of evil to him, making his entire person look unusually contradictory. Evil Extreme Sky. Upon seeing the visitor, the many demon monarchs as well as ghost monarchs immediately changed their faces, and their entire body became tense. Even the peak-level monarch-level powerhouses were filled with gravity. Strange underworld demon, chaotic spirit legend, evil withered bone. Only because the person in front of him is the leader of the evil withered bone, one of the three evil races that descended on the Blue Star this time. His cultivation is only at the peak of the monarch level, but his strength is bizarre and unpredictable. The many ghost monarchs and even demon monarchs present. In the case of solo combat, there is not any one person who has the certainty of defeating this person. There was even a great possibility of being beheaded by it. One must know that when one reaches the level of a demon monarch, it is basically very difficult to behead an opponent in the same realm. Even if it is by a small realm, it is very difficult to behead them. An evil extreme sky is a terrifying existence that truly possesses the ability to behead the peak of the monarch level. Not only that, the leaders of the other two evil clans were also of the same strength as the evil extreme sky. Therefore, although the Wonderland only descended on the three evil clans, the numerous ghost clans and even the demon clans did not dare to underestimate these three evil clans in the slightest, and were even unwilling to contradict with them from the bottom of their hearts, because the evil race was just too evil. It was difficult to kill it unless one possessed the power to restrain it, while the other party was able to easily cut themselves down. Who is not afraid of such an existence? We are all here for the sake of profit. So many of you are strong. Once you fight, how can this new world withstand it? If it leads to the collapse of this new world, how will you go back and explain yourselves? You can do it if you want to. Let your men do it. As for you, forget it. While the many ghost race and demon race powerhouses were on guard, evil extreme sky was speaking to himself, and even though his voice was filled with gentleness, it gave off an undoubted feeling. Alright, we'll give evil brother face and leave this matter at that. The group of demon monarchs looked at each other and nodded their heads as they spoke in hushed tones. Of course, it was impossible for them to give up on this, only that they chose to listen to evil extreme sky's advice and change their hands to their men's hands instead. After all, just as Evil Extreme Sky had said, once they made their move, this new world would definitely not be able to withstand it. And when the entire world collapsed, how could they still gain benefits? Chapter 96 Cooperation. Of course, they don't want to fight inside, or they would have fought long ago. With so many monarch-level powerhouses fighting, someone was bound to fall, but no one wanted to die. So, not to mention that they were all angry and furious, but in reality, none of them took the initiative to make a move. Otherwise, even if Evil Extreme Sky's strength was strong, with so many of them added together, was it hard to be afraid of one Evil Extreme Sky? It was just a matter of following the steps given by Evil Extreme Sky. We'll see. Immediately afterward, the group of demon monarchs glared at the many demon monarchs, and after dropping a harsh sentence, they flung their sleeves and left. In response, although the numerous ghost monarchs were annoyed, they didn't open their mouths again to ruffle this group of brainless brutes, and immediately afterward, Shishan arched his hand towards Evil Extremity and smiled with a slight sense of gratitude. Many thanks, Brother Evil. There is no need for Brother Gizon to do so. Evil Extreme Sky waved his hand and spoke with a light smile. Would Brother Evil like to come inside? No, this seat will take its leave. When the words fell, Evil Extreme Sky disappeared without a trace, and looking at the empty void, Shishan and even the many Ghost Ruler Peak powerhouses, all had grave expressions on their faces. They had just kept a close eye on Evil Extreme Sky, but despite this, they still failed to detect the traces of Evil Extreme Sky's departure. And this god-unfathomable speed alone was enough to send chills down the spines of all the June-level powerhouses. Gentlemen, the demon race will definitely not stop. We still need to discuss how to resist the demon race next. Immediately afterward, Gizon then looked at the many ghost monarchs and spoke in a deep voice. Brother Gizon is right. The group of ghost monarchs readily agreed, especially the Black Mountain Ghost Monarch, who was the first to head towards the Xianin Ghost Clan's compound. Meanwhile, above the void, Evil Extreme Sky stood quietly, a light smile hooked on his face. Interesting. It's time to go and meet with the one. As the words fell, his figure flashed and disappeared above this void, and the direction he went was actually Daxia. On the other side, on the roof of the headquarters of the Grand Xia Specialized Bureau, Guhan's eyes narrowed slightly as he gazed into the distance. Although he hadn't traveled to the Xianin Ghost Clan to observe the development of the situation for fear of his movements being exposed, he was able to guess some of it from the changing celestial phenomena as well as the vast aura that was coming from it. When those demon monarchs and ghost monarchs auras erupted just now, Guhan was able to clearly feel that the entire Blue Star's heaven and earth aura had rioted, and even the void had transmitted an extremely oppressive aura, a situation that was clearly about to erupt into a great war, only to have it stop in the end for some unknown reason. At this moment, Guhan could be described as having mixed feelings. He both lamented the fact that the two realms of powerhouses didn't fight, and was glad that they didn't, because once they fought, the entire Blue Star would definitely not be able to hold out. Even Guhan didn't expect that the overthrow of a single Xuanxiang demon clan in the district would trigger the two realms of monarch-level powerhouses to nearly break out into a great war. However, if the two realms of powerhouses went to war, the entire Blue Star human race, not to say that it was completely worry-free, but at least it could win a period of valuable development time. Of course, Guhan also knew that the seeds of hatred had already been planted, and even if the monarch-level powerhouses didn't fight this time, the powerhouses underneath them would definitely fight. After all, if those monarch-level powerhouses were concerned that the outbreak of a great war would damage the Blue Star, those below the monarch level would not have so many concerns, and while they fought, Guhan would be able to continue to stoke the fire, causing their conflicts to grow deeper and deeper, eventually forming a deadly feud, and during this time, the countries of the Blue Star would be able to develop peacefully. Your Excellency is truly a good tactician. Just as Guhan was contemplating, a gentle voice suddenly rang out, causing Guhan's sweaty body to stand up, his soul power surging, his majestic aura pressing towards the direction from which the voice came as if it were a mountain. Although this aura failed to make the visitor react in any way, it gave Guhan enough time to react, and it wasn't until then that he got a good look at the visitor. A plain robe, face as white as a piece of white paper, the lines at the center of the eyebrow more to add a few points of evil, but his body, but really through the elegant and easygoing atmosphere, a very conflicted person. However, compared to the appearance, what made Guhan more grave was that not only could he not see through the cultivation strength of the visitor, he also felt a strong threat from the visitor. Who is your honor? Guhan was permeated with a coldness, his gaze fixed on the visitor, and he asked in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, Evil Extreme Sky spoke with a gentle smile. I hope you'll pardon me for taking the liberty of visiting. This seed is the leader of the evil withered bone descending into this world, named Evil Extreme Sky. Guhan's pupils shrunk violently, How could he not expect that this seemingly gentle middle-aged man in front of him was the evil of the Wonderland, or the leader of one of the 3 great evil clans that had descended, the evil withered bone? For the evil, Rao Guhan also upholds the attitude of respecting and staying away from it. But I didn't expect that the other party could find him, and even come directly to the door. The ghost Dao has a ghost god pillar, and the evil Dao also has an evil god pillar, which is why this seat was able to sense you. Immediately afterward, Evil Extreme Sky once again opened his mouth and laughed, and his sentence once again caused Guhan's heart to pound and his entire body to involuntarily tense up. There's no need to be nervous. This seat is here because I want to cooperate with you. Seeing Guhan's posture, Evil Extreme Sky once again spoke out. He even took a few steps back to show that he had no malicious intent. And although these few steps were not much of a distance at all for their level, they did succeed in making Guhan relax a lot. How do you want to cooperate? Guhan's gaze was fixed on Evil Extreme Sky as he asked in a deep voice. To be honest, he didn't exclude cooperating with the foreign races. As long as they didn't harm Blue Star or even Daxia, everyone would be good friends. Of course, the main thing was that Guhan didn't have the certainty of taking down the evil extremity in front of him. And as he had only just provoked the ghost race and demon race into a fire, he didn't want to expose himself just yet. You should know the composition of our evil fae, right? This seat, as an evil fae created by the evil withered bone, looks like it has an unlimited scenery, but in reality, it can't even grasp its own life. And as long as the other party wants to, it can turn this seat into sustenance anytime it wants to. Without the evil god pillar, this seed wouldn't have been born with any other consciousness, because in the Wonderland, being absorbed by one's creator as sustenance is rather an honor. But because the appearance of the evil god pillar made it possible for this seed to possess its own consciousness, this seed wants to break free of its bondage and master its own destiny. There is no chance nor will any of the evils in the Wonderland be willing to become partners with the throne, for devotion to their creators has long been engraved in their souls. Therefore, this seat could only find a strong person from another realm to cooperate with. And then, this seat chose you because you possess the ghost god pillar. And only then are you qualified to be this seat's partner. Meeting Guhan's gaze, Evil Extreme Heaven slowly spoke. Chapter 97, Silver-Winged Wolf Clan. Listening to Evil Extreme Sky's words, Guhan was silent. Evil Extremity's reasoning was tenable, but it was also true that the evil of the Wonderland could not be trusted. And even though Evil Extremity appeared to be sincere, he could not guarantee that Evil Extremity did not have any other purpose in mind when he knew the face of a person. In this regard, Evil Extreme Sky naturally understood, but he did hold a great deal of sincerity to cooperate with Guhan, because his indeed wanted to get rid of his bondage and control his own destiny. And if he harbored any other purpose, he could have divulged Guhan's existence, and at that time, Guhan would surely die. This seat knows that with initial contact, neither you nor I can trust each other yet, but this seat can start by talking about what this seat requires and the benefits you can get after we work together. Upon hearing this, Guhan nodded gently. Please speak. This seat needs to kill the evil withered bone for the seat after you are strong. In return, while this seat is in charge of the power of the evil withered bone that has descended to this realm, this seat will restrain the evil withered bone's many evils from making a move against the Grand Xia. And, with regards to the movements of the demon race, as well as the ghost race, this seat can also secretly inform you of them. In addition, if you need it, this seat can attack and kill demon monarchs or ghost monarchs with you. And when you are in danger, this seat will also secretly step in to help you. If you want information about the Highlands, Hell, or even the Wonderland, this seat can also tell you all it knows. Evil Extreme Sky stared closely at Guhan and said in a deep voice. It wasn't that he didn't want to decapitate Evil Witherbone himself, but as an evil exotic created by Evil Witherbone, if he decapitated Evil Witherbone, then the entire Chi realm would no longer have a place for him to stay. And most of all, if Evil Witherbone didn't die, his cultivation would never be able to surpass Evil Witherbone's, not even if he possessed the evil god pillar, because this was a rule unique to the entire Chi realm. If not, do you really think that for all the years that the Chi realm has existed, no one has awakened their own consciousness like him? No one has ever resisted? To be honest, after hearing Evil Extremity's words, Guhan's heart was moved, and even if Evil Extremity really harbored other purposes, he didn't want to let go of such an opportunity. The others were secondary. But getting the movements of the powerful clans of the three worlds and detailed information about the three worlds was what he and even the Great Xia were currently craving for. Even the Daxia of his previous life, after decades of struggle, still had a half understanding of these three realms, let alone the Daxia of this moment. Even Guhan himself had an unusually limited understanding of those three realms. As for Evil Extreme Sky, as an evil monarch of the Chi realm, he even possessed a not-so-small status and position. The information about the three realms that he could learn must be far more than his own. Help me destroy the Silverwing Wolf clan and our cooperation will officially begin. After a moment of silence, Guhan fiercely raised his eyes to Evil Extremity and stared at Evil Extremity. Staring, the Silver-Winged Wolf clan had exterminated 2 small countries in a short period of time, abusing and killing an unknown number of human clans, and had long been on Guhan's list of those who must be exterminated. Only that this Silver-Winged Wolf clan had descended with a very strong lineup this time, and Guhan's grasp wasn't very great, plus the timing of the moment was sensitive, which had caused him to hold back. Now that there was such an opportunity, he naturally wanted to go and destroy it, and in the meantime, he also tried to see if Evil Extreme Sky was sincere in cooperating with him. The Silver-Winged Wolf clan had a total of 4 Demon Monarch powerhouses, one of which was at the peak of the Demon Monarch, 3 late Demon Monarchs. In addition to that, there were also hundreds of King realms as well as thousands of powerhouses of various realms. Such a lineup, among all the demon clans that had descended on the scene this time around, was also definitely described as first class. With Guhan's current cultivation at the mid-ghost ruler stage, along with the many inherited divine abilities he had mastered, he was still certain of decapitating an ordinary peak ruler level, but he was not certain that he would be able to exterminate the Silver-Winged Wolf clan without a single movement. A peak demon monarch level powerhouse was already able to shake his 9-specter ceiling formation, and it would be difficult for him to instantly kill 3 late-stage demon monarch powerhouses, and once the battle was stalemated, the variables could be huge. However, if we add this unfathomable existence of Evil Extreme Sky, it would be more than enough to exterminate the Silver-Winged Wolf clan. With Evil Extreme Sky's wisdom, he could naturally guess what Guhan was thinking, and after a slight pause, he suggested, "This seat knows that you want to provoke the demon and ghost clans into fighting each other, but if you keep overthrowing the demon clan, it will definitely make the 2 clans wary, and they may even choose to find you out first. This seat has an inherited divine ability called Evil Spirit Transformation, which can briefly change all of one's own aura, so if you wish, you can exterminate another demon race while this seat comes to leave behind the aura of the demon race." At those words, Guhan was all shocked and froze, looking at Evil Extremity for a while. He wasn't surprised at Evil Extremity's strategy, but rather that Evil Extremity would help himself so much. This seat said that this seat wants to work with you in good faith. Seeing Guhan's astonished expression, Evil Extreme Sky laughed lightly and opened his mouth. In fact, Guhan had far underestimated his position in Evil Extreme Sky's heart. In Evil Extreme Sky's view, only Guhan, who possessed the Ghost God Pillar, was on the same level of existence as him, and the rest of the living beings were nothing more than that, and even if they were temporarily stronger than him, they would sooner or later surpass him. Regarding whether Guhan could kill Evil Deadbones, Evil Extreme Sky didn't doubt it in the slightest. He knew very well that Guhan, who possessed the Ghost God Pillar, would sooner or later grow to the point where even Evil Deadbones wouldn't be able to match him. Therefore, it could be said that his hope of being able to dominate his own destiny rested entirely on Guhan. So how could he not pay attention to Guhan? How could he not be sincere? Guhan glanced deeply at Evil Extreme Sky, and without saying anything more, his body shifted and headed towards the Silver-Winged Wolf clan, while Evil Extreme Sky followed right behind Guhan. With their cultivation, it didn't take them long to arrive at where the Silver-Winged Wolf clan's compound was located, in the middle of a mountain forest in Africa. Above the void, Guhan and Evil Extreme Sky stood side by side, looking down at the Silver-Winged Wolf clan below, only to see, in the mountains and forests below, a stout figure with a silvery complexion swayed, each with a majestic aura, making the Blue Star native demonic beasts within tens of thousands of miles of radius not dare to approach easily. Of course, the only ones who could be seen by Guhan and his duo were the 4 strong demon monarchs of that Silver-Winged Wolf clan, who hadn't gathered together but hadn't left their quarters either. If it had been Guhan himself, he might have had to wait for a chance for these demon ruler powerhouses of the Silverwing Demon clan to fall by the wayside. But with Evil Extremity in the room, Guhan would have no need to worry about it. Although Guhan was unable to fully trust Evil Extremity right now, he was still able to sense that Evil Extremity was truly willing to help him overthrow the Silverwing Wolf clan. Not a moment later, Evil Extreme Sky looked at Guhan, his eyes signaling when Guhan would make his move. Guhan directly responded to him with his actions, only to see his hands pulling together, vast ghostly power spewing out at once, and afterward, a voice as if it were a brilliant heavenly sound instantly resounded throughout the entire Silver-Winged Wolf clan's compound. 9 Spectres Ceiling Formation. In an instant, the terrifying ghost power instantly poured out like a river in the sky, for skyrocketing ghost pillars rose up from the ground, and a huge light shield enveloped the entire Silver-Winged Wolf clan's compound. Chapter 98, 1 against 3. Buzz. The strange patterns on the 4 ghost pillars were as if they had come to life at this moment, flickering with brilliant ghostly light. And then, a crack split open from the patterns, as if they were mouths gulping ghostly chi, spewing out ghostly chi in a steady stream. Only a moment, the original lush green mountains and forests will be due to the majestic ghost chi and transformed into a gloomy ghost domain. In a trance, it seems that there are ghosts crying and howling and the whole world resounded. The sudden change made all the silver-winged wolf clan's strongest people tense up, and the 4 great demon monarchs even instantly turned on their full aura. The whole person rose up in the air, and their furious roars resounded throughout the entire heaven and earth. Ghost race, you are looking for death. Inji's pair of pupils that flickered with silver light continuously swept the surrounding area, like a volcano erupting with anger mixed with a strong aura, sweeping away in all directions, shaking the entire heaven and earth could not stop trembling, and a crack of nothingness spread out. He is precisely the silver-winged wolf clan descended in this blue star of the leader, is also the peak of the demon monarch of the supreme power. But let the silver G heart alarmed is, even with his strength, have failed to detect hiding in the dark of the ghost tribe of the traces of the powerhouse. It cannot be that the ghost tribe out of the nest to come to exterminate his silver-winged wolf clan? While Inji was secretly speculating, 2 figures steeply appeared on the opposite side of them, and when he saw one of the figures, Inji's pupils shrunk violently, and he couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "Evil Extreme Sky?" Not long ago, he had seen Evil Extreme Sky in the Xianin ghost race. Now this was. It couldn't be that the evil race and the ghost race were joining forces to deal with the demon race, could it? In just an instant, Inji associated himself with this terrible thing. Boom! For the silver G who recognized himself, the evil Extreme Sky is no longer in the Xianin ghost clan before when the gentle appearance directly will be their own aura exploded. The vast evil aura, as a huge mountain like crushed to the silver G, even if the silver G to reach the peak of the demon monarch, under this aura, cannot stop the heart of the shock. Bang! Do not see the evil Extreme Sky have any action. His whole person has appeared in front of Inji, fist flashing with evil light, like a star violently towards Inji's stomach smashed. Even if Inji timely reaction still failed to block that horrible fist power, the whole person was directly smashed flying out, will be the void or dragged out of a long narrow dark cracks. Put! A mouthful of silver-colored blood gushed out from Inji's mouth as he looked towards evil Extreme Sky in fear and drank in a deep voice. Evil Extreme Sky, is it possible that you evil race want to go to war with my demon race? Before, Inji knew that evil Extreme Sky was very strong, but he thought that he was also a peak demon monarch powerhouse, while evil Extreme Sky was also, even if the gap was even bigger. It wasn't that big, it was impossible that he couldn't even block a single move of evil Extreme Sky, right? But after really facing the evil Extreme Sky, he realized that the terror of the evil Extreme Sky is far more than the crowd's imagination. That God's mysterious speed is not the average person who can react to it. Even more frightening is that the evil Extreme Sky also has a kind of strange and horrible huge force. It is this huge force directly toward his defense to pieces, and smashed it hard on top of his body. Start a war? You deserve it. At this time, evil Extreme Sky finally responded to Inji. Only that disdainful sneering appearance caused Inji to be humiliated and infuriated. However, evil Extreme Sky ignored it and once again rushed horizontally towards Inji. At the same time, Guhan also erupted his entire body's ghost power and attacked directly towards those 3 silver-winged wolf race powerhouses at the late stage of the demon monarchs, and before they arrived, the horrifying might of the ghost Tao had already crushed towards the 3 demon monarchs like a mountain of mountains. Despite Guhan's strength, he didn't dare to be slow when facing 3 late-stage demon monarchs at the same time, and the first time he struck, it was at full strength. Underworld Forbidden God. Whispers that seemed to come from the distant past instantly emanated from Guhan's mouth, and densely packed ghostly patterns spread out from his body, transforming into chains that penetrated space and instantly locked a demon ruler powerhouse that was heading towards him at an extreme speed, stopping his forward stance instantly. Ghost technique, heavenly ghost royalty. In the next moment, the dense ghost lines climbed up Guhan's body, transforming into a majestic armor, shrouding Guhan's entire body in it. And not only that, layers of ghostly light were also emitted from the top of the armor, transforming into a light shield that shrouded Guhan, as a ghost method that represented the ultimate defense. The full form of the heavenly ghost royalty had 9 levels of defense, only that Guhan's understanding of the heavenly ghost royalty nowadays had only reached 20%, and he could only execute the heavenly ghost royalty with 2 levels of defense. If he was able to execute the 9 heavens ghost royalty, even if he stood still and let these 3 late demon monarchs bombard him, they wouldn't be able to shake Guhan in the slightest. Those 2 demon monarch powerhouses who were charging towards Guhan could never have imagined that Guhan, a mere mid-stage demon monarch, would dare to carry their attacks. Therefore, they hadn't been able to react at all when Guhan hardened his hand against their attacks and passed through their midst, and by the time they did, Guhan had already arrived in front of that demon ruler powerhouse that he had imprisoned. Ghost method, soul destruction spear. In an instant, an extreme sharpness erupted from Guhan's body, as if it was going to tear the heavens and the earth apart, and the void around it could not withstand this sharpness, twisting and cracking in a manner visible to the naked eye. The densely packed ghost patterns condensed into a pitch-black spear that shot straight toward the imprisoned demon ruler powerhouse. Not to mention that demon monarch powerhouse was imprisoned. Even if he wasn't imprisoned, he wouldn't be able to dodge the spear at such a close distance. At this moment, the unspeakable oppression of life and death pressed down on that demon monarch who couldn't catch his breath. As he looked at the soul destruction spear that was getting closer and closer, with fear in his eyes, the key to which was that he couldn't do anything to resist yet. But, in just an instant, that demon ruler's head was directly pierced through by the soul-destroying spear, and the horrifying sharpness mixed with the vast demonic power, like millions of sharp blades, tore all the vitality within his body to shreds, and his body planted straight down from the mid-air, startling the many silver-winged demon race powerhouses underneath to flee in a panic. The moment the soul-destroying spear erupted, Guhan didn't look at that demon monarch anymore, and directly turned towards the other two demon monarchs to rush towards them, as endless ghost power surged out, triggering the resonance of the ghost power in the Nine Spectre sealing formation, making his entire being as if he was a supreme ghost god, with divine might that covered the world. Hiss! Guhan's horrifying battle performance of instantly killing the demon monarch directly caused the other two demon monarchs in the distance to be so shocked that their scalps were numb and their eyes were bulging out. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have been able to believe that a mere mid-stage demon monarch would be able to instantly kill a late-stage demon monarch. This is as fantastic as the sky is the limit. Looking at Guhan, who was charging across the room, the two demon monarchs felt a chill in their hearts, but they had to meet them head-on. Chapter 99, Scared to Death of Wolves. Bang! In an instant, Guhan collided with those two demon monarchs, and a roar like a flooding bell resounded throughout the entire silver-winged wolf clan's compound, with terrifying fluctuations sweeping away like ripples, causing the surrounding emptiness to collapse in a manner visible to the naked eye. Even though Guhan didn't use any of his blades, his powerful and majestic demonic power still made him comfortable in the face of the two demon monarchs' siege, only to see. He formed his hands into palms and slapped out horizontally one after another. Powerful palm force fluctuations swept out, accompanied by the eerie ghost mist, and rigidly broke the two demon monarchs' attacks. At this moment, Guhan didn't use that series of moves that could be called out to kill the enemy, because the consumption was too great. Even with his majestic foundation, he couldn't use them one after another. He just used the ghost technique Heavenly Ghost Royalty to add extreme defense for himself, and then he caught one of the demon monarch powerhouses attacking fiercely. In a one-on-one situation, even if he didn't use those powerful inherited divine abilities, Guhan wasn't afraid of any demon monarch powerhouse. Even if it was a peak demon monarch, even if he couldn't beat it, the other party definitely couldn't do anything to him, let alone just a late demon monarch. Buzz! Only to see that Guhan was surrounded by ghostly lines, his ghostly aura surging into the sky, as if a supreme ghost god had descended, and his palms were waved, carrying boundless might as he bombarded toward the demon monarch powerhouse. The demon monarch who was targeted by Guhan, in a trance, seemed to feel thousands of ghostly shadows rampaging towards him, the sound of ghostly cries and wolves howling ear-piercingly, causing his entire being to be distracted, and even the operation of his power was affected. Bang! Seeing this, the other demon monarch frantically invaded towards Guhan, wanting to force Guhan to a halt. But under that powerful defense of the Heavenly Ghost Royal, his attack simply couldn't do anything to stop Guhan, and he can only watch as Guhan continued to bombard the demon monarch. Underworld Ghost Roar. A ray of ghostly light flashed through Guhan's eyes as he violently opened his mouth and let out a loud sound. A terrifying sound wave sweeping out like ripples, so piercingly loud that the entire person of the demon monarch powerhouse he was targeting went into a trance. Also at that moment, Guhan bullied his way up, instantly coming behind that demon monarch. His hands flickered with a cold, majestic ghostly aura, violently slapping out one after another, and in just a few breaths of time, he slapped out hundreds of palm prints, each of which was filled with incomparably terrifying might. But, trance demon monarch, simply did not make effective resistance, directly by that dense palm prints, blood in the mouth like a spring gushing, faces as white as paper, its back robes directly exploded open, the entire back appeared dense bloody palm prints. The fiery pain caused this demon monarch's entire face to distort, but it was also this tingling sensation that caused this demon monarch to go completely berserk, and instead, he lost the fear he had previously felt towards Guhan. Roar! An ear-splitting roar rang out, and the original human body of the demon monarch instantly turned into his own body. A silver giant wolf tens of meters tall appeared, and behind it was a pair of silver wings that were more than 10 meters long. after transforming into his original body. This demon monarch's eyes were scarlet red as he violently rushed towards Guhan, his speed even faster than when he had changed into his human body. And even the aura on his body was even more powerful. But for Guhan, so what if he turned into his own body? Ghost Law Moriaka. A voice like the roar of an evil spirit suddenly came out of Guhan's mouth. And in just a split second, it caused the demon monarch who had lost his mind to fall into an illusion. If the other party hadn't lost his mind, there might have been a possibility of resisting. But with the loss of his mind, how could he possibly be able to carry on with the Sanluo 10,000 elephants? This ghost law, but it represented the ultimate illusion. And like the heavenly ghost royalty, it had 9 weights. And even though Guhan had only mastered 2 of them now, and could only exert 2 weights of illusion, it was not something that an ordinary person would be able to resist. Ghost method, soul destruction spear. To be honest, Guhan had come to love this feeling of exterminating his enemies with ease. And although this set of combos did consume a lot of energy, as soon as it was used, the enemy was almost certain to die. Unsurprisingly, that demon ruler who was caught in the illusion was directly beheaded by the soul destruction spear, stepping into the dust of the previous demon ruler. And that deathly gesture saw the last demon ruler chilling and trembling. He even lost his fighting spirit, and his entire body fell directly onto the void, looking at Guhan with fear in his eyes. Seeing this, Guhan instantly laughed as he took one step at a time towards the demon monarch, bringing great pressure to that kind of demon monarch. But at the same time, he was secretly recovering his own strength. If it wasn't for the fact that this set of continuous moves consumed too much, Guhan felt that he could be invincible amongst the June realm. And even if an existence with a strong resistance to illusions was able to break one, could it be that he would still be able to break 2, 3, 4, or even 9? Of course, the current Guhan had only mastered the 2 weights of the Moro 10,000 elephants, and if it was a triple or quadruple weight, he wouldn't be able to cast it so successively. As the higher the weight, the greater the consumption. As Guhan continued to get closer, that late-stage demon monarch of the silver-winged wolf clan was so frightened that he was trembling in fear. In his eyes, Guhan at this moment was like a god of death, and once he got closer, it would be his own time to die. Spare me, I'm willing to be your demonic pet. Finally, this demon monarch failed to carry that pressure and directly knelt on the void, kowtowing towards Guhan continuously. The deaths of his 2 companions were so vivid in his mind that no one could imagine the pressure and fear he faced. Even if he was a demon monarch, he would still be afraid and terrified of death. It was so hard to reach demon monarch. Who would want to die? A monarch-level existence had a long lifespan. He still had long years ahead of him and could even climb higher mountains. How could he be willing to die? Although he would lose his freedom and dignity by becoming Guhan's demonic pet, at least he would be able to live. What is dignity and freedom in front of life? When not on the verge of death, anyone can say that dignity is more important than life and freedom is more important than heaven. But when you really see death, who can face it openly? Silver B, you deserve to die. On the distant battlefield, Silver G, who had been beaten up by evil Extreme Sky, was so furious at this scene that he couldn't help but growl out, looking at Silver B as if he was about to spit fire. How could he not expect the Silver B to be so undignified and cowardly? This kneeling of Silver B was not only a loss of dignity for himself, but what was equally lost was the dignity of his silver-winged wolf clan. A late-stage demon monarch's existence was actually kneeling and bowing down to a mid-stage demon monarch. If this was spread out, what face would he have left in his silver-winged wolf clan to speak of? Even if they escaped this time and returned to the plateau, they would be chastised by the clan or even directly executed. It was also that he was not able to take care of himself right now. Otherwise, he would definitely chop the Silver Bee to death on the spot at the first time. It was better than having the face of his silver-winged wolf clan trampled on the bottom of his feet by people. Oh no! By ghosts. Chapter 100, The Contract of Life and Death. In the face of Silver Gigi's roar, Silver Bee paid no attention at all. It's not like Een Ji is facing his situation. How can he understand his panic and fear? That guy is purely standing around talking without a pain in the ass. His own dignity and freedom, how he likes to lose how to lose. Who cares about him? We're all going to die. What do we care about the dignity of the Wolf Clan and what does it matter to him? Silver Bee? These thoughts were but an instant, and the Silver Bee knelt on the void, looking at Guhan with a pleading face, that gaze filled with a desire for life. Looking at Silver Bee's pleading gaze, Guhan's heart moved slightly. He didn't expect the Silver Wasp to be so afraid of death that in order to survive, it even abandoned its own dignity and even the dignity of its race and willingly became his demonic pet, which couldn't help but open up a new line of thought for Guhan. Despite his help, in a short period of time, it was simply impossible for the Great Summer to grow to the point where it could fight against the major foreign races. Even the most demonic existences needed a certain amount of time to grow. Don't look at the fact that he seemed to have grown to the current mid-stage ghost monarch realm in just over a year's time, but the encounters he had received were something that no one could replicate. The ghost god pillar was even a supreme treasure that could be encountered but not sought in the current world. If it was a different person, even if they obtained the ghost god pillar, it would be impossible to reach the ghost monarch's realm in such a short period of time. If the ghost god pillar was the greatest opportunity Guhan had gotten after being reborn, then his cultivation experience, battle experience, and various insights from his previous life were his greatest opportunity after the ghost god pillar. It was true that at the realm before Ghost King, one only needed a large amount of ghost chi or other attribute power to quickly raise their cultivation, but without enough sense, it was also impossible to break through the realm barrier. In his previous life, Guhan was a supreme powerhouse at the peak of the martial Tao refining god, and even if he had recultivated the ghost Tao, his perceptions on the path of cultivation far exceeded those of an existence that hadn't stepped onto the path of cultivation. Those strong people in Daxia can have such a cultivation nowadays. Of course there are many resources, but more. It is still Guhan personally explains his own martial arts cultivation sense, so that they touch and understand their own martial arts sense, only to be able to break through the cultivation. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for them to reach the current realm because martial cultivation was far more difficult than the ghost Tao. Furthermore, today's Daxia has almost reached by virtue of martial arts master, is a short period of time can be reached at the apex, and then up, is not so simple things, must have a superb comprehension of martial arts. In order to break through the realm of martial arts refining God, to become enough to rival the existence of the alien king, but even with Guhan's explanations, an existence that hadn't sensed to a certain level on their own would simply not be able to understand Guhan's explanations. Previously, Guhan had been thinking about how to quickly raise the strength of Daxia, but now, the submission of this silver-winged wolf clan powerhouse had made Guhan think of another way of thinking. Since Daxia couldn't cultivate a supreme powerhouse in a short period of time, why didn't he go and take in those demonic powerhouses? Just like the silver bee in front of him, how many people could be frank in front of life and death? Of course, if he didn't have something to fall back on, no matter how much the silver bee talked, no matter how sincere he was, Guhan wouldn't have been able to take him in, because once the silver bee learned of his true details and then rebelled, the danger that would be brought to Daxia would be exceptionally great. Guhan would rather kill him than let that risk happen. Guhan dared to accept the silver bee's dependence was a secret technique from the ghost god pillar, which was called the soul contract of life and death, and when he had gotten it before, Guhan had once considered it to be the most useless secret technique. After performing this secret art, a contract called the contract of life and death will be formed. Once the name is signed above the contract of life and death, then the life of the person who signed it will be controlled by the owner of the contract of life and death, letting it live or die. But the premise is that the person who signed it must be willing. Guhan, at that time, could be said to have scoffed at this secret art, as he felt that no one would be willing to give their life and death to someone else's control, especially a cultivator. Cultivators who possessed great power could not possibly be willing to be subjected to others, because in the entire cultivation world, anything could happen. Today you are strong, but tomorrow someone else might get a heaven-defying chance and instantly surpass you. It was because Guhan felt that cultivators were all condescending, so he had never thought of using the life and death contract to control others, because he felt that no one would willingly go above the life and death contract. But the silver bee in front of him completely made Guhan change his inherent thoughts. Buzz. As silver bee waited in fear, Guhan fiercely pinched his hands together to seal, and majestic soul power instantly spread out from his hands, transforming into densely packed ghost patterns that fluttered around his circumference. Immediately afterward, under Guhan's manipulation, the ghost patterns in front of him immediately began to rhythmically move with some specific rules and blossomed with a faint ghostly light, and after about tens of breaths, those ghost patterns began to arrange themselves to form an ancient and mysterious ghost Tao script. Boom! An arcane and mysterious aura filled the air at once, causing the silver bee's body that was kneeling in front of Guhan to tremble even more. He even thought that Guhan was going to make a move to kill himself, and his entire body was in despair, and he had even forgotten that he was also a late-stage demon sovereign powerhouse, and that he could still rebel against Guhan. Sign it and you will live. In the silver bee's despair, thinking that he was bound to die, Guhan's faint voice violently rang in his ears, as if it were heavenly music, so that the silver bee, as if it had risen from hell to heaven. That kind of surprise simply could not be described in words. Fine, I'll sign it. The ecstatic silver bee hurriedly responded with a respectful voice, and then after forcing out a strand of blood with his finger, he signed his name on the life and death contract in front of him. As a matter of fact, Silver Bee appeared to have only signed his name, but in reality, his move was to brand his soul on top of this life and death contract, and only in this way could Guhan control Silver Bee's life and death through the rules of the Ghost Dao of the life and death contract. Buzz. As the Silver Bee signed his name, the contract, which was covered with Ghost Dao characters, instantly turned into a dense ghost pattern and then rushed into the Silver Bee's body, like a chain, wrapping the Silver Bee's soul. At this moment, Silver Bee instantly felt that his life and death were not under his control, and even his heart could not give birth to any thoughts of harboring malice towards Guhan, a feeling that made Silver Bee unusually complex. He was grateful that he had managed to survive, but lost in the fact that he had lost all his freedom and couldn't even control life and death. See you, Lord. After a while, Silver Bee collected his mind and respectfully bowed towards Guhan. Chapter 101, Collecting Two Demons, Destroying the Wolf Clan. This bow of the Silver Bee directly caused the dignity of the Silver-Winged Wolf Clan to regress by a large margin, and as he watched, the distant Inji couldn't hold back any longer, and a mouthful of blood directly gushed out. The entire person was infuriated by the Silver Bee's actions and suffered internal injuries. It was also at this moment that Evil Extreme Sky's eyes brightened slightly, instantly grasping the opportunity of battle, majestic power gushing out. The entire person directly appeared in front of Inji. A brilliant light flickered above his fist, violently slamming down. Bang! In an instant, Inji's entire body was directly smashed away by that terrifying fist force, blood spurting wildly from his mouth, and his entire aura directly withered. Originally, he had already been pressured by Evil Extreme Sky and had suffered considerable injuries, and now he had been knotted up by Evil Extreme Sky's full force, plus the Silver Bee's blow, causing him to almost lose his fighting strength. Evil Extreme Sky did not intend to let Inji go, and instantly bullied his way up, intending to end Inji with a slap, but he was stopped by Guhan, who had tasted the sweetness. Wait! Guhan brought the Silver Bee to the side of Evil Extreme Sky, condescendingly looking down at the Silver G in the pit, and indifferently uttered, "Submit to me, and you will be spared from death." Silver Bee, who had just submitted to Guhan, desperately wanted to perform, and hurriedly persuaded, "Brother Inji, life is one's own, and if it's gone, and the clan won't mourn for you for a minute, and even your family will be bullied by those in the clan who don't like you. Submitting under the Lord, although you lose your dignity and freedom, but at least you save your life, at least in the future, you still have the chance to guard your family. It was so hard to cultivate to the peak of Demon Monarch, and it looks like you're only one step away from Demon Emperor. Is it hard for you to give up and die like this? Is it hard to believe that you don't want to see the scenery of the Demon Emperor, or even the scenery above the Demon Emperor? The Lord is so young and already has such strong strength. Following by his side, the future will surely have infinite possibilities. Brother Inji, man is not for himself. Is the so-called dignity really more important than your life? It had to be said that Silver Bee's eloquence was indeed good. His persuasion was even more useful than Guhan's personal persuasion, and his words were just like a handle of knives, plunging into Inji's heart, tearing down the defenses of his heart little by little. If Silver Bee hadn't submitted, Inji wouldn't have chosen to submit anyway, but Silver Bee had already made a start. So could it be that he really had to give up his life for the sake of his race's dignity and even his own? For a moment, Inji couldn't help but think of his family members who were in the Highland clan land. Once he died, his family members would definitely be bullied by his rivals in the clan. Moreover, it was possible that he would be framed by those villains and be chastised by the clan instead. Although after submitting, he was restricted by Guhan and could not move freely, but at least there was a chance to save his family. Once he died, there would be no chance at all. Don't worry, this monarch has always been generous to his own people. As long as you are loyal to this monarch does not restrict you from anything, and will even share any benefits with you. Seeing Inji's hesitation, Guhan's heart rejoiced, knowing that there was something in the air, and hurriedly opened his mouth, and his words completely became a straw that overwhelmed the hesitation in Inji's heart as he raised his eyes to Guhan and spoke with a light sigh. The old man is willing to submit. When these words fell, Inji's entire body was shorter, as if he had instantly aged a lot, and those eyes were even darker. He had finally lost to reality and to the cowardice in his heart. Buzz. Upon hearing this, Guhan was overjoyed, and without hesitation, he began to cast the life and death contract, and once again, densely packed ghostly patterns filled out from between his hands, forming a Ghost Dao contract. Inji, who had seen the signing process of Silver Bee with his own eyes, didn't hesitate and signed his name right away, and after that, he had the same feeling as Silver Bee. Congratulations to Brother Gu for harvesting two great generals. The Evil Extreme Sky on the side opened his mouth to congratulate him at the right time. I still have to thank Brother Evil for his help. Upon hearing this, Guhan returned the salute and spoke with a light smile. At this moment, Guhan, although he was still wary of Evil Extreme Sky, had already recognized more than before. From this battle, Guhan was able to feel Evil Extreme Sky's sincerity. If he hadn't helped him suppress Ji, he alone wouldn't have been able to overthrow the Silver-Winged Wolf clan so easily, much less obtain the two powerful demonic pets, the Silver Bee and Ji. Seeing Guhan's gesture, Evil Extreme Sky was equally delighted, which meant that the cooperation between him and Guhan was almost stable. Originally, the other powerhouses of the Silver-Winged Wolf clan, who had been killed or injured due to the waves of the Monarch-level battle in the void, and who had meticulously survived, did not need to waste any effort at all, and in a short period of time, they had been chopped down one by Guhan. Guhan was still a bit conscientious and didn't let the Silver Bee and Silver G demons make a move, but watching their own clansmen being slaughtered by Guhan, the Silver G demons had the same mixed feelings. Of course, they didn't dare to hold any grudges against Guhan. The weak and the strong are the unchanging theorems of the world, and if they want to blame, they can only blame their own strength is too weak. After killing the remaining Silver-Winged Wolf race powerhouses, it was time for Guhan's favorite time to collect the loot, and he even glanced at Evil Extremity, signaling if Evil Extremity wanted to join him. However, Evil Extreme Sky clearly couldn't look at the Silver-Winged Wolf clan's collection and directly shook his head towards Guhan. Seeing this, Guhan joyfully cleaned up the battlefield, and it took him a quarter of an hour to scavenge the entire Silver-Winged Wolf clan's compound, along with the carcasses of those Silver-Winged Wolf demons. The harvest obtained was naturally incomparably astonishing, far exceeding the harvest he had obtained in the Xianxiang Demon Clan before. Only, the Silver-Winged Wolf clan's collection was the same as the Xianxiang Demon Clan's. Basically some heavenly treasures as well as rare ores, pills and whatnot were not available at all, and even weapons were few and far between. The only people who possessed weapons were some of the Demon King levels and the two demon monarchs he had killed. Boom! After thoroughly scavenging the area, Guhan violently exploded his own ghostly chi under the watchful eyes of Evil Extreme Sky and the others, plowing the entire Silver-Winged Demon Clan's compound several times with ghostly chi before putting away the 9 secret ceiling formation and disappearing into the sky above the Silver-Winged Wolf Clan's compound along with Evil Extreme Sky and the others. This was his big gift to the Ghost Clan, so naturally it had to be crafted exquisitely. Undoubtedly, the destruction of the Silver-Winged Wolf Clan would definitely make the Demon Clan completely shaken, and the appearance of this pure ghost chi would also make the Demon Clan believe that it was the Demon Clan that had acted, and the contradiction between the two sides would completely explode into a deadly enmity. Even though there would be no more large-scale demon ruler battles breaking out due to Evil Extreme Sky's warning, the clansmen underneath would definitely fight to the death. And this, not only was the result that Guhan wanted to see, it was likewise the result that Evil Extreme Sky wanted to see, because only then would he be able to lure the evil dead bone to the blue star, and then with the help of Guhan, he would be able to kill it. Otherwise, trying to kill the evil dead bone in the midst of a strange realm would be simply impossible. Chapter 102, The 7 Great Ghost Monarchs. In the strange realm, among the many evils, although they fight with each other, and even fight to the death, they will also temporarily put aside their hatred and unite in the face of an external enemy. However, if Guhan dared to rush into the Wonderland to kill the evil dead bone, then he would be facing not just the evil dead bone, but the entire Wonderland of evil, and at that time, even if Guhan was no longer powerful, he would definitely be surrounded and killed. How can you fight when the time and place are not on your side? What's more, as a mature world that had already developed for countless years, the Chi realm's depth and even strength was very terrifying. Even Evil Extreme Sky himself didn't know exactly how many strong people there were in the Chi realm, much less the strongest existences in the Chi realm, and exactly what level they had reached. Therefore, he could only lure the evil withered bone to this blue star, and if he wanted to lure the evil withered bone over, he would have to let the evil race's calculations fall through. Originally, Evil Extremity himself had planned to lure the demon race and the ghost race together to deal with the evil race, destroying the 3 evil races and later causing the 2 realms of Plateau and Hell to fight with the Chi realm. But he changed his mind after noticing Guhan. Guhan, who possessed the ghost god pillar, was the one he really wanted to cooperate with. Guhan wanted to keep Blue Star, so he would help Guhan keep Blue Star, and at the same time, in the process, let Guhan grow up as soon as possible. And then, in the process, he would lure the evil withered bone over to be chopped up. The only thing they needed to pay attention to was that they had to control the degree of this, not letting the foreign races that descended from the 3 realms collapse too quickly, thus causing stronger existences to descend earlier, and they had to let stronger existences descend only after Guhan had grown to a certain degree. Otherwise, once a stronger being descended, even if Guhan's secret technique was no longer powerful, he would have nothing to hide. The Black Mountain Ghost Clan was the object Guhan and Evil Extreme Sky had chosen to overthrow, because the Black Mountain Ghost race and the Xuanxiang Demon race have some conflicts. and before the confrontation between the demon and ghost races, also because of the Black Mountain Ghost race, the demon race out of retaliation secretly attacked the Black Mountain Ghost race is completely reasonable, and will not cause the slightest suspicion at all. On the way to the Black Mountain Ghost clan, Guhan also informs Silver Bee and Inji of his true origins, and now that these two demons are considered to be his die-hard loyalists, with life and death in his own hands, Guhan naturally wasn't afraid of them leaking out the information. And when they learned that Guhan was actually from the Blue Star's native human race, Silver Bee as well as Silver G instantly fell silent, the shock and horror in their hearts simply reaching a point of no return. In the first moment of descending into this world, the Silver Bee and other demons will know that this is a new world that has just recovered its aura not long ago. Such a world, with a lot of potential and no powerful enemies, has always been the favorite of the major worlds. Previously, all of the strongest of their demon clan had gone out and carefully searched the Blue Star, and they had not found any strong people, which also proved this point, but they had never thought that they would have missed such a powerful existence as Guhan. But what really frightened them was that this new world had only just recovered its aura not long ago, and Guhan had already reached the middle stage of Ghost Monarch. What kind of concept was that? To know they can become a demon monarch. I don't know how many times they have experienced the trials of life and death. Even the years of cultivation are at least in the hundreds of thousands of years. This is still in the case of their bloodline is strong. If the bloodline potential is not enough, a lifetime is impossible to reach the level of the demon monarch. And yet, this new master of theirs had grown to be a strong person at the mid-ghost monarch level in just less than 3 years. What kind of terrifying cultivation speed was this? What kind of terrifying talent potential? Even among the plateaus, they had never heard of such a supreme demon appearing. Of course, it was possible that they were not at a sufficient level, but no matter what, there were definitely only a handful of world-defying demons like Guhan. For a while Silver Bee and Silver G were shocked, they suddenly weren't so resistant to submitting themselves to Guhan. To be honest, if Guhan wasn't a ghost ruler, but a demon ruler, they couldn't wait to submit themselves to Guhan, because they could only go farther by following such a geisha demon. Which one of the existences that could have such heaven-defying potential was not a person of great fortune, but any dip in their luck would allow them to gain a lot of money. The four Guhan were all June-level powerhouses, so their speed was very fast, and it didn't take long for them to arrive at the Black Mountain Ghost Clan's compound. But after secretly probing the Black Mountain Ghost Clan, it made Guhan and the others all frown, because at this moment in the Black Mountain Ghost Clan, there were not only strong men from the Black Mountain Ghost Clan, but also strong men from other ghost clans. Apparently the many ghost clans were afraid of the demon clan's retaliation, and purposely allowed these strong men to come to the Black Mountain Ghost Clan to keep watch. The original Black Mountain Ghost Clan, a total of 4 ghost monarchs. A ghost monarch peak 3 ghost monarchs late, but at this moment in the Black Mountain Ghost Clan resident, but the whole has 7 ghost monarchs. More than 3, but there are 2 to reach the peak of the ghost monarchs. The other is also the existence of the ghost monarchs late. With such a powerful lineup, looking at all the foreign races that had descended, none of them were able to overthrow the Black Mountain Ghost race in a one-on-one situation. And if they wanted to overthrow the Black Mountain Ghost race, they would have to deploy all the powerhouses of at least 2 of the top foreign races or more in order to do so. The 2 peak ghost monarchs, I'm sure I can decimate them. And the 3, I can only hold them back. After pondering for a moment, Evil Extreme Heaven looked toward Guhan and slowly spoke. Although he was powerful, he wasn't endlessly powerful, especially when he couldn't explode at full strength. Being able to decimate in a 1-against-2 situation was already enough to prove his terror. Of course, if he exploded with all his might, he would definitely be able to kill those 3 peak ghost monarchs, but at that time, it wouldn't be so easy to completely obliterate his aura, even if he himself couldn't completely destroy his own aura. Don't treat all those ghost monarchs as little cuties, but if there is even the slightest trace, they will be suspected by those ghost monarchs, and then, all of their intentions will come to naught. Hearing Evil Extreme Sky's words, Guhan's eyes narrowed slightly as he secretly pondered. If there was Evil Extreme Sky to hold back those 3 peak ghost monarchs, Guhan was confident that he could quickly kill the remaining 4 late-stage demon monarchs. After all, there was still the assistance of the 2 Enji demons, but now that the ghost race had been put on alert, who knew what changes would occur once they made their move? Perhaps they still had contacts with each other that could break through the barrier? Therefore, this battle had to be quick, and it was best to instantly kill these ghost monarchs. Only then would there not be any variables occurring. If it was an ordinary person, naturally, he would not be able to do so, but Guhan still had a certain degree of certainty, because he who possessed the ghost god pillar was equivalent to the heaven of the ghost Dao, and had a very strong restraint against ordinary ghost Dao powerhouses. Guhan recalled the many ghost arts he had mastered as well as his inherited divine abilities. and a plan had already emerged in his mind. Chapter 103, Instantly Killing the Three Monarchs. His underworld furnace was capable of absorbing and refining the strongest members of the Ghost Dao. Suppressing the 7 ghost monarchs might be a bit of a stretch, but suppressing 3 peak ghost monarchs was more than enough. And then, Evil Extreme Sky, and Ji, the 3 of them, fully storing up their strength, by surprise, were enough to kill those 3 peak ghost monarchs, so that the remaining 4 late-stage ghost monarchs would have a much easier time. Of course, Guhan had to utilize the Mara Wanxiang at the same time to control the remaining 4 late-stage ghost monarch powerhouses first. Utilizing so many powerful divine abilities at the same time, even for Guhan, it was not a small challenge. Fortunately, he had focused on comprehending the ghost art as well as the various inherited divine abilities in his day-to-day life, and although his comprehension of them was slightly insufficient, what he had comprehended was basically already perfectly controlled. Only, once this plan was executed, Guhan would basically be ruined after the fight, and with Evil Extreme Sky, Guhan still had some hesitation in his heart, but then he thought that with Evil Extreme Sky's unfathomable strength as well as knowing his own bottom line, if he really wanted to deal with him, he wouldn't have to deliberately wait until this kind of time. In addition to this, the 2 demonic pets, Silver Gigi and Silver B, also more or less brought Guhan a little sense of security. Brother Evil, Ji, you guys build up your strength with all your might, and when I explode, you'll directly strike at those peak ghost monarch powerhouses. Don't hesitate and try to kill them instantly. After determining the plan, Guhan then looked towards Evil Extreme Sky as well as Ji and spoke out solemnly. At those words, Evil Extreme Sky and Ji didn't hesitate, and directly began to quietly and silently store up their strength, thanks to which they both achieved perfect control of their own power. Otherwise, it would not be easy to hide from the 7 great ghost monarchs. As the Evil Extreme Sky duo prepared, Guhan was also preparing. He took a deep breath and slowly worked the ghost power in his body, pushing it to the extreme. After a full quarter of an hour, Guhan's eyes fiercely condensed and he directly exploded. Boom! 9 specters ceiling formation. Calm Black Mountain Ghost Clan. Violently resounded out a sound like heavenly sound like a loud voice. In all people have not yet reacted. For terrifying ghost columns rose up. Dense ghost pattern emerged, transformed into a huge light cover. The entire Black Mountain Ghost Clan shrouded. Ghost technique Moro Mundo. Immediately afterward, as those 7 great ghost monarchs moved in violent anger, a voice once again sounded, and along with this voice swirling around, there was also a metaphysical aura, and in an instant, all the clansmen of the Black Mountain Ghost Clan were plunged into an illusion. Even the 7 great demon monarchs, although they had not fallen into the illusion because the enveloping range of the Mara Wanxiang was too large, were still affected by a trace of it, and there was a brief moment of stagnation. And taking advantage of this brief moment of stagnation, Guhan simultaneously erupted the underworld furnace as well as the desolate underworld forbidden god. One enveloped the 3 peak ghost monarchs while the other imprisoned the 4 late-stage ghost monarch powerhouses. Even though with Guhan's cultivation, imprisoning the 4 late ghost monarchs at the same time could only imprison them for 3 breaths of time. These 3 breaths of time were enough for the 3 of them. Strike! As the sound of Guhan's bellowing voice fell, Guhan was the first to strike, and a strike of the Ghost Law Soul Destruction Spear erupted out, blasting straight towards Montenegro. Bang! The terrifying pitch-black spear, wrapped in an astonishingly sharp and destructive aura, pierced through space and instantly appeared in front of Montenegro, shooting fiercely towards his brow. Despite being suppressed by the underworld furnace to suppress the operation of the ghost power in his body, Montenegro still resisted at the first time. Only, he underestimated the terror of the soul-destroying spear, and the means of defense that he had exerted. After touching the soul-destroying spear, it shattered in an instant as if it was like a bubble. Put! As a soft sound came out, Montenegro was directly blasted back hundreds of miles by the soul destruction spear, and then his entire body was hard nailed to the void by the soul destruction spear, and the terrifying sharpness mixed with destructive power invaded his ghostly body, obliterating all of his vitality. Most of all, before Montenegro died, his ghostly body was sucked away by the underworld furnace on the dome of the sky, and the ghostly power and even everything else in his body was constantly turned into Guhan's nourishment, leaving Montenegro without the ability to even try to resist the power that had invaded his body. To his death, the leader of the Black Mountain Ghost Clan, Ghost Montenegro, did not even close his eyes in peace. At the same time, Evil Extreme Sky and Inji had also gotten their hands on them, instantly killing their enemies in the void. Just kidding, they had been storing up their strength for a long time, and what they used were almost all the strongest moves. Even without Guhan's spectral furnace suppression, under their sneak attack, no peak monarch level powerhouse would be able to block it. Not to mention the spectral furnace suppression, The two peak ghost ruler powerhouses that had been killed by the evil extreme sky duo were similarly absorbed by the underworld furnace, becoming Guhan's nourishment. And it was only under the power supplementation of the underworld furnace's feedback that Guhan's intense sense of weakness slowly dispersed. Escape! At that moment, those four late-stage ghost monarch powerhouses also broke free of Guhan's confinement. And after seeing three peak ghost monarchs die under Guhan and the others with their own eyes, they didn't have a single thought of competing with Guhan and the others. And the moment they broke free of their confinement, they each split up and sped off in all directions. But with the existence of the Nine Spectres sealing formation, how could they possibly escape? Even if the four of them were able to break through the Nine Spectres sealing formation, it would take a certain amount of time, and that time would be enough for Guhan and the others to catch up with them. Ghost technique Moro Mundo. Guhan didn't rush to chase after them, but instead withdrew the Sunluo Wanxiang that had enveloped the entire Black Mountain Ghost Clan's compound, and instead erupted the Sunluo Wanxiang exclusively at the four fleeing ghost monarchs. Ghost method Soul Destruction Spear. At the first moment the four ghost monarchs were caught in the illusion. Guhan directly erupted the Soul Destruction Spear and drove it to shoot toward one of the ghost monarchs. At the same time, Evil Extreme Sky and Silver G as well as Silver B, naturally, would not let go of such an excellent opportunity and struck out one after another. Boom! In an instant, horrifying fluctuations erupted over the entire Black Mountain Ghost Clan's compound, and the powerful impact of the force caused an unknown number of Black Mountain Ghost Clan clansmen to die tragically. And these tragically dead Black Mountain Ghost Clan clansmen were all absorbed by the underworld furnace that was hanging in the dome of the sky. A steady stream of powerful ghost power, surging into Guhan's body, actually made Guhan not only did not have any loss, but instead made the power in his body more and more majestic, and even his cultivation bottleneck, which had been stagnant for a long time, began to loosen up. Bang! It didn't take long for those four late-stage ghost sovereign powerhouses to step into the dust of the three peak ghost sovereigns. But Guhan and the others didn't stop and continue to strike. Only that the object they dealt with changed from ghost sovereigns to the casually slain Black Mountain Ghost Clan members. In less than a quarter of an hour, the huge Black Mountain Ghost race was completely annihilated. And there weren't even any bodies left behind. All the clansmen of the Black Mountain Ghost race were sucked into the underworld furnace, becoming Guhan's sustenance. Chapter 104, Breaking Two Realms in a Row. Receiving such a majestic ghostly power for a moment, Guhan felt as if he was going to be burst. And the whole person was a bit uncomfortable, but that underworld furnace wouldn't even consider whether Guhan would be burst, and was still continuously feeding Guhan with ghostly power. Guhan forced himself to endure the unbearable pain and instructed Dean G and Silver B to go clean up the battlefield and collect the loot. And then, without caring about Evil Extreme Sky beside him, he directly sat down on top of the void and began to transform the majestic ghost power in his body that was about to go out of control. With the gift of the Ghost God Pillar's gift of the Sea of Past Lives wheel, after Guhan had killed Black Mountain and the other ghost monarchs, the cultivation insights of Black Mountain Ghost Monarch and the other ghosts automatically surfaced in his mind, and without hesitation, he began to comprehend them while controlling the majestic ghost power in his body. Taking the essence and removing the dross, he completely transformed these cultivation insights into his own experience. Boom! In just a quarter of an hour's time, a dull ringing sound came from within Guhan's body, and immediately afterward, a strong late-stage ghost ruler aura erupted from Guhan's body. The majestic ghost power in Guhan's body, as if it had found a vent, crazily slipped away in Guhan's body, and the breakthrough in the realm allowed Guhan to accommodate more ghost power. But that wasn't all. There was still a steady stream of ghostly power being channeled to Guhan in the underworld furnace. This was, after all, the refining of the soul power of an entire Black Mountain Ghost Clan, the enormity of which was simply not something a normal person could imagine. Even leaving aside those 7 ghost monarchs, there were still hundreds of ghost kings as well as thousands of ghost Dao powerhouses of all realms. The ghost power generated after the refining of so many strong ghost Daoists, together with those 7 ghost monarchs, was, without exaggeration, enough to be used by a ghost emperor for his breakthrough. Not to mention Guhan, after breaking through to the late ghost sovereign stage, and noticing that his cultivation was still continuing to skyrocket, Guhan, who was worried about his unstable foundation, could only frantically absorb the cultivation insights of Ghost Mountain and the others while doing his best to compress the ghost power in his body, making it as pure as possible. Not far away, the evil extreme sky, very consciously for Guhan protection up. At the same time the eyes stared at Guhan. When felt Guhan's cultivation breakthrough, its eyes violently flashed through a wisp of essence. Face or surfaced the color of satisfaction. In evil extreme sky's opinion, the stronger Guhan was, the more beneficial it would be to him. And the fact that Guhan was able to raise his cultivation so quickly proved that he hadn't chosen the wrong person to work with. It was as if the evil extremity at this moment had already foreseen the scene in which Guhan had beheaded the evil withered bone and was able to dominate his own life. On the other side, the two Inji demons, who were scavenging for loot in the Black Mountain Ghost Clan's compound, also sensed the change in Guhan's cultivation, and the entire group was stunned on the spot, with intense shock surfacing on their faces. When did it become so easy to break through cultivation? Especially when they sensed that Guhan's cultivation still continued to climb. Silver G and Silver B were even more shocked, and even more grateful that they had chosen to follow Guhan. At this moment, Silver G and Silver B were considered to be completely convinced. Even if there was no life and death contract, they didn't see that they would leave Guhan anymore, because they saw the hope of climbing higher peaks from Guhan. With Guhan's potential as well as his talent, ascending to a higher peak would be a matter of time, and at that time, they would be able to follow suit. If someone could see through Guhan's ghostly body at this moment, they would be able to realize that Guhan's ghostly body was filled with majestic ghostly power, which was almost condensing into substance, and even if Guhan kept compressing it again and again, there was still a huge amount of ghostly power. At this moment, Guhan, apart from autonomously compressing the ghost power in his body, was no longer bothering about the changes in his body, as his entire mind was participating in the cultivation experiences of the major ghost rulers in his mind. He was like a sponge, greedily absorbing the cultivation experience of ghost monarchs such as Black Mountain, and it was thanks to the powerful efficacy of the gift of the Sea of Past Lives chakra that Guhan was able to penetrate the subtleties of the late stage of ghost monarchs and even the peak of ghost monarchs in such a short period of time. Bang! Another quarter of an hour passed, as if a bell-like ringing sound suddenly came out from Guhan's body, and immediately after that, the terrifying aura of the peak of the ghost monarch spread out, causing the void around Guhan to distort in a manner that could be seen by the naked eye, as if even the heavens and the earth couldn't withstand the pressure that was being emitted by Guhan at this moment. Even after collecting the loot, the Silver B standing not far away as well as Silver G, were all pressed by this thick aura and wanted to gasp for breath. Sparing Silver G, who was at the peak of the demon monarch, could not carry it. This made even Inji's face couldn't help but show bitterness. Guhan's peak ghost monarch, and his peak demon monarch, couldn't be compared at all. Before, Guhan in the middle stage of the ghost monarch was able to hang and beat him, let alone the Guhan at this moment. Inji felt that even the demons among those powerful demon clans in the plateau were definitely not Guhan's opponents in the same realm, and that this lord of theirs was so strong in battle that it was simply unbelievable. After breaking through to the peak of the ghost ruler, the fluctuations in Guhan's body's aura finally gradually dropped, and although it was still continuing to climb, it was no longer as terrifying as it had been before. The majestic ghost power that had originally been coursing through Guhan's body was accommodated after Guhan broke through to the peak of the ghost monarch. But the underworld furnace still had ghost power being channeled into it, so Guhan had to compress the ghost power in his body once more. It could be said that although Guhan had only just broken through to the peak of the ghost monarch at this moment, the quantity as well as the quality of the ghostly power in his body was such that even 10 peak ghost monarchs would not necessarily be able to match it. Buzz. It was only after a while that Guhan opened his eyes. A ray of ghostly light flickered from his eyes, directly piercing through the void in front of him. An unprecedentedly powerful sensation that made Guhan couldn't help but let out a low roar. At this moment, Guhan felt like he could easily crush his previous mid-stage ghost monarch self to death, and he took several deep breaths before calming his excitement, turning towards Evil Extreme Sky and the others. The originally unfathomable Evil Extreme Sky was no longer so mysterious in his eyes, and although there was still a sense of threat, it was much smaller compared to before. He also spied that Evil Extremity's cultivation level was indeed the peak of an evil monarch. And as for Silver B and Silver G, they were almost negligible to Guhan at this time. Even if he didn't perform any divine abilities, with the defense of his own ghost body, Inji, the peak of the demon monarch, with his full strength, wouldn't necessarily be able to break through. It was also at this time that Guhan realized that the entire Black Mountain Ghost Clan had been completely and utterly transformed by the Evil Extreme Sky, and the ghostly power that had originally filled the heavens and earth had all been turned into demonic power. After sensing carefully for a while, even Guhan had to marvel up for Evil Extreme Sky's secret technique. Even he had not been able to detect any abnormalities, as if this Black Mountain Ghost Clan was not destroyed by them at all, but by the mysterious Demon Clan powerhouse in general. Chapter 105, Deepening Conflicts. Unbridled. The demon race has great guts. Half an hour after Guhan and the others left, the Xianin Ghost Clan and even the strongest of the other ghost clans arrived, and when they saw that the Black Mountain Ghost Clan, which had already been reduced to rubble, their exuberant anger instantly spewed out, and the overriding killing machine made the temperature in the surrounding heaven and earth drop to an extreme point. Shishan's entire body almost exploded with anger, a body of chi bulging out, his robes hunting, terrifying ghost monarch's might, pervading the entire heaven and earth, making the surrounding emptiness, all distorted in a gesture visible to the naked eye. In order to prevent this, they also purposely sent additional strong men to guard the Black Mountain Ghost Clan. Even his Xianyin Ghost Clan had sent out a peak-level ghost ruler powerhouse, but he never thought that the Black Mountain Ghost Clan, which had 7 ghost rulers in its entirety, would still be wiped out, and still so quickly, so silently. One should know that in order to be able to provide timely support, he had also deliberately placed a transmission treasure on that Xianyin Ghost Clan powerhouse sent to guard the Black Mountain Ghost Clan, and every once in a while, they would have to communicate to ensure that in the event of someone shielding the space and being unable to pass on a message, they would be able to provide timely support. Previously, after not getting a transmission from that Xianyin Ghost Clan powerhouse, Shishan knew that it was bad, and immediately summoned all the ghost ruler powerhouses towards the Black Mountain Ghost Clan, and the whole process took less than an hour. But he didn't expect that the Black Mountain Ghost Clan would still be exterminated. This meant that the Black Mountain Ghost Clan was exterminated so quickly that it didn't even take more than an hour. This is the entire Black Mountain Ghost Clan with 7 ghost monarchs guarding it. Such a powerful lineup. Still in less than an hour it was destroyed. Then the demon clan that destroyed them. How strong must it be? Even Gizan, while angry, felt fear, because even if he, the Xianyin Ghost Clan, came out in full force, it would not be possible for him to make it this far, which meant that the group of demons that had overthrown the Black Mountain Ghost Clan would also be in danger if they made a move against him. The Xianyin Ghost Clan. Those who thought of this were not the only ones in Qishan. The other ghost monarchs were also terrified and shocked at this moment. After all, no one wanted their tribe to be exterminated. Brother Qishan, this matter must make the demon race pay. Otherwise, we can't account for it like the Black Mountain Ghost race in hell. I'm afraid that the Black Mountain Ghost race's overthrow has already been known to the Black Mountain proper race in hell, and it won't be long before they'll surely send their strongest men over. At that time, if we can't give an explanation, they definitely won't stop. At this moment, a ghost monarch fiercely looked at Qishan and spoke with a grave expression on his face. It should be known that the Black Mountain Ghost Clan was also very strong in the layer of hell they were in, almost second only to Xianyin and a few other major ghost clans. And these ghosts and monsters that had been destroyed in this new world were not even considered to be injurious to the Black Mountain Ghost Clan's own clan. But even for the sake of their own clan's face, the Black Mountain Ghost Clan would definitely send strong men to investigate as well as reoccupy this new world. If they couldn't give a reasonable explanation, the Black Mountain Ghost Clan's powerhouses would even think that they had teamed up to pit the Black Mountain Ghost Clan against them. And at that time, even if the Black Mountain Ghost Clan's powerhouses killed them, the powerhouses behind them wouldn't be able to say anything. Upon hearing this, Qishan's face likewise became grave, his entire being gloomy. If he had known that the group of demons from the plateau were so bold, he would have dispatched more powerful people to guard the Black Mountain Ghost Clan. Gentlemen, things have come to this, whether or not the demon race did it, we have to put the culprit on the demon race. Next, let's start preparing for the battle. And before the Black Mountain Ghost Clan's powerhouses descend, strike down a few demon clans to give an account of them. In addition, we will join forces to seal this compound. And after the Black Mountain Ghost Clan powerhouses descend, they will definitely explore this place. After a moment of silence, Jisun swept a glance at the many ghost monarchs and said in a condensed voice, "Understood." The many ghost monarchs nodded their heads, and then they followed Jisun and struck out to completely protect the ruins. Boom! Only to see that a strong aura permeated out from them, and immediately afterward, Qishan and the other ghost monarchs waved their hands, and strands of ghost patterns swept out from between their hands, transforming into a thin layer of light shroud that shrouded the entire Black Mountain Ghost Clan's compound in it. As this layer of light shrouded the entire Black Mountain Ghost Race residence, the entire Black Mountain Ghost Race residence seemed to have disappeared, and from the outside world, there was no way to detect this Black Mountain Ghost Race residence. After doing so, the many ghost monarchs hurriedly left, their faces all unusually grave. They all knew that they were afraid that they would have to fight a complete death battle with the demon race next, even though in the way of Evil Extreme Sky's previous words, they, the demon monarchs, would not take action easily, but it didn't mean that they wouldn't strike out to attack and kill. After all, it was the demon race that had broken the rules first. At the same time, numerous powerful members of the demon race were similarly gathered above the silver-winged wolf race's compound. This time, almost all of the Highland demon race that had descended to the Blue Star had come here, and when they saw the appearance of the silver-winged wolf race's compound, they were equally enraged, and their terrifying auras caused the surrounding heaven and earth to change color. The Snowy Night Demon Wolf Clan's Grand Elder, Knight Lu Yun, gazed at the ruins below, his face so gloomy that it was almost dripping with water. Even though he, the Snowy Night Demon Wolf Clan, didn't have much interaction with the Silverwing Wolf Clan, but after all, He belonged to the same wolf clan, and seeing the Silverwing wolf clan end up in such a state, he was even angrier than the other demon monarchs. Previously, when the Xianxiang demon clan was overthrown, the Snowy Night demon wolf clan didn't send anyone to come because the Snowy Night demon wolf clan boasted of their strength, and the Ghost clan definitely didn't dare to make a move on them, including the several other top demon clans, who also almost all didn't send anyone. So at that time, Shishan wasn't really scared of those demon monarchs. After all, their big brothers were gone, and as the big brother of the Ghost clan, it was hard to believe that he would still be afraid of a group of little brothers without their big brothers. But this moment's Knight Luyun realized that he was wrong. The Ghost clan's ambition was far more terrifying than he had imagined, and their strength was also more powerful than what they had probed. Even more powerful. The Silver-Winged Wolf clan cannot be weak in the slightest. In the many Highland demon clans that descended to the Blue Star, it can also be ranked on the first class. After all, there is a peak demon monarch powerhouse sitting in the town, and the clan also has 4 demon monarchs in the entire clan, which is not something the Xuanxiang demon clan can be compared to. But even so, the Silver-Winged Wolf race was still silently exterminated. Not even a single corpse or bone was left behind. So one could imagine how brutal the Ghost race powerhouses that attacked the Silver-Winged Wolf race and the Xianxiang demon race were, not even sparing the corpses and bones. Knight Luyun had once heard that the Ghost clan of Hell could rapidly raise their cultivation level with their dead chi. Perhaps, the Ghost clan was trying to use them to raise their cultivation level to instantly drive them out of the Blue Star and monopolize the entire New World. The more he thought about it, Knight Luyun felt that this guess had a great possibility. Brother Knight, what is the demon race trying to do? Is it hard to really want to go to war with my demon race? At this moment, a voice resounded in Knight Luyun's ears, and looking sideways, he realized that the owner of the voice was none other than the Red Underworld Spirit Zhao Clan's Grand Elder, Shi Ang. Chapter 106, The 7 Highland Tribes. The Red Underworld Spirit Zhao Clan possessed the bloodline of the Zhao Dragon, and was extremely powerful, a step stronger than even his Snowy Night Demon Wolf clan. Thus Knight Luyun did not hide it, informing his suspicions to Red Ang. The Ghost clan has great guts, undoubtedly. After hearing Knight Luyun's conjecture, Chiang also felt that it was highly probable, and immediately growled angrily, with a pair of big copper bell eyes flashing with rage, and his muscles bulging. Anyone who heard that they were being used as cultivation nourishment would be enraged by it, and as word of Knight Luyun's speculation spread, numerous demon monarchs became furious, and severe killing chances swept across the entire Silver-Winged Wolf clan's compound, and even the emptiness froze with layers of ice crystals. Gentlemen, war is coming, so prepare yourselves. The Ghost race is so ambitious. We must not tolerate it. We must fight them to the death. If they exterminate the 2 major demon clans of my clan, then we will exterminate the 4 Ghost clans of theirs. Knight Luyun swept a glance at the many demon monarchs and drank in a deep voice. Kill. Upon hearing this, the many demon monarchs immediately burst out in loud voices. The terrifying killing intent made the heaven and earth change color, and the strong might even made the entire void distorted. In order to prevent the other party from assassinating or attacking in the meantime, this ruler feels that we must join forces and immediately notify the other groups once there is an attack by the Ghost race. But any group that is notified must send strong people to support them. Immediately after that, Knight Luyun spoke again. Agreed. This is a very good proposal from Brother Knight. Nice. Numerous demon monarchs agreed, especially those weaker demon clans, who were vaguely led by Knight Luyun. Meanwhile, the office of the director of the Daxia Specialized Bureau, Guhan sat around with Evil Extreme Sky and also Silver B and Silver G, savoring the aroma of the tea in his hands, and Evil Extreme Sky couldn't help but lament. It's still you human races who know how to enjoy yourselves. Hearing this, Silver B and Silver G on the side couldn't help but nod their heads in agreement. Despite coming to Daxia for only a few short hours, but they have already tasted the treatment that they could not enjoy among the demon race. As soon as they came, Guhan first took Evil Extreme Sky and others to the massage parlor to enjoy a massage, and then went to the hot springs to soak for a while, and then arranged for a dance performance and many imperial snacks, and finally came to the office to make tea. Just this series of services alone made the Silver B as well as the Silver G2 demons so happy that even Evil Extreme Sky couldn't help but want to stay in Daxia all the time. Although the demon race and even among the evil race, there are all kinds of entertainment, but which is as blossoming as Daxia? Not to mention, in the plateau or hell. Not to say that every day is in the midst of deep water, but there are also all kinds of dangers. Which is possible to relax like this? This is a special tea made by Daxia, specially given to Daxia's friends. If Brother Evil likes it, he will bring 2 pounds away later. Upon hearing this, Guhan smiled faintly and spoke softly. In that case, I'll be polite. Evil Extreme Sky smiled and nodded. He did like this tea. It was slightly bitter in the mouth, But once it was in his throat it was sweet. It could be considered as a model of bitterness and sweetness. And he similarly hoped that his own life could be like this tea, bitter and sweet, completely dominating his own destiny, and obtaining true freedom. Please ask Brother Evil to introduce information about the Highlands, the Hells, and the Wonderland for little brother. Little brother will be grateful. Immediately afterward, Guhan looked toward Evil Extreme Sky, arched his hand in a salute, and spoke solemnly. Despite having the two demonic favorites, Silver B and Silver G, in terms of status and position, these two demons were simply no match for Evil Extremity, and what they knew was definitely inferior to Evil Extremity, and even their knowledge of the plateau was not necessarily as believable as Evil Extremity's. The three great worlds are immense, and even this monarch has difficulty knowing the whole picture, so I can only inform Brother Gu of what this monarch knows. Upon hearing this, Evil Extreme Sky didn't refuse. This was originally the premise of their cooperation, but he still greeted Guhan in advance, so that Guhan wouldn't learn of anything that didn't match what he said later on, and affect the cooperation between them. Many thanks to Brother Evil. Guhan nodded, indicating that he understood the meaning of Evil Extremity's words. Let's start with the plateau. Evil Extreme Sky glanced at Inji and Silver B before continuing. The plateau world is vast and sprawling. There are a total of 3 states and 4 seas, and no matter whether it's a state or a sea, countless demon races survive. And even the top demon races in the plateau can't know exactly how many demon races there are in the entire world, much less how many powerful demon races there are. And in the Highlands, those who can be called the overwhelming demon race are generally those who possess the inherited bloodline of ancient divine beasts or ferocious beasts or holy beasts, the true bloodline, not those miscellaneous ones that still have only a hint of it. As far as this sovereign knows, the strongest among the 3 states and 4 seas of the plateau are the 7 demon clans that control almost the entire region. The southern state Xian Mei Tang Snake Clan, the northern state Ancient Desolate Gossamer Demon Clan, the central state Heavenly Tiger Clan, the northern sea Qingxian Jiaolong, the South Sea Xian Turtle Demon Clan, the Yuanchai Pangolin Clan, and the Central Sea Ghost Prison Dragon Clan. Of course, besides these 7 great demon races, there are definitely many powerful races hidden in the shadows. It's just that these demon races are relatively low profile, so they're not that famous, but their strength is definitely not to be underestimated. These demon clans that have descended so far can only be considered some of the small shrimps of the plateau. At best, they are considered the small demon clans that dominate a certain mountain range in a certain state of the plateau, and when looking at the entire state and even the entire world of the plateau, it's nothing at all. Hearing Evil Extreme Sky's words, Guhan's face was unusually grave. This was the first time he had learned of the detailed information about the plateau world, and just this information alone that Evil Extreme Sky knew already made Guhan's heart flutter. So imagine how terrifying the entire plateau world was? Even Guhan had to be thankful that the Highlander world had not invaded Blue Star in a big way right from the start. Otherwise, even with his presence, it would be impossible to hold back, and in a matter of moments, it would be occupied, and the entire Blue Star human race would become slaves of the Highlander demon race. The demon race of the plateau is, indeed, powerful, but it's the demon race of the plateau that we should really pay attention to. The demon race of the plateau all survive in the plateau's abysses. And these abysses are almost always forbidden lands for the demon race, so even the strongest demon race wouldn't dare to step into them easily. The information of the demon race, this monarch knows very little, only that the demon race is incredibly brutal, almost treating any living beings other than the demon race as slaves, and if it weren't for the demon race being strong enough, it would have long been swallowed by the demon race. But even so, the demon race and the demon race still have friction, only that both sides are very restrained and keep the friction within a certain range. In addition, the individual combat strength of the demon race is extremely strong. In addition to the evil of the strange realm, very few living beings are able to defeat the demon race in the same realm, because every strong demon race person, almost all of them have come from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, and the dangers they face are not only battles, but also all kinds of conspiracies and plots. So the people of the demon race are not only strong, but they are also cunning and unparalleled. Chapter 107, The Prison Master and the Family Ghosts. At those words, Guhan's heart flinched. There were legends about the demon race that he had heard about in his previous life, but in the Blue Star of his previous life, there were no demons descending upon it, so Guhan had never known how strong the demon race actually was. He only knew that it seemed that the strongest members of the demon race were all very leery of the demon race. Looking at the scorn on the faces of the two demons, Silver B and Silver G, on the side, he knew that Evil Extreme Sky's description of the demon race was not exaggerated in the slightest, and even a little lower. That's how the Highland world is in general, basically dominated by the demon race and the devil race, but there are still quite a few peculiar races, only that compared to the demon race and the devil race, these peculiar races, although bizarre, are far less powerful. As a matter of fact, every powerful world has some rather peculiar races that possess ancient inheritances, with strengths ranging from strong to weak, but due to their scarcity, they are no match for the orthodox mainstream races. As Guhan pondered, Evil Extreme Sky continued. Next up, Hell World. Hell is divided into 18 layers. Each layer is vast and boundless. If we talk about territory alone, the world of Hell is considered to be the most vast among the three worlds. Similarly, the number of powerful people in Hell is also extremely large, and its races are countless. Even the powerful ghosts in Hell can't possibly know all the races of the entire 18 layers of Hell. There are some ghosts and monsters that never even leave the layer of domain they are in for their entire lives. In the 18 layers of Hell, each layer has a prisoner, and the ghost race in which the prisoner is located is the most powerful ghost race in that layer. And this monarch only knows the prisoner ghost races of the first 5 layers of Hell, which are the Underworld Wasteland Prison Race, the Yuan Spirit Prison Race, the Celestial Ghost Prison Race, the Lifeless Prison Race and the Lifeless Prison Race. And as for the prison races that come after that, this monarch doesn't know them either. In Hell, only the prison clan is the truly strong clan, as they control the entire layer domain, receive far more resources than the other ghost clans, and can even mobilize all the ghost clans in their layer domain. And while the many ghost clans that have descended upon the Blue Star now, such as Xian Yin and the others, are ghost clans affiliated with the third layer of the Heavenly Ghost Hell, their strength is not considered top-notch among the Heavenly Ghost Hells. The truly powerful ones are those great familiars. Hearing this, Guhan's face twitched as he looked at Evil Extremity suspiciously. Familiars? Nice. Dependents are the affiliates of the prison clan. For every prison clan, there are 3 to 5 dependents, and since these dependents have been vigorously cultivated by the prison clan, their strength, which far exceeds that of the average ghost clan, is almost only below that of the prison clan. And every prison master or prison master candidate will select 7 to 9 dependent ghosts from the dependents to become slaves that will accompany them throughout their lives. And these dependent ghosts are their true diehards. And if you want to kill a prison master, you first have to kill his dependent ghosts. Otherwise, he is able to resurrect himself in the body of a favorite ghost by virtue of his own bond with the favorite ghost. So every prison master, almost always, has several lives. Hiss. Hearing this, Guhan's pupils shrank and he couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air, looking at Evil Extreme Sky full of shock. How could he have never imagined that this prison master would be so terrifying? He could even be resurrected in the body of a family ghost? If that's the case, wouldn't the prison master be unkillable? It was only after a while that Guhan opened his mouth to inquire. Of course not. To cultivate a dependent ghost is not that easy. Even with the heritage of the prison clan and even the dependent clan, at most they can only cultivate 9. And while the strength of these dependent ghosts is indeed terrifying, they almost always have a fatal weakness on them. As long as they find this weakness, they can be killed with ease. And even if they are a great realm apart, as long as they can hit the weakness, they can still kill the dependent ghosts. Of course, it's impossible for ordinary people to find the weaknesses of the dependent ghosts, so the prison master is still very terrifying and powerful. Throughout the 18 layers of Hell have experienced so many long years. As far as this monarch knows, the entire 18 layers of Hell, only the first 16 layers have changed their masters, and the last 2 layers have never been changed by their masters from the beginning to the end. So the last 2 layers of Hell are also the strongest existences in the 18 layers of earthly prisons, and are considered to be the gathering place of the strong. During the introduction, Evil Extremity's words were also filled with scorn, although their chi realm was scorned by the other 2 worlds. But how could they not be scornful of the other 2 worlds? Or that sentence, every powerful world that had experienced a long period of time had a heritage that belonged uniquely to its own world, and that heritage was simply not comparable to the average fledgling world. And if Guhan didn't possess the Ghost God Pillar, it would have been impossible for him to seek out Guhan to cooperate with him, because with the depths of this new world of Blue Star, even if Guhan was given hundreds or thousands of hours, he wouldn't be able to shake the 3 great worlds, even if he was gifted. Which strong person who could stand out in a world as weak as the 3 great worlds would be weak? As a matter of fact, compared to the Plateau world, Evil Extreme Sky was more scrupulous about the Hell world, because the Hell world was really strong and terrifying, and its depth was even more unfathomable, whereas those demon races in the Plateau world were basically all reckless, and there were only a few demon races, which could be called as truly possessing wisdom, and the only ones he was scrupulous about were those few demon races as well as the demon races in the Plateau world. However, almost every prison clan in the 18 layers of earthly prisons made Evil Extreme Sky deeply jealous. Even Evil Withered Bone was jealous of it. To be precise, Evil Extremity was also affected by evil Withered Bone. Guhan was equally jealous of Hell. Originally he was still a little proud of contacting the extermination of 2 demon races as well as a ghost race, but now he realized that whether it was in his previous life or now, these 3 worlds had never really made a move against Blue Star, and were only using Blue Star as a place to practice their troops. Otherwise, I'm afraid that the Blue Star of the previous life would not have had the time to develop at all, and would have been knocked down directly. Even now, the 3 worlds did not really pay attention to the Blue Star, which sent the race here, but also do not want to let the other worlds to fight a whole new world alone. If it wasn't for Evil Extreme Sky, Guhan would never have known about the situation of the Highlands and the Hells, much less the fact that these 2 worlds were so deep, and once he and even the Great Xia became complacent because of the extermination of those little shrimps, that would be the time of their death. The demon race of the plateau not to mention, those top demon races alone are not something that the current Dasha can stop. And even those demon races or ghost races that have descended here would be difficult for him to deal with if the entire race were to come out. This was because according to Evil Extreme Sky, these descending ghost race and even demon race basically had experts at the Emperor realm level, and there might even be stronger existences hidden. And although he had now reached the peak of Ghost Monarch, whether he could deal with an Imperial realm expert, Guhan didn't have a single bit of certainty, because he had no concept of the Imperial realm, not to mention that he hadn't seen an Imperial level expert strike. So naturally, he couldn't compare it to his own current strength. Chapter 108, Martial Dao Heavenly Phase. In his previous life, Guhan had only reached the peak of the Martial Dao Refining Spirit, which was the peak of the King Realm, and although he had also heard of the Emperor Realm experts, he had never really seen them. So even though Guhan was now powerful in battle, he still maintained his awe of the Emperor Realm experts. As Guhan pondered, Evil Extreme Sky continued to speak. Next is the Wonderland. As the words fell, Evil Extreme Sky was silent for a while, seemingly organizing his words. Compared to the other 2 worlds, the Wonderland was the most familiar to him, and naturally understood more. And this time, not only Guhan, but even the 2 demons, the Silver B and the Silver G, had their ears perked up to listen. After all, they didn't know much about the Wonderland, and were naturally curious about this evil and mysterious world. In fact, if they hadn't listened to what Evil Extreme Sky said this time, they wouldn't have known that Hell was actually so powerful, and they thought that of the 3 major worlds, they were the strongest of the demon race. Compared to the other 2 worlds, Wonderland is more complicated. In the Wonderland, there isn't a whole continent, but rather it consists of countless wonders, which can also be called secret realms, with the strong occupying wonders that are rich in resources and huge, and the weak occupying wonders that are poor in resources and small. The entire Wonderland world can probably be divided into 12 regions. And each of these 12 regions possesses countless wonderlands, and all of them are controlled by 3 extremely powerful evils. In the world of wonderlands, where hierarchies are strict and cultivation is generally tied to rank, all the wonderlands are evil and can be divided into 2 main categories. One is Ka and the other is Legend. Ka-type evils is almost the absolute top of the food chain of the entire Wonderland world. More than 70% of the 36 evil species in the 12 regions are from the Ka-type evils, and the Legend-type evils, unless they are exceptionally strong, are basically the slaves of the Ka-type evils. The region where this sovereign is located is the 3rd region of the Wonderland world, and the 3 evil lords of this 3rd region are named Evil Wo True Drought, Extinguishing Will Yuanling, and Wuzong Evil Kuei. Evil Withered Bone is the general under the command of Evil Wo True Drought, one of the 3 evil lords, and is highly valued by the Evil Wo True Drought. With the complexity of the Qi realm, it's impossible for ordinary people to invade it, because once they step into it, if they don't understand it, they simply can't walk out of that densely packed Qi realm. In the Wonderland, the Evil Lord is above all. The Evil Lord lives when he lets live and dies when he lets die. No one can resist the Evil Lord, and the only one who can resist the Evil Lord is the Evil Lord. Evil Extreme Heaven spared a glance at Guhan while slowly narrating the information about the Wonderland. He spoke very carefully because compared to the other 2 major worlds, what he wanted Guhan to understand more was the Wonderland. Whether Guhan wanted to guard the Blue Star or help him kill Evil Withered Bone, he would be going up against the Qi realm in the future. And as his collaborator, Evil Extreme Sky naturally didn't want Guhan to die. As a matter of fact, although there are densely packed Qi realms, due to the limitations of the Qi realm's heaven and earth rules, there aren't many true evils in the Qi realm. The total number of all of them doesn't exceed 100 million, and among them, the Ka-type of evils haven't even reached 10 million. But every true natural born and bred evils are very strong in terms of their strength and potential, and these natural born and bred true evils are able to create pseudo-evils as long as they reach a certain level of cultivation. Currently there are very many pseudo-evils in the Wonderland, and there are quite a few strong ones among them. but their status is very low, and they are basically used to serve the true evils. The three major evil races that descended on the blue star this time, including the sovereign, are all pseudo-evil. Even if they all die, the evils within the Chi territory won't be heartbroken because they'll be able to create another batch of pseudo-evil out of them at any time. Listening to Evil Extremity's account, Guhan and Silver B and Silver G all had their mouths wide open, not knowing what to say, their entire being shocked by the information of the wondrous realm. As Evil Extreme Sky said, the situation of the Wonderland was far more complicated than the plateau or hell. Even Evil Extreme Sky himself was afraid that he had not been able to fully understand the entire situation of the Wonderland. But from all that he had introduced, one could feel the power of the Wonderland. To be able to create evil aliens at will, this kind of terrifying creative ability, the other two worlds simply couldn't be compared to it. Even if the created pseudo-evil aliens couldn't be compared to the real natural-born evil aliens. But after so many years, hell knows how many pseudo-evil aliens were created in the entire Wonderland. Even if the pseudo-evil Fae couldn't surpass the cultivation level of the evil Fae that created them, once the number of them increased, it would still be an incomparably terrifying force. For example, for a King Realm powerhouse, to a powerhouse at the peak of the monarch level like Guhan, the King Realm was just like a larger mole cricket, which could be crushed to death with their hands. But when the number of these King Realms reached 100,000, or even hundreds of millions of them, even the peak of the monarch level would be consumed to death. If you want to make an impact on the Wonderland, you have to kill the true evil. And if you want to kill the true evil, you have to understand their weaknesses. Otherwise, as long as the evil lord is willing, it is able to utilize the rules of heaven and earth that he controls to bring the dead evil back to life. Of course, normally, an evil lord wouldn't casually waste his power to resurrect a dead evil exotic, unless the evil lord has a rather deep relationship with the dead evil exotic, or a large portion of the evil exotic under his rule has died. Then he would go and resurrect the dead evil exotic. At that time, Guhan and Silver B, Silver G is a shrinking pupil. Dead can be resurrected. This is not the same as the hell of the prison master? Guhan lamented the power of the three worlds, while the Silver B and Silver G, but suddenly felt that, compared to the hell and even the strange realm, his demon race is simply weak. Lost. They also felt that the three worlds belonged to their demon race as the most powerful. Now it seemed that it was their demon race that was the weakest. At this moment, Guhan was silent for a long time. The information that he had gotten today was just too amazing and shocking, and even he hadn't been able to digest it for a while. These three worlds were simply so strong that Guhan despaired over them, and even he could not help but feel somewhat powerless at this moment. Of course, this feeling was fleeting, and Guhan quickly pulled himself together. These three worlds were indeed powerful and terrifying, but with the Ghost God Pillar, if he worked hard enough, one day, he would also be able to lead the rise of the Grand Xia. Brother Evil, do you know exactly what realm is above the Imperial Realm? After a long moment of silence, Guhan raised his eyes to look at Evil Extreme Sky and asked in a deep voice. The Imperial Realm of demons, ghosts, evils, and other living beings was comparable to the Shattered Void Realm of the Martial Realm, and the Shattered Void Realm was the highest realm that Guhan knew of in his previous life, and as for the realm further up, he didn't know about it. In his previous life, before he died, he hadn't even heard that anyone had broken through above the Hollow Shattering Realm. Above the Emperor Realm is the Imperial Realm, which is comparable to the Heavenly Phase Realm and the martial Tao that you humans cultivate. The Emperor, the head of all the Emperors, the Heavenly Phase, the one who is aligned with the Heavenly Phase, whether it's the Emperor Realm or the martial Tao Heavenly Phase Realm, both are transcendent existences whose greatness is unfathomable. Chapter 109, Supreme Immortal, Emperor Realm, Martial Heavenly Phase? Hearing Evil Extreme Sky's narration, Guhan's eyes narrowed and he murmured in a low voice, his heart filled with longing. The Emperor Realm is still easy, but when it comes to the Emperor Realm, it won't be that easy, because the Emperor Realm, touching the laws between heaven and earth, melts the body with the laws, and the power exerted can be described as destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. Below the Emperor Realm, all are ants, and the only way to be called strong among the three worlds is to reach the Emperor Realm. Even for existences like us, when we reach the Emperor Realm, it's not that easy to break through. Some existences can't even break through a small realm for thousands of years. Upon hearing this, Guhan knew that Evil Extremity was talking about the matter of the Divine Pillar, and nodded gently towards it to show that he understood. The higher one's cultivation level was, the more one wanted to break through. Naturally it wasn't that easy. Even if one possessed a Ghost God Pillar, one only possessed a shortcut, but one still needed to go on their own. At the time of low cultivation, may be able to rely on the qualifications of talent and even heavenly treasures, a breakthrough of several realms at once, but when it comes to deep cultivation, it is necessary to comprehend the mystery of it. Otherwise, It is simply impossible to break through, even if their own hammered and strong, but also only the battle strength enhancement. Its cultivation will still be in the same place, since it's as hard as heaven to break through cultivation when you reach the Emperor Realm. Every Emperor Realm will do everything they can to polish their battle prowess, and even open up secondary cultivation paths such as array formation, alchemy, and so on. Under the long years, who knows what kind of cards it has mastered. The longer the Emperor Realm powerhouse lives, the more terrifying and difficult it is to kill. The slightest carelessness will result in a counter-killing by it. For the cultivation realm, Evil Extreme Sky explained in great detail, informing Guhan of all that he knew, because he understood that Guhan had the ability and potential to reach it, and even if he didn't say it, one day Guhan would know it, and instead of doing so, it would be better to say it in detail and win Guhan's favor. Above the Emperor Realm, it is known as the Supreme, such as Ghost Dao Supreme, Demon Dao Supreme, Evil Dao Supreme, Martial Dao Supreme, etc. Existences in this realm have already mastered a law in its entirety, and are able to open up small worlds within their bodies, which is equivalent to possessing the greatness of driving a world, and their power is far more terrifying than that of an Emperor Realm powerhouse. The elders of the top powerful clans in the three worlds are Supreme Realm powerhouses, including Evil Withered Bone, who has even reached the peak of the 9th turn of the Supreme Realm. Whether it's the Emperor Realm or the Supreme Being, it's the realm of 9 revolutions, 1 revolution and 1 heaven. Above the Supreme, there is the Heavenly Lord, known as the Lord of Heaven and Earth. After the Heavenly Lord, there is the Tao Immortal, such as the 36 evil lords in the Realm of Wonders or the prison lords of the Hells or the demon lords of the Plateau, all of whom are supreme masters of the Tao Immortal realm. It is said that there are realms above the Tao Immortals, but this monarch does not know. The strongest person this monarch has seen is in existence like the Evil Withered Bone, even the Heavenly Lord, this monarch has never seen. When Evil Extreme Sky's words fell, whether it was Guhan, or Silver B and Silver G, all of their pupils tightened and their faces were shocked. Even Silver B and Silver G didn't know that there were even so many realms above the Emperor Realm, because at most, they only knew about the Emperor Realm, and even the Emperor Realm, they had rarely seen it. Even the Silver B2 demons, at this moment cannot help but show reverence. If you can glimpse the greatness of that realm, is to die. They are also willing awe. Guhan's fists clenched tightly, his eyes bursting with infinite brilliance. Although learning about these cultivation realms filled his heart with pressure, it also added just as much motivation to him. It was not easy to be reborn again. If he could not get a glimpse of the so-called supreme so-called Daoxian, this rebirth, what is the meaning? What's more, only by reaching that realm could he truly guard the Great Summer and the Blue Star. If the Blue Star or the Great Summer had a Tao Immortal at this moment, how would those ghosts and demons dare to be so reckless? Feeling the will that permeated Guhan's body, Evil Extreme Sky nodded with satisfaction. The reason why he said all the information he knew about the cultivation realm was to test Guhan's intentions. Many living beings, who originally thought that they had already reached the peak, suddenly knew that there were so many cultivation realms above them, and that what they thought was the peak was nothing more than a molehill, and a large portion of them would simply collapse, even if there is no collapse, but also will lose the enterprising heart. From then on completely swing. If Guhan is so bad, then the Evil Extreme Sky perhaps should consider a change of a partner. Good thing Guhan did not let him down. Have fun working together. After a long period of silence, Guhan abruptly stood up and extended his hand towards Evil Extreme Sky, his handsome face filled with sincerity. He had completely figured out that he wanted to cooperate with Evil Extreme Sky. Only by cooperating with the Evil Extreme Sky could he and even the Great Xia truly find a way to live. Otherwise, without even knowing the movements of the foreign domain, how could they live? Maybe the day the foreign realm had descended on the Emperor Realm powerhouses. At that time, even if they wanted to hide or even run, it would be too late. But with Evil Extreme Sky as an insider, he and even Xia could at least know the movements of the foreign domains. And even if they were not defeated, they could still deal with them calmly. Not to mention having Evil Extreme Sky to help in secret. Have fun working together. Seeing this, Evil Extreme Sky also stood up and reached out to hold Guhan's hand, a smile filling his pale face. Being able to get Guhan as a strong partner, he had great confidence that he would be able to get rid of Evil Withered Bone and control his own destiny. Nowadays, I'm afraid that the demon race and the ghost race have already begun to attack each other, so Brother Gu should not be moving around for the time being. It just so happens that Brother Gu has just reached the peak of the ghost ruler, so he can settle down for a period of time, and properly comprehend the mysteries of the peak of the ghost ruler, in order to prepare for the breakthrough to the Imperial Realm. And then, Evil Extreme Heaven sincerely offered his suggestion to Guhan. He knew very well that the demon race and the ghost race, under their manipulation, would definitely have a real outbreak of war, and at a time like this, if Guhan continued to make a move, it was likely that the demon race or the ghost race would notice the abnormality, and by then, it would be a case of stealing a chicken but not eating it. The evil race won't make a move on Blue Star for the time being, and they won't get involved in the affairs of the demon and ghost clans, so you can rest assured that once the evil race makes a move, this monarch will notify you in advance. Thank you, evil brother. Guhan nodded gently and made a deep bow towards Evil Extreme Sky. Regarding Evil Extremity's suggestion, of course Guhan knew that Evil Extremity meant well. With the gift of the Sea of Past Lives wheel in place, all he had to do was to kill a strong person at the peak of the Ghost Sovereign and he would be able to steal their life's cultivation senses, which was much faster than him trying to sense the mysteries of the peak of the Ghost Sovereign on his own. As long as he killed a sufficient number of peak ghost monarchs, his perception of the peak ghost monarch's mysteries would completely reach the extreme, and at that time, he would be able to impact the Ghost Emperor realm. Of course, if he was able to kill the Ghost Emperor, with the terrifying effects of the Sea of Past Lives wheel, he would even be able to directly impact the Ghost Emperor. But with his current strength, Guhan didn't have much confidence in trying to kill the Ghost Emperor. Chapter 110 Battle of the Demons and Ghosts. Evil G10 is gone. Guhan sent him outside of Dasha's borders before returning to the Bureau of Specialties. He didn't do anything immediately. Instead, he planned to settle down for a while, and in the meantime watch the movements of the demon and ghost tribes, while at the same time handing over the harvests of this period of time to Dasha and transforming them into Dasha's strength. What the Dasya hierarchy, and even Guhan, focused on cultivating, was still the battle martial army. During this period of time, under Guhan's orders, the warrior army had already expanded to 500,000, and the newly added 200,000 warrior army were all carefully selected martial arts experts from the major military regions of Dasha and even from the civilian population, and each one of them was not weaker than the peak of the bone-forging realm, and the vast majority of them had even reached the true strength. Since Guhan intended to properly cultivate the warrior army, he had recalled all the warrior army squads that were guarding the major base cities, but of course, that didn't mean that the defenses of the major base cities were weak. In order to prevent accidents, Guhan dispatched Yuan Gang realm powerhouses to form dozens of squads to patrol the entire Dasha territory around the clock, and at the same time, he also dispatched many Zhongshe realm experts to form squads to patrol as well. With these strong men patrolling the area, even if there were any unexpected situations, the losses could be minimized. With the expansion of the war army headquarters in the Dasha imperial capital also expanded. On the surface, still only occupies so much of a suburb, but the underground base, but it has become huge and incomparable, almost becoming an underground world. The entire 500,000 battle martial army, in formation, gathered in the 10 underground plazas, and the originally huge underground plazas became crowded. Guhan took all the corpses of the demonic beasts harvested from the destruction of the Xinxiang demon race and even the silver-winged wolf race, and some of them were sent to the Ministry of Scientific Research for study, while the rest, basically, became the cultivation resources for the 500,000 warrior army. As the corpse of a demonic beast was refined into the essence of blood chi, all 10 underground squares were suddenly filled with red light, as if they had been transformed into a red world, and a single battle martial army sat down in them, gulping down this blood chi, and doing their best to refine their bodies and enhance their strength. Those newcomers to the battle martial army didn't expect to get such a great opportunity right from the start, and each one of them rubbed their fists and riveted their strength to cultivate. And when the battle martial army encountered bottlenecks, Guhan arranged for the Silver B as well as the Silver G to explain their cultivation epiphanies. Although these two major demonic beasts were practicing the demonic path and knew very little about martial arts, their cultivation epiphanies could inspire those battle martial armies encountering bottlenecks to a certain extent. Even, in order to let those battle martial armies personally experience the subtleties of the realm they were trying to break through, Guhan had Silver B and Silver G suppress their own cultivation to that realm and fight against these battle martial armies that had encountered a bottleneck. At first, Silver B and Silver G both had some complaints in their hearts. After all, they were at least dignified demon monarchs, but they had to give a group of mole crickets as a chaperone. Even if their tempers were better, they would still be suffocating. Due to Guhan's pressure, they didn't dare to refuse even if they complained. But as the number of chaperones increased, Silver B and Silver G realized that this kind of chaperone, surprisingly, could also be of great benefit to them. In the past, they would rarely suppress their cultivation below that of a demon monarch because there was simply no chance of that, much less someone asking them to do something like accompanying them. But as they suppressed their cultivation and then accompanied those battle martial armies, they gradually discovered their own flaws in this realm. Their suppression at the realm of the Yuan Dang was equivalent to revisiting their Yuan Dang with the eyes of the Jun realm, and the flaws that they hadn't been able to discover before at this realm were now plain to see. Thus, In the end, instead of having any complaints, Silver B and Silver G became more and more energetic, and they even took the initiative to go to the Battle Martial Army to spar with them after only a few hours of not having the Battle Martial Army to come to them. As long as the defects of the major realms were made up for, their roots would become more and more majestic, and they would be able to climb to higher realms in the future. Even if their potential was depleted, those with majestic roots would still have a chance to break through. While the Battle Martial Army was cultivating in full swing, the fight between the demon and ghost clans had also officially broken out. The Gaoji mountain vein in the territory of the original Ganges River country, on the left and right sides, were coiled with the Black Shadow Cheetah clan as well as the Underworld Ghost clan. Whether it was the Black Shadow Cheetah clan or the Underworld Ghost clan, the strengths were not too far apart. All were 3 monarch-level powerhouses, dozens of king realms as well as thousands of powerhouses of various realms. When the demon and ghost clans weren't at odds, the two clans did not offend each other. But this time, the Ghost Clan decided to use the Underworld Ghost Clan as the vanguard to exterminate the Black Shadow Cheetah Clan and teach the Demon Clan a lesson. Thus, the Underworld Ghost Clan went on a rampage to invade the territories occupied by the Black Shadow Cheetah Clan. Rumble. A tragic war is breaking out in the ancient, lush mountain forests. On one side was the ferocious ghost chi permeating. On the other side was the ferocious demonic chi sweeping. Both sides in addition to the Monarch Realm powerhouses. Almost the entire army. All the major King Realm powerhouses. In the mid-air fighting hot, horrible fluctuations, sweeping 10,000 miles in a radius. The original lush green mountain ranges were destroyed into a piece of rubble. And on the ground, each realm of the 2 tribal powerhouses, but also fight to the death. The entire battlefield is like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The rich smell of blood, even from a distance, can be clearly smelled. Although the Underworld Ghost race had reinforcements from the major ghost races, and almost fully suppressed the Black Shadow Cheetah race, even exterminating most of them, when the Underworld Ghost race invaded, the Black Shadow Cheetah race had already notified the major demonic races in time, and the major demonic races had also arrived in the nick of time, so that the Black Shadow Cheetah race hadn't been annihilated. And as reinforcements arrived from the major demon races, the scale of this war, too, became more and more grandiose. Both sides had invested as many as hundreds of King Realm powerhouses, and tens of thousands of powerhouses from all realms, which caused the battlefield to spread across the entire Gaoji mountain vein, and even farther afield. It was naturally impossible for Gu Han to be unaware of such a commotion, but in order to remain undetected, he didn't go there in person, but instead, he covertly cast a wisp of perception and watched the movements of the war. As a result, Gu Han saw how powerful the King Realm powerhouses of the 2 clans were. At this moment, above the void, there were 2 peak King Realm powerhouses battling against each other, and the might and even fluctuations caused by them far exceeded that of ordinary peak King Realm powerhouses, and they, respectively, came from the Xianyin Ghost Clan's Grand Elder Jisun's son, Gi Weasel, and the Snowy Night Demon Wolf Clan's Grand Elder's son, Night Wolf. This ghost and a demon, looking at the major ghost races and even the major demon races that descended on the Blue Star this time, can be called the top pride. No matter the talent potential, are not the general pride of the 2 races can be compared. And the battle between these 2 was seen by both clans as laying the foundation for the victory or otherwise of this war. Once either of this ghost and demon won and freed up their hands, unless the other side sent their top celestial pride again, the other King Realm powerhouses would not be able to stop their attack. However, in order to prevent the battle from continuing to expand, it was impossible for both races to send reinforcements. So the victory of this battle almost fell on these 2 supreme celestials. Chapter 111, Treasure Hunting in Death Valley. Rumble. Above the dome of the sky, killing machines surged, surrounding the entire battlefield. 2 figures in this sky of killing machines. Crazy collision. Every collision can swing up a shocking fluctuation. The surrounding emptiness simply cannot withstand this stronger than once impact. Have to be visible to the naked eye. Posture collapse. Void astral winds swept out from it, stirring the surrounding winds and clouds, causing no other King Realm to dare step into this battlefield within a radius of 10,000 miles. On the battlefield, Chi Weasel is filled with ghost chi. Ethereal figure, ghost power rushes skyward. The world's style is enough to make any ghost king only fall. Its hands waved between, swinging out of the majestic ghost chi, transformed into a blade, like a downpour of rain, towards the night wolf bombarded and went. The overwhelming sharpness, even from a long distance away, could be clearly felt. The entire void seemed to be unable to withstand the sharpness, and was torn open with a narrow opening. Ow! With the outbreak of Chi Weasel, the night wolf is also not willing to show weakness. Let out an ear-splitting sound of wolf howl. The whole body skyrocketed out of thin air by a level. Originally handsome and martial, he has become hideous. Ferocious savagery breath centered on him. sweeping in all directions. Like an awakened ferocious beast, the dense wolf hairs on his body instantly stood up, flashing with a cold light, and then actually broke free and turned into a sky of hair needles, driven by the night wolf, swept out towards the blades blasting from the chi weasel. Bang! Immediately after that, the night wolf's back foot stomped, stomping a hole in the void, and his entire body rushed out horizontally, instantly arriving in front of the chi weasel, and his wolf claws, which were flashing with a cold aura, swept down fiercely as if he was going to grab the chi weasel into two halves. Early prepared for this, Giselle used her own ghostly power to transform into a ghostly soldier and raised her hand to block. Clank! The sound of gold and iron striking instantly exploded, and between the sparks, powerful fluctuations centered on a ghost and a demon swept away in all directions, impacting the surrounding heaven and earth. Bang bang! Immediately after, a ghost and a demon will quickly collide up. Bursts of roaring sound from the battlefield uploaded out, each strike each style of collision, with a great power. Look around. It seems like the whole dome of the sky is filled with their figures, even if it is the General King Realm powerhouses. At this moment it is difficult to glimpse their collision trajectory, can only see the dense phantom. This ghost and demon collision, Guhan watched in his eyes from the beginning to the end, and in his heart, he could not help but sigh with emotion at the powerful heritage of the demon and ghost clans. After learning about the three worlds from the evil extreme sky, Guhan knew that whether it was the Xianin Ghost Clan or the Snowy Night Demon Wolf Clan, placed in the entire plateau or the Hells, they were nothing. However, this ordinary demon and ghost race can cultivate such heavenly pride as Chi Weasel and Night Wolf, so it is hard to imagine how terrifying the demons cultivated by those truly top demon races and even ghost races would be. Although these two were nothing in Guhan's eyes, and even in the same realm, he could easily finish them off. But looking at the entire Grand Xia, he could not really find any existences that could compete with these two at the moment. It's a long way to go. Guhan sighed softly, a ghostly light flickering in his eyes. But soon, Guhan reacted, jerking his head down in contemplation. Now that the attention of this ghost race and demon race was gathered on that battlefield, wouldn't it be the perfect time for one to sneak attack? But I'm afraid that it wouldn't be that easy to find a strong person who had fallen alone. Compared to the demon race, Guhan was more inclined to behead ghost race powerhouses, especially peak ghost sovereigns, as that would enable him to enhance his perception of ghost sovereigns, which would lead to an increase in his cultivation, whereas the demon race was merely able to refine some of their essence blood. Of course, the essence blood of a powerful demonic beast was also important to Guhan, allowing him to hammer his corpse, accelerating the progress of the corpse's transformation into a rigid body, and even making the strength of his corpse even more advanced. But in terms of order of precedence, it was ultimately not as important as a breakthrough in his own cultivation. After thinking about it, Guhan decided to go out for a stroll, and if he could find a single one, he would strike, and if he couldn't find one, he would forget about it. With his current overwhelming strength at the peak of the Ghost Monarch, an ordinary peak monarch level would not be a match for him at all, and with the addition of the secret technique of the Ghost God Pillar, Guhan had a great deal of certainty that he would be able to remain undetected by the powerhouses of the three realms. After making up his mind, Guhan didn't hesitate, and with a flash of his body, he left the Daxia Special Bureau and began to wander throughout the entire blue planet. And of course, a wisp of his mind was also paying attention to that war between the demon and ghost clans. Guhan had thought that he might have to search for a long time before he could find the fallen Fey powerhouse, and he might even return without any success. But he hadn't expected that he would be so lucky that he had just gone out searching for a short while before he detected the ghost race powerhouse's traces within the pretty country's territory. As an overwhelming existence with a ghost god pillar, it was almost impossible for an idle ghost Dao powerhouse to hide their traces in front of Guhan. Even if it was a ghost emperor, he could only hide in front of Guhan by virtue of his own hard power. But if Guhan's battle power was attained, it would be impossible for him to hide his traces in front of Guhan even if his cultivation was far more than Guhan's. It didn't take long for Guhan to seek out the trail of that ghost race powerhouse. At this moment, this ghost race powerhouse was searching for something in the Death Valley in the pretty country's territory, and it wasn't known what exactly he was looking for. Even in such a sensitive period, he still sneaked out to search. What made Guhan somewhat regretful was that the cultivation level of this ghost race powerhouse was only at the late ghost monarch stage, and the help he could bring to him was far less powerful than that of a peak ghost monarch. But since he had come across it, Guhan did not intend to let it go. This ghost race powerhouse, wearing a black robe, his entire face was shrouded under a black cap, making it impossible to see his appearance, and his body's aura was also converged to the extreme. So if it wasn't for Guhan, he was afraid that the average peak June realm powerhouse would have difficulty discovering him. Guhan didn't rush to make a move because he wanted to see just what this ghost race powerhouse was looking for. Looking at his appearance, It seemed as if there was a supreme treasure in the Death Valley of this pretty country. No, there must be. Otherwise, with the cultivation level of this ghost clan powerhouse, it was impossible that he didn't know the state of the demon and ghost clans nowadays. And what kind of treasure would have to be there to make him risk so much to run out? Although the blue star had only recovered its aura for a few years, it was still possible to give birth to heaven-defying treasures, just like the ghost god pillar that he had obtained. Of course, if it wasn't for him, the ghost god pillar wouldn't have come out so quickly, but would have waited until it had absorbed enough aura to come out. But by the time that happened, it wouldn't have been as easy to claim it as one's own. The more natural and the more powerful the treasure, the more spiritual it is. And this kind of treasure, it will automatically choose its owner, unless it is hard-pressed with a strong strength. Otherwise it is difficult for the general public to take it in at all. The new world of aura recovery will give birth to all sorts of gods and wonders, treasures that are born and raised in the earth, and extremely precious heavenly materials, etc. Gu-han, after the recovery of the aura, had set up a team specializing in searching for these gods and wonders, and asked them to search for them throughout the blue planet. Chapter 112, Magic Mist Space. Even now, that squad was still out searching, and had brought many precious treasures to Daxia over the past few years, but unfortunately, there was not a single one that could make Gu-han's heart flutter. Thus, at this moment, Gu-han was looking forward to the treasures that this ghost race powerhouse was searching for, and Gu-han, who had personally probed many of the foreign races that had descended upon the blue star, recognized the identity of this strong ghost race member at a glance. His name was Ghost Luo, and he came from a not-so-powerful ghost race called the Witch Ghost Race, as well as the leader of the Witch Ghost Race clansmen that had descended upon the blue star. However, Gu-han had heard Evil Extreme Sky speak of this witch and ghost clan, but it possessed an incomparably glorious past. It was said that this witch ghost clan was once the prison clan of the 7th layer of hell, having ruled the 7th layer of hell for countless years, possessing an unimaginable heritage. But later, the 7th layer of Hellmaster failed to break through the realm and died, directly leading to the decline of the Witch Ghost Clan. In theory, with the power of the Witch Ghost Clan at that time, even if the prison master died, it would still be able to maintain until the time when the clan would give birth to a prison master again. But sadly, the then 7th layer prison master and the 9th layer prison master had a conflict, and even fought several times, and after their deaths, the 9th layer prison masters began to suppress the Witch Ghost Clan. Even though the 9th layer prison master did not personally make a move, the prison clans and even the dependents to which he belonged made a move. Plus the powerful ghost clans in the 7 layers at that time were also foolish enough to make a move, both explicitly and implicitly. In just less than 1,000 years, the entire witch and ghost clan had completely fallen, and even their dependents had been wiped out, and the one who had wiped them out was none other than today's 7 layers prison master. However, although the witch and ghost clan was in decline, it did not completely extinguish the clan, but retained some of its seeds and fled, escaping the pursuit of the 7 layers of the prison masters, escaping to the 3rd layer of hell, paying tribute to the 3rd layer of the prison masters with the remaining savings of the clan, and begging for the asylum of the 3rd layer of the prison masters, which allowed the witch and ghost clan to settle down in the 3rd layer of hell. But even so, the development of the witch and ghost clan over the years is not ideal. Although the 7 layers of the prison master did not put the witch and ghost clan in the heart, but the 7 layers of hell, some want to appease the prison master of the ghost clan, is explicitly and implicitly suppress the witch and ghost clan. Even though they were separated by the 4 layers of hell and their influence was extremely low, they still had an impact on the witch ghost race, and if it wasn't for the shelter of the 3 layers of hell's prison masters, I'm afraid that the witch ghost race would have long since perished in the long river of hell's history. When he first heard Evil Extreme Sky's description, Gu-han had been interested in this witch ghost clan and planned to find an opportunity to go to the witch ghost clan to take a stroll, not realizing that he would first encounter Ghost Luo, the leader of the Witch Ghost clan's descent into the blue planet, before he could even go there. Even though the Witch Ghost clan was being suppressed miserably nowadays, and was far less powerful than some of the powerful ghost clans, it still had the underpinnings of the prison clan it had once been a part of. To know, the general ghost clan under such suppression, even with the shelter of the 3 prison masters, has long since perished, but this Witch Ghost clan not only did not perish, but instead had a more and more frustrated and more courageous momentum. The current Witch Ghost clan might not be comparable to other powerful ghost clans, but it was also a ghost clan that possessed more than a dozen ghost emperors, far more than the average ghost clan. So it was evident that the prison clan was different from other ghost clans after all. Therefore, Gu-han was eager to study these prison races. Those prison races at the peak. Gu-han naturally didn't dare to touch them, nor was he qualified to do so, but the witch and ghost race and other fallen prison races, he still had a chance to touch them. While Gu-han was pondering, Ghost Luo was still searching in the Death Valley, and he searched very carefully, almost inch by inch. It was as if he had turned over the entire Death Valley. Guhan was somewhat unable to resist the urge to show up and help him look for them together. Soon, 3 hours passed quietly, and as Guhan waited until he was about to fall asleep, Ghost Luo even disappeared right in front of his eyes. Guhan's face changed slightly, and his figure instantly appeared at the place where Ghost Luo had previously been, his gaze sternly surveying the surroundings. The Death Valley of the entire pretty country is full of cliffs and walls. The terrain is treacherous and hot and dry. Even in today's era of martial arts, not many of the people of the pretty country would come to this place. The place where Ghost Luo disappeared was the wall at the bottom of a valley. Guhan couldn't help but reach out and probe the wall in front of him, and he realized that his hand could even pass through the wall. Thus, Guhan no longer hesitated, and his entire body slammed directly into the wall. Nothing special feeling, just like through a layer of film. Gazing at, Guhan found that he was like to come to another world in general. This strange space, not only dim, but also filled with thick magic fog. These magic fog are all have pure magic gas composition. Even Guhan, this ghost sovereign peak of the strong, in such a place, all feel uncomfortable. The entire peculiar space was empty, and apart from the thick demonic fog, there was nothing else, and the Ghost Luo, who had disappeared earlier, was not far in front of Guhan. Luckily, Guhan had made preparations before stepping into this space, and this, coupled with the demonic fog that filled the surroundings as well as his suppressed senses, made it so that Guhan wasn't discovered by Ghost Luo. Guhan lagged behind Ghost Luo by hundreds of meters and followed him towards the front. He didn't even think that this sudden thought of his would be so rewarding. To be able to give birth to such a peculiar space was enough to see that the treasure that Ghost Luo was looking for this time was absolutely amazing to the extreme. After all, ordinary treasures didn't have this kind of ability to create space. The only thing that was more unfortunate was that looking at the thick demonic mist that filled this space, one could guess that this treasure should be of the demonic path or something like that, and although it could be used, it was ultimately not as good as the ghost path. In this strange space, there was no concept of time at all. Guhan didn't even know how long he had been following Ghost Luo, let alone how long they had actually traveled. It was as if they were walking on a road that never ended. Thanks to Guhan and Ghost Luo's mentality were extremely tough. If they were ordinary people, they were afraid that they would have already given up. I don't know how long it had passed, but Guhan gradually felt that the originally dim surroundings were somewhat brighter, and it was clear that the surrounding demonic mist was getting thicker and thicker, almost condensing into droplets of water, but it wasn't any dimmer. This situation not only invigorated Ghost Luo, but also Guhan. As Ghost Luo quickened his pace, Guhan followed suit, and it wasn't long before the surroundings brightened up completely, and the original demonic mist dispersed completely, and in its place was a white space surrounding the demonic creatures. If one were to look down from a high altitude, one would realize that it was as if a white dot had fallen on a black sheet of paper, and when Guhan looked into the central place of this white space, his entire being was stunned. The Ghost Luo, who was 100 meters away in front of him, was also stunned, and its entire ghostly body, even because of extreme excitement, gradually trembled. And even Guhan, who was 100 meters away, could feel the stirring emotions of the Ghost Luo. Of course, Guhan was equally excited, but he was able to restrain himself better than Ghost Luo and didn't show it directly like Ghost Luo did. Chapter 113 Pillar of the Demon God. Let Guhan and Ghost Luo so excited, because in that white space in the center of the place, stands about a 10 feet high black stone column, the whole stone column body such as ink crystal, engraved with dense arcane inscription, as can erode the human soul of the black hole. Only one glance, it seems to be to fall into. As the owner of the demon god pillar, how could Guhan not know what this stone pillar represented? It was none other than the demon god pillar, which represented the extreme of the devil Tao. Who would have thought that the small blue star would give birth to the ghost god pillar and the demon god pillar, the two great wonders of heaven and earth? Even Guhan in his previous life only knew about the ghost god pillar, but not the demon god pillar. I think that the demon god pillar of the previous life should have been obtained by this Ghost Luo silently. If not, with the commotion of this kind of god pillar coming out, I'm afraid that it would have already spread to the entire blue planet, attracting an unknown number of otherworldly powerhouses to fight over it. At this moment, Guhan, while shocked and surprised, was also curious about Ghost Luo finding this demon god pillar. If Ghost Luo possessed the ability or secret technique to find this kind of god pillar, then its value could be beyond imagination. The inclusiveness of the divine pillar was extremely strong. Even if Guhan already had the demonic divine pillar now, he would still be able to fuse the demonic divine pillar in front of him and cultivate the demonic Tao together. Because of this, Ghost Luo would be this excited. As long as he got the demonic divine pillar, he wouldn't even need to give up the demonic Tao. he would be able to cultivate the demonic Tao together, and secretly make himself grow stronger. Ghost Luo, who was only tens of meters away from that demon god pillar, trembled and walked towards the demon god pillar step by step, and with each step, the excitement on his face became more and more difficult to restrain, and he took several deep breaths before calming himself down. When Ghost Luo was about to reach the demon god pillar, Guhan stepped in. He had followed him for so long and endured for so long. How could he possibly watch Ghost Luo take the demon god pillar? Underworld forbidden god. As if from the ancient time and space, the sound of the voice, hurricane in this silent place sounded, followed by countless chains from the void probed out. In a lightning-fast momentum, the agitated Ghost Luo directly blocked up, so that he could not move in the slightest. And after imprisoning Ghost Luo, Guhan's figure flashed and instantly came in front of Ghost Luo, and with one hand probing out, majestic soul power gushed out, directly invading Ghost Luo's ghostly body, sealing all of Ghost Luo's power. It was only at this point that the confining power of the underworld wasteland forbidden god was completely lifted. With this series of changes, Ghost Luo was unable to react at all, and by the time he did, his entire body's power had already been sealed by Guhan, leaving him without an ounce of resistance. At this moment, he was shocked and furious, his pair of dark eyes staring at Guhan as he angrily shouted, "Who are you?" How could Ghost Luo not expect that someone would secretly follow him to this place? With the strength of the other party, they could have easily taken him down before, but they waited for him to be the closest to success and then took him down, destroying all of his hopes and all of his excitement. Such a move was simply a great crime. He kept mobilizing the ghost power in his body, wanting to break through the seal left behind by Guhan, but no matter how he impacted, the seal laid down by Guhan did not move at all, so strong that it made Ghost Luo despair. Guhan ignored Ghost Luo's questioning as he raised his hand and waved it. Majestic soul power erupted out, forming a light shield around Ghost Luo, enveloping Ghost Luo's entire body in it. A quarter of an hour later, the entire 10 layers of ghost power light shields wrapped the sealed Ghost Luo in them. As long as it was his enemy, even if it was weak, Guhan wouldn't take it lightly, especially if he didn't kill it for the time being. Although Ghost Luo was only a late-stage ghost ruler, and was no different from a mole cricket to him, the witch and ghost clan he was from had once been a prison clan. After all, and even evil Extreme Sky didn't know if there was still any depth to the witch and ghost clan or not. In the face of such an existence, no amount of attention could be too much. Of course, killing him directly would be the best way to get rid of him. But before figuring out how Ghost Luo was searching for this demon god pillar, Guhan did not intend to kill him for the time being. Therefore, Guhan laid down layers of seals, intending to keep him under control for the time being, and wait until he had fused the demon god pillar and was free of worries. Then he would come back to slowly concoct him. Ghost Luo, who was in the midst of a heavy seal, was so stunned by Guhan's caution that his entire being looked at him as if he were looking at a monster. His entire power had already been sealed, and he gave him 10 layers of seals? How much does that mean to him? How could he, Ghost Luo, be treated like this? He couldn't even break the seals inside his body, let alone the 10 layers of seals outside. At this moment, Ghost Luo was incomparably desperate, and could only watch as Guhan walked towards the heaven-defying opportunity that should have belonged to him. At this moment, Ghost Luo really hated to break Guhan into pieces, but he could only be impotent and furious. On the other hand, after sealing Ghost Luo completely, Guhan ignored him and came directly before the demon god pillar. Looking at the crystal clear and black as ink demon god pillar, Guhan's eyes flickered with essence. Buzz. Without hesitation, he directly extended his hand and put it on top of the demon god pillar. Boom! With Guhan's touch, in an instant, the countless demonic patterns inscribed on the demon god pillar seemed to come to life, writhing at an extremely fast speed, and brilliant ghostly light shone out from above the demon god pillar. In less than a few breaths of time, above Guhan's entire ghostly body, it was crawling with demonic lines, and the majestic demonic chi, which invaded Guhan's ghostly body, caused Guhan's entire ghostly body to tremble continuously, and the indescribable pain caused his entire face to twist and grimace. At the moment, this majestic demonic chi as well as the demonic patterns were like a blade that was so sharp that it was cutting and hammering his ghostly body, transforming it into a physique that was suitable for demonic cultivation. Under such severe pain, Guhan also had to fully suppress the ghost power in his body, not allowing the ghost power in his body to clash with the demonic chi that had invaded his body. So even if he was as tough as he was, he almost couldn't withstand it. Fusing this demon god pillar could be much more difficult than fusing the demon god pillar. When he fused the ghost god pillar, not only did he spill all his essence blood on the ghost god pillar, he also fused the ghost god pillar with a ghost body that was the most suitable for practicing the ghost Tao. So he didn't need to go through the transformation of the ghost god pillar, and he easily fused the ghost god pillar. But now, the demon god pillar was going to remodel his body, which was equivalent to remodeling his ghostly body all over again, and the pain was hundreds and thousands of times more painful than even peeling his skin. When the distant ghost Luo saw Guhan's twisted face, a touch of pleasure flowed across his face, but at the same time, there was also deep envy. If possible, he would rather the one who suffered this kind of pain was himself, not Guhan. How could he not know that as long as he carried through the pain, Guhan's future would be limitless? Chapter 114, Two Pillars Merge. Boom. I don't know how long it had passed, but a demonic might that was like the might of the heavens burst out from Guhan and swept through the entire mysterious space, causing the demonic chi of the entire mysterious space to instantly riot. And immediately afterward, the endless demonic chi, as if it was being pulled, madly surged towards Guhan. In just an instant, a vast and incomparable vortex of demonic chi formed above Guhan's head, and the monstrous demonic chi poured down like the water of a heavenly river pouring in, drowning Guhan. Endless demonic chi surged into Guhan's ghostly body from all directions, setting him off as if he were a demon god in the world. The influx of these demonic chi caused the demonic might on Guhan's body to become more and more prevalent, and even Ghost Luo, who was in the middle of the heavy seal, could clearly feel this terrifying demonic might. Envy flickered in his eyes, and he couldn't wait to take Guhan's place. This is the pillar of the demon god, the world's most peculiar and rare treasure of heaven and earth. Even the prison master do not necessarily have the heaven-defying treasures. Once you get it, almost means that the future of the world's top most powerful people have you. Even if the weakest god pillar have incredible ability, but also able to heap its owner to a bystander cannot imagine the point. It's a pity that everything he did was ultimately a dowry for Guhan, and he, who had worked so hard to find it, could only be reduced to a spectator, and his eyes were purple with envy. Just when Ghost Luo thought that Guhan would fuse the demon god pillar and become a future demon Dao powerhouse, the scene that occurred next completely stunned Ghost Luo. Buzz. Only to see, in that monstrous demonic chi surging into Guhan's body soon, a strange vibration suddenly came from Guhan's body, as if a Taoist sound like a metaphysical voice came out from Guhan's body. Immediately afterward, the ghost chi that was originally suppressed by Guhan like a well-behaved child, instantly rioted. Even Guhan was not able to react, and its full body of ghost chi instantly rushed out. And even in this space shrouded by demonic chi, the ghost chi that erupted from Guhan's body was able to occupy a place, and fight against the demonic chi. Boom! After that, the ghost god pillar, which had originally been fused by Guhan, suddenly broke free from Guhan's mind and hovered directly above Guhan's head, opposite the demon god pillar not far away, and the ghost patterns inscribed on it flickered with a gray radiance, colliding with the radiance that flickered out from the demon god pillar. These two divine pillars, as if they were two rivals competing for their beloved things, were constantly colliding with each other, and Guhan's body, moreover, had directly become a battlefield between the two sides, with the terrifying demonic and ghostly chi constantly colliding within his body, shocking Guhan's face, and his entire ghostly body couldn't stop trembling. Ghost pillar? Seeing this scene, Ghost Luo's eyes popped out and he exclaimed in disbelief. How could he not expect that Guhan already possessed a ghost god pillar? For Ghost Luo and other ghost Dao powerhouses like him, what he longed for the most was actually not the demon god pillar, but the ghost god pillar. Not only him, but in the entire hell, there was not a single ghost that did not wish to obtain the ghost god pillar. But unfortunately, so far, he had never heard of any ghost that had obtained the ghost god pillar. The so-called ghost god pillar is like a supreme treasure in the legend, not to mention getting it, even if you have never seen it. Of course, Ghost Luo knew that in the huge hell, there must be someone who possessed a ghost god pillar, and there were quite a few of them, but that kind of existence was simply not something that he could touch, and even at the peak of his witch and ghost clan, he didn't see that he could touch that kind of existence. The world thinks that in the hell, the prison master and even the prison clan is the most terrifying existence, but only these prison clan know that in the deeper part of the hell, there are even more terrifying existence, and those existences are the existences that possess the pillars of demons and gods, and they are the supreme existences that truly rule the entire hell. He didn't expect that the ghost god pillar that he had been longing for would appear in front of him in such a way. Even Ghost Luo couldn't help but feel jealous of Guhan's encounter at the moment. Boom! At the same time, Guhan, who had been tortured to death by the collision of the ghost god pillar and the demon god pillar, didn't have the heart to pay attention to anything else at all. He was like a referee, trying to mediate with all his might between the ghost god pillar and the demon god pillar, which had fallen into a berserk rage. However, no matter how he mediated, he was unable to mediate these two existences. They ignored Guhan, and collided with each other on their own. The demonic and ghostly chi intertwined and entangled with each other, and with each collision, Guhan's ghostly torso was torn apart. and then a majestic vitality swept out and repaired his ghostly torso. In a short period of time, Guhan's ghostly body was being torn and repaired repeatedly dozens of times, and the unimaginably severe pain caused Guhan to fall into a coma several times. Since his rebirth, Guhan had never been in such a powerless state. Even when facing the many powerful foreign races that had descended upon him, he had never been this powerless. In front of these two terrifying heaven and earth wonders, his power was so small that he was unable to affect them in the slightest. Bang! I don't know how much time had passed, but at a time when Guhan had already completely swung for the fences, a sudden change occurred, only to see that the demon god pillar that was originally suspended in the sky above Guhan and the demon god pillar that stood in place suddenly rushed horizontally towards each other, and in an instant, the two greatest treasures of heaven and earth collided together fiercely under the astonished gazes of Guhan and Ghost Luo, and a roar like that of a flooding bell spread out. After those two great divine pillars collided together, the lines inscribed on top of their pillars completely came to life, winding towards each other's pillars, as if they wanted to completely refine and absorb each other. In just less than tens of breaths of time, the ghost pattern on top of the demon god pillar completely wrapped the demon god pillar, while the demon god pillar's demonic pattern also completely wrapped the demon god pillar, as if the two divine races had completely switched. Zip! A peculiar sound was heard, followed by a terrifying fluctuation that suddenly rippled out from the center of the collision of the two great divine pillars, like the glory of the great sun then blossomed. And then, under Guhan's trembling gaze, the two pillars of the great divine pillars slowly began to mingle, as if they were going to be completely fused together. Not only that, those magic lines and ghost lines, but also in the mutual fusion, forming a more peculiar and more subtle unfamiliar lines, and along with this unfamiliar lines continue to evolve out the entire space, but also suddenly filled with an unimaginable pressure. Even Guhan were in an instant suppressed on the ground, the slightest bit unable to move. A quarter of an hour later, all the ghost patterns and demonic patterns completely disappeared without a trace, and what replaced them was a kind of mysterious and unfamiliar pattern, whose texture was similar to lightning but also similar to clouds, which looked strange to the extreme, but had an inexplicable Dao content, and at a glance, it was able to attract people firmly. Even Guhan, who was the original ghost god pillar's ruler, did not know why such changes had occurred, and his control over the ghost god pillar had completely disappeared without a trace. Chapter 115. Despite losing control of the ghost god pillar, Guhan was not the least bit panicked, not only because no one here could compete with him for this unfamiliar god pillar, but even more so because he already had a connection to this unfamiliar god pillar, and even if that connection was unusually vague, it was still an absolute advantage. Boom! Under Guhan's expectant weight, the two great divine pillars were completely fused after a whole hour, forming a brand new divine pillar, and for a while, the whole space was covered by the brilliant light that blossomed out of it, and not only that, but the ghost gas and even the demonic gas that had been raging around it also seemed to have found a vent, and crazily surged into that brand new divine pillar. Within a short period of time, the demonic chi that had originally shrouded the entire space was swept away, and there was not a single trace of demonic chi traveling in this space, so clean that it was as if it had been scrubbed by countless people. After waiting for another long time, the light that bloomed from the unfamiliar divine pillar only faded away, allowing Guhan and even the ghost Luo that had been sealed by Guhan to get a glimpse of the entirety of this unfamiliar divine pillar, only to see, its body is crystal clear, presenting a dark gray, which is engraved with ancient and peculiar patterns. The height is much higher than the unusual god pillar, nearly 3 feet, even if it does not emit any aura, but still give Guhan a great sense of oppression. Just by looking at it, one could understand that the power of this unfamiliar god pillar far exceeded that of the previous ghost god pillar and demon god pillar, which were as if they were two dimensions, and couldn't be compared to each other at all. At this moment, Guhan's eyes were filled with both expectation and worry. He was both looking forward to this unfamiliar divine pillar being strong enough, but he was afraid that this unfamiliar divine pillar would shatter everything he had previously possessed. It had been so hard to reach the peak of Ghost Sovereign, and if he were to start from zero, Guhan would truly be left wanting to cry. Furthermore, the current situation in Blue Star did not allow him to start from scratch. Even his collaborator, Evil Extreme Sky, was afraid that once he found out that he had lost all his cultivation, he would instantly step in to snatch the divine pillar under his control. After all, a divine pillar controller with no cultivation simply didn't have the slightest significance to Evil Extremity, and it was impossible for him to wait for Guhan to grow up once more. Regardless of the place, the premise of cooperation is that the strength of both sides is balanced. Otherwise, it will only be swallowed up without even the dregs left, unless the two sides of the cooperation have bonds that cannot be discarded, such as blood relations and so on. However, It was clear that Guhan and Evil Extreme Sky did not have this kind of relationship. Buzz. While Guhan was thinking wildly, the unfamiliar divine pillar suddenly emitted a tremor, and immediately afterward, the ancient patterns on it blossomed with a faint ethereal light, and the entire unfamiliar divine pillar suddenly rotated, and then floated towards Guhan in a wobbly manner. Boom! When the unfamiliar divine pillar came above Guhan's head, a majestic and peculiar power suddenly declared itself from above the unfamiliar divine pillar, and in only a moment, it completely enveloped Guhan in it. Guhan didn't have the slightest ability to resist in the face of this strange force, and he didn't even have time to react. After surging into Guhan's ghostly body, this majestic and peculiar power crazily transformed Guhan's ghostly body, and its intensity exceeded the intensity of the previous ghost god pillar and demon god pillar that had used his ghostly body as a battlefield by countless times. And even Guhan couldn't be contained from letting out gusts of mournful and miserable screams. If someone was able to see through Guhan's ghostly body, they would be able to realize that this majestic and peculiar power was not really power at all, but rather, it was composed of countless tiny inscriptions, which were branded on every inch of Guhan's body after surging into his ghostly body. It was also this kind of heart embedding that caused Guhan to suffer so much pain that it was simply more painful than even death by 1,000 cuts. The effect, however, is unmistakable. After these strange and tiny inscriptions were embedded in Guhan's ghostly body, the strength of Guhan's ghostly body increased at an undetectable speed. Even Guhan himself did not realize it, because at this time, he had already been tortured by that kind of pain. And what was the most painful part was that even if he wanted to faint, he had no way to do it, and could only withstand it stiffly. Buzz. As more and more inscriptions were branded into Guhan's ghostly body, that pain gradually diminished, and Guhan's consciousness gradually recovered. And it wasn't until then that he clearly felt the changes in his body. At this moment, Guhan couldn't even believe that this body was his own ghost body. That change, it was simply called a transformation. Although it had only been transformed for a short period of time, Guhan was able to feel that his ghostly body had been enhanced by at least tens of times compared to before. It could be said that in terms of ghost bodies alone, Guhan could even be compared to the ghost bodies of Ghost Emperor realm powerhouses at this point, and was even a bit stronger than the ghost bodies of average ghost emperors. What was even more frightening was that the transformation of that majestic and peculiar force was still continuing. It was hard to imagine how terrifyingly powerful his ghost body would be when it had truly finished transforming it. On top of that, Guhan also realized that the flaws he had not discovered in his previous cultivation were also being automatically repaired by this strange force. Once he thought that he had already hammered each realm to the point of perfection, but he had never thought that he was harboring so many flaws in each realm. If it wasn't for this strange power, he was afraid that it would take a long time before he realized it, if not forever, which would be extremely fatal for him. This was because if these flaws were not improved, nothing could be seen in a short period of time, but by the time he encountered a bottleneck, these flaws would pop up one by one and become a difficult obstacle that would prevent him from continuing to climb up the ladder. The only way to have the opportunity to climb to the top is to completely consolidate the foundation. Just like building a house, the firmer the foundation, the more stable the house will be, and the less it will collapse when the earthquake comes. In addition to these repairs and improvements, Guhan also realized that all of his original ghostly power was being eroded by this strange force, and then completely replaced with this strange force. Compared to the ghost power, the quality of this peculiar power was even higher. If the previous ghost power was iron, then the current peculiar power was a super strong alloy condensed from a variety of ores, and the quality between the two was completely incomparable. If his metamorphosis was completely finished, even if Guhan's cultivation didn't change, his strength would be far greater than before, and he would even be able to easily pin down his previous self, even though the metamorphosis in his body was accomplished by that peculiar force on its own. Guhan, who was free of pain, didn't stay idle, focusing all his consciousness on his body, observing how those peculiar forces evolved and operated, so as to enable himself to understand this peculiar force more quickly and control it perfectly. While observing, Guhan was also sensing the subtleties of this strange force, allowing himself to comprehend it as deeply as possible. Chapter 116 10 Directions of Silence. After all, this is the power one exerts down the road. Even if he couldn't understand it thoroughly, he should at least be familiar with its operation. Otherwise, how could he perfectly drive this power afterwards? If he couldn't drive his own power, he, Guhan, really couldn't afford to lose this person? What's more, familiarizing oneself with one's own power and driving it out perfectly could also make one's battle power stronger. Just like two people in the same realm with similar qualifications and talents, but one could exert 10% of their power with only 1 point of force, while one had to use 3 points of force. One didn't need to think to know who would win. Buzz. Guhan's metamorphosis. A whole 3 days of time. Until a moment 3 days later. A mysterious breath. Violently from Guhan body diffusion. Its body suddenly blossomed out of the bright and dazzling light. So that the distant ghost Luo are subconsciously close their eyes, do not dare to go again to look directly at Guhan. Boom! Immediately afterward, the unfamiliar god pillar above Guhan's head erupted with a terrifying might, and then shrunk at an extremely fast speed. And when it had shrunk to the size of a thumb, it slowly fell down from above Guhan's head, and merged into Guhan's mind. As this unfamiliar divine pillar completely fused with Guhan, the might of its body also reached its peak, and the surrounding space, which seemed unable to withstand this might, even distorted in a manner visible to the naked eye. Boom! In the next moment, a majestic and incomparable information surfaced in Guhan's mind, almost failing to overwhelm Guhan's mind. A feeling of dizziness presented itself, and a long time passed before Guhan slowed down. At this time, the breath on Guhan's body also gradually calmed down. But before Guhan could react, a strong power fluctuation swept out from his body, directly lifting all the distant ghost Luo out, and the 10 layers of seals left by Guhan also instantly collapsed and opened up, leaving only the seals in ghost Luo's body, which still sealed ghost Luo's power. Put under that strong power fluctuation, the ghost Luo who was lifted off landed on the ground, could no longer hold back and made the appearance of spitting blood. The entire ghost body seemed to be torn apart, and the already white face became more and more miserable. He gazed at Guhan, who was erupting with terrifying fluctuations in the distance, with both hatred and envy in his eyes. If it wasn't for Guhan, the one who was enjoying this powerful force at this moment should be him. But no matter how much he hated it, he didn't have the ability to take revenge anymore, and instead he had to worry about whether or not he would die at the hands of Guhan. He was no match for the previous Guhan, who was restrained in an instant, let alone the Guhan after the breakthrough. Not bad. After fusing the brand new divine pillar, not only was Guhan's entire body transformed, even his cultivation, which had just broken through to the peak of the ghost monarch not long ago, also broke through once again, truly stepping into the realm of the ghost emperor. Boom! And with the fluctuation of the emperor realm power permeating Guhan's body, the originally calm space began to wind up. Bursts of thunder suddenly exploded, and the entire sky suddenly darkened, with thick robberies clouds that covered the entire dome of the sky. The unimaginable might of the heavens and earth crushed down from the sky, causing the entire void to distort in a manner visible to the naked eye, especially where Guhan stood. The void was directly cracked open, even the ground were pressed into a depression. The ghost emperor's havoc. Ghost Luo gazed at the thunderbolt that was gradually converging above him and whispered softly. His tone was filled with fear as well as longing, but it was a pity that even with his talent, if he wanted to reach the realm of the ghost emperor, it would take an extremely long time. Guhan, who was in the center of the calamity thunder, raised his eyes to look at the dark and incomparable thunderbolt. His face did not have the slightest fear. Instead, he was eager to try. At this moment, he was unprecedentedly powerful, and it was just by means of this ghost emperor's calamity that he could try out his own strength at this moment. Boom! Bursts of thunder continued to explode, and after a full hour, the thunderbolt on the dome of the sky only completely coalesced into shape, and the entire dome of the sky was already covered by pitch-black calamity clouds. Pitch-black thunder. In the midst of the robbery cloud tumbling, more and more terrifying, the power of heaven and earth mixed with the power of thunder pouring down. If it is the general peak of the ghost monarch, not to mention the robbery, even this pressure cannot withstand. It was only because the ghost emperor's tribulation that Guhan was facing was the most terrifying of all the ghost emperor's tribulations. The 10 silent thunder tribulation, which was a tribulation that only existed in legends, and even ghosts like Ghost Luo and other existences that had had a great origin had never really seen this kind of tribulation. Rumor has it that once the 10 directions silent thunder tribulation falls, no matter any living being, they will all be silenced under this tribulation without any possibility of survival. So this tribulation is also known as the death tribulation. Of course, perhaps there were supreme demons who had crossed this kind of thunder tribulation, only that it had not been recorded. But no matter what, this kind of thunder tribulation was absolutely terrifying, far exceeding ordinary thunder tribulations. If it was someone else who encountered this kind of thunder tribulation, Ghost Luo would definitely treat him as a dead man, just waiting for him to pick up the pieces after his death. But Guhan, he really didn't think that this 10 directions silent thunder tribulation would be able to silence Guhan. After all, Guhan was a terrifying existence that possessed 2 entire divine pillars, and even these 2 divine pillars had fused into a brand new divine pillar, which had never happened before in the entire history of hell. How could such a character be destroyed by a 10 square silent thunder tribulation? If he was so wasted, would that brand new divine pillar choose to fuse with Guhan? Do you really think that God pillar is a little cutie? Every heaven and earth wonders were all existences that possessed extremely strong spirituality. They would automatically choose their masters, but they would never choose a living being that was about to die as their master. Rumble. At this time, the sound of loud muffled thunder suddenly exploded, followed by a darkened thunder dragon from the heist cloud. Straight towards Guhan dived down. Only the first wave of the heist. There will be a whole 18 thunder dragons. The thunder carried by each thunder dragon was incomparably terrifying, and at the same time, it also carried a strange power that silenced everything. Those thunder dragons began to swoop down. Will be the void are pierced, instantly descended on the top of the head of Guhan above, and the face of these thunder dragons. But Guhan did not have the slightest resistance. Actually intends to rely on their own ghost body. Hard to carry? Boom. In the next moment, the monstrous silent thunder flooded Guhan, and as far as the eye could see, the place where Guhan was seemed to have been transformed into a sea of silent thunder, and both the void and the earth were obliterated under that terrifying silent thunder. Its destructive power could be clearly felt even by Ghost Luo, who was separated by a long distance, as he frantically retreated while fixing his gaze dead center on the place where the silent thunder was enveloped. At this moment, Ghost Luo's mood was very complicated, because he both hoped that Guhan would die under the thunderbolt, so that he could avenge his own chance of being robbed, but he didn't want Guhan to die. It was because he, as the sole witness to the fusion of the two great divine pillars, did not want Guhan, an existence that had fused a brand new divine pillar and had a great possibility of becoming a supreme legend, to fall. Chapter 117, Carrying the Thunder Tribulation Hard. Ghost Luo's complicated mood didn't surface for long, as he sensed Guhan's aura and gazed at him, and was instantly struck by a great shock, his entire ghostly body trembling slightly, only to see that at this moment, Guhan, as if he were an invincible being, was bathed in that terrifying thunder, and instead of suffering any damage, his ghostly body became more and more solid under the hammering of the thunder. Even Ghost Luo, who knew that Guhan was powerful, had a blank head at the moment. This was the 10 silent thunder tribulation, which was rumored to be deathless, but in Guhan's case, it had become a stepping stone for him to enhance his strength. Is there anything more fantastic in this world? If this scene were to take place in hell, I'm afraid that it would cause a sensation throughout hell in a very short period of time, and an unknown number of powerful forces in hell would step forward to recruit Guhan, and even the prison clan would be unable to sit still. Those who were able to trigger the 10 directions silent thunder tribulation were already demons among demons, and not even one could appear in an era, let alone a legend who used the 10 directions silent thunder tribulation as a stepping stone. This kind of existence, no matter who saw it, they had to sigh in awe, even if it was Ghost Luo, who hated to break Guhan into pieces. Do you really think you can do such a demonic thing just because you have a divine pillar? What a joke! Although divine pillars were mysterious and powerful, there were strong and weak among them, and whether or not the power of a divine pillar could be maximized also depended on the possessor's ability. At the very least, in Ghost Luo's own place, even if he possessed the brand new divine pillars that Guhan possessed, he definitely wouldn't be able to do something as heaven-defying as this. He wasn't even sure that he would be able to survive this 10-square silent thunder tribulation. Rumble. At the time of Ghost Luo's shock, Guhan's gesture also completely angered the thunderbolt on the dome of the sky. The increasingly loud sound of muffled thunder sounded out. A black as ink thunder dragon probed out from the clouds, directly toward Guhan swooped down, and the horrifying thunder might, inducing the entire mystic space to violently turbulence up. In the face of such horrifying thunder, Guhan still did what he wanted, not making any movements, just standing quietly in the sea of thunder, letting those thunders continuously launch an onslaught on his ghostly body. In fact, even Guhan himself hadn't expected his ghostly body to be this strong. Originally, Guhan just wanted to use this thunderbolt to try out his skyrocketing strength, so that he could grasp the power of the realm of the Ghost Emperor faster. But he didn't expect that the first few waves of the thunderbolt wouldn't even be able to shake his ghostly body. It wasn't until this point that Guhan completely understood how heaven-defying the opportunity he had been given this time was. According to the strength of this ghost body of his, he was afraid that with the power of his ghost body alone, he had already reached the peak of an unusual ghost monarch, which meant that even if he didn't use his ghost power, with the power of his ghost body alone, he would be able to suppress the peak of a ghost monarch. One must know that an unusual ghost emperor powerhouse whose ghost body strength could reach the peak of a ghost king would already be very good, not to mention the ghost monarch level. This is the same with the martial arts cultivation. Its cultivation is strong, but does not mean that his body is strong, because although the martial arts cultivation is practicing martial arts, but not body refining, its body unless it is special to refine, otherwise, can only be cultivation enhancement is to follow the enhancement of only. Rumble. When Guhan was surprised, the thunder on the sky dome also continuously bombarded down. Until finally, that source of thunder that continuously swooped down, even became a pitch-black light pillar connecting the sky and the earth, and the terrifying thunder might envelop the 10,000 mile radius of the place where Guhan was located. The destructive force that pervades it, even the distant ghost Luo, cannot stop trembling, not to mention that he is only a late-stage ghost monarch. Even if he is a peak ghost monarch, dare to step into the land of the Sea of Thunder at this time, will definitely be instantly obliterated, and he even feels that the idle ghost emperor powerhouse are not necessarily able to carry the power of these robberies of the thunder. He no longer dared to imagine what a terrifying level Guhan would reach after crossing the thunder tribulation, and with the power it displayed, he was afraid that an ordinary peak ghost emperor powerhouse would not be his opponent, right? At this moment, Ghost Luo couldn't help but feel worried about his situation afterward, not to mention that all of his strength was now sealed by Guhan. Even if it wasn't sealed, he couldn't possibly be Guhan's opponent, but where Guhan wanted to kill him, there was no way he could live, but he doesn't want to die. Nowadays, every clan member of the Witch Ghost clan aspired to develop the Witch Ghost clan to its former peak and recreate the style of the prison clan, a mission that was almost firmly engraved in their souls. So every Witch Ghost clan member was very life-thirsty, and they could do whatever it took in order to stay alive, because they clearly know that the only way to have everything is to live, and when they die, they have nothing. Especially the higher the cultivation level of the Witch Ghost clan members, the more they cherished their lives, because they were almost the ones who held up the Witch Ghost clan nowadays, and once they died, the entire Witch Ghost clan would also exist in name only, or even completely perish. If there were no top-notch guardians, the Witch Ghost clan would have been destroyed long ago. As for him, Ghost Luo, although he was only in the late stage of Ghost Monarch, his talent was also ranked among the Witch Ghost clan, and was an existence that was expected to be in the realm of the Ghost Emperor, and was cultivated as a seed by the clan. Nowadays, the Witch and Ghost clan only possessed a dozen Ghost Emperors only, and the birth of every Ghost Emperor was a big event for the Witch and Ghost clan, and it was said that there was also a Ghost Emperor ancestor, only that Ghost Luo had never seen it. And now, with the shadow of death almost looming over Ghost Luo, how could he be willing? Ghost Luo's dream has always been to become stronger, and then lead the entire Witch and Ghost clan back to its former peak. Although this dream is extremely distant, but Ghost Luo has always fought for this. Once the body is dead, everything will be like a dream bubble. His mind was constantly pondering on ways to survive, but in the end of his pondering, he realized that nothing could escape Guhan's single thought. If Guhan told him to live, he would be able to live, and if he told him to die, he would definitely not be able to live for one more second. But was it hard to make him bow down to this enemy who had robbed him of his chance? For a while, Ghost Luo's face was all cloudy, looking at the terrifying sea of thunder in the distance, his eyes flickering, not knowing what he was thinking. Rumble. At the same time, the thunderbolts that Guhan was facing were still bombarding down, one stronger than the other, and both the void and the earth were obliterated under these terrifying thunderbolts. The place where Guhan was, apart from the endless silent thunder, could no longer accommodate anything else, and as the intensity of the thunder continued to rise, Guhan also finally felt the pressure, unable to withstand the constant bombardment of thunder with his ghost body as easily as before. Of course, this was also because his ghostly body had become stronger and stronger under the hammering of those silent robbery thunder, and if it had been subjected to such powerful robberies from the very beginning, there would have been no way for Guhan to carry it without damage. Chapter 118 Extreme Devil. Rumble. This thunder tribulation lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Fortunately, there were no other living beings in this mysterious space, and fortunately, Guhan was breaking through in this mysterious space. Otherwise, with the intensity of this 10-square silent thunder tribulation, once it appeared on the blue planet, at least half of the blue planet would have to be affected by this terrifying thunder tribulation. I don't know how many living beings will fall because of this thunderbolt. Of course, if it was on the blue planet, Guhan wouldn't have transited directly on the blue planet, but would have chosen to transite in outer space. Buzz. As the thunder tribulation dissipated, a bright pillar of light suddenly fell from the sky above, and in an instant, it enveloped Guhan in it. This was the gift of heaven and earth after crossing the thunder tribulation, except that the richness of this gift of heaven and earth was the first time that even Ghost Luo had seen it. The gift of heaven and earth that he had once received from crossing the Ghost Monarch tribulation was simply not even a drop in the bucket before Guhan's gift of heaven and earth. And even the gift of heaven and earth that he had once seen the strongest members of his clan receive after crossing the Ghost Emperor tribulation was far from being able to be compared to that of Guhan. The difference between the two was like the difference between an ant and an elephant. At this moment, Guhan's entire mind was incomparably ethereal, only feeling as if he was wrapped in a warm ocean, incomparably comfortable, but under this comfort, He could feel that his ghostly body and even everything else was being continuously transformed by that heavenly and earthly gift. Only, compared to the previous transformation of the unfamiliar God Pillar, this transformation was even gentler and didn't make him suffer any pain. The rich gift of heaven and earth wrapped Guhan into a giant cocoon. Dense arcane patterns surrounding the cocoon. Countless Ghost Emperor mysteries, out of nowhere in Guhan's mind, as if these mysteries was what he had originally perceived. He was like a sponge, hungrily sucking up these Ghost Emperor mysteries, transforming them into his own senses, enabling him to master the power that had surged with ease. Another 3 days passed. Originally shrouded Guhan's heaven and earth feed has disappeared without a trace, leaving only Guhan alone, sitting alone in the void above. There is no breath floating around, but if you look carefully, you can find Guhan within 100-mile radius of the void, are visible to the naked eye posture distortion, as if even the world cannot withstand the pressure of Guhan. The ghost Luo in the distance did not know when he had already come to a place hundreds of miles away from Guhan. It was not that he did not want to run, but he knew very well that he could not run away at all. Even if all his power was not sealed, he could not run away. With Guhan's current strength, it would be easy to find him out without a sound. And running away in front of an unfathomable ghost emperor was the most foolish behavior. He quietly looked at Guhan, who was sitting alone above the void, his gloomy face flickering with determination. He had already decided that if Guhan really wanted to kill him, he would submit like Guhan, even if Guhan was his enemy. As long as he could live, any humiliation was nothing. Hadn't his witch ghost clan suffered fewer humiliations? If he couldn't endure it, his witch ghost clan would have been killed off long ago. Ghost Luo was also confident that Guhan would definitely accept his submission, because any existence that knew something about the bottom line of the Witch Ghost Clan would not be able to refuse the submission of a member of the Witch Ghost Clan, even if it was a weaker member of the clan. Do you really think that the Third Hell's Prison Master is a charity? If his Witch Ghost Clan did not have the slightest use for it, even if his Witch Ghost Clan handed over more tribute, it would only allow it to protect it for a period of time, and it would be impossible to protect it for a long period of time. For a prison master or a strong person like a prison master of that level, as long as it can bring them benefits and make them stronger, no matter what kind of living being you are, they don't care. Even if you have a great blood feud, they can still protect it, because very few people can be stronger than them, and an existence that was stronger than them would not be able to overpower those people, nor would it be possible for those people to come to them to ask for their help. Bang! At that moment, Guhan violently opened his eyes. A ray of essence flashed from his eyes, directly piercing the void in front of him. His strong aura even made the void around him crack apart by inches. He was like an awakened supreme ferocious beast, exuding immeasurable divine might. Even if it was separated by hundreds of miles, it all made the ghost Luo tremble with fear. The ghost Luo at this moment couldn't help but give birth to the thought of wanting to pay homage to Guhan. Guhan didn't bother with the ghost Luo in the distance. At this moment, he was feeling the skyrocketing strength in his body, and he couldn't stop rejoicing in his heart. After this metamorphosis, not only did he break through the realm of the Ghost Emperor, but also hit the Ghost Empress stage directly. Whether it's the terrifying transformation brought about by the unfamiliar God Pillar or the heaven and earth's gift after crossing the Thunder Tribulation, it all gave him tremendous benefits. Even at the time of the tribulation, it also hammered the ghost body stronger for him. And now, the strength of his ghost body had truly reached the level of the Ghost Emperor, and with the strength of his ghost body alone, he could rival or even suppress an average Ghost Emperor. The unprecedented sense of power gave Guhan a feeling of invincibility, but very quickly, Guhan collected his mind and also completely collected his aura. If he hadn't gotten the information given by Evil Extreme Sky, he might have swelled up after breaking through to the Ghost Emperor. But now, other than some excitement and elation, he had no more waves, because he knew very well that with his current cultivation strength, he still couldn't guard the blue star. And once a stronger existence descended from the three realms, he, and even the Great Summer, would still be in a dangerous situation. The path of cultivation is never-ending. There is no strongest, only stronger. The only way he could cope with the crises that kept appearing was to keep getting stronger. After adapting to his own surging power, Guhan began to check the information in his mind. Previously, after fusing with that unfamiliar God Pillar, an incomparably mammoth amount of information had flooded into his mind. Only with the descent of the Ghost Emperor's tribulation, he simply didn't have the time to check it out. And this view made Guhan even more excited. Those messages, which were nothing else, were precisely the messages of that brand new divine pillar as well as its inheritance. This brand new divine pillar, called the Extreme Devil Divine Pillar, was one of the most top-tier divine pillars in the world, and the mysteries as well as power it possessed far exceeded that of a single divine pillar, and unless it was a similarly fused divine pillar, Other single divine pillars simply couldn't contend with it. Nowadays, although Guhan had fused the extreme devil god pillar, his perception and even control of the extreme devil god pillar was still at the very initial stage, far inferior to the demonic god pillar that had been under his control for several years. In addition to the basic information, there was also a great deal of information about the inheritance of the extreme devil god pillar, and to Guhan's surprise, the inheritance he had previously received from the devil god pillar had not been broken by the fusion, but instead, after the fusion, had used the inheritance he had received as the basis for an even more powerful and terrifying inheritance. Chapter 119, Three Great Forms. How could Guhan not expect that just the fusion of the two great divine pillars could give birth to such a powerful brand new divine pillar? Compared to the previous demonic god pillar, his current extreme devil god pillar was simply crushing on all fronts. At this moment, he had a total of 3 battle forms. The first is the ghost god form, the form formed based on the ghost god pillar, which can also be called the ghost Dao form. What is used is the previous ghost god pillar inheritance, except that compared to the previous, the ghost Dao secret art that he controls nowadays has become even more powerful. The second, the demon god form, is a form based on the demon god pillar, also known as the demon path form, again based on the increased demon god pillar inheritance. The first two were nothing to write home about, but the third, which was a bit more terrifying, was the brand new extreme Dao devil form, also known as the extreme Dao form, and what it was capable of performing was the inheritance of the extreme Dao devil god pillar. Currently, Guhan had obtained a total of the Devil Dao inheritance as well as the Extreme Dao Devil God Pillar inheritance from the Extreme Dao Devil God Pillar. The Devil Dao inheritance was a Devil Dao technique as well as 5 Devil Dao secret arts. The technique was the true demon heavenly underworld technique, and the magic power condensed from it was extremely pure, and the magic path secret technique released could increase its power by 20%. And if Guhan had a deeper understanding of this magic path technique, he could also enhance this increase. The Extreme Dao Devil inheritance was likewise an Extreme Dao technique as well as 5 Extreme Dao secret arts. The technique was the Extreme Demon Spirit Ghost Qian Gong, with the True Demon Heavenly Underworld Gong as well as the Underworld Soul Cannon, forming one main twice, and also forming the basis of Guhan's terrifying underpinnings nowadays. The subtlety of this Extreme Devil Spirit Ghost Qian technique, even with Guhan's ability to perceive it, was still half understood, merely having stepped into the first layer due to the fusion of the Extreme Devil Divine Pillar. But in reality, he was still in a state of ignorance with regards to the technique's perceptions. In addition to this technique, those 5 Extreme Dao secret arts were equally terrifying. The Extreme Dao True Martial, condensed from the power of the Extreme Dao into a protective true strength. Its defensive strength was more than 10 times that of Guhan's own defensive strength. And this multiplier would also increase with Guhan's perception of the Extreme Dao Devil's subtleties. With Guhan's current cultivation at the Ghost Empress stage, once he executed the Extreme True Martial Arts, almost no one under the Ghost Emperor would be able to break through his defense. Extreme Dao Destruction, Extreme Dao Endeavoring to Kill, Extreme Dao Divine Progenitor, and Extreme Dao True Seal. These were the remaining 4 secret arts. In addition to the Extreme Dao Divine Prodigy, which was an auxiliary secret art of the increased category, the remaining 3 secret arts were all powerful offensive secret arts, and their power was almost the greatest of the many secret arts that Guhan had currently mastered. Once the Extreme Dao form erupted, coupled with the many secret techniques, Guhan even dared to go toe-to-toe with an Emperor Realm-level powerhouse, and even if he couldn't beat them, he was confident that he would be undefeated. This was still because of his preliminary fusion of the Extreme Devil God Pillar, for all the power gained and even the secret arts had not yet been fully familiar with the reason. If he waited for him to settle down for a period of time, thoroughly figuring out the changes in himself, his all-out battle power, it could still be stronger. Before he had taken a closer look, Guhan hadn't felt much, but after taking a closer look, even he himself was shocked and confused by his metamorphosis this time. It was too strong, so strong that Guhan himself was scared. Originally, after receiving the information given by Evil Extreme Heaven regarding the realm afterward, Guhan had no changes on the surface, but his heart was filled with pressure and even a sense of despair, because the 3 worlds have unfathomable depths and countless strong people. No matter what realm he reaches, there will always be strong people who are stronger than him. And whether he can guard the Blue Star in the Great Summer, he really has little confidence. But now, the appearance of the Extreme Devil God Pillar gave him the confidence he truly possessed. The Ghost God Pillar that he had previously possessed was powerful and terrifying, and could also help him ascend to the ranks of the powerful. But it wasn't as if there was no one in hell who possessed a Ghost God Pillar, or even possessed a number of them that might be even more than what he had imagined, including the other 2 major worlds, where there were similarly existences that possessed God Pillars. Of course, The God pillar is divided into natural born and raised as well as their own birth. Natural born and raised, needless to say, is the ghost God pillar he got before, and their own birth is the cultivation to reach the realm of the ghost God or demon God in other realms, by the body of the power and even the God position cohesion out of the God pillar. The two cannot be compared. They are both strong and weak. It all depends on the possessor. Thus, Gu-han, who possessed the devil God pillar, even if he became a strong person afterward, it was possible that there existed even stronger than him in the same realm, whereas this extreme devil God pillar was different. He didn't dare to be sure if other divine pillar possessors had fused other divine pillars, but he could be certain that no one had fused the devil's two divine pillars to form the extreme devil divine pillar, which meant that his extreme devil divine pillar was the only one. What is the ultimate way? It represents the ultimate of a Tao. In the devil's way, he is the ultimate. After him, no one will be able to fuse the devil God pillar and the demon God pillar, unless he dies. Of course, this does not mean that the devil God pillar or the demon God pillar owner's path will be cut off. They can fuse the other God pillars. For example, the devil God pillar with the demon God pillar, the demon God pillar with the demon God pillar, and so on. Gu-han, on the other hand, could likewise continue to fuse the other divine pillars, and when he had fused the three great divine pillars, the devil's two great divine pillars would be able to fuse once more. This was equivalent to a hierarchical promotion ladder. There could be countless possessors of the first divine pillar, but the possessors who fused the second divine pillar were few and far between, and those who fused the third divine pillar were even fewer. This information was what he had obtained from fusing the extreme devil God pillar, and for a moment, Gu-han even entertained the idea of taking evil extremity down, drawing out his evil God pillar, and fusing it with the extreme devil God pillar. But after thinking about it, Gu-han gave up. One was that his current relationship with evil extremity was still good, and he also needed evil extremity as an insider. Not to mention, there were many evil God pillar possessors, so there was no need to cut off one of his own arms. The second was that his current perception of the extremity devil God pillar could be said to be almost non-existent, and in a short period of time, it was unlikely for him to be able to withstand the fusion of the third God pillar again. It was only after a long time that Gu-han fully adapted to his own surge in strength, and during the time that Gu-han had adapted, the ghost Luo not far away had also stayed honestly without any delusional movements. When Gu-han raised his eyes towards him, ghost Luo's entire body froze. Even if Gu-han didn't release any of his aura and only gave him a flat look, he still felt as if he was being stared at by a great terrifying existence, a suffocating feeling that made his face redden. How did you discover this demon God pillar? In the next instant, Gu-han appeared in front of ghost Luo and very directly opened his mouth to inquire. With his current strength, there was no need to bend the rules. He had countless ways to make ghost Luo talk. It's because of the secret technique of my witch ghost clan. Chapter 120, Witch Spirit Treasure Hunting. Oh, what kind of secret technique would allow you to search for something as heaven-defying as a divine pillar? At those words, Gu-han's face flickered with a flash of surprise as he fiercely looked at ghost Luo and inquired out. This was a divine pillar that could make one become an overwhelmingly strong person. A rare and incomparable treasure of heaven and earth. If one possessed the means to find it, then no matter which world it was, one would go crazy for it. As for the witch and ghost clan, I'm afraid there's no way for them to be as peaceful as they are now. Therefore, Gu-han was still a bit skeptical about this secret technique of the witch ghost clan. After all, even if the witch ghost clan kept its secret any longer, it would still be circulated. And once it was circulated, it was feared that it would have already been terminated. And no matter who it was, it would not be able to protect the witch ghost clan. But he also saw with his own eyes that ghost Luo searched for this demonic god pillar. There's naturally no way to artificially search for such a heaven-defying thing as a divine pillar. Ghost Luo shook his head and laughed out bitterly. My witch ghost clan's secret technique, called the witch spirit treasure hunting technique, can theoretically find the world's greatest treasures, but certain wonders of heaven and earth, such as the divine pillar, are not something that the witch spirit treasure hunting technique can find either. The reason I was able to seek it out was purely by mistake plus a bit of luck. Hearing ghost Luo's words, Gu-han's pupils shrank. Witch spirit treasure hunting, can you find the world's greatest treasure? In just a moment, Gu-han felt the great effect of this witch spirit treasure hunting technique. Looking at the world, who doesn't want to have more treasures? But who, in turn, is able to get too many treasures? And this witch spirit treasure hunting technique, even if it couldn't search for heaven and earth wonders such as the divine pillar, it was still terrifying enough. So it was no wonder that the witch and ghost clan back then was able to take charge of a prison and become a prison clan. Is there a limit to this witch spirit treasure hunting technique? At that, the ghost Luo nodded, and did not hide. Straight said, witch spirit treasure hunting art must be witch ghost clan direct lineage clansmen to cultivate. And also not anyone can cultivate successfully. Nowadays the entire witch ghost clan. Also only a tiny dozen to successfully cultivate the witch spirit treasure hunting art, and most of them are not very proficient. Basically all of them are searching for treasures for that third tier prison master, including the rumored Emperor Realm ancestor of my witch and ghost clan, who is said to be out there helping that prison master to search for treasures. If not for that, my witch and ghost clan wouldn't have been able to keep getting the shelter of that prison master. Guhan's eyes flickered. He had wondered before why that third level prison master would be so protective of the witch ghost race, so it turned out that he wanted to use the witch ghost race's treasure-seeking secret technique to find treasures for himself. Ah, that's right. If there weren't enough benefits, would that prison master offend an existence on the same level as his own for the sake of the witch ghost race? Moreover, every time you use the sorcerer's spirit treasure hunting technique, you have to use up a lot of ghost power, and if you really find a heaven-defying treasure, you may also suffer from a backlash, once or twice. As long as there are enough treasures you can be tempered back, but more often than not, it will injure your foundation. Therefore, even the clansmen who possess the witch spirit treasure hunting technique will rarely use it, basically only when conditions permit or when they know there is a treasure but can't find it. As Guhan pondered, Ghost Luo continued to speak. This new world usually has many rare and strange heaven and earth treasures, so when I came to this new world, I used the sorcerer's spirit treasure hunting technique and found this place by mistake. Upon hearing this, Guhan nodded gently, and his gaze toward Ghost Luo flickered with a refined aura. The witch spirit treasure hunting technique alone, this kind of heaven-defying secret technique, was enough to see the value of Ghost Luo as a ghost, the other witch and ghost clansmen. He had no way to do it. After all, he couldn't run to hell to catch them, could he? But this Ghost Luo in front of him, is not at his mercy? Most of all, Guhan also wanted to support a puppet in hell to spy on hell for himself as well as develop his strength in hell. Although the evil extreme sky is good, but after all, it is the evil in the strange realm. Even if the energy is great, it is impossible to always know the news in the hell. But Ghost Luo is different. He is at least a clan member of the witch and ghost clan, and is in the third layer of the hell. And the ones who descended on the blue planet this time are also basically all ghosts from the third layer of the hell. I'll give you two choices. Submit or die. Thinking of this, Guhan's eyes narrowed, transmitting a wisp of Ghost Emperor Chi to suppress Ghost Luo, and spoke in a chilling voice. For these guys who invaded the Blue Star, Guhan wouldn't be polite at all. In fact, if it wasn't for the fact that the sorcerer's spirit treasure hunting technique was very useful to him, he definitely wouldn't have left Ghost Luo behind, and would have slapped him to death long ago. Upon hearing this, waves rose in Ghost Luo's heart, but in the end, it turned into a soft sigh. I wish to submit. Still, he didn't want to die. Most of all, Guhan nowadays was already qualified to make him submit. With the dual divine pillars in place, Guhan's future prospects were definitely something Ghost Luo couldn't imagine, and to be able to follow such an existence would have benefits for him as well. It was true that Guhan had robbed the chance that originally belonged to him, making him hated in his heart, but who could blame him for that? Weak flesh is strong, the unchanging theorem of eternity. If he wanted to blame, he could only blame him for being weak and unable to guard the opportunity that should have belonged to him. It was hard to believe that the opportunity was in front of him, and Guhan had the strength to grab it, but he didn't and gave it up to him? Even the dumbest person wouldn't do such a thing. Let go of your mind. Guhan was satisfied with Ghost Luo's attitude, but the measures that should be taken should still be done. Upon hearing this, Ghost Luo didn't make any unusual moves and directly let go of his mind, but as long as Guhan hadn't placed a ban on him, he dared to go against the water. After all, although Ghost Luo knew the truth that the weak were the strongest, at the moment, his heart was still filled with hatred for Guhan, and if possible, he wanted to chop Guhan up and snatch the divine pillars he possessed. If he hadn't been unable to fight, how could he have submitted to Guhan, his enemy? Heart-devouring demon ban. The next moment, a low voice came out from Guhan's mouth. Immediately afterward, his hands quickly pinched up, all kinds of seals swept out. The majestic demonic chi vibrated in all directions. A strand of demonic pattern, from between Guhan's hands diffused out. In an instant, it formed a small seal. Immediately afterward, under Guhan's manipulation, the mark crashed into Ghost Luo's ghostly body, transforming into a roiling demonic pattern that wrapped around Ghost Luo's entire ghostly body before converging into nothingness. This heart-devouring demon forbidden, a secret art that Guhan had obtained from the demon god pillar, was an extremely powerful sealing art, and it was impossible to unlock it for the person who had been sealed unless his cultivation was higher than his or he had mastered the sealing art to an extremely high degree. Most importantly, there was no way for outsiders to help unlock this heart-devouring demon prohibition. It could only be done by virtue of oneself, and it was because of this that Guhan dared to take in Ghost Luo. Otherwise, waiting until Ghost Luo returned to the hells and looking for a strong person to help unlock it for him. Wouldn't it be a waste? At the same time, Ghost Luo was also able to clearly feel that there was a mysterious power surging within his body, but it quickly disappeared and did not affect him. But Ghost Luo knew that from this moment on, his life was out of his control. 121. Rest and recuperation. In response, although Ghost Luo was a bit unwilling, he knew that he had no choice unless he wanted to die. Now although his life was in Guhan's hands, at least he was still alive. And, with Guhan's terrifying potential, with a good relationship, the future of the Witch and Ghost clan might not be without hope of rising. Thinking like this, Ghost Luo's mood was obviously much better. This heart-devouring demon prohibition is a secret technique of the devil's way. Unless your cultivation is higher than this seat's, otherwise, there's no way to find any kind of strong person to help you lift it. Guhan narrowed his eyes slightly and spoke in a deep voice towards Ghost Luo. He wasn't the least bit afraid of informing Ghost Luo of the method to get rid of the heart-devouring demon prohibition, not to mention the fact that nowadays he had already reached the Ghost Empress stage. Even if he was still at the peak of the Ghost Ruler stage, he still had absolute confidence that he would be able to suppress Ghost Luo. Don't dare! Hearing Guhan's words, Ghost Luo trembled and hurriedly opened his mouth. Are you kidding me? Comparing the cultivation speed with Guhan, an existence with unrivaled potential? In terms of qualifications alone, he couldn't even compare to Guhan, not to mention that Guhan also possessed the dual divine pillars. In the world, even the so-called demonic prides of the prison clan were afraid that they wouldn't have the slightest bit of comparability in front of Guhan. Don't worry, as long as you are loyal to this seat won't kill you either, much less restrict your freedom. Yes. At those words, Ghost Luo respectfully bowed. Seeing this, Guhan gently nodded and raised his hand, instilling his origins to Ghost Luo. And getting the information Guhan transmitted, Ghost Luo's pupils violently shrunk, not daring to look at Guhan in disbelief. He had thought that Guhan was the son of one of the powerful forces in hell, or worse, he should be a heavenly son of one of the forces that descended to the blue star this time, but he didn't realize that he was a native of this new world? How is that possible? At this moment, the Ghost Luo's heart was no less than a shocking wave. How could he not believe that Guhan was a native ghost of the new world? He knew that the new world had only just recovered its aura a few years ago, and in such a short period of time, Guhan had reached his current level of cultivation? How fantastic was this? In the future, if there is any news from hell, inform this seat in time. It wasn't until Guhan's words rang out that Ghost Luo came back to his senses and hurriedly responded. My subordinate understands. Guhan gently nodded, and with a wave of his hand, he led Ghost Luo out of this dense land, and in a short while, they appeared in the middle of the Death Valley. And looking at the barren landscape, Guhan couldn't help but feel emotional. Within a short period of time of this entry and exit, he had already undergone a radical change, completely transformed, not only accomplishing the realm of the Ghost Emperor, but also possessing a brand new divine pillar. If such an encounter were to be spread, it would be enough to make any living being envious and jealous. With his current strength, all the alien races in the entire Blue Star were no longer a threat, and as long as he wanted to, he could obliterate the many alien races on the Blue Star anytime he wanted to, turning them into nourishment for the Great Summer. However, Guhan knew that doing so would only cause the three realms to become enraged and send even more powerful beings to descend, at which time, his advantage would be gone. With his Ghost Empress stage, he seemed to be invincible in the Blue Star, but once a stronger existence descended from the three realms, he would also be knocked to the bottom in an instant, and would even die on the spot. After all, once he went out to massively overthrow the foreign races, his news would definitely be spread back to the three realms, and at that time, the three realms would definitely focus on targeting him and even the Great Xia. Therefore, Guhan did not intend to overthrow those foreign races so quickly. Next, his focus would be on developing the strength of Xia, and from time to time, he would grip the wool of the foreign races in the three realms, using their resources to grow the entire Xia. You go back. If possible, try to spark a conflict between the ghost race and the demon race, so that these two races will attack each other, and it's best not to stop. Guhan waved his hand and spoke softly. Yes. Upon hearing this, Ghost Luo respectfully answered and flashed away, although Guhan just casually mentioned a sentence, but the Ghost Luo has already made up his mind to do everything possible, so that the demon and ghost tribes as far as possible warring endlessly. This is Guhan gave him the first order. If even this cannot be accomplished, how to follow Guhan in the future? If he can't even accomplish this, how can he follow Guhan in the future? How can he use Guhan's power to strengthen himself? Although Ghost Luo still had hatred for Guhan, after submitting to him, he had completely eliminated that hatred, and at the very least, before breaking free of Guhan's bondage, that hatred would never reappear. he would only work for Guhan wholeheartedly. It was impossible for him to get up a little bit of heart. He gave up his dignity, gave up his hatred, and submitted to Guhan. Wasn't it just to save his life? If he is still insensitive and makes small moves in the dark, he will definitely have no chance of survival. So what's the point of his giving up? After Ghost Luo left, Guhan didn't stop and returned directly to Daxia. This trip out of the Guardian has far exceeded Guhan's expectations. Within a short period of time, he is not going to have a big action. Will only quietly watch the war between the demon and ghost tribes, while looking for opportunities to weaken the power of the two tribes, while getting some resources to develop Daxia with Guhan's current strength. But in an instant, he had already returned to the Daxia Specialized Bureau, and now he didn't have to be as careful as he had been when he had left before. Guhan, who had returned to the Daxia Specialized Bureau, had also learned from Lucian about the end of that previous demon and ghost war. Not long after Guhan left, the battle between the two great prides of the two clans came to a close, ending with the Xianin Ghost Clan's son, Shi Weasel, the son of the Xianin Ghost Clan's Grand Elder, Shi Shan, winning. But after that battle, Shi Weasel was also heavily wounded, and after striking out to understand a few demon clans' king realms, he left in a hurry. This also led to the fact that battle between the demon and ghost clans, although it was won by the ghost clan also paid a terrible price, so it can be said that both sides lost. It was also because the cost of this battle was too heavy, leading to the fact that after this battle, both demon and ghost tribes briefly recuperated and did not start any more wars. Even so, because of the tragic war between the two clans, it instead caused the demon and ghost clans to start striking out at some of the smaller nations on the blue planet in an attempt to recoup their losses. Within a short period of time, several small countries had already been destroyed by the demon and ghost clans, and even countries such as the furry bear country as well as the pretty country had suffered different levels of attacks from the demon and ghost clans. Even the great Xia. Only, Daxia is not weak today, so it did not cause too much damage. When he heard this news from Lucian's mouth, Guhan's eyes erupted, and his killing machine penetrated his body, causing Lucian, who had already reached the peak of Zhongshu, to fall into an ice cave. I'll take care of the attack. The most important thing for Daxia now is to digest the previous gains first, and evolve those resources into Daxia's strength as soon as possible. The only way to be free from intrusion is to become more powerful. After a moment of contemplation, Guhan commanded out towards Lucian. The harvest he had gained from destroying several major demon and ghost clans before was not small, and it would take some time for Daxia to fully digest it. Before that, Guhan did not want Daxia to be disturbed, nor did he want to cause too much commotion. Chapter 122, 1 Year of Transformation. After determining the tone of rest and recuperation, the entire Grand Xia carried out the implementation according to this tone. Not only the Grand Xia, but also the other Blue Star countries also took advantage of the conflict between the demon and ghost clans to vigorously develop the martial arts. Even so, there were still quite a few foreign races wreaking havoc in various countries, and even they were not the slightest bit disguised and wildly uncontrollable based on the fact that the humans of the blue planet were frail. But these foreign races were almost always suppressed at the first opportunity, without the slightest exception. Although Guhan didn't want to attract the attention of the demon and ghost clans, it was impossible to let those foreigners wreak havoc in the major base cities of Daxia. But fortunately, these foreigners were not very strong, and even if they were killed, they didn't attract the attention of the demon and ghost clans. On this day, in the base of the Mythic Special Bureau, Guhan gathered all of the Daxia experts who had broken through to the realm of the Sovereign Master, and with the essence blood of the many demon king realms that had been destroyed before, he cleansed their veins and marrow, boosting their potentials as well as their underpinnings, and at the same time, he was explaining to them the subtleties of the king realm. With Guhan's current strength, teaching these Zhongshu realms could be considered more than enough. While Guhan was teaching the Grand Xia's Zhongshu level experts, the demon and ghost clans throughout the entire Blue Star, there was also a not so small amount of friction, except that there was no longer a big war of the scale that had occurred previously, and both the demon and ghost clans were trying to restrain themselves as much as possible, not wanting to let their own clans experience too significant a loss. After all, they had descended to the blue planet to seek benefits and grow their own communities, not to deplete the power of their own communities. During such peaceful days, the strength of Great Xia grew at a terrifying rate. One must know that even without counting the Ghost Clan, Guhan had previously destroyed 2 major demon clans, and these 2 demon clans were not weak at all. Even the weakest Xianxiang demon clan possessed 3 demon monarchs, dozens of demon kings, and thousands of demonic beasts of all realms. The blood and flesh of those dozens of demon kings alone were enough to bring great benefits to the Grand Xia, not to mention the demon monarchs and the demon beasts of all realms. Although it wasn't so much that the whole of Daxia was rapidly improving, At least the generals of Dixia's warrior martial army as well as the many military districts were greatly benefited, all of them rapidly improving their cultivation during this period of time. In order for the generals of the major military regions to be able to improve their martial arts strength faster, Gu Han had sent out a large number of Yuan Gang realm powerhouses so that they could explain the mysteries of cultivation in the major military regions, and help the generals unravel their doubts about the martial arts. And this kind of explanation had benefits for those who were strong in the Big Dipper realm. Through the constant explanation of the lower realms, it would also allow them to revisit the mysteries of those lower realms, even to the point of identifying the deficiencies they once had in that realm, so as to make up for those deficiencies. It might seem like they couldn't raise their strength, but it allowed these Yuan Gang realm powerhouses to consolidate their foundation more and more. In addition, Gu Han's help for the Daxia Ghost Army did not fall behind. After he finished explaining the mysteries of martial arts for those master-level experts, he went to the Daxia Ghost Army's residence, explaining the mysteries of ghosts for many Daxia Ghost Army. Compared to the martial arts, the ghosts of this mystery he can be said to be comfortable, such as the mouth of the lotus blossom, listening to the many Daxia Ghost Army as if mesmerized. At the same time, Gu Han also sent out those stronger Daxia Ghost Armies to absorb dead chi all over the Blue Star as a way to grow their own cultivation. And some bold Ghost Army powerhouses would even surreptitiously capture weaker Hell Ghosts and turn these ghosts into their own sustenance. This passed peacefully for a year. On this day, Gu Han was in his office, listening to Lu Xun's report on the growth of Daxia's strength and various weapons research in this year. Director, the current 500,000 warrior armies have all made huge breakthroughs in this year, with every warrior army's cultivation breaking through to above true strength, and the vast majority of them are at the realm of the Big Dipper. The experts of the Sovereign Realm have a total of more than 3,700, the experts of the King Realm have more than 100, most of which are at the beginning of the King Realm. On top of that, the strength of the folk of Dixia have all increased. Compared to a year ago, Dixia's overall strength has increased by at least tens of times. As he spoke, Lu Xun's face was also filled with excitement, and his gaze towards Gu Han was filled with reverence. One must know that a year ago, there wasn't even a single King Realm in Daxia, but with Gu Han's help, in just 1 year, Daxia had already given birth to more than 100 King Realms, and even the experts in the Zhongshe realm had skyrocketed to more than 3,700. Such an amazing improvement. If it was a year ago, Lu Xun wouldn't even dare to think about it. Listening to Lu Xun's account, Gu Han nodded gently, not surprised in the slightest. Kidding aside, this was piled up with the resources from overthrowing the 2 major demon clans, plus having him, the Demon Emperor, personally teaching him. If he hadn't improved like this, it would be a waste of his efforts. Of course, if it wasn't for the destruction of the Xianxiang Demon Clan as well as the Silver-Winged Wolf Clan, and obtaining a large number of demonic beast bodies of all realms, even Gu Han, the Ghost Emperor, wouldn't have been able to raise the strength of the Grand Xia out of thin air. As a matter of fact, although Gu Han stayed in Daxia throughout the year, it didn't mean that he didn't make any moves. He sent the Silver Bee as well as Silver G, the 2 demon pets, sneak out to hunt, but did not take action against the demon monarchs, but on the many demon kings. From time to time, hunted and killed several demon kings to come back, and then used these demon kings to enhance the strength of the Zhongshe level masters, and so on and so on and so forth. This year, the Silver Bee 2 demons hunted and killed the demon kings, as many as hundreds of them, and even there are quite a lot of ghost kings. Only, the Ghost King didn't have such a significant enhancement to martial arts, so Gu Han basically let them capture the Ghost King back, and then he would do the work, refining the Ghost King into pure Ghost Chi, which would then be pumped into the quarters of the Daxia Ghost Armies, to help those Daxia Ghost Armies enhance their strength. Of course, it wasn't as if there weren't any June Realm powerhouses who found anomalies in the process, only that they were all silently resolved by Gu Han, once again turning them into nourishment for Daxia's growth. The Ministry of Scientific Research has also researched quite a few super powerful weapons during this year. There are martial arts cannons powered by spirit stones, whose power is equivalent to the full force of a Yuan Gang realm powerhouse. There are also martial arts mechas, or martial arts armors to be precise, refined from the bones of various demonic beasts, the strongest pair of which, when worn, can increase the strength of powerhouses below the King Realm by 20%. On top of that, the major base cities have reinforced all of their walls using brand new alloys that have been mixed with demonic beast bones, and traps of varying strengths have been placed near the major base cities. As Lu Xun spoke, he could not help but appear proud as well. Today's Daxia can be said to be transformed. Even if it is directly facing a demon race, Daxia dares to face the battle head-on, and even has a great certainty that it can win the battle. But if all the foreign races are out, Daxia can't do anything about it. Therefore, although Lu Xun was proud, he also understood that today's Daxia was not strong enough and needed to become stronger in order to hold the territory. Chapter 123 The Way Forward. Guhan naturally understood this reasoning, so he did not show any joy from beginning to end. After seeing the tip of the iceberg of the three great worlds depicted by evil Extreme Sky, Guhan knew that if the Great Xia wanted to preserve itself in this crisis, the only way was to keep getting stronger, and to get stronger by any means necessary. Otherwise, sooner or later, he would become the dish of the foreign races in those three worlds. At the same time as understanding the strength enhancement of Daxia, Guhan also understood the strength enhancement of the Blue Star countries in passing. Compared to Daxia, the enhancement of the other countries was undoubtedly much smaller, but compared to a year ago, it was no less than off the charts. Although there were no King Realm powerhouses in the Pretty Country, the Woolly Bear Country, and other large countries, there were also Sect Master Realm experts, even numbering as many as dozens, and other powerhouses of various realms had also sprung up like the rain. Of course, in this year, these countries also ran into a lot of trouble and lost quite a lot, and this was still due to the fact that there was Daxia sneaking in to support them. Otherwise, these countries would have to lose at least half of their strength. Although the conflict between the Demon and Ghost clans had deepened over the course of the year, there were still quite a few strong people from the Demon or Ghost clans who came out to fight, and these strong people, who were not yet able to be resisted by those countries, had almost always brought about significant losses for those countries. After understanding the overall enhancement of the entire Blue Star, Guhan waved Lucian away and sat alone in the middle of his office, thinking about the next path. In fact, Guhan was even more satisfied with the enhancement of the Great Xia Ghost Army than the enhancement of the Battle Martial Army. Due to the characteristics of the Ghost Dao and the Ghost Dao technique that Guhan had specially tailored for the Great Xia Ghost Army, the strength of the entire Great Xia Ghost Army had later risen to the top in this year, and had undergone a drastic change. Among the more than 200,000 Great Xia Ghost Army, there were as many as nearly 80 existences that had broken through to the Ghost King. In addition to that, there were nearly 1,000 Ghost Zone level experts, and the rest of the Ghost Army's cultivation levels were all above the true strength, with Yuan Gang level existences occupying 90% of the total. Such an astonishing improvement was even more terrifying than the Battle Martial Army, and the fact that the Great Xia Ghost Army was able to have such an improvement was naturally due to Guhan's vigorous support. In this year, Guhan had captured hundreds of Ghost Dao powerhouses, and even the existence of the Ghost Sovereign Realm had captured 5. And it was precisely with the sustenance of these hundreds of Ghost Dao powerhouses that the Great Summer Ghost Army was able to have such a staggering improvement in this year. On top of that, Guhan would also explain the subtleties of the Ghost Dao to the many Great Summer Ghost Armies from time to time, and even personally take them on a quest to find some Ghost Race powerhouses to sharpen them for battle. Of course, in addition to these, the Ghost Dao resources carried by those Ghost Dao powerhouses captured by Guhan also played a large role. All in all, nowadays, the overall strength of the Grand Xia was already enough to be compared to any of the foreign races that had descended on the Blue Star, and the only shortcoming was that the Grand Xia had not yet been able to produce a strong person at the level of the June realm. However, in just a few years, Daxia can develop to such a point now, has far exceeded the Daxia of Guhan's previous life. If the Daxia of Guhan's previous life has the strength of today's Daxia, it really is not certain that it will be overthrown by the foreigners. At least, it can hold out for absolutely more time. It was worth mentioning that during this year, Guhan had also learned a lot about the movements of the Demon and Ghost clans and even the Evil clan from Evil Extreme Sky as well as Ghost Luo's mouths, which allowed Daxia and even the countries of the Blue Planet to successfully avoid many risks. And among them, a piece of news revealed by Ghost Luo caught Guhan's attention. That is because he destroyed the Black Mountain Ghost clan, making the Black Mountain Ghost clan and the 3 layers of hell angry, wanting to once again descend to a stronger existence. Firstly, to investigate the truth of the destruction of the Black Mountain Ghost clan, and secondly, to take revenge. Not only that, Guhan had also learned from Evil Extreme Sky that the Xianxiang Demon clan, as well as the Silver Winged Wolf clan, were also planning to send strong men to descend on the Blue Star again, and the ones who were descending this time were definitely Imperial Realm powerhouses. Fortunately, during this year, although Guhan was constantly helping Daxia to improve his strength, he did not fall behind in his own cultivation. At this time, Guhan not only had perfect control over the power of the Ghost Empress stage, but his perception of the extreme Devil God pillar was also getting deeper and deeper, or at the very least, he was already comfortable in the use of the many divine abilities. This, coupled with the thorough digestion of the power that had accumulated within his body, caused his cultivation to be majestic and incomparable, and he was already thoroughly established in the Ghost Empress stage. However, Guhan was clear that if he wanted to improve again, without a chance, he was afraid that it would be very difficult, or at least as fast as before. It was simply impossible. The biggest factor in this was that Blue Star had only just recovered its aura and had not yet given birth to Ghost Chi. which could not provide Gu-han with a good cultivation environment. And even the ghost chi that had been born was not enough to support the cultivation of a ghost emperor powerhouse like Gu-han. Therefore, unless a heaven-defying opportunity such as the demon god pillar appeared, it would be almost impossible for Gu-han to advance in the middle of the blue star, which made Gu-han unable to help but start calculating his next path. The only way he could travel to the three great worlds if he wanted to continue to raise his cultivation level was to travel to the three great worlds, but in fact, the only one that was available for Gu-han to choose from was Hell, as Hell was the most suitable for a ghost Dao practitioner like him to cultivate. Of course, the plateau could also be, because there were demons in the plateau abyss, and its pure demonic chi could likewise allow Gu-han to enhance his cultivation. Except that, as the details of the abyssal demons were unknown, it was impossible for Gu-han to go there hastily, and the only other option was Hell. But once he left the blue star, Xia would be left without its top powerhouses, and at that time, facing the powerhouses of the three great worlds, it would be impossible for Xia to sustain itself even with its current strength. What's more, Gu-han also planned to take the Great Xia Ghost Army with him, utilizing the resources of Hell to train up the Great Xia Ghost Army before returning to the Blue Star to guard the Great Xia. As a matter of fact, Gu-han could have wiped out all the many foreign races on the Blue Planet and traveled to Hell afterward, but that would just make the foreign races of the three worlds furious and send out even stronger existences, which could be considered more of a loss than a gain. It's just a matter of waiting. Gu-han's eyes narrowed slightly as he opened his mouth with a light sigh. It was impossible for him to leave Daxia behind and go to Hell to enhance his strength. Even if he had to go to Hell, it would be under the condition that Daxia had the power to defend itself, and only then could he go to Hell without any worries. However, in a short period of time, it would be impossible for Great Xia to raise its strength once again, not to mention the fact that all of Great Xia's King Realm powerhouses today were beginners, and it would take a long time to get to the peak of the King Realm. And the barrier of the King Realm to the Monarch Realm alone was not one that could be broken through so easily. Without a certain amount of time to settle down as well as one's own understanding of martial arts, it was impossible to break through to the June Realm. And even Gu-han could only explain some of the mysteries of the June Realm. There was no way to directly uproot the seedling. Chapter 124, The Three Emperors Descend. Boom! On this day, a force like the heavenly mighty aura, from the very far away from the sky dome swept vastly, attracted the entire blue star on all the strong people, all vibration, the demon and ghost 2 tribes and even the evil tribe of the top strong people, but also the first time to rise up in the air. Look out at the direction of the aura came from. Meanwhile, on the roof of the Daxia Specialized Bureau, Gu-han stood with his hands behind his back. His eyes narrowed slightly as he looked in the direction where the aura came from, murmuring softly, "It's coming." Behind him stood Lucian as well as a few of the top brass of the Grand Xia Specialized Bureau, all of them looking in that direction. The worry and uneasiness on their faces hard to hide, even if they had already accomplished the King Realm. In the face of this abyssal and oceanic aura, they all felt a burst of heart shock, and could not afford the slightest thought of resistance, and even could not help but bow in worship. Just with the aura, it could affect them from such a distance. The strength of the being who descended this time, I'm afraid, had already reached a level they couldn't imagine. And with such a strong person, could the Great Xia still be able to hold on to it? Gu-han naturally felt the thoughts of Lucian and the others, but he didn't say anything more, just quietly looked out in the direction where the chi was coming from. Compared to Lucian and the others, and even the many strongmen of the foreign races, he could not only clearly feel the cultivation and even the number of the strongmen of the ghost race who had descended this time, but he could even see through the layers of obstacles to the place where they had descended. Icy Antarctic. A portal-like void crack suddenly surfaced in the sky above. Majestic and strong momentum immediately swept out from the crack, directly leading to the snowy mountains within a radius of 10,000 miles. All collapsed. Rolling snow waves swept away in all directions. Seems to want to destroy everything. Immediately after, a share of eerie ghost gas will be diffused from the cracks. And then, a silhouette from the cracks step out, began to appear. Its strong and unparalleled momentum will once again attract the entire South Pole turbulence, but also makes in the South Pole and the foreign tribes, are trembling with fear, and even to come to see are not dare to. Just in the resident above the far away to watch. It didn't take long for the void crack to completely dissipate, leaving only hundreds of figures standing in the air, with strong pressure like brilliant heavenly might, sweeping through this heaven and earth with impunity, as if announcing their arrival to this heaven and earth. In front of these hundreds of figures, there stood a stout middle-aged man wearing a gray robe, with ghost lines all over his exposed skin, and a pair of eyes that were as deep as the starry sky, flickering with a ghostly light. This middle-aged man was the Black Heir, the leader of the Black Mountain Ghost Clan who had descended to the Blue Star this time, and was also the Grand Protector of the Black Mountain Ghost Clan in Hell. His cultivation had already reached the middle stage of the Ghost Emperor, and was only one step away from being able to enter the stage of the Ghost Queen. Behind him were many of the Black Mountain Ghost race's strongmen, each of whose cultivation was above the King realm, and even had a whole 20 strongmen of the June realm, of which those who had reached the peak of the June realm had a full 7. It was no exaggeration to say that the power of the Black Mountain Ghost clan that had descended this time was all sufficient to sweep across the entire blue planet of all the foreign races and even all the countries other than the Great Xia. It was important to know that the descent of the foreign races to the Blue Star was not without a price. Each descent almost always cost a large amount of resources, and the higher the cultivation level of the powerhouse who wanted to descend, the more resources they would need to consume. Even though the Blue Star had now completely bordered the 3 major worlds and spatial passages had appeared, powerful people who exceeded the average strength of the Blue Star would need to pay a great price to break through the Blue Star's heaven and earth barrier if they wanted to descend. This heaven and earth barrier was self-born by Blue Star's heaven and earth will when it faced a threat, and right now, Blue Star's overall strength hadn't even exceeded the King realm. Thus, any expert of the 3 realms above the King realm who wanted to descend would need to pay a huge price. This was also the reason why the many 3 realms foreign races that had descended before had not descended more June realm powerhouses, and this time, the Black Mountain Ghost race had not only sent in a Ghost Emperor, but also a whole 20 June realm powerhouses, and the price it had cost, even with the Black Mountain Ghost race's depths, would definitely be a pain in the flesh, but even so, the Black Mountain Ghost clan still did so. So one can imagine how enraged the Black Mountain Ghost clan itself was when the Black Mountain Ghost clan that had descended on the blue planet was annihilated. Boom! The descent of the Black Mountain Ghost race seemed to have become a trigger, and in just less than a few minutes, in the land of the North Pole, 2 super strong mights erupted, sweeping across the entire blue planet in a vast swathe, separating themselves from the might of the Black Mountain Ghost race, causing the entire blue planet's heavenly dome to change in a stormy manner. And these 2 overpowering mights came from the powerhouses of the Xianxian Demon Clan and the Silver-Winged Wolf Clan. Among them, as the Silver-Winged Wolf Clan, which was almost as powerful as the Black Mountain Ghost Clan. The lineup that descended was almost the same as that of the Black Mountain Ghost Clan, with all of them being led by a mid-royal realm powerhouse, only that the Silver-Winged Wolf Clan's monarch realm powerhouses numbered only 15. The weaker Xianxian Demon Clan had only descended with an early-stage Demon Emperor powerhouse as well as 10 June realm powerhouses. Of course, in addition to these top powerhouses, there were also thousands of powerhouses from all realms. For a while, the many ghost races as well as the demon races that descended on the Blue Star did not dare to be slow, and their top masters, one after another, rose up in the air and headed towards the location where they descended, intending to go and meet with the Emperor realm powerhouses. Even though many of them had backgrounds that were much stronger than these 3 communities, on the Blue Star, they were far inferior to the 3 communities that had descended at this moment, so the proper etiquette was still necessary. The Imperial realm is not to be dishonored. If you really want to offend those Emperor realm powerhouses, even if that Emperor realm powerhouse beheads them on the spot, the clans behind them will have nothing to say. After all, who let you provoke the Emperor realm powerhouses with no one in sight? For many ghosts and even the movement of the demon race, Guhan is naturally in the eyes. Only, he did not move, slightly narrowed his eyes, quietly look into the distance. The descent of these 3 major groups with such a strong force would undoubtedly break the existing pattern of the Blue Star, and the peace that had been hard-won would be dispersed as a result. So how to make these 3 major groups come into conflict, or even go to war as a result, was the thing that Guhan was considering nowadays. If these 3 great ethnic groups were insensitive and didn't follow his scheme, he could only find an opportunity to sneak around and take out the Emperor realm powerhouses of those 3 great ethnic groups, and then plant the evidence once again. It's just that this time the planting of evidence is not as easy as it should be. After all, the tenacious life force of an Emperor realm powerhouse wasn't that easy to kill. It was a breeze for him, but with the lineup of the 3 great ethnic groups descending, it was impossible for both sides to assault and kill the other's Emperor realm powerhouse. Although it was tough, there would always be a suitable opportunity to appear. And Guhan was not in a hurry. In a short period of time, the demon and ghost clans wouldn't set their sights on the human race of the blue planet, but would keep a close eye on each other. Chapter 125 Evil Emperor Megagorge. Although the descent of these 3 large groups of people made the entire blue star wind and clouds surging, but due to Guhan informed in advance, the people of the countries of the blue star, and did not panic too much. However, this kind of change, still in the internet set off a shocking discussion, but the majority of the people do not understand. The only countries of the official, to really know the truth of the changes in the blue star this time. Early on, the countries had already been cautioned by Guhan that once a shocking change occurred on the blue star, it was necessary to keep as low a profile as possible. Otherwise, it would surely incur a catastrophe. If it was someone else, the countries would definitely not give a damn. But Guhan's words, no one dared to take them as a whisper. So almost at the very first moment of this change in the wind and clouds, the countries had already made arrangements to go down, so that all the subjects would not go out, and try to keep a low profile. After sensing the lineup of the three races, Guhan did not pay any more attention to the movements of the three races, but continued to ponder on how to improve the strength of Daxia. Only, just as he returned to his office, Evil Extreme Sky arrived. Brother Gu sensed the movements of those three clans, didn't he? Seeing Guhan appear, Evil Extreme Sky didn't have the slightest bit of nonsense and spoke directly. The lineups aren't even small. The descent of a full 3 Imperial Realms will surely have a huge impact on the entire Blue Star's pattern. Guhan nodded gently and responded in a deep voice. During this year, Evil Extremity had also come quite a few times, but Guhan hadn't told him that he had broken through to the Imperial Realm, nor had he told him about the Divine Pillars still being able to fuse with each other. Just kidding. Although he cooperated with Evil Extreme Sky, it didn't mean that he completely trusted Evil Extreme Sky. Other things were just the same. Such an important thing as the Divine Pillar fusion, he would never say anything about it. As for not telling Evil Extreme Sky that he had broken through to the Imperial Realm, it was purely because he didn't want Evil Extreme Sky to think too much about it. After all, how long had it taken to break through to the peak of the Ghost Ruler before? Even if one was a demonic existence, it was impossible to break through to the Emperor Realm in such a short period of time. If Evil Extreme Heaven knew that he had broken through to the Imperial Realm, with his wisdom, he would definitely be able to think that he had received a great creation. And when looking at the world, how many creations could make a person break through to such a realm in a short period of time? Thinking deeper, Evil Extreme Heaven might have thought of the Divine Pillar. Although even if Evil Extreme Heaven knew that the Divine Pillars could be fused, he definitely didn't have the guts to hit the Divine Pillars on his body. Guhan didn't want to jeopardize the cooperation between the two sides because of this kind of thing. Have you evil clans made any movements? Immediately afterward, Guhan looked towards Evil Extreme Sky and inquired out. I have come this time to specifically inform you that the evil race also intends to descend an expert at the Imperial Realm level, and once an expert at the Imperial Realm level descends, the movements of the evil race will not be something that I can control. Evil Extreme Sky's face was slightly stagnant as he spoke out with a slightly heavy voice. Of the 3 leaders of the 3 evil clans that descended on the Blue Star, he was definitely the one who least hoped for an evil emperor-level expert to descend, because once this kind of expert descended, they, the leaders, would be virtually null and void, and the control of the 3 evil clans would instantly fall on that evil emperor expert. Except that, this kind of thing, was not something that he could stop either. Oh, is it because of the Imperial Realm where the demon and ghost clans descended? Guhan raised his eyebrows, not too surprised that the evil race had descended on the evil emperor. The demon and ghost races had descended. So how could the evil race be left behind? Nice. Both the demon and ghost clans have descended on Imperial Realm powerhouses. No matter what their purpose is, the evil clan must also have Imperial Realm powerhouses sitting in their midst, or else the evil clan will surely fall into a disadvantage in the competition for their interests afterward. Evil Extreme Sky gently nodded and responded with a straight face. However, the evil emperor that descended from the evil race this time is extraordinary. Oh, how is that unusual? Guhan's face showed surprise as he fiercely looked at Evil Extreme Sky, a searching color flashing in his eyes. The evil emperor that descended this time is the direct descendant of the Chi underworld demon, Underworld Roan, whose cultivation has reached the stage of the evil queen, and has an evil and temperamental character. So even I can't guarantee what he'll do once he descends. Most of all, Heiron's talent potential is extraordinary. Without the evil god pillar, even I can't compare to him. It looks like he only has the cultivation of the evil queen stage, but his battle power is already comparable to that of an ordinary peak evil emperor. The descent of such an existence will definitely cause an unimaginable impact on Blue Star. At those words, Guhan's eyes narrowed slightly. If it was him before, he would definitely be terrified when he heard those words. But now, he had no ripples and instantly thought of a breaking point. This Hades Roan is so powerful. Isn't he a proper backstabber? Of course, the operation required in the middle was still difficult, but as long as Heiron appeared, it was the perfect breaking point for Guhan, and most importantly, Heiron's temperamental personality could easily explode when stimulated. If there is any news, I will notify you in time. Keep a low profile during this time and try not to cause any more waves. Otherwise, even I can't protect you. As Guhan pondered, Evil Extreme Sky suddenly spoke out towards Guhan in a positive manner. His words filled with gravity. I understand. Meeting Evil Extreme Sky's gaze, Guhan nodded heavily. Although he boasted of his invincible strength, he was not yet so strong as to think that by killing the several great imperial realms that had descended upon him, Blue Star would be left unharmed. even if he were stronger. How could he possibly compare to the three great worlds' countless years of heritage? Don't worry. I'm not far from the Imperial Realm. Give me a certain amount of time and I'll definitely be able to break into the Imperial Realm. At that time, there will be no need to be too scrupulous. And then, Evil Extreme Sky continued to speak. His words filled with strong confidence. He had reached the peak of the June realm for a long time, and had practically honed himself to the extreme in the realm of the peak of the June realm, and his foundation was majestic and unparalleled. So once he broke into the Evil Emperor, even if it was only at the early stage of the Evil Emperor, he had the confidence to rival Heirong, and at that time, with him secretly manipulating the situation of Guhan and the others would be much better. I understand. Guhan nodded gently and looked at Evil Extreme Sky with a flickering aura of refinement. If Evil Extreme Sky broke into the Imperial Realm, his status would definitely be able to go up a notch, and the more benefits it would have for him and even for Disya. After all, the higher the status of an existence, the more access to the secrets of the three realms, and the more one could learn about the movements of the three realms. Not long after, Evil Extreme Sky left straight away. At this sensitive period of the three emperors' arrival, he didn't dare to stay in Daxia for too long. Otherwise, if he was perceived by the three emperors, it would be a lost cause. He didn't even know that with Guhan around. Even if that third emperor turned Daxia inside out, he definitely couldn't find him. With Guhan's current strength, as long as he didn't want to, no Emperor Realm powerhouse could break through his shielding. Not even a demonic level peak Emperor Realm could do it, unless one possessed some sort of extremely strong and special secret art of probing. But that three emperors, obviously, was not an existence that possessed such a secret art. Otherwise, he would have been able to discover him at the first moment of his descent. Chapter 126, Thorough Outburst. At the same time, in the main hall of the Xianin Ghost Clan, the Black Mountain Ghost Clan's Emperor Realm powerhouse, Black Air, was seated on the first place. On the left side were the Ghost Monarch Realm powerhouses of the major ghost clans such as Qishan, and on the right side were the Black Mountain Ghost Clan Ghost Monarch Realm powerhouses that Black Air had brought with him. Black Air swept his eyes sternly at Qishan and the others, and asked in a deep voice, "Tell me, how were the people who descended from my Black Mountain Ghost Clan exterminated? Why is it that all of you are fine, but I, the Black Mountain Ghost Clan, have been destroyed?" The atmosphere in the temple is heavy. The candle flame flickers, reflecting the Black Air that gloomy face, adding a few points of anger and self-contained. The powerhouses of the major ghost clans looked at the Ghost Monarch of Qishan one after another, causing the Ghost Monarch of Qishan to resist cursing in his heart, but then he had to stiffly explain to Ghost Air, an Imperial Realm powerhouse, with a few moments of trembling and caution in his voice, "Lord Ghost Air, please calm down. This matter is indeed fishy. Originally, our clan and the Demon Clan were well watered, but I don't know if it was the powerful Demon Clan that descended from other hells or if there were scattered Ghost Dao powerhouses that descended and destroyed the Xuansheng Demon Clan as well as the Silver-Winged Wolf Clan one after another, which caused the Demon Clan to be enraged. Since the Black Mountain Ghost Clan warriors led by Black Mountain previously had a conflict with the Xuansheng Demon Clan, the Demon Clan thought that it was the Black Mountain Ghost Clan that had overthrown the Xuansheng Demon Clan, which led to the tragedy. No way. Montenegro has a steady character. He definitely won't rashly fight the demon race, much less go to overthrow the Xinxiang demon race. After Jisun's words fell, Black Air's ground-thumping words followed, his voice low and dangerous, as if it could turn into a raging storm at any time. Qishan Ghost Monarch swallowed a mouthful of saliva and continued. We also explained in this way, but the Demon Clan did not believe it at all, and even sent out all the Demon Monarch powerhouses with the intention of forcing us to hand over the Black Mountain. But we have since argued on the basis of reason, and almost triggered a great battle of Monarch Realm powerhouses, and if it wasn't for Evil Extreme Sky coming down suddenly and easing the atmosphere, I'm afraid that we would have already been in a great battle. After that, the relationship between the demon race and my ghost race has completely dropped to the freezing point, and there have been not a few conflicts. Even though we have already made preparations and sent quite a few strong people to guard the Black Mountain residence, we still have not been able to guard against it. After the Gizhan Ghost Ruler's words fell, the Ghost Ruler powerhouse of the Spectral Shadow Ghost Clan couldn't help but open his mouth and say, "We've already done our best, but the power of the Demon Clan was just too strong, which made Black Mountain and the others suffer a tragic massacre. All of this is the sin of the demon race. I hope that Lord Ghost Air will understand." Demon race? Humph. Dare to slaughter my Black Mountain Ghost Clan's clansmen. This emperor will make sure that you and the others will not be able to eat. After saying that, the black air surrounding the ghost chi surging, a majestic pressure instantly pervaded the entire hall, causing all the strong ghosts in the place to tremble. The demon race also has a demon emperor descending. This emperor alone can't help the demon race for the time being, but you guys can make a move. all the existences at the peak of the monarch realm, in groups of 3, give this emperor an outward assault on the demon race's strongest members. Since they dared to strike against my ghost clan, they will have to bear the price of my ghost clan's wrath. In addition, send someone to look around the entire Blue Star to see if there are strong people from my ghost clan who secretly descended and overthrew the Xuanxiang demon clan as well as the silver-winged wolf clan, leaving my Black Mountain ghost clan to take the blame. Hearing Black Air's order, although Qishan and the others were unwilling in their hearts, they didn't dare to explicitly disobey Ghost Air's order, and could only nod their heads in response. On the other side, the same scene also appeared in the demon clan. The demon emperor powerhouse Jie, who had descended from the silver-winged wolf clan, was also just like Ghost Air, hating the ghost clan as much as he wanted to break them into pieces, and similarly sent out the order for all the demon ruler powerhouses to attack and kill the ghost clan's ghost rulers. As for the Xianxiang demon clan's demon emperor, he was almost a poser, not daring to go against Jie at all, nor did he dare to grab the right to call the shots of a group of demons with Jie, and as Ghost Air and Silver Jade's orders were issued, the conflict between the demon and ghost clans formally erupted, and the atmosphere of the entire Blue Star became tense with swords. The many neighboring demon and ghost races had begun attacking each other, while the attack and kill squads formed by the ghost race's demon monarchs as well as the attack and kill squads formed by the demon race's demon monarchs were roaming around each other's clans, trying to attack and kill the demon or ghost race powerhouses that had fallen alone. For the state of the two races, Gu Han, who was in the Daxia Extraordinary Bureau, naturally looked at it in his eyes. He didn't make any movements, and waited for these two races to attack each other with an old spirit, as if he was watching a play. Rumble. A great battle was breaking out in an ancient mountain range. The origin of this great battle was precisely when the ghost race's assault squad as well as the demon race's assault squad collided. The battle between the 6 June realm powerhouses rippled throughout the entire mountain range, causing the originally lush mountain range to instantly turn into a piece of rubble. And this was still because all of their battles were in midair. If they were on the ground, I'm afraid that the entire earth would have been lifted off a thick layer. Jensokyo, gird your loins. The strong man of the spectral Shadow Ghost clan, Shadow Hatchet, while fighting with the strong man of the Silverwing Wolf clan, Yin Chang, droned in a deep voice. Both of them were strong men at the peak of the June realm, and in a short period of time, it was impossible to separate the winner from the loser. So Shadow Hatchet could only use words to stimulate Yin Chang. In the face of Shadow Hatchet's stimulation, Yin Chang did not say a word. The aura that erupted from his body was even more terrifying, just like a ferocious beast, crazily impacting towards Shadow Hatchet, and the attack that erupted from him blossomed with a radiant light, covering the entire emptiness. Shadow Hatchet's figure was like a ghost, weaving in and out of the intertwining of radiant light and dark ghostly aura, and every time it clashed with Silver Seal's wolf claws, it shook the void. On the other hand, Yin Chang transformed into a silver lightning bolt, his wolf's eyes flickering with unyielding light, each swing carrying a whistling sound that tore through the air. Rumble, terrifying fluctuations, with the two as the center, swept away in all directions, the entire void as if it had been hit hard, constantly collapsing, down like a gully like cracks spread out. At first glance, as if the sky cracked like, the scene is extremely horrifying. Not far away, the other 4 June realm powerhouses also fought for each other, and all kinds of terrifying attacks collided with each other, erupting into a shocking impact, making the entire heaven and earth, all intertwined with a picture of doom. As far as the eye could see, mountain peaks collapsed, rivers flowed backwards, and the entire mountain range was completely turned into a ruin, with smoke and dust drifting in the sky. The battle between these 6 June realm powerhouses caused the entire Blue Star to be shaken, and it also caused the powerful demon race as well as ghost race powerhouses that were roaming around to sense it, and they all sped towards this place. Not only them, but Ghost Air and other Emperor realm powerhouses also sensed the fluctuation, but they didn't move, because once they did, in case they didn't hold back and a great battle erupted, it would definitely be a great battle, not to mention whether or not it could be one. The great battle of the Emperor realm powerhouses alone would be enough to make this new world completely collapse, and the Emperor realm powerhouses like them were more like sitting as deterrents, and would definitely not easily make a move. Chapter 127. Interesting. Gu Han, who was lying on the office sofa, looked into the distance, and his eyes seemed to see the great battle on that ancient mountain range through the layers of obstacles, and he thought about it and decided to add a little bit of spice to the battle. The difference in strength between the two sides was very small. Fighting like they were, when would it be? Before they could kill each other? By the time the powerhouses of the two races arrived, this great battle would definitely not be fought. At least he was a ghost Dao cultivator, so he couldn't watch Shadow Hatchet, who was also a ghost cultivator, return without any success. Could he? Therefore, he intended to help Shadow Hatchet. helping him to kill Yin Chang and take the first credit for the great battle between the demon and ghost clans. After thinking about it, Guhan hooked his hands and used a secret technique to transmit his power to act on Yin Chang silently, and with his strength, even the other three Emperor Realm powerhouses couldn't discover his small action. Rumble. On the battlefield, the great battle between Shadow Hatchet and Silver Bearing continued. It seemed that they were afraid that the strongest people from both sides would arrive. Therefore, both Shadow Hatchet and Silver Bearing did their best to explode, wanting to rush before the strongest people from the other side arrived, to kill the other side, and to get the first merit of the great battle between the demon and ghost clans. At the same time, Guhan's secret technique was like a poisonous snake in the dark night, silently wrapping around Yin Chang's body. A cold and powerful force quietly penetrating into Yin Chang's demonic energy veins, quietly disrupting the flow of his demonic energy. Silver Bearer was in the middle of a fierce battle with Shadow Hatchet, when he suddenly felt a disturbance in the demonic power in his body, and his movements were suddenly slowed down by a few points. As a peak June Realm powerhouse, Shadow Hatchet had keenly captured this momentary break. How would he miss such an opportunity? Only to see his eyes flashed a flash of cruelty. His hands did not know when has appeared a ghost weapon. The body's ghost power crazy influx into the ghost weapon, so that a burst of ghosts like howling ear-piercing sound explosions. And then, he swung the ghost weapon in his hand violently, with a whistling sound that tore through the air, piercing through Yin Chang's chest with unerring precision. And the horrifying ghost power mixed with amazing sharpness instantly erupted in Yin Chang's body, strangling the vitality in Yin Chang's body to death. Silver Chang's eyes are full of unbelief. He to death also failed to detect that dark power. Its entire body, straight down into the void, will be the ground are smashed out of a deep bottomless pit. The erupting Shadow Hatchet also became weak, took out quite a few ghost Dao pills, swallowed them in a brain, and recovered directly in mid-air. Asterisk. If you want to kill us, you won't have a good time either. The scene of Yin Chang's death caused the other two demon monarchs who were in the middle of the battle to instantly become furious as they roared, their demonic auras boiling around them as if they wanted to devour both heaven and earth. They were all strong men from the Silverwing Wolf clan, and strong men who had been brought down by Yin Jie, and they knew very well that with Yin Chang dead, if they did nothing, the face of his Silverwing Wolf clan would be gone. Thus, the two demon monarchs made a shocking decision: extreme sublimation. At the cost of burning all their vitality as well as their bloodline, they erupted with unprecedented power, vowing to die with the two demon monarchs brought by Shadow Hatchet, to redeem his silver-winged wolf clan's face. Rumble. In an instant, monstrous demonic aura swept out, shaking the entire void, causing the heaven and earth to change color. Those two demon monarchs simply did not expect these two demon monarchs to be so rigid. Even if they wanted to dodge, it was too late. In an instant, they were enveloped by the terrifying might that erupted from those two demon monarchs. Ah! Two miserable screams exploded one after another. The two demon monarch extreme sublimation after the outbreak of the horror of the attack. Directly the two demon monarchs will be torn apart. Even the distant Shadow Hatchet, want to come out to rescue, have not been able to come to the rescue, can only watch the two demon monarchs die a tragic death. Asterisk. Like the roar of a flood bell rang out from the mouth of Shadow Hatchet. How could he not expect that his momentary negligence would lead to the fall of these two ghost monarchs? As a matter of fact, he had already felt it when those two demon monarchs were extremely sublimated, but he had just exploded and decapitated Yin Chang, resulting in very little of his power left. So even if he wanted to come to his rescue, he simply didn't have the power, and by the time he had regained some of his power, it was already too late. This made Shadow Hatchet want to pull out those two dead demon monarchs and blast them. Originally, he who had killed Yin Chang was enough to receive great credit and might even be rewarded by Lord Ghost Heir. But now, with the death of those two ghost monarchs, his credit was instantly wiped out. After all, such a victory was not a victory at all. It could only be considered a double loss. Of course, he still had credit for beheading Yin Chang, only that such a small amount of credit was not enough for him to be rewarded by Lord Ghost Heir. But things have come to this, even if the Shadow Turtles are angry, but also to no avail, can only helplessly leave. Good for you, Gu Han, who was in the office, sensing this scene, couldn't help but applaud, and his face was even flashing with delight. Even he didn't expect that those two demon monarchs would be so rigid, that they would defy all odds of extreme sublimation, and take those two demon monarchs with them. In this way, the losses of both sides would be incomparably heavy, and this would also lead to the conflict between the demon and ghost clans being completely irreparable, and a great war would constantly break out between them until they completely obliterated each other. And in the meantime, their eyes would not be on the human race of the Blue Planet, which could also give the countries of the Blue Planet a valuable opportunity for development. Of course, Guhan knew very well that relying on plots and tricks could not last long, and that the only way to truly guard himself and even the Great Summer was to be strong in his own strength. And the great war between the demon race and the ghost race will not go on endlessly. Until their casualties reach a certain level, they will certainly stop. And even if there are external forces to interfere, they will also stop in advance. Nowadays, what Guhan had to do was to try to make the great war between the demon race and the ghost race last as long as possible, so as to give Disya and even the other Blue Star countries enough time to improve. On the other side, with the end of the great battle, the strongest members of the two clans who had originally planned to rush to the battlefield to support them also stopped in their tracks, and instead of rushing to the battlefield, they returned to their clans. They knew very well that since the battle had already ended, there was no use for them even if they rushed there, and it would even lead to a new round of battle because of the two sides meeting. But other than the Black Mountain Ghost Clan and the strong men of the Silverwing Wolf Clan and the Shin Elephant Demon Clan, who really wanted a great war, they came to the Blue Star to seek benefits, not to lay down their lives to fight other powerful races. If it wasn't for the fact that they really didn't dare to disobey the orders of the Emperor Realm Powerhouse, they wouldn't even have come out to attack and kill. After all, even though they belonged to the same race as the group that was in trouble, they weren't kindred spirits after all, and it was impossible for them to really go out and avenge the group that was in trouble. What they value more than anything else is the interests of their own clan. Soon, as they returned to the clan, they also learned of the outcome of that great battle. The Demon Clan was naturally furious beyond measure, but the atmosphere of the Ghost Clan was a bit subtle. Chapter 128 Ghost Race Infighting. Shishan and other major Ghost Clan powerhouses. The beginning of a return to the clanland. We'll hear two ghost monarchs by the demon powerhouses extremely sublimated to spell the death of the news. Although Shadow Hatchet decapitated a peak demon monarch powerhouse, but the two ghost monarchs powerhouses. But it is also true that the death of this news quickly spread within the major ghost clans like wildfire. And the major ghost clan powerhouses who were originally somewhat dissatisfied with Ghost Heir's order could no longer suppress the emotions in their hearts, and their strong dissatisfaction was as dumb as a volcano. The matter of the Black Mountain Ghost Clan itself has nothing to do with them. What they can do has been done, even going so far as to fight with the Demon Clan because of the Black Mountain Ghost Clan, which can be considered benevolent. Now, two ghost ruler powerhouses who weren't from the Black Mountain Ghost Clan had died due to Ghost Heir's orders, which made the powerhouses of the major ghost clans afraid that they would follow in the footsteps of those two fallen ghost rulers. In a dim and humid room, the candle flame flickered, reflecting a gloomy and uncertain face. The major ghost clan powerhouses led by Chishan gathered here, and after they returned to the ghost clan, they didn't go to resume their orders with the Ghost Heir in the first place, but instead, they gathered here. The entire house was filled with a thick and depressing atmosphere, and the face of every ghost race powerhouse flickered with heaviness and unwillingness. And although they hadn't exuded any aura, the intense emotional fluctuations still caused the void in the entire room to distort in a manner that was visible to the naked eye. The two ghost monarchs, although they are not considered the mainstay of my ghost clan, they are still rare and powerful, but they fell just like that? Jisun swept a glance at the crowd. His voice was low, and an intense regret surged on his face, as if the dead were not the two ghost monarchs, but his two loved ones. As a matter of fact, at this moment, Gizen's heart was already happy. Before Ghost Heir had descended, he was the leader of all the major ghost clans, respected by all the major ghost clan powerhouses. But as soon as Ghost Heir had descended, he immediately took away his position as the leader. And even more stifling was that he didn't dare to have the slightest opinion, and he had to honestly listen to Ghost Heir's commands. Think he Xianyin Ghost Clan, as the first-class ghost clan of the three hells, regardless of the strength of the depth, are not the Black Mountain Ghost Clan can be compared to, even if the Ghost Heir is a Ghost Emperor level of experts. Shishan is not willing to be commanded by it. If the Ghost Heir did not make a mistake it would be just. Even if he was dissatisfied again, he would honestly suffer. After all, although the Ghost Emperor and the Ghost Ruler is only a realm difference, but the strength is a world of difference. But it's different now. Because of the destruction of Black Mountain and the others, Ghost Heir had forcibly ordered the major ghost race powerhouses to attack and kill the demon race powerhouses for the sake of personal vengeance, and as a result, two ghost ruler powerhouses fell as a result, which gave him the opportunity. If he could encourage the many ghost clan powerhouses to oppose Ghost Heir, even if Ghost Heir was an expert at the Ghost Emperor level, he would definitely not dare to make a move against so many of them, or else his Black Mountain Ghost Clan would definitely be obliterated by the many ghost clans in hell. Gentlemen, with the destruction of Black Mountain and the others, Lord Ghost Heir is furious and it is inevitable that he wants to take revenge. But this is their Black Mountain Ghost Clan's business, but not ours. And it is really inappropriate for Lord Ghost Heir to forcefully order us to take revenge on behalf of his Black Mountain Ghost Clan. If this continues, will the deaths of the two of you in the Pantheon today become tomorrow for us? The strength of the demon race It's not weak. Not to mention, this time, the demon race has also descended 2 demon emperor powerhouses. Gizon swept a glance at the crowd and spoke in a low voice. Brother Gizon has a point. When we can stand up for his Black Mountain Ghost Clan, but for us to lay down our lives for him is impossible. When Gison's words fell, a burly ghost monarch who had befriended Gison instantly rose, his majestic voice echoing throughout the house, causing the faces of the many ghost monarch powerhouses present to change. The death of those 2 ghost rulers had indeed made them all afraid that they would follow in the footsteps of those 2 ghost rulers. And now that Chishan was willing to take the lead and lead them in their rebellion against the ghost weather, they were more than happy to do so. If no one took the lead, even if they were dissatisfied, they wouldn't dare to go against a ghost emperor, even if the clan behind them was even more powerful than the Black Mountain Ghost Clan. A ghost emperor was after all a ghost emperor, and could not be lightly insulted. Even if Ghost Air decapitated one of them on the spot in this blue star, at most, it would be a price to pay to quell the anger of the ethnic group behind them. But if it was all of them, even if Ghost Air was even more furious, he would definitely not dare to make a move. Not bad. Please also ask Brother Gizhan to lead us and report the situation to Lord Ghost Air. We can stand up for the Black Mountain Ghost Clan, but it's impossible for us to give our lives for them. One ghost ruler powerhouse after another spoke out, voices of indignation resounding in the room one after another. All of you trust my Gison so much. I, Gison, will naturally not let you all down. Looking at each and every one of the righteously indignant ghost race powerhouses, Gison got up and said in a solemn, deep voice, bunch of idiots. However, just as Chishan's heart secretly rejoiced, a cold humming sound violently resounded in the room, and immediately after, Ghost Air's sturdy figure silently appeared in the room, causing all the ghost clan powerhouses to involuntarily tremble, and their entire backs could not stop chilling. Even if Ghost Air did not explode with any might at this moment, just standing there brought them great pressure, especially if they were still plotting against Ghost Air. Gison was similarly frightened, but he still had the guts to speak out. Since Lord Ghost Air is here, let's hear our plea. There's no need. From the very beginning, this emperor has been listening. When these words came out, it instantly caused Gizhan as well as the many ghost race powerhouses present to panic even more, and fear couldn't stop surfacing. You guys think that this emperor is driving you to avenge Black Mountain and the others, but haven't you thought about the fact that if you don't find out the demon race that decapitated Black Mountain and the others, if they make another move afterward, which one of you will be able to stop them? Even though there is this emperor in attendance, the demon race has descended 2 demon emperors, and any one of them can stop this emperor. You only think of the 2 ghost monarchs who died today, but have you ever thought that the overthrow of Black Mountain and the others will be your tomorrow? Ghost Air's low voice echoed in the room, causing the many strong members of the ghost race, all of their faces to change drastically, and their originally panicked faces suddenly became heavy. Perhaps it wasn't that they didn't realize this, but they were instinctively unwilling to believe that the demon race would dare to overthrow the ghost race in such a big way. And once the demon race dared to do so, did they really think that hell was something to be messed with? But as Ghost Air said, the demon race may not dare to massively destroy the ghost race, but what if they destroy 1 or 2 more? Who wants to be the next ghost tribe to be destroyed? Now the demon race is obviously trying to deal with my ghost race. Although I don't know their purpose, it is obvious that it must be for the benefit of the blue star. If we are no longer united, and we are broken by them one by one, even if you guys can survive by chance, after you go back, how are you going to explain yourselves? Chapter 129, Blood is Paid in Blood. Immediately after that, Ghost Air swept a glance at the crowd and continued to speak out, and his words once again made the hearts of many ghost clan powerhouses flinch. Whether it was Ghost Air or Chishan, both were right, but compared to the individual, undoubtedly it was the safety and security of the clan that was more important. If it was just them or other strong people in the clan that fell, then it would be fine and wouldn't have too much of an impact on the descending Blue Stars clan. But if the entire clan was wiped out, then it would be a heavy loss for the clan behind them. It wasn't just as simple as losing some strong men. Once they were all wiped out, the clan behind them would have to send strong men to descend once again, or else they would lose the benefits of the brand new world of Blue Star, and the price to be paid for wanting to descend another batch of strong men could be quite large. Don't look at the Ghost Air as soon as the Ghost Air descended to take over the major ghost tribes, seemingly significant power, but in fact, he Black Mountain ghost tribes in order to let the Ghost Air descended to pay the price is absolutely not low. Ghost Air do so, may not be no take advantage of the major ghost tribes of the Ghost Emperor has not yet descended to before, for the Black Mountain ghost tribes for some benefits, to recover the loss of the reason. Revenge is just an excuse to lash out. Seizing benefits from the hands of the demon race and redeeming their losses is the real purpose of ghost weather. This is something that the major ghost races are also aware of. but they can't say anything. After all, many of the strongest members of the Black Mountain ghost race who descended on the blue planet were indeed annihilated, and there is no way for them to stop it, even if they want to. It was because the loss of sending another batch of people was too great, so much so that after Ghost Air's words fell, many of the strongest members of the ghost race were all moved, and their hearts were already inclined towards Ghost Air. Of course, they wouldn't give up their lives to follow Ghost Air's orders so easily anymore, but they also had to admit that in the case of the demon race having a demon emperor descending on the race, they needed Ghost Air's shelter. Some orders that weren't too excessive, they were still willing to follow. It wasn't a compromise, it was an exchange. They helped Ghost Air to put pressure on the demon race and take benefits from them, while Ghost Air, on the other hand, sheltered them from the calamity of extinction. While Ghost Air and all the major Ghost Clan powerhouses were satisfied, the only one who had a cloudy face was Chi Shan of the Xianin Ghost Clan. He did not expect that he had been carefully abetting a group of Ghost Clan powerhouses, but the result was broken by Ghost Air in just a few words. Just by taking a look at the posture of the many Ghost Clan powerhouses at the moment, he already knew that it would be impossible to instigate them to fight against Ghost Air. Jisun's changing face was all seen in the eyes of Ghost Air, the corner of his mouth hooked, fiercely looking at Jisun. His body's aura erupted. The Imperial Realm's pressure was just like a mountain pressurizing the top of the mountain. Shocking Jisun's entire ghostly body couldn't stop trembling. Gizun, do you still have doubts? If there is, you can say it directly, and this emperor will give you an answer on the spot. If there isn't, in the future, if you dare to disobey this emperor's orders again, then I will not blame this emperor for not giving face to the Xianin Ghost Clan. At this moment, Qishan very clearly felt the killing chance released by Ghost Air. That icy cold killing chance made his whole person feel like falling into an ice cave. Even if he was dissatisfied, he didn't dare to challenge Ghost Air's majesty at this time. Not long after, under Ghost Air's stern gaze, Jisun slowly lowered his head. This bowing of the head almost meant that Ghost Air had completely taken control of the power of all the ghost clans that had descended on the Blue Star, truly becoming the leader of the major ghost clans of the Blue Star. Even if the Qishan heart how unwilling, there is no way. At this moment the Qishan truly understand the meaning of the 4 words of strength is honored, and then how to plot and scheme, cannot withstand the absolute strength. If it wasn't for the deterrence of the clan behind them, with their behavior of plotting against Ghost Air would be able to kill them on the spot. And with its mid-grade Ghost Emperor cultivation, it definitely had the strength to do so. Seeing Gizun bow his head, the corner of Ghost Air's mouth hooked, revealing a contemptuous sneer. Regarding Gishan's mind, he had known about it for a long time, and had been giving him the opportunity, even deliberately allowing him to gather all the strongest members of the Ghost race, just because he wanted to wipe them all out, and completely take control of the Blue Star Ghost race's power. In the face of absolute strength, any plotting and scheming was illusory. At the same time, the demon race is also holding a meeting. Only compared to the infighting of the ghost race, the demon race is much more harmonious. After all, the demon race has always advocated the strongest as the honor. The 2 demon emperors descended. They can only bow down and submit. Moreover, they originally didn't have a real leader. Everyone's strength was about the same. Naturally no one obeyed anyone. But now that a stronger demon powerhouse had descended, they couldn't resist in the slightest. So naturally they didn't mind submitting. Gentlemen, the ghost race has bullied my demon race too much. We must teach them a lesson. Silver-winged Wolf Clan's Emperor Realm powerhouse Yin Jie, sitting on top of the main seat, beside the Xianxiang Demon Clan's Demon Emperor. Underneath is the major Demon Clan's Demon Monarch powerhouse. Silverchung 3 People's Death. Yin Jie was furious, and can't wait to go to the Ghost Clan in person. Will be a crowd of ghosts or all obliterated. But even how angry he was, he couldn't do so. Because once he made a move, the nature immediately changed, and it was likely that it would truly trigger a great war between the 2 realms. Such a shocking thing, not to mention him, even the entire Silver-Winged Wolf Clan wouldn't be able to carry it. However, although he and other Emperor Realm powerhouses could not make a move, it did not mean that the powerhouses of the major demon clans as well as the demon ruler powerhouses could not make a move. No matter what, he was going to give the demon clan a painful lesson this time, so that the demon clan would understand that he, the demon clan, was not a vegetarian either. As Yin Jie's words fell, the great hall boiled over, demonic chi churned, and the flame of vengeance burned in the eyes of every demon monarch. As a demonic beast, their idea itself is very simple. No matter who dares to bully them, they will retaliate back. And now, the Ghost Tribe not only even destroyed their 2 major demonic tribes, but also sent out strong attackers to kill. Such behavior simply does not put his demonic tribes in the eyes of the demonic tribes. If not to retaliate back, the demonic tribes of the face of the existence of the demonic tribes? Silver Jedi-sama is right. We must retaliate back. The ghost race is so arrogant. It must be to rob my demon race of their interests on the blue star. If we don't retaliate back, they'll still think that we're weak and can be bullied, and our interests will surely be encroached upon by the ghost race. Not bad. The deaths of Yin Chang and the others should definitely not be forgotten just like that. For a while, many demon monarchs opened their mouths to respond, like a volcano erupting in anger, sweeping across the entire room, making the atmosphere of this room extremely depressing. Even the Xuanshang Demon Clan's demon emperor opened his mouth to concur. The ghost clan is so arrogant. They must be made to pay for their blood debts in blood. Looking at the many demon monarchs who were filled with righteous indignation, Silver Jade nodded in satisfaction and said in a deep voice, "Since that's the case, let's all talk about how we should retaliate back." At those words, the many demon monarchs who had been roaring angrily, suddenly fell silent, letting them do battle. They were not afraid in the slightest, but letting them think of plotting and scheming, that was really difficult for them. It's not that they really have low intelligence, but they don't want to think about it. For them, there's nothing their fists can't handle, and if they can't even handle their fists, then all the scheming is nothing more than a joke. Chapter 130. What? No one has any plans? Looking at the crowd of silent demon monarchs, Jia instantly sank his face and opened his mouth in a cold voice. The aura of a demon emperor level swept across the entire room, causing all the demon monarchs to involuntarily tremble. Do you know what the outside world says about our demon race? Saying that we're just savage beasts who don't know how to use our brains. If it's usual, and you can break it with your strength, then naturally it doesn't matter. But the ghost race is not weak, and, moreover, you can't retaliate excessively, or else, if it triggers a great war between the two realms, we can't afford to do so. At this point, it's not about brute force, but rather, you have to have a plan to exact revenge. It doesn't matter if the plan is good or bad, but people have to say what they think. Silver Jade's voice resounded throughout the room, causing all the demon monarchs to immediately show their faces. But in the face of Silver Jade, a demon emperor, pressing them, they didn't dare not to open their mouths. Usually they were unwilling to use their brains. Now that Silver Jade had suddenly come so suddenly, where could they think? It was only after a while that a lanky demon ruler got up and said, "According to this ruler, why don't we focus our efforts on overthrowing a demon race, so that the demon race can also try the pain of extermination, and at the same time, let the demon race see the strength of my demon race." After this demon ruler's words fell, another demon ruler stood up. "Brother Kuei-shan has a good point, but I don't think we should exterminate just one demon race, but because we should exterminate two demon races. Why is it that my demon race has been exterminated by two clans, while he, the ghost race, has only been exterminated by one? If you want to fully display the power of my demon race, then you must allow the ghost race to exterminate one more group than us. Therefore, exterminating two ghost races is the most reasonable. In this way, it can make the ghost clan suffer, and also not cause the ghost clan to fight to the death with my demon clan. After all, those in charge of the ghost clan must also be afraid of triggering a great war between the two realms." As these words fell, the many demon monarchs immediately looked contemplative. Even Silver Jade as well as the demon emperor of the Xianxian demon clan couldn't help but bow their heads in contemplation. This demon monarch's statement still had a few truths to it, and was also very feasible. But once we concentrate our forces, the ghost clan will surely find out, and at that time, what should we do if they take advantage of our attack and attack our clan lands? But the ghost clan has also descended on an emperor realm powerhouse, and with the abilities of an emperor realm powerhouse, I don't think it would be difficult to discover our movements. After a while, a demon monarch spoke in a deep voice, his face filled with gravity. "Just kidding. The ghost emperor of the ghost tribe is not easy generation. These demon monarchs once rushed into the ghost tribe's territory, was found by the ghost emperor, absolutely dead and wounded a large number of people, and even have no place to say reason to go. After all, they are the first to intrude into the ghost tribe's territory. Although nowadays the three worlds have not really started to divide the blue star, but there has been a conscious effort to divide their respective territories. The major demon races as well as the major ghost races' residences are basically linked together, in addition to a small number of strong races that have not stayed together due to the environmental impacts, and they can only die in vain if they directly rush into the ghost races' territories without greeting each other, even if they are killed. As for the evil race, although only 3 races had descended, so far, neither the demon race nor the ghost race dared to mess with the evil race. There is no way. The evil race is really too evil and horrible. Even the demon race, this kind of violent and brutal existence, also do not want to provoke the evil race for no reason. Moreover, now they already have a conflict with the ghost race. If they provoke the evil race again, is not to bring themselves to the pit? There's no harm in that. At that time, let Xianqing go with you and cover your breath for you. And after that, this seat will then personally meet that Ghost Clan Ghost Emperor and hold him back. In this way, it is sure to be foolproof. Before the group of demon monarchs could think of a good countermeasure, Injie laughed softly and opened his mouth. His words filled with confidence. He was able to sense that the strong person who descended from the Ghost Clan was only in the middle stage of the Ghost Emperor, while he had also reached the middle stage of the Demon Emperor. It was not easy to say who was strong and who was weak, but it was certain that neither he, nor the Ghost Emperor of the Ghost Clan could kill the other party. And even if he added Xiancheng, the Demon Emperor of the Xuanxian Demon Clan, he did not have any way to decapitate that Ghost Emperor. At most, he would let it be seriously injured. But even if he let it be seriously injured, one of him and even Xiancheng would have to be seriously injured, and maybe even both of them would carry injuries, can achieve the Emperor realm. Each one is 1 in 100 million of the supreme existence. When young, is also resounding atop heavenly pride, whether it is the war power or a bottom card, are not ordinary people can imagine to get. Moreover, the Emperor realm's strong life force is superb, is not so easy to be able to deal with. He happened to take advantage of this retaliation to test the strength of that Ghost Emperor, and if his strength was insufficient, or even far inferior to his own, then he would no longer have any scruples, and even dared to find an opportunity to pit that Ghost Emperor to death. He didn't dare to kill all the strongest members of the Ghost race, but if he caught a ghost of the Ghost race and killed them, it still wasn't much of a problem. As long as he didn't cause a great war between the two worlds, any move would be nothing to him. Lord Silver Jade and Lord Xiancheng are willing to make a move, so we will have no more worries. Not bad, with the two lords making a move. This time, it will definitely teach the Ghost Clan a painful lesson. As the Silver Jade's words fell, the crowd of demon monarchs responded with compliments on their faces. In that case, let's all go down and get ready. For the sake of a quick battle, let the peak of demon monarchs take action this time. The rest of the demon monarchs will stay in the clan and take care of each other. And once a ghost race powerhouse is found to have appeared, there is no need to be concerned. They will be killed directly. Seeing this, Silver Jedi nodded in satisfaction, and then waved his hand, commanding out in a spirited manner. But as soon as his words fell, a demon monarch rose and inquired, Lord Injie, there are so many ghost clans. Which two ghost clans are we going to make a move against? Upon hearing this, Silver Jade's eyes narrowed slightly and he pondered for a while before speaking out. It's a pity that the Ghost Emperor that descended this time is from the Black Mountain Ghost Clan. Otherwise, one would be able to make a move against the Black Mountain Ghost Clan and completely annihilate it. Although this Emperor is able to stall that Ghost Emperor, this time the Black Mountain Ghost Clan descended with a not-so-weak lineup, and making a move against it would be prone to changes. So it's better to pick two weaker Ghost Clans to make a move against. In this Emperor's opinion, let's go with the Witch Ghost Clan and the Underworld Yang Ghost Clan. Without waiting for the crowd of demon rulers to respond, Silver Jade then spoke out again. This Emperor has heard that this Witch Ghost Clan was once the incomparably powerful prison clan in hell, and the prison clan is a terrifyingly strong clan that can stand alongside many of my demon clan's royal clans, and although the Witch Ghost Clan is now in decline, there must still be quite a lot of treasures. After destroying it, it might give us an unexpected harvest. As for the Yanghe Ghost Clan, it is said that it also has a not-so-small origin, and although it is not as good as the Witch Ghost Clan, it certainly possesses a heritage that is incomparable to that of other ghost clans. It's just that both ghost clans are relatively low profile, which is why they're unknown. Chapter 131. Upon hearing this, a demon monarch immediately spoke out in compliment. I didn't expect Lord Injie to even know about things in hell. To be so knowledgeable is really putting us to shame. Yes, with Lord Injie's leadership, we will definitely be able to deal a heavy blow to the Ghost Clan and strengthen the might of my demon clan. After the demon monarch's words fell, the many demon monarchs also scrambled to pander their voices, fearing that if they were a step slow, they would be missed by this demon emperor. Silver Jade, even the Xian Elephant Demon Clan's demon emperor, Xian Cheng, followed and opened his mouth to say, Injie brother has such insights. It really makes this emperor feel inferior. In the future, I still hope that Injie brother will teach him more. The compliments from the many demon monarchs and even Xian Cheng made the Silver Jade very flattered, and his face was flashing with complacency. He humbly waved his hand to Xian Cheng. Brother Xian Cheng is polite, but it's just something I learned from some canonical books. If Brother Xian Cheng is interested, if there is time, this emperor can introduce Brother Xian Cheng to you. Then thank you, Brother Injie. Upon hearing this, Xian Cheng smiled and arched his hand towards Silver Jade with a look of gratitude. Seeing this, the smugness on the Silver Jade's face grew a little more. An Imperial Realm powerhouse complimenting himself like this was definitely an experience he had never had before, which made the Silver Jade couldn't help but flutter. Luckily, after only a moment, He collected himself and commanded towards the many demon monarchs underneath. Since the target has been determined, then all of you should go down and prepare. Yes. This time, no demon ruler raised any more questions, and they all respectfully answered. Before leaving the room and going to prepare, each demon ruler's face was filled with exhilaration, as if they had already seen the ghost races indignant, yet helpless to do anything about them after those two great ghost races had been overthrown by them. As a demon race, it was extremely revered to fight in itself, especially to invade other races, because that represented a huge benefit. And this time, when the two demon races were overthrown, although the big head was definitely the two demon emperors, those of them who had made a move were also able to share in some of the benefits. This was also enough for them. Not to mention, it could also grow their demon clan's prestige. It was simply a 1-2 punch. However, whether it was the two demon emperors, Yin Jia and Xin Cheng, or the many demon race demon ruler powerhouses, all of them absolutely could not have imagined that their conspiracy would be seen from the beginning to the end. And that person was Gu Han, who was at the headquarters of the Daxia's specialized bureau. With Gu Han's current cultivation at the Ghost Empress stage, as long as he didn't want to, even a strong person at the peak of the Emperor realm wouldn't be able to detect his presence. And even if he exploded with all his might, he was afraid that even a strong person who had just entered the Emperor realm would be able to touch him. In fact, even Gu Han himself didn't know just how strong he was at this moment, as he had yet to go all out since breaking into the late stage of the Imperial realm. And the three Imperial realms that had descended from the Ghost race and even the Demon race weren't worthy of his full strength at all. If it wasn't for the fear of exposing himself and causing a stronger existence to descend from the three realms to kill him, he would have already struck out to wipe out all of these demon races, ghost races, and even evil races, so that the Blue Star could return to peace. From the beginning to the end, Gu Han had put a trace of his mind on top of the demon race and even the ghost race, even the evil race, which he was secretly observing. And just by virtue of the three realms communities that descended into the blue planet nowadays, no one would be able to detect his prying eyes at all. Because of this, both the infighting of the ghost race and the conspiracy of the demon race were seen by Gu Han. As for the conspiracy of the demon race, Gu Han was originally happy to see it. After all, once the demon race really made a move to overthrow the two ghost races, it would only make the demon race and the ghost race completely break, making the contradiction and even hatred between the two sides even more profound, even if in the end, because of the situation or the pressure of the plateau in hell, resulting in them not being able to really fight to the death. But this contradiction, once it arose, was irreconcilable, even if they were in the way of the pressure behind each of them and lived peacefully on the surface. Secretly, if there was an opportunity, both sides would pit each other to the death. But Gu Han never thought that that demon emperor would be so sightless as to dare to make a move against the Witch Ghost clan. He had only just subdued the Witch Ghost race's Ghost Luo not long ago, with Ghost Luo's late-stage Ghost Ruler's cultivation. Even if he wasn't the leader of the Witch Ghost race that descended on the blue planet, he was still definitely one of the most powerful figures, coupled with his secret support. The many witch ghosts that descended on the blue planet could almost be said to be their own people already. If the Witch and Ghost clan was destroyed by the Demon clan, wouldn't that be tantamount to the nails that he had managed to bury in hell being pulled out? This was definitely something Gu Han could not tolerate. One must know that Ghost Luo was in charge of the sorcerer's spirit treasure hunting technique, which was of immense use to him. And even if it wasn't, based on Ghost Luo's subjugation to himself alone, Gu Han wouldn't just watch Ghost Luo be killed. Moreover, the existence of Ghost Luo was related to his own layout for hell in the future. Gu Han had originally planned to support a ghost race to act as his eyes in hell while collecting heavenly treasures from hell for himself, and the Witch Ghost race was a very suitable object to support, because the Witch and Ghost clan used to be a prison clan, with enough heritage and ambition to revive their own clan. Plus the Witch and Ghost clan is surrounded by powerful enemies, and is constantly suppressed by many ghost clans, and is not as good as it should be in hell. So as long as his strength improves, and there are ghosts and ghosts around the Luo, the Witch and Ghost clan will be in the bag, is almost a nail in the coffin. In that case, how could Gu Han sit back and watch the Witch Ghost clan be destroyed? What an idiot! Who is there to choose but the Witch and Ghost clan? Gu Han, who was sitting in his office, couldn't help but crack up as he watched Silver Jade's smug stance. If Silver Jade did so, he would have to secretly make a move to save the Witch Ghost clan. At that time, the risk of him being exposed would undoubtedly increase. Those demon monarchs were fine, but the strongest members of the Witch Ghost clan were not so easy to fool. Once the Witch Ghost clan is not destroyed, the major ghost clans will definitely ask the reason. When the Witch Ghost clan said that there is a mysterious strong man to help them, those ghost clan powerhouses will definitely keep associating, although it is impossible to think of him, but it will undoubtedly add many variables. But soon, Guhan thought of the benefits of this move. Once he made his move, those demon rulers would definitely not be able to return. And the ones that had been deployed this time were all peak demon ruler powerhouses. And once they were all wiped out in the witch ghost race, it would definitely cause the demon race to be heartbroken. And their anger towards the demon race would be even more exuberant. And at the same time, the ghost race, having been attacked by the demon race in such a way, would be similarly hostile towards the demon race. The hatred between the two clans would completely explode. And even if the great war like before couldn't happen, the large-scale struggles of the people underneath would surely appear once again. This, in turn, would allow the war between the two races to continue, giving the many nations of the Blue Star more time to develop. As for the Witch and Ghost clan, the big deal is that he will be the Witch and Ghost clan's ghost ruler powerhouses all subdued, completely descending to the blue planet Witch and Ghost clan in his pocket, when facing the interrogation of the many Ghost clan powerhouses, so that they can find a random excuse. Is it? They might not believe in a single Witch Ghost Race Ghost Monarch, but if all the Witch Ghost Race Ghost Monarchs were saying the same excuse, there was no reason for them to disbelieve it. Chapter 132, The Demon Race Takes Action. On this day, many peak demon monarchs of the Demon Clan gathered on the newly built clan ground of the Silverwing Wolf Clan. Looking around, including the newly descended Silver-Winged Wolf race as well as the Xianxiang Demon race, there were a total of dozens of peak demon ruler powerhouses, and even if they didn't intentionally emit their own auras, they still caused the surrounding void to distort in a way that was visible to the naked eye. Buzz. A few moments later, Demon Emperor Jie as well as Shen Qing silently appeared in front of the many peak demon monarch powerhouses. Looking at the many powerhouses that were as powerful as rainbows, Jie nodded in satisfaction. 15 peak demon monarchs will head to the Witch Ghost race. 15 peak demon monarchs will head to the underworld Yang Ghost race, and the rest of the demon monarchs form patrol squads to patrol the many demon race locations to prevent the ghost race from taking advantage of the opportunity to attack. Yes, as the silver absolute words fell, many strong men opened their mouths one after another, and their loud voices resounded throughout the entire Silver-Winged Wolf clan's compound, and the aura that erupted out of them made the Silver-Winged Wolf clan's strongest men in the compound shiver with fear and trembling. Depart! In the next moment, with Jie's order, many peak demon monarch powerhouses rushed up, their whole body's aura converging, like streams of light speeding towards the two ghost tribes' quarters. At the same time, Demon Emperor Jie, as well as Xian Chang, followed beside the many demon monarchs, and jointly made a move to completely cover up the aura of the many demon monarchs, in order to prevent their movements from being noticed by the Ghost Emperor of the Black Mountain Ghost Clan. And while the many powerful members of the demon race were taking action, Guhan had already descended into the Witch Ghost race's compound first. The Witch and Ghost clan's residence was on a small island in the Pacific Ocean, and the entire island was occupied by the Witch and Ghost clan. Before Guhan descended, Ghost Luo had already gotten the news in advance, and respectfully stood by the side of the island and waited. Buzz. Seeing the descending Guhan, Ghost Luo immediately greeted him and respectfully saluted him. "See you, Lord. No need to be polite." After lifting his hand and swinging a force to help Ghost Luo up, Guhan did not have the slightest nonsense and said bluntly, "This emperor has received news that the demon race intends to retaliate against the ghost race, and has selected two ghost races, wanting to focus on all the major demon races' demon ruler peak powerful men, to annihilate these two ghost races, and one of them is you. Which ghost race?" Upon hearing this, Ghost Luo's pupils shrank, and he immediately dropped to one knee, pleading, "Please, Lord, make a move to save my Witch Ghost clan." Although the lineup that descended from his Witch and Ghost clan this time was not weak, there was a peak demon monarch as well as 3 demon monarch realm powerhouses. It was impossible to be the opponent of many demon monarchs, not to mention the peak demon monarchs of all the demon clans striking out together. But wherever 2 demon monarchs of the stronger demon clans were sent out, it was enough to wipe out his Witch and Ghost clan. Only Guhan in front of him could save them, the Witch Ghost clan members who had descended to the Blue Star. Of course, he could also ask for help from the many ghost clans, but first of all, not to mention whether or not the many ghost clan powerhouses could come to the rescue in time. The price to be paid for requesting the assistance of the many ghost clan powerhouses alone could cause his Witch Ghost clan to lose a great deal of money. Although he, the Witch Ghost clan, was able to survive in the 3 layers of hell due to the shelter of the 3 layers of hell's prison master, he was deeply ostracized by the major ghost clans in the 3 layers of hell, and even dealt with his Witch Ghost clan explicitly and implicitly. Even when they descended to the blue planet together this time, these powerful people of the Witch Ghost clan, were not treated well by the major ghost clans. Instead of paying a painful price and requesting the assistance of the major ghost clan powerhouses, it would be better to request Guhan to take action in front of them. With Guhan's strength, not to mention dealing with the peak of the district demon monarch, Even if the two demon emperors were to come in person, the only thing they could do was to die. What's more, in Ghost Luo's opinion, it was only a matter of time before they, the clansmen of the Witch and Ghost clan who had descended to the Blue Star, would submit to Guhan, and since that was the case, it would be better to take advantage of this crisis and directly submit to Guhan. With Guhan's nature, how could he not take in the remaining Witch Ghost race powerhouses after subduing him? Seeing Ghost Luo's gesture, Guhan knew that the other party had already understood what he meant, and gently nodded. In that case, you can gather the clansmen at the June realm level. This emperor will accompany you forward to meet them. Upon hearing this, Ghost Luo didn't hesitate in the slightest and directly sent a message towards the various ghost ruler powerhouses of the Witch Ghost clan. And after that, he led Guhan to the main hall of the Witch Ghost clan's compound. Along the way, the many clansmen of the Witch and Ghost clan all looked curiously at Guhan, even more puzzled as to why Lord Ghost Luo would bring an unfamiliar strong man to the clanland. But no one dared to go forward and ask. Basically they all gave a respectful salute to Ghost Luo, and then turned to leave. Ghost Luo, you summoned us in such a hurry. But what is the matter? When Ghost Luo brought Guhan into the main hall, a majestic voice came out, and the one who spoke out was the leader of the Witch Ghost clan, Ghost Chi, who had descended on the Blue Star, and was also the only peak ghost ruler powerhouse of the Witch Ghost clan's Blue Star subclan at the moment. The other two ghost monarchs were Ghost Spirit as well as Ghost Mist, a man and a woman. Their cultivation levels were both in the mid-Ghost Monarch stage, just a hair's breadth away from being able to step into the late Ghost Monarch stage. After this question, Ghost Chi and the others saw Guhan who followed Ghost Luo into the room, and suddenly their faces changed, and Ghost Chi even stared at Ghost Luo and asked in a deep voice, Ghost Luo, have you forgotten the rules of the clan? How dare you bring a stranger to step into the main hall of my Witch Ghost clan? In the face of the Ghost Chi's drinking, Ghost Luo's face was unchanged, blandly opened his mouth. I got the news that the demon race has gathered many peak demon monarch powerhouses, intending to launch a retaliation to my ghost race, and they have selected two targets, intending to overthrow them and bring a painful blow to the ghost race, and one of the targets is precisely my Witch Ghost race. Currently, 15 peak demon monarch powerhouses are already on their way to overthrow my Witch Ghost clan. What? When the Ghost Luo words fell, Ghost Chi and others all face changed dramatically, could not help but exclaim, even Ghost Chi the ghost ruler peak powerhouse. At this moment the face or uncontrollable flow of panic color, a whole 15 peak demon lord powerhouses. Such a lineup, not to mention overthrowing his district Witch Ghost clan. Looking at the many ghost clans, there is not a single ghost clan that can be blocked by itself. At this moment, Ghost Chi and the others couldn't help but feel despair, along with a strong sense of unwillingness and anger. He Witch Ghost tribe, in the hell, has already been in deep water, often have to guard against the coveting of other ghost tribes. Thought to come to this new world can be a little better. Did not expect to be the demon tribe stared at? So many ghost clans and demon clans are not looking for him, but he's the one who's looking for the Witch and Ghost clan. Had he, the Witch and Ghost clan, offended the heavens, or else how could they be so plagued? Ghost Chi Lord, Ghost Spirit, Ghost Mist, you should all know what attitude those demon clans have towards us. Even if we ask for help, we'll have to pay a painful price before they'll be willing to make a move. And even if they make a move, they won't necessarily be in time. After all, those 15 demon ruler peak powers are already on their way here. There are even demon emperor powerhouses accompanying them, masking their breath as well as boosting their speed. At such a time of crisis, if we don't want to die, there is only one way out. As Ghost Chi and the others panicked, Ghost Luo raised his eyes to look directly at them and slowly opened his mouth. Chapter 133, Subduing the Witch Ghost. What road? With the Ghost Luo words fell, Ghost Chi will be impatient to ask the voice. Ghost Spirit as well as the Ghost Fog also have to look at the Ghost Luo, the eyes through the hope as well as a strong desire to survive. Submit to the Lord. Facing the eager Ghost Chi, Ghost Luo blandly stepped aside, causing Guhan's figure to clearly appear in the middle of the three great ghost monarchs' line of sight, and then he respectfully made a salute towards Guhan and spoke in a respectful voice. At the word, the Ghost Chi and others all face changed, fiercely looked at the Ghost Luo, eyes full of harsh. Ghost Chi is more directly in a deep voice bellowed, Ghost Luo, you even submit to outsiders? Where do you place the dignity of my Witch Ghost clan? At this moment, whether it is Ghost Chi, or Ghost Spirit and Ghost Mist, all of them are furious. That gaze as if they want to devour Ghost Luo directly. The strong ghost ruler aura swept out, making the entire atmosphere in the main hall full of oppression, making people want to gasp for air. What made them even more furious was that not only did Ghost Luo submit to others, but he also wanted them to submit as well, which was not only a strange shame for them, but also for the Witch Ghost clan. Snort! Dignity? Does my Witch Ghost clan still have dignity? Facing the anger of Ghost Chi and the other ghosts, Ghost Luo's face remained unchanged, meeting their angry gazes and opening his mouth with a cold smile. It's not like you guys didn't see how the elders of the clan groveled in the 3 layers of hell. It's not me that made my witch ghost clan's dignity fall to the ground. It's the way of the world. It's strength. Only those who are strong have dignity, and those who are weak don't deserve dignity at all. My witch and ghost clan situation in hell. You guys aren't unaware of it. Although that 3-tiered prison master said that he sheltered us, but how has he ever really managed us? But is treating us as dispensable slaves. But wherever he opens his mouth to say a word, our situation isn't that difficult. Listening to Ghost Luo's sneering voice, Ghost Chi and the others all fell silent, their faces clouded over. Until this time, they remembered that He-Witch Ghost Clan had long since lost its dignity after its decline. The current them, to put it nicely, was a fallen prison clan. To put it bluntly, was a group of life-hungry ghosts and monsters. What qualifications did they have to question Ghost Luo? This time, 15 peak demon monarch powerhouses have come to overthrow us. Do we have a way to live? Besides the Lord, who can give us a way out? The once glorious witch and ghost clan still needs us to revitalize it. So if we die, what's the point of talking about revitalization? It's only by living that we have everything. This is for the reason why the elders of the clan grovel to the 3rd-tier prisoner in the first place. And now, it's just a matter of switching to us to make the choice. Perhaps you can say that you are not afraid of death. But what about the thousands of clansmen here? Is it hard for them to be buried with you as well? Listening to Ghost Luo's words, Ghost Chi and the others' faces became more and more gloomy and helpless. At this moment, they finally realized the kind of helplessness of the elders in the clan back then, as well as the feeling of hating their lack of strength. With him, immediately after, the Ghost Chi will cast his eyes to from the beginning to the end of the Guhan has not opened his mouth. Words full of questions. In his perception, Guhan flat. There is nothing peculiar. Not to mention that he did not let him sense the slightest danger. How can such a person protect them? That was a whole 15 peak demon monarch powerhouses. There might even be demon emperors following them. Such a terrifying lineup. Even if the Ghost Clan wanted to deal with it, they would have to deploy many of the Ghost Clan's powerhouses. But now, the Ghost Luo even wanted to block such a terrifying lineup with just one person. Was this not a joke? Boom. In the face of Ghost Chi and other people's questioning, Guhan did not have the slightest nonsense. Directly the Ghost Emperor Chi bloomed open. When this abyss like the sea of horror of the Chi crushed, Ghost Chi and other people on the spot will be suppressed to fall to their knees. Not the slightest power of resistance. Ghost Emperor? Feeling this terrifying aura, Ghost Chi was filled with fear, not daring to believe the trembling voice to open his mouth. He did not expect, no matter what, this mysterious strong man who made Ghost Luo submit, was actually the existence of the Ghost Emperor level? To know, now the entire Blue Star, there are only 3 Emperor Realm powerhouses. This is still that the 3 communities spend a huge price before letting the 3 Emperor Realm descended. Who would have thought that there is a 4th Emperor Realm powerhouses in the Blue Star? The descent of a strong person like the Emperor Realm, which far exceeded what the current Blue Star could withstand, would normally cause shocking changes, just like the previous descent of the 3 emperors of the 3 clans. But the descent of this mysterious strong person had not produced any changes. What did this mean? Means that the power behind it, the price paid, is far more than the other 3 tribes, and the only way to make it descend quietly in the Blue Star, and the power behind it, quietly descend such a strong person. Its purpose. Think carefully. What was even more frightening was that the oppressive force Guhan brought to them was far more terrifying than the Emperor Realm powerhouses they had ever encountered, and even more frightening than the peak Emperor Realm powerhouses in the clan. Such a powerful existence. I'm afraid that the strength is far from the other 3 tribes' 3 emperors can be compared. Even if the 3 emperors add up, are not sure to beat this one. After all, in the Emperor Realm, the gap of a small realm is the heavens, is not so easily able to make up for it. The strength and talent of the Lord is far beyond what you can imagine. Following the Lord, we may not be unable to reach the peak in the future. At this time of life and death, do you have any other choice? Or do you prefer to let those ghost clans exploit you rather than submit to a stronger lord? Ghost Luo's face was serious as he swept a glance at Ghost Chi and the others and droned in a deep voice. In all fairness, he is very hopeful that Ghost Chi and others submit to Guhan under the, because present, only he knows, Guhan's potential and talent is how terrible, even if only based on today's cultivation, the Emperor Realm, can be compared with him? There are few, even if it is the top demon in those prison clan, do not see it will be Guhan's opponent. If the Ghost Chi and others also submit to the Guhan, then wait until after the Guhan is strong. His witch and ghost tribe may not be unable to rely on the Guhan and soar to the heavens. The main thing is that the matter has come to this point. Once the Ghost Chi and others do not submit to the Ghost Chi, a few people must die. Listening to Ghost Luo's words, Ghost Chi and the others were silent for a long time before they let out a light sigh and lowered their heads towards Guhan, saying in unison, "We are willing to submit." Just as Ghost Luo had said, they had no choice unless they wanted to die. And most importantly, even if they died, they would not be able to appease Guhan's anger, and their clansmen would surely die a horrible death under Guhan's wrath. Instead of losing the lives of thousands of clansmen and even himself for such a little bit of almost non-existent dignity, it would be better to directly submit under Guhan, a powerful man. Chapter 134, Suppressing the Group of Demons. Nice. Down the road, you will realize how right your decision was today. Seeing the posture of the Ghost Chi several people, Guhan nodded with satisfaction and spoke for the first time since stepping into this room. Upon hearing this, the Ghost Chi several people nodded non-committally. Although they all chose to submit under Guhan, it was impossible to convince them in a short period of time. Guhan naturally knew about this, but he didn't care because his words were true. And one day, Ghost Luo and the others would be glad for their decision. Buzz. The next moment, Guhan did not have the slightest hesitation, and directly used the Devouring Heart Demon prohibition to ensure that Ghost Chi and the others could be completely loyal to him, and would not engage in small actions behind his back. Instead of going through all the trouble of defending himself, Guhan was more confident in the secret techniques within the Demon God Pillar. In the blink of an eye, the densely packed demonic lines crawled all over the ghostly bodies of Ghost Chi and the others, and it didn't take long for Ghost Chi and the others to be able to clearly feel the prohibition in their bodies, which couldn't help but make all of their faces darken. In a short period of time, they had been reduced from the high and mighty Ghost Sovereign to the ghost servants of the bystanders. This kind of identity change was really not something that ordinary ghosts could adapt to, and from then on, their lives would be controlled in the hands of Guhan. Boom! Just as Guhan had finished casting the heart-devouring demon ban, a terrifying might suddenly descended from the sky and swept across the entire Witch Ghost Clan compound, shaking the hearts of the Witch Ghost Clan members in the entire Witch Ghost Clan compound, all of them panicked and fearful. At the same time, a huge layer of boundary rose from the four directions of the Witch Ghost Clan's compound, enveloping the entire Witch Ghost Clan within it. Guhan, who was in the main hall of the Witch and Ghost Clan, nodded towards Ghost Chi and the others, and then he was hidden in the middle of the void. There were only 15 peak demon monarch powerhouses that appeared in the midst of the Witch Ghost Clan's compound, and that demon emperor didn't follow them. Thus, Guhan didn't even need to show up to be able to kill these 15 peak demon monarchs. On the other hand, the Ghost Chi and others looked at each other, directly came to the outside of the temple, rose up in the air, and then they saw 15 bloomed with a terrifying aura of the peak of the demon monarch powerhouse, like 15 rounds of the Hausher like the sky, the terrifying might, shaking the entire world, so that the Ghost Chi and others cannot stop chilling. If it was before, they must have been fearful and desperate, but now, the only thing they had was equanimity, and the gazes they looked at those 15 peak demon monarch powerhouses were even more as if they were looking at dead people. In front of Guhan, a Ghost Emperor level powerhouse, not to mention 15 peak demon monarchs, even if there were 15 more, they would still be routed. Of course, if it was a demonic heavenly pride with extremely terrifying talent, that would be a different story. Night Jing, you demon monarchs have trespassed into my Ghost Clan's territory without authorization. Do you know what consequences will be triggered? The Ghost Chi, who stood in the air, looked at the leader of the Night Jing, and drank in a deep voice, without the slightest fear in his words, but instead full of strength, and this strong force of his, but also let the Night Jing and many other demon monarchs a little confused. In the view of Night Jing and many other demon monarch powerhouses, their entire 15 peak demon monarchs descended, and the powerhouses of the Witch and Ghost Clan should be scared out of their wits. How come the Ghost Chi still dared to show such a strong stance towards them? As a powerhouse of the Snowy Night Demon Wolf Clan, Night Jing naturally knew something about the Witch Ghost Clan, and according to his understanding of the Witch Ghost Clan, this group of death-hungry ghosts and monsters should have knelt down and begged for mercy the first time they descended upon them. Consequences? Do you think that since we dared to come, we would worry about any consequences? Today, your Witch and Ghost Clan will be destroyed. However, if you, Ghost Chi, are willing to kowtow to us a few times, it's not like we can't consider letting you Witch Ghost Clan off the hook. Although some doubt Ghost Chi's attitude, but the Night Jing did not think too much. After all, they hold 15 peak demon monarchs. Even if the Ghost Chi has any cards, cannot afford to turn any waves. His teasing voice echoed throughout the Ghost Witch Clan's compound. Letting the Ghost Witch Clan go was impossible. He was just teasing Ghost Chi. Being able to make a peak Ghost Monarch powerhouse kowtow, spreading the word, it would also give them a great deal of prestige. Jia, and in the Night Jing voice fell, in its side of the many demon monarchs, also have grimaced up, looking at the Ghost Chi's gaze, full of banter. In the face of the many demon monarchs' playful snickers, Ghost Chi face without a ripple. even if he was so teased, he did not have a little angry, because he did not need to be angry with a group of dead people. Kowtowing? You've rather said what Benjun wanted to say. If you are willing to kneel and bow down, perhaps you still have a chance of survival, although it will not be angry. But the ghost chi still did not hold back, counterattacked back. Its voice seems to be flat, but which contains a strong confidence, but let all the living beings present can clearly feel, and ghost chi's confidence, but also let the original panic of the many witch and ghost tribesmen slowly calm down, all full of anticipation looking at the dome of the sky on the ghost chi, although, they all know that alone ghost chi and others, far from the 15 peak demon monarch opponents, but see ghost chi so confident, they are still willing to choose to believe in ghost chi, looking forward to be able to happen miracle. On the other hand, Night Jing and many other demon monarchs heard the ghost chi words, suddenly face slightly changed, suspicious look to the ghost chi. If the ghost chi before their appearance indifferent, is its heart is strong, or perhaps it has been desperate, intends to die before retaining the dignity of the witch and ghost race. But now, the ghost chi this behavior, but it is very bizarre, but all brains have no problem, will not be in this situation, anger them, that will only make them more humiliated witch ghost tribe, but if really emboldened, they really do not know exactly what, let ghost chi and others this confident? Silver Jedi adults have gone to block the ghosts of the Emperor realm of the strongman, and Xianqing adults, is in the interception of the many ghosts of the strong support? Without the support of many ghosts of the strongman, the ghost chi and others by what this confidence could. In the next moment, Night Jing seemed to have thought of something, his pupils contracted violently, and his entire demonic body trembled uncontrollably. Regarding the overthrow of the Silver-Winged Wolf Clan and the Xuanxiang Demon Clan, they, the Demon Clan, had once secretly speculated, and in fact, they thought that the Black Mountain Ghost Clan would not be able to overthrow the Xuanxiang Demon Clan at all, and that the other ghost clans would not go to overthrow the Silver-Winged Wolf Clan, either, not to mention the fact that his demon race was not weak. Once they took the initiative to provoke, they might trigger a great war between the two worlds, and most importantly, there was no meaning at all for them to do so, other than being able to grow the reputation of the ghost race, because even if they wiped out all the demon races that had descended on the blue planet, the ghost race would not be able to fight the entire new world on their own. Whether it was for the sake of sulking or to maintain the prestige of the demon race in the plateau would definitely continue to send strong people to descend, and at that time, the only outcome for the two races would be to calm down the war. Chapter 135 Raising Finger to Kill. In this case, those ghosts simply did not need to take action against the demon race, or in such an extreme way. Therefore, they had guessed that there was another batch of hellish ghosts descending in the dark, and those ghosts on the surface did not know it, and the ones who took action were those ghostly powerhouses in the dark. Only, they had toured the entire blue star, but did not find any abnormalities, not to mention not finding the slightest trace of the ghost race in the dark, to be able to hide so well. The strength of the ghost race hidden in the dark, absolutely beyond their imagination, so they all very tacitly did not continue to search further. Even after the demon emperor powerhouses of the Silverwing Wolf Clan and the Xuanxiang Demon Clan descended, they didn't voice out this speculation because they really didn't want to be nosy. If even the Emperor Realm powerhouses were unable to detect the traces of the Dark Ghost race, then the strength of the Dark Ghost race was definitely beyond imagination, and these kinds of existences, they were unwilling to mess with them, or else, perhaps the ones who would be exterminated, would be them, before, because has not been found in the Dark Ghost traces, so, even if there is speculation, Night Jing and many other strong race of the demon race also gradually forget. But now, see Ghost Chi this kind of emboldened. Night Jing instantly thought of that hiding in the Dark Ghosts, only that the Dark Ghost Clan's powerful person made a move to make the Ghost Chi and others so confident and strong. Only, he really did not understand, with the Dark Ghost Clan's powerful, why would it help the Witch Ghost Clan? Didn't they say that the Witch Ghosts were ostracized in hell? Could you please ask the shadowy seniors to show themselves? Night Jing didn't pay any more attention to Ghost Chi, but bowed towards the void and politely opened his mouth to request. At the fall of his words, the faces of the many demon monarchs flushed violently, their gazes constantly scanning the surroundings, and their entire bodies were involuntarily taut. When Gu Han, who was in the middle of the void, saw this, his eyes narrowed violently as he secretly pondered. He had originally planned to kill all of these demon monarchs to prevent himself from being exposed, but after seeing Night Jing's gesture as well as recalling the submissiveness of the two Silver Bee demons, he suddenly realized that it seemed like he could also try to subjugate these 15 peak demon monarch powerhouses. These 15 demon ruler powerhouses are not as unseen as the Silver Bee 2 demons, and once they are taken in, he will be able to plant a nail in the demon race, just like the Ghost Chi and the others that were taken in by him. In this way, Ghost Chi and the others provide him with information about hell. These demon monarchs provide him with information about the plateau. And Evil Extreme Sky provides him with information about the Chi realm. And he can be the first to know about any movement in the three realms, which is of great benefit to Daxia, even without mentioning the matter of providing intelligence. The 15-peak June realm powerhouses alone were an unimaginably powerful force for the entire Grand Xia, and most of all, by subduing these demon monarchs, he would be able to manipulate the conflict between the ghost race and the demon race in a more comfortable manner. This kind of benefit made Guhan's thoughts of subjugating this group of demon monarchs even stronger. If they were unwilling to submit, then they would just be beheaded. Anyway, the initiative was in his hands. Thinking of this, Guhan raised his hand and waved. The terrifying ghost power instantly swept out. Will be 15 peak demon monarchs strong as well as the ghost Chi and others are all enveloped in them. The majestic power barrier. So that underneath the many witch and ghost clan members simply cannot see the scene that occurs in the void above. Only after all this was done did Guhan step out of the void, and as soon as he appeared, the aura of the Ghost Queen stage swept out unreservedly. Boom! In an instant, Night Jing and the other demon monarchs felt a terrifying aura like an abyss like the sea, suppressing down towards them, suppressing them so much that they couldn't move on the spot, and even the demonic energy in their bodies was directly frozen under this terrifying might. And there was no way for them to struggle even if they wanted to. Ghost Queen stage? Night Jing and many other demon monarchs felt this terrifying aura. Their entire bodies shivered and looked at Guhan, who had appeared in shock. Even though Night Jing had already guessed that the strength of the shadowy ghost race powerhouse must be very powerful, he had never thought that it would be so terrifying to such an extent. One must know that of the three major imperial realms that descended on the blue star today, the highest one was only in the middle stage of the imperial realm. So who would have thought that there was a terrifying figure of the demon empress stage hidden in the shadows, with the strength of the other party, if they were willing in the first place? I'm afraid that they would have long since annihilated them. The demon clan, right? Between thoughts, Night Jing and the others couldn't help but feel despair for their situation. If it was just a demon monarch, even if it was even stronger and more demon monarchs, they were confident that they would be able to escape a few of them. But when facing a terrifying powerhouse at the demon empress stage, these 15 demon monarchs of theirs were not enough for the other party to slap them with a slap. Even if Lord Silver Jedi was here, he would surely lose when facing this ghost race powerhouse. Reaching the June realm and above, wanting to cross the border and fight, was by no means something an ordinary person could do. The only people who could achieve this level were the supreme demons of the various clans, and those kind of supreme demons were all regarded by the various clans as if they were treasures, and it was simply impossible to allow them to descend to this new world. In other words, even today, this mysterious ghost race powerhouse was still invincible in this new world. Submit or die. After appearing, Guhan ignored the shock of the many demon monarchs and spoke directly, his overriding killing intent enveloping Night Jing and the other demon monarchs like a raging wind and waves, causing them to fall into an ice cave, their bodies unable to stop trembling, even if, bang, not long after Guhan's words fell, a grumpy demon ruler powerhouse couldn't help but open his mouth, wanting to scare Guhan with his demonic might. But before he could finish his sentence, Guhan raised his hand and pointed, and horrifying demonic power poured out, condensing into an arrow that instantly pierced through the demon ruler powerhouse. And then, this demon ruler powerhouse exploded like a firework under the terrified gazes of Night Jing and the others, scarlet blood spraying all over Night Jing and the others, making them more and more fearful. They really didn't expect Guhan to be so ruthless and merciless, and at the drop of a hat, he would directly strike. Or was it so bloody? This emperor's patience is limited. Submit or die. After killing that demon monarch, Guhan's merciless eyes swept over Night Jing and the others, his cold voice echoing in their ears, causing their hearts to race. Don't you dare. Bang. There are rigid demon monarchs just want to open their mouths. It was directly by Guhan a finger point burst, that light-hearted look, like pinching an ant general. See behind him Ghost Chi and others, cannot stop the chills. If they hadn't chosen to submit to Guhan just now, I'm afraid that they, and even the many witch ghost clansmen who had descended upon the blue star, wouldn't have ended up any better than these few demon monarchs, and they might even have been tormented by the furious Guhan. Thou shalt not. Bang! Bang! After killing 5 peak demon monarch powerhouses one after another, Night Jing and the other demon monarchs were finally afraid and looked at Guhan as if they were looking at a devil. Chapter 136, 10 Demon Submission. As demon monarch powerhouses, they had killed countless living beings, but they would be equally fearful and terrified when the target of their killing was themselves. Not to mention, Guhan had so crisply and cleanly killed their companion like a chicken. What were they trying to cultivate for? It wasn't to be able to survive in this world of the weak and the strong. Now that they had managed to cultivate to the peak of the demon monarch, and were even able to come to this new world to get away with it. How could they be willing to die? What's a little dignity compared to death? Night Jing stood in midair, his demonic aura surrounding him, and his eyes flickered with a complex light. Guhan's figure appeared to be small, but it was like an unrivaled god of war, and with a light lift of his hand, he beheaded a towering peak demon monarch powerhouse, and that dryness and indifference made Night Jing fearful. The strength he was so proud of was so pale and powerless in front of Guhan, a ghost queen stage powerhouse. Even if all of their demon monarchs were added together, they couldn't hold back a single hand of Guhan. With such a terrifying strength, what was the point of them even if they struggled? Dignity, or survival? Night Jing's heart was in an unprecedented struggle. He recalled all the difficulties on his path of cultivation. Each time he hovered on the edge of life and death, all in order to be able to live one more day in this cruel world. Now, in the face of Guhan's almost insurmountable barrier, he realized that, perhaps, it was time to let go of those pointless insistence. There is no shame in bowing down to survive. I, Night Jing, would like to submit to your excellency's command. After thinking about it, without the slightest hesitation, Night Jing made a deep bow towards Guhan. He knew that with this bow, his life would be out of his control from now on, and he would also completely lose his freedom. But he saved his life. Night Jing's submission instantly became the last straw that broke the rest of the demon monarch powerhouses. One must know that Night Jing, who was a strong member of the Snowy Night Demon Wolf clan, appeared to be in the same realm as them in terms of cultivation, but his strength was one of the strongest amongst them. And this time when they came out, the Demon Emperor Lord had also handpicked Night Jing to be the temporary team leader, to oversee these demon monarchs of theirs. If Night Jing hadn't chosen to submit, they would have had concerns even if they wanted to submit again. But now that even an existence like Night Jing had submitted, what did they have to worry about? We are willing to submit to your excellency's command. Almost within a few breaths after Night Jing's words fell, the remaining 9 demon ruler powerhouses saluted towards Guhan, and their neatly harmonized voices resounded in this heaven and earth. Seeing this scene, not far away from the Ghost Chi and others, did not have the slightest surprise. After all, no one is willing to die, not to mention, submit to the Emperor realm under the banner of the strong. It is not a disgrace. Under Guhan's decisive and casual killing, if Night Jing and the others could still hold on and willingly go to their deaths, then Ghost Chi and the others would really admire them from the bottom of their hearts. Very well, you will never regret your choices. Follow this emperor. As long as there is a mouthful of meat from this emperor, there will never be a mouthful of soup from you. Seeing this, Guhan's icy face finally dispersed and a gentle smile surfaced as he spoke softly towards Night Jing and the others. The submission of the entire 10 peak demon monarch powerhouses not only meant that he would be able to plant nails in the midst of the demon race, it also meant that the strength of the Grand Xiao was growing. It was no exaggeration to say that the submission of these 10 peak demon monarch powerhouses was enough to completely mature his strategy of dividing the 3 realms, and he basically didn't need to worry about loopholes appearing anymore because there were his people in all 3 realms. Buzz. Immediately after that, Guhan did not hesitate and directly executed the heart-devouring demon prohibition. As he pinched his hands, a strand of demonic lines swept out, and in an instant, it wrapped around Night Jing and the others, and then invaded their bodies, entangled in their demonic hearts, and finally disappeared into invisibility. See you, Lord. After sensing the prohibition within their bodies, any small thoughts that Night Jing and the others had were all forcibly erased by them, and then they respectfully bowed towards Guhan, considered to be completely and utterly submissive to him. No need to be polite. Guhan waved his hand and helped Night Jing and the others up. When you go back, you will say that you failed because a mysterious ghost race powerhouse appeared and saved the witch ghost race. With these words, Guhan was not only speaking to Night Jing and the others, but also to Ghost Chi and the others. Anyway, whether it was the ghost race or the demon race, there was speculation that there was another powerful and mysterious ghost race descending from the shadows. Since this was the case, he would sit this speculation out completely and package himself as a powerful ghost race powerhouse from some hell. In this way, it would also be convenient for him to act afterward. Yes, Lord. Upon hearing this, Night Jing and the other demons, as well as Ghost Chi and the other ghosts, bowed and responded. Boom. Also just when Guhan was planning to say something else, 2 horrifying auras suddenly rose up from the distance, and this aura swept across the entire blue star from far away, causing the entire blue star to tremble, and many large states experienced strong earthquakes under these 2 horrifying mites. The void that was closer to these 2 auras even collapsed directly, revealing pitch-black cracks that resembled gullies. Luckily, these 2 terrifying auras only appeared for a few breaths of time, and then headed towards the dome of the sky, until finally, they appeared in outer space. Finally a fight. Guhan looked up to the sky, the corners of his mouth slightly hooked as he murmured softly in a low voice. With his eyesight, since he can easily see is constantly sweeping towards the depths of the starry sky of the Demon Emperor Silver Absolute as well as the Ghost Emperor Ghost Heir. He had thought that the two Emperor realms should not fight, did not expect. Instantly, Guhan became interested and instructed towards Night Jing and the others. You return directly to the demon race, and if you encounter another demon emperor, you will say what this emperor has instructed you to say. Immediately afterward, he looked at Ghost Chi and the others. You guys too. There's no need to hide those Ghost Clan powerhouses. Understood. Seeing this, Guhan gently nodded, and then his body flashed and directly sped towards outer space. Two Imperial Realm battles were unprecedented for the entire Blue Star. Guhan naturally didn't want to miss out on such a great battle. Moreover, with his cultivation at the Ghost Empress stage, he was confident that he would not be discovered by those two Emperor Realm powerhouses, and even if he stepped into the battlefield, he would be able to conceal himself. While Guhan was heading to outer space, the other demon emperor of the demon race, Xian Cheng, also rose up in the air and chased after Yin Jie and Ghost Heir. As one of the two descending emperors of the demon race, he naturally had to go and press the line for Yin Jie. Although he felt that Ghost Heir shouldn't be able to kill Silver Jade, and might not even be a match for Silver Jade. But what if Ghost Heir had some sort of undercard? With him at the side, he would at least be able to help out at a critical moment. While Guhan and Xian Chang were chasing towards outer space, the Ghost race and the Demon race were also in complete disarray. The Ghost race was incomparably enraged by the Demon race's attack, and many of the Ghost race, such as Xian Yin, sent out their strongest men, intending to encircle and annihilate the demon monarchs who had dared to set foot into his Ghost race's territory to attack and kill them. Chapter 137 Battle of the Two Emperors. Deep in the starry sky, the two figures stood opposite each other, and a terrifying aura rose from them, crushing the meteorites around them, and even the stars in the distance trembled under these two terrifying auras. Ghost Emperor Ghost Heir, holding a pitch-black spear, surrounded by surging ghost chi and gloomy mist, while Demon Emperor Silver Jedi, holding a long knife. Between the sweeping demonic chi, there was even a hegemonic knife power spreading. Sword-drawn breaths swept across the depths of the starry sky. The auras on the two Emperor realms, one demon and one ghost, continued to climb, causing the surrounding emptiness to crumble away in a manner visible to the naked eye. If it was on the Blue Star, the terrifying aura emitted by this demon and ghost alone would be enough to kill and injure countless Blue Star countries, and even cause the mountains and rivers to collapse and the land to sink. In the boundless starry abyss, the confrontation between the Ghost Emperor Ghost Heir and the Demon Emperor Silver Jade seemed to be the oldest and cruelest contest between heaven and earth. The pitch-black spears and radiant long knives, under the faint starlight, flickered with a palpitating light, and every slight tremor seemed to signal the imminent arrival of a destructive storm. Yin Jie, you demon race dares to attack and kill my ghost race. Today, you will be killed. Ghost Heir's voice was low and hoarse, like a call coming from beneath the nine hells, carrying an endless chill and the aura of death. His eyes were crimson, as if they could see into all the illusions of the world, staring straight at Yin Jie, a gaze that originated from the depths of his soul, sending shivers down one's spine. Its body surging ghost gas, is like a storm sweeping in all directions, shocked the entire depths of the starry sky trembling endlessly. Vaguely, there seems to be ghosts crying and howling sound in the ghost gas. People shudder. Ghost Heir, your ghost clan has successively exterminated so many strong people from my Silverwing Wolf clan, and even many strong people from the Xuanxiang Demon clan as well, and you still have the nerve to blame this emperor for sending demon monarchs to attack and kill your ghost clan? From the beginning to the end, this struggle was first instigated by your ghost race, and since your ghost race is so contemptuous of my demon race, let this emperor see if your ghost race has the qualifications to be contemptuous or not. Silver Jade laughed out coldly, and the tip of the blade flicked out, cutting through the air and emitting a sharp whistling sound. His tone is full of self-confidence and arrogance. The demonic aura is even more, as the dark current before the storm surging, ready to go. Its body surging out of the domineering knife power even behind him condensed a huge knife shadow. Clear and loud sound of the knife whistling sound, and the voice of the ghosts and the ghost gas and the sound of the ghosts crying and wolves howling to compete against each other. Rumble. In the next moment, both of their figures stormed up at the same time, like two shooting stars that cut through the night sky, instantly colliding together. The pitch-black spear and the radiant long blade intertwined with brilliant sparks in the air, and each clash was accompanied by a deafening roar, causing the entire starry sky to tremble. Bang! The surrounding meteorites turned into pieces under this force, and the trajectories of the stars were also distorted as a result, displaying an unprecedented spectacle. After the endless meteorites were crushed, under the impact of that violent force, they turned into a tornado in the sky, sweeping away in all directions, and wherever they passed by, all the obstructing things collapsed. At the time of the battle between the two emperors, Gu Han had also come to the battlefield. He was hidden in the void, convergence of the whole body's breath, his eyes staring at the battle between the two emperors. In addition to him, another demon emperor Xian Qingyi came to the battlefield. Only at the early stage of the demon emperor, he did not dare to get too close to the center of the battlefield, but only stood in the distance and watched. Its gaze was filled with deep fear as well as yearning. Even if today's collision was only a tentative attack by Ghost Heir and Silver Jedi, it still made him feel a strong threat, and the horrifying impact that swept over him. Even if it was him, he couldn't stop trembling. In the Imperial realm, the difference between each small realm was a world of difference. Not to mention that both Ghost Heir and Silver Jade had invaded the mid-Ghost Emperor for many years, while he had broken through to the early Ghost Emperor stage in just less than 10 years. If he were to fight with the Silver Jedi, I'm afraid that within a few hundred moves, he would lose. Of course, the Silver Jedi wanted to kill him, but it was also basically impossible, even if he couldn't defeat the Silver Jedi. But if he wanted to run away, he would still be able to do it. While Xin Chang was alarmed, the two Emperor Realm powerhouses in the battlefield had already stopped testing the waters and had begun to erupt with their true strength. 10,000 souls devour the sky. The Ghost Heir that stood in the air fiercely roared out in a low voice, and the ghost chi around his body instantly skyrocketed, transforming into thousands of black shadows that surged towards Yinjie like a tidal wave. Each of the black shadows contained a powerful soul force, attempting to devour the Silver Jedi, sucking all of its vitality. However, Yinjie was unperturbed. With a wave of his long knife, a domineering blade cut through the darkness, chopping those black shadows one by one, and the strength of the blade was so strong that even the void trembled for it. Demon Moon breaks the sky. After chopping those black shadows, Silver Jade seized the opportunity to counterattack. His body transformed into a silver lightning bolt, holding a long knife and charging straight at Ghost Heir. Wherever the blade passed, the stars dimmed and the void shattered, displaying a power that destroyed the heavens and the earth. Seeing this, the Ghost Heir is not the slightest bit afraid. The hands of the black spear waved one after another, chopped out the road attack. In an instant, in front of its body is densely dotted with the shadow of the spear. In the Ghost Heir under the manipulation, and the silver absolute blade hard to shake together. Rumble. Ear-shattering roars rang out one after another, and terrifying fluctuations swept out as the blade and spear shadows continued to collide in the starry sky, and with each collision, the blade and spear shadows crumbled away. The two were at loggerheads and it was hard to tell the difference. Bang! In the storm in the sky, Ghost Heir and Silver Absolute Topstorm, toward each other attack. The hands of the spear and the long knife collision one after another, issued the sound of gold and iron, endless sparks, but also in the storm continue to splash. The entire starry sky was reduced to their battlefield, and the aftermath of the collision even shook the distant stars to the point that they kept cracking, seemingly ready to crumble apart at any time. Ghost Heir's figure was like a ghost, weaving in and out of the storm. Each step seemed to traverse space, and the spear in his hand, which was as black as night, carried the whisper of the god of death, cutting through the air and aiming straight for Silver Jedi's vitals. His eyes shone with an ethereal green light, as if he could see into the weaknesses of everything in the world. In the face of Ghost Heir's ferocious attack, Silver Jade responded with a calmness beyond the norm. Between the dance of the long sword, silver light flashed like the Milky Way pouring down. Each strike contained the power of the stars, dissolving Ghost Heir's attacks one by one. On top of that, a faint silver-colored aura surrounded Yinjie's body, which was the protective divine light that was born from his silver-winged wolf clan after achieving the Imperial realm. The two fought fiercely in the storm, and every collision seemed like a heavenly collapse. That fierce battle, looking at the distant Xian Chang's heart trembled with fear and incomparable yearning. He stared wide-eyed and dead-eyed at the battle between Ghost Heir and Silver Jade, trying to comprehend the subtleties of the middle stage of the Imperial realm from the battle between them. Even Gu Han, who was hidden in the shadows, had to admit that both Ghost Heir and Silver Jedi were worthy of the veteran Emperor realm, and that their combat experience and even their use of power had reached an extremely terrifying point, and that in terms of the subtle control of the power of the Emperor realm alone, even Gu Han, who had already reached the Ghost Empress stage, couldn't compare to them. Chapter 138, Sneak Attack. Rumble. In the battlefield, the figure of Ghost Heir was like a ghostly phantom in the underworld, flitting about, each appearance accompanied by a surge of vast ghostly power, and the black mist was dazzling, as if it was going to devour the entire starry sky. In his hand, at some point, a pitch-black blade had already appeared, and the blade flashed with a bizarre blue-purple light, each swing carrying a chill that cut through the soul, attempting to tear apart Silver Jade's defense. Facing Ghost Heir's attack, Yinjie was like the silver moon in the night sky, cold and noble, and a curved sword like a curved moon appeared in his hand, waving it with unparalleled swiftness, the silver light interweaving into a net, intercepting Ghost Air's attack one by one and launching a fierce counterattack in the gap. The silhouettes of the two men intertwined into a thrilling picture on the battlefield, as silver light and black mist collided with each other, erupting into a deafening roar. The collision of the Emperor Realm powerhouses, every time can be called destroying the sky and the earth. The meteorites floating in the surrounding starry sky has long been obliterated by the horrific attack of a demon and a ghost, and even the starry sky has appeared as a channel like a gully like cracks. The endless emptiness of the astral winds, which swept out, wreaking havoc on the entire battlefield. As the battle continued, the attack of a ghost and a demon became more and more violent. Both sides fought out the real fire. Every move and every style, all rushed to decapitate the other side. The overwhelming killing machine spread throughout the starry sky. Nonetheless, the battle between a demon and a ghost was still caught in the middle of a scorching battle. Whether it was Ghost Air or Silver Jade, it was very difficult to kill the other party because their strengths were not far apart, and if they continued to fight, there would be no result other than both of them getting hurt. Gu Han, who was hidden in the distance, glanced at the fierce battle in the distance, and then glanced at Xin Cheng, who had retreated to an extreme distance away, and secretly sighed with a regret. If Xin Cheng was not present, Gu Han could not help but do a fishing expedition, letting Ghost Air and Silver Jade lose both, and then forcefully suppress them, and then use the heart-devouring demon prohibition to subdue them. If he could subdue these two imperial realms, for a long time to come, the Blue Star countries would be resting on their laurels. But it was a pity that with Xin Cheng present, there was no way for him to make a move. Although with his strength, it was easy to suppress Ghost Air and Silver Jedi, and even if he added Xin Cheng, he could easily suppress them. But if one of these three Emperor realms had a brain fart and desperately tried to blow himself up, even he couldn't stop the other two Emperor realms from escaping. Bang! At the time of Gu Han regret, the battlefield fighting more and more intense, with a dull roar explosion, the Ghost Air and Silver Absolute at the same time fly away. Silver Absolute mouth spraying blood, face as white as paper, while the Ghost Air, although not wildly spit out blood, but the ghost body has obviously become a lot of illusory. Obviously in this collision has been hit by a heavy blow. Buzz. Seeing that Yin Jie and Ghost Air briefly stopped fighting as well as sensing Yin Jie's state, the distant Xin Cheng's figure flickered and directly appeared beside Yin Jie, and the aura of the early stage of the Demon Emperor completely erupted, crushing towards Ghost Air. Regarding Xin Cheng's aura, Ghost Air didn't care. But with Xin Cheng's presence, he wasn't in the mood to fight. Otherwise, the one who would suffer would only be himself. Ghost Air looked deeply at Silver Jade, his dark eyes filled with a cold light. Without the slightest bit of nonsense, his body flashed, and he sped towards Blue Star. In this battle, although both sides were testing the waters, if there was a chance to decapitate the other side, they definitely wouldn't hold back. But it was obvious that both sides' strengths were very different, and wanting to decapitate the other side was simply impossible. And since this was the case, there was no need to fight any longer. This battle of the Imperial Realm ended without a trace. Gu Han, hidden in the dark, looked at the departing figure of Ghost Air. His eyes flashed, and in a flash, he chased after him. Now Ghost Air was no longer in its peak state, and Yin Jie and Xin Cheng did not return to the Blue Star at the first time, so it was the perfect time for him to make a move. With his strength, it would be easy to suppress the Ghost Air in its half-crippled state, and it would even be enough to prevent him from forcibly blowing himself up. Ghost Air did not know that he had been stared at by a terrifying existence, and after entering the Blue Star again, he directly took out the Ghost Dao heavenly treasures and swallowed them into his stomach and a brain, and then used all his ghost power to refine them. And while refining to recover from his injuries, he headed towards the Ghost Clan's territory. Being undermined by the demon race this time made Ghost Air furious, and when he recovered from his injuries, he would definitely get his revenge. Boom! However, just as Ghost Air was about to arrive at the Ghost Clan's territory, a terrifying pressure, like a brilliant heavenly might, came crashing down, directly suppressing the ghostly air that had been caught off guard on the ground, and immediately after, a terrifying magical power completely blocked off the area in no time at all. This time, Gu Han used the power of the Demon God Pillar, so that in case Ghost Tao was insensitive, he wouldn't be exposed. After all, no one would think that someone could bring Ghost Tao and Demon Tao together in one place. Bang! After suppressing the Ghost Air and blocking off the heaven and earth, Gu Han didn't give the Ghost Air any chance to catch his breath, and the whole person was like a demon god coming out of the demonic abyss, surrounded by demonic chi, and the demonic might was monstrous, and his fists were wrapped with majestic demonic chi, and they bombarded towards the Ghost Air in a crazy manner. Ghost Air, who hadn't reacted yet, was directly smashed by that terrifying fist force, and the overbearing and overpowering demonic chi surged into his ghostly body, destroying everything in his body, making his injuries even more serious. Boom! Guhan didn't pause. Both fists kept waving. Majestic demonic chi swept out one after another, and the terrifying fist force hardened the ghost air and embedded it in the ground, and the ground underneath it exploded, forming a huge crater. In just a few short breaths, Guhan had already swung hundreds of punches, and every punch was solidly bombarded on the ghost air. Of course, Guhan was afraid of directly killing the ghost air, so he didn't exert his full strength. Pain, tearing pain. At this moment, ghost air, smashed by this sudden attack by Guhan, was defenseless, and the whole person was so drowsy that even his consciousness began to blur. How could he not expect that there would be someone sneak attacking him, and it was still a late-stage Imperial Realm powerhouse of the demon race? At this level, even if he was in his heyday, he would only be able to run away, let alone being sneak attacked in a half-crippled condition. At this moment, endless despair filled Ghost Air's heart. It was as if he had already seen his own death, as if his ghostly body was falling apart. He couldn't lift a single ounce of strength at all, and even if he wanted to struggle against it, he couldn't even do it. Bang! Another fist smashed out. The ghost air, the entire body was directly smashed, flying, ruthlessly set in the walls of the underground pit, the enormous force, making the entire wall in pieces. Until then, Guhan Fong stopped his hand, step by step towards the ghost air. The rich demonic aura wrapped Guhan's entire body in it, and the horrifying demonic might set him off as if he were a world-defying demonic god. And the blurred consciousness ghost air, who wanted to get a clear look at Guhan's figure, simply couldn't do so. Chapter 139, Another Tough General. Submit or die. As ghost air's consciousness blurred, a voice as if a demon whispered violently sounded in his ears. This moment of ghost air, both fear and aggrieved. From the beginning to the end, he did not even see the face of the other party directly planted, not even half of the power to fight back. That horrible demonic might gave him the feeling, just like the heavenly might, not only suppressed his body, and even his will were suppressed. Ever since he reached the Imperial Realm, Ghost Air had never thought that he would end up in such a situation one day. If he had known that there was still a demon emperor in the Blue Star, how could he have fought with the demon emperor Silver Jade? But now, it was useless for him to regret. His life and death were already in the hands of this mysterious demon emperor. The other party's stirring killing chance clearly enveloped him. Once he dared to say a no word, I'm afraid the end would be incomparably miserable. Not to mention his current traumatized body. Even in his heyday, Ghost Air felt that he could not resist a few moves under the mysterious demon emperor's terrifying demonic might that was as irresistible as an abyss. The experiences of his life, in this short instant, flashed in his mind. The struggle he once faced when breaking through to Ghost King and the moment of life and death when he broke into Ghost Emperor were all clearly displayed in his mind. I submit. Ghost Air's voice trembled. Each word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth, full of helplessness and unwillingness. Under Guhan's terrifying demonic might as well as his desire for survival, he slowly lowered his head and showed his submission to Guhan. There were quite a few ghosts and monsters in hell who preferred to die for the sake of dignity, but apparently, Ghost Air was not one of them. That kind of existence generally are since childhood by the race vigorously cultivated. To their own race has an unparalleled sense of honor, and his Ghost Air life, stumbling, until after becoming a Ghost Emperor, only in the clan has a certain status, and then not into the Ghost Emperor before. He and millions of ordinary clansmen is no difference. He was able to reach this point now, certainly due to his race, but more than that, it was his own struggle. Experienced the struggle of weak hours. Ghost Air is very clear. Dignity in front of life. Worthless. The only way to have everything is to live. Even if he died today for the Black Mountain Ghost Clan, the Black Mountain Ghost Clan in the middle of hell will not do anything, even if it is to avenge for him, and more, it is not able to let go of the face as well as for the sake of the interests of the Blue Star. Without these 2 points, the Black Mountain Ghost Clan wouldn't have cared about his death at all. In the midst of hell, the Black Mountain Ghost Clan had quite a few ordinary clansmen die tragically outside every year, but there were not many of them that could really cause a relationship in the clan. Very wise choice. Remember, loyalty is your only chance of survival under this seat. As long as you're loyal enough, what your clan can't give you, this seat can give you, and in the future, you may not be unable to set foot at the peak of the Imperial Realm, or even surpass it above it. Guhan's voice carried a hint of satisfaction and filled with indifference. Ghost Air was different from the ghosts he had taken in such as Ghost Luo or the demons such as Silverbee. An expert at the Imperial Realm level was enough to make him look high and low and also enough to make him pay attention. Let go of your mind. Immediately afterward, Guhan continued to speak out. Upon hearing Guhan's words, although Ghost Air was unwilling, he didn't dare to refuse and let go of his mind. Heart-devouring demon ban. Seeing this, Guhan waved his hands around, strumming arcane seals, and strands of demonic patterns spread out from his hands. converging into a chain before violently invading towards the ghost air. Buzz. However, a moment, the sky of the devil chain will be surging into the ghost air body, intertwined in the ghost of its heart, and then hidden in the absence of trace. That is, in these magic chains wrapped around the ghost heart, the ghost air is very clear to feel in ineffable palpitations, as if a layer of unbreakable shackles fell on their own body. For a while, ghost air's entire being was incomparably complicated, with both the celebration of surviving and the helplessness of losing his dignity and freedom. He knew that from now on, his life would be out of his control, and he would even have to sell out his clan's interests in order to continue living. Gu Han, who had finished casting the heart-devouring demon prohibition, didn't know what ghost air was thinking, and even if he did, he wouldn't care. As he lifted his hand, and majestic ghost chi instantly gushed out, surging into ghost air's ghostly body, repairing his injuries. The ghost air that had already been bound by the heart-devouring devil prohibition was one of his own to Gu Han, so he wasn't afraid of the other party knowing that he was able to practice both devil's paths at the same time. Originally, the ghost air was still thinking nonsense. After feeling this majestic ghost gas, the whole person was shocked. He originally thought that Gu Han was a demonic powerhouse, but he never thought that the other party could still release such a pure and majestic ghost gas. And this ghost gas also gave him a sense of familiarity. It was only after a while that the ghost air snapped. This ghost air fluctuation, wasn't it exactly the breath left by the mysterious ghost clan powerhouse that a ghost clan powerhouse had said before? The same one who had overthrown the Xuanxiang demon clan as well as the silver-winged wolf clan? Dare he, the Black Mountain ghost clan, take the blame for this one? If it was before, he might have felt angry because of it. But now, with his little life in Gu Han's hands, how could he be angered by the Black Mountain ghost clan's backstabbing? His submission was no less than a betrayal to the Black Mountain ghost clan. Once the word got out, he would definitely be hunted down by the entire Black Mountain ghost clan. So how could he still think for the Black Mountain ghost clan? What truly shocked him was that Gu Han was able to cultivate both the devil's way and the ghost's way at the same time. These two very different paths were actually gathered in one person? Even in hell, ghost air had never seen such a heaven-defying existence, not even in the many ancient books in hell. At this moment, ghost air suddenly felt that it might not be a bad thing for him to submit under this person, to be able to cultivate both the devil Dao and the ghost Dao at the same time, and even reach the late stage of the imperial realm. Just thinking about it made ghost air feel incredible. If this newly recognized lord can make it this far, one need not think to know how brilliant his future will be. Thank you, Lord. A quarter of an hour later, the injuries sustained by ghost air had already recovered, so he didn't dare to slow down, directly got up, bowed towards Gu Han, and respectfully opened his mouth. Although his injuries were very serious, Gu Han's ghost power was just too pure, a purity he had never seen before, even the existence above the ghost emperor. In ghost air's opinion, the quality of his ghost power was afraid to be not as high as this lord's, and because of that, he was able to heal so quickly. No need to be polite. Gu Han waved his hand before continuing. You remain among the ghost race, and if possible, continue to stir up conflict between the ghost race and the demon race, and if you can get both sides to engage in large-scale killing, all the better. By the way, the witch ghost clan in the middle of the blue star is already the seats people, so in the future, if there are benefits, you can focus on taking care of the witch ghost clan. Chapter 140. Ghost air is gone. When he came, he was still the high and mighty ghost emperor of the ghost clan, but when he went back, he had already been reduced to Gu Han's henchman. Even if he was no longer willing to do so, ghost air could only admit it, and he didn't even dare to complain or be dissatisfied with Gu Han for even a single moment. After sending ghost air away, Gu Han also returned to the Daxia Special Bureau, and before returning, he sent a message to Ghost Luo, informing him of Ghost Air's business and letting him have something to look for Ghost Air's help, which naturally caused Ghost Luo to be shocked for a while again. He didn't expect that Gu Han's movements were so fast, that he had only just subdued the entire Witch Ghost clan as well as a few demon rulers not long ago, and then he immediately subdued the Ghost Emperor of the Black Mountain Ghost clan? At this rate, the Highland and Hell Realm communities that descended upon the Blue Star were on the verge of becoming Gu Han's own people. Gu Han, who had returned to the Daxia Specialized Bureau, didn't go out to make any more moves, but honestly stayed in the Daxia Specialized Bureau, instructing the many Daxia powerhouses. Currently, the only people in the entire Grand Xia who knew about Gu Han's breakthrough to the Imperial Realm as well as the fact that he had subdued a number of powerful people from both realms were the several elders of the Grand Xia Elders Pavilion, and the rest of the people, even the higher-ups of the Grand Xia's Special Bureau, didn't even know that the struggle between the demon and ghost clans had been secretly plotted by Gu Han. At the same time, the struggle between the demon race and the ghost race, but also because of the two emperor realm of the battle and temporarily calmed down. The Demon Emperor Silver Absolute Starter return to the Silver Wing Demon race of the Resident. Will directly into closed door healing? Will be the major demon race of the big power temporarily handed over to the Xuanxiang demon race of the Demon Emperor Xiancheng. However, Xiancheng was only at the early stage of the Demon Emperor, and without the Silver Jade, he didn't dare to rashly clash with the Ghost race, even if that Ghost Emperor had also suffered a serious injury. But no matter what, the other party was also a strong person at the middle stage of the Ghost Emperor, and his strength was far beyond his comparison. In case the other party became ruthless and exploded in a desperate attempt to re-injure his body, he wouldn't be able to fall in good shape either. Under such circumstances, the entire Blue Star has fallen into a strange calm. Although from time to time there are demonic beasts or ghosts and monsters infesting the countries, but they are all small fights. The true powerhouses of the two clans were secretly guarding both sides, fearing that the other side would suddenly strike. And with the 10 demon monarchs that were accepted by Guhan as well as the Ghost Emperor Ghost Heir and other powerful people's secret care, the invasion that Daxia encountered was very little. Basically some low cultivation of the two clansmen, purely used to give Daxia practice. Time rushed by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months passed. During these 3 months, the entire Grand Xia was working hard to digest Guhan's harvest from his previous destruction of the two major demon clans, and his strength was rising at a terrifying rate. The most obvious change was that there were already strong King Realm practitioners in Xia, although there were only 5 of them and they were only at the early stage of the King Realm, but it was a good sign for Xia. On top of that, the number of Zhongshan level experts had also increased significantly, and the overall strength of the armies of the major military regions had more than doubled from 3 months ago. Compared to Daxia, the other countries did not have such a big promotion. Therefore, the countries were scrambling to hug Daxia's thighs, and from time to time, they had to praise Daxia, and the entire international network, almost all of them were praising Daxia. Daxia Kyoto, in a villa, Guhan and Lu Manglan were snuggling together, and the entire room was filled with a strange aura. In these years, although Guhan's energy was focused on guarding Daxia, it didn't mean that he didn't pay attention to his parents and his girlfriend. With his help, his parents as well as his girlfriend, Lu Menglan, not only stepped into the martial arts path, but even went very far in the martial arts path, and nowadays, basically all of them had already reached the peak of the Zhongshan, and were just one step away from stepping into the King Realm. Lu Menglan's cultivation enhancement also made Guhan's heart stir, and with the general environment relatively stable, he finally couldn't help himself and completely fulfilled his dream a few days ago, accomplishing the feat of human and ghost returning together. That brand new experience made the strong-willed Guhan not even hold back. Boom! Just as Guhan was embracing Lu Menglan's exquisite and delicate body, and his whole heart couldn't help but be stirred again, a strong aura suddenly swept in from the distant sky, shaking the entire villa. Guhan's face changed, his mind instantly lost, and he apologetically said towards Lu Menglan, "Wait for me to come back." When the words left his mouth, he disappeared without a trace. When he appeared once more, he was already atop 10,000 meters above the Great Summer, and he stood in the air, gazing at the void crack in the distant sky, feeling the evil aura emanating from it, his face grave. He knew that this was the evil emperor that Evil Extreme Sky had spoken of who was about to descend. The descent of this evil emperor would undoubtedly cause the Blue Star's environment, which had not easily calmed down, to ripple again, and even Guhan was unable to predict exactly what would happen next. At the same time, the strongest members of the demon race and ghost race were also startled by the commotion. The strongest members above the King Realm, all of them took to the air, looking at that space-time passage. Even the demon emperor Yin Jie, who was in the midst of healing his wounds, retreated from his closed state and stood shoulder to shoulder with the other demon emperor Xiancheng. Ghost Heir similarly led many strong ghost race members in watching. For their two clans, the last thing they wanted to encounter was the evil clan, because the evil clan was too evil and too bizarre, and hostility with them was simply torture. And this time, the evil race descended, obviously an evil emperor level expert. Even though the Ghost Heir and even the Silver Jedi had reached the middle stage of the Emperor realm, but facing the Emperor realm of the evil race, there was no bottom in their hearts. Even if the other party was only at the early stage of the Imperial realm, they were not confident that they would be able to defeat them. At the time when many strong people were terrified by the evil Emperor's descent, under the spacetime rift, the evil withered bone powerhouses led by Evil Extreme Sky as well as the other two evil races, the Chi Meditation Demon and the Chaotic Spirit Beast, were all gathered here, and as far as the eye could see, the three evil races added up to less than 10,000 people, but the might that permeated out of their bodies was extremely heavy and horrifying. At the very front, Evil Extreme Sky stood side by side with the other two evil race leaders as he gazed at the spacetime rift, his eyes deep, not knowing what he was thinking. Beside him were two major evil race leaders, a man and a woman, male stout, is the chaotic spirit beasts of the leader of the spirit fierce, female enchanting evil, white snow skin, covered with strange lines, but did not reduce its charm, but more to add a few points of temperament. It is the odd medieval demon leader of the plume demon. Both of these two were peak evil sovereign existences, and in the event that evil extreme heaven did not utilize the evil god pillar, it was not necessarily possible to defeat these two. Boom! It didn't take long for a majestic and powerful imperial realm aura to permeate out from the spacetime channel, and this aura alone caused the many evil race powerhouses present to tremble, and their gazes toward the spacetime channel were filled with awe. The evil clan has a strict hierarchy, and fights like the one that happened in the ghost clan will not happen in the evil clan at all. Once the evil emperor descends, regardless of which evil clan he belongs to, the strongest members of the three evil clans must absolutely obey, or else even if they are killed, there is no place to talk about it. Chapter 141, Stygian Malice. Boom! Not long after, an upright figure was the first to step out from the spacetime channel, and the unprecedentedly powerful majestic pressure roared and spread, shaking the entire dome of the sky and distorting the void. The person who came was wearing a scarlet robe, his face was pale, his body was permeated with an evil aura, and there was a faint evil smile on his face, and as soon as he started to appear, he exuded a horrifying evil empress stage aura. Boom! Thunder rolled in the sky and evil fury swept through. Evil race powerhouses such as Evil Extreme Sky were all suppressed to the ground by this horrifying pressure aura, and this area of the earth was all set off in shocking waves, and the many evil race powerhouses were all terrified with their faces and tightly bowed their heads. Even the three great leaders such as Evil Extreme Sky were no exceptions. This one was precisely the first line of the Chi Underworld Demon's Evil Underworld Rome, a terrifying powerhouse at the Evil Empress stage but strong enough to match the peak of the unusual Imperial Realm. Evil Extreme Sky and the others bent down on the ground, feeling the world-destroying power suppressing them, not daring to move a single muscle, their faces filled with respect. Even though Evil Extreme Sky had ambitions in his heart, he knew very well that when he was weak, he should keep a low profile, otherwise, once he died, there would be nothing left. The evil god pillar only allowed him to have a shortcut to a truly strong person, rather than directly making him an invincible powerhouse. Boom! While Evil Extreme Sky and the other evil race powerhouses were feeling apprehensive, 10 more peak evil monarch auras filled out from the passageway, and immediately afterward, 10 figures stepped out from the passageway and steadily landed behind Heirong. Compared to the demon race and even the ghost race, the number of people of the evil race this time is undoubtedly the least, but its power is not inferior to the demon and ghost 2 races, and even better than alone Heirong a person. It is enough to crush the demon and ghost 2 races, and after these 10 peak evil sovereign powerhouses appeared, the passageway crack, too, slowly healed up until finally, it completely disappeared. Get up! After waiting for a while, an indifferent voice with evil intent resounded in the ears of Evil Extreme Sky and the others, causing Evil Extreme Sky and the others to get up as if they were relieved. Go! And then, without the slightest bit of nonsense, Heirong waved his hand and took the 10 peak evil monarch henchmen behind him to return to the evil clan's residence. And Evil Extreme Sky and the others didn't dare to be slow, and they followed closely behind. Meanwhile, in the middle of the Daxia Specialized Bureau, Guhan wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. His face was filled with the color of gravity. Heirong's power was far beyond his imagination. Just now his snooping was almost discovered by Heirong. If he didn't retrieve his senses in time, I'm afraid that the other party would have detected it. One must know that with his current cultivation, unless he was a powerhouse beyond the Imperial Realm, an ordinary person would not be able to detect his senses at all, and the fact that Heirong was able to almost discover him meant that his strength was far stronger than Evil Extreme Sky's previous descriptions, and it could definitely be said that he was the strongest Imperial Realm Guhan had ever faced. Of course, what worried Guhan the most was that the appearance of Heirong had caused a complete change in the situation of the entire Blue Star, and once the other party became malicious towards the Blue Star human race, the consequences that would be brewed would surely be quite disastrous. Even if he could kill the other party, his presence would be completely exposed, and he feared that he would attract even stronger foreign powerhouses. However, the situation at this moment was clearly beyond Guhan's control. Unless he was willing to directly strike and attack and kill Heirong, there was no way to sway Heirong's will. But if he wanted to strike, why would he have to be concerned about Heirong's will? He had been hiding himself because he didn't want the Three Realms foreign races to find out so quickly that Blue Star possessed a strong person like him. And once the Three Realms foreign races found out about his existence, I'm afraid that the Three Realms foreign races' importance to Blue Star would be even higher. After all, a new world in the district that had just recovered its aura was able to give birth to a native spirit at the late Imperial Realm in just a few short years. Little cutie. All could tell that there was something fishy about this new world. Once this matter was rumored back to the three realms, some powerful foreign races that originally had little interest in Blue Star were afraid that they would not be able to sit still, and the challenges that Blue Star would have to face would then be even harder. Without the appearance of Hei Rong, Guhan's plan would have been to secretly subdue the strongest members of the three races and manipulate them to create a false impression of the foreign races of the three worlds, thus allowing the countries of the Blue Planet to win valuable opportunities for development. But the emergence of Hei Rong undoubtedly broke his plan. With Hei Rong in, he simply cannot be in the dark to subdue the three tribes of the strong. A little careless was found by Hei Rong. It is a shocking battle, not to mention whether it can win or not, but only his existence is exposed. It will be extremely unfavorable to the entire Blue Star. While Guhan was pondering how to deal with Hei Rong, in the middle of the Qi medieval demon resident, Hei Rong was sitting on top of the main seat, with 10 peak evil monarchs standing behind him, and at the bottom sat the experts of the three major evil races, including Evil Extreme Sky. At this moment, Hei Rong, who had already learned about the current situation of Blue Star from Evil Extreme Sky and the others, hooked the corner of his mouth into an evil smile and spoke sorrowfully. Are those two clans all stupid? At least it's a powerful clan that dominates a region. But I didn't expect that it would send such fools. Can't even figure out the purpose of coming to the Blue Star, and they're still attacking each other? Simply ridiculous. Hearing these words, an ominous premonition suddenly rose in Evil Extreme Sky's heart, and as expected, Hei Rong's next words instantly made Evil Extreme Sky's heart sink. Regarding the fight between those two clans, there's no need for my evil clan to meddle in it. As long as it doesn't infringe on my evil clan's interests, just let them fight. Previously, this emperor was dissatisfied with your approach of keeping your troops still. We descended to the Blue Star to seek benefits. If you don't move, how will the benefits come? A sinister color flickered in Hei Rong's eyes as he swept his eyes over the people present, and if anything, his strong aura caused all the people present to tremble. From now on, all three major evil races are out to capture human blood food. Within 10 days, this emperor will see at least 10 million human blood meals. In the next moment, Hei Rong's undoubtedly generous voice resounded throughout the hall. Whether it is for the evil race or the demon race, ghost race, human beings are extremely rare cultivation resources, because human beings are the longest of all the spirits, can be called the favorite of heaven and earth, once swallowed a sufficiently large number of people, enough to make their own bloodline and even the physical quality of the mutation, so as to become more powerful. Therefore, this new world, for the foreign races of the three realms, didn't just have some incipient heaven and earth treasures, but also meant endless blood food. If they capture enough humans and keep them in captivity, they can enjoy them forever. At that time, their stagnant cultivation levels would be able to climb up again. It was also because of the benefits of humans that Hei Rong scoffed at the fight between the demon race and the ghost race. In his opinion, even if he wanted to fight, he should wait until after he took the benefits of the entire Blue Planet to fight, and now he was fighting before even getting the benefits. It was simply stupid. Chapter 142, Seek Your Own Death. As Hei Rong's words fell, many of the strongest members of the evil race present all changed their faces slightly, with Evil Extreme Sky's face being the most unsightly. The thing he was worried about had still happened. Hei Rong, this guy, I do what I want. Once he decides something, no one can change it at all. And if the evil race makes a move against the Blue Star human race, the entire Blue Star human race will definitely face extinction. Not only that, the demon and ghost clans that were originally fighting frantically, after seeing the evil clan make their move, they would also absolutely be unable to help themselves and temporarily put aside their grudges and follow suit to make their move against the Blue Star human race. It was impossible for them to watch the many benefits being swallowed up solely by the evil clan. At that time, the situation that Guhan had worked so hard to maintain would be broken. Even though Evil Extreme Sky's heart was clouded, he also knew that even if he opposed this matter, it was impossible for Hei Rong to change his mind. And even if he spoke out rashly, he would still be targeted by Hei Rong, and become the target of Hei Rong's warning. Yes, we obey. Under the stern gaze of Hei Rong, the experts of the three great evil races didn't dare to slack off and bowed in response. Great, go down and get ready. Don't let this emperor down. Or else. Hei Rong nodded in satisfaction before a flash of sternness flashed across his eyes and he laughed out coldly. Sensing the murderous intent in Hei Rong's words, the three great experts of the evil race all shuddered and hurriedly bowed towards Hei Rong before slowly exiting the great hall. Bunch of idiots. Empty mountains of treasure, but they don't know how to use them. Looking at the backs of the many evil race powerhouses leaving, Hei Rong snorted coldly, his face filled with disdain. Returning to the quarters where Evil Withered Bone was located, Evil Extreme Sky first arranged for his men to begin preparations before using the evil god pillar to collect his entire body's aura, and with a sway of his body, he swept towards Dasha. Now that Rong was insistent on making a move against the Blue Star human race, even he couldn't resist. But he didn't want to jeopardize his friendship with Guhan because of it, so he had to go to Daxia to inform Guhan, so that he could make preparations. Only, Evil Extreme Sky is also clear that with Guhan's strength nowadays, he is not a match for Rong at all. Once he rushes out, even if Guhan possesses the Ghost God Pillar, the only way is to die. The only chance of survival is to escape. Guhan had already sensed Evil Extremity's aura before Evil Extremity had even stepped into Daxia, and in front of his dual divine pillars, Evil Extremity's evil divine pillars were simply impossible to restrain. Brother Gu. Soon, Evil Extremity silently appeared in Guhan's office. But what's the news? Guhan also didn't have any nonsense and directly inquired out loud. Rong has summoned all the powerhouses of the three evil races and ordered us to make a move against the Blue Star human race. And within 10 days, we must harvest at least 10 million of them. Evil Extreme Sky spoke in a hurry before making a deep bow towards Guhan. I'm sorry, Brother Gu. I can't stop Rong, nor can I disobey his orders. Before Rong had descended, he was still able to rely on his strength to influence the leaders of the other two evil races to prevent them from making a move against the Blue Star human race. But now, it was simply impossible for him to do so, even if he possessed the evil God Pillar. Even if his battle power was strong, at best, he could only fight against early or even mid-stage Emperor Realm existences. And wanting to take on a late-stage Emperor Realm powerhouse such as Underworld Rong, who was capable of fiercely battling the pinnacle of the Emperor Realm, was simply too much for him to live. Hearing Evil Extreme Sky's words, Guhan's eyes erupted with cold aura. The killing chance in his heart kept rolling over. As expected, Rong's appearance really destroyed the situation that he had worked so hard to maintain, and didn't even give him any chance to do so. As soon as he appeared, he was going to make a move directly on the Blue Star human race. 10 days and 10 million people? According to the only remaining human race in the current blue planet, how long can they be harvested by the Underworld Rong? There is no need for Brother Evil to do so. After a while, Guhan reached out and helped Evil Extremity up. He didn't complain about Evil Extremity. Not to mention he didn't intend to terminate his cooperation with Evil Extremity because of this. He knew that Evil Extremity had already tried his best, and in the face of the Evil Empress stage of the Underworld Rong, Evil Extremity didn't have any room for resistance at all. If Evil Extremity's status was high enough, then there might still be some hope. But unfortunately, Evil Extremity not only couldn't compare to Rong in terms of strength, he couldn't even compare to him in terms of status. Under such circumstances, the fact that Evil Extreme Heaven was still willing to come and ventilate the situation was already benevolent. Since he wants to seek death, then we can only fulfill him. Guhan's eyes flashed through a ray of killing intent and he snorted out coldly. What? Suddenly hearing these words from Guhan, Evil Extreme Sky's entire body was confused, somewhat bewildered as he looked towards Guhan, who had a murderous look on his face, and inquired in a trembling voice, Gu, Brother Gu, do you want to kill Underworld Rong? No wonder Evil Extreme Sky was astonished. Not knowing that Guhan had already broken through to the late stage of the Imperial Realm, he still thought that Guhan was only at the peak of the Ghost Ruler, and even if Guhan's strength was indeed stronger than his, it couldn't be too much stronger. Not to mention decapitating Hierophant Rong, even if it was to fight against it, it would be an impossible thing to do in the Evil Extreme Sky's opinion. Guhan didn't admit it directly, gazing at Evil Extremity and inquiring out, do you think that if Rong dies here, will the Wonder Realm continue to send experts? Or how long will it take for Wonderland to find out after Hieron is dead? At those words, Evil Extreme Sky's pupils shrunk slightly, and after taking a deep look at Guhan, he suppressed the tremor in his heart and said in a deep voice, if Hierophant Rong dies, the Wonder Realm is certain to send strong people again, but the time required for this is at least a year. Oh, why? Guhan's eyes brightened slightly as he stared intently at Evil Extreme Sky. Even a powerhouse like Medjan died in the Blue Star. That means that the power that the Blue Star possesses is beyond imagination. And if the Chi Realm sends any more powerhouses, they will at least be top powerhouses in the peak of the Imperial Realm, or perhaps even existences that surpass the Imperial Realm. And with the current situation, the amount of financial resources required to dispatch such a powerful person would cause even the three evil races to feel heartache. So a certain amount of time is needed for deliberation and even mobilization of supplies. It's even possible that the three great evil races will first send a group of weaker existences to come and investigate Blue Star, and only after determining Blue Star's true details will they decide which level of powerhouse to send. As the words fell, Evil Extreme Sky gazed closely at Guhan and couldn't help but inquire, does Brother Gu have the confidence to kill Rong? Receiving Evil Extreme Sky's explanation, Guhan secretly sighed in relief. As long as there was a certain buffer time, then he would be able to behead Rong without any scruples. and as long as he could continue to raise his cultivation level during this buffer time, then even if the Chi realm once again dispatched a stronger existence to descend, he would not be afraid. Looking at Evil Extreme Sky's curious gaze, Guhan let out a light laugh and didn't continue to hide it, saying bluntly, "Some time ago, I was given the opportunity to make a lucky breakthrough to the late Imperial realm. There is a certain degree of certainty in decapitating the underworld rogue." What? Hearing Guhan's words, Evil Extreme Sky's pupils shrank and he couldn't help but cry out in shock. Looking at Guhan with a face of disbelief, he thought that Guhan might have some kind of strong undercard, but the only thing he didn't think of was that Guhan's undercard was that his cultivation had already broken through to the late stage of the Imperial realm. Chapter 143. Even with Evil Extreme Sky's eyesight, he couldn't imagine what kind of chance it would have to be for Guhan to raise his cultivation to the late stage of the Imperial realm in just a short period of time. This is the late stage of the Imperial realm, not some lowly realm of cultivation. Even among the three domains, a late Imperial realm expert was barely considered strong, and the strongest of some medium races was only the peak of the Imperial realm. When he thought of the time when he met Guhan, he was still only a June realm powerhouse, and his own cultivation far exceeded his. But how long had it been before Guhan had already left himself behind, and had even reached a point where he was out of reach? Evil Extreme Sky's mood at this moment was unusually complicated. Although there was some discrepancy, but for Guhan to be able to reach the late stage of the Imperial realm, Evil Extreme Sky was also very happy. After all, the stronger Guhan was, the better it would be for him, and he even couldn't wait for Guhan's cultivation to rise even faster. Then he would be able to control his own destiny even earlier. Thinking that Guhan had already reached the late stage of the Imperial realm, yet he was still holding back, the more Evil Extreme Sky felt that he hadn't misjudged anyone, and that cooperating with Guhan was truly the most correct choice he had made when he had descended to this foreign world of the Blue Star. Evil Extreme Heaven didn't know that Guhan had already subdued Ghost Heir, the Ghost Emperor, or else the surprise as well as shock in his heart would have been even greater. When do you plan to decapitate the Hierophant? After taking several deep breaths, Evil Extreme Sky calmed himself and inquired out towards Guhan. Although Hei Rong's strength was very strong, it was no match for Guhan, who had already reached the late stage of the Imperial realm. After all, Guhan was a supreme demon who possessed a ghost god pillar, and in the same realm, a heavenly pride without a god pillar could not be a match for a heavenly pride who possessed a god pillar. Even if their battle prowess was strong, the abilities possessed by even the weakest divine pillars are all mysterious and unpredictable. Naturally, the sooner the better. Guhan's eyes flashed with coldness as he snorted out coldly. Originally, he still wanted to stabilize his hand, unwilling to expose himself so quickly, but since Hei Rong was so uptight about finding death, he naturally had to fulfill him, and he couldn't just watch the three evil races make their move against the Blue Star human race. Could he? It didn't need to be thought about to know that if the three evil races were to make a move, it would definitely be against Daxia, because among the current Blue Stars, Daxia was not only the strongest, but also possessed the largest population. As long as Daxia was resolved, the entire blue planet would, almost literally, be within reach. Good thing too, after I go back, I'll try to help you lure Hei Rong to the starry sky. You can wait outside the starry sky ahead of time, and with a surprise attack, Hei Rong will surely die, and the commotion will be smaller, so maybe you won't be exposed. Upon hearing this, Evil Extreme Sky pondered for a moment before fiercely clenching his teeth and speaking out towards Guhan. If Guhan had only broken through to the Imperial realm and hadn't reached the late Imperial realm, he wouldn't have been so unreservedly supportive. But Guhan had already reached the late Imperial realm, and decapitating Hierophant Rong was practically a done deal, so he was naturally willing to support Guhan unreservedly as a means of exchanging Guhan's goodwill for a bit of a deeper bond between them. Hearing Evil Extremity's words, even Guhan was surprised as he looked deeply at Evil Extremity and arched his hand. "Thank you, Brother Evil. There's no need for that between you and me." Evil Extreme Sky waved his hand before continuing. "I will return to the evil plan now. You and go to the starry sky first. It is best to stay far away so that the commotion will be smaller. Emperor Realm level experts, every move is destroying the heavens and the earth. Before the great battle between the Ghost Heir and the Silver Absolute, although it has already reached outside the Pluto, but its movement still affects the Blue Star, so that the whole Blue Star is followed by the wind and clouds, the horrible fluctuation, and even make the Blue Star's mountains and rivers tremble, triggering a not-so-small natural disaster. Good. Brother Evil, be careful with everything. If things can't be done, then call it quits. If it's exposed, then it's exposed." Guhan nodded gently before instructing towards Evil Extremity. Seeing this, Evil Extreme Sky's heart warmed slightly, and without any further delay, his body flashed and he left Daxia. Looking at Evil Extreme Sky's departing back, Guhan similarly flashed away and swept toward the starry sky at breakneck speed. About half an hour later, Evil Extreme Sky, who had returned to the Evil Clan's quarters, came straight to the great hall where Hei Rong was, bowed and drank. Evil Extreme Sky seeks to see your lord. Enter. Hearing this, Evil Extreme Sky took a deep breath and took a big step into the large hall. Raising his eyes to look, Hei Rong was sitting on a stone chair, his breath vibrating around him, as if he was a juggernaut, so that Evil Extreme Sky couldn't help but feel his heart and mind swaying. What is it? Hei Rong's gaze dropped and he spoke faintly. For Evil Jitian, he still understood, although it was not as good as him, the existence of the late imperial realm, but the qualification talent was extremely high, quite valued by Evil Kukuobone. Therefore, Hei Rong did not make things too difficult for Evil Jitian. If anyone else dared to disturb him, with his nature, he would never give a good face. During the time that my subordinate has been in this other world, although I have not taken action against the human race of this realm, I have understood this other world to a large extent, and I have accidentally discovered an odd and peculiar place. According to my subordinate's observation, that peculiar place has probably given birth to a divine pillar. What? Hearing Evil Extreme Sky's words, Hei Rong's entire body suddenly rose up, his eyes staring at Evil Extreme Sky. His breathing shortened, and the aura on his body even involuntarily erupted, causing the entire hall to tremble violently. It was only after a while that Hei Rong suppressed the vibration and excitement in his heart, gazing at Evil Extreme Sky and asking in a deep voice, "Are you certain that a divine pillar was born?" Even with Hei Rong's identity and strength, it was impossible for him to remain calm about such a wondrous thing as a divine pillar. If he could reach a divine pillar, no matter what divine pillar it was, his future would be limitless. Why would the strength of the three great realms still be keen on a new world like Blue Star? Wasn't it because of the wonders of the heavens and earth that would be born from this new world? Compared to the three major realms that had already matured, a new world like Blue Star that had just recovered its aura had an incomparably high chance of giving birth to heaven and earth wonders. And it was precisely because of that the three major realms invaded Blue Star, wanting to occupy a place on Blue Star to make it easier for them to seize the heaven and earth wonders that were born afterward. Don't look at the three major domains that were out at the moment. They were all less powerful races, but once a heaven and earth wonder was born, those powerful races would not be able to sit still, and would descend on the Blue Star to snatch it up, even if they had to pay a great price, because heaven and earth wonders could not be found. Not to mention those first-rate powerful races, even the prison race and other dominant races were incomparably thirsty for heaven and earth wonders. That peculiar place is filled with inexplicable strong power. My subordinate's cultivation is still shallow and I can't go deeper. I can only explore in the periphery. So I'm not sure, but the power as well as the breath that permeates out of it is exceptionally similar to the divine pillar. Even if it's not a divine pillar, it's definitely a certain kind of heaven and earth curiosity. Chapter 144 Evil Underworld Imperial Essence. Evil Extreme Sky knew very well that the only way to stimulate Hei Rong to go with him was to have this plausible. If he had guaranteed that it was a divine pillar for 1,000 times, he would have instead aroused Hei Rong's suspicion, because if he could be sure that it was a divine pillar, he wouldn't have revealed the news to anyone else. And even if he couldn't get it temporarily due to his strength, he could have waited for his strength to be strong and then go again. No one could endure the temptation of a divine pillar. And even more so, no one could generously give it up to someone else. You could have waited until your cultivation was strong to seize it. Why are you telling this emperor this news? After hearing Evil Extreme Sky's words, Hei Rong suppressed the excitement and joy in his heart, his gaze fixed on Evil Extreme Sky, and asked in a deep voice. If anything, an aura permeated above his sturdy body, pressing down on Evil Extreme Sky. Obviously, even this plausible answer still couldn't dispel Hei Rong's suspicions. Hei Rong knew very well that if he were to be in Evil Extreme Heaven's position, in the absence of other circumstances, he would not share the news even if he could not obtain it himself. His previous excitement was only because he suddenly heard this kind of news and didn't hold back, but now that he had calmed down, he naturally began to suspect Evil Extreme Sky's purpose. My subordinate has the audacity to want to use this information in exchange for the Evil Underworld Imperial Essence. In the face of Hei Rong's pressing questions, Evil Extreme Sky's face was calm as he bowed and spoke. Upon hearing this, Hei Rong's eyes narrowed slightly, flashing through wisps of essence, and he took a deep look at Evil Extreme Sky before bursting out with a loud laugh. Good. Since you're so uptight, this seat will fulfill you. After you break into the Imperial Realm, take this emperor to that place. If there really is a divine pillar, this seat only needs the divine pillar and everything else goes to you. Even if there isn't a divine pillar, this seat won't blame you. Evil Underworld Imperial Purity. A kind of pure power that could only be condensed by an evil Emperor Realm expert, containing a hint of the Imperial Realm origin, whether it was for the Monarch Realm or the Imperial Realm. It had a tremendous effect. Emperor Realm powerhouses get the Evil Underworld Emperor Essence. If it is condensed by an Emperor realm powerhouse that far exceeds their own cultivation, not only can it enhance their own power, but there is even a great possibility to break through the current cultivation realm, while Monarch realm powerhouses get it, and even break through 1 or 2 realms is possible, and Monarch realm extremes can even use it to break into the Emperor realm. However, even if an evil Emperor realm expert wanted to condense the evil underworld Imperial Purity, it wasn't that easy, and if he was a first-time evil Emperor, he would even need to spend several years or even dozens of years in order to condense some of it. Thus, without special circumstances, the average evil Emperor expert wouldn't bother to condense it. With that amount of time, they might as well cultivate on their own or go out to look for heavenly materials. If it was someone else, perhaps it wouldn't satisfy evil extremity. But He Rong himself was an expert at the evil Emperor stage. Condensing the evil underworld Imperial Purity was relatively simple, and coupled with his extraordinary status, wanting to purchase the evil underworld Imperial Purity was far easier than any other evil Emperor expert. At this moment, He Rong somewhat understood Evil Extreme Sky's thoughts. With the evil underworld Imperial Purity, Evil Extreme Sky would be able to break into the Imperial realm, and compared to a dangerous place where one could not step into, stepping into the Imperial realm in peace was undoubtedly more tempting. If there was no evil underworld Imperial Purity, don't look at the fact that Evil Extreme Sky had already reached the extreme end of the June realm, but if he wanted to step into the Imperial realm, he would still need a not so short period of time, and during this period of time, the entire Blue Star still didn't know what changes were happening, and it was even possible for He Rong himself to find that perilous place. So in He Rong's opinion, Evil Extreme Sky was just afraid that the time dragged on for him to find it, resulting in its own not being able to get anything, so he simply sold the information to himself in exchange for the opportunity to step into the Imperial realm. In addition to being able to step into the Imperial realm, he was also able to tie up with him, an existence with an extraordinary status and extremely strong talent potential. In He Rong's opinion, Evil Extreme Sky's move was undoubtedly very wise. Of course, if he were to be He Rong himself, he would never do what Evil Extreme Sky did. Thank you, my lord. Hearing He Rong's words, Evil Extreme Sky took a deep breath, and a touch of joy duly appeared on his face as he fiercely bowed toward He Rong to offer his thanks. Buzz. This is a copy of the evil underworld Imperial essence of the late Imperial realm. Take it and refine it. When you cross the threshold, this emperor will protect you. Seeing this, He Rong nodded gently, raised his hand and waved it. A ball of light that shimmered with a light gray color immediately emerged in the hall. When this ball of light emerged, the entire hall was filled with a shocking evil aura, as if there was an evil being that had suddenly descended. Hearing this, Evil Extreme Sky secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that He Rong would take a copy of the evil emperor's out-of-breath evil underworld Imperial essence to him. With the majestic foundation he possessed, the evil underworld Imperial essence at the early stage of the Imperial realm would not necessarily be able to allow him to break into the Imperial realm. However, this late Imperial realm evil underworld Imperial essence could definitely allow him to break into the Imperial realm. Thank you, my lord. Evil Extreme Sky held back his excitement and raised his hand to put away the evil underworld Imperial Purity, and gave a deep salute towards the underworld realm before turning to leave. He was afraid that if he continued to stay, he would not be able to hold back from revealing his cracks, and even though he had forced himself to suppress it, at this moment, his hands were still shaking gently that he could not control. Obviously came to Count He Rong, but the result is to get the opportunity to step into the realm of the Emperor. This kind of encounter, even Evil Extreme Sky himself did not expect. He raised the evil underworld Royal Pure, but also with the attitude of trying more, is to dispel the suspicion of He Rong, but did not want to really get the evil underworld Royal Pure, because he is clear about He Rong's character, arrogant and overbearing. Previously, when he said that he wanted the evil underworld Imperial Purity, Evil Extreme Sky was ready to be slapped out of the hall by He Rong, but he didn't expect that He Rong would really give him a copy of the evil underworld Imperial Purity. After returning to his residence, Evil Extreme Sky first took out his cell phone and sent a message to Guhan. He didn't know if Guhan, who was in the starry sky, could receive the message, but he thought that if Guhan couldn't wait for him to show up, he should return to the Blue Star, and he would be able to receive the message he sent. After sending the message, Evil Extreme Sky took several deep breaths and tried hard to calm himself down, while running the power in his body to raise his state to the peak. It was only after a whole hour that Evil Extreme Sky adjusted his state to its peak, and immediately after that, he took out the evil underworld Imperial Purity without hesitation, wrapped it in his own power, and slowly refined it. It had to be said that the evil underworld Imperial Purity was worthy of being a supreme treasure that had been condensed by an evil Emperor realm powerhouse after spending a great deal of time on it, and with only a preliminary absorption. Evil Extreme Sky felt a vast power accompanied by all sorts of evil emperor's mysteries rushing into his body, and in just a matter of a few breaths, the aura of his body began to skyrocket, and the power in his body was surging like the waves of the sea. Compared to the other evil underworld imperial puree, this evil underworld imperial puree that had reached the late stage was undoubtedly more pure, and contained even more evil emperor subtleties. At this moment, Evil Extreme Sky was already completely immersed in those evil emperor mysteries, while the power within his body was impacting the imperial realm barrier along with the power of the evil underworld imperial pillar. On top of that, the evil divine pillar that Evil Extreme Sky possessed was also sucking the power of the evil underworld imperial pillar, helping Evil Extreme Sky break through more quickly. Chapter 145 Evil Extreme Sky enters the imperial realm. Buzz. I don't know how long passed, but Evil Extreme Sky only felt that the bottleneck of the evil emperor that plagued him became easily breakable, and he immediately mobilized his entire body's strength to impact that layer of barrier. Ka-ching! The next moment, under the impact of Evil Extreme Sky, that layer of evil emperor barrier was strewn with cracks, and then shattered open. A whole new realm, as well as the mystery, instantly surged out. Vast power swept through Evil Extreme Sky's body, quenching Evil Extreme Sky's body. An unprecedented sense of power, filling Evil Extreme Sky's heart, so that it seemed to have a feeling of invincibility under the heavens. My lord, my subordinate will cross the thunder tribulation. At the same time, Evil Extreme Sky also felt a brilliant heavenly might enveloping down, making his entire body and even mind instantly tense up. He did not dare to slow down at all. First a Hei-Rong voice, and then a flash of the body. They swept towards the starry sky. After Evil Extreme Sky left, Hei-Rong also followed closely behind, and in the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in the middle of the starry sky, while Gu Han, who had originally stayed in the starry sky and waited, also detected Evil Extreme Sky in Hei-Rong's aura, only that he did not come but continued to hide in the distance after sensing Evil Extreme Sky's thunderbolt. Rumble. On the other hand, as Evil Extreme Sky came to the depths of the starry sky, the breath on his body no longer had any reservation, pouring out like a storm. In an instant, the sound of thunder exploded, and dark clouds swept across the sky, shrouding Evil Extreme Sky in the sky above, and the terrifying heaven and earth pressure made the emptiness around him tremble madly, and cracks like gullies spread out. Hei-Rong, who was standing in the distance, felt this heavenly might, and immediately his eyes narrowed, and his originally relaxed face gradually became grave. For the Evil Extreme Sky, he actually didn't know much about it, and had only vaguely heard that there was such a person. With his status and position and even his natural talent, he was also indeed qualified to not put the Evil Extreme Sky, who was only at the peak of the June realm, in his eyes. But now, he realized that he was wrong. From the intensity of this evil emperor thunder tribulation alone, one could vaguely see how strong Evil Extreme Sky's talent was. Even the evil emperor thunder tribulation that he had crossed back then, in terms of intensity, could not compare to the evil emperor thunder tribulation that Evil Extreme Sky was invoking at this moment. In a sense, Evil Extreme Sky's talent potential was probably even higher than his. Although this is the case, Hei-Rong is only more valued Evil Extreme Sky just, but also did not care much. After all, he has already reached the late stage of the Emperor Realm, and even just one step short of the peak of the Emperor Realm, the Evil Extreme Sky. Even if he stepped into the realm of the Evil Emperor, even if the talent and potential is slightly stronger than him, want to catch up and even more than him, but it also needs a lot of time, and in that time, he may have gotten stronger. If he was able to obtain divine pillars or precious heavenly materials from the relics that Evil Extremity had spoken of, his future would be even broader. Thus, Hei-Rong didn't think that Evil Extremity was able to pose a threat to his position. Rumble. At the time of Hei-Rong's contemplation, the sky dome has already converged and completed. The sky's thunder rolled over in the sky cloud. The bright purple thunder light reflected the entire starry sky, making the originally dim starry sky become a bit dreamy. Only, in this dreamy scenery, but it hides a horrible killing opportunity. The Evil Extreme Sky, who was facing the thunderbolt directly, felt as if there were countless mountains crushing down, making his entire body tremble uncontrollably, and his heart felt like it was pressing a huge stone, and he wanted to gasp for air. Boom! At the next moment, Evil Extreme Sky completely exploded his own aura, and the vast power surged and swept, laying down a thick layer of defense cover around his body. Although Evil Extreme Sky had strong confidence that he was able to pass this thunder tribulation, but in the face of such heaven and earth's might, he didn't dare to slow down in the slightest. Bang! Not long after, the first wave of thunderbolt fell down, only to see densely packed purple thunder roaring in the sky above, like a thunder dragon swooping down. As far as the eye can see, the entire void is filled with purple thunder. Like a sea of purple thunder, to see people trembling with fear. Even Hei Rong, who was standing in the distance, could feel that amazing heaven and earth might, and existences as strong as his realm had a feeling of insignificance in front of this heaven and earth might. Bang! As the thunderbolt continued to fall, ear-splitting roars exploded one after another. An evil Extreme Sky's entire person was already blown back tens of thousands of miles under the terrifying thunderbolt, and the corners of his mouth couldn't stop overflowing with blood, his face as white as paper. Nonetheless, the light in his eyes became more and more brilliant, and the aura that permeated his body was even more majestic. This terrifying thunder, although it caused him considerable trauma, it also brought him great opportunities. Under the tempering of the purple thunder, his evil emperor's body continued to condense, and the evil emperor's power in his body became even more pure, and his entire being was like being transformed into a new body, feeling unprecedented changes. Compared to the monarch realm, the emperor realm is truly transcendent. The existence that reaches this realm, no matter which world it is in, can be called a strong person, like today's blue star. This kind of world that has just recovered its aura, this level of strong person, is enough to crush everything. If it weren't for the existence of an enlightened demon like Guhan, it would be impossible for a world that had just recovered its aura to give birth to an emperor realm powerhouse. Rumble. Thunder bombarded one after another and fell. In a moment, it has been the evil Extreme Sky, the whole person wrapped. From a distance, can only see a layer of the sea of thunder, cannot see the evil Extreme Sky silhouette. If it is the general public, in such a horrible thunderbolt, I'm afraid that the body has already been dead. There is not a chance of survival. However, the evil Extreme Sky that was carrying the evil god pillar was pressurized to not be defeated by this thunderbolt. Instead, under the tempering of the thunderbolt, the aura that permeated his body grew stronger and stronger, and the power in his body grew more and more terrifying. Buzz. I don't know how long had passed, but the thunderbolt on the dome of the sky had completely dissipated away, and the evil Extreme Sky was wrapped in the gifts of heaven and earth and was undergoing an unprecedented metamorphosis. With the majestic foundation, although the evil Extreme Sky did not let Guhan as straight to the late stage of the Emperor realm, but also reached the middle stage of the Emperor realm, and even in the middle stage of the Emperor realm are out of a big step, compared to the unusual Emperor realm, undoubtedly saved countless years of work. At the Emperor realm and above, to break through a small realm was as difficult as climbing up to heaven. Even the most demonic existences from before would need a certain amount of time, and for some, they even stayed in that realm for their entire lives. Congratulations on breaking into the Imperial realm. After the evil Extreme Sky thoroughly absorbed the gifts of heaven and earth, Hei Rong flashed to the front of the evil Extreme Sky, congratulating the evil Extreme Sky. As proud as Hei Rong, at this moment, he also dared not ignore the evil Extreme Sky, which had already reached the middle stage of the evil emperor. Even though evil Extremity was still not his opponent, with evil Extremity's qualifications, I'm afraid that it wouldn't take long for him to reach his realm, and at that time, even though evil Extremity's status was still inferior to his, he would definitely be valued by evil Withered Bone. Thus, at this moment, Hei Rong had already vaguely regarded evil Extreme Sky as a strong person of the same level. Thank you, my lord, for the opportunity. In the face of Hei Rong's congratulations, evil Extreme Heaven did not hold back and bowed to pay his respects. Chapter 146, Critically Assaulting the Underworld Rong. At this moment, the evil Extreme Sky felt unprecedentedly powerful, the power in his body surging more than. The whole person seems to be transformed. The strength is even more incomparable with the previous. He felt that, at this moment, just one move can easily kill the previous self. Even as he stepped into the middle stage of the Imperial realm, more legacies surfaced from the evil god pillar in his mind, and once he finished absorbing these legacies, his strength would definitely be able to go to the next level, and having reached the middle stage of the Imperial realm, he would then join hands with Guhan and decapitate Hei Rong. It would definitely be a nail in the coffin. Don't look at the fact that he was now being respectful to Hei Rong, but in his heart, he had already treated Hei Rong as a dead man. No need to be polite. Hei Rong waved his hand and laughed gently with a gentle smile on his face, not the slightest bit of his previous arrogance and dominance. The evil Extreme Sky that had broken into the Imperial realm was already qualified for him to draw him in, so he naturally wouldn't treat the evil Extreme Sky the way he did before. Although there were strict hierarchies in the Qi realm, the evils of talented demons were still somewhat privileged after all, especially if they were created by their own hands, and if there was a gifted demonic being, they would definitely be vigorously cultivated. Hei Rong could almost already foresee that once evil Extremity returned to the Qi realm, he would definitely be cultivated by evil Withered Bone, and not only would he have an extraordinary status and position, but he would also be able to control a certain amount of power. Befriending such a person would do him more good than harm. Now that you've made a breakthrough, Why don't you just head straight to that secret place? Immediately afterward, Rong couldn't wait to speak. Yes. Evil Extreme Sky gently nodded and pretended to sense something before flying off in a direction. And Rong didn't hesitate and followed right after Evil Extreme Sky. Since Rong was seeking death on his own, Evil Extreme Heaven was naturally happy to fulfill him. About half an hour later, the two came to a deserted star field above. Evil Extreme Sky had already sensed the breath of Guhan hidden in the dark. Of course, this is also Guhan deliberately leaked to Evil Extreme Sky. Otherwise, even if now Evil Extreme Sky has already reached the middle stage of the Imperial Realm, under the deliberate concealment of Guhan, it would be impossible to perceive the breath of Guhan. Brother Gu, the underworld Rong is a direct descendant of the Qi underworld demon, possessing the extremely evil abilities demonization as well as underworld Yuan. Demonization is the ability to transform into any demonic beast in its cognizance, possessing some of the abilities of that demonic beast, whereas underworld Yuan is a bit more bizarre, using the power of the underworld to form a protective Yuan Qi, which can counteract the enemy's attacks, and even convert the enemy's attacks into pure power to replenish its own depletion. The weakness is that these two abilities cannot be utilized at the same time, and when they are transformed, there will be a very short period of time when a breakage occurs, and the breakage will be our chance to kill him. Of course, it's best to hit it hard from the start. The longer we drag it out, the more unfavorable it will be for us. Later on, Brother Gu and I will sneak attack together, and even if we can't kill him on the spot, we'll still be able to cause him to suffer heavy injuries and his strength will be greatly reduced. Gu Han, who was hidden in the shadows, suddenly heard Evil Extreme Sky's voice transmission, and immediately his pupils shrunk, and for the first time, he had a clear cognition of the Qi realm's full-fledged evil, as well as a complete understanding of the fearsome nature of the Qi realm's evil. These two abilities of Hierophant Rong were simply heaven-defying, even if one knew their weaknesses, but the average person, where would they be able to catch that momentary break? Even if the two abilities couldn't be performed at the same time, as long as one of them was performed, it could make Rong invincible. Even a peak existence of the Emperor Realm wouldn't be able to decapitate him, and only an absolute powerhouse beyond the Emperor Realm would be able to decapitate him with a single blow. Relying on these two abilities, unless it was an evil that had stronger abilities than him, Rong could truly be called invincible in the Imperial Realm. Thinking of this, Guhan began to pay full attention to Rong and Evil Extreme Sky, and at the same time, the power in his body was silently converging. Is this the place where that secret place is? Rong curiously surveyed the surroundings. His senses were fully open, wanting to perceive the difference of this place, but no matter how he perceived, he failed to perceive a bit of unusual place, which could not help but make Rong's face cautious. Without his previous relaxed posture, under the preconception, Rong was convinced of the secret place that Evil Extreme Sky had said, and this secret place, which could make him not even perceive it, must contain an extremely terrifying forbidden system. As strong as he was, under such a terrifying forbidden system, there was also a risk of falling. No wonder Evil Extreme Sky willingly let out the chance here. Can make him all feel tricky dense land, just by the Evil Extreme Sky that was only the peak of the June realm in the beginning. To be able to come out of the dense land peacefully, it was already a great luck. As for the chance, it was simply impossible. If it was the Evil Extreme Sky that had broken through to the middle stage of the Evil Emperor now, there was some possibility of getting the chance of this place, but without the Evil Extreme Sky taking the initiative to inform him, he would not be able to give the Evil Extreme Sky the Evil Underworld Royal Purity, and without the Evil Underworld Royal Purity, it would not be possible for the Evil Extreme Sky to break through to the middle stage of the Emperor Realm. Not bad. This is where that secret place is located. It was a fluke that my subordinate was able to walk out of here in the first place. Evil Extreme Sky nodded in response, and although he had already discussed the plan with Guhan, he didn't immediately strike to attack and kill, but rather, he was continually lowering Hierophant Rong's guard in order to strike a heavy blow. You're in luck. How should I enter this secret place? Rong gave a compliment before opening his mouth to inquire. If you want to enter the secret place, Brother Gu, make a move. Evil Extreme Sky responded to Rong while sending out a voice towards Guhan. Guhan, who had received the voice from Evil Extreme Sky, did not hesitate for a moment, directly manifesting his body, like shifting his form, appearing in front of Rong in an instant, and the divine ability that had already been stored up for a long time was suddenly blasted out. Boom! Terrifying fluctuations mixed with amazing power, instantly impacted out, blowing Rong as well as Evil Extreme Sky's robes hunting, even if Rong reacted in time, but it was too late to mobilize the power in his body. Hard to withstand Guhan's long-prepared horrifying strike. Bang! In an instant, Rong was blown away, blood spurting wildly from his mouth, crashing into an unknown number of meteorites before he managed to stabilize himself. looking at Guhan, who had struck out, in shock and anger. At this moment, Hei Rong was extremely miserable. Half of his body had been blown up by Guhan's terrifying blow, and if it wasn't for the Emperor Realm's powerful life force as well as its evil characteristics, Hei Rong, who had endured this blow, would have definitely died a horrible death on the spot. But even though Hei Rong's evil origin was constantly trying to repair Hei Rong's injuries, the terrifying power contained in Guhan's all-out strike was not so easy to dissipate, and in a short period of time, Hei Rong's attempts to repair his injuries were simply impossible. Unbridled. Who are you? How dare you attack and kill Lord Hyaron? Evil Extreme Sky retreated backward at great speed, coming to Hei Rong's side in an instant, growling out in anger towards Guhan. That posture, how it looked was that of a loyal subordinate. First help this emperor heal his wounds. Hei Rong looked at Guhan with a sinister expression while transmitting his voice towards Evil Extreme Sky. Chapter 147 Blood Sacrifice to Surrender God. Although the Hei Rong at this moment hated to break Guhan into pieces, he knew very well that in his current state, if he was not careful, he might really be beheaded by Guhan here. Thus, letting his injuries stabilize was the most important thing at the moment, and fast, even if it was a sneak attack, but to be able to hit him hard with one blow, the strength of the other party, at least, was at the same level as him. Otherwise, a normal late stage of the Imperial Realm would not be able to break through his defenses, and even if it was a surprise sneak attack, it would not be possible for him to suffer such a heavy injury. Yes, my subordinate will heal your lord's wounds. When the words fell, Evil Extreme Sky then brightly operated his power. Strong fluctuations surged out from him, and it was at this moment that Hei Rong sensed something was wrong. His pupils tightened, wanting to react, but it was already too late. Bang! Evil Extreme Sky's face was sinister, and his fist smashed heavily on Hei Rong's body, and the terrifying power was crazily declared into Hei Rong's body, smashing his entire body into the air once again, and the blood that gushed out from his body spilled out a long trail of blood. Originally seriously injured Hei Rong once again suffered a heavy blow, body tattered, extremely miserable, but even with such injuries, Hei Rong is still not dead. The tenacity of life, raking Guhan are surprised. Evil Extreme Sky, you seek death. The roar that was mixed with astonishing fury violently exploded in the entire starfield, and the pair of eyes of Hei Rong, as if they were spitting fire, stared at Evil Extreme Sky to death, and the ferocious chi that surged out all over his body was like a storm, astonishingly extreme. Compared to Guhan's sneak attack, Evil Extreme Sky's sneak attack was the real straw that overwhelmed Hei Rong. How could he not expect that Evil Extreme Sky would unite with outsiders to attack and kill himself? He really couldn't figure out why Evil Extreme Heaven did this. Killing him would not be of any benefit to Evil Extreme Heaven at all, but would instead attract the revenge of the Chi Underworld demon. What's more, before that, he had also given the Evil Underworld Imperial Purity to Evil Extreme Sky. Even if it was because of the relics, it was considered to be a favor to Evil Extreme Sky, and before he thought about it, the other party was actually benefiting from it? Why? Hei Rong stared at Evil Extremity dead in the face and growled in question. I want to be truly evil, so I'll just have to ask you to die. In the face of Hei Rong's questioning, Evil Extreme Sky was expressionless. His indifferent voice reverberated throughout the entire starfield, causing Hei Rong's pupils to tighten, half of his face flickering with horror. And how could he not understand what Evil Extreme Sky meant by becoming truly evil in his mouth? He didn't expect that Evil Extremity would be so bold that he would dare to rebel against Evil Withered Bone and even confront the rules of the entire Wonderland? Even today's Evil Extremity was only in the middle stage of Evil Emperor. So what made him dare to do this? You did that on purpose? The relics are fake? Hei Rong snapped back to his senses and stared at Evil Extremity in death. Sure. When the words fell, Evil Extreme Sky stopped talking nonsense and said towards Guhan, Brother Gu, strike together, don't give him a chance. Boom. Immediately after that, the Evil Extreme Sky completely exploded. Strong Evil Emperor middle stage aura, unreservedly spewed out, like a torrent of power in its hands diffuse. Horrifying fluctuations, shocked the surrounding emptiness are all turned into a shattered. Even the meteorite in the distance cannot withstand this kind of powerful power fluctuations. The next moment, the Evil Extreme Sky whole person will be transformed into a stream of light, as if a sword out of the sheath, wrapped with a shocking sharpness, towards the medieval Rong attacked. Wherever it passed, everything is shattered. Nothing can block the Evil Extreme Sky outbreak of sharpness. On the other side, Guhan also poured all his strength into the outbreak. The cold and chilly ghost chi swept, transforming his body into an amazing ghost domain. A large figure emerged behind Guhan, like a world-defying ghost god, fiercely toward Hei Rong to cover the pressure. Want to kill me? Dream on. Facing the attacking Evil Extreme Sky and Guhan, Hei Rong was truly feeling a fatal crisis, but instead of despairing, He was completely galvanized into ferocity. Blood sacrifice seance. Only to see, his only remaining half of his body, completely exploded into pieces, turning into a mass of blood mist, but this mass of blood mist did not disperse, but in a specific way rhythm. A wave of evil and esoteric aura, suddenly diffused from the blood mist, making the space and time around it, as if it were all frozen up. Boom! The next moment, a terrifying and overwhelming might, suddenly erupted. The original blood mist instantly condensed into a monstrous giant shadow. Amazing power fluctuations swept out from above the bloody giant shadow. At this moment, the breath permeated by this bloody giant shadow, even reached the peak of the imperial realm. Blood sacrifice surrender is a forbidden art that Hei Rong had once obtained from an ancient site in the Wonderland, sacrificing everything at the cost of his own life in exchange for the descent of super strength. Since he had obtained it, he had never used it, and he did not expect that descending into a new world would allow him to perform this forbidden art that would kill him the moment he used it. But if he didn't use it, with his current state, it was impossible to help evil Extreme Sky as well as Gu Han, and it was very likely that he would be beheaded by the two of them together. And he wouldn't even be able to inflict any trauma on the two of them himself. So how could Hei Rong be willing to do so? These two guys had harmed themselves so miserably. Even if they were to die, they would still want the two to accompany them to the grave. Or worse, they would make these two pay a painful price. Boom! After the blood shadow surfaced, the attacks erupted from Gu Han as well as evil Extreme Sky also swept over. But in the face of these two powerful attacks, the blood shadow did not panic at all, directly lifting up his hands and swinging out with his fists. Bang! Dull roars accompanied by amazing impacts swept away in all directions, and the star field within a radius of tens of thousands of miles collapsed, with a crack like a gully spreading out like a spider's web. Gu Han and evil Extreme Sky, one after the other, surrounded Hei Rong in the middle. Looking at the huge blood shadow, his face changed slightly. As strong as Gu Han, at this moment, he felt some pressure on top of this blood-colored giant shadow. As for evil Extreme Sky, not to mention, if there was not Gu Han, he would have faced this blood-colored giant shadow alone, and would have had a great risk of falling. Forbidden spells? Evil Extreme Sky eyes narrowed slightly, staring at the bloody shadow, but also did not panic, and even slightly relaxed, because he knew that any forbidden art, once cast, the caster must be the end of the body to fall, and forbidden art are by the time limit. As long as they lasted through the time of forbidden art, we'll be able to sit and watch Hei Rong die unharmed. Brother Gu, this is an ancient forbidden art that kills once used. Just hold out for the duration of the forbidden art. Don't get tough with it for the time being. In addition, the underworld Rong who cast the forbidden art has been completely incapacitated, so there's no need to worry about those two abilities of his. Immediately after that, evil Extreme Heaven sent a voice message towards Gu Han, informing him of the forbidden information and preventing him from going hard with Hei Rong. Chapter 148, Hard Regretting Blood Shadow. Gu Han, who had received the voice transmission from evil Extreme Sky, his eyes narrowed slightly, seemingly still tense, but compared to before, the whole person was already much more relaxed. There was no other way. Those two abilities of Hei Rong were just too powerful, and even today's Gu Han was in a lot of trouble if he wanted to deal with them. But now, when Hei Rong used the forbidden techniques, although he was far stronger than before, he was just a reckless man with empty power, far better than the Hei Rong who still had his sanity and had two heaven-defying abilities before. Roar! At this time, the monstrous blood shadow issued a beast-like roar. Rolling waves of blood invaded out, as if it was a shocking wave, shaking the heavens and moving the earth, followed by densely packed fist prints tumbled out from the blood waves, pouring towards Gu Han and even evil Extreme Sky. Terrifying fist momentum, the entire star field will be crushed. The violent power impact, but also shocked Gu Han and evil Extreme Sky body hairs stand up, body shape flickering one after another, to avoid the sweeping shadow of the fist. With evil Extreme Sky's strength, he was still far from wanting to harden these fist prints. Therefore, he could only retreat, while Gu Han, although he could catch them, with evil Extreme Sky's hints from before, he wouldn't go for the option of hardening them either. Only, despite the fact that Gu Han and evil Extreme Sky were both very fast, there were simply too many of those fist marks, and there were still some that were too late to avoid, and the two could only strike out to shatter the ones that they couldn't avoid. Gu Han was fine. It was easy to shatter those fist prints, but evil Extreme Sky was shaken to the point of chi and blood turbulence. And when he shattered those unavoidable fist prints, the corners of his mouth could not stop the blood from spilling out, and he was traumatized by no small amount of trauma. Roar! Did not wait for evil Extreme Sky to temper. An ear-shattering roar will ring in his ears. The sound wave is so big that it seems like it wants to shake his soul out. A horrible fluctuation, but also in its back surging, so that the evil Extreme Sky chills all over his body. He can't think too much, and he does his best to run his own power behind him. Bang! Earth-shattering roar exploded. The evil Extreme Sky only felt a horrible huge force invasion into the body. The entire spine instantly broke open. The mouth is involuntarily sprayed a mouthful of blood. The whole person instantly towards the far side of the smashed. Seeing this, the monstrous blood shadow didn't stop, but rather rode the wave of victory. The terrifying might swept out crazily. The entire void were covered with a dull pressure, like a world-defying ferocious beast wreaking havoc in the starry sky. At this moment, Hei-rong had already lost any sanity, and even his soul's will had gradually dissipated, and the only instinct left was to kill evil Extreme Sky and Guhan. Therefore, as long as he seized the opportunity, he would not stop, and he would only keep pursuing until the evil Extreme Sky was blown to pieces. Not far away Guhan. See this step. Face slightly changed. Body flashes. In a moment, appeared in the monstrous blood shadow before the horror of the ghost power swept out. Hard to block the monstrous blood shadow, so that evil Extreme Sky has a chance to catch his breath. In order to prevent evil Extreme Sky from seeing the signs, Guhan hadn't used his full strength from the start, merely using his ghost god form. And even though he was cooperating with evil Extreme Sky, it was very necessary to keep some cards for himself. Even if the two of them were as close as they could be at the moment, who could say what would happen in the future? 9 Spectres Sealing Formation. A low roar came out from Guhan's mouth, and monstrous ghost chi instantly poured out from him, enveloping the starfield for tens of thousands of miles in a radius, turning the entire starfield into a ghostly area in which the sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling exploded. Ghost Method Soul Destruction Spear. Immediately afterward, Guhan directly displayed his Ghost Dao divine ability, pure ghost chi converging in front of him to form a pitch-black spear, which then cut through the sky and stabbed straight towards the monstrous blood shadow. Evil Extreme Sky could not be counted on, and in order to prevent evil Extreme Sky from really being decapitated by this monstrous blood shadow, he could only top himself. Today's evil Extreme Sky, although it has already broken through to the middle stage of the Imperial Realm, but do not say that compared to him, even if it is the previous Hei-rong, evil Extreme Sky do not see to be a rival. And at this moment, the Hei-rong who has cast a forbidden art, it is to reach the peak of the Imperial Realm, and the combat power is even far beyond the general peak of the Imperial Realm. Evil Extreme Sky hard to withstand the blow, and have not lost the ability to fight. It has already been very good. Above the Emperor Realm, the difference between each small realm, that is the difference between the sky and the earth. Even if it is a heavenly pride, wanting to cross the ranks, it is very difficult. Of course, divine pillar possessors like him and evil Extreme Sky were naturally not comparable to ordinary heavenly prides. Evil Extreme Sky had just broken through and possessed a strength comparable to an ordinary late stage of the Imperial Realm, which was already remarkable. And after he settled down a bit, catching up with the previous Hei-rong would be a breeze. If the evil Extreme Sky at this moment hadn't just broken through, but had already infested within the middle stage of the Imperial Realm for a long time, then he would never have been in such a sorry state when facing the monstrous blood shadow. Bang! As the pitch-black spear erupted, the monstrous blood image was unable to feel the threat in general, did not retreat in the slightest, and directly met the pitch-black spear and blasted up. The moment of the collision, a horrifying fluctuation, centered on both sides, swept away in every direction. Even if it was only the full force of Guhan's ghost god form, it still caused the monstrous blood sea to retrogress for several hundreds of miles, and the blood mist that pervaded his body faded by a lot. Roar! The monstrous blood shadow that had no spiritual intelligence would not be afraid at all, and after roaring up to the sky, it once again bombarded towards Guhan, with a pair of huge, blood-colored fists that were like vast suns, waving down one after another. Seeing this, Guhan didn't dodge, but directly utilized the power of his entire body to fight hard against him. The previous retreat was merely a matter of wanting to take it easy. It didn't mean that Guhan was afraid of this monstrous blood shadow. As the owner of the dual divine pillars, Guhan had absolute confidence in being able to suppress the strongest person in the same realm, and unless they were the same as him, who was the owner of the dual divine pillars, no one could possibly be his opponent. Even in existence one realm higher than him couldn't carry his full strength. Of course, at this moment, Guhan was still only using his ghost god form, so after he had a hard encounter with the monstrous blood shadow, he was in a disadvantageous position, only that the strength it displayed had far exceeded Evil Extreme Sky's imagination. Evil Extreme Sky had thought that after he broke through the middle stage of Evil Emperor, the gap between him and Guhan was already extremely small, but now it seemed that he was still a short distance away from Guhan, and neither Guhan, nor that monstrous blood shadow was something he could fight against. Without Guhan, if he faced this monstrous blood shadow by himself, he would have no other way but to flee. Bang bang! While Evil Extreme Sky was shaking for Guhan's strength, The great battle between Guhan and that monstrous blood shadow had already spread throughout the entire starfield. The terrifying impact of power, like a storm, ravaging the 8 directions, as strong as evil extreme sky. Under this impact, they all retreated backward one after another. Chapter 149 Death of Styron. Bang bang. Amidst the deafening roar, the fierce battle between Guhan and the monstrous blood shadow became increasingly white-hot, and the entire starfield seemed to have become the chessboard on which they were competing, with every star trembling and every piece of emptiness wailing. Guhan's figure was like electricity, weaving in and out of the web of death intertwined with blood and shadows, and at some point in his hand, a long sword condensed from pure ghost chi had already appeared. Between the swinging of the long sword, each strike carried the might of splitting the stars. The sword light was like a dragon, colliding fiercely with the blood shadow, bursting out bright and demonic sparks, even if it was only an all-out outburst in the form of the demon god. The strength displayed by Guhan was still astonishingly strong, enough to be compared to a Heaven's Pride level peak Imperial Realm powerhouse, letting evil extreme sky, who had already retreated to the distance, look on in disbelief. He knew that he had far underestimated Guhan's potential, as well as underestimated how terrifying Guhan was. It had only been a short while since Guhan had broken through to the late stage of the Imperial Realm, and it could even be said that he had just broken through. But even so, the strength that Guhan had exerted was still terrifying, while he himself had just broken through. But the strength that he had displayed was far inferior to that of Guhan, even though there was a small realm difference between the two. Evil Extreme Sky understood that even if Guhan was at the middle stage of the Imperial Realm, the battle power he could erupt was far stronger than his own. Of course, although Evil Extremity was a bit heartbroken, the stronger Guhan was, the better it would be for the cooperation between them. Not to mention that, as an Evil Extremity, his own strength wasn't the most important thing, and the abilities that he possessed were the most important thing. As for him who possessed the Evil God Pillar, after breaking through the Imperial Realm, he possessed 4 entire abilities, each of which, even if they weren't as good as the 2 abilities possessed by Heirong, weren't much worse. As his strength increased, the abilities he possessed would also increase, and it could be said that the higher his cultivation level was, the stronger his battle power would become. And all of this came from the Evil God Pillar. General Evil Alien also can only have 1 ability, talented and strong, but also 2 abilities, even Heirong, but only 2 abilities. Of course, Heirong's those 2 abilities, far from other Evil Alien with 2 abilities can be compared. He, on the other hand, possessed a full 4 abilities, and if he were to spread into the Chi realm, his Evil Extreme Sky's name would be enough to resound through the 4 directions, and he would even be able to get the Evil Wither Bones vigorously cultivation. But there was also a possibility that he would get the Evil Wither Bone Scruples. Rumble. On the other side, the monstrous blood shadow that was slow to take down Guhan became more and more berserk. Ear-splitting roars reverberated out one after another, like a demon that had broken free from hell, with scarlet light entwined around its body, and with every swing of its sharp claws, it tore through space, leaving behind a path of hideous fissures, and its roars echoed across the starry realm with endless grievances and murderous intent, attempting to devour everything with a bloody storm. As the two clashed, the energy aftermath swept across the 4 directions, the stars shattered and the void collapsed, creating a scene of doom. Rumble. There was another deafening roar, and the entire starfield trembled madly. Guhan's figure was like electricity, weaving through the scarlet light of the monstrous blood shadow. Every dodge was just right, and the sharp claws of the blood shadow, though incomparably sharp, could never touch the corners of his clothes. The long sword in Guhan's hand, on the other hand, was like a ghostly divine weapon, and every time it was swung out, it carried a cold and thick ghostly aura, like thousands of ghosts and gods roaring, and collided with the blood shadow's sharp claws to produce bright sparks. An hour of fierce battle had left this starfield already devastated. The fragments of stars fluttered in the void, countless void cracks like spider webs half a year intertwined in this piece of starfield, and the violent power, even more like a storm, raged in this broken and unbearable starfield. That is, both sides of the battle are far away from the blue star. Otherwise, such a horrific battle, enough to trigger the entire blue star tremors, mountains and rivers broken, the earth collapsed, and other natural disasters will surely emerge one after another. Bang! Finally, after an intense exchange, Guhan found a break in the monstrous blood shadow. His figure suddenly changed, appearing behind the blood shadow like a ghost, and his long sword swung out violently, with an unrelenting momentum, stabbing straight into the blood shadow's vitals. Put! The long sword pierced through the blood shadow's body, and the scarlet light dimmed instantly. Roar! The bloody shadow let out a mournful roar, as if telling of its unwillingness and resentment, but in the end, its power was dissipating little by little. and its huge body began to gradually disintegrate, ultimately turning into a cloud of blood mist that dissipated into the starfield. Guhan stood in the void, his longsword hanging low, gasping for breath, but a brilliant light shone in his eyes. In this battle, although it was a tough fight, he never broke out his full strength, but with his ghost god form, he hardened the monstrous blood shadow transformed by Rong and killed it. And even though he was also traumatized quite a bit, the gains he gained were staggering. Such a high-intensity battle allowed Guhan to have a clear perception of the subtleties of the Emperor realm, and at the same time, after he insisted on performing the ghost god form, he had a deeper understanding of the Emperor realm level ghost god form, and after this battle, as long as he was allowed to settle down for a period of time, his strength would definitely be able to metamorphose once again. For pride such as Guhan, being able to fight with a powerhouse of the same level was undoubtedly something to be celebrated, because the only way to enlighten themselves and check for flaws was to fight with a powerhouse of the same level. If Guhan had exerted his full strength from the start and directly utilized the extreme devil form, with the terror of the extreme devil form, this monstrous blood shadow wouldn't be able to hold out for long at all, and would be directly killed by him, and he, in turn, would have missed out on this opportunity to gain the benefits of sensing his own realm. Not bad for Brother Gu. At that moment, Evil Extreme Sky also came beside Guhan and couldn't help but emote. At the beginning, Guhan's cultivation was still quite a bit worse than his, but how long has it been since then? Guhan's strength has already made him out of reach, the same as the possessor of the divine pillar. Why is the gap so huge? It was also at this time that Evil Extreme Heaven recalled the chance Guhan had spoken of previously after exposing the late stage of the Imperial Realm. I'm afraid, the chance that Guhan had obtained that time must not have been simple, or else it wouldn't have been enough to allow Guhan to enter the late stage of the Imperial Realm straight away, and moreover, possessing such astonishing battle power. In fact, Evil Extreme Heaven guessed correctly. In this battle, even though Guhan was only using his ghost god form, his ghost god form at this time was far from the ghost god pillar that he had previously possessed, but it was once again enhanced after the fusion of the two great god pillars. If the Guhan at this moment was still in the situation where he only possessed the ghost god pillar before, then his battle power would never be as strong as this, and being able to barely fight against the monstrous blood shadow would already be very good. Brother Evil is flattered. Guhan waved his hand and made a modest outburst. Immediately afterward, without waiting for Evil Extreme Sky to open his mouth, Guhan gruffly said, "Now that Rong is dead, what does Brother Evil plan to do next? With Rong's status, if the Chi-Hei demon really wants to pursue the matter, I'm afraid that we will be in a difficult situation."